A game streamer. Starting off, I got played as a backup by a gold-digging, two-faced flirt. Just as I was feeling down, my top contributor Annie and the Bear suddenly appeared in the livestream. Self-proclaimed love strategist. She's determined to coach me for a comeback. Under her divine-level guidance, I unexpectedly had a cinematic encounter with the school's famously unapproachable ice queen. The strategist seemed to possess foresight, even predicting the school bell would splash me with a drink. All just to create a chance to strike up a conversation. I carefully followed the strategist's money power guide step by step, humbling my ex and crushing my love rival, while my career soars to new heights. Until one night at the victory banquet, a slipping ring jolts me into sudden realization. The god-tier strategist remotely controlling my life seems to have long since embedded her heart within my game's code. But this earth-shattering scheme she's laid out, what truly lies behind her ultimate objective? Chapter 1, Playing Hard to Get? You're next. Gu Chenzhou, Su Nianqiu just confessed to me, and I agreed to date him. Inside the KTV private room, Gu Chenzhou calmly gazed at the innocent-looking girl dressed in a JK uniform. He lightly responded with an before turning back to chat with classmates. The champion Camille has an exceptionally high skill ceiling. Seeing Gu Chenzhou's so indifferent reaction, the young girl's vanity was deeply wounded. Gu Chenzhou, are you listening? I said I'm going to start seeing someone else. Gu Chenzhou was interrupted once again. He glanced at his phone, then stood up and said to the others, it's getting late. I should head back. With that, he left the private booth. He walked out of the KTV lobby, decisively took out his phone, found the contact labeled Gu Chenzhou, deleted it, and blocked her. If he couldn't win her over, he'd move on. He wasn't the type to hang himself on one tree. Though throughout the 3 years of high school, Gu Chenzhou had always been the cinnabar mole etched in his heart. But Gu Chenzhou had the sweet, innocent face of a first love, and plenty of others fancied her too. Just now, she mentioned that Su Yang, even though he was his deskmate. The two usually had a good relationship, calling each other brothers, but despite knowing he liked Gu Chenzhou, Su Yang still secretly passed her a love letter behind his back. This is what you call a fake friend. However, although Gu Chenzhou got along well with several boys, she had no intention of dating any of them. How did you suddenly get together with Su Yang? Passing by the milk tea shop next door, Gu Chenzhou glanced at his reflection in the floor-to-ceiling window. Standing at 1.8 meters tall with fair, cool-toned skin and looks as average as Louis Ku's. With all that, how could he worry about not finding a girlfriend? Impossible, absolutely impossible. 10 minutes after Gu Chenzhou left, the class reunion at the KTV came to an end. Just as Su Yang, still flushed and heart-racing, was thinking about where to take Gu Chenzhou to have fun and deepen their connection, his sweet dream suddenly shattered. Gu Chenzhou called him aside and clasped her hands together, swaying them slightly. I'm sorry, Su Yang. I agreed earlier just to save you from losing face. You'll need to explain it to everyone yourself later. I'm not ready for a relationship yet. Su Yang felt a crashing wave of humiliation, his nose turning as red as a clown's. Okay. I'll explain. Thanks, I appreciate it. Gu Chenzhou waved her hand and turned to leave. At the corner, Gu Chenzhou glanced back discreetly and nearly laughed out loud upon seeing Su Yang secretly wiping away tears. These guys act like they've never seen a pretty girl before. What a disgrace. How could a girl as beautiful as her casually enter into a relationship? Definitely looking for someone tall, handsome, and wealthy. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a huge loss? But before meeting Prince Charming, it's quite fun to tease them a bit first. Suddenly, Gu Chenzhou recalled Gu Chenzhou's handsome face again. Enjoy playing the aloof one? You're next for some fun. After sending a broadcast reminder in the captain's group chat, Gu Chenzhou opened the livestream and logged into his League of Legends account. Open the ranked match and enter the ban pick phase. The jungler teammate instantly locked in Shako, the demon jester. On the dark client background, the grotesque face of the demon clown perfectly overlapped with his own reflection on the screen. Damn it! Impossible to ignore this. I've given her plenty of gifts and treated her to countless meals. I'm handsome too. Where exactly did I fall short? After choosing his hero, Gu Chenzhou couldn't help but ask. Brothers in the livestream, let's be honest, do you think I'm handsome? His livestream only had a little over 2,000 followers, with barely 20 or 30 viewers tuning in each broadcast. Most of them were guys who cracked witty jokes and kept the chat lively. Loxy, the fearless warrior, bro, you smell so good, I couldn't help but wrong you. Support warding since never returned, just a casual thing. You're Jungle King, human nature at play. Gu Chenzhou rolled his eyes. Got it, asking was pointless. Soon, another message popped up. Annie and the little bear, look at his expression, he must have gotten his heart broken. Annie and the little bear, continue as a captain, why don't you say it out loud and let everyone have a laugh? Gu Chenzhou did live streaming purely for fun when he had nothing better to do. If someone tipped or needed leveling services, he could earn a little extra. Most of the time, though, everyone just freeloads without giving anything back, always promising to like it next time. Only this Annie and the little bear frequently sends him gifts, hiring his boosting service every season to climb the ranks. He could be considered his only stable financial backer. It can't exactly be called a breakup. Gu Chenzhou shrugged his shoulders. Strictly speaking, it was over before it even started. Annie and the bear, go ahead and explain in detail, I've got plenty of data. Game starts, focus. Feeling a bit depressed, Gu Chenzhou quickly changed the subject. Luckily, his feelings for Jiang Shanshan were only superficial attraction, and he hadn't invested too much emotionally. The only regret was spending quite a bit of money on gifts earlier. What a waste. Annie and little bear, just brushing me off, huh? Unfollow. Gu Chenzhou chuckled in silent amusement. Though he knew she was joking, he still dropped to his knees with lightning speed. Boss, spare my life, I was wrong. Annie and little bear, letting you off this time, but we'll grill you on WeChat later. After sending this message, Gu Chenzhou saw on the back end that Annie and little bear had left the livestream. As the in-game announcement, "All troops advance," sounded, he promptly adjusted his focus and dedicated himself to ranking up. At 8 p.m., Gu Chenzhou ended the livestream. After applying 2 drops of eye solution, he opened the chat window with Annie and little bear on WeChat. Sinking ship, boss, you've finished your placement matches. Annie and the bear, what rank did you get? Sinking ship, platinum. Annie and the bear? Annie and the bear, does a breakup affect you this much? You used to start with diamonds every time. You've changed. You don't love me anymore. You heartless, ruthless, cold man, I'll never forgive you. Gu Chenzhou smiled knowingly and replied swiftly. Unsinkable boat, Playboy Prince, is that you? Annie and the little bear, none of your business. After the routine was done, a red envelope from Annie and little bear popped up in WeChat for a placement match. Gu Chenzhou instantly opened the red envelope, then froze. The promised 200 yuan had turned into 100. Annie and little bear, this queen is displeased with your performance, hence deducted your wages. Any objections? Gu Chenzhou, I know my crime. Annie and the little bear, just kidding. Gotcha. After teasing him, she quickly sent the red packet again and suddenly changed the subject. Annie and the little bear, I just had an online master divine your fortune, your love life is about to bloom. Gu Chenzhou, seems your so-called master's prediction was off the mark. Annie and little bear, how dare you? The master is incredibly accurate. He said if you go to the cinema tomorrow, you might just meet your goddess, a stunningly beautiful campus queen. Gu Chenzhou, have you been reading too many bizarre novels lately? Annie and little bear, don't believe me? Go try it yourself. Annie and the bear, if we meet, fight me to the diamond rank. If we don't, I'll renew your admiral subscription for you. Gu Chenzhou suddenly sat bolt upright. The admiral must have pocketed nearly 1,000. Unsinkable boat, holy crap. I'll go tomorrow. Chapter 2, the popular campus belle Su Nianqiu. The movie theater was packed over the weekend. Tickets for the blockbuster films had long sold out, leaving only obscure arthouse films that nobody cared about. Gu Chenzhou extended his finger, randomly picking between 2 niche films before settling on a low-budget, poorly made movie titled The Loser and the Idiot, which was supposedly a parody of the children's cartoon Headless and Unhappy. The genre alone, just by looking at the title, makes one lose interest. Gu Chenzhou didn't believe for a second that some super gorgeous campus belle would ever come to see this kind of thing. Though it might be a bit shameless, he's determined to become the admiral of the wealthy Lady Annie. After getting the ticket from the automatic vending machine, Gu Chenzhou sat in the waiting area playing with his phone. He hadn't noticed at all that the unpopular movie, which originally only had his ticket sold, suddenly appeared fully booked in an instant. At 3:30, the movie was still 10 minutes away from starting. Gu Chenzhou handed his ticket to the usher and found his way to the screening hall according to the number on the stub. Entering screening hall number 7, the lights inside were brightly lit. Gu Chenzhou walked down the steps and spotted a strikingly eye-catching girl sitting next to his seat at a glance. Her smooth, glossy black hair cascaded over her chest, and from behind, one could glimpse her delicate shoulders wrapped in a black evening gown. Though he couldn't see her face, he felt an intense intuition. She must be a stunning beauty. As if hearing footsteps, the girl gently turned her face slightly. Gu Chenzhou's heart skipped a beat. He felt like he was falling in love all over again. Distant mountain eyebrows, peach blossom eyes, a petite oval face with baby fat, and lips as tenderly red as freshly picked cherries. She slowly brushed her hair aside, revealing a delicate and slender swan-like neck, with exquisite collarbones that could cradle fine wine. School belle. It really is the school belle. Gu Chenzhou recognized at a glance that this was the student council president of 3rd High School, also the top-ranked honors student in the sophomore class, an ultra-popular campus belle whose popularity far surpassed Jiang Shanshan's. Su Nianqiu. What is she doing here at the movies? And it was even the same match as his. Does the school belle have such unique taste? Coming to watch such a niche and boring movie? If not for knowing her, Gu Chenzhou would suspect this was some actress hired by wealthy Annie to save on the cost of opening an admiral. Their gazes met, but Gu Chenzhou had no intention of striking up a conversation. Su Nianqiu was famously known as the campus ice queen, admired from afar but never approached. Sure enough, Su Nianqiu merely glanced at him before turning her gaze away, showing no intention of greeting him at all. Gu Chenzhou walked to the fourth row, looked at the seat beside her that belonged to him, and hesitated to sit down. He moved aside and sat down 2 seats away. Then, for some unknown reason, the campus belle lowered her head and began crushing the paper cup holding popcorn, making a crunching sound. Ugh, the pressure is killing me. Gu Chenzhou looked left and right. Why hadn't the other audience members entered yet? Could it be that it's just the 2 of them? The phone vibrated with incoming messages from Annie and Xiao Xiong. Annie and Little Bear, how about it? Was the master's reading accurate? Unsinkable boat, spot on. Annie and Little Bear, so there really is a pretty girl? Unsinkable boat, pretty? She's downright gorgeous. She's the campus belle of our 3rd high school. After sending the message, Gu Chenzhou noticed Su Nianqiu's shoulders trembling slightly out of the corner of his eye. Is she trying to hold back laughter? The movie hasn't even started yet. What's so funny? Driven by curiosity, Gu Chenzhou stole a glance. Alright, he must have seen wrong. This girl clearly had a naturally aloof and sacred aura, her face showing not a hint of expression. Annie and the Bear, since she's a beauty, why don't you go strike up a conversation? What if your luck with romance works out? Forget it, she looks so aloof. I don't even dare sit next to her. Annie and the Bear, come on. Let me tell you something. Some girls may seem cold and distant, but it's actually because they're shy, which makes them appear reserved. If you just muster the courage to approach them, who knows, maybe she'll even become your friend. Staring at the message on his phone, Gu Chenzhou wondered if Annie had food poisoning from eating too much pinhwaefan. Such nonsense actually came out of your mouth. Unbreakable boat, no thanks, a man must know his own limits. Gu Chenzhou heard the cracking sound again. The school bell was torturing the popcorn once more. Annie and the Little Bear, go get her contact info, and I'll gift you 2 admirals tonight. Unsinkable boat, through thick and thin. Without hesitation. Putting down his phone, he took a deep breath. Gu Chenzhou slowly stood up and sat down beside Su Nianqiu. He deliberately held the ticket stub in his hand to let the campus belle know that he was supposed to sit there all along. Su Nianqiu's eyes swiftly scanned the ticket stub, her lips curving up briefly before falling again. Gu Chenzhou sat upright with a rigid posture, his mind racing at top speed. He wanted to find a suitable reason to strike up a conversation, but after much thought, it seemed all that came to mind were clichés. There's only 1 minute left before the movie starts. Gu Chenzhou cheered himself up for the 66th time. Oh, what a coincidence. Su Nianqiu raised her dewy eyes and responded indifferently with a casual Ouch, this is so awkward, ha ha ha. Gu Chenzhou leaned back in his chair, nearly digging out a 3-bedroom apartment with his toes out of sheer awkwardness. Annie and Little Bear, what's the situation? Unsinkable boat, greeted her, but her attitude was cold. If I ask for her contact info now, I'll either come off as a creep or a clown. Annie and the Bear, suddenly I get why your romance ended before it even started. Coward. Such a coward. The unsinkable boat, that hurts. The movie finally started, and the screening room darkened. Su Nianqiu suddenly picked up the water-soluble sea next to her and struggled to twist open the bottle cap. Although Gu Chenzhou was somewhat hesitant, as a top-tier player with a 1,000-point ranking, his timing was impeccable. Can I help you? The light reflected from the screen flickered, and Gu Chenzhou's face was filled with anticipation. If Su Nianqiu agreed, then he could ask for her contact information later. No. Su Nianqiu coldly refused. Gu Chenzhou awkwardly withdrew his hand. What a joke this is. Just as Gu Chenzhou thought the task from his sponsor couldn't be completed, the drink in Su Nianqiu's hand spilled with a splashing sound, drenching his trouser legs entirely. I'm sorry. Su Nianqiu apologized while pulling tissues from her purse. It's okay, I can handle it myself. Gu Chenzhou took the tissue and wiped casually, then his phone began vibrating repeatedly. Annie and Little Bear, it's been several minutes since your last report. Have you given up already? Gu Chenzhou, no, but I got wet. Annie and Little Bear, ew, you gross otaku. Gu Chenzhou, I meant her drink spilled on me. Annie and Little Bear, oh then why aren't you taking advantage of her slight guilt to ask for her contact info already? What are you waiting for? The unsinkable, coming right up. This movie is pretty boring, isn't it? The moment the words left his mouth, Gu Chenzhou regretted it. Chapter 3, the surprise came too suddenly. Isn't that obvious? As expected, the response was cold. But at the same time, Gu Chenzhou blurted out the question on his mind. Then why did you come to see this? Because I'm bored. Though the conversation was rather pointless, Gu Chenzhou confirmed one thing. Su Nianqiu was simply not one for small talk, not arrogant or dismissive. Responding to everything was already quite polite. If that was the case, even if he got rejected, it wouldn't be too embarrassing. So, wanna add each other on social media? I'm usually pretty chatty. Sure. Su Nianqiu agreed quickly. Scan my QR code. No sooner had she spoken than she dropped her QQ friend QR code. Oh my. She agreed that fast? The surprise hit him so suddenly his brain froze for a moment. He pulled out his phone and scanned the QR code. Soon, they were added as friends. Su Nianqiu's profile picture was a firefly, and her nickname was just one character, Firefly. Actually, we're classmates. I know. Taking a sip of her water-soluble sea drink, Su Nianqiu crossed her legs and stared at the screen, occasionally glancing at her phone. Gu Chenzhou, utterly disinterested in the screen, lowered his head to report the situation. Unsubmerged boat, Your Highness, the task you assigned is complete. Annie and Little Bear, nice work. What's the next move? Gu Chenzhou, just chill? Annie and Xiao Xiong, no, how are you going to pick up girls if you're so lazy? Gu Chenzhou, but if I force conversations every day, won't it seem like I have ulterior motives? Annie and Little Bear, don't you want a girlfriend as pretty as her? Unsinkable, of course I do. Annie and Little Bear, then your intentions are pure my ass. Strike while the iron's hot. Gu Chenzhou felt a bit helpless. Or rather, bewildered. Because he'd been chasing Zhang Shanshan for years without success. And Su Nianqiu was prettier and more accomplished than Zhang Shanshan. He felt he didn't stand a chance. Bug. Su Nianqiu suddenly leaned her shoulder against his, her fingertips gripping his sleeve tightly. Gu Chenzhou followed the direction of her right hand and saw a moth clinging to the stockings on her thigh. Suddenly, several options flashed through his mind. 1. Swat the moth dead and seize the chance to make a move. 2. Pull Su Nianqiu into his arms, tell her to close her eyes, then make a move. 3. Be a decent person. After a fierce internal struggle, Gu Chenzhou chose to be a decent person. He casually waved his hand, and the moth flew away in fright. This moth belongs to the Lepidoptera order of insects within the arthropod phylum. Also known as the wheat moth, it feeds on tree sap and nectar. It was likely drawn to your clothes after spilling your drink earlier. As he spoke, Gu Chenzhou removed his jacket and draped it over Su Nianqiu's legs. This way, it won't land on you. Thank you. Su Nianqiu looked visibly shaken. Next time you go to the movies, give me a call. I'll treat you to bubble tea. Gu Chenzhou's mind buzzed. What did that mean? Could he actually ask Su Nianqiu to watch a movie with him next time? Was that what she meant? Oh, okay. Gu Chenzhou, strategist. I just saved the school beauty from that creep's clutches, and she said she'd treat me to bubble tea next time we watch a movie. Gu Chenzhou, do you think she's just being polite, or is she serious? Annie and Little Bear, for real. If a girl takes the initiative to mention next time, there's definitely a next time. Unsinkable ship, then I'll find a chance to test the waters with her. Strategist, you'll be my advisor then. If it works out, I'll carry you for free in ranked matches for a whole year. Annie and Little Bear, lifetime. Gu Chenzhou gritted his teeth. Unsinkable, lifetime. Thanks to the constant flirting, their relationship wasn't as stiff as when they first met. Throughout the entire movie, Gu Chenzhou and she managed to exchange a few words now and then. His mindset had shifted unnoticed. From being a total coward at the start, Gu Chenzhou suddenly found himself almost ready to pick a name for the child. Click. The lights came up as the film ended. Su Nianqiu's icy cold expression reappeared before Gu Chenzhou's eyes. Her aloof demeanor and distant aura felt like a bucket of cold water dumped over his head. Alright, better not overthink it. Better to let things settle. Wait for the strategist to offer some advice. It's over. I'll be going now. Bye. Gu Chenzhou waved his hand and left first. Su Nianqiu packed her bag, stealing a glance at his retreating figure before letting out a quiet chuckle. Crossing the ticket hall, Gu Chenzhou joined the elevator queue. Suddenly, someone kicked him hard in the calf from behind. Gu Chenzhou, what the hell do you think you're doing? What do you mean? Gu Chenzhou frowned, surprised to run into Zhang Shanshan here. Zhang Shanshan wore a sailor uniform today, her voluptuous thighs accentuated by leg cuffs beneath the pleated skirt, a look that blended innocence with sensuality. Her outfit seemed tailored to appeal to boys. Why did you block me? Zhang Shanshan pouted, looking aggrieved, yet her tone carried an accusatory edge. You're dating Su Yang. As one of your former admirers, it's only natural I'd want to avoid any appearance of impropriety. Gu Chenzhou shrugged, his tone matter of fact. So blocking you is perfectly normal, right? I'm not dating Su Yang. I only agreed to go out with him that day to save his face. And even if I were dating him, no, we could still be friends. Friends? The kind where you exchange holiday gifts but can never get close? That kind of relationship, isn't that called being a backup option? Gu Chenzhou slowly caught on. Zhang Shanshan was like a non-stick pan among the guys. Everyone felt they had a chance, yet no one truly did. Rather than feeling awkward around her, he'd rather take the strategist's advice and risk rejection from the Ice Queen. Forget it. This feels kinda pointless. Uninteresting? Was he giving up? Zhang Shanshan was deeply upset, feeling her pride wounded. Come on, she was the school's beloved beauty, she could dump him, but how could he just give up? Got it, this must be playing hard to get. Gu Chenzhou, you've gone bad now, you're using tricks like this. Zhang Shanshan gave a soft snort. You followed me all the way to the cinema, clearly you can't let go of me. But when I tried to talk to you, you put on this act. Are you deliberately trying to pull me in? No, you're overthinking it. I came here to watch a movie today. Jiang Shanshan wasn't buying it. You just wanted to catch the same movie as me so we could pretend it was a coincidence, right? Gu Chenzhou leaned back tactically, flashing an expression that was both mysterious and impressive. Jiang Shanshan, aren't you being a bit self-absorbed? I really didn't mean it that way. Alright, I get it. Guys care about saving face, right? Jiang Shanshan waved her hand with a laugh, then muttered to herself, but if you like me, you should just admit it. I'm pretty into you. If you pass my test, I might consider letting you be my boyfriend. Ugh, who bumped into me? Chapter 4, The Little Rich Girl. The elegant scent of perfume wafted into his nostrils as Gu Chenzhou saw Su Nianqiu handing him his jacket. You left in such a hurry earlier, you forgot your jacket. Su Nianqiu's gaze swept over Jiang Shanshan as she spoke. Girlfriend? Her tone was casual, yet laced with a chill that made him feel pressured. Gu Chenzhou shook his head hastily. Just a classmate. Jiang Shanshan's pupils dilated when she saw Su Nianqiu holding Gu Chenzhou's coat. They actually went to the movies together? How could that be? She'd rather believe Iraq had invaded New York. Today's movie was kinda boring. Next time, pick something good. Su Nianqiu finished the last of her water-soluble tea, then glanced at the damp patch on Gu Chenzhou's leg and offered an apologetic look. I won't get your clothes wet again next time. Ah! What was she saying? Jiang Shanshan screamed inside her head like a groundhog. Watching a movie together, and she got wet? And she even mentioned next time? Su Nianqiu's words carried too much meaning she couldn't fool herself anymore. Though Jiang Shanshan had always been confident in her looks, she dared not compare herself to Su Nianqiu. Su Nianqiu's beauty radiated from within a complete, all-around superiority in looks, aura, and figure. Beyond her natural advantages, Su Nianqiu's material circumstances far surpassed Jiang Shanshan's. Just the gown she wore and the handbag she carried were top-tier international luxury brands. Like an ugly duckling encountering a true swan, she couldn't help but feel ashamed of her own inadequacy. Jiang Shanshan accepted that she couldn't compete with Su Nianqiu. But what she couldn't fathom was how a girl of Su Nianqiu's caliber would date a homebody like Gu Chenzhou. What gives him the right? The more Jiang Shanshan thought about it, the angrier she grew. Even if she didn't want Gu Chenzhou, he couldn't possibly find someone better than her. Gu Chenzhou, I never imagined you'd be this kind of person. Jiang Shanshan put on a dramatic act, her eyes suddenly welling up with tears. You were always so attentive to me, telling me you like me. Then in the blink of an eye, you blocked me to chase after Su Nianqiu. Did you just use me as a backup option? Gu Chenzhou fell silent. He had a feeling Jiang Shanshan was deliberately trying to provoke him. It seemed that before, his affection for her had put on a strange filter. But in reality, was she actually quite calculating? I didn't. Jiang Shanshan knew full well Gu Chenzhou wouldn't admit it. But she didn't need his admission, she only needed Su Nianqiu to believe it. Once Su Nianqiu dumped him, he'd come crawling back to her. Su Nianqiu, do you believe me? Su Nianqiu stared at her phone, not even glancing at her. I do. Did you hear that? She doesn't. Hey, what did you say? Jiang Shanshan's eyes widened in disbelief, her expression utterly shocked. Gu Chenzhou, she's so annoying. Let's go. Okay. The elevator arrived just then. Gu Chenzhou stepped in first, making room for Su Nianqiu, then shielded her in the corner. Teenage girls are sensitive creatures. Jiang Shanshan watched Gu Chenzhou protect her so carefully, her heart twisted with jealousy. He'd never protected her like this. Stepping out of the cinema, Gu Chenzhou felt a weight lift from his shoulders. He now viewed Su Nianqiu through rose-colored glasses in his eyes. She resembled a delicate porcelain piece. Not a single scratch could touch her. He wasn't sure if this counted as liking her, but he'd never felt this way about Jiang Shanshan. Thanks for saving me. I'm not great at handling situations like that. MHM. Su Nianqiu responded flatly, and immediately afterward, her phone emitted a busy tone. The driver must have gone somewhere. Can you drive? Take me home. Gu Chenzhou had already started to walk away, but suddenly halted in his tracks. Drive her home? Was that appropriate? Where was his strategist? Help! Gu Chenzhou stared at his phone screen, fingers flying across the keyboard. Not sinking ship, strategist. Urgent military situation. The campus beauty asked me to walk her home. What should I do? Annie and Little Bear? Annie and Xiaoxiong, what's there to ask? Go for it. Gu Chenzhou, wait, should I call her a designated driver? After all, it's just the two of us alone. What if she thinks I have ulterior motives? Annie and Xiaoxiong. Annie and Little Bear, Gu Chenzhou, you're single by your own doing. Annie and Bear, she's already asked you to drive her home, and you're still agonizing over whether to call a ride? Do you want her to bond with the taxi driver instead? Not Chengzhou, then, should I just drive her home? Annie and Xiaoxiong, duh. Hurry up, stop dawdling. Gu Chenzhou took a deep breath and looked up at Su Nianqiu. Then give me the keys. Su Nianqiu nodded slightly, handing over the keys with her usual cool tone, Gu Chenzhou felt a wave of relief wash over him as he followed Su Nianqiu straight into the parking lot. The car's over here. A Maserati, a globally limited edition model. The moment Gu Chenzhou saw the car, his head spun. This little rich girl wasn't just rich, she was incredibly wealthy. Upon reaching the car, he instinctively pulled open the rear door. But Su Nianqiu stood beside the passenger door, watching him with a calm expression. I'll sit up front. Gu Chenzhou? Wait, isn't the school beauty supposed to be aloof? Shouldn't she be sitting in the back to keep her distance? He silently closed the door, walked around to the driver's seat, his heart racing. The confined space of the car made Su Nianqiu's faint fragrance linger at his nostrils, causing Gu Chenzhou's hands gripping the steering wheel to sweat slightly. He stole a glance and saw Su Nianqiu staring at her phone, her profile looking especially delicate in the dim car light. Address, he asked softly. Jinqiu Garden, Su Nianqiu replied, giving the name of the location. Gu Chenzhou's heart skipped a beat. Jinqiu Garden was a renowned upscale neighborhood in the city where standalone villas started at 8 figures. Was such a wealthy woman really within his reach? Silently pressing the accelerator, Gu Chenzhou gritted his teeth. The strategist was right, this move was a surefire win. The bold get rich, the timid starve. What if? Half an hour later, the car slowly entered Jinqiu Garden. Following Su Nianqiu's directions, Gu Chenzhou parked in front of a luxurious villa. We're here. Seeing the elegantly decorated villa with his own eyes, Gu Chenzhou's lips twitched. The courage he'd mustered deflated by half. He didn't consider himself a coward after all, anyone would freeze up facing such a gap. Forget it. Better head back and clear my head. Gu Chenzhou unbuckled his seatbelt and stepped out, about to take his leave. But just then, Su Nianqiu stepped out of the car and said casually, come in. Gu Chenzhou? Huh? He didn't catch on right away. Su Nianqiu glanced at him. It's dinner time. Finish eating before you go. Gu Chenzhou's mind buzzed as he instinctively glanced at his phone. Gu Chenzhou, strategist. The school beauty invited me to dinner at her place. Annie and Little Bear, you got this. Annie and Little Bear, she's definitely into you. Gu Chenzhou, cut the crap. I'm freaking out right now. Annie and Xiao Xiong, panic my ass. This is a golden opportunity. Stay calm, don't chicken out. Unsinkable, picture. Unsinkable, look at her place. That huge villa could buy my life. Do you think I'm worthy? Annie and Little Bear, you are. You're handsome. You're skilled. She definitely likes you. Unsinkable? Unsinkable, how do you even know if I'm good at gaming? Annie and Little Bear. We're talking about your gaming skills, you jerk. Annie and Xiao Xiong, hurry up. She's already invited you. Gu Chenzhou took a deep breath, about to reply, when the villa's courtyard gate slowly slammed shut. Chapter 5, Gu Chenzhou. You bastard. Gu Chenzhou. Su Nianqiu, let's go. Gu Chenzhou, alright. Once inside the villa, Su Nianqiu instructed the butler to arrange dinner. Make yourselves comfortable. I'll change upstairs. Gu Chenzhou sat stiffly on the living room sofa, feeling like he was sitting on pins and needles, frantically messaging his strategist. Unchained, strategist. I'm in her living room right now. She went upstairs to change. What should I do? Annie and Little Bear, what else can you do? Go upstairs and peek. Evil grin. Unsinking ship, if I rot in jail, I won't be able to play ranked matches with you. Pointing finger. Annie and Xiao Xiong, just kidding. Calm down first, don't act like some naive fool who has never seen the world. Unsinkable ship, I don't want to be this clueless either. Unsinkable, but her living room is bigger than my whole house. Annie and Little Bear. In the bedroom, Su Nianqiu changed into a loose-fitting dress. Her pale fingers slid along the straps, causing the fullness at her chest to tremble slightly. Oomph, you coward. Gu Chenzhou waited on the sofa for ages before Su Nianqiu finally descended the stairs. She had removed her jewelry, her hair falling loosely around her shoulders, giving her an air of approachable simplicity. Would you like something to drink? Su Nianqiu opened the refrigerator, glancing sideways at Gu Chenzhou. Gu Chenzhou picked up a glass from the coffee table and quickly replied, just water for me, please. Su Nianqiu nodded, grabbed a bottle of milk, and sat on the other side of the sofa, sipping it slowly. Gu Chenzhou shifted uncomfortably, offering an awkward smile to lighten the mood. Your place is really beautiful. Su Nianqiu pursed her lips, licking the milk from the corner of her mouth. This is the wedding home my dad prepared for me. He said if I ever married a penniless guy, I should bring him here to live. Ha! Gu Chenzhou froze for a moment. This piece of information was crucial. He felt like he was back in the game. Unsubmerged, strategist, good news. Gu Chenzhou sent a flurry of messages relaying Su Nianqiu's words to the strategist. Unsinkable, strategist. I've already thought of names for the child. Annie and Little Bear, awesome. Then hurry up and sweep her off her feet. Staring at the messages on his phone, Gu Chenzhou hesitated. After a moment, he carefully crafted his reply. Unsunken ship, strategist, setting aside whether I have a chance or not, even if I did, should I really go for her? Su Nianqiu's smile faded, and she frowned. Annie and Little Bear, what do you mean? You have a chance and you're still hesitating? Gu Chenzhou, she's beautiful and wealthy, but I'm not sure if I genuinely like her. I can't pursue her just for money and looks, right? That wouldn't be fair to her. Unsinkable boat, we may be ordinary folks, but we shouldn't act solely based on what's advantageous without considering what's right. Acting solely based on advantage, not right and wrong. Su Nianqiu glanced at the earnest-looking young man out of the corner of her eye, a delighted smile playing at her lips. Annie and Little Bear, don't panic. Being attracted to someone is the first step in romance. We're not telling you to pursue her immediately. Try asking her out a few times first. If you feel she doesn't recognize you, then try pursuing her. Unscuttled, makes perfect sense, truly the strategist you are. Annie and Little Bear, of course. Before he knew it, half an hour had passed and dinner was served. Gu Chenzhou lifted his head from the chat and froze at the sight of the table laden with dishes. Sweet and sour spare ribs, spicy chicken, water-boiled fish. Why were they all his favorites? What a coincidence. You like these dishes too, he couldn't help asking. Su Nianqiu bent her head to pick up some food, her phone screen displaying a friend's late-night rant on social media. I'm craving sweet and sour spare ribs. I'm craving spicy chicken. I'm craving boiled fish. Su Nianqiu gave a faint nod, still cool and distant. Yeah, I like Sichuan cuisine. Gu Chenzhou scratched his head, sensing something was off but unable to pinpoint it. Gu Chenzhou, strategist. Everything her chef makes is exactly what I love. Annie and Little Bear, your tastes match so perfectly, seems like you two are meant for each other. Gu Chenzhou, did she investigate me? Annie and Xiaoxiong, no way, are you kidding? Annie and Xiaoxiong, never mind that for now. While the mood's good, ask her out for dinner next time. With the strategist's encouragement, Gu Chenzhou hesitated before gathering his courage. Thanks for dinner today. Next time. I'll treat you? Su Nianqiu paused with her chopsticks, lifting her gaze to meet his. No need to wait until next time. Gu Chenzhou, huh? Su Nianqiu, just bring me breakfast tomorrow. Gu Chenzhou? Gu Chenzhou, strategist. She wants me to bring her breakfast tomorrow. Annie and Little Bear, whoa. Annie and Little Bear, told you she wasn't that aloof. At 8 p.m., Gu Chenzhou was still dazed as he stepped out of the villa. Was he really supposed to bring breakfast? His classmates would definitely call him a clown if they found out, right? That hesitation vanished the moment he got home, because Annie and Little Bear bombarded him with gifts and issued a strict order. He absolutely had to bring breakfast tomorrow morning. Gu Chenzhou was speechless. He couldn't help but wonder if this sugar baby sister was treating him like a dating game. The next morning, Gu Chenzhou stood at the school gate, holding the carefully prepared breakfast, feeling uneasy. Gu Chenzhou? Suddenly, a familiar voice called out. He turned his head and saw Zhang Shanshan striding toward him with an air of arrogance. Zhang Shanshan's gaze fell on the breakfast in his hands, and the corners of her mouth lifted. Finally decided to come butter me up? She reached out to take the breakfast. Fine. Since you brought me breakfast, I'll forgive you. Gu Chenzhou, question mark. He silently sidestepped her, utterly baffled. Zhang Shanshan's hand froze mid-air, her expression darkening instantly. What do you mean? I'm giving you an out here, what more do you want? Gu Chenzhou ignored her, his gaze sweeping across the room until it landed on Su Nianqiu approaching from afar. His eyes lit up, and he quickened his pace to meet her. Breakfast. He handed it over, his tone light. Su Nianqiu took it, uttering a faint yet the corners of her mouth lifted in an almost imperceptible smile. Zhang Shanshan stood rooted to the spot, watching their retreating figures, stomping her foot in frustration. Gu Chenzhou. You bastard. Chapter 6, The Nice Guy Card. Her fists clenched tightly, her teeth gritted in fury. By now, several people around them had begun pointing and whispering. Holy crap! What's going on? Gu Chenzhou isn't sucking up to Zhang Shanshan anymore. Pfft, I wouldn't suck up to her either. See that gorgeous girl? She's our third middle school student council president. The famously stunning Su Nianqiu. She really is stunning. Zhang Shanshan standing next to her looks like a cheap knockoff. Zhang Shanshan listened to these words, feeling like her lungs were about to explode with rage. She was clearly a noble black swan. All men were merely tools to be summoned at her whim and dismissed at her command. She reveled in that sense of superiority. But never in her wildest dreams did she imagine that bastard Gu Chenzhou would ruin her reputation. It was utterly unforgivable. Gu Chenzhou, just you wait. I'm not done with you. Oomph. Zhang Shanshan stomped her foot in frustration, turned on her heel, and sashayed away, her ample hips swaying with each step. Gu Chenzhou didn't even glance at her. His thoughts had already flown to Su Nianqiu. He couldn't fathom why, but every time he faced her, an inexplicable flutter stirred within him. His heart pounded wildly, leaving him tongue-tied. Sorry, I didn't expect that woman to keep hanging around like a ghost. Su Nianqiu gave a faint smile, waving the breakfast in her hand. Thanks for breakfast, I really enjoyed it. But, could you skip the sugar in tomorrow's soy milk? I'm trying to lose weight lately. With that, she turned and walked away. Gu Chenzhou was stunned. Huh? What did she mean? In situations like this, he'd normally seek out his career advisor first. Gu Chenzhou, hello? Hello? Strategist, new developments. Gu Chenzhou, I think I might have upset someone today. Annie and Little Bear? Meanwhile, Su Nianqiu, who had just left, fiddled with her phone while furrowing her brow slightly. She muttered to herself, really? Unsinkable boat, I'm serious. Oh man, this might be the end. It hasn't even started yet, and this relationship is already over. Unsinkable, a chilling song for myself, the cool moonlight turns my longing for you into a river. Annie and Little Bear, stop, stop, stop. Can you at least tell us why? Unsinkable ship, she didn't seem to like the breakfast I brought today. She said not to add sugar tomorrow. Could she be upset? Annie and Little Bear, bro, is there a chance she was hinting for you to keep bringing breakfast tomorrow? What kind of brainwave is that? Annie and Little Bear, seriously, did you donate all your brainpower to League of Legends? Truly my ace strategist. Gu Chenzhou suddenly realized, holy crap. Right. She was hinting for me to keep bringing breakfast tomorrow. In that instant, he felt as though he'd eaten honey, utterly overjoyed. Not far away, Su Nianqiu tucked away her phone, a faint smile curling her lips. This is interesting. Meanwhile, Jiang Shanshan stormed off, hands on her hips. The two massive mounds of softness pressed against her arms, appearing even more rounded. She was a trashy woman, even she admitted that. But objectively speaking, Jiang Shanshan truly had an impressive figure. Curvy in all the right places, her bold fashion choices perfectly accentuated her figure. And sure enough, she'd only been standing there a moment before at least several hungry stares locked onto her. To be precise, they were fixated on the fullness of her chest. Every time she felt those gazes, Jiang Shanshan felt incredibly pleased. Exactly. She was this beautiful, how could that beggar Gu Chenzhou not like her? Impossible. Based on her years of experience as a manipulative woman, he must be playing hard to get. Exactly. She had no idea how Gu Chenzhou had ended up with Su Nianqiu, but they were clearly from two different worlds. Absolutely. Absolutely. There's no way they could be entangled. Even if she didn't want to admit it, Jiang Shanshan knew deep down that if Su Nianqiu wanted to, she could wave her hand and have suitors lining up from here all the way to France. Rich, powerful bachelors? She could pick and choose any she wanted. But Gu Chenzhou? Besides being good at some crappy game and being a bit handsome, what else did he have going for him? If she had Su Nianqiu's background, she'd probably be basking in the sea breeze in Sanya by now. Oomph. I refuse to believe it. Yes, Jiang Shanshan was ready to pull off some bold moves. That very afternoon, she tracked down Su Yang after confirming Gu Chenzhou wasn't in class, of course. At this hour, he was almost always hanging out at the esports club. After all, Gu Chenzhou was the club president. High school esports clubs weren't particularly important anyway after all, they didn't count toward college entrance exam scores. They were mainly for entertainment. This particular club, however, was personally sponsored by the student council and only had a few computers. Gu Chenzhou had initially resisted the presidency, but he couldn't refuse the student council's insistence. Besides, the position came with a 2,000 yuan annual stipend. With no other choice, he finally accepted the position after all, they were offering far too much. Su Yang, could you come out for a moment? Jiang Shanshan had just entered the classroom when she lowered her head, her hands fidgeting nervously in front of her stomach. Su Yang immediately caught a strong, sweet scent wafting toward his nostrils. Shanshan, you. Su Yang felt a bit at a loss. He didn't know how to face Jiang Shanshan. Yesterday, she had clearly agreed to be his girlfriend, and the news had spread everywhere. But what was the result? The surrounding onlookers, clueless about the situation, immediately started cheering. Hey, the wife came to see Brother Yang. Su Yang, you're such a tease. Your girlfriend's so gorgeous, and you won't even introduce her to us? How fair is that? Su Yang's face flushed bright red. Even though he knew Jiang Shanshan wasn't actually his girlfriend, in that moment, he was swept away by this inexplicable sense of vanity. Shanshan, let's talk outside. Jiang Shanshan nodded obediently. She was no heartbreaker now, she was clearly the pure moonlight. It was precisely this face that had deceived Gu Chenzhou before, turning him into a devoted admirer for all these years. The moment they turned the corner, Jiang Shanshan looked embarrassed. Su Yang, are you upset? Ha? No, why would I be angry? Jiang Shanshan flashed a wide grin. I knew you'd be the most generous. Actually, I like you too. After all, you're so handsome and full of energy. In an instant, Su Yang's lips curved into a perfect Nike swoosh. If someone snapped a photo of this and posted it online, it would definitely make headlines. The new generation's crooked mouth campus war god was born. But that single word instantly chilled his heart halfway. What the hell was this? Doesn't this feel familiar? I know you're a good person, but we're just not compatible? Damn it! I actually got the nice guy card? Chapter 7, Meeting Zhu Biao. Su Yang, first of all, since I'm a girl, I have to test you a little. Only when I'm certain you love me will I dare entrust myself to you, don't you agree? At that moment, Su Yang's eyes had transformed into two entirely new shapes. What the hell was she babbling about? He hadn't understood a single word. The only words he caught were, "Give myself to you." Body. And this entire scene was completely noticed by Jiang Shanshan. She curled her lips in disdain. Pfft. Stinking beggar. Of course, such words could only be muttered inwardly. Rest assured, Shanshan. My love for you is as clear as day and night. Just watch, I won't let you down. Jiang Shanshan nodded obediently. See? That's how a suck-up is made. Simple as that. She'd only exerted half her effort, and this guy was already groveling. Everything unfolded exactly as she'd anticipated. Oh, right, Su Yang, I remember your cousin is in the student council, right? Something like Zhu Biao? Huh? Yeah, why? He's the vice president of the student council. Shan, do you need help with something? Just tell me, my cousin's got serious clout in the student union. A word from him can get anything done. Jiang Shanshan's eyes lit up. Well, could you introduce me to him? After all, he's your cousin. As his future sister-in-law, I should build a good rapport with him. That way, he can say nice things about you in front of relatives later. Wouldn't that make you look good? Su Yang was floating on air. Yes, he was absolutely floating in outer space right now. It felt absolutely incredible. Jiang Shanshan's two sentences had hooked him like a fish, no exaggeration. Alright. I'll introduce you to my cousin right away. Su Yang spun on his heel and took off running. A sinister smile curled at the corner of Jiang Shanshan's lips. Humph. Gu Chenzhou, you think you can keep up this act in front of me? I'll see just how long you can keep it up. Meanwhile, after lunch, Gu Chenzhou headed to the esports clubhouse. The entire club had only 5 or 6 members. The vice president was Fizi, his best buddy. Of course, he hadn't become vice president just because of connections. The main reason was that this guy used to be the king of Black Rose. Black Rose, well, those in the know understood. Most members were soft-spoken girls, though there were certainly some bold and cute ones too. Fei Zi chose Black Rose solely to hear that line in the voice chat, "Big bro, you're so awesome." But speaking of that, there's a little side story. Last year, he carried a girl from silver all the way to master rank. The two of them went on a killing spree together. He handled the killing, while she just cheered him on. Don't ask why he was so hyped, it's because she promised to spend the night with him if he got her to master rank. And she added a note, "No need to carry me, I'll take pills." For those 2 days, the guy was like he'd been injected with adrenaline, grinding even harder than during training camp at least 17 or 18 hours a day. What defines an internet-addicted teenager? This is what a internet-addicted teenager looks like. He finally achieved his goal and reached master rank. That night marked the most triumphant moment of Fizi's life. He even went out of his way to slick his hair back with gel. But an hour later, he came back with several cuts on his face. According to Fizi, the person looked like a girl from afar, but up close, there was an iron rod standing right in front of them. He'd worked his ass off for over 10 days, only to nearly get played in the end. After that, Fizi deleted his Black Rose account and threw himself into esports full-time. He truly achieved, with no women in his heart, his swordplay became divine. As for the other guys, they were all suburban masters and gatekeepers, basically worthless. Bro, I heard about your situation. Hang in there. Gu Chenzhou shot Fizi a glance. What the hell are you talking about? What grief? Still putting on a brave face in front of me? Don't worry, my shoulders are broad. You can lean on me anytime. It's just a woman. 3-legged toads are hard to find, but 2-legged women are everywhere. You can't let one Jiang Shanshan take away your fighting spirit. Gu Chenzhou rolled his eyes. Fine, just shut up already. I knew you wouldn't have anything worthwhile to say. Honestly, I'm not chasing her anymore. I have standards, you know? Fine. I can't be bothered arguing with you. There's an internet cafe league coming up in a couple days. Let's get involved, yeah? We need some cash. The guys are practically starving. After all, the esports club wasn't like other clubs. The school doesn't offer much support, so they have to earn their own membership fees. Gu Chenzhou's gaming talent was exceptional, a high-tier champion in the first district, no explanation needed. He usually led the guys in cybercafe tournaments, where first prize was usually 2 or 3,000 yuan, enough to cover the membership fees. We'll see. Lately, his mind hasn't been on the club at all. Every time he closes his eyes, Su Nianqiu's image floods his thoughts. Gu Chenzhou patted Fizi's shoulder, then flopped sideways onto the sofa, crossed his legs, and started daydreaming. Fatty rolled his eyes. The only thing tough about him is his mouth. He clearly can't bear to part with Jiang Shanshan. What's he pretending for? Meanwhile, Jiang Shanshan had finally managed to meet Zhu Biao. Before meeting Zhu Biao, she had already sent Su Yang away. Mainly because she feared Su Yang might find out about what was about to happen. They met in the student council lounge. At first, Zhu Biao was reluctant, cursing under his breath. Damn it, you crazy? Waking me up in the middle of the day when I'm trying to sleep? What the hell do you want? But the moment he spotted Jiang Shanshan in the room, he instantly transformed into a lovesick puppy. Hey, beautiful, you wanted to see me? Jiang Shanshan looked at Zhu Biao, his face covered in fleshy rolls, 2 dark lines around his neck, his skin tone rivaling that of third brother. She couldn't help but think locking him up with a lizard in the same room would make for some entertaining drama. And when Zhu Biao leaned in close, that distinctive, pungent odor wafting off him was downright sickening. Under normal circumstances, Jiang Shanshan wouldn't even glance at someone like him. But now, well, this was a special circumstance. She forced a faint smile and gave a slight bow. Hello, brother Biao. The dress Jiang Shanshan wore today had been specially designed with a low, wide neckline. When she bowed, Zhu Biao's eyes were drawn straight inside. Between those 2 plump spheres lay a mysterious, fragrant valley that instantly stirred a physical reaction in Zhu Biao. He swallowed hard, his mind consumed with the urge to pounce on the voluptuous figure before him. Chapter 8, Following the Network Cable. Not an exaggeration. Before Jiang Shanshan could lift her head, a transparent thread slowly drifted down to the floor. Ha! She was utterly baffled. What the hell was this thing? But the moment Jiang Shanshan looked up, she nearly vomited. What the hell? That bastard Zhu Biao's drool was just hanging straight down. When people say drooling, isn't that usually just hyperbole? But with this bastard, it was pure reality. Though Jiang Shanshan felt utterly disgusted, she forced herself to endure it. Brother Biao, are you even listening to me? Jiang Shanshan forced a sweet smile. Oh? Of course, of course. Zhu Biao was already completely smitten. To be honest, brother Biao, there's something I've been meaning to tell you. It's been weighing on my heart and I feel so miserable. At this point, Jiang Shanshan suddenly thrust out her chest. Staring at those 2 large spheres, Zhu Biao swallowed hard. Shanshan, just say what's on your mind. No need to be polite with brother Biao. Jiang Shanshan nodded obediently. It's all because of that Gu Chenzhou from the esports club. He's gone way too far. He keeps bullying me, using his position as club president to pressure me into dating him. But I like guys like brother Biao, real men. I couldn't care less about those pretty boy types. But? Jiang Shanshan grew more and more aggrieved as she spoke, already wiping away tears. What? Zhu Biao's eyes widened in shock. How could this happen? Brother Biao, he's been so cruel, constantly harassing me. If this keeps up, I'm afraid I'll have to drop out of school. Zhu Biao clenched his fists tightly, breathing heavily, his face flushed with righteous indignation. Damn it! Just some esports club president and he thinks he's some kind of god? Shan, don't worry. That esports club was funded by our student council in the first place. If they're asking for it, I'll kick them out right now. Jiang Shanshan's eyes lit up instantly, her almond-shaped eyes sparkling. Wow, really? Toying with these people was just too easy. Feeling her admiring gaze, Zhu Biao patted his chest with confidence. Of course. Dealing with these little punks? That's just a word from me. I'm the vice president of the student union. In this school, I'm second to none. Brother Biao, you're the best. I knew you were the toughest. That loser Gu Chenzhou is like an egg hitting a stone compared to you. Zhu Biao basked in the praise. Shan, just wait for my good news. No sooner had he finished speaking than Zhu Biao grabbed his phone, his voice raspy from years of smoking. Hello? 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 Gather the student council members. Meet at the playground later. Yes. Hurry up. After seeing Zhu Biao off, Jiang Shanshan's lips curved into a triumphant smile. Oomph. Gu Chenzhou, this is only the beginning. You're not even worthy of going up against me. Meanwhile, Gu Chenzhou had already begun fantasizing about his wedding ceremony with Su Nianqiu. He was just about to reach the bridal chamber stage, feeling all excited. But a barrage of WeChat messages abruptly jolted him awake. Who is it? So rude. He immediately grabbed his phone, only to find it was his sugar daddy. Annie and Little Bear, are you there? Are you there? I'm so bored. Hurry up and take me for a game. Annie and Little Bear, are you busy? Why aren't you replying? Annie and Little Bear, you jerk. I worked my ass off as your strategist, helping you chase girls, and now you just dump me after using me? Are you even human? Annie and Little Bear, I'm giving you 3 more seconds. If you don't reply, I'm blocking you. Seeing the other party about to start counting down, Gu Chenzhou was startled. After all, he still needed her strategic guidance for now. Not Chenzhou, hold up. Sis, you fired off 10 messages in 3 seconds flat. How the hell was I supposed to reply in time? Annie and Little Bear, disdainful emoji. Pfft, you're such a one-trick pony. Everyone says gaming is all about reaction speed, right? Annie and Xiaoxiong, with your grandpa-level reaction time, you think you can play League of Legends? Put. Gu Chenzhou's face darkened. Seriously, did this woman eat gunpowder or something? Not Chenzhou, so do you still want to climb the ranks? Annie and Xiaoxiong, yes. Get to work already. This guy, he's actually pretty entertaining, like a damn two-faced person. Currently, he and her were playing in the Emerald tier. With Gu Chenzhou's skill, it's no exaggeration he could win even if he tied a dog to his mouse. They were playing the duo lane. Gu Chenzhou picked his signature hero, VN. The moment the hero was selected, a cold, authoritative voice crackled through his headset, "Filthy moron." Meanwhile, Annie and Little Bear picked out the cat. It must be said, this champion is damn easy to play. Honestly, even someone with half their body disabled could manage it. For someone like Gu Chenzhou, who pursued the pinnacle of skill, he couldn't stand heroes like Misfortune. They were for the clumsy. But what can you do? Kitty's so easygoing and never takes the blame, making it a favorite among many little fairies. Gu Chenzhou, sweating emoji boss, do we really have to play cat? What's the fun in that? Why don't I just take you to play Contra instead? Annie and Bear, how dare you mock my skills? I love playing Kitty, I love riding rushshot over you, so what? Annie and Little Bear, if you're unhappy, then don't bring us along. But, oomph. Go chase the school beauty yourself. Gu Chenzhou's face darkened. What a nightmare. Not Chenzhou, fine, you win. Your servant loves being ridden over, is that better? Annie and Little Bear, humph. That's more like it. Arrogant expression, kindly remember your place from now on, okay? Anyway, there's only one of these. Might as well treat it as mental training. The kitten wasn't exactly hard to control. Even a clumsy boss like me could land ultimate moves on its rear end. What the hell is this? Attacking the turret? But even so, the bot lane duo was still dominating the lane. Within just 7 or 8 minutes of the game starting, they were already diving towers for kills. Just like Draven's partner helping Vincent, they're basically getting a major item every time they back. Annie and Little Bear, nice work, kid. Either this is pro-level play or he's got some real talent. Looks like I didn't waste my money after all. Unsinkable ship, absolutely. I'll make sure you feel right at home. The two were chatting happily, having already taken down the bottom lane's inner turret and preparing for a team fight. But just then, the door to the esports club was kicked open. A loud thud echoed through the room. Gu Chenzhou frowned slightly. He'd assumed it was that fatso kicking his way in. Just as he was about to turn around and yell at him, he saw the sea of heads behind him and froze. Could it be that someone cursed someone else in a game and that person followed the network cable over to take them down one-on-one? Chapter 9, What an overbearing official. Who's there? Gu Chenzhou glanced over and asked. By then, Feezy and a few other brothers from the esports club had gathered around. What's going on? What are you guys doing? Meanwhile, Gu Chenzhou's phone kept vibrating non-stop. Annie and Xiao Xiong, hey. Why are you lagging? Where are you? Annie and Xiao Xiong, we're about to win. Where are you? Don't tell me you disconnected. Staring at the messages on his phone, Gu Chenzhou fell deep in thought. He glanced at Zhu Biao and the others, then back at the chat window. After all, she was the boss. Gu Chenzhou naturally had to calm her down first. Gu Chenzhou, sorry, the esports club got some uninvited guests. A bit of trouble. Gu Chenzhou, I'll log off for a bit. I'll make it up to you next time. Reality always takes precedence over games, and Gu Chenzhou certainly wouldn't play right now. Sure enough, the moment he sent the message, the reply came back. Annie and Xiao Xiong, deal. Take care. Gu Chenzhou breathed a sigh of relief. Who's the president here? Xu Biao stood with his arms crossed, flanked by over a dozen student council members. Though empty-handed, each of them radiated an overwhelming presence. Fatty looked displeased. Hold on, who are you guys? What are outsiders doing here? These guys looked pretty aggressive. Hope they weren't here to cause trouble. This doesn't concern you. Go get your president out here. Xu Biao shot a condescending glance at the fat guy. What do you mean it's none of my business? You outsiders barging in and acting like you own the place? Get out now, or don't blame me for getting rough. Fatty scanned the room, grabbed the keyboard from the desk, and pointed it at Zhu Biao as he shouted. Look at him clearly. This is our student union vice president, and he's here to see your club president. A student standing beside Zhu Biao declared haughtily. Vice president? Fatty glanced at Zhu Biao, who was even fatter than him, and clearly froze. These days, someone like this could become vice president? Pulled strings? That's right. So who's your president? Get him out here now. Xu Biao glanced at Feezy, then scanned the surroundings. Gu Chenzhou slowly raised his head, scanning Zhu Biao and the people behind him. I'm the president of the esports club. What do you want? Xu Biao sized him up from head to toe. So you're that pretty boy. Let me introduce myself, I'm Zhu Biao. You should know why I'm here, right? Gu Chenzhou shook his head. I don't even know you. I really don't understand what business you have with me. But the student union? Could it be he has a crush on Su Nianqiu? Did he find out about me delivering breakfast this morning and now wants to cause trouble? Xu Biao sneered coldly. Gu Chenzhou, what are you playing at now? Since you're playing dumb when you know full well, I'll just say it plainly, Jiang Shanshan is my sister. I hear you've been harassing her constantly, using your position as esports club president as cover. What is that about? A lousy esports club president giving you a sense of superiority, huh? You actually think some club president could threaten my sister? You've got some nerve. Gu Chenzhou was stunned, staring at Zhu Biao with a head full of question marks. When had he ever done such a thing? But with the other side outnumbering him, there was no point in confronting them. Gu Chenzhou composed himself and quickly spoke up. Vice President Zhu, I think you've got the wrong idea. I've never harassed Jiang Shanshan. Honestly, I hope I never have to see her again in this lifetime. Do you understand what I mean? He had no desire for further dealings with Jiang Shanshan after all, in her eyes, he was nothing more than a disposable wallet. As for Zhu Biao, for a split second, he felt his brain couldn't process it all. How could Gu Chenzhou's account be so completely different from Jiang Shanshan's version? But just then, a voice spoke up from behind him. Biao, don't believe a word this kid says. He's definitely lying to you. What? Zhu Biao looked utterly confused. I'm from the class next to his. Who in the surrounding classes doesn't know he used to constantly harass Jiang Shanshan? Everyone knows he's been chasing after Jiang Shanshan like a dog. She clearly doesn't want anything to do with him, but he keeps saying she's his girlfriend all day long. He's got no shame at all. The student whispered. He was one of Jiang Shanshan's own sycophants. Gu Chenzhou had always been by her side before, which had made him insanely jealous. Now that he finally had a chance to get Gu Chenzhou away from Jiang Shanshan, he wasn't about to let it slip. Hearing this, Gu Chenzhou felt his face turn beet red. Damn! Even if he jumped into the Yellow River, he'd probably never wash away this stain. It was all ancient history, why did they have to dig it up again? But thinking about it carefully, it was true. If anyone was to blame, it was himself for being such a suck-up back then. What else do you have to say for yourself now? Zhu Biao frowned, his gaze fixed on Gu Chenzhou. Gu Chenzhou shook his head gently and spread his hands helplessly. That was all in the past. I genuinely have no connection with her now. Oomph. You think I'd believe a word you say? Zhu Biao snorted coldly. Don't think I don't know you're just making this up because you're scared, right? Gu Chenzhou shook his head. I have no reason to lie to you. Cut the bull. I'm not some naive kid. Don't try to fool me. Zhu Biao pointed his finger right at Gu Chenzhou's nose. You've repeatedly abused your position to bully female students at school. It's absolutely unforgivable. I hereby announce that starting today, the esports club is disbanded. What? Gu Chenzhou's eyes widened. While the esports club offered few perks, most of Gu Chenzhou's matches were played there. Plus, the club president's stipend added another 2,000 yuan. If it was gone now, wouldn't that mean no more funding? What? Dissolve the esports club? Fatty immediately flew into a rage. No way, dude. Are you out of your mind? This isn't something you can decide. You're just the vice president. What gives you the right to just scrap it like that? I have that right. Got a problem with it? Zhu Biao folded his arms, relishing the feeling of wielding authority. Suck it up. And not only am I disbanding the club, but you're going to pay back every single penny the student council invested in you. Got it? Gu Chenzhou's head buzzed. This was outrageous. Fatty gritted his teeth in rage. Already hot-tempered, Zhu Biao's provocation pushed him to the brink. Old Gu, don't hold me back. I'm going to take him down today. Without a second thought, he strode toward Zhu Biao. Fatty, calm down. Gu Chenzhou grabbed his arm. Go ahead and try it if you've got the guts. If you get expelled or suspended, you'll be the one in trouble. Zhu Biao stared at Fizi, speaking bluntly. Fatty's eyes widened as rage surged within him. Just then, a cold voice came from outside the door. Zhu Biao, what are you doing? Chapter 10, the bet is set. The voice was extremely familiar. Sure enough. As Gu Chenzhou looked up, he saw a familiar figure approaching the doorway. Su Nianqiu remained as exquisite as ever. The white dress draped over her frame didn't feel plain at all. Instead, it gave her an ethereal, otherworldly aura. Even before she entered the room, that familiar, delicate fragrance had already wafted into Gu Chenzhou's nostrils. Zhu Biao immediately frowned. Su Nianqiu, what brings you here? The others also greeted Su Nianqiu. Hello, President. Hello, President. Not only that, they instinctively stepped back several paces, clearing a path in the center. Su Nianqiu walked straight up to Zhu Biao and spoke coldly. President, the esports club president has been acting improperly. Several students have come to me to complain. Zhu Biao stammered, besides, students should focus on their studies. What good is playing games? It'd be better to just disband the club. You say students have complained? Su Nianqiu's voice was quiet, but her tone was exceptionally cold. Then why didn't they come to me? Why did they come to you instead? Well, they probably couldn't find you, so they came to me instead. Zhu Biao shifted his mouth and swallowed hard. In that case, have those students come see me? We'll settle this here and now. Su Nianqiu's words were stern as she fixed her gaze on Zhu Biao. Well, I forgot to ask them their class and names. Zhu Biao wiped the sweat from his forehead. Every time he faced Su Nianqiu, he felt like he couldn't catch his breath. How could you forget? You were just talking about Jiang Shanshan a moment ago. Fei Zi immediately chimed in with a cutting remark. Zhu Biao turned and glared at Fizi, his eyes turning fierce. But Fizi paid no heed whatsoever. Instead, he turned to Su Nianqiu and said, President Su, what kind of nonsense is this? The vice president himself accuses our old Gu of harassing Jiang Shanshan, and now he wants to disband our esports club over it? Zhu Biao, is this true? Su Nianqiu fixed her icy gaze on Zhu Biao. No way. They're full of lies. Don't take them seriously, President. Zhu Biao quickly protested. I'll handle this matter. You don't need to interfere. Now, leave. Su Nianqiu pointed toward the door, signaling for them to depart. Zhu Biao's face flushed crimson. After all, he was the vice president of the student union. Yet here Su Nianqiu was publicly humiliating him like this. If he left now, where would he hang his old face? The thought made Zhu Biao grind his teeth in fury. President Su. There's something I'd like to ask you. Su Nianqiu frowned slightly. Go ahead. Her voice was as icy as ever, sending a chill down one's spine. Even Gu Chenzhou felt a momentary daze. By comparison, Su Nianqiu seemed almost gentler when she was with him. Zhu Biao cleared his throat twice. President Su, I don't understand why you're so protective of the esports club. First off, this club doesn't count toward academic credits or college entrance exams. Even the teachers think it's completely meaningless. Yet you're using student council funds to invest in this meaningless club. Not only that, but it seems you're even paying him a salary? At this point, Zhu Biao pointed his finger at Gu Chenzhou. I have to ask, what exactly is your relationship? Why are you going out of your way to help him? As Zhu Biao spoke, the surrounding crowd exchanged glances, their expressions shifting one by one. Damn, so he gets paid? We in the arts department don't even get that. What's up with that? Exactly. That's just not fair. The crowd murmured discontentedly, voicing their displeasure with Su Nianqiu's actions. Zhu Biao stood with his arms crossed, his face radiating confidence. President Su, did you see that? This isn't my idea, everyone thinks it's unfair. He thought having so many people speak up for him would quell Su Nianqiu's arrogance. But to his surprise, she remained as cold as ever. First off, this investment comes from my personal funds, not the student council. So if you're dissatisfied, feel free to find someone else to fund you. Of course, if you choose to withdraw from the student union, I won't say a word. In an instant, the room fell deathly silent. No one dared speak another word. Zhu Biao stared wide-eyed, utterly astonished. President Su. What kind of attitude is this? Attitude? If you're dissatisfied, take it up with the school administration. But don't forget who ensured your departments remained intact. These clubs were originally slated for abolition by the school. Without Su Nianqiu's intervention, third middle school would have lost its clubs long ago. Precisely because of this, none of them could utter a word in front of Su Nianqiu. Zhu Biao's face flushed crimson, yet he too remained silent. So, does anyone still have objections? Su Nianqiu surveyed the room, her voice cold and commanding. Perhaps it was a kind of bloodline suppression, but the moment those words left his mouth, the room fell so silent you could hear a pin drop. President Su, your actions have truly broken our hearts. I admit you've dedicated much to the student union, but if you, as president, can't lead by example, how can you expect others to follow? It must be said, Zhu Biao certainly knew how to speak his mind. Classic PUA. The problem was, his manipulation was flawless. President Su, using this money to fund a meaningless club is just a waste of resources. What do you mean meaningless? Su Nianqiu said, enunciating each word deliberately. Esports has boomed over the past 2 years, its future is bright. What makes you think pursuing esports is meaningless? Zhu Biao, however, curled his lips in disdain. I admit, esports has indeed flourished. But with a bunch of useless losers at our school, isn't staying here just a waste of time? If they actually had any talent, I wouldn't say a word. But spending money to keep a bunch of useless losers around. President, that's just not right, is it? Su Nianqiu paused. Since the esports club was founded, it hadn't achieved much to speak of. At best, they'd participated in a few internet cafe tournaments. They'd won championships and collected prize money, but it held no real value. Gu Chenzhou, who had remained silent all along, finally couldn't hold back. He didn't want to leave all the pressure on Su Nianqiu. As a man, he knew he had to step up in critical moments. He immediately stepped forward, blocking Su Nianqiu with his body, his gaze coldly fixed on Zhu Biao. Vice President Zhu, how do you know we can't handle it? Zhu Biao burst out laughing. What's there to say? 3 master-level goalkeepers plus 2 suburban champions? TSK, TSK, TSK. With that lineup, even my grandma could beat the crap out of you guys. I honestly don't get why you guys are so damn cocky. Instead of talking, why don't you spend that time practicing? Gu Chenzhou was speechless. Fine, let's test it then. Let's see what you're made of. Su Nianqiu's expression instantly hardened. Gu Chenzhou, you. It was clear she wanted to stop him. Chapter 11, too scared to show up? But Zhu Biao beat her to it, clapping his hands loudly. Ha ha ha. Brilliant. Brilliant. Everyone heard that, right? Those were his own words. Fine. Today, in front of all these people, let's make a bet. Tomorrow I'll bring a team over for a match. If I win, you have to announce the dissolution of the esports club at the flag-raising ceremony. Don't agree to it. Su Nianqiu desperately wanted to stop Gu Chenzhou, but it was already too late. Fine. But what if I win? Gu Chenzhou agreed on the spot. Ha ha ha. If you can win, pigs will climb trees. Xu Biao sneered. If you can do it, why can't pigs? The retort left Xu Biao's face turning green with anger. Oomph. All you're good for is talking big. Gu Chenzhou proposed, if I win, you leave the student council. And apologize to President Su for your attitude just now. Su Nianqiu paused. So, he had accepted the challenge just to defend her. Xu Biao sneered, striding toward Gu Chenzhou and whispering low. Kid, you'll pay for what you've done. Tomorrow, I can't wait to see you get your ass kicked. Gu Chenzhou ignored him. He preferred to prove himself through actions, not empty words. Xu Biao led his men away. Gu Chenzhou didn't seem to care. Even Fatty couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Old Gu, that was absolutely badass. That's exactly how you handle scum like Xu Biao. Rubbing his palms together, he added, my hands have been itching to fight lately. Guys, tomorrow's the match, give it your absolute all. Got it? The veteran goalkeepers nodded in agreement. Su Nianqiu, however, frowned deeply before speaking coldly. Gu Chenzhou, who gave you permission to agree to this? In an instant, the atmosphere that had just begun to ease immediately soured. Chairman Su, it's not old Gu's fault. That bastard Xu Biao is just infuriating. Fatty hurriedly tried to smooth things over. Didn't you hear what he said? To deal with scum like that, you have to beat him into submission. Give him a proper beating. I'm telling you, you have no idea how strong old Gu is. That kid is fierce, not your average guy. No matter who shows up, he'll absolutely destroy them. But Su Nianqiu shot him a glare. Even though the woman before him was beautiful enough to have stepped out of a painting, that icy glare just now still made Feezy's body stiffen involuntarily. Cold sweat instantly beaded on his forehead. Su President, is there a problem? Xu Biao may be a good-for-nothing, but I heard him mention he knows the captain of a pro gaming team. At the words professional gaming team, Feezy and the other club members all paled. Their eyes widened in unison. What the hell? A pro team? No way? Why didn't you mention this sooner? That's pro-level stuff. We'd be completely outclassed. We can hold our own in regular internet cafe tournaments, but going up against pros? We'd get completely crushed. They were just a bunch of amateurs, how could their hobby possibly challenge someone's livelihood? Even Fatty was starting to back down. He stared at Gu Chenzhou, panic written all over his face. Only now did Fatty finally grasp just how clueless he'd been. Old Gu, what should we do? The other team members were all feeling a bit intimidated. President, maybe we should just forfeit? Yeah. None of us stand a chance against him. Better not show up and get humiliated on stage. Everyone chimed in one after another, clearly scared stiff. What kind of situation is this? Dying before achieving victory? Gu Chenzhou glanced at the group. What? Before we even start, do you all have loser written on your foreheads? Keep your composure and trust me. He then gave a subtle nod to the chubby guy. Take them to training. Got it. Only after everyone had returned to training did Gu Chenzhou lead Su Nianqiu away from the esports club. Is it worth it to defy him just to prove a point? Su Nianqiu couldn't understand, was this really worth it? Gu Chenzhou nodded softly. Worth it. Su Nianqiu nodded softly and turned toward the academic building. Gu Chenzhou said nothing, silently returning to the esports club. At 9 o'clock that evening, the moment Gu Chenzhou arrived home, WeChat messages began popping up one after another. Annie and Xiao Xiong, are you there? Are you there? Why aren't you reporting the battle situation to the strategist? Don't love me anymore, huh? Annie and Xiao Xiong, humph. Love me deeply, or leave. For some reason. Every time Gu Chenzhou saw messages from Annie and Little Bear, he felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance. Not Shenzhou, boss, I'm here. What are your orders? Annie and Little Bear, didn't you say someone was causing trouble today? How's the situation? Gu Chenzhou, planning a match tomorrow to defend our last shred of dignity. Annie and Xiong Xiong, what? Are you confident? How strong is the opponent? After Gu Chenzhou finished explaining both sides' lineups, Annie and Xiong Xiong immediately lost their cool. Annie and Xiao Xiong, seriously, bro. Are you out of your mind? You guys are clearly no match for them. Annie and Little Bear, you want to send a team of old folks, weaklings, and cripples to box with Tyson? What's the point? Trying to rip them off? Gu Chenzhou rolled his eyes. His boss was great in every way except she never held back when she spoke. This is pure, unadulterated wickedness. Not Shenzhou, boss, you seem to have forgotten I'm the wildcard in this team. Annie and Little Bear, you? Rolling eyes emoji bro, you're only good for trolling low-tier matches. We're facing a king and grandmaster from the top tier. Having you on our team is like having 3 dogs tied to your ankles. Annie and Little Bear, I'd advise you to just surrender now. If that doesn't work, sweet talk us a bit, maybe we'll consider continuing to sponsor your esports club. How about it? Gu Chenzhou chuckled. This girl was quite something. Gu Chenzhou, I appreciate the offer, but I have more than enough reasons to keep playing. Gu Chenzhou, guess what that jerk said about my goddess? It infuriated me. If I don't teach him a lesson, he'll never understand why the flower blooms so red. Annie and Xiao Xiong, who knew you had a backbone? Gu Chenzhou, isn't this a must? Annie and Little Bear, since you have a match tomorrow, we'll let you off tonight. Get some sleep. Annie and Little Bear, but if you lose, don't blame us for looking down on you. Annie and Little Bear promptly logged off. Gu Chenzhou, preparing for tomorrow's match, skipped streaming tonight to rest properly. Meanwhile, at the Su family villa, Su Nianqiu set down her phone, dressed casually in her home attire. Normally, only the housekeeper was home besides her, and at this hour, the housekeeper had already gone home. Thus, Su Nianqiu wore only a silk nightgown. The nightgown fell just above her knees and featured an openwork design. Under the warm glow of the light, it perfectly outlined her fair, translucent skin. Especially through the sheer fabric, one could glimpse the faintly visible skin beneath and the graceful curves. Su Nianqiu smiled, a genuinely happy smile. It was completely at odds with her usual persona. It was clear she was eagerly anticipating tomorrow's competition. Chapter 12, Underhanded Tactics. The next day, at the esports club, Fizi and the others paced anxiously. Gu Chenzhou hadn't shown up yet, and he wasn't answering his phone. With the deadline fast approaching, what were they supposed to do? One of the members timidly asked. Fatty, did the president chicken out? Is he too scared to show up? Fatty shot him a glare. Bull. Old Gu isn't that kind of person. But the deadline is almost here. Just wait. I know him. But minutes later, instead of Gu Chenzhou, Zhu Biao arrived with a large group of men. Behind him followed 5 young men dressed in matching team uniforms. They were all in their 20s, each looking utterly nonchalant. Where's your president? He didn't run off, did he? After entering the room, Zhu Biao scanned the area and realized Gu Chenzhou hadn't shown up. Though Fizi felt uneasy, he still raised his voice defiantly. What's the rush? There's still time, isn't there? You want us to beat up these students? That's a bit too much, don't you think? Honestly, you guys shouldn't even bother fighting this. Yeah, this really is bullying them. How about I go easy on them later? Or maybe let them off the hook? These guys clearly didn't take the students seriously after all, this was their livelihood. Fatty was in a foul mood, but his fingers never stopped as he kept sending messages. But there was no reply from the other side. Could it be he really bailed at the last minute? As time ticked away, cold sweat began to bead on Fizi's forehead. Old Gu, what the hell are you doing? Time's almost up, and you guys can't even get 5 people together. You might as well just give up. After Zhu Biao finished speaking, he turned to glare at Su Nianqiu sitting beside him. President Su, you see? It's not that we don't want to compete, they just can't even field a team. So just call it off already, President Su. Everyone's busy, don't you agree? Su Nianqiu knew it was too late now. She never imagined that at this critical moment, Gu Chenzhou would prove so unreliable. Had she truly misjudged him? Just as Su Nianqiu was about to announce the winner, a familiar voice suddenly spoke up from behind her. Vice President Zhu, what's the rush? Is it written on my forehead that I lost? At these words, everyone immediately turned their heads. There stood Gu Chenzhou at the doorway. Old Gu, I knew you'd show up. You scared the hell out of me, where the hell were you just now? Fatty unleashed a barrage of questions. Gu Chenzhou sighed helplessly, what could I do? My shared e-bike ran out of battery on the way. You're here now, that's all that matters. Zhu Biao snorted coldly before waving his hand. We can begin. The members of the professional team all pulled out their laptops and plugged them in. There are computers over there. Why are we using laptops? Gu Chenzhou frowned slightly. Don't blame the equipment if you lose. That's not your concern. We'll just use these. Relax, whatever gear we use, just tally the results. Besides, this isn't us bullying anyone, right? After all, they were professionals. The group clearly didn't take Gu Chenzhou and his team seriously, thinking they could just go through the motions. Finally, it was time for the draft phase. This time, Gu Chenzhou went straight for the jungle role. After all, if he wanted to control the game, this was the only way to go. Of course, the proof is in the pudding. The enemy jungler immediately picked Spider Queen first pick, clearly showing just how confident they were. Gu Chenzhou didn't back down either. Instead of picking a team supporting champion like Sejuani, he locked in Lee Sin. Instantly, a magnetic voice echoed through his headset. I'll make your dreams come true with my own 2 hands. Soon, the game entered the loading screen. Charge! 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 Take them down! Hurry up, I can't hold them off. Wait, how's the enemy jungler here? They must be cheating. It had only been a few minutes since the match started, yet several members of the pro team were already being thoroughly outplayed by Gu Chenzhou. They'd intended to just mess around, but the situation was like boiling a frog in gradually heating water. By the time they realized the danger, it was already too late. The 5 of them stared at Gu Chenzhou's relentless gameplay across the map, shock etched on their faces. Is this guy really a high schooler? What kind of high schooler could slaughter 5 pro players like they were chicks? Perhaps fueled by Gu Chenzhou's overwhelming presence, Fizi and his teammates grew increasingly arrogant. With yet another wipe, the pro team members were too ashamed to lift their heads. This was utterly humiliating. Seeing such a huge advantage, Fizi burst into laughter. Awesome. Guys, push the lanes. Wave after wave. At that moment, everyone's spirits soared. They were already preparing to sound the victory horn prematurely. As for Zhu Biao, watching the unfolding match was pure agony. Seriously? This is a pro team? Anyone watching would think they were bullying newbies. He glanced at Gu Chenzhou's match history, then looked back at the pro team getting crushed. A sinking feeling washed over him. If they actually lost this, he'd have no face left to show anyone. At this rate, it was clear these guys wouldn't last much longer. No way. He had to stop this match. I never intended to resort to this method, but you brought this upon yourselves. Zhu Biao gritted his teeth, opened his phone contacts, found one number, and dialed it directly. After a few rings, Zhu Biao spoke coldly. Cut the power. In an instant, the entire esports club plunged into darkness. Fei Zi and the others, still basking in their joy, were instantly stunned. What the hell is this? In an instant, it felt like a dream. Everyone stared wide-eyed, their expressions filled with confusion. What the hell is going on? Fatty immediately let loose with a string of curses. Damn it all to hell. What the hell? A power outage at a time like this? Are you kidding me? We were about to win a historic victory. And just then, the power goes out? Could it be the circuit breakers worn out? Gu Chenzhou rubbed his chin. Even though this was an old academic building, it shouldn't be prone to such issues. Could it be their doing? His gaze immediately shifted to Zhu Biao. But what possible reason could they have for doing this? Professional teams were formidable enough they wouldn't stoop to such dirty tricks against a bunch of high schoolers. Su Nianqiu caught Gu Chenzhou's gaze and instinctively turned to glare at Zhu Biao. Did you do this? Zhu Biao shrugged his shoulders, wearing an innocent expression. President Su, what are you talking about? I don't understand a word you're saying. Chapter 13 Battered beyond recognition. Shameful. Su Nianqiu was furious. She never imagined Zhu Biao would stoop so low. Seeing he was no match for Gu Chenzhou, he resorted to such despicable tactics. This is truly going too far. Su Nianqiu said, enunciating each word deliberately. But Zhu Biao merely sneered. Why shouldn't it count? We made it perfectly clear before the match one round decides the winner. Even if the power went out, that was your own fault. You can't blame anyone else for that, can you? Zhu Biao shot a knowing glance at the members of the professional team. They understood Zhu Biao's meaning perfectly. Though this approach was unethical, it was their only option. Since they were using laptops, the power outage didn't affect them. So each of them connected to their phone hotspots and continued farming and leveling up. Fatty watched this unfold, seething with frustration. Damn it! You bastards! I knew you had your laptops for a reason. Turns out you were planning to pull the plug on us all along. Zhu Biao, however, remained calm and collected. This is your venue. If you're going to blame anyone, blame the unstable voltage. Who else can you blame? Gu Chenzhou stared at them. And you call yourselves professional players? What? Got a problem with that? Zhu Biao challenged, fixing his gaze on Gu Chenzhou. Gu Chenzhou said nothing, only pulling out his phone to start filming. Go ahead, keep playing. Let's see if you can still compete professionally after I post this footage online. Gu Chenzhou's phone was already recording, and the others sat there frozen in shock. Several people who were normally skilled operators suddenly froze up. If the footage had actually been released, it would have certainly affected them. The club might even fire them over the scandal. Professional players are already prohibited from competing in unauthorized matches. It's a clear violation of regulations. Now they'd have to win by cheating? How much more humiliating could it get? This footage could absolutely define the rest of their careers. Keep going. Why stop now? Fatty watched them freeze in place and burst into laughter. You were so cocky just now, why aren't you moving now? This round doesn't count. We can replay it. The team leader glared at Gu Chenzhou, his tone stern. Bull. You guys got wiped out earlier. All we need to do is push the tower to win. Fatty pointed his finger at Gu's nose and shouted, why should we play again? Are you even pro players? Pfft, more like professional scammers. The group was thoroughly humiliated by the tirade, yet they couldn't refute a word. Because Fatso hadn't said a single thing wrong. But Gu Chenzhou spoke up then. Fine. I agree. Wait, old Gu, have you lost your mind? We already won. Why do we need to replay it? Fatty grabbed Gu Chenzhou's shoulders and shook him hard. Snap out of it, man. Are you sure? Su Nianqiu walked over to Gu Chenzhou and asked him. Gu Chenzhou answered confidently, when it comes to games, I've never lost. Fine, let's do it your way. Though Su Nianqiu wasn't pleased, she had no choice but to agree. Zhu Biao felt a surge of secret delight. He walked over to the captain and said, be on your absolute best behavior later. Of course. The captain nodded. He was well aware of their opponent's strength. As long as they could suppress Gu Chenzhou, the rest wouldn't be a problem. So now, they needed to get serious. A few minutes later, the lights suddenly came on. Whoa, the power's back on. Fatso remarked, if we'd been any later, we'd all have to go to class. Gu Chenzhou pressed the power button with practiced ease. Enough chatter. Let's get this over with. Still so confident, huh? Xu Biao snorted coldly. That's none of your business. If it weren't for you cheating, we'd have won ages ago. Gu Chenzhou shot Xu Biao a glance. You'd better not pull any more tricks. Otherwise, who knows what might happen. Poof. Xu Biao folded his arms. That's what I should be saying. Soon, everyone rejoined the game and the second match had already begun. This time, Gu Chenzhou instantly picked the jungler role again. The others seamlessly picked their most proficient champions. As the match resumed, Gu Chenzhou gradually settled his focus. As for Su Nianqiu, she wasn't watching the match this time. Instead, she kept a close eye on Xu Biao, afraid he might cause trouble again. What the hell? This guy isn't even farming jungle camps? He's ganking me at level 1? He's crazy. Come help me. I'm already swamped over here. Despite their gameplay being much more solid than before, Gu Chenzhou still found their weaknesses. In just 10 short minutes, they found themselves back in the same crushed state as the first game. This situation had them questioning their own skills. Gotta hand it to old Gu, he's got you beat again. Watching the match slip toward victory, Fizi's chubby cheeks quivered with excitement. Gu Chenzhou casually remarked while manipulating his keyboard and mouse, basic skills, nothing special. Xu Biao stared at the crushing deficit, completely numb, his head buzzing. Even as the nexus was reduced to its final sliver of health, Xu Biao remained in a daze. He felt like he was dreaming. Only when Fizi and the other teammates erupted in cheers did he pinch himself hard. The sharp pain instantly jolted him awake. Xu Biao knew it was all real. Before he could process it, Gu Chenzhou had already stepped before him, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Xu Biao took a step back, his speech stuttering. What do you want? Gu Chenzhou spoke coldly. Xu Biao, according to our bet yesterday, you're no longer the vice president of the student council. Now, get down on your knees and apologize to President Su. Xu Biao gritted his teeth, glaring viciously at Gu Chenzhou. This can't be. You must have cheated. Let's have a rematch. Gu Chenzhou shrugged his shoulders. Everyone saw whether I cheated or not. Besides, I can stand up to any investigation. You're not going to back out now, are you? Everyone was here when we made that bet yesterday. You're not going to renege, are you? Xu Biao clenched his fists, seething with rage, wishing he could tear Gu Chenzhou apart. But, technically, he hadn't said anything wrong. Even Su Nianqiu delivered her final ultimatum. Xu Biao, you're a grown man. You've made your word your bond. Have you no shame left? Even Xu Biao's own followers in the student council all lowered their heads or turned their faces away, refusing to acknowledge him. For these turncoats, this was just standard procedure. Xu Biao glared and nodded fiercely. I'll remember this. You just wait. The moment the words left his mouth, Xu Biao turned toward Su Nianqiu. I'm sorry. I apologize to you. Chapter 14, Alcoholic Numbness. After apologizing, Xu Biao, feeling utterly humiliated, slunk away from the scene. As for the members of the professional team, they couldn't bear the humiliation. After losing the match, they grabbed their computers and fled. Fatty and his crew all burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. That was awesome. Way more satisfying than any cheesy novel. Exactly. Who'd have thought we'd beat the pros? Ha ha ha. This is something I can brag about for the rest of my life. Who can argue with that? The group celebrated wildly. Old Gu, how about we find a place to celebrate tonight? Fatty hooked his arm around Gu Chenzhou's shoulder, grinning. We definitely should celebrate, but you know I'm broke. Gu Chenzhou spread his hands helplessly. Simply put, he was broke. Any activity costing more than $5 was out of his league. How about I treat you guys? Su Nianqiu suggested. That wouldn't be right. Gu Chenzhou turned to look at Su Nianqiu. Su Nianqiu shook her head. Don't worry about it. I witnessed your success, after all. I should at least give you some kind of reward. Before Gu Chenzhou could respond, Fizi quickly chimed in. Thanks so much, President Su. We won't hesitate to accept your generosity. Surprisingly, Su Nianqiu felt a bit embarrassed herself as she looked at Gu Chenzhou. After school, I'll send you the location for the gathering. You can bring them over. With that, she turned and left the esports club. Gu Chenzhou stared at Su Nianqiu's retreating figure like a lovesick fool, chuckling to himself. But before anyone noticed, Fizi leaned close to his ear. TSK, look at that. Someone's grinning like a damn SpongeBob. How about I pull some strings and get you to play the role of a creep for a bit? Gu Chenzhou shot Fizi a disgusted look. Get lost. Why are you everywhere? Old Gu, I was wondering why you stopped fawning over Jiang Shanshan. Turns out it was all because of President Su. The guy stroked his chin bald as a coot, but he pulled off the look surprisingly well. What? Think you're some kind of relationship guru? Fatty nodded slightly. Based on my years of dating experience, you've definitely got the crush on President Su. Right? But I'm rooting for you. President Su is leagues ahead of Jiang Shanshan. Heh, you can't go wrong with her. Gu Chenzhou's face darkened. Oh my god. Can someone please come and take this fatso away? This guy is literally a waste of air when alive and a waste of land when dead. During afternoon self-study, Gu Chenzhou's phone vibrated. He jumped in fright. Thankfully, no teacher was around. If caught, his phone would surely be confiscated. He glanced at the screen and saw a message from his strategist. Annie and Little Bear, are you there? Are you there? What happened? You didn't completely lose track of them, did you? Oomph. Tell me the result right now. If you dare lose, I'll never pick you again. Gu Chenzhou started fiddling with his phone too. Anyway, there were no teachers around at this hour. Not Shenzhou, speechless emoji sis, I'm not a male model, why the constant clicking? I'm a decent person, okay? Annie and Little Bear, cut the crap. Spit it out, what happened? Not Shenzhou, of course I crushed them. Are you kidding? I'm your personal gold medal bodyguard. If I couldn't handle a few cloves of rotten garlic, wouldn't that reflect badly on you? Annie and Little Bear, now that's more like it. So you totally stole the show in front of the school beauty, right? Gu Chenzhou, what kind of joke is that? It's a given. Gu Chenzhou, oh, and I forgot to tell you the school beauty's throwing us a victory banquet tonight. Annie and Little Bear, lecherous smile emoji so you'll get a chance to get close to her? Spill it, what's your plan for tonight? Unstoppable, eye roll emoji sis. She's inviting the Holy Sports Club to dinner. How's that getting close? There'll be so many people. Annie and Xiao Xiong, you idiot. Of course we know you're eating together. The question is, after dinner, aren't you supposed to walk her home? Ha! That single sentence hit him like a bolt of lightning, making Gu Chenzhou's head buzz instantly. He snapped out of it. Damn, so that's how it works. Not Chengzhou, learned something new. Annie and Little Bear, tapping emoji, what a clueless guy. How would you even chase girls without us? You're so hopeless. Annie and Little Bear, could you spare some of your gaming IQ? I can't stand watching this anymore. Gu Chenzhou chuckled softly. At that moment, he truly looked like a hopeless romantic. After school, Su Nianqiu did indeed treat the group to a meal, and the venue was surprisingly upscale. This was a renowned local business restaurant, with a per-person cost easily reaching 500 or 600 yuan. Forget students, even working-class folks couldn't afford a meal like this. As soon as they arrived at the entrance, Gu Chenzhou felt a bit conflicted. In contrast, Fizi and the others were beyond excited, each of them rubbing their hands together like eager flies, clearly itching to dive in. Damn it! I've been shortchanged in everything in my life, but never when it comes to my stomach. Exactly. I've already decided after eating here, I won't go to the bathroom for at least 3 days. Let all this delicious food rot inside me. But just as they were about to leave, Gu Chenzhou suddenly called out to Su Nianqiu. President Su, are we actually eating here? Su Nianqiu nodded. We're already here. What do you think? Is there a problem? This place, isn't it a bit too expensive? There's no need for you to spend so much. Maybe we should pick somewhere else. That street food stall we always go to is pretty great. Not only is it affordable, but the food is fantastic too. Wouldn't you agree? Gu Chenzhou turned to look at the brothers behind him, shooting them repeated glances. Fatty was the first to catch on. Don't let his chubby face fool you, that guy's got a sharp mind. Yeah. Old Gu's got a point, Chairman Su. We wild boars can't appreciate fancy stuff anyway. A street food stall suits us just fine. Exactly. When you come to a place like this, suits are practically mandatory, right? Us guys showing up in flip-flops and baggy shorts? That's just not right. But Su Nianqiu gently shook her head. Don't feel pressured, everyone. This amount is nothing to my family. Today's goal is pure enjoyment. I've already covered the bill, now it's up to you to eat your money's worth. Holy crap. No exaggeration, the moment Su Nianqiu finished speaking, Fizi and the others looked like they'd downed a bunch of Shinmai candy, their eyes glowing red. They didn't look like they were here to eat, more like they were preparing to storm a castle. Charge, brothers. Gu Chenzhou looked utterly helpless, sighed, then turned to Su Nianqiu. President Su, you've gone to great expense. Su Nianqiu gave a faint smile. Let's get going. Everyone at the dinner was in high spirits, but for some reason, Su Nianqiu kept proactively toasting everyone. Chairman Su, please drink less. Su Nianqiu shook her head gently. I want to thank all of you. Ha? Why thank us? Because the esports club was something I've always advocated for. Truthfully, many people internally were reluctant. Like Xu Biao, they all viewed the esports club through tinted glasses. But, after today, I believe no one will gossip about it anymore. So I'm truly happy today. Here's to all of you. Long live President Su. Chapter 15, Putting Myself to the Test. However, it turned out that when Su Nianqiu uttered those words, he was already a bit tipsy. Throughout the dinner, Su Nianqiu had downed 5 or 6 glasses of red wine. By the end, her cheeks were flushed. Though she tried to control herself while speaking, the moment she stood up, her body swayed unsteadily from side to side. By the time the gathering concluded and everyone gathered at the entrance. At that moment, Su Nianqiu naturally leaned against Gu Chenzhou's shoulder. Gu Chenzhou's nostrils filled with the fragrance emanating from Su Nianqiu's body and, of course, a faint scent of red wine. The two scents blended together, creating an unexpectedly pleasant aroma. Fei Zi grinned mischievously at him, then slapped Gu Chenzhou on the shoulder. Old Gu, we're heading out first. The important task of escorting President Su home falls on you. Don't let us down, make absolutely sure she gets home safe and sound. Got it? Gu Chenzhou nodded. Alright, see you tomorrow at school. Hope you have a wonderful night. Fatty flashed a mischievous grin and gave Gu Chenzhou a thumbs up. Before Gu could respond, he turned and sprinted away with his crew. Those jerks. So unfaithful. Su Nianqiu murmured softly behind him. You know my place, right? Walk me home. Sure. Sitting in the taxi, Gu Chenzhou felt somewhat at a loss throughout the ride. Su Nianqiu leaned against Gu Chenzhou's shoulder, her gaze unfocused. It was clear she'd had far too much to drink. When a pretty girl drinks too much, things usually happen. As a headstrong high schooler, Gu Chenzhou couldn't help but indulge in a little fantasy. To put it bluntly, he was fantasizing. But, was this taking advantage of someone? He immediately sent messages to Annie and Xiao Xiong. Gu Chenzhou, boss. Boss. Calling the boss. Quick, give me some advice. What do I do now? I'm in the same car with my goddess. Unsinkable, the goddess is drunk. She wants me to take her home. Should I show some gentlemanly grace and leave after dropping her off? But after waiting for quite a while, neither Annie nor Little Bear replied. This puzzled Gu Chenzhou. Usually at this hour, Annie and Xiao Xiong were the most active. What on earth was going on today? To vanish like this during such an important moment. Even after they reached Su Nianqiu's doorstep, neither Annie nor Xiao Xiong had responded to Gu Chenzhou. He knew he couldn't count on her anymore. It seemed he'd have to navigate the rest of the journey alone. With his strategist incapacitated, he felt genuinely uncertain. Perhaps from the constant jostling in the car, Su Nianqiu looked even worse than before. She couldn't even stand upright, her entire body limp and floppy like a pile of rotten flesh as she collapsed into Gu Chenzhou's arms. Chairwoman Su, are you okay? Gu Chenzhou called out several times, but Su Nianqiu didn't respond, only emitting a series of incoherent murmurs. Gu Chenzhou felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Since he couldn't steady her, he'd have to try a different approach. Now was the moment for his manly prowess to shine. With a sudden surge of strength, Gu Chenzhou hoisted Su Nianqiu into his arms and strode directly toward the Su family villa. Su Nianqiu wasn't heavy at all. In fact, in his arms, she felt surprisingly light. His strong, masculine arms were made for moments like this. As Gu Chenzhou carried Su Nianqiu princess style, the girl felt a sudden, distinct awareness of his presence. It was undeniably a profoundly comforting sensation. Having been here once before, Gu Chenzhou knew the code to Su Nianqiu's home. After entering the house, he gently laid Su Nianqiu on the bed in her bedroom. It must be said, a beauty's room was not only clean and tidy, but also carried its own unique fragrance. But just as he finished settling Su Nianqiu, Gu Chenzhou glanced around and spotted several pieces of intimate clothing hanging on the rack. These were undoubtedly Su Nianqiu's personal garments. He didn't know what to say. Sexy yet innocent, truly the undergarments of a beauty, enough to make one's blood boil just looking at them. Meanwhile, Su Nianqiu lay on the bed with her eyes tightly shut, her cheeks flushed pink, adorable beyond words. He never got to see this feminine side of her normally. Gu Chenzhou thoughtfully brought Su Nianqiu a glass of water before whispering softly in her ear. President Su, please rest well at home. I'll be leaving now. With that, he rose to leave. It wasn't because he was backing down. After all, the current Su Nianqiu posed absolutely no threat. To put it bluntly, she was so drunk she was practically helpless. If he were the type to take advantage of the situation, doing something underhanded, she probably wouldn't even remember it come morning. But Gu Chenzhou wasn't that kind of person. After thoughtfully tucking the blanket around Su Nianqiu, he turned to leave. But just then, a burning hot jade-like hand clutched his arm from behind. Gu Chenzhou instinctively turned back, only to see Su Nianqiu with her cherry-red lips parted, her words slurred and indistinct. Don't leave. Stay with me, okay? I feel so miserable. This might not be quite appropriate, would it? Chairwoman Su, late at night, a man and a woman alone in the same room, I'm afraid, it wouldn't reflect well on your reputation. But Su Nianqiu paid him no mind. Instead, she undulated like a water snake, gently swaying her slender waist as she murmured softly. I feel so uncomfortable. I can't sleep like this. Could you help me take off my clothes? For a moment, no exaggeration, Gu Chenzhou nearly bled from his nose. What the hell kind of joke is this? This was pure comedy gold. Gu Chenzhou instinctively reached out his hand, his palm inches away from touching Su Nianqiu's smooth, pale skin. But at that critical moment, his other hand moved with lightning speed, a swift, precise slap landing squarely on his cheek. Chapter 16, Inferiority Complex. A sharp crack echoed through the air. Gu Chenzhou felt a searing pain on his cheek. The pain was real. But that slap had indeed snapped him back to his senses. Indeed, his mind felt instantly clearer. That uncontrollable heat he'd been feeling was now forcibly suppressed. Gu Chenzhou exhaled deeply, then shook his head vigorously, muttering to himself. Hold on, you must hold on. He wasn't some paragon of virtue, but he understood one thing clearly. No matter what, he absolutely could not take advantage of someone in such a vulnerable state. Su Nianqiu was already this drunk, barely conscious, even. If he took advantage of her in this state, then, could he still call himself a man? The answer was a resounding no. Yet Su Nianqiu refused to let him leave. Barely 2 steps away, the girl turned up her flushed cheeks, her expression filled with hurt. Please don't go. Stay with me, stay with me. With no other choice, Gu Chenzhou dragged the sofa over and plopped down onto it. Surprisingly, the damn thing was actually quite comfortable. Of course, he had no idea that this single small sofa alone cost 70 or 80,000 yuan. Sure enough, the moment Gu Chenzhou drew near, Su Nianqiu instantly fell silent. Her entire being suddenly became utterly still. Her hands clutched his arms tightly as she drifted off into a deep sleep. This was the first time he'd ever seen Su Nianqiu like this. Honestly, there was an inexplicable cuteness to it. A moment later, she opened her little mouth and blew bubbles, making Gu Chenzhou want to kiss her right then and there. He barely slept at all that entire night. Mainly because his body had remained curled up the entire time. Staying in that position for even a little while longer would have been pure torture. He had no idea how much time had passed before his eyelids grew too heavy to lift, and he finally drifted into a deep sleep. Early the next morning, the moment Su Nianqiu opened her eyes, she felt a warm, soft mass nestled in her arms. That single sensation sent a buzzing sensation through her head. She snapped wide awake instantly. Her first thought was, oh no! She'd gotten drunk last night, and Gu Chenzhou had brought her home. Could it be? But when Su Nianqiu turned her head to look, she instantly breathed a sigh of relief. There lay Gu Chenzhou, curled up beside her in an extremely awkward position. He was actually sleeping quite soundly. After checking her body again to make sure everything was fine, Su Nianqiu suddenly felt a wave of emotion. This man before her hadn't taken advantage of her in last night's situation. This proved her judgment had been spot on. Su Nianqiu kept staring at him, wishing time could freeze in this very moment. But Gu Chenzhou, though asleep, sensed something was off. He felt intensely that an inexplicable gaze was fixed on him. He instinctively opened his eyes, meeting Su Nianqiu's gaze directly. In an instant, Gu Chenzhou's expression changed completely. His head buzzed. He sprang upright and stumbled backwards several steps. This startled Su Nianqiu. Was it really that bad? Did she look that terrifying when she just woke up? But the next second, Gu Chenzhou began waving his hands frantically. Nothing happened last night. I didn't take off your clothes. I didn't see anything. I swear. Su Nianqiu felt a wave of exasperation wash over her. So after all that fuss, this was what he was afraid of? Gu Chenzhou, what do you think of me? Huh? Gu Chenzhou looked utterly bewildered. I'm not quite sure what you mean. Do you think I'm pretty? Do you like my type? Without hesitation, Gu Chenzhou nodded emphatically. You're incredibly beautiful. I'd say, you're the most beautiful girl I've ever met. And while you seem cold on the surface, deep down you're always burning with passion. Su Nianqiu's cheeks flushed slightly. After all, being showered with compliments first thing in the morning naturally put her in a great mood. By the way, how do you usually go about pursuing girls? Faced with Su Nianqiu's probing question, Gu Chenzhou felt a bit flustered. Truth be told, he had no experience pursuing girls. All these years, he'd only ever fawned over one person, Jiang Shanshan. But that hardly counted as pursuing anyone. Only now did he realize that in Jiang Shanshan's eyes, his behavior had made him nothing more than a pathetic sycophant. And a pathetic one at that. If she hadn't liked him, she could have easily kicked him aside. Su Nianqiu shook her head softly. The day after tomorrow is my birthday. My parents are overseas and can't make it back, but they seem to have notified quite a few people. According to my parents, since I'm getting older, they hope I can make some friends. I'd like to invite you to my birthday party. Would that be okay? Gu Chenzhou didn't hesitate for a second and agreed immediately. No problem. I'll definitely be there. Alright, it's settled then. The day after tomorrow at 8 p.m. at the Imperial Dynasty Hotel. Immediately after, Su Nianqiu had the housekeeper prepare 2 meals. Though Gu Chenzhou felt awkward about eating, the girl practically dragged him downstairs. The housekeeper's gaze toward him afterward seemed a bit off. The two had just finished eating when Gu Chenzhou prepared to leave. But as soon as he stepped outside, he saw a butler in a suit driving an MPV directly into the Su family villa. Miss Su, these are all your gifts. The moment the trunk opened, Gu Chenzhou's expression changed instantly. The butler pulled out several gifts from the back that looked incredibly expensive. The packaging alone suggested each item cost several thousand yuan. These are gifts from young Master Li and young Master Chun. But Su Nianqiu didn't even glance at them, merely waving her hand dismissively. Put them in storage. Yes, Miss Su. The butler said no more. How could Su Nianqiu possibly care about gifts from these sycophants? Noticing something off about Gu Chenzhou's expression, Su Nianqiu tentatively asked. What's wrong? Is something bothering you? Gu Chenzhou shook his head vigorously. Nothing at all. I'll be going now. Ever since leaving the Su family villa, he'd been deeply conflicted. Earlier, when Su Nianqiu invited him to her birthday party, he'd been genuinely pleased. But after seeing those precious gifts, he couldn't help but hesitate. Especially now, the psychological pressure was immense. Not long after, his phone rang. Annie and Little Bear, did you text me last night? I was busy. Gu Chenzhou, yeah, but it's fine now. Annie and Little Bear, judging by your mood, were you with a girl last night? Did you two get all romantic and lovey-dovey? Gu Chenzhou sighed helplessly. The more he chatted with his boss, the more suggestive it felt. At this rate, even the children's channel wouldn't tolerate them. Gu Chenzhou, nothing happened. I just made sure she got home safely. Chapter 17, It Takes a Lot of Love. Annie and Little Bear, so, have you two made things official? Gu Chenzhou, not yet, but this morning, the goddess invited me to her birthday party in 2 days. Annie and Little Bear, that's great news. It shows she really likes you. Little Joe, you gotta step up your game now. Win her over once and for all. But as Gu Chenzhou read these words, his heart was filled with turmoil. At this moment, he truly didn't know how to respond. Annie and Xiao Xiong? Where'd he go? Dead? Come on, say something. Not Chenzhou, I don't plan on going. Annie and Xiao Xiong? Annie and Little Bear, bro. Are you kidding me? We finally made some progress with the girl, and now you don't want to go? Are you kidding me? Annie and Little Bear, angry emoji, you better explain yourself today, no matter what. What kind of behavior is this? Running away at the last minute? You're embarrassing yourself. Faced with their barrage of questions, Gu Chenzhou looked utterly helpless. Gu Chenzhou, actually, when I left just now, I saw the gifts someone else gave her. Gu Chenzhou, honestly, any one of those could easily cost tens of thousands. When I really think about it, we're just not in the same league. Gu Chenzhou, the most I could afford for her birthday was a few hundred yuan. It just felt too inadequate. The other person remained silent for a long while, not replying to Gu Chenzhou's message. Now Gu Chenzhou felt uneasy too, and couldn't help but ask. Gu Chenzhou, boss, where are you? Why aren't you replying? After another long pause, Annie and Little Bear finally replied coldly. Annie and Xiao Xiong, do you think she's the type who loves money? Gu Chenzhou's expression instantly changed. Gu Chenzhou, of course not. Annie and Xiao Xiong, then why are you overthinking this? Looks like you really don't understand girls at all. Annie and Little Bear, the reason your goddess didn't like that gift worth tens of thousands is because it came from the wrong person. Annie and Little Bear, since she likes you, what she wants is your heartfelt intention, not a gift. Do you understand? In that instant, it dawned on Gu Chenzhou like a bolt of lightning. It all clicked into place. Right. No matter what gift you give, as long as your heart is in it, isn't that enough? Not Chenzhou, so what do you think I should get her instead? Annie and Little Bear, speechless emoji dude. Seriously, stop joking around. This is about showing your feelings, why are you asking us? Annie and Little Bear, what you should do is give the other person the greatest love within your means. That's enough. Annie and Little Bear, didn't anyone ever teach you? Gifts don't need to cost a lot, but they need to be filled with love. Gu Chenzhou stared at the messages, lost in thought. He spent the entire day mulling over this matter. Finally, early the next morning, he placed an order online for a DIY handmade miniature castle. He selected expedited shipping. The entire gift, including shipping, cost less than 1,000 yuan and arrived by noon that same day. But when it arrived, Gu Chenzhou was stunned. This thing, if he actually had to assemble it, it would take at least a week. But the problem was, he needed to give the gift tomorrow. He took the gift straight to the esports club. Fatty was tearing through the platinum tier with his crew when Gu Chenzhou walked in, pulled the network cable without a word, and left. Damn it! What's going on? Why did the screens go black? Is the club haunted or something? For a moment, the room was filled with nothing but frog croaks. Gu Chenzhou immediately stepped forward. Brothers, the moment of truth has come. I have a monumental and sacred mission to entrust to you. Fatty didn't give them an inch, launching straight into a tirade. We're about to launch an all-out push. Couldn't you wait even if it's a matter of life and death? You're pushing it too far. Gu Chenzhou didn't say a word, he just dumped the parts on the table. Guys, whether I can finally get a girlfriend depends on you. Can you assemble this thing within a day? Got the confidence? In an instant, everyone's eyes widened with urgency. Especially Fatty, no exaggeration, his eyes were bloodshot, looking downright terrifying. What? You're finally getting a girlfriend? Tell me, is it Jiang Shanshan? Gu Chenzhou jumped in surprise and shook his head vigorously. What nonsense! It's President Su. Ha ha ha. No problem, it's just a little favor. Guys, let's get this done. Hell yeah. We gotta do it. We've been freeloading off President Su's generosity for so long, it's finally payback time. If it's President Su, then it's definitely a go. Seeing everyone's enthusiasm soaring. But when it actually came time to get to work, they realized this damn thing was way too hard. Hey, Mr. Gu, are you out of your mind? Why did you have to buy something this complicated? Exactly. We treat you like a real brother, but you treat us like distant cousins. Is that fair? Though the curses kept flying, their hands never stopped working. You gotta hand it to these guys, they really delivered. The entire esports club, 5 people in total, worked through the night without a wink of sleep, no exaggeration. Finally, their labor of love, the DIY project, was complete. The next morning, Gu Chenzhou's eyes were bloodshot and he felt lightheaded with every step. He snapped a photo of the little villa and sent it to Annie and Xiaoxiong. They replied almost instantly. Annie and Xiong, surprise dude. You're not kidding, right? This is supposed to be a DIY project? Gu Chenzhou, of course. Looks like you know your stuff. Annie and Xiong, I just have to ask, how did you assemble this thing in just one night? Or did you buy it pre-made? Gu Chenzhou, of course not. Last night, I got the whole esports club to help me assemble it all night long. Finally finished. How's it look? Pretty good, right? Unsinkable, you're a girl too, do you think she'll like it? Annie and Little Bear, holy cow. I never imagined you could be this amazing. Annie and Xiaoxiong, little Jojo, I'm not exaggerating, if you put this gift in front of her, your goddess will be moved to tears. Annie and Xiaoxiong, wah. My eyes are getting misty just looking at it. It's so beautiful. At first, Gu Chenzhou felt a bit unsure. But seeing Annie and Little Bear's enthusiastic reactions finally restored his confidence. Gu Chenzhou, alright. Now I'll just wait for her birthday. That afternoon around 6 o'clock, Gu Chenzhou changed into a fresh outfit and prepared to head out for Su Nianqiu's birthday party. Chapter 18, not embarrassing enough. He didn't own any formal attire after all, he was still a student, so he settled for a relatively clean set of casual clothes and headed straight for the Imperial Dynasty Hotel. But the moment he arrived at the hotel entrance, the scene before him startled him. Holy crap! No exaggeration, how could the facade of Dynasty Hotel look this high-end? He pulled out his phone to look it up. Sure enough, poverty really had limited his imagination. This was the city's highest-rated quasi-6-star hotel. He even found the hotel's rates online. Just one night in the first-floor reception hall alone cost 600,000 yuan. That kind of money could buy me my own life. Luxury cars lined the entrance. Mercedes-Benzes and BMWs were nothing special here. There were even limited edition Porsches and Ferraris. This is the upper crust, isn't it? Just as Gu Chenzhou was about to enter the hotel, a familiar voice called out. Young Masterly, I don't hold my liquor well. I get drunk after just a couple of drinks. What if you take advantage of me later? That distinctly familiar nasal drawl instantly caught Gu Chenzhou's attention. He whipped his head around and sure enough, Jiang Shanshan stood before a young man in a suit, her body occasionally bumping into him as she brushed against him. Though seemingly accidental, it was obvious to anyone watching what this woman was up to. And that Mr. Li seemed thoroughly delighted. Ha ha ha, I'm a man of integrity, Shanshan. Trust me, if you've had too much to drink, I promise to take good care of you. I won't take advantage of you. Oomph. All you men are pigs. I don't trust you for a second. Don't try to fool me. A sly grin tugged at Li Xiao's lips. By the way, do you like cats? To be honest, my cat can do backflips. Don't you want to come see for yourself? As soon as Li Xiao finished speaking, his lecherous gaze began to roam over Jiang Shanshan's body. Clearly, Li Xiao just wanted to have a fling with Jiang Shanshan. Jiang Shanshan, however, appeared delighted. Really? I adore kittens. Backflips, that impressive? I'll definitely have to witness that later. Let's go then. This boring setup isn't fun anyway. No sooner had he spoken than young Masterly grabbed his car keys and pressed a button beside him. Suddenly, the frog-eyed headlights of a Porsche Panamera flickered to life. Jiang Shanshan was even more delighted. This was a luxury car, worth at least 1 million yuan. Why? Witnessing this scene, Gu Chenzhou felt no pang of pity, only sheer disgust. Yes, truly disgusting. All that effort he'd poured into her before, groveling like a dog to please this so-called goddess, and now she was worth nothing in someone else's eyes. Did that mean anyone with a luxury car could just pick her up and take her to bed? What about all the years he'd poured into her? What did that amount to? Gu Chenzhou exhaled deeply, steadying his emotions before turning toward the hotel. But after taking only a few steps, Jiang Shanshan suddenly blocked his path. Gu Chenzhou frowned slightly. What is it? Jiang Shanshan began to scrutinize him from head to toe, her eyes brimming with contempt. Well, Gu Chenzhou, you really are like a ghost that won't go away. What exactly do you want? Why do you have to follow me around? Don't you find your own behavior disgusting? Gu Chenzhou snorted coldly. Who told you I was following you? What else would you be doing here besides following me? Gu Chenzhou, what do you think this place is? Do you really think someone like you belongs here? Just look at you, ugh, you reek of poverty from head to toe. If you're not here for me, then what? Did you come to attend the banquet? Every word Jiang Shanshan uttered was a profound insult to Gu Chenzhou. Honestly, Gu Chenzhou had no desire to engage with her. At that moment, he just wanted to get out of there fast, preferably as far away from this trash as possible. You're right. I am here for the banquet. Is there a problem? No sooner had the words left his mouth than he turned to leave. But that Li guy burst out laughing, his smile dripping with contempt. Hold on. You said you're here for the banquet? Is there a problem? Of course there is. Ha, young man, may I ask whose son you are? Let me see who invited you here. Jiang Shanshan covered her mouth, giggling coquettishly. Him? Who would possibly invite someone like him? Just look at what he is. He's just a stinking beggar who only knows how to play video games, Gu Chenzhou. Being broke isn't scary, what's scary is not knowing your place. TSK TSK TSK. Just look around. Every single person here is a wealthy young master from a prominent family. Who doesn't arrive in $1 million luxury car? But you? You're wearing some cheap knockoff worth $100. How embarrassing. Don't you feel awkward? Gu Chenzhou remained utterly unfazed. If you don't mind the awkwardness, why should I? Unlike you, I didn't come here just to seduce men. Jiang Shanshan, as a woman, hasn't anyone taught you to have some self-respect? Sure enough, that simple remark shattered Jiang Shanshan's defenses. What are you saying? Gu Chenzhou, how dare you talk to me like that? Who do you think you are? Don't think I don't know you came here specifically for me. What? Seeing me with young Master Li makes you jealous, huh? At that moment, Li Xiao stepped closer with a smile, sizing up Gu Chenzhou from head to toe. Shan, looks like we misunderstood him. This guy really is here for the banquet. Huh? What do you mean? Look, he's holding a gift, right? Hey, kid, you're not planning to give this trash to Miss Su, are you? A buzzing sensation shot through Gu Chenzhou's head. To be honest, he'd always been sensitive about such matters. Especially after seeing others present Su Nianqiu with gifts worth tens of thousands yesterday. He'd already felt his own offering was pitifully inadequate. After An and Xiao Xiong had comforted him, he'd finally mustered the courage. But today, he was disgusted all over again. What business is it of yours? What gifts I give and how much they cost is entirely my own affair. Li Xiao roared with laughter, pointing at Gu Chenzhou as he spoke. Oh my, you're not actually getting upset, are you? Dude, come on, it's not that bad. I was just telling the truth. How can you have so little resilience? Since Gu Chenzhou's gift box was transparent, its contents were clearly visible. Jiang Shanshan curled her lips in disdain. Gu Chenzhou, you actually plan to give her this cheap junk worth a few $100? Oof. It's not even worth the embarrassment. Got it? Chapter 19, Su Nianqiu makes her entrance. Since both Li Xiao and Jiang Shanshan had loud voices, a crowd quickly gathered around them. These were all guests attending the banquet. What's going on? Damn, I never expected to catch a show right outside the door before the banquet even started. This trip was totally worth it. Can someone explain what's going on? What's the scoop here? Some had even pulled out their phones, ready to snap photos at any moment. They weren't about to miss a single moment of the drama. Gu Chenzhou took a deep breath, suppressing the rage boiling inside him. After a long moment, he spoke coldly. Whatever I choose to give is none of your business. Even if the gift is cheap, it's still a token of my sincerity. Ha ha ha. While it may be your sentiment is a bit too cheap. Do you really think Miss Su would appreciate such cheap trinkets? Li Xiao looked down on Gu Chenzhou with contempt. I wouldn't even dare to present something this cheap. What do you think Miss Su is? What status does she hold? The entire Su family's assets could crush you 800 times over. Your pathetic gift isn't even worth the price of her next meal. What are you doing here embarrassing yourself? Jiang Shanshan covered her mouth, giggling coquettishly. Exactly. Gu Chenzhou, do you just love being a suck-up? You've been clinging to me forever, but you're always eating steamed buns and rice noodles. How am I supposed to date someone like that? I thought rejecting you would make you see the class gap between us. But look, you've just found someone else to fawn over. Giggle. No way you're killing me with laughter. It wasn't just Li Xiao and Jiang Shanshan, even the bystanders nearby started hurling verbal attacks. Holy crap. Now I get it, this guy's just a broke bum. Giving trash like this to Miss Su? That's just trying to disgust her on purpose. TSK, I'd never do something so embarrassing. Seriously, isn't there security here? Why haven't they kicked this bum out yet? Damn it, standing here makes me feel like the air is thick with poverty stench. It's disgusting. The crowd chattered on. At that moment, Gu Chenzhou slowly lowered his head. Truth be told, it wasn't just these people speaking. Even he had always felt that he and Su Nianqiu belonged to different worlds. But, because Su Nianqiu had always treated him so kindly, he had gradually learned to accept that unbridgeable gap. But now that he thought about it, he truly didn't deserve her. Jiang Shanshan approached Gu Chenzhou with a sly smile, arms crossed over her chest, and spoke coldly. Gu Chenzhou, look at yourself now. Aren't you just a pitiful joke? My advice? Get out of here fast. And remember this, know your place. Different circles don't mix, don't try to force your way in, and certainly don't dream of climbing the social ladder. In Miss Su's eyes, you're nothing but a cheap dog summoned at her whim and dismissed at her command. She amuses herself with you when she's bored. You don't seriously believe she has feelings for you, do you? Gu Chenzhou took a deep breath and turned to leave. He admitted it, his fragile heart couldn't take this anymore. Besides, he refused to stay here any longer, becoming the laughingstock of everyone present. But barely 2 steps had passed when a familiar, icy voice suddenly cut through the air behind him. Wait! That voice, it was Su Nianqiu's. Sure enough, Gu Chenzhou whipped around to find Su Nianqiu standing behind him like a black swan. She wore an elegant black evening gown, her hair styled with special care, and her face adorned with exquisitely applied makeup, as if she had stepped out of a painting. The glittering sequins on her face shimmered brilliantly under the lights. Perfect. Beyond perfect, there were simply no words to describe her. Su. President. Su Nianqiu's expression was icy as she walked step by step toward them. Li Xiao and everyone around him fixed their gaze on Su Nianqiu. They watched as she walked step by step toward Gu Chenzhou. Miss Su, you. Li Xiao had intended to step forward and greet her, but to his surprise, Su Nianqiu paid him no mind whatsoever. Until they met face to face. Su Nianqiu immediately noticed the gift in Gu Chenzhou's hands. How beautiful. Is this gift for me? Gu Chenzhou looked utterly embarrassed. When Su Nianqiu spoke, he even instinctively tried to hide the gift behind him. President Su, it's nothing special. Maybe we should just forget about it. But Su Nianqiu snatched the gift without a word, examining it closely. Did you make this yourself? I don't think you can buy something like this ready-made. It's so beautiful. How did you know I'd like handmade gifts? Huh? You really like it? Su Nianqiu nodded again. Of course I do. Come on, you promised to attend my banquet, you can't back out now. With that, Su Nianqiu hugged the gift and turned toward the hotel. Gu Chenzhou followed right behind her. In an instant, both Li Xiao and Jiang Shanshan were furious. Gu Chenzhou was clearly a joke, how dare Su Nianqiu treat him this way? Li Xiao was the first to lose his temper. Miss Su. Please wait. That guy has no right to attend your banquet. Su Nianqiu halted, sizing him up from head to toe before replying coldly. Oh? And in your opinion, what kind of person is worthy? Miss Su, I know you're trying to save this guy some face. But what face could someone of his lowly status possibly have? Look at this. On your special birthday, this kid brings you such trash. Even the janitor wouldn't want this junk, it's pure disgusting. Su Nianqiu's expression remained icy. And what exactly did Mr. Li prepare? Mr. Li immediately puffed out his chest. I specially had someone bring you a crystal necklace from abroad worth 150,000 yuan. I'll get it for you right now. I guarantee you'll love it. But just as Li Xiao was about to pull out the gift, Su Nianqiu spoke calmly. Sorry, but to my Su family, 15,000 yuan is no different from 15 yuan. It's just a cheap necklace, I have no interest in it. On the contrary, I do appreciate gifts brimming with sincerity. Unlike you, if you're going to splash the cash, why not make a bigger splash? A mere 100,000? Do you think the Su family can't afford that? 2 simple sentences, and Li Xiao was left eating. His expression was absolutely grim. Jiang Shanshan tried to step in and smooth things over. Miss Su, you've misunderstood. Actually, young Master Li. But before she could finish, Su Nianqiu suddenly raised her hand and delivered a vicious slap. Smack! The sound was crisp and loud. Chapter 20, Taking the Initiative. Jiang Shanshan clutched her cheek, staring at Su Nianqiu in utter disbelief. You hit me? Su Nianqiu spoke coldly. Jiang, I warned you before, don't ever cross Chenzhou. This slap today is what you asked for. Don't blame anyone else. Jiang Shanshan gasped for breath. She had never been a woman who listened to reason. She always fancied herself a little fairy, never lacking in sycophants trailing behind her. But today, in front of so many people, Su Nianqiu had slapped her across the face. In that moment, Jiang Shanshan lost her temper completely. You Su bastard. Just because you've got a few measly bucks, you think you can slap me? I'll never let this slide. I'm no pushover either. No sooner had the words left her mouth than Jiang Shanshan lunged forward, claws out, ready to tear into Su Nianqiu. But to her surprise, Su Nianqiu didn't even glance at her. Truth be told, she had never taken Jiang Shanshan seriously from the very beginning. Because Su Nianqiu knew deep down that someone would handle this for her. Sure enough. Before Gu Chenzhou could intervene, a figure darted forward from behind. Li Xiao moved with lightning speed, delivering a fierce kick straight to Jiang Shanshan's side. The kick was powerful and devastating. Zhang Shanshan let out a piercing scream of agony, her body stumbling before crashing to the ground with a thud. Ouch, my waist. Zhang Shanshan looked up and realized it was Li Xiao who had attacked her. Her expression changed instantly. Why did you hit me? Li Xiaodong wasn't one to show mercy. Without a word, he slapped her across the face. A sharp slap echoed through the air. Zhang Shanshan felt a searing pain on her cheek. Damn it! What the hell do you think you are? You dare lay a hand on Miss Su? You must be out of your mind. Li Xiao's voice grew louder with each curse. He was genuinely terrified now. If this incident angered Su Nianqiu, or worse, if she got hurt over it, the consequences would be unimaginable. Zhang Shanshan suddenly burst into tears. Why? How could you do this to me? Mr. Li, can't you see she's bullying me? So what if she's bullying you? You should be damn grateful Miss Su is the one doing it. The moment the words left his mouth, young Master Li transformed into a fawning sycophant, instantly shifting to Su Nianqiu's side. He clasped his hands together in a bow, repeatedly bending his waist in deference. At that moment, he had abandoned even the last shred of male dignity. After all, everyone around was watching. Everyone saw it all clearly. But Li Xiao couldn't care less about that now. All he wanted was to apologize to Su Nianqiu. As long as the Su family's wrath didn't fall upon him, anything was acceptable. After Li Xiao bowed repeatedly, Su Nianqiu finally spoke coldly. Are you done yet? Li Xiaoke gave an awkward smile. Miss Su, I'm truly sorry. I was blind. Please don't hold this against me, okay? What happened earlier was completely unintentional. I never meant for it to happen. And that woman has absolutely nothing to do with me. We merely exchanged a few words just now. You know how I am always attracting the wrong kind of attention. These trashy women keep trying to get close to me. It's disgusting. Zhang Shanshan looked utterly bewildered. She couldn't understand why Li Xiao's attitude had shifted so drastically. Compared to moments ago, he seemed like a completely different person. Mr. Li, how dare you speak to me like that? Shut up. What do you think I know you for? Don't you dare look at yourself in the mirror? From head to toe, what makes you think you're even in the same league as Miss Su? Put. Then young Master Li spoke again. Miss Su, this has nothing to do with me. It's all that's own fault. It wasn't my intention. Please don't be angry with me. Su Nianqiu shot him a cold glance. Now, you two get out immediately. Don't ever show your faces to me again. And you're not welcome at my banquet tonight. With that, Su Nianqiu grabbed Gu Chenzhou's arm and turned to leave. All the way, Gu Chenzhou felt a warm, delicate sensation on his wrist. He had to admit, Su Nianqiu's palm was incredibly soft, both comfortable and warm. Chairwoman Su, I'm sorry. After holding back for a long while, Gu Chenzhou finally couldn't resist speaking up. Su Nianqiu halted and turned to look at him. What is it? Why are you apologizing out of the blue? Gu Chenzhou shook his head. Today was supposed to be your birthday celebration, but I ruined it. Just now at the door, because of me. But Su Nianqiu merely smiled indifferently, shaking her head as she did so. What nonsense are you talking about? It was clearly their fault. Why would you apologize? Besides, you have excellent taste. I really do love this gift. Gu Chenzhou's lips twitched slightly, and in that moment, he actually felt himself blushing. Really? As long as you like it. Gu Chenzhou, do you like me? Ha? He never imagined Su Nianqiu would suddenly blurt out something like that. The truth was undeniable. Gu Chenzhou did like Su Nianqiu. Or to put it another way, Su Nianqiu was so stunningly beautiful that she was the perfect goddess in countless men's hearts. The number of men who liked her, well, it might not stretch all the way to France, but it could easily fill an entire train car. But he wasn't ready for this. What's wrong? Don't you like me? Of course I like you. Su Nianqiu smiled faintly. Gu Chenzhou, if you truly like me, then let's be together. No matter what happens in the future, I hope you'll stand by my side. At that moment, Gu Chenzhou felt his head buzz with a loud hum. His face was blank with utter bewilderment. What was this? Was Su Nianqiu confessing her feelings to him? President Su, does this mean? Before he could finish, Su Nianqiu cut him off. Still calling me President Su? From now on, just call me Nianqiu. Though her tone remained as icy as ever, Gu Chenzhou was utterly certain. Su Nianqiu meant every word, and he heard it loud and clear. His heart pounded wildly. Heaven knew how thrilled he felt right now. Let's go. Su Nianqiu led Gu Chenzhou into the hotel lobby, where they were immediately surrounded by a crowd of well-dressed, wealthy young men. All of them were vying for Su Nianqiu's attention. Adhering to the principle that all guests are welcome, Su Nianqiu responded to each one in turn. Although Gu Chenzhou hadn't uttered a single word from start to finish, he felt extremely uncomfortable. Because no matter who it was, they all stared at him with a peculiar look. It seemed as though his very presence beside Su Nianqiu was an offense. Miss Su, when did you change your bodyguard? This guy doesn't look like he can fight. If it really doesn't work out, just fire him. I'll personally come be your bodyguard, how about that? I'll definitely protect you well. Chapter 21, The Rival Arrives. One of them, a muscle-bound rich kid who clearly hit the gym regularly, tossed out the remark half-jokingly. Yet that single remark instantly froze the atmosphere. Everyone knew the words were meant as a joke, but the implication was clear. Before Gu Chenzhou could respond, Su Nianqiu shot him a glance and sneered coldly. Who told you he's a bodyguard? Ha? Then is he the butler? The next second, Su Nianqiu didn't hesitate. She hooked her arm through Gu Chenzhou's, as if declaring her claim. He's my boyfriend. In an instant, all eyes turned to the pair. Their eyes brimmed with disbelief. What did you say? Miss Su. You can't be serious? He's clearly not worthy of you. Su Nianqiu's tone remained calm as her slender fingers pointed toward the entrance. You're not welcome here. Please leave now. The rich kid instantly realized his mistake and covered his mouth. Miss Su, you misunderstand me. I didn't mean it like that. If you don't leave now, I'll call security. The guy twitched his lips, then slumped his shoulders and walked away. As he walked away, he kept glancing back over his shoulder, clearly devastated. The crowd that had gathered moments before began to disperse one by one. Everyone knew Su Nianqiu's temper, and no one wanted to provoke her at this critical moment. Half an hour later, the banquet proceedings finally commenced as the host took the stage. Su Nianqiu lowered her voice and whispered to Gu Chenzhou. Chenzhou, I need to change clothes. Wait here for me. After the banquet, will you accompany me for a walk by the sea? Gu Chenzhou naturally wouldn't refuse Su Nianqiu's request. Moreover, it was precisely what he had been hoping for. The place was too crowded for romance, not that he couldn't take advantage of the situation, but the atmosphere just wasn't right. After Su Nianqiu left, Gu Chenzhou finally picked up his phone, his hands trembling. Gu Chenzhou, boss, are you there? Reply immediately. I have an extremely urgent matter to report. Gu Chenzhou, boss, calling boss. This is seriously urgent, just pop up and respond. Before long, the strategist had already sent a message. Annie and Xiaoxiong? Bro, weren't you supposed to be at the school beauty's birthday party? Why are you messaging me about nonsense? Gu Chenzhou, I've got some huge news. I think I'm dating the school beauty. Annie and Xiaoxiong. Wait, say that again. You're dating the school beauty? Unstoppable, yeah, and she actually said it first. Holy crap. This feels so unreal right now. Strategist, what do you think I should do next? Annie and Little Bear, right now, no hesitation, tell us everything that just happened, word for word. Annie and Little Bear, strategist swears to make sure you win the beauty. Gu Chenzhou's fingers flew across the keyboard as he typed out the entire sequence of events. Soon, the strategist replied. Annie and Xiaoxiong, do I really need to teach you how to handle this? Not sinking ship, what do you mean? Annie and Little Bear, if you want to keep things going with the school beauty, there's only one way: step up and take responsibility like a man. Annie and Little Bear, no matter how broke you are, she's your girlfriend now. So if anyone dares to get close to her, you must make it clear she's already taken. Even the strongest woman craves a man's protection. Got it? Gu Chenzhou, don't worry. I've got it covered. After talking with Annie and Xiong, Gu Chenzhou felt even more certain about his decision. Yes, Su Nianqiu was his woman now. No matter what, he had to treat this girl right. No one better come near her. The host had excellent control over the proceedings. For over half an hour, there was hardly a single awkward silence. After all that, Su Nianqiu finally made her entrance. She had changed into a white dress. Completely different from the dignified and noble aura she had just exuded, she now radiated pure innocence and charm. As Su Nianqiu stepped onto the stage, the entire venue erupted in enthusiastic applause. Su Nianqiu's gaze remained locked with Gu Chenzhou's the entire time. Thank you all so much for coming to my birthday party today. There is something very important I wish to share with you all. As soon as she finished speaking, Su Nianqiu turned to look at Gu Chenzhou. Her intention was simple, to publicly declare Gu Chenzhou's presence as the male lead in front of everyone. At that moment, Gu Chenzhou felt like he was sitting on pins and needles, shifting restlessly in his chair. He had thought this was all part of the act, but now it was clear it wasn't. But as long as Su Nianqiu needed him, he wouldn't hesitate for a second. Su Nianqiu parted her lips, about to speak. At that very moment, a male voice beat her to it. Nianqiu, long time no see. I wonder if I've made it in time for your birthday party. The moment those words left his mouth, everyone in the room instinctively turned their heads. Gu Chenzhou also turned to look. At the doorway stood a tall, well-built man. Dressed in an expensive white suit, he made a grand entrance like a movie Prince Charming. Every strand of his hair was meticulously styled. Simply standing there, he exuded an air of British royal nobility. Though Gu Chenzhou didn't recognize him, the mere sight of this man stirred an inexplicable sense of dread within him. This guy definitely meant trouble. And sure enough, Su Nianqiu's expression changed the moment she saw the man. Her body trembled violently, her composure shattered. Instead, a strange anger flared in her eyes. Shannon, what brings you here? I don't recall inviting you to this birthday party, did I? Facing Su Nianqiu's accusatory tone, Shannon shook his head gently, a bitter expression on his face. Nianqiu, let me explain. These past years, I've had my reasons. The moment the other prominent figures and wealthy young men present heard the name Chenin, their expressions shifted dramatically. Holy crap! So he's the legendary Chenin. Who is Chenin? You guys haven't heard? Word is Chenin was Miss Su's ex-boyfriend. They were madly in love back then, but 3 years ago, he apparently left the country for some reason. Miss Su hasn't dated anyone since. Who'd have thought he'd reappear like this? Looks like we're in for a show today. At this revelation, the surrounding crowd suddenly understood. Oh, I see. I knew it. Only someone like young Master Chen could be worthy of Miss Su. Chapter 22, Shut up. Miss Su just told us she's with some broke guy. He looks like a damn beggar. How could he possibly be worthy of Miss Su? Only young Master Chen will do. Whether those people meant to or not, every word they spoke was crystal clear to Gu Chenzhou. Despite their deliberate hushed tones, Gu Chenzhou understood perfectly well these people were sending him a message, urging him to back down. Gu Chenzhou could see it too. There was simply no comparison between himself and this Chenin. Perhaps it was all too much to hope for after all. Watching Chenin stride step by step toward Su Nianqiu, they stood facing each other, Chenan's expression filled with deep affection. Nianqiu, I'm truly sorry. 3 years ago, my family's orders were absolute. I couldn't defy them. I had no choice but to leave the country. But these entire 3 years abroad, I've thought of you constantly, longed for you. Every moment I yearned to return. Finally, I've achieved my dream. On your birthday, I'm back before you. Nianqiu, please give me another chance? Let's start over. I promise, this time I will never abandon you again. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Chenin spread his arms wide and slowly approached Su Nianqiu. The two were about to embrace. At that moment, Gu Chenzhou's heart pounded relentlessly. Yes. He had just gotten together with his goddess. Was his hope about to shatter? A guy who only knows how to play video games versus a wealthy second-generation heir with a privileged background. The two were simply incomparable. Anyone could see which choice was obvious. It seemed his hopes were dashed. But at this critical moment, Su Nianqiu suddenly took a step back, her eyes filled with icy coldness. Please show some restraint. Nianqiu, what are you doing? Chenin awkwardly withdrew his hand, seemingly unable to comprehend Su Nianqiu's intentions. Su Nianqiu's tone was icy. Chenin, you're quite something. Do you really think I'm madly in love with you? How come I never knew about this? Didn't you go abroad to study because you couldn't win me over and gave up on the idea yourself? Chenin froze. He couldn't believe his ears. Nianqiu, my feelings for you have always been genuine. How could you say such things? I know you're still angry about me leaving without a word back then. I came back this time to make it up to you tenfold. I promise I'll make up for everything you lost, okay? But what Chenin hadn't anticipated was that a figure had already appeared behind him. Though small in stature, their gaze was unwaveringly resolute. Gu Chenzhou gently tapped his shoulder. Chenin frowned slightly before instinctively turning his head. Who are you? This guy clearly had no interest in talking to Gu Chenzhou. He quickly shifted his gaze back to Su Nianqiu. Nianqiu, stop messing around, okay? Come back to me. Chenin, I never agreed to your advances in the first place. What exactly is there to start over? If you keep spreading those rumors, I'll have no choice but to call the police. Su Nianqiu's voice was soft, yet it darkened Chenan's expression. Must you be so heartless? It's not cold-heartedness. From the very beginning, I never had any feelings for you. And please don't arbitrarily include me in your list of girlfriends. Su Nianqiu's expression remained impassive, as if pushing him away from 1,000 miles. Gu Chenzhou, who had remained silent, seemed to gather his courage at that moment and stepped beside Su Nianqiu. He gently took her delicate, boneless hand and pulled her firmly into his embrace. Excuse me, but could you please stop harassing my girlfriend? He instinctively glanced at Su Nianqiu, expecting her to be angry. To his surprise, the girl snuggled affectionately into his embrace, flashing a sweet smile. This was a stark contrast to the icy beauty she had been moments ago. Chenin felt his head spin, his breathing growing ragged. Let go of me right now. He gritted his teeth so hard his lips split. If looks could kill, Gu Chenzhou would have been slain 100 times over by Chenan's gaze. Friend, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't just say whatever you want. What is Nianqiu's status? What is your position? Her single meal costs more than your monthly living expenses. Do you even deserve to be her boyfriend? If you have any self-awareness left, get out of here now. Chenin watched Gu Chenzhou and Su Nianqiu holding hands, his rage nearly boiling over. You're right. I can't give Nianqiu the best life. But she still chose me over you. That alone proves everything. Gu Chenzhou remained unflinching, his resolve unwavering. Young Master Chen, even if I can't provide it now, I can't guarantee I won't be able to in the future. Chenan's eyes flashed red as he clenched his fists, ready to strike at any moment. Do you really think you're worthy of her? With your lowly status, you're not even in the same world as Nianqiu. You're utterly unworthy of her. You can't offer her anything. Being with her, you'd only hold her back. But she doesn't love you. Gu Chenzhou's words struck a nerve, hitting Chen An's deepest wound. His left hand seized Gu Chenzhou's collar, and he raised his fist to smash it viciously into that face. You want to die, don't you? Gu Chenzhou's heart jolted. Before he could react, several people grabbed his arm. Su Nianqiu's eyes blazed with fury as she glared at Chenin. What do you think you're doing to my boyfriend? Nianqiu, stop this nonsense. Can someone like him ever give you the life you want? Only you and I are truly suited for each other. Only I can give you the best. Chenin roared as if venting, utterly disregarding his own image. But as Chenzhou said earlier, my choice is him, not you. You should know your place. Chenin froze, staggering back 2 steps in disbelief. No, impossible. Nianqiu, you can't do this. Have you forgotten our promise? Didn't you say you'd be with me forever? Didn't you promise to wait for me? His earnest expression seemed to speak of days gone by. Chenin, please stop carving these falsehoods into your mind, okay? Those were merely your fantasies. They have nothing to do with me. Su Nianqiu linked arms with Gu Chenzhou. I have only one boyfriend, the man standing beside me, Gu Chenzhou. He is my first love. Gu Chenzhou felt a wave of dizziness, finally understanding. He wrapped his arm around Su Nianqiu's waist and snapped at Chenin. So you're just some delusional loser who can't get over her crush? Shut your mouth. Exposed, Chenin began to lose his mind. He struggled to break free from the bodyguard's grip, aiming to smash his fist into Gu Chenzhou's smug face. With the security guards providing a sense of safety, Gu Chenzhou paid Chenin no mind. Instead, he turned to look at Su Nianqiu. Nianqiu, are you truly certain about your decision? Su Nianqiu flashed a sweet smile. What? Is being my boyfriend that much pressure? Gu Chenzhou shook his head immediately. Of course not. It's my honor. That's good. Su Nianqiu kept smiling as she stood on tiptoe. In an instant, a soft, warm sensation touched Gu Chenzhou's lips. Chapter 23, Things Couples Should Do. His eyes widened, his body jerking violently. The sweet, soft scent emanating from Su Nianqiu's lips flooded Gu Chenzhou's nostrils. Su Nianqiu felt the same way, reveling in the masculine scent emanating from Gu Chenzhou's body. In that moment, nothing could be more comforting. But just as they were lost in their kiss, reluctant to part, someone else was far from pleased. You bastard! You, let go of me! Chenin had completely lost his composure. Like a rabid wild dog, he violently tore free from his bodyguard's grip and shoved Gu Chenzhou aside. Let go of him. Though this shove sent Gu Chenzhou stumbling back, the passionate kiss they'd shared moments before was undeniable. He couldn't deny it. Chenin trembled with rage, pointing a finger right at Gu Chenzhou's nose. You bastard! How dare you kiss my woman? You're asking for trouble. Gu Chenzhou retorted sternly. Young Master Chen, what do you mean your woman? Don't you find that statement utterly ridiculous? I'll say this one last time, Nianqiu is my girlfriend. She has absolutely nothing to do with you. Chenin clenched his fists tightly, glaring viciously at Gu Chenzhou. You piece of trash. Do you know what happens to those who cross me? How dare you try to steal my woman? Gu Chenzhou ignored him, casually grabbing Su Nianqiu's hand. Su Nianqiu, however, gave him all the face he wanted. From start to finish, she showed not the slightest hint of refusal. Instead, when Gu Chenzhou took her hand, she even wrapped her arm around his. What can you do? That's just how impressive he is. Young Master Chen, you should know better. Nianqiu's boyfriend is me. You're just a pathetic loser chasing an impossible fantasy. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Gu Chenzhou pulled Su Nianqiu toward the exit. But behind them, Chen An's roar echoed. You wait. This isn't over. Gu Chenzhou shot him a dismissive glance. I'll see it through to the end. And so, Gu Chenzhou led Su Nianqiu away from the venue under everyone's gaze. The meticulously planned birthday banquet dissolved completely after its central figure, Su Nianqiu, departed. Outside the hotel, Gu Chenzhou linked arms with Su Nianqiu as they strolled down the street. Neither spoke along the way, though both knew exactly where they were headed. Half an hour later, by the seaside. Leaning against the railing, they gazed out at the tranquil sea. After a long while, Gu Chenzhou finally spoke softly. I'm sorry, Nianqiu. I ruined the birthday party you worked so hard to prepare. And, after tonight, I'm sure there'll be plenty of gossip behind your back. But to his surprise, Su Nianqiu didn't respond to his apology at all. Instead, she abruptly turned her head and retorted. Gu Chenzhou, do you genuinely want to be with me? Or do you just think I'm pretty and want to play around? The moment Gu Chenzhou heard those words, his head buzzed like a bee. He shook his head repeatedly. How could that be? Nianqiu, I genuinely like you. Please believe me. Su Nianqiu smiled faintly. Your words are enough, Gu Chenzhou. As long as you're sincere with me, I don't care what others say. All I need is for you to keep loving me. But, clearly, being with Su Nianqiu was nothing like being with anyone else. Gu Chenzhou felt the pressure mounting. It mostly came down to the issue of status. Chenin was right, he and Su Nianqiu weren't from the same world at all. Alright, a date should look like a date. Why are you so gloomy? Gu Chenzhou, I'm ordering you to take my hand. When a beauty made a request, Gu Chenzhou naturally wouldn't refuse. Without a word, he reached out and took Su Nianqiu's small hand. Her delicate hand felt soft and boneless, filling his heart with sweet contentment. That evening, they simply enjoyed the sea breeze by the shore, yet even that brought them immense satisfaction. 2 hours later, Gu Chenzhou escorted Su Nianqiu back to the Su residence. He waved gently. Nianqiu, I won't come inside. It's getting late. What happened today probably won't take long to reach Uncle and Auntie's ears. When it does, you'll likely have to explain it to them yourself. Su Nianqiu smiled faintly. Don't worry. This girl was usually as cold as ice, yet whenever she encountered Gu Chenzhou, an undeniable tenderness surfaced. It was as if she had reserved all the tenderness in her entire life solely for Gu Chenzhou. Then I'll go inside. Close your eyes first. Ha! At those words alone, Gu Chenzhou's heart began to pound violently. Yes, he had already guessed what was about to happen. Sure enough. The moment Gu Chenzhou closed his eyes, he felt a warm, soft sensation burst against his cheek. When he opened his eyes again, Su Nianqiu had already run far ahead, waving at him continuously. Gu Chenzhou grabbed a shared bike from the roadside and headed home. After arriving home, no sooner had Gu Chenzhou flopped onto his bed than messages from his strategist started flooding in one after another. Annie and Little Bear, how's it going? Everything smooth? Annie and Little Bear, why aren't you replying? Little Joe, you've married a wife and forgotten your mother. Don't forget, if it weren't for me, would you have bumped into the school beauty? And managed to win her over? Annie and Xiao Xiong, angry emoji. Little Joe, this is your last chance. Are you really ignoring me? Believe me or not, I'll crawl through the internet cable and beat you up. Gu Chenzhou replied immediately. Not Chengzhou, sis, don't get mad. I just got home. Seriously, can't you tone down that fiery temper of yours a little? Annie and Xiao Xiong, spit it out. What stage are you two at? Gu Chenzhou then proceeded to recount everything that had happened today to Annie and Xiao Xiong. He even mentioned Chenin. After all, they were just online friends who might never meet in person or have any connection in real life. So, Gu Chenzhou didn't usually hold back from Annie and Xiong Xiong. He told them the whole story from start to finish. But to his surprise, after hearing it, Annie and Xiong Xiong showered him with praise. Annie and Xiong Xiong, Little Joe, girl, we never imagined you had such a manly side. Annie and Xiong, I'm telling you, that's exactly how it should be. Since you're already with the campus beauty, you should step up and protect your woman when it matters. I'm giving you props for this. But Gu Chenzhou only gave a wry smile. Gu Chenzhou, but, never mind, it's nothing. I'm exhausted after today and just want to rest. Annie and Xiao Xiong? Annie and Xiao Xiong, bro, if you've got something to say, just spit it out. Why all the beating around the bush? Hurry up and tell us. What the heck happened? For some reason, Gu Chenzhou had this strange feeling. It felt like Annie and Xiong were always nosy about his personal affairs. Whenever this happened, they dig deep and demand answers until everything was laid bare. Chapter 24, Join My Startup. Gu Chenzhou, sis, can't I have a little privacy? This is making me super awkward. Some things I just don't know how to explain to you. Hearing Gu Chenzhou mention privacy only made Annie and Xiao Xiong more excited. Annie and Xiong Xiong, Little Joe, we don't know each other. We might never meet again in this lifetime. Annie and Xiao Xiong, so whatever it is, feel free to tell us. We're girls too, we understand girls best. Annie and Xiong Xiong, we're giving you free relationship advice here, don't bite the hand that feeds you. After Annie and Xiong Xiong's relentless barrage, Gu Chenzhou was finally speechless. Fine. Anyway, being with Su Nianqiu was all thanks to Annie and Little Bear. Since this gentleman wants to know, I suppose I can share a little. Unsinkable boat, honestly, I feel like I'm not worthy of the school beauty. Today I went to her birthday party and realized we're just from different worlds. Gu Chenzhou, a casual meal for her could easily cost me a month's salary. A car? That's something I could never afford in my lifetime. Unsinkable, so. In an instant, Annie and Little Bear exploded with rage. Annie and Xiao Xiong, is this your attitude? Oomph. Now I get it, a guy like you deserves to be single forever. Gu Chenzhou? Sis, what did I do to you to make you so mad? Annie and Xiao Xiong, so this is how you see yourself? Oomph. I really misjudged you. Annie and Little Bear, the school beauty never said a word about it, let alone look down on you for being poor. But what about you? If that's how you feel, why did you even get together with her in the first place? Annie and Little Bear, you're already her boyfriend and now you're saying this? Don't you think you're being outrageous? Annie and Little Bear berated Gu Chenzhou like he was a worthless scoundrel, leaving him utterly bewildered. The guy sighed, shaking his head as he did so. Has this guy lost his mind? Not Chenzhou, Bear sister, can you calm down? That's not what I meant. Annie and Xiong, you better explain yourself properly. But mark my words, you only get one chance. If you don't give me a satisfactory answer, I'm deleting you right now. Annie and Xiong Xiong, and let me remind you, with that kind of attitude, you two won't last long. Gu Chenzhou let out a long breath. This woman, she's terrifying. Gu Chenzhou, Sister Xiong, what I meant to say was, with my current abilities, even if I were to be with the school beauty, I wouldn't be able to provide her with a good life. Gu Chenzhou, if I love someone, how could I bear to let her suffer alongside me? That's why I've decided I need to change myself. I have to figure out a way to earn a decent living. Gu Chenzhou, I know the school beauty has plenty of money, but I refuse to be a freeloader. I want to use my own abilities to give her a perfect future. Gu Chenzhou, I'll make everyone who looked down on me regret it. They'll see how blind they were. Gu Chenzhou's few simple sentences left the other person speechless. It took a long while before Annie and Little Bear finally replied. Annie and Xiao Xiong, oh, so that's what you meant. Looks like I misunderstood you. Why didn't you say so earlier? I thought you were about to end things before they even started. Gu Chenzhou, sis, do you think I'm mentally ill? If it's over before it even begins, then tell me what's the point of starting at all? Annie and Little Bear, you should have said so earlier. Fine. With this attitude, I think we can still chat for a few cents. Annie and Little Bear, so then, what do you plan to do next? Gu Chenzhou pondered for a moment. Gu Chenzhou, honestly, I've always had this idea. Playing games for others keeps me afloat, but it's not exactly a path to greatness. Gu Chenzhou, I want to start my own game company. With my expertise in gaming, I believe there's potential focusing on both development and services. Gu Chenzhou, researching new game genres while maintaining solid service for older titles. That way, development and profits go hand in hand. What do you think? Annie and Little Bear, clapping emoji. Hey, kid, didn't know you had a knack for business. Sounds solid to me. You can start researching it. If it looks promising, maybe we could even throw in some seed funding. In an instant, Gu Chenzhou's eyes lit up. Gu Chenzhou, boss, are you serious? Annie and Little Bear, piece of cake. Early the next morning, Gu Chenzhou headed to school. Fatty, what's wrong? At the school gate, Gu Chenzhou noticed Fizi looking gloomy and sighing from time to time. He showed no interest whatsoever in the jianbing guozi Gu Chenzhou had specially brought for him. This guy was a total foodie usually, seeing food made him happier than seeing his own dad. So what was going on today? Fatty, what's the deal? Have you suddenly lost your love for pancake rolls? Fizi sighed. Old Gu, the second mock exam results are out. ING came in second. You must have copied like crazy, bro. Are you out of your mind? Fatty gave a bitter laugh. Second to last. The homeroom teacher's going to call my parents in again. What am I supposed to do? This is killing me. Did the last place kid take a sick day? Yeah. This is going to be tough. Looks like I can't dodge the bamboo shoots and pork stir fry this time. Gu Chenzhou felt his cheek sting at the remark. Though he was slightly better than Fatty, his grades consistently hovered in the bottom 10 of the class. There was simply no escaping it. He figured his parents would unleash another dragon-like roar of anger when he got home. After a long moment, Gu Chenzhou finally fixed his gaze on Fizi. Fatty, I've got an idea. I'm thinking of starting my own business. Start a business? Fatty's eyes lit up. Aren't you always starting businesses? What? You want me to join you as a streamer? Forget it. If I had big boobs and a round ass, I could at least strut around on stream. But with my figure? What do you think I could possibly do? People who don't know any better would think a pig was streaming. How could someone be so bold? To actually say something so bold. Fatso, you've got me all wrong. I want to start a gaming company. We'll build it from scratch. These years are prime for gaming development. I don't want to miss this chance. Think about it, just one game like Sheep Hop made millions. Why can't we do the same? Fatty froze for a moment. Holy crap. Old Gu, give me a minute to process this. Why is it that I understand every single word you say, but when you string them together, it all goes over my head? Chapter 25, Open-Minded Parents. Gu Chenzhou rolled his eyes. Fatty, I know you might not grasp this now. I'll give you all the time you need to think it over. Don't worry, this isn't about dropping out to start a business. We can discuss it with your teachers. We'll still attend classes normally every day. School rules must be followed no matter what, but forget about those cram schools and crash courses. Fatty's eyes suddenly lit up. He hated cram schools and crash courses the most. But now that he was in high school, the academic pressure was growing heavier by the day. Especially for underachievers like him. Not only did the school push extra classes, but his family did too. He was sick and tired of this lifestyle. Hearing that cram schools and crash courses were off the table sent excitement surging through him. He immediately grabbed Gu Chenzhou's hand tightly. Feeling the thick, greasy sensation from the palm, Gu Chenzhou instinctively tried to pull his hand away. But the chubby kid refused to let go. Old Gu, you should have told me sooner. I'll go tell my parents right away. We've been brothers since childhood, I'm sure they'll support us. Gu Chenzhou curled his lip. No need to think about it, this bastard Fizi was definitely going to use him as a shield. Do whatever you want. For the entire afternoon, Gu Chenzhou barely paid attention in class. Finally, unable to hold back any longer, he sent a message to his strategist. He seemed to have grown accustomed to Annie and Xiong's presence now. Whenever he encountered something he couldn't quite figure out, he'd tell them. Gu Chenzhou, bear sis, come give me some advice, will ya? Annie and Xiong, what do you take us for? We're busy too, okay? Get this straight, we're not your free consultants. Bu Chenzhou, alright then, you go ahead and get back to work. But the moment he sent that message, a sly grin tugged at Gu Chenzhou's lips. He knew Annie and Xiong would be freaking out in the next second. Because she simply couldn't stand it. This was his perfect way to handle her. If nothing else, it was pure manipulation. Annie and Xiong, enough already, just tell us. What new problem have you run into? Bu Chenzhou, about starting a company. I don't even know myself if this is the right thing to do. And I'm just a high school student after all. I have no idea. How should I explain this to my parents? Bu Chenzhou, I'm afraid, what if I can't persuade the elders? What then? The other party remained silent for quite some time, offering no reply to Gu Chenzhou. This left him utterly flustered. Bu Chenzhou, hey. Sister Xiong. Where'd you go? Come on, say something. Annie and Xiong, little Zhou, I can't talk about this. Bu Chenzhou? Annie and Xiong, you know you're still a student. Adding live streams every night is already affecting you. If you start a company now, where will you find the energy to focus on your studies? Annie and Xiong, personally, I don't think you need to prove yourself so quickly. The school beauty isn't with you for money, and she's so generous you could just use her money for now. Annie and Xiong, after the college entrance exams, it'll still be plenty of time to start your business. But Gu Chenzhou sighed. Bu Chenzhou, Sister Xiong, I've made my decision. I hope you'll support me. What I need right now is your approval. Annie and Xiong, then lay it all out for your parents. Bu Chenzhou, roger that. That evening, Gu Chenzhou walked into his home with a heavy heart. In his hand was 1,800 yuan earned from his recent live streaming gigs. Of course, most of it came from the tips Annie and Xiong had given him. The moment he stepped inside, the pungent smell of disinfectant hit him. His mother had been bedridden for years, and his father, who worked on construction sites, was covered in injuries. Now unable to work, the family relied on odd jobs and welfare to get by. The house, neglected and unrepaired, leaked intermittently, and the floorboards were cracked in places. But because her father cleaned every day, the house remained tidy. This is why he had to stream live to earn money before, not just for living expenses, but to patch up this dilapidated home. Right now, his father sits on a low stool eating rice that's been sitting for 2 days, with only simple kimchi as a side dish. You're back, Chenzhou. Dad steamed some eggs for you and even bought some chicken wings today. Eat up. Father Gu Dahai forced a faint smile. He was always like this. No matter how hard or exhausting life got, he never vented the slightest bit of anger in front of Gu Chenzhou. His mother, Lu Sanglan, also reached out to beckon him. Yes, Chenzhou, wash your hands quickly and get ready to eat. Gu Chenzhou nodded obediently. Though his family was broken, it was precisely because his parents had reserved their last shred of tenderness for him. That's why, all these years, he had never felt inferior because of his family circumstances. Gu Chenzhou ate his egg custard quietly. To most children, it might seem like nothing special. But this egg custard was a special treat he only got to eat once a week. After finishing his meal today, however, he planned to have a talk with his parents. Dad, here's the money I've earned recently. Please use it to buy medicine for Mom. With that, Gu Chenzhou placed all the money from the envelope on the table. Gu Dahai's eyes instantly welled up with tears. He gently wiped his eyes and spoke softly. Son, haven't I told you before? Your studies are demanding enough. Stop watching those live streams. I'll figure out the money situation. Don't worry about it, okay? Gu Chenzhou shook his head with a smile. Mom, Dad, there's actually something else I'd like to discuss with you both. I want to start a small company. Is that okay? What? Gu Dahai and Lu Sanglan both stared wide-eyed at Gu Chenzhou, utterly astonished. No way. Gu Dahai spoke first. You used to stream online every night, which left you exhausted and severely impacted your study time. But your mom and I know you did it all to help out with the household expenses. Now you're starting a company? That's even more trouble. Where will you find time to study? Lu Sanglan nodded in agreement. Son, your father is right. You're still a student, your studies should come first. Besides, you're so young. Companies are run by big bosses. Ordinary folks like us can't possibly manage one. Gu Chenzhou shook his head gently. Dad, Mom, I understand your concerns. But I'm grown up now. I want to live my life my way. Please give me 1 year. If there's no progress within that time, or if I don't meet my own expectations, I'll take a gap year next year to study harder. Is that okay? I'm still young. Spending a year proving myself is worth it. Chapter 26, Blow Your Mind. Gu Chenzhou spoke slowly, enunciating each word. Every word he uttered carried an air of solemnity. It could be said that his parents had never seen him like this before. Ah. Have you made up your mind? Gu Chenzhou nodded firmly. Dad, Mom, I've made up my mind. Gu Dahai exhaled deeply. Son, you know we're not well connected. We can't offer much help. The path ahead is yours alone to walk. Running a company isn't something you can do on a whim, you must consider every possible consequence. But even if you fail, the worst that happens is our family's life gets a little tougher. Remember this. You absolutely must not resort to crime. These simple, unadorned words brought tears to Gu Chenzhou's eyes. Yes. From childhood onward, no matter what he wanted to do, his parents had always supported him. He was profoundly grateful to have been born into such a family. But the road ahead would be arduous. He had to follow Wanhao's example, break through these four walls with his bare fists. There was no other way. That evening, Annie and Little Bear insisted on dragging Gu Chenzhou into a gaming session. Annie and Xiao Xiong, Little Zhou, we're so bored today. Come play a few ranked matches with us? Gu Chenzhou, forget it. Not in the mood. Annie and Xiao Xiong? Little Zhou, is that your attitude? We're not happy with how you're treating us. Annie and Xiong Xiong, don't say I didn't warn you. Do you even know who you're turning down? Gu Chenzhou, hey lady, what are you trying to do? Threaten me? Annie and Little Bear, didn't you say you wanted to start a company? Let me break it down for you. Even the smallest startup needs at least 5 or 6 computers. Annie and Little Bear, a decent performance machine? Assembled, each one costs at least 3 or 4,000. Annie and Xiao Xiong, add in your new company's location, all kinds of personnel and venue costs, it's no small sum over a year. Are you sure you can afford it? Sure enough, the more Gu Chenzhou thought about it, the colder his heart grew. When he'd first discussed starting a company with Fizi, he'd been hot-headed and impulsive. But after calming down, he'd given these issues serious thought. And now, he'd been stuck in this state of restless anxiety. He hadn't expected Annie and Xiao Xiong's words to rip away his last shred of pretense. Gu Chenzhou felt his temples throb. Not sinking ship, Sadeapu. Could you please stop talking? Do you realize that every single word you utter right now is mercilessly crushing the heart of a passionate young man? Annie and Xiao Xiong, cut the crap. Log in already. If you make sister happy today, I might even invest in you. But at first, Gu Chenzhou paid no mind to Annie and Little Bear's words. Though this patron was usually generous, she could only afford to tip 1,000 or 2 a month, far short of what he needed to start his company. Not Chenzhou, cut it out, sis. I'm nowhere near that kind of money. Honestly, I'm not in the mood to play. I need to figure out how to get this company off the ground. Annie and Xiao Xiong, arrogant expressions ahem, to be perfectly honest, I collected 80,000 yuan in red envelope money last year alone. I do have a little cash on hand, it just depends on whether you have the skills to take it. In that instant, Gu Chenzhou's head buzzed. His eyes widened, turning bloodshot as he stared at the message before him, like a starving wolf eyeing a lamb. Not sinking ship, log in. Log in. Gu Chenzhou logged into the game with practiced speed. Annie and Little Bear? Dude, are you kidding me? You want me to play ADC in Jade Tier? I'd get utterly destroyed. Unsinkable, bring it on. Even if I had a dog tied to my support, I'd still win the lane. Unsinkable ship, since you're itching for a thrill, tonight I'll show you what real gaming fun feels like. Now Annie and Little Bear were intrigued too. Once they entered the game interface, Annie and Xiao Xiong immediately picked a relatively easy-to-play champion, Piltover Enforcer. This character's all about range and harassment. After clicking confirm, a sultry voice echoed through the speakers. The show begins. Gu Chenzhou, however, didn't hesitate for a second, he instantly picked Thresh. In that instant, a voice that seemed to echo from the depths of hell boomed out. How shall we proceed with this delightful torture? Game after game, Gu Chenzhou pushed through with Annie and the Little Bear, never once losing. Watching another victory unfold, Gu Chenzhou nodded with satisfaction. Annie and Little Bear, you're the man. Unsubmerged ship, basic skills, nothing special. Annie and Xiao Xiong, let's do it again. Gu Chenzhou yawned and glanced at the time on his computer. Unsubmerged, it's the middle of the night, still playing? Annie and Little Bear, when we say go, we go. That's an order. Gu Chenzhou was speechless for a moment, but ultimately chose to continue the queue. By dawn, Gu Chenzhou was yawning constantly, his movements becoming sloppy. Watching himself flash into a wall and die, Gu Chenzhou couldn't help but laugh out loud. After this game, he'd better get some sleep. Despite his sloppy play, the massive lead carried him to victory. Annie and Little Bear, one more game. Unsubmerged, no, my life comes first. Better get some sleep. It was already 3 a.m. Continuing would mean pulling an all-nighter. Annie and Little Bear, alright, good night. Watching his friends go offline, Gu Chenzhou finally exhaled in relief. If this had continued, he might not have even known how he died. He stretched lazily, about to shut down his computer, when suddenly he stood up as if remembering something. Damn it, I forgot to ask her for the money. Gu Chenzhou pressed his forehead. He'd carried her through so many games just to get her to invest. But now she'd logged off so abruptly there was no way he'd get the money now. He pulled out his phone and began tapping furiously at the screen. Gu Chenzhou, still there? 5 minutes passed since he sent the message, yet he still saw no reply. Sure enough, she had already fallen asleep. Gu Chenzhou sighed. Oh well, he'd wait until tomorrow. So Gu Chenzhou settled comfortably into bed. Having exhausted his brain cells, he fell into a deep sleep the moment his head hit the pillow. Perhaps his body clock had adjusted, or maybe the birds outside were chirping too loudly. At 7 in the morning, Gu Chenzhou stirred groggily and rose from bed. He reached for his phone on the nightstand with practiced ease, squinting at the screen through sleep-filled eyes. Good thing I didn't oversleep. Gu Chenzhou rubbed his eyes, changed clothes, and took a shower. As soon as he stepped out of the bathroom, Gu Dahai was already seated at the table, beckoning to him. Chenzhou, have some steamed buns. I went out specially to buy them. Chapter 27, Successfully Securing Investment. Gu Chenzhou nodded. Sure. He eyed the meat buns and 2 bowls of congee on the table, then skillfully picked up a meat bun and a steamed bun to eat. Eat more. You're still growing. Gu Dahai said to Gu Chenzhou as he ate his steamed bun with pickles. Gu Chenzhou shook his head. No, 2 is enough for me. He wanted to eat more, but he knew the family's financial situation well. Although he had given his father some money yesterday, most of it was for his mother's medicine, leaving very little left over. Just eat more when I tell you to. I'm still as strong as an ox. Gu Dahai placed a bowl of lean meat congee in front of him, then added 2 meat buns. Seeing this, Gu Chenzhou felt he couldn't refuse and silently began eating. After the meal, Gu Chenzhou felt his stomach was about to burst. Dad, I'm full. I'll head to school now. Glancing at the time, Gu Chenzhou realized his first class was about to start. He had to hurry over. As a commuter student and given his family's financial situation, Gu Chenzhou rarely attended morning study sessions. Alright, be careful on your way. If it gets too tough, just take the bus. Gu Dahai paused, then pulled a crumpled 100 yuan bill from his pocket. Gu Chenzhou waved it off. No need. I still have some money left. With that, he turned and left home without looking back. No sooner had he stepped out of the dilapidated apartment building than his phone began to vibrate. He opened it to find messages from Annie and Little Bear. Annie and Xiong, we were too tired yesterday, so we fell asleep. Gu Chenzhou stopped in his tracks, a broad smile spreading across his face. Gu Chenzhou, I thought you were going to skip out on the bill. Annie and Xiong, do you think I need your measly money? Gu Chenzhou chuckled. Right, she was a wealthy young lady after all. Her pocket money alone could probably cover his earnings for ages. Besides, he was one of her biggest patrons, why would she skip out on the bill? While he was still pondering this, Annie and Little Bear sent another message. Annie and Xiong, yesterday's game was so satisfying. Little Zhou, having a support like you makes gaming seriously awesome. After receiving his boss's approval, Gu Chenzhou grinned. Ancho, embarrassed face bear sister, I did pretty well just now, right? You really aren't going to give little Josie a little something sweet? Not Shenzhou, blushing emoji, you promised me earlier if I gave you a thrilling battle, you'd have to give me a little reward. Annie and Xiong, oh, so you're still thinking about my money? Gu Chenzhou, only sister Xiong could be so sharp. She instantly figured out what little Josie was up to. For the investment, I'm really going all out this time. Annie and Xiong, you performed exceptionally well, I'm thoroughly satisfied. Since that's the case, let's discuss the investment. At those words, Gu Chenzhou perked up instantly. He swallowed hard, he couldn't believe how excited he was right now. After all, starting a company isn't something you can pull off with just passion alone. To put it bluntly, if you want to make money, you have to spend money first. He wasn't cut out for getting something for nothing. So he desperately needed funding. Gu Chenzhou, Xiong, I just ran some numbers. The initial investment will be around 30,000. Gu Chenzhou, if we can secure this initial capital, we should turn a profit before it's all spent. Then we can achieve sustainable growth. Gu Chenzhou, but rest assured, Sister Xiong, I won't take this money for nothing. If I make a profit, I'll give you 10% of it every single year. Unsinkable, if I lose money, I'll treat this 30,000 as a loan. I'll work to pay it back in installments. But after sending the message, all Annie and Xiong sent back were a few big question marks. Annie and Xiong? Gu Chenzhou, Sister Xiong, did I offer too little? We can discuss the profit share later, this is just my preliminary estimate. Annie and Xiong, forget splitting the profits for now. What can you possibly do with a measly 30,000? Are you sure that's all you want? Gu Chenzhou rolled his eyes. Sure enough. Do rich people all act this way? 30,000 yuan. For me right now, that's an astronomical sum. But in and Little Bear's eyes, it seems a bit too little? Comparisons really kill. Unstoppable, Bear sister, you can get all the equipment secondhand. 30,000 yuan is more than enough for the initial investment. Annie and Xiong, card number. That's how calm they are. Unsinkable, Bear sister, you know what? Right now, you're the coolest. Gu Chenzhou sent the card number to the other party. But barely 2 or 3 minutes later, her phone received a text message. He didn't expect to see this, and it gave him quite a shock. Because the message was a deposit notification. And the amount deposited? A whopping 80,000. Gu Chenzhou? Xiong, are you kidding me? I only asked for 30,000. Why did you send me so much? Annie and Xiong, you said it yourself, I'm a founding shareholder of your company. When you make money, you have to share it with me. Since that's the case, doesn't this company belong to me too? Gu Chenzhou, of course. Annie and Xiaoxiong, well then, I have standards for the companies I invest in, okay? Whether it's the office environment or equipment, we're going for the best. Annie and Xiaoxiong, get this straight, I'm investing in a legitimate company, not some shady operation. Got it? At that moment, Gu Chenzhou felt genuinely moved. He understood that what Annie and Xiaoxiong were doing was just a roundabout way of giving him money. Gu Chenzhou, sister bear. Rest assured, I won't let you down. Annie and Xiaoxiong, stand down, little Josie. This empress is going to rest. Gu Chenzhou, I. As he walked away, he glanced at the balance on his card and a smile crept onto his lips. Even after all his time as a gold farmer, he'd never earned this much money, let alone have it all sitting together in one account. Perhaps it was the sheer weight of 80,000 yuan in his pocket, but he felt his head lifting higher without even realizing it. Even when he brought breakfast for Su Nianqiu, he added an extra sausage and an egg. A smile spread across Gu Chenzhou's face, his confidence visibly boosted. This time, starting a company seemed absolutely feasible. Even if it was just a small operation, it would definitely be enough. But as soon as he reached the school gate, he spotted an extremely conspicuous Porsche Panamera. Many students passing by pointed and whispered, their faces brimming with envy. After all, luxury cars like this were rarely seen around here. It was estimated that the car cost over 1 million yuan. Worst of all, a familiar face emerged from the car, none other than Chenin. Chapter 28, Sticky Band-Aid. The guy was dressed in an expensive suit, holding a bouquet of flowers, wearing sunglasses, the epitome of rich and handsome. Gu Chenzhou felt utterly helpless about this. He could certainly be called bad, but he was definitely not weak. Whether it was his looks, physique, fashion sense, or sheer prowess, this guy was undeniably impressive. So much so that the moment Chenin stepped out of the car, a chorus of girlish screams erupted from the crowd. Wow! Did you see that? He's so handsome. Isn't he the perfect Prince Charming? But Gu Chenzhou frowned. Even a fool could guess why Chenin had come here. Sure enough, Su Nianqiu had just arrived at the school gate. The girl had originally been waiting for Gu Chenzhou, but there was no helping it, the first person she saw was Chenin. The guy was just too hard to miss. The moment Su Nianqiu spotted Chenin, her brow furrowed in obvious displeasure. Chenin, however, thick-skinned as ever, grinned and approached her. Nianqiu. I've been waiting for you forever. Su Nianqiu spoke coldly. Chenin, will you ever stop? Can you stop following me around like a doggy sticker? It's really annoying. But Chenin merely offered a gentle smile. Nianqiu, you've misunderstood. I wasn't following you on purpose. Actually, I came here to complete my enrollment paperwork. Soon we'll be classmates. To get close to Su Nianqiu, he'd even had his family donate a hefty sum to the school. This woman, he was determined to have her. Su Nianqiu's frown deepened. Meanwhile, many students around them started shipping the couple. Holy crap! So this hottie came for the campus beauty? I knew it, only someone like him deserves her. Ah, looks like I'm out of the running. So jealous. Not only is she stunningly beautiful, but she's also being pursued by such a handsome guy. What gives her the right? But this time, Gu Chenzhou was no longer the self-deprecating loser he once was. He had made up his mind to start his own business. Even if he wasn't as good as Chenin now, what about later? He refused to believe that this guy could forever ride roughshod over him. With that thought, Gu Chenzhou strode swiftly towards Su Nianqiu. Meanwhile, Chenin proactively offered the flowers, his voice exceptionally gentle. Nianqiu, I picked these roses especially for you. What do you think? Are they beautiful? Su Nianqiu replied coldly. I'm allergic to flowers. Didn't you know that? Ha! Nianqiu, I'm sorry. I truly didn't know. I'll be more careful next time. It's unnecessary. I only wish you'd stop clinging to me like a leech. Nianqiu, don't be like this. Haven't you forgotten the good times we had? Could you please stop twisting things? You were the one who kept clinging to me, and I never agreed to be with you. Chenin felt increasingly anxious. Take a good look at that good-for-nothing you're with. How does he compare to me? Besides having a third of my looks, what else does he have going for him? Let me tell you the truth, I looked into his family. His mother's bedridden, and his father can't even find money. They can't afford meat, surviving on welfare. What are you even talking about with someone like that? Su Nianqiu sneered coldly. Chenin, this is who you are. Always acting so high and mighty. What makes you so great just because you have a few stinking bucks? Let me tell you this with absolute certainty, I couldn't care less about his wealth. Even if he has nothing, so what? The Su family's fortune could sustain him for several lifetimes. With that, Su Nianqiu turned and walked away, refusing to give Chenin the slightest bit of face. Holy crap! The school beauty actually rejected the hottie. Oh my gosh! Is there any justice in this world? Even a rich, handsome guy gets rejected? I feel so bad for him. Handsome guy, if it doesn't work out, maybe give me a chance? I look pretty good with makeup. This time, Chenin was thoroughly enraged. He grabbed Su Nianqiu's arm with a yank. But he might have pulled a little too hard, causing Su Nianqiu to let out an instinctive shriek. Ah! Chenin, let go of me. You're hurting me. Su Nianqiu, don't push your luck. It's your damn privilege that I even consider you. Don't push your luck. Just as Chenin prepared to escalate his confrontation, a thick, powerful hand suddenly seized his arm. Ha! Chenin froze, instinctively turning his head. Only then did he see Gu Chenzhou gripping his arm. Let go. Gu Chenzhou seized the moment to exert force, flinging Chenin several meters away. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Chenin stared at Gu Chenzhou with a dark look. Gu Chenzhou ignored him completely and handed the breakfast he'd been holding close to Su Nianqiu. Nianqiu, eat while it's hot. I specially added sausage and eggs for you. How does it taste? And the soy milk is freshly ground, no sugar added. Su Nianqiu smiled. It was a smile that came from deep within her heart. It seemed only when facing Gu Chenzhou did such warmth grace her lips. Alright, I'm off to class. Meet me for lunch. And just like that, the two walked away from Chenin's sight. The guy gritted his teeth, flung the rose to the ground, and stomped on it repeatedly, venting his fury to the fullest. Just you wait, I'll make sure you pay for this. After entering the classroom, Gu Chenzhou went straight to Fatty. The two best buddies were already in the same class, and both had seats in the premium section. The so-called prime seats were actually the back corner of the last row. Anyone who'd been to school knew exactly what that meant. Fatty, how'd it go last night? Everything smooth? Though Gu Chenzhou asked this, seeing Fizi's swollen cheek, he already had a pretty good idea. This whole thing didn't seem to go so smoothly. But Fizi grinned. My parents gave me a double whammy, but luckily, after I begged and pleaded with them, they finally agreed to give me a year. But they made it clear if this little workshop of ours hasn't shown any progress after a year, I'll have to come back to school obediently. And retake the whole year. Gu Chenzhou rolled his eyes. What do you mean, little workshop? That sounds a bit harsh. Fizi finally caught on, awkwardly scratching his head. Heh. My bad. Company. I only have 1 year too. This time, us brothers have to succeed. Failure isn't an option. We'll dedicate this year to making our parents sit up and take notice. But Fizi wasn't nearly as optimistic as Gu Chenzhou. The guy kept sighing and groaning like some damn jinx. Gu Chenzhou frowned slightly. Fatty, you got something wrong in the head? Spit it out if you got something to say. Why all this brooding? Fatty shook his head gently. Old Gu, the family situation is temporarily resolved, but what about the money? You know, starting a company isn't just about talking the talk. Everything requires cash now. I roughly estimated last night we'll need at least 2,000 or 3,000. Where the hell are we supposed to get that kind of money? Chapter 29, A Kind Lie. Seeing Fizi's drooping expression, Gu Chenzhou grinned. Don't worry about the money. Hearing his flippant remark, Fizi immediately grew displeased. Gu, man, do you have to brag so damn much? Don't worry? Don't think I don't know what kind of player you are. The guy who skips the egg on his jianbing for breakfast tells me 2,000 or 3,000 is pocket change? You've got to be kidding me. Gu Chenzhou chuckled softly before pulling out his phone and opening his bank account balance. Fatty stared at the cold, hard 80,015 yuan sitting in the account and fell deep in thought. Holy! Fatty couldn't hold back any longer. He snatched Gu Chenzhou's phone and clutched it tightly, examining it from every angle. The scene looked exactly like a damn thief. Hey! What the hell? What are you doing? Fatty immediately put his finger to his lips, making a shushing gesture. Shoo! Can you keep your voice down, damn it? Gu Chenzhou's face darkened. Stop acting crazy, okay? What the hell are you doing? You have the nerve to ask me that? Spill it now. Where the hell did you get this money? How did you learn to steal at such a young age? Gu Chenzhou showed Fizi no mercy whatsoever. Without another word, he delivered a sharp slap across his face. Fatty clutched his head, looking utterly aggrieved. What the hell? Why the sudden attack? Shut your mouth. This money is from investments I secured. What the hell is wrong with you? Say another word and I'll punch your eyes out. Fatty looked utterly confused. Bro, you've got to be kidding me. You think you can pull in 80 grand in investments? You really think I'm a complete idiot, huh? Gu Chenzhou couldn't be bothered to explain, but he knew this guy wasn't someone to mess with. If he didn't shut him up completely, Fizi would probably keep yapping on, which was incredibly annoying. With that thought, Gu Chenzhou laid out the entire story for him. Fatty listened and suddenly understood. Holy crap! Gu, is your boss that generous? If not, hook me up with a lead? My stomach's weak, I just want something easy on the stomach. Cut the crap. Enough with the nonsense. Fatty chuckled. At least the funding issue was settled. With this much money, they'd have plenty to play around with. But he still put on a serious face. Old Gu, there's something I'm not sure if I should say. Then don't say it. Fatty was stumped. No way, I just can't shake this feeling. I'm warning you based on my years of dating experience, I don't think Annie and that Xiaoxiong chick are exactly saints. She's your top-ranked lady, and she just invested a huge sum all at once. I'd say she's definitely got her eye on you. My guess is, it won't be long before she demands you give yourself to her. Ha? Gu Chenzhou looked utterly bewildered. No way. Why not? Let me tell you, old Gu, this is highly likely. Don't you dare doubt it. Just watch those borderline explicit streamers shows. Any top male donor basically gets what he wants. You're no different, you're quite the looker, after all. Clearly, that Annie and Little Bear have set their sights on you. Otherwise, why would they give you 8 grand without even meeting you? Use your brain. Gu Chenzhou hadn't really thought about it that deeply before, but hearing Fizi say that, he actually started to worry. Yeah. He hadn't even met them in person. Just because he mentioned wanting to start a business, they transferred him that much money up front without even a promissory note. This is just unrealistic. Fei Zi, what should I do next? If it really is like this, I'll just return the money to her. Fei Zi waved his hands urgently. Don't panic. If it comes to it, just play along with her. If Annie and Xiaoxiong insist on meeting you in person, it's simple. We'll just observe them secretly. If they turn out to be absolute monsters, we'll bail. I heard those ugly girls play dirty. If I end up spending the night with one, I might not even make it out alive. If she's decent looking, bro, I'll take the hit and go out there for you. How about it? Gu Chenzhou shot him a look. Are you out of your mind? We don't even look alike. How the hell could you stand in for me? So what? If it comes down to it, I'll just say it was the livestream's beauty filter. No big deal. None of this matters much, but I gotta warn you. You better remember this, kid. Seeing Fizi's serious expression, Gu Chenzhou grew tense too. Truth be told, he was practically half-witted when it came to this sort of thing, nothing like Fizi's savvy. Remember. No matter what, you absolutely cannot tell President Su about this. Huh? Why? Why? Is your head stuffed with? Are you seriously going to tell President Su that your top-ranked lady heard you were starting a business and just dropped 8 grand on you? Let me tell you, even if you two are truly innocent, do you really think President Su would believe it? Women are naturally prone to suspicion. Better safe than sorry. Just keep your hands to yourself and never tell the truth. Otherwise, you're looking at a breakup. The entire afternoon, Gu Chenzhou spent in a state of inner turmoil. He didn't want to deceive Su Nianqiu, yet he had to admit that Fizi's earlier words held some truth. After school, Gu Chenzhou instructed Fizi to scout out a somewhat suitable location, one closer in a straight line to both the school and their homes, to serve as their startup base. He also tasked the guy with finding out the process for registering a company. This sort of thing was right up Fizi's alley, so he had no worries about that. He had already made plans with Su Nianqiu to grab a bite together after school that afternoon. But as Gu Chenzhou waited by the gate, his heart couldn't help but pound wildly. Yes. He was feeling a bit nervous. Was he really going to deceive Su Nianqiu? After all, deception was a major taboo between couples. Su Nianqiu trusted him so completely, always standing by his side no matter what happened. Yet here he was, scheming to deceive her? This was going too far. What are you thinking about? Just then, Su Nianqiu suddenly appeared behind Gu Chenzhou. It startled Gu Chenzhou to death. Ah! He recoiled several steps as if he'd seen a ghost. It just goes to show, once someone's guilty conscience kicks in, they leave clues everywhere. Su Nianqiu looked utterly bewildered as she cupped Gu Chenzhou's face with both hands. What's wrong? Why are you so scared to see me? Did something happen? Gu Chenzhou met Su Nianqiu's lively gaze, his face flushing involuntarily. He instinctively turned his head away. And nothing. Chapter 30, Showdown. Oh, by the way, I ran into Fizi earlier. He said he's scouting locations for a new company. Something this big, and you didn't even tell me? Only then did Gu Chenzhou realize he hadn't informed Su Nianqiu about this at all. Nianqiu, I was planning to tell you after the company was officially established. I didn't expect Fizi, that big mouth, to spill the beans so quickly. Su Nianqiu nodded faintly. Do you need my help? Gu Chenzhou shook his head repeatedly. No, it's fine. We have everything we need for now. Once Fizi finalizes the location, the new company can officially open. What would you like to eat? I'll treat you today, consider it an early celebration. Gu Chenzhou had intended to take Su Nianqiu out for a bite. But one sentence from her left him momentarily speechless. With locations like this, the rent must be steep. Add in several computers, the initial investment isn't small change. Where did you get all that money? Gu Chenzhou's heart skipped a beat. For a moment, he was utterly at a loss for words, his mind going completely blank. Seeing him frozen in place, Su Nianqiu grew confused too, waving her hand in front of his face. Hey, what are you spacing out for? Say something. Huh? And nothing. At that moment, Gu Chenzhou's mind was filled entirely with Fizi's words. Should he tell Su Nianqiu about this? As Fizi had warned, if he did tell her, the consequences could be dire. Better to just give Su Nianqiu some vague explanation. That's right. This was a white lie for her own good. Well, Nianqiu, this money was pooled together by Fizi and me. Rest assured, it's from a legitimate source. Su Nianqiu had been smiling faintly just a moment ago, but the next instant, her brows furrowed. She felt a chill run through her entire body. Her eyes fixed intently on Gu Chenzhou. Gu Chenzhou felt a chill run down his spine. It was as if she'd seen right through him, leaving him utterly uncomfortable. What's wrong, Nianqiu? Is there a problem? After a long moment, Su Nianqiu gently shook her head. Nothing. I'm not hungry. I'm just a bit tired. I'll head home first. Then I'll walk you home. No need. With that, Su Nianqiu turned and walked away. Gu Chenzhou watched her receding figure, scratching his head in confusion. What's gotten into this girl? She was perfectly fine just now. Why did she suddenly change her attitude? Could it be true that a woman's mood really is like the weather forecast? One moment sunny, the next cloudy? Though Gu Chenzhou had no idea what Su Nianqiu was thinking, his own heart grew heavier. Yes, his relationship with Su Nianqiu had only just begun. To deceive her like this, what kind of person was he? A scumbag? At first, he'd listened to Fizi's nonsense, insisting on some white lie, but the moment he spoke it, regret washed over him. But when he looked up again, he realized Su Nianqiu had already left. The memory of what had just happened made Gu Chenzhou feel unbearably irritated. This was the first time he'd ever felt so utterly at a loss. No choice, he sought out his strategist again. Gu Chenzhou, bear sister, are you there? Need your advice on something. Annie and Xiong, spit it out. Gu Chenzhou? Sis, what's with you? I didn't provoke you today. Out of the blue, why are you acting like you've swallowed gunpowder? Annie and little bear, nothing. Just got my period. Can't I be in a bad mood? Unsinkable boat, well, make sure to drink plenty of hot water. Annie and little bear, cut the crap. Spit it out, what's on your mind? Unsinkable, to be perfectly honest, I did something incredibly stupid today. I lied to my girlfriend. This time, the other side paused for a long while. Gu Chenzhou, bear sister, why aren't you saying anything? Annie and little bear, reason. Unsinkable, it's all because of you. Annie and Xiong? Wait, how did this become my fault? Are you out of your mind? What does this have to do with me? You're the one who lied, okay. Gu Chenzhou looked utterly helpless. Gu Chenzhou, bear sister, since we're on the topic, I'll just lay it out plainly. Why did you suddenly lend me so much money? We're not related or anything, and we don't have any connection. Annie and Xiong, what do you mean? Gu Chenzhou, are you trying to keep me as your kept man? Annie and Xiong, are you out of your mind? Get your head checked. Who told you that? Gu Chenzhou, my girlfriend asked about the source of this money today, but I couldn't tell her. I'm afraid she'll overthink it and get hurt. Gu Chenzhou, I've decided to come clean with her. No matter what, I can't deceive her feelings. Gu Chenzhou, so before that happens, I need to get this straight with you. Do you have any other intentions toward me? If so, I'm sorry, but I'll return the money right now. I'm not that kind of person. The moment the message sent, for some reason, Gu Chenzhou felt his breathing ease considerably. Yes. At this moment, he felt not a trace of panic, not a hint of cowardice. No matter how desperate he was for money, he couldn't accept this kind of ill-gotten gain. Regardless of gender, he would never sell his body for money. But the next second, the other party sent a string of nonsensical text. Annie and little bear, ha, red hot and dizzying. Unscuttled ship, sis, you mistyped that. Annie and little bear, that's not important. What matters is I have zero interest in you. Relax, this money is my investment in you. My goal is to make money, okay? Annie and little bear, truth be told, sis, I'm a real-life beauty with standard looks. I'm not exactly short on guys, okay? Gu Chenzhou grinned. Gu Chenzhou, got it. Originally, Gu Chenzhou had planned to take a taxi straight to the Su residence to properly explain things to Su Nianqiu. Just as he was about to head out, Fizi interrupted his spellcasting. Fatty called him up. Old Gu, hurry over to West Street. There's a place here perfect for renting, great location, looks clean from the outside, and best of all, the price is right. Alright, I'm on my way. Gu Chenzhou immediately hopped on a shared bike and headed straight for West Street. When he met up with Fizi, the latter pointed to a small storefront tucked away in a corner. The shop was boarded up with metal fencing, bearing a sign that read for rent. You plan to open your company here? Isn't this supposed to be for retail? Fatty curled his lip. What the hell? This dump of a place on West Street? Hardly anyone ever comes here. Haven't you seen how most of the shops around here that should have gone out of business already have? The rent here is dirt cheap and it's tucked away. No need to worry about disturbing anyone. It's a win-win, right? Most importantly, this place has never been rented before. Everything inside is brand new. We barely need to do any prep work, just set up a few computers and we can start working. That saves us a ton of money. Chapter 31, Dignity Solo Match. Gu Chenzhou nodded thoughtfully. Fatty S. point was undeniably valid. It was clear this guy genuinely had his best interests at heart. Alright, let's talk to the landlord then. I just called the landlord. Damn it, no one picked up. Then they actually hung up on me. But I saw the lights on upstairs. These storefront apartments are usually rented out by the owners themselves. Why don't we just go up and ask? So the two of them headed straight upstairs. But as soon as they reached the door, they heard a woman's shrill voice from inside. You bastard! You piece of trash! How could you do this to me? Cheating on me with another woman? I spit on you. Fatty's eyes lit up instantly. Holy! Who knew looking for a place would get us a free show? Not bad, not bad. Gu Chenzhou shot him a fierce glare. Can you stop acting like a lunatic? The girl's husband cheated on her, why are you so worked up? But Fizi ignored him, gently pushing the door. Sure enough, it wasn't locked from the inside. He pushed it open just enough to peek inside. Gu Chenzhou tried to stop him, but Fizi silenced him. Shoo! 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 Can you shut up? Just listen carefully. The girl was facing away from them, but perhaps because she was at home, she wore only a thin spaghetti strap tank top. Her fair shoulders were exposed to the air, an utterly tempting sight. Her computer screen displayed the League of Legends interface. Beside her lay a phone, set to speaker mode, allowing the two to clearly hear the man's voice coming from it. Xian, don't be angry. Even though my body strayed, my heart still belongs to you. Besides, I'm a man. What's wrong with experiencing different women? Can you stop making such a big deal out of it? Ha! Gu Chenzhou and Fizi, standing at the doorway, both widened their eyes in stunned disbelief. What the hell was this? Had they grown too old to keep up with this crazy era? And this girl called Xian? She just pointed her little finger and started rapping. What followed was a 2 to 3 minute tirade of street curses. I gotta say, she cursed like a sailor. But that guy was such a jerk, he deserved every word. He had absolutely no shame. Enough already. Can you shut up? Look at yourself, what's the difference between you and a shrew? That's exactly what I hate most about you. Lu Shen, if you insist on doing this, then I have nothing more to say. From this moment on, we're going our separate ways. I'll walk my own path. Whether you live or die is none of my business. Since the speakerphone was on, Gu Chenzhou and the others instinctively turned their heads. Lu Xian was panting heavily. Whether it was from sheer anger or the intensity of his outburst, his body seemed to struggle to keep up, leaving him slightly oxygen deprived. Fine. Split we will. But for all the money I transferred to you during our time together, you're paying it all back. The man immediately flew into a rage. Wait, are you out of your mind? Who demands money back after a breakup? That's just pathetic. Cut the crap. You're the one who wronged me. I have all the chat logs and proof of your cheating. If you don't pay me back, I'll send all this to our mutual friends. Lu Xian paused before continuing. Oh, and I'm not afraid of embarrassment anymore. Guess what? I'll post it online if I have to. Let everyone see how scum like you ruins people's lives. Sure enough, Lu Xian's tactic worked like a charm. The moment he finished speaking, the scumbag on the other end immediately flew into a rage, his voice rising sharply. Damn it! Lu Xian, are you out of your mind? It's just a breakup. Why make it public knowledge? Lu Xian gritted his teeth. Cut the crap. I'll ask you one thing, are you paying this money back or not? After a long pause, the other man finally spoke coldly. Lu Xian, since you've taken things this far, let me propose a solution. You taught me how to play League of Legends back in the day. You could say this game is where our relationship started. So I think it should end the same way it began. What do you say? Lu Xian was furious and roared back. Cut the crap. I'll ask you once, what exactly do you want? How about we have a solo match? If I win, you delete every single chat log and screenshot between us. The man replied, if I lose, I'll pay back every single penny you've spent on me. How about it? Lu Xian looked utterly disdainful. You really are overestimating yourself. I taught you how to play this game step by step back then, and now you dare challenge me to a duel? What do you think you are? That's none of your business. Deal or no deal? Stop all this nonsense. One match settles it. What do you say? Fine. Since that's how you want it, I'll make sure you lose fair and square. And so, the two entered the League of Legends lobby. Now Gu Chenzhou and Fizi were intrigued too. They slowly pushed open the door and tiptoed behind Lu Xian. Of course, Gu Chenzhou genuinely wanted to watch their solo match. But Fizi was different. The guy was purely here to get a sneaky peek at Lu Xian's chest from this awkward angle. He kept tiptoeing, the little bastard, what a piece of work. Lu Xian abruptly hung up the call, clearly intending to take this seriously. Old Gu, who do you think will win? Fatty asked Gu Chenzhou, but his eyes never left Lu Xian's side. Gu Chenzhou spread his hands helplessly. How should I know? It hasn't even started yet. Quiet, you two. We'll talk about this later. Lu Xian suddenly spoke up, let me beat this scumbag to a pulp first. Gu Chenzhou and the others fell silent, standing there watching. Wait, how come I keep getting hit by his skills no matter where I go? Where's my health bar? Good thing I didn't die. Lu Xian shouted loudly while staring intently at the screen. But every time he got crushed, he never learned his lesson. Gu Chenzhou and the others couldn't bear to watch. This was pure humiliation. At first, Gu Chenzhou had assumed the opponent was a top-tier master. But after just a few minutes, he realized it was far more than that. Yes. The opponent had been deliberately toying with Lu Xian the entire time. No matter what opening move Lu Xian made, his opponent dodged it with pinpoint accuracy and on several occasions even anticipated it in advance. Something just doesn't feel right, Gu Chenzhou murmured, rubbing his chin. At first, Fizi had been fixated on Lu Xian's physique, but soon his brow furrowed. He seemed to have spotted something amiss. Chapter 32, Cheating. Something's off, old Gu. What's the deal with this guy? To react like that, he's gotta be at least a pro substitute. Fei Zi leaned close to Gu Chenzhou and whispered. Gu Chenzhou nodded. He must be cheating. What? Using hacks to beat such a pretty girl? Is that even human? Perhaps because Fizi's voice was a bit too loud, Lu Xian heard the commotion behind him and instinctively turned his head. But that single glance sent a chill down the girl's spine. Ah! Lu Xian jumped to his feet, shouting irritably. Didn't I tell you to shut up? I'm busy right now. Gu Chenzhou immediately held his hands out in front of his chest. Miss Lu, please don't mind us. We just thought something seemed off, so we started talking. We're sorry for interrupting you. Could we discuss your rental situation later? After all, their purpose in coming here was to rent this place as a studio. Yeah, you can't fight what's right in front of you, can you? Fatty-eyed Lu Xian up and down, his lecherous expression practically dripping with drool. It must be said, from the front, Lu Xian's figure was even more impressive. He had a baby face, pure and adorable. But looking down, especially those two prominently rounded mounds of soft flesh, every inch hinted at the ultimate version. Holy crap, those measurements must be leagues ahead of the average woman. He doubted you could find a single woman on the entire street who could compare to Lu Xian. But clearly, Lu Xian was extremely irritable right now and had no time to deal with Gu Chenzhou. Get lost. I don't want to rent anything right now. Get as far away as you can. Can you please stop bothering me? Because of the recent incident, Lu Xian was already overwhelmed in the game, unable to fight back. If this kept up, she'd lose any minute now. I'm busy right now. Get out. Lu Xian snarled at Gu Chenzhou and Fizi before returning her intense focus to the screen, determined to finish this game. Fatty was a textbook Sigma male. Though he loved beautiful women, he absolutely refused to suck up to them. That was precisely why Fizi had been furious when Gu Chenzhou had been sucking up to Jiang Shanshan earlier, constantly calling Gu Chenzhou a hopeless case. A guy like that was an absolute disgrace to men. Old Gu, stop wasting your breath on her. Let's go. Worst case, I'll just find another place to live. With that, Fizi turned to leave. But at the crucial moment, Gu Chenzhou grabbed his arm. Hold on. Fatty froze. What now? Old Gu, don't say I didn't warn you. Put away your shenanigans. She just tore us apart, and you're still pushing it? Don't be such a fool. Gu Chenzhou rolled his eyes. Stop acting crazy, okay? Shut up. Gu Chenzhou took a deep breath and finally made up his mind. Miss Lu, I'll be honest with you, the guy across from us is cheating. What did you say? Lu Xian's eyes widened as she stared straight at Gu Chenzhou. No wonder his skills were completely different today. So all this time, he was cheating. That bastard, this is outrageous. It was clear that Lu Xian was a woman of genuine passion. Upon learning that scumbag was cheating, she didn't hesitate. She grabbed her phone and dialed his number with a vicious glare. You scumbag. Bastard. You actually used a cheat? Are you even human? Oh, you caught me so fast? Heh, so what if I'm cheating? You didn't say I couldn't before we started playing, did you? Since there are no game rules, what's wrong with me cheating? If you're so tough, why don't you cheat too? You're not even a real man. Fine, whether I'm a man or not doesn't matter. Your first tower is about to go down. Remember the rules? First blood, first tower, $100. Don't ever call me again. No sooner had he finished speaking than the other party slammed the phone down. True enough, the first tower was down to half health. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before Lu Xian was slowly worn down to death by this guy. Lu Xian had given up struggling. He didn't move a muscle, covering his face with both hands as he began to sob. Why? Why? Why are you doing this to me? What did I ever do to deserve this? Fatty had been clamoring to leave just moments ago. But seeing Lu Xian cry, he lost his resolve and turned his gaze quietly toward Gu Chenzhou, as if awaiting Gu Chenzhou's decision. Miss Lu, leave the battlefield to me. There might still be a glimmer of hope. Lu Xian instinctively lifted her head, staring straight at Gu Chenzhou. You know how to play League of Legends too? Fatty immediately chimed in from the side. Sis, don't let my buddy's goofy looks fool you when it comes to gaming. No one can touch him. Forget about cheaters, he loves taking down cheaters the most. Move your butt over and let him play. Otherwise, they'll have the first tower torn down in no time. Lu Xian found it hard to believe. After all, the man before him seemed ordinary, barely even handsome, with nothing particularly remarkable about him. He seemed just like any ordinary person standing there. How could he possibly be a top-tier gamer? For an ordinary person to beat a cheater with pure reflexes was practically impossible. But now she had no choice but to grasp at straws. After all, if this kept up, her defeat was inevitable. This is a battle for my pride. If you lose, don't blame me for being ruthless. Lu Xian immediately stood up, while Gu Chenzhou sat down. In that moment, he fully took control of the match. When the blind player logged back in, the opponent immediately flashed a weak-as-hell expression. Gu Chenzhou, however, remained surprisingly calm. Instead of engaging the enemy head-on, he obediently farmed minions. No matter how much the enemy harassed him, he never retaliated. Even when he could have landed auto-attacks, he held back. He embodied the very image of a doormat. The enemy could hit him at will, yet he just took it like a damn sucker, utterly pointless. Finally, Lu Xian couldn't take it anymore. Wait, are you guys kidding me? What the hell? How dare he even join with that level of skill? Fatty waved his hands frantically. Calm down. Can you keep your cool? We haven't lost yet. Chill out. Time ticked away, and the first tower was on the brink of falling. Just one more wave of minions and it would be gone. The enemy kept flashing that pathetic expression. Meanwhile, Gu Chenzhou had reached level 5. He knew this would be his one and only chance. The moment he hit level 6, Gu Chenzhou activated his ultimate ability. Seeing the enemy closing in on the first tower, he knew this push demanded absolute precision. Chapter 33, A Place to Call Home. Gu Chenzhou's health bar was already down to less than half, while the enemy remained nearly full. The enemy had a habit of constantly harassing with Sonic Wave for no reason. This time, they relentlessly pursued him again. Originally, Gu Chenzhou could have dodged this attack. But he deliberately ran straight into the path of the Sonic Wave's descent. Yes, he took it head-on. The moment Lu Xian saw the passive effect of Sonic Wave hanging on his body, he lost all hope in the man before him. She sighed softly, shaking her head as she did so. It's over. She truly regretted it now. Why had she trusted these two strangers? Wasn't that pure insanity? The next instant, the opponent countered with a kick, sending her flying. He was probably planning to leap over and follow up with a dragon tail kick. It could have instantly finished off Gu Chenzhou. But Gu Chenzhou had been waiting for this very moment. His expression hardened, his gaze sharpening to a dangerous edge. As the opponent closed in, at the very last moment, he executed a lightning-fast flash W to the second tower. Simultaneously, while the opponent was still airborne, Gu Chenzhou executed a precise air flash, dragon tail strike. 1 kill. The next second, the enemy blind monk was kicked straight into the second tower. Now the turret was like it had eaten a candy bar locked onto its target and couldn't stop. It's crucial to remember that the damage output of the first and second towers differs significantly, especially in the early game. The enemy realized their mistake and prepared to dash out with a flash, but Gu Chenzhou hit them with a Sonic Wave, ending the fight with a final Echo Strike. First blood. What? We won? How is that possible? You actually beat that jerk. Lu Xian's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Gu Chenzhou. The next second, unable to contain her emotions, she threw her arms wide and gave Gu Chenzhou a huge bear hug. Keep in mind, Gu Chenzhou was still seated. Without a second thought, she lunged straight at him. In an instant, Gu Chenzhou felt his breath catch as Lu Xian's ample bosom pressed against him relentlessly. Wah! Fatty's eyes immediately turned red. If he'd known the winner got this kind of treatment, he definitely wouldn't have given Gu Chenzhou the chance to solo the opponent just now. Watching from the sidelines, the guy seethed with resentment, his teeth gritted in fury. Damn it! You deserve it. After a long, agonizing wait, Gu Chenzhou felt like he was being suffocated alive. Finally, the other man released him. He gasped for breath in ragged heaves. Pant. Miss Lu, you can call that scumbag now. Remember, not a single penny of what he owes you should be forgiven. Every last cent must be repaid. Thank you. Lu Xian didn't disappoint Gu Chenzhou. Without a word, she immediately dialed the scumbag's number. First came a torrent of verbal abuse, leaving the other party speechless. Only then did she send over the compensation list. The other party quickly fell into line. After all, no one wanted their dirty laundry aired online. Finally, over 60,000 yuan was fully refunded. It's in. It's finally in. Lu Xian's face lit up with excitement. Fatty cleared his throat twice. Miss Lu, could you hold off on the excitement for a moment? Let's discuss the rent first. Lu Xian snapped back to reality. Oh, right. Look at me, I'm so happy I've completely lost my mind. What are you two planning to do with the place below mine? Open a shop? Before Fizi and Gu Chenzhou could respond, Lu Xian waved her hands dismissively. This is the first time I've ever seen two grown men partnering up to open a shop. And let me tell you, opening a shop downstairs from my place just won't work. There's absolutely no foot traffic around here. Any shop that opens here is doomed to fail. Of course, if you're thinking of opening a logistics hub or something like that, it'd be a great choice. After all, my rent is cheap. Gu Chenzhou found Lu Xian's words amusing. He couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Miss Lu, you're the first landlord I've ever met who badmouths their own property. Everyone else is desperate to rent out their vacant space. Why are you so different? Lu Xian shook her head gently. Of course I want it rented too, but isn't integrity important? If I told you this was a prime location and then you came here only to find no business, wouldn't you come looking for me every day? Don't worry. We're not selling goods. We want to start a company, mainly in the gaming sector. Lu Xian perked up immediately. You want to open a gaming company downstairs from my place? That's great. We're on the same page. I enjoy gaming myself, and I used to be a game tester. No sooner had he finished speaking than Lu Xian fetched a contract from nearby. Let's talk price and sign it right away. It was clear this girl genuinely welcomed Gu Chenzhou. Fatty waved his hands frantically. Hey! We haven't even decided if we're renting yet. Can you stop being so intimidating? You make me feel like you're about to eat us alive. Lu Xian shot him a disapproving look. After all, they were all young people, no need for all that formality. Forget you. You're fat and ugly, and you look like you stink. I'm not interested in you. Fatty's body jerked violently, instantly looking aggrieved. Old Gu. Did you hear that? This looks down on me. He's personally attacking me. Are you gonna do anything about it? Gu Chenzhou was pretty speechless too. Alright, both of you cut it out. Miss Lu, how much are you planning to rent the shop for? Lu Xian began her pitch, almost as if she were showing off. Since renovating this space, you're actually my first tenants. The original price was 6,000 a year, but, well, since you just helped me out so much, I'll give you a discount. 5,000 a year, but you'll have to cover utilities yourselves. There are cards for everything there. That should be fair, right? Indeed, 5,000 a year was absolutely a fair price. Although the location wasn't ideal, consider this: at the end of the street, annual rent could easily reach 20 or 30,000. Plus, this ground floor space is quite spacious, and there are 2 separate bedrooms and bathrooms in the back. With that, the hardware facilities were no problem. For a startup, this size is absolutely perfect. So, the group happily signed the contract. Lu Xian even stipulated in the agreement that the rent wouldn't increase for at least 10 years. After wrapping up all the details, the two successfully obtained the keys. The weight on Gu Chenzhou and Fizi's shoulders finally lifted. Old Gu, you're damn good at making money. Played one game and got us 1,000 yuan rent reduction. Not bad at all. And, did that feel good? I bet it was pretty soft, huh? Chapter 34, Middle-Aged Internet Addict. Gu Chenzhou shot Fizi a glance. He understood perfectly well what the fatso was implying. Fatty, cut the crap, will you? She's just genuinely happy. Can't you be a little less sleazy? Fatty curled his lip. Look at him, all flustered. I didn't even say anything. Why are you so worked up? Could it be you've got a crush on her? Looks like next time I see President Su, I'll have to give him a good heads up. Gu Chenzhou froze. Fatso could clearly feel his massive frame tremble. Hey, old Gu, what's wrong with you? I was just joking around. Can you stop being such a wimp? We've been friends for years, how could I ever betray you? Gu Chenzhou's face suddenly contorted into a look like he'd eaten. Damn it! How could I forget something this important? I've got an urgent matter now. Fizi, go get us a batch of computers. The specs have to be top-notch, got it? Hey! Where are you going? But Gu Chenzhou ignored him and took off running. Ugh! What a nutcase. Can't be bothered with you. Gu Chenzhou sped off, grabbing a shared bike on the street and pedaling like mad, smoke practically coming off the tires as he raced straight toward the Su residence. Little did he know, Su Nianqiu was sulking alone at home. She pouted, glancing toward the front door every so often. Bastard! Didn't you say you'd come explain? Where the hell are you? If you dare stand me up, I'll never forgive you. Finally, after cycling for over an hour in the scorching heat, Gu Chenzhou arrived at the Su family's doorstep. He immediately shouted at the top of his lungs. Nianqiu! Nianqiu! Several minutes later, Su Nianqiu descended the stairs with an icy expression. What is it? Gu Chenzhou gasped for breath. I need to explain something to you, but could you get me a glass of water first? My throat is on fire. After cycling for over an hour in the scorching heat, Gu Chenzhou felt on the verge of dehydration. At first, Su Nianqiu had been quite angry, but seeing Gu Chenzhou's pitiful state in that moment, her anger dissipated by more than half. Come inside with me. Once inside, Gu Chenzhou proceeded to devour an entire bucket of water like a tornado had swept through the parking lot before finally stopping. Didn't you think to just take a taxi over? Gu Chenzhou chuckled. This is called biking to the bar, saving where you should save, spending where you should spend. Besides, cycling not only saves money but also keeps you fit. It's a win-win, isn't it? Su Nianqiu rolled her eyes at him. You're nuts. Just spit it out. What do you want? Gu Chenzhou immediately grew serious. I'm sorry, Nianqiu. I came to see you today to apologize because I deceived you before. He then laid out his transgressions without reservation. After hearing it all, Su Nianqiu suddenly felt a pang of pity for the man before her. Yes. Ultimately, he hadn't deceived her out of malice, nor had he tried to conceal anything. He'd simply feared she would be angry. Despite the gravity of the situation, at that moment, Su Nianqiu had already decided to forgive him. Then why didn't you tell me before? Gu Chenzhou shook his head. Nianqiu, because we'd only just gotten together. I didn't want something like this to tear us apart, so. Su Nianqiu sighed. Sure enough, despite her usual proud and stubborn nature, she couldn't muster even a shred of anger when it came to Gu Chenzhou. Fine, I can forgive you. But starting today, I'm laying down 3 ground rules. Gu Chenzhou immediately stood up straight, his expression serious. First, from now on, no matter what happens, you must never deliberately hide anything from me or deceive me. Whether it's a white lie or not, I won't accept it anymore. If it happens again, I'll break up with you. Can you promise me that? Gu Chenzhou nodded emphatically. After this incident, he understood completely. He would never deceive Su Nianqiu again. He waited for her to continue, but to his surprise, she fell silent. Ha? Didn't you say 3 rules? This is only the first one. Su Nianqiu pouted. I haven't figured out the other 2 rules yet, so I'll just count this one for now. We'll talk about the rest later. Anyway, you owe me 2 promises. Gu Chenzhou nodded repeatedly. Don't worry. I'll remember. With their conflict resolved, Su Nianqiu was in high spirits and declared she'd treat Gu Chenzhou to a candlelit dinner. Gu Chenzhou initially intended to decline, but Su Nianqiu insisted on dragging him along, seemingly because she had something else to attend to on the way. With no other choice after all, he was Su Nianqiu's current boyfriend, he naturally had to step up for such matters. Half an hour later, outside a Western restaurant. After entering the restaurant, the two headed straight for the owner's office. The moment they stepped inside, they saw a middle-aged man in a suit sitting there playing a game. Middle-aged men often crave nostalgia, especially for games like Legend. Such games also had a nickname, the World of Whales. Whoever spends the most money becomes the most powerful in the game. He was currently leading his team in a siege on the Sand City. Just looking at his character's dazzling golden appearance, it was incredibly powerful. He was decked out in a full set of celestial dragon divine gear. Just the dragon slayer sword in his hand was probably worth over 100,000. Sure enough, such individuals are formidable both in reality and in the game. Though, playing games in a suit always felt a bit odd. Su Nianqiu held an elegant gift box in her hands. The moment she spotted the middle-aged man, she was instantly speechless. Uncle Fan, you're a grown man now. Can't you act a little more mature? All you do is sit there playing games on your computer. You think I won't tell Auntie? Uncle Fan panicked at the mention. No, please don't. If Auntie finds out, she'll nag me again. Fine, I couldn't care less about your business. Here's something my dad asked me to give you. I'll just leave it here. Wait. I'll finish this round. You and your little boyfriend can wait a few minutes. At the words little boyfriend, Su Nianqiu's face flushed bright red. After all, Uncle Fan was an elder. But Su Nianqiu didn't deny their relationship. It had to be said, this girl really gave Gu Chenzhou plenty of face when they were out in public. With nothing else to do, Gu Chenzhou walked over behind Uncle Fan. He'd played this game before, but back then, there were no such outfits. Just plain white robes. Most players couldn't even leave the newbie village in plain clothes, but Gu Chenzhou had broken that rule. Not only did he leave the newbie village, he even went on a rampage in the intermediate zones, commanding a 100-man squad to directly conquer a 1,000-man city. That's how formidable he was, utterly unreasonable. His in-game ID had become an immortal legend. Uncle Fan, looks like you're about to lose. Chapter 35, The Goofball Uncle Fan. Uncle Fan froze for a moment, instinctively turning his head. He looked Gu Chenzhou up and down. Young man, you play this game too? Gu Chenzhou nodded. I played it for a while before, but it wasn't that interesting, so I gave it up. Uncle Fan burst out laughing. Of course. This game is notorious for being pay to win. If you can't afford to be a whale, you won't even make it out of the newbie village. Come on, let me see what you've got. This uncle's Dragon Slayer set might not be the absolute best, but it's pretty damn tough to beat. No sooner had he finished speaking than Uncle Fan shifted his butt. Gu Chenzhou wasted no time, smoothly sliding into the seat. But the instant he sat down, especially when his gaze locked onto the computer screen, it was clear his entire demeanor had transformed completely. All units, follow my orders. Team 1, feint and attack. Once you're 300 meters outside the city walls, find cover. Team 2, deploy the scaling ladders. Team 1, provide archery cover. Third squad, follow me. Flank their stronghold directly. The entire sequence unfolded without a single unnecessary word. In that instant, Uncle Fan witnessed the entire squad split into 3 columns. Within mere seconds, every soldier was executing their assigned tasks with steady precision. Witnessing this, Uncle Fan's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Gu Chenzhou. Holy crap! You actually know how to command? At first, Uncle Fan hadn't grasped the depth of it, but the moment Gu Chenzhou led a small force to launch a surprise attack atop the city walls and snatch the enemy's military flag, he was utterly electrified. Impressive. Absolutely impressive. The sudden outburst startled Su Nianqiu. Of course, it wasn't just Uncle Fan. Cheers erupted from everyone else in the game. Our leader is amazing. This is our leader's true strength. Absolutely incredible. Taking this A-class city with minimal casualties? Impressive, impressive. Today I've finally seen what a true commander looks like. Gu Chenzhou had no time to listen to their in-game praise. He casually set his headphones aside. Uncle Fan, it's done. Uncle Fan's face lit up with excitement as he grabbed Gu Chenzhou's hand. Young man, how much did you spend on this game before? 0. My living expenses are already tight, how could I possibly have extra cash to spend on games? That single sentence left Uncle Fan completely dumbfounded. He scratched his head. That doesn't make sense. It's impossible to be this smooth on your first time commanding a battle. Kid, you're not being honest. If you want to date my niece, my opinion matters too. You little brat, you dare lie to me? You better believe I'll tell her parents about you. Then her parents might just end up disliking you. Gu Chenzhou felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. After all these years, this was the first time he'd ever felt the sting of embarrassment so acutely. They weren't even pretending anymore. Uncle Fan, you've misunderstood me. I did say I never spent money in the game, that's true. But I never claimed this was my first time commanding a battle. Uncle Fan froze. If you didn't spend money, you wouldn't even be able to leave the newbie village. How could you possibly have any combat experience? Gu Chenzhou chuckled. Uncle Fan, have you ever heard of the ID unsinkable ship? At that name, Uncle Fan's head buzzed. His eyes widened as he stared at Gu Chenzhou like he was a madman. The next second, he roared in shock. What did you say? The roar echoed like a dragon's cry, startling both Gu Chenzhou and Su Nianqiu. He immediately began patting his chest. Whoa, my poor heart. Uncle Fan, what's got you so worked up all of a sudden? You nearly scared me to death. But Uncle Fan couldn't care less. His hands gripped Gu Chenzhou's shoulders tightly. You are the legendary Sand Raider, the unsubmerged vessel who once led the top guild. Gu Chenzhou nodded. Uncle Fan, so you've heard of me. Oh my. Is that even a question? With a reputation like yours, who hasn't heard of you? I never imagined the game's only zero-spend leader would be you. Never thought I'd meet the real deal today. Fan Shu grew more and more excited, shedding all traces of his usual adult reserve. Without another word, he stepped forward and gave Gu Chenzhou a huge bear hug. Gu Chenzhou felt his breath catch in his throat. He could only muster all his strength to gently pat Uncle Fan's shoulder. Uncle Fan, please go easy on me. You're suffocating me. Meanwhile, Su Nianqiu, witnessing this scene, covered her mouth and giggled softly. It must be said, the atmosphere was quite lively. Ever since Uncle Fan learned Gu Chenzhou's gaming identity, he seemed like a completely different person. He instantly transformed into his biggest fan. Whether in speech or manner, his attitude had grown considerably more courteous. His concern and care for Gu Chenzhou far exceeded that of an ordinary elder. Even Su Nianqiu, standing nearby, couldn't bear to watch anymore. She cleared her throat twice before gently patting Uncle Fan on the shoulder. Uncle Fan, maybe tone it down a bit? You're putting too much pressure on him. Only then did Uncle Fan snap out of it, slapping his head hard and flashing an embarrassed grin. Right. What was I thinking? Chenzhou, did I scare you just now? Gu Chenzhou waved his hands hastily. And no. But just how awkward he felt at that moment only he himself could truly grasp. Are you kidding me? Even Uncle Fan had started calling him by his first name. Gu Chenzhou couldn't help but wonder, had their relationship really progressed this quickly? They'd only met a dozen minutes ago, and already he was using such familiar terms? That was a bit much. By the way, Uncle Fan, we haven't eaten yet. Since we've made the trip out here today, would it be possible to crash a meal on you? The moment Su Nianqiu finished speaking, Uncle Fan's expression changed instantly. You youngster. What kind of talk is that? Of course you can. It's Uncle Fan's honor to have you stay for a meal. Rest assured, I'll make sure you're well taken care of. No sooner had he finished speaking than Uncle Fan bellowed toward the entrance. Anyone there? Someone come here. Hurry up and prepare a meal for my niece in Chenzhou. Tell the kitchen to pull out all the stops. If you embarrass me today, don't bother coming back tomorrow. It must be said, when Uncle Fan got serious, he was truly terrifying. So, led by a female receptionist, the two made their way to the main dining hall and took their seats. I'm terribly sorry, Miss Su, but all our private rooms are booked today. Would it be acceptable for us to seat you in the main dining area? Of course. All right. The girl promptly left, and moments later, a waiter approached carrying a menu. What would you like to order? Chapter 36, The Troublemaking Fatso. Gu Chenzhou instinctively took the menu. But what he saw left him utterly stunned. Good grief, he even began to wonder what currency they were using here. A simple grilled steak was priced at 3 or 4,000 yuan. And that was the cheapest steak. Flipping further, he saw many items priced in the tens of thousands. Gu Chenzhou immediately felt conflicted. Although Uncle Fan had specifically mentioned earlier that he'd cover the bill today, Gu Chenzhou wasn't the type to take advantage of small perks, and besides, if he did take this advantage, he wouldn't feel quite right about it himself. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Can't find anything to your liking, or? Su Nianqiu couldn't help but ask softly. But Gu Chenzhou didn't explain to her. He simply handed the menu to Su Nianqiu. Take a look yourself. Everything here is too expensive. Don't worry. Didn't Uncle Fan say he'd cover it later? But we can't just rip him off like that. Su Nianqiu knew Gu Chenzhou was just an ordinary person. Changing his mindset would take time. Besides, Su Nianqiu didn't see it as a bad habit at all. Hello, 2 portions of A5 Wagyu beef, please. And some side dishes, along with a few of your restaurant's signature dishes. With that, the girl returned the menu to the waiter with practiced ease. The waiter gave a slight bow. Certainly. How would you like your steaks cooked? I prefer mine well done. Truthfully, Su Nianqiu was partly accommodating Gu Chenzhou, but she genuinely wasn't fond of medium-rare steak either. Sure enough. Gu Chenzhou's eyes lit up suddenly, and he kept raising his hand to signal. I'll have mine well done too. The waitress nodded politely, but before she could speak, a disdainful chuckle came from beside them. Seriously? Where did these 2 country bumpkins come from? Let me enlighten you, in Western restaurants, especially high-end ones like this, steaks only come medium-rare, medium, or well done. There's no such thing as well done. Hearing this sudden, grating voice, Gu Chenzhou and Su Nianqiu both instinctively turned their heads. Sure enough, behind them sat a middle-aged man with a double chin and protruding ears, opposite a woman radiating an air of worldliness. Regardless of whether the woman was attractive or not, the sheer thickness of the powder on her face alone was staggering. Scraping it off would likely reveal layers upon layers. Su Nianqiu immediately flew into a rage upon hearing this. What did you say? But at the crucial moment, Gu Chenzhou stopped him. He shook his head gently. Nianqiu, I'm your boyfriend. From now on, I'll handle these public appearances. You just focus on looking graceful and elegant. Though his voice was soft, his expression radiated unwavering confidence. Su Nianqiu instantly felt a wave of reassuring security wash over her. The girl's earlier fierceness vanished, and she slowly sat down, waiting for Gu Chenzhou to take charge. Gu Chenzhou turned to the dead fatso and grinned. Was that you shouting just now? The fat bastard crossed his arms over his chest, his nostrils flared as if he could reach the sky, his eyes brimming with contempt for Gu Chenzhou. What's the big deal? Why all the fuss? I said it, so what are you gonna do about it? You play League of Legends? The question left the fat bastard completely dumbfounded. Ha? What the hell does it matter to you whether I play or not? Nothing. Just wanted to let you know my first account was leveled up in Zon. You know what the Zon tradition is? Clearly, the fatso had no clue about the weight behind Gu Chenzhou's words. It was actually a meme. Most people in Zon are hot-tempered dudes, so they often curse like sailors during matches. If your trash-talking skills are mediocre, you'd be wise to steer clear of Zon, or else you might not live to see tomorrow. But Gu Chenzhou was different. Not only could his gaming skills silence any troll, but his own mouth was honed to perfection through relentless practice. To the point that, seeing the fatso now was like spotting a rookie soldier, he wasn't the least bit intimidated. To be honest, with Su Nianqiu present today, he wanted to maintain a semblance of gentlemanly decorum and refrain from spewing profanities. Fatso, let me enlighten you, humans get what they want, while dogs eat what they get. Got it? That simple line made both the waiter and Su Nianqiu burst out laughing. But the fat bastard alone looked utterly confused. Clearly, he hadn't grasped the meaning behind Gu Chenzhou's words. The woman beside him, however, caught on immediately. Fatso. He's mocking you. Calling you a dog. What? You bastard. You don't want to live anymore, daring to insult me? Gu Chenzhou immediately held up both hands. No. Fat brother, don't get mad. I'm just stating the facts. Why are you losing your cool? If you don't believe me, I can ask around. He then turned to the waiter. Excuse me, can you make a well-done steak over here? The waiter nodded repeatedly. Of course we can. Whatever you request, our restaurant will do its utmost to accommodate. Gu Chenzhou immediately threw up his hands. Hear that? Seems I was right after all. But the fat bastard wasn't having it. He kicked his chair aside and stormed toward Gu Chenzhou. Kid. You're asking for trouble. How dare you criticize me? You think I won't make sure you walk in upright and leave flat on your back today? But Gu Chenzhou remained completely unfazed, smiling as he shook his head. Sorry, I don't buy it. What did you say? Fine. It's been ages since I've run into a stubborn bastard like you. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the fat bastard rolled up his sleeves, ready to beat the crap out of Gu Chenzhou. Nobody stop me. The waiter immediately stepped in front of Gu Chenzhou. Though she didn't know Gu Chenzhou was her boss's VIP guest. But even if he were just an ordinary customer, he couldn't be injured in her establishment. Sir, could you please calm down? Calm my ass. Get the hell out of my way. You think you can block me, you lowly waitress? Who the hell do you think you are? Listen up. Look up my name. I've spent over 10,000 on gift cards at this restaurant alone. I'm your VIP member. Now the waiter was truly at a loss. But sir, even if you are a VIP, you can't attack other customers. I'll attack them if I want to. What are you gonna do about it? While the fat bastard was throwing his tantrum, no one noticed that Su Nianqiu had secretly sent a message to Uncle Fan. Just as the fat bastard was about to step forward for a fight, a thunderous roar erupted from behind him. Stop right there. The voice was instantly recognizable. Gu Chenzhou turned around and grinned. It was Uncle Fan. Think a few sips of horse piss make you forget who you are? Chapter 37, A Fleeting Kiss. The fat bastard didn't recognize Uncle Fan at first, merely glancing at him. What business do you have speaking here? What the hell are you doing? The waiter immediately explained patiently. Sir, this is our restaurant owner, Mr. Fan. The fat man's eyes lit up upon hearing the manager had arrived, and he launched into his own one-man show. He pointed a finger right at Gu Chenzhou's nose. Mr. Fan, right? You're just in time. Get rid of this man and woman immediately. What's wrong with your restaurant? Do you let just anyone come in to eat? The woman with the world-weary look also shot the two a disapproving glance. Exactly. They're really ruining the mood. You guys need to step up your game in this area, or else it'll keep affecting our experience. The two of them traded barbs, completely belittling Gu Chenzhou and Su Nianqiu. But Uncle Fan merely gave a dismissive cold laugh upon hearing this, then pointed toward the entrance. Get out. The fat man and the woman of ill repute initially looked pleased, their eyes brimming with confidence. After all, Uncle Fan hadn't explicitly stated it, so they assumed he was telling Gu Chenzhou and the others to get lost. Hey! Did you hear that? What the hell are you standing there for? They're telling you to get lost. Don't you have any shame? Do you really need security to throw you out? Gu Chenzhou curled his lip. Did you get your head bashed in by a tile or something? What did you say? Mr. Fan, did you see that? This kind of behavior is completely unworthy of dining in our high-end restaurant. In my opinion, we should have security kick these two penniless brats out immediately. Honestly, these two greenhorns probably borrowed money just to eat here. What are they trying to pull? Who do they think they are, lecturing me? Uncle Fan finally lost his temper. He frowned slightly, then fixed his gaze squarely on the obese man. Are you ever going to shut up? The fat man froze, staring at Uncle Fan in utter disbelief. Mr. Fan, are you talking to me? What else? Get the hell out of here. Just seeing you lot pisses me off. And listen, don't ever come back to my restaurant. I don't welcome customers with no manners like you. In an instant, several people nearby began pointing and whispering. The fat guy was furious. For someone like him, face mattered more than his own father, yet now, Uncle Fan had humiliated him thoroughly. Are you kidding me? Could he possibly tolerate this? The answer was a resounding no. He slammed his fist down on the table with a thunderous crash. Fan, what the hell do you think you're doing? Let me tell you, I've spent over 10,000 here. I'm a VIP customer. Yet today, you're risking our VIP customers' loyalty over two little brats? Do you even know how to run a business? Uncle Fan burst out laughing at the fat man's remark. Spent 10 or 20,000? What are you barking about here? Need me to introduce you? This is my grandniece, the young miss of the Su family. If you don't know what the Su family is all about, then listen up. Last year alone, their year-end market value hit 1.3 billion yuan. And my grandniece holds a 10% stake in this restaurant. I'm genuinely curious what gives you the right to bark orders around here. The barrage of insults left the fat guy completely dumbfounded. The guy's eyes widened, and he couldn't react for a long while. That's impossible. Ugh. I can't stand these show-offs. They think they're hot stuff just because they've got a couple bucks in their pockets. Now they finally met their match, huh? Exactly. Now get the hell out of here. If you don't leave, you'll be the one getting kicked out by security. Get out. Get out. The crowd's eyes were sharp indeed. The fatso had been showing off here all along, finally stirring up universal anger. Everyone was pointing fingers and yelling at him. The fatso's face turned beet red. He'd intended to show off his big brother swagger in front of the young lady, but who'd have thought he'd end up making a complete fool of himself? Fine, I'll leave. I don't even care about eating here anyway. The look in the prostitute's eyes toward the fat bastard had clearly turned contemptuous. This little incident happened during the meal. But everyone treated it as a joke, and no one paid it much mind. That evening, Gu Chenzhou drove Su Nianqiu back to the Su residence and casually handed her the keys to the Maserati. Nianqiu, you should go home and rest. I'll be heading out now. See you tomorrow. Oh, and tomorrow I'll show you my new company. The location isn't great, but it's pretty clean inside. Su Nianqiu didn't take the keys. Drive yourself back. Be careful. Pick me up tomorrow morning. Ha! Before Gu Chenzhou could speak, Su Nianqiu stepped forward and lightly tapped his cheek. Like a dragonfly skimming water. Though fleeting, that fleeting moment sent waves of sweetness crashing against Gu Chenzhou's heart, making his heart pound wildly. Nianqiu. Su Nianqiu's eyes curved into crescent moons, radiating an indescribable beauty. Thank you. You give me such peace of mind. No matter what happens, I know you'll always stand in front of me, protecting me. That's enough. Chenzhou, you must strive hard. I believe in you, you won't let me down. No sooner had she spoken than Su Nianqiu turned and walked away, glancing back every few steps and waving at him repeatedly. Only when the girl's figure vanished completely did Gu Chenzhou gently touch his cheek, smiling like a little cutie. That evening, he didn't head straight back to the dorm. Instead, he planned to spend the night at the new company. After all, at this hour, even if he could get back, the dorm supervisor would definitely register his name. The auntie was going through menopause lately. Who knows, she might even tell the homeroom teacher, resulting in a school-wide announcement. That would be anything but pretty. Plus, Fatty had messaged him though the equipment hadn't been moved in yet, the bed had already been carried inside to establish a base camp first. Gu Chenzhou drove his Maserati straight to the company entrance. But when he opened the gate, he suddenly froze in shock. Sure enough, there was indeed a bed in the company, but it was just a bed, nothing else. There wasn't even a sheet or mattress on it. How the hell was he supposed to sleep on that? A bare, hard surface like that, what difference would it make from sleeping on the floor? Gu Chenzhou was instantly furious. That fatso was getting more and more unreliable. He was about to give Fizi a thorough scolding when light footsteps echoed from upstairs. What are you doing here? Gu Chenzhou followed the sound and saw Lu Xian standing there. She was wearing a pink Hello Kitty pajama set, rubbing her sleepy eyes and looking at him with utter confusion. Chapter 38, An Unforgettable Night. Gu Chenzhou remained quite polite toward Lu Xian. After all, the girl had suffered quite a bit. She'd spent so much money on her boyfriend, only to be betrayed by him. But credit where credit was due, Lu Xian was indeed a little rich girl. Collecting rent every day, her life must be pretty comfortable. What Lu Xian never expected, though, was that Gu Chenzhou was driving a luxury car worth over $1 million. It was the latest Maserati Quattroporte. People who could afford this car didn't even think about value for money. It took Lu Xian a full moment to finally fold her arms across her chest. But her figure was already quite voluptuous, and the instant she crossed her arms, it instantly outlined her perfect curves. That single gesture alone made Gu Chenzhou stare in awe. Add to that the softness of her nightgown, which clung almost seamlessly to her body. The sheer visual impact of it all, well, it was simply exquisite. You're Gu Chenzhou, correct? Yes, landlord. What are your instructions? Instructions aren't really the word for it, but I detest deception above all else. Don't you think what you're doing is rather excessive? Ha! That single sentence left Gu Chenzhou utterly dumbfounded. Landlord, what on earth are you talking about? I don't understand a single word. Lu Xian rolled his eyes. When you first came to me, you kept insisting you were a student startup team with no money. I cut your rent out of pure goodwill. But look at you now. You're driving $1 million luxury car. How dare you rip me off on rent every single year? Listen, I've changed my mind. Either I don't rent this place to you anymore, or you make up the difference. Is this woman out of her mind? We already agreed on everything, we even signed a contract. Now she's pulling this nonsense? This is ridiculous. Landlady, you've got it wrong. That's not my car, it belongs to my girlfriend. Ha! You're so young, and you're already hooked up with a rich woman? Gu Chenzhou looked utterly exasperated. He could tell now that there was nothing left to discuss with Lu Xian. If this conversation continued, it would likely end in a complete breakdown. Stop. Miss Lu, please spare me. Do you really think someone like me has the luck to hook up with a rich woman? What decent person would come sleep on a hard bed here just to save a few dozen bucks on hotel fees? I'm not worthy, okay? Gu Chenzhou sounded increasingly aggrieved. Lu Xian, however, looked utterly bewildered. Wait, are you saying you plan to sleep here tonight? Bro, you're not joking, right? There aren't even sheets or blankets here, just a bare wooden plank. How am I supposed to sleep on that? Gu Chenzhou shrugged helplessly. Of course I'll sleep on it hard. Ugh, I hate it when you pretend to be poor. Lu Xian muttered under his breath before turning and walking away. Gu Chenzhou felt utterly wronged. Damn it! What did I ever do to deserve this? If only I hadn't driven Su Nianqiu's car over here. He tidied up the bed a bit. There wasn't much to tidy, really. He took off his pants to use as a pillow, laid his undershirt underneath, and planned to cover himself with his jacket. He felt like he was living no better than a savage. The only difference was that he covered himself with clothes, while savages used leaves. And it was getting a bit warm this season, especially these past few days. The air was dry, and the air conditioner hadn't been installed downstairs yet. Gu Chenzhou had no choice. He couldn't push the gate open, so he opened the small door near the stairs instead. At least that way, a slight breeze could enter. But just as he lay stiffly, suddenly, he sensed a heavy, ragged breathing behind him. That sound was unmistakably female. Gu Chenzhou froze, instinctively turning his head. Only then did he see Lu Xian, clutching a quilted pillow, staring straight at him. Especially those eyes, already burning with intensity, fixed unwaveringly on him. No. To be precise, they were staring at his virile, muscular physique. Gu Chenzhou was quite confident in his physique. He might not have 8-pack abs, but his waist was free of excess flab, and his physique was exceptionally well proportioned. Hey! Landlord, what's this all about? Sneaking into someone's home late at night? That's probably not the best idea, is it? After Gu Chenzhou's reminder, Lu Xian finally snapped out of it and cleared his throat awkwardly. Ha! Those 2 lumps of flesh? I couldn't care less about looking at them. With that, he rolled his eyes at Gu Chenzhou before tossing the 3-piece set in his hand over to him. Don't get any ideas. This is purely out of concern from landlord to tenant. After you use it today, wash it clean and give it back tomorrow. If it's not spotless, you'll be sorry. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Lu Xian turned and jogged upstairs. Gu Chenzhou stared at the bedding and pillows for a long moment before suddenly letting out a helpless laugh. That girl, she's quite something. The night passed without incident. It must be said, this beauty's personal belongings were exceptionally fragrant. The bedding was saturated with Lu Xian's lingering scent. Especially the pillow. The moment his head touched it, a wave of fragrance hit him. Gu Chenzhou slept soundly all night long. Early the next morning, he was roused by a knock on the door. Old Gu. Open up already. The sun's beating down. Is this how a boss runs things? Rubbing his sleepy eyes, Gu Chenzhou opened the gate just in time to see Fizi followed by a Hualala delivery truck. Holy crap! You actually slept here last night? Before he could finish, he gave Gu Chenzhou a thumbs up. Honestly, I'm starting to admire you more and more. What are you trying to do? Train for the golden bell shield and iron shirt techniques? Gu Chenzhou rolled his eyes. Hey, Fizi. Can you stop screwing me over? I can't take it anymore. You said the bed was already made up here, but it's just a bare mattress. Fatso chuckled. Oops. But as the guy poked his snout inside for a peek, suddenly, his extremely sharp sense of smell and gaze locked onto the bedding. Something's not right. Fatty hurried over, circled the bed, and even started sniffing it like a dog. Gu Chenzhou felt a wave of revulsion wash over him. Hey, buddy. What's wrong with you? This is getting gross. But Fizi whipped his head around, glaring fiercely at Gu Chenzhou. Old Gu, tell me the truth. Did Lu Xian give you this thing? How did you know? Fatty snorted coldly. From now on, call me Sherlock Fatty. Are you kidding? Of course I know. When I entered Lu Xian's room yesterday, it was this very scent. I said, buddy, you're playing it pretty fancy, huh? Just moved in and already hitting on the landlord? Chapter 39, A Grand Gift. Gu Chenzhou immediately waved his hands. Cut it out. Stop talking nonsense. She just felt sorry for me. All I had was a bare bed frame, so she brought over some stuff. Let's be real, it's because you're such a cheapskate. Otherwise, why would I use someone else's used stuff? Fatty rolled his eyes. Oh. This guy's putting on airs for you. I'd love to sleep on that thing, but I can't even get my hands on it. At that point, Fizi suddenly turned serious. Old Gu, I think I need to educate you properly. Listen up. You finally got together with President Su. She's outstanding, gorgeous, our school's undisputed queen bee. So, you need to be constantly self-reflective. Don't go flirting around outside. I'll keep this incident under wraps for now, but you two need to keep your distance from now on. And you have to promise me one thing, otherwise, I can't guarantee Su won't hear any rumors. Gu Chenzhou blared at him fiercely. Fatso, don't push your luck. That's a blatant threat. The guy wore a smug look. So I'm threatening you. What are you gonna do about it? Spit it out. What do you want? Suddenly, Fatty's dog-like head swiveled over, his eyes darting up and down, a sinister grin curling his lips. Honestly, I'm head over heels for Lu Xian. Old Gu, be a good guy and help me out, will ya? Hook us up with a matchmaker's thread, how about it? You've got the school's top beauty now, but what about me? I've known you for so damn long, and I'm still a single dog. Don't you feel even a little sorry for me? Only then did Gu Chenzhou realize that Fizi wanted him to play matchmaker between himself and Lu Xian. This barrage of military boxing punches left Gu Chenzhou utterly bewildered. But just as he was about to respond, a cold, detached voice suddenly echoed from upstairs. No need. You don't stand a chance. Both men turned to see Lu Xian staring at Fizi with a faint, mocking smile. Fei Zi looked utterly innocent. Landlord. How could you say that? We can work things out. Let me tell you, you might not know me well, but I'm actually a total sweetheart. Trust me, once a woman gets to know me, I can be the ultimate suck-up. Guaranteed to make you feel totally comfortable. How about it? Seeing Fizi's pathetic expression, Gu Chenzhou desperately wanted to slap him. This ing is just too embarrassing. Back when he was fawning over Jiang Shanshan, Fizi had looked down on him with utter contempt, beating and cursing him with a full-on combo punch. He played that part to perfection. He'd ranted about how suck-ups never amounted to anything, ending up with nothing. But what was he doing now? Competing to be a bootlicker? Fatso, don't even think about it. You're not my type. I don't like guys like you. Fatty looked utterly aggrieved. Lu Xian. You haven't even gotten to know me properly. How can you be so sure? At least give me a chance. You can't just dismiss me because of my looks. Honestly. I have a passionate heart too. Lu Xian shook his head gently. Sorry, Fatso, I think you misunderstood. I'm not rejecting you because of your looks or build. Mainly, you're just too creepy. Every time those little eyes of yours look at me, I just feel like you're being so rude. So, I'm really sorry about this, but let's part ways amicably. Fatty started crying. No exaggeration, 2 clear tears rolled down his cheeks. Yes, his heart felt so cold, waiting for Lu Xian to feel his pain, but who knew the other guy wouldn't even acknowledge him? Oh, and when you guys move stuff inside later, keep it quiet. Don't disturb me, okay? Gu Chenzhou smiled and flashed an okay sign. But after Lu Xian went inside, Fizi lost his temper. Why? Old Gu. Why is she treating me like this? Gu Chenzhou could only try to console him. If it's over, it's over. The next one will be better. But credit where credit's due, Fatso worked lightning fast. By noon that day, nearly all the equipment had been hauled inside. There were 7 machines in total, with Gu Chenzhou's being the one furthest inside. Though it was just one large room, Fizi had deliberately partitioned off a special spot for the boss. Fatty, given our company's current scale, I don't think this is necessary, do you? But Fizi shot him a glare. You don't know Jack. Ever heard of small but fully equipped? Let me tell you. Since you're running this company, you're the boss. You absolutely cannot mingle with the staff like that. No one goes near your spot now, and things aren't looking great. But once our company's running smoothly, I'll get you a private office right away. You gotta hand it to Fizi, he might be unreliable most of the time, but when it comes to getting things done, he deserves a big thumbs up. He even got the company a T-bar machine. As for that small room in the back, it was where he and Fizi rested, barely big enough for a double bed. It's normally off limits to others. The whole room is only about 80 to 90 square feet. With the bed and some daily necessities, there's barely any space left. The restroom had been thoroughly cleaned from top to bottom. That was the entire layout of the company. At a glance, it did seem a bit small, but it was actually quite well put together. Both of them were exhausted, nearly collapsing, when Gu Chenzhou's phone rang. It was Su Nianqiu calling. After a brief exchange, Gu Chenzhou had intended to pick her up, but Su Nianqiu insisted she could manage on her own. About 10 minutes later, a brand new cherry blossom pink Bentley pulled up at the entrance. Instantly, the class of the nearby Maserati dropped by a notch. Fatty stared at the pink Bentley, his face full of longing. Wow, wow, wow. When will I ever get to live off someone else like you do? Gu Chenzhou snapped. Shut up. Watch your words later, or else don't blame me for dealing with you. As the two reached the door, Su Nianqiu retrieved a piece of jade from the trunk. The jade was carved into a paixio. It must be said, the raw material itself was of exceptional quality, definitely not some low-grade stuff. It looked crystal clear and translucent. The carver's skill was equally rare. The paixio looked utterly lifelike, clearly hand-carved. No machine could ever capture that divine touch. Holy crap! This is a real piece of art. Su Nianqiu smiled faintly and handed the paixio to Gu Chenzhou. Wishing you a grand opening and smooth sailing. This paixio will safeguard your company and bring abundant wealth. Gu Chenzhou hesitated. This, isn't it too valuable? Isn't the sentiment itself more precious? Here, take it. With this by your side, I believe your company will soar to new heights. Chapter 40, Seeking Collaboration. Su Nianqiu walked around the space and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. It's not huge, but it looks clean. What's your first step going forward? This was precisely what Fizi had intended to ask, and now Su Nianqiu voiced it for him. Thus, both men turned their gaze toward Gu Chenzhou. Gu Chenzhou stroked his chin. Logically, the next step would be to recruit staff, but I don't plan to do that. I did secure some investment, but I don't want to touch that money again. I can't just blow it all, can I? Su Nianqiu looked utterly perplexed. So you plan to start a company with just the two of you? Fei Zi nodded vigorously beside them. Yeah, old Gu, this is way too sketchy, right? Anyone who walks in will see it's just a typical shady operation. We're running a legit company, shouldn't we at least have some semblance of professionalism? But Gu Chenzhou shot him a glance, his eyes brimming with contempt. What are you thinking? Who said it's just the two of us? I think the first step is to build up our seed capital. In just over 2 weeks, the League of Legends season will start. We can ride that wave to boost some ranks. With school break coming up, we can team up on solo queue orders. Making 7 or 8,000 shouldn't be a problem. Fatty's face darkened. But boosting isn't a long-term solution. I know that. Right now, the popular games are League of Legends and a few other big MMOs. First, we need to build up our funds by doing some content farming or boosting jobs. Second, we need to find teammates within these games who can work together, recruiting some reliable people. Once we've built a foundation, I plan to target emerging hit games. Whether partnering with platforms or grinding in-game, we just have to wait for the right opportunity. Just one big break and we'll rise from serfs to sing our own songs. That's my plan. As Gu Chenzhou finished speaking, Fizi and Su Nianqiu exchanged glances. Indeed. His approach was textbook steady and methodical. This way, at the very least, they wouldn't lose money, they'd even make a profit. He'd accumulate capital while waiting for the next opportunity. It did sound like it might actually work. Alright. Since that's the case, let's get started right away. With the season ending soon, many players are eager to push for a final surge in rankings. That's how League of Legends works. If you climb to Master or Challenger early and then stop playing for a long time, your rank will automatically drop. This means you could drop from Master to Diamond. As a result, when the season resets, everyone will see your previous season's rank as Diamond. So, by the end of the season, there's usually a surge in players trying to climb the ranks. But Gu Chenzhou didn't take any solo queue orders in Region 1. After all, the end of the season brings out the pros. It's quite common to encounter 2 or 3 low-tier players in a single match. So he could only take jobs in the outlying areas. Going from Emerald to Challenger usually netted over 2,000 per job. He and Fizi each handled one account, duo queuing together the most efficient setup. But they couldn't do anything for the next couple days. Exams were coming up soon. Once the exams are over, it'll be time for their push phase. The ideal outcome would be using this holiday period to get the company fully operational. That's why company matters have been put on hold these past few days. Gu Chenzhou and Fizi were also preparing for their exams. After classes each day, the group would grab lunch together, though this time, Su Nianqiu joined them. Usually, it was just the 3 of them. That lunchtime, the trio was heading to the cafeteria together when Fizi began walking slower and slower. Before long, he fell far behind the other 2. Gu Chenzhou was deep in conversation with Su Nianqiu. After all, they were in the honeymoon phase of their relationship, practically glued to each other. After just one afternoon apart, they had a whole bellyful of things to tell each other. But mid-conversation, Su Nianqiu paused abruptly, turning her head with a puzzled look. What's up with Fizi? Gu Chenzhou froze too, glancing back at Fizi. Hey, Fizi. Are you out of your mind? Can you walk any faster? Old Gu, maybe we should keep a little distance from each other from now on. Ha? Gu Chenzhou's mind was filled with question marks. No. I mean, Fizi, what the hell is your problem now? What do you mean I'm acting crazy? Bro, hanging out with you 2 every day makes me feel like a third wheel. It's just not right. Without another word, Gu Chenzhou swatted the guy across the head. One more word and see if I don't beat you senseless. Fatty looked utterly aggrieved. Old Gu, you're not human. Why the hell did you hit me out of nowhere? What did I say wrong? Honestly, you guys should just hook me up with a date already. That way, everything we do can be done in pairs. Wouldn't that be perfect? Both men instantly felt their temples throb. Turns out he'd been waiting right here all along. Just as they were chatting idly, Gu Chenzhou suddenly sensed an intensely malicious gaze fixed on him from the side. His reflexes were lightning fast. He whipped his head around. Sure enough, it was Chenin. But he was no longer the useless fool he once was. Seeing Chenin's furious eyes, he felt not a shred of fear, only contempt filled his own gaze. He grabbed Su Nianqiu's hand and strode straight toward the cafeteria. Oomph. I'll let you bloat for 2 days. The day will come when you'll be begging me on your knees. Chenin muttered to himself, turning to leave. But barely 2 steps later, a shrill voice cut through the air behind him. Young Master Chen. Jiang Shanshan then sashayed over, her pert, smooth little behind swaying back and forth in front of Chenin. But Chenin wasn't short on women, especially those with Jiang Shanshan's looks. He'd seen countless like her. He certainly didn't react like ordinary students, who looked at Jiang Shanshan like wolves eyeing lambs. His attitude, therefore, was exceptionally cold. I don't know you, and I don't want to know you. With that, he turned to leave. Jiang Shanshan gave a sly smile. Young Master Chen, please don't misunderstand. I'm here to collaborate with you. Chenin had already started walking away, but upon hearing Jiang Shanshan's words, he couldn't help but halt his steps. Collaborate? What gives you the right to collaborate with me? He had to admit, under certain circumstances, this guy truly was a Sigma male. Jiang Shanshan's attitude was anything but careless. At that moment, Jiang Shanshan's expression was deeply displeased. She was breathing heavily, as if ready to explode at any second. But, she kept telling herself, she must hold back. After a long moment, Jiang Shanshan finally forced a smile.
Young Master Chen, I know you like Su Nianqiu, but the problem is, Su Nianqiu is with Gu Chenzhou now. Chapter 41, Time to spend with the girlfriend. I'm so confused too. You're so rich and accomplished, with great taste in clothes and good looks. Why would Su Nianqiu choose that good-for-nothing over you?
It must be said, Jiang Shanshan was indeed sharp in this regard.
With just one sentence, Chen N's expression softened considerably. At least he wasn't seething with anger like before.
Clearly, he agreed with Jiang Shanshan's assessment.
Enough with the flattery. Spit it out. What do you actually want from me?
Seeing her chance, Jiang Shanshan immediately launched into a torrent of words.
Young Master Chen, as far as I know, Gu Chenzhou set up a company on the side. Calling it a company is a stretch. It's more like a shady little operation. Just him and that fat guy, taking on game development gigs for pocket money when they're bored. Shannon curled his lip in disdain. Oomph. How much could he possibly make doing that? A loser is a loser. Jiang Shanshan nodded vigorously. Of course. How could someone like him compare to you? For people like them, making 1,000 or 2 a month is like winning the lottery. Little do they know, that's not even enough for you to buy a single meal. So, young Master Chen, I think we should make a plan. He wants to start a company, right? Let's sabotage him.
Not only will he fail to make money from his contracts, but he'll end up losing a fortune. But to Chenin, Jiang Shanshan's words sounded like utter nonsense.
Do you even know what you're saying? Asking me to pull stunts like that? Oomph. That's beneath me. Jiang Shanshan shook her head hastily. Young Master Chen, you've misunderstood me. You must understand that fundamentally, you're different from him. If he loses 2 or 3,000, it's just a drop in the bucket, utterly insignificant. But if he loses that much money, it'll be like the sky falling.
Then he'll have no choice but to let go and cut ties with Su Nianqiu. Even if he truly refuses to let go. As long as Su Nianqiu sees his true colors, I believe, no woman would tolerate such a good-for-nothing, right? Su Nianqiu is only with him out of sheer curiosity. I'm certain once this blows over, she'll kick Gu Chenzhou to the curb. Sure enough. Jiang Shanshan's simple words suddenly made Chen An's eyes light up. She was undeniably sharp. It's a method. I'm putting this entirely in your hands. If you need any support, just let me know. But let me make one thing clear up front, if you screw this up, I won't go easy on you just because you're a woman. Got it? Jiang Shanshan nodded immediately. Rest assured, young Master Chen. I promise I won't let you down. 2 days later, the exams finally concluded. Gu Chenzhou and Fizi breathed a sigh of relief. Old Gu, we're finally free. This holiday, we've got to buckle down. Let's really get this company off the ground. Gu Chenzhou nodded with a smile. Of course we will. He started by taking on a few small jobs, spending every night working alongside Fizi. While the earnings weren't substantial, the camaraderie between the brothers made it quite enjoyable. And with their skills, running these jade scams was practically like beating a dead horse. Even Lu Xian, finding it boring, joined in. Lu Xian wasn't a novice, nor was she a slacker, so adding her to the team was no problem at all. This went on for 2 full days until both jobs wrapped up simultaneously. They collected their pay, each walking away with over 1,000 silver dollars. Holy! Finally seeing some payback. Old Gu, let's rest for 2 days before diving back in. My body's about to give out. Not just fatty, wasn't Gu Chenzhou feeling the same? Plus, he hadn't seen Su Nianqiu in days. For 2 young lovers in the throes of passion, that felt like a death sentence. Fine, I'll give you 2 days off. Fatty took his earnings and went straight out to splurge, while Gu Chenzhou picked up his phone, intending to text Su Nianqiu and invite her out for a meal. But his strategist beat him to it. Annie and Little Bear, Little Joe, what are you up to? Not sinking boat, running the company, of course. Annie and Little Bear, rolling eyes emoji, yeah, right. If you ask me, you just got time off and your mind's already wandering. Come on, tell us, who are you hanging out with? Gu Chenzhou, sis. Is that really how you see me? Annie and Little Bear, if all else fails, let's video chat. Let me see if you're actually at the office. Unsinkable boat, what's this? Are you trying to catch me slacking off? Annie and Xiao Xiong, why not? This company is half mine, okay? We don't have a punch-in system anymore, so isn't it perfectly normal for me to check up on you? Now that you mention it, that does make sense. Annie and Little Bear, alright, I'm not teasing you. Just a friendly reminder, don't get so caught up in work every single day. Annie and Little Bear, don't forget, you have a girlfriend now. No matter how busy you are, you need to pay more attention to her feelings, got it? Gu Chenzhou stroked his chin. He was starting to feel more and more that something was off about Annie and Little Bear. The reason was simple. Whether things were good or bad between him and Su Nianqiu seemed to have nothing to do with her. And, hadn't she just said it herself? She owned half this company. As a major shareholder, shouldn't she be the one pushing him to get things done? But, and Xiao Xiong didn't seem to care about company matters at all. Strange, really strange. Annie and Xiao Xiong, what are you standing there for? Speak up.
You brat, you're getting more and more out of hand. Gu Chenzhou didn't have time to think further, he quickly dismissed her. Not Chenzhou, truth be told, I was just about to go see my girlfriend. Bye, we'll chat next time. Annie and Xiong, angry emoji, you ungrateful jerk who ditches friends for girls. Oomph. I'm not even going to bother with you. Gu Chenzhou left the company immediately, grabbed a shared bike on the way, and headed straight for the Su residence. He developed a habit of rarely taking taxis to the Su residence. First, they were too expensive. Second, riding a shared bike gave him some exercise, a win-win situation. He'd intended to surprise Su Nianqiu, but as soon as he arrived at the Su residence, she emerged wearing an exquisitely tailored little dress. Their eyes met instantly. For a moment, Gu Chenzhou was so stunned he couldn't speak, his face frozen in utter bewilderment. Nianqiu, where are you headed? Su Nianqiu gave a faint smile. To welcome you, of course. What do you think? I even put on makeup especially for today. Su Nianqiu even turned around in front of Gu Chenzhou, showcasing herself. Chapter 42, The Rich Kids Gathering. But the thing is, I didn't tell you in advance. How did you know? One sentence instantly made the atmosphere awkward. Especially for Su Nianqiu. Her heart began racing instantly. Oh no! How could she have forgotten something so important? Right. Gu Chenzhou hadn't informed her beforehand at all, he'd told Annie and Xiong instead. Nianqiu, what's going on here? Could it be, you knew I was coming to find you? Yes. He had already begun to suspect Su Nianqiu. But Su Nianqiu was incredibly clever. It's because of that fatso. He told me. Oh, that fat bastard. I was planning to surprise you, but he ruined it. At that moment, Gu Chenzhou instinctively reached for his phone, ready to call Fizi and give him a piece of his mind. Damn it. When it comes to my love life, that fat bastard sure does care a lot. But Su Nianqiu was quick as lightning, snatching the phone away. It's not his fault. I asked him about it. Ha? Alright. Gu Chenzhou didn't understand, but he respected her decision. Meanwhile, Fizi was eating dinner at home when he suddenly sneezed several times in a row. He rubbed his nose and muttered to himself. Damn it, who's cursing me? Gu Chenzhou instinctively took Su Nianqiu's small hand, feeling the warmth radiating from her palm. He couldn't help but crack a smile. He had to admit, Su Nianqiu's little hand was incredibly smooth. He loved this innocent, unaware feeling. But as they spun around, Su Nianqiu received a call. The contact name read Yao Yao. But the moment she saw the caller ID, the girl couldn't help but frown. Clearly, she wasn't fond of that label. Hey, Yao Yao, what's up? Dajuan's arcade opened today. Why didn't you come? He should have told you about it. Su Nianqiu looked helpless. Well, I've got something to do, so I probably can't make it today. Could you send him a 10,000 yuan gift later? I'll transfer it to you when I get back tonight. Seriously, sis? Yao Yao's tone was clearly annoyed on the other end of the line. Is this even funny? I know about your mess with Chenin, but that has nothing to do with our mutual friends. We still have to maintain our relationships. Just because you two broke up doesn't mean we should all feel awkward about it, right? Don't worry, Chenin can't make it today. Dajuan confirmed it. Just hurry over. Hearing that Chenin couldn't make it today, Su Nianqiu's expression finally eased a bit. But Gu Chenzhou could tell she was still reluctant. Yao Yao, I'm really sorry, but I'm with my boyfriend and probably can't make it. What? That boyfriend Chenin mentioned before? No problem, bring him along too. We can help you vet him. Just then, the phone was snatched away by another person, a man's voice. Nianqiu. This really hurts me. I've worked so hard for over a year preparing for the arcade's opening. We're such good friends, aren't you even coming to celebrate? Or, are you saying you don't want to be friends anymore? Dajuan, don't misunderstand. I don't mean anything by it, it's just... I know. Your current boyfriend is with you, right? What's there to be afraid of? Just bring him along. What? Worried I can't afford to treat him to a meal? Rest assured. If you bring your boyfriend, I promise to treat him like royalty. Hurry up, we're all waiting for you. No sooner had he finished speaking than the other end abruptly hung up. Listening to the busy tone, Su Nianqiu sighed helplessly. It was clear she was in a foul mood. Just then, Gu Chenzhou tentatively spoke up. Nianqiu, what's wrong? Did your friend invite you to a gathering? Su Nianqiu nodded. They're all my friends, but they all knew Chenin before too. We're like old acquaintances, but we haven't been in touch for ages. It's fine, let's just do our own thing. But Gu Chenzhou shook his head. Nianqiu, I think your friends have a point. There's no need to feel awkward. Since they've all invited you so sincerely, you should give them the courtesy of attending. Su Nianqiu felt conflicted. You might not know them well. These people, they have sharp tongues. I'm afraid they might say something too harsh, and that would be unkind to you. Gu Chenzhou burst out laughing, waving his hand dismissively as he chuckled, clearly unconcerned by Su Nianqiu's worries. Nianqiu, don't forget we're officially boyfriend and girlfriend now. If I want this relationship to last, I have to face your friends. I can't hide behind you like a turtle forever, can I? Otherwise, people will laugh at you.
Though it was just a simple sentence, it deeply moved Su Nianqiu.
Don't you care? Gu Chenzhou said, enunciating each word clearly. I only care about you.
Those words made Su Nianqiu feel as though she'd been drenched in honey, utterly delighted.
All right. Then come with me.
We'll go together, say hello, and leave.
Is that okay?
Of course. Driving Su Nianqiu's Maserati, it took them no more than half an hour to reach a bustling downtown area.
Sure enough, firecrackers were going off everywhere.
The opening ceremony for a 3-story arcade had just concluded.
This alone showed what kind of circle one inevitably moves in.
His own circle consisted only of Fatty and a few childhood buddies. To put it bluntly, when they gathered together, scraping together a few hundred or even 1,000 yuan was already considered a luxury feast. Often, they'd have to pick up other people's cigarette butts to smoke.
But look at Su Nianqiu's friends, any one of them could easily hold their own. Forget the rest, just take this 3-story arcade. The rent, equipment, and interior design alone must have cost over $1 million. Young people who could casually throw around that kind of money to splurge, he and they were simply not in the same league. Su Nianqiu seemed to sense Gu Chenzhou's hesitation and offered a faint smile. Don't feel inferior.
The fact that Dajuan can afford to run such a massive arcade has nothing to do with him personally.
To put it bluntly, he was born into privilege, he has good parents. Gu Chenzhou nodded with a smile.
He could tell perfectly well that the girl was trying to comfort him.
Let's go.
Just as they reached the entrance, a group of young men and women dressed in flashy, colorful outfits came jogging over. You had to admit, these people lived life in style. Just by looking at their attire, it was clear that any one of them standing before them was a top-tier local rich kid. Chapter 43, This wine is too much. The outfits alone, each costing at least several thousand yuan. With smartphones worth tens of thousands in their hands, they radiated an air of unquestionable wealth.
Nianqiu, you finally made it. We've been waiting for you. Exactly. What are you standing around for? Let's go already.
The man and woman leading the group greeted Su Nianqiu with smiles.
They were none other than Dajuan and Yao Yao. Whether they'd planned it or not. Either way, they completely ignored Gu Chenzhou. Yes. At that moment, Gu Chenzhou stood across from them.
From start to finish, not a single person had approached him to strike up a conversation. This cold treatment, to put it bluntly, was truly disgusting.
Su Nianqiu was so intelligent, how could she not notice?
She furrowed her brow slightly.
Excuse me, I have things to attend to.
I'll take my leave first.
No sooner had the words left her mouth than Su Nianqiu grabbed Gu Chenzhou's hand and turned to leave. But she was forcibly pulled back by Dajuan and Yao Yao. Nianqiu, what are you doing? You finally make it here, and you want to leave right away? Hey buddy, you must be Nianqiu's new boyfriend, right? Not bad, not bad. Pretty handsome, at least better looking than me. Hey, I'm Dajuan. Welcome to my grand opening ceremony.
With that, Dajuan extended his hand and flashed a smile at Gu Chenzhou, looking as harmless as could be. But Gu Chenzhou knew deep down that he looked down on him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have treated him like invisible air from the start. But Gu Chenzhou wasn't one to stir up trouble. He obliged and shook Dajuan's hand, giving the guy the courtesy he demanded. Hey buddy, this is our first meeting. We're both good friends of Nianqiu, and you're her boyfriend. I think we should stay in touch more often.
You need to find a way to fit in, right?
Otherwise, Nianqiu will be the one left in a tough spot.
Su Nianqiu frowned. She wasn't naive. She could tell right away that Dajuan was laying down the law for Gu Chenzhou.
Just as the girl was about to speak, Gu Chenzhou stopped her and shook his head gently.
It's fine. He's right. Since they're your friends, it only makes sense that you should stay in touch more often.
Dajuan nodded in satisfaction.
You know what, buddy? I really appreciate someone who makes sense like you.
And so, the group entered the arcade together. It must be said, stepping inside only amplified the sheer scale of the place.
And since it was newly opened, it was packed with people.
Dajuan led them straight to a private room inside. To their surprise, they could sing and drink here truly in all-in-one entertainment spot. Though this section seemed reserved for private use. Su Nianqiu and Gu Chenzhou settled into a corner booth. Su Nianqiu's expression remained unsettled the entire time. She instinctively turned to Gu Chenzhou and whispered softly. Chenzhou, why are you doing this? What's the point of staying here? Can't you see they've been targeting you the whole time? Gu Chenzhou nodded. Of course I can see it. Then why still? But before the girl could finish her sentence, Gu Chenzhou shook his head gently. Nianqiu, I can't just leave like this. Otherwise, you'll become a laughingstock in the eyes of these friends. I don't care. But I do. I don't want you to become so small after being with me. I know perfectly well they're doing this on purpose. Precisely because of that. I must make them understand. I'm no less than Chen, and that's all there is to it. Gu Chenzhou spoke each word deliberately. Every syllable poured out with genuine emotion. Finally, Su Nianqiu's eyes grew moist. She could clearly sense that Gu Chenzhou was serious. That alone was enough.
So Nianqiu, please trust me this once, okay? I can handle this.
I'll make them realize their own narrow-mindedness. That's all there is to it.
Su Nianqiu nodded firmly. I believe you. Sure enough, not long after everyone sat down, Dajuan approached with a bottle of liquor, smoothly handing it to Gu Chenzhou. Bro, first time meeting today, let's knock back a bottle to seal the deal. But Gu Chenzhou frowned the moment he saw the large bottle of green-capped beer. Honestly, he hadn't eaten a bite all day. And with a large bottle of beer like this, chugging it down in one go was no joke. He'd likely end up spitting it out. This guy was definitely doing it on purpose. Dajuan held out the bottle for a while, but Gu Chenzhou showed no intention of taking it. Only then did he frown, his voice turning cold. What's the deal, buddy? You don't want to give me some face? But Gu Chenzhou remained unhurried. Sorry, I can't drink this. It's not how we do things. Dajuan cleared his throat. Seriously? Dude, today's my grand opening celebration. You won't even give me this much face? Gu Chenzhou shook his head gently. I really can't drink it. This huge bottle, meant for him to down while the guy just stood there watching the show. Are you kidding me? He wasn't some bootlicker. Even if he were, he wouldn't be sucking up to Dajuan. What right did this guy have to spout nonsense here? At the same time, Yao Yao joined in, shifting the conflict directly onto Su Nianqiu. Hey Nianqiu. What's wrong with your boyfriend? He's doing this on purpose, right? Su Nianqiu frowned. What do you mean on purpose? Like we can't see it. Dajuan kindly offered him a toast, but he wouldn't take a single sip. What's that about? Su Nianqiu snorted coldly. Who offers a toast like that? I don't think Chenzhou did anything wrong. Dajuan, if you're going to offer a toast with such a big bottle, shouldn't you be prepared to drink a whole bottle yourself? Dajuan pursed his lips. Let me be honest with you, Nianqiu. I was actually testing your new boyfriend just now, but the result was such a disappointment. I don't mean to upset you, but if it had been Chenin today, he would have downed it without hesitation. Whether he could handle it or not, even if he ended up throwing it all up, at least he'd show me proper respect. Exactly. Nianqiu, we've been best friends for years. I think Dajuan is absolutely right. Your new boyfriend being broke is one thing, but freeloading off your car? Most importantly, he's got serious character issues. Someone like that doesn't deserve to be with you. The two of them traded barbs, their words dripping with contempt for Gu Chenzhou. And let's be honest, these two were being downright disgusting right to his face. That move? That was despicable. Su Nianqiu was about to argue back, but Gu Chenzhou stopped her. Chapter 44, A third wheel crashes the party. He shook his head gently, then fixed his gaze on Yao Yao and Dajuan. Remember, respect is a two-way street. And while you may be wealthier than me, that doesn't make you superior. In fact, I think your actions show you don't hold Nianqiu in any regard at all. Yao Yao immediately flew into a rage. What nonsense are you spouting? Who do you think you are to talk to me like that? Exactly. Who gave you permission to badmouth us? I invited you here with good intentions, and you show no gratitude at all. Gu Chenzhou smiled. How ridiculous. I only came here today because you're Nianqiu's friends. But now it seems pointless to waste any more time on you. Heh, Nianqiu, let's go. Originally, Gu Chenzhou had intended to maintain a semblance of cordiality with them. After all, Su Nianqiu was involved. But now it seemed pointless. They'd thrown away their own dignity, why should he bother? No sooner had he spoken than he took Su Nianqiu's hand and turned to leave. But Yao Yao was displeased. She lunged forward 2 strides, blocking Gu Chenzhou's path. She glared at him coldly, her eyes brimming with displeasure. Stop right there. Gu Chenzhou frowned. Is there something else? Yao Yao was furious. Mr. Gu. Who do you think you are? You've only known Nianqiu for a few days. What gives you the right to be so arrogant? We've been Nianqiu's friends for over a decade. Just because we don't like you, you think you can take her away? What gives you the right? Let me make this crystal clear. I look down on you. What are you going to do about it? Our Nianqiu isn't just beautiful, her family background is top tier too. Only a high-caliber man like Chenin is worthy of her. And you? Why don't you take a good look at yourself in the mirror? What are you, exactly? What single thing about you makes you worthy of her? Exactly. Don't you realize how much of a downgrade it is for Nianqiu to be seen with you? Just as expected. These two had been seething with anger all along, just waiting for an outlet. Now they finally had their chance to speak up. Su Nianqiu's expression immediately soured. You two are out of line. How dare you say that? But at the critical moment, Gu Chenzhou stepped in to stop her. He shook his head gently, his gaze fixed firmly on Su Nianqiu. Nianqiu, I told you before, just let me handle matters like this. He then turned his gaze to the two of them. I don't think I'm any worse than Chenin. Besides, he may have money, but before long, I'll prove to you all with my own strength that I can build something from nothing too. And I'll do it better than him. If I can't achieve this within 3 years, I'll leave Nianqiu on my own accord. Rest assured, I won't hold her back. This was essentially a flag planted by Gu Chenzhou. It wasn't just for their ears, it was more a whip to spur himself onward. That's right, he hoped he could keep his word. But just as he and Su Nianqiu were about to leave, the front door was kicked open. The noise was so loud it drew everyone's attention. At that moment, several wealthy young masters strode in from outside. Each had his hands stuffed in his pockets, looking like they owned the place. At first, Gu Chenzhou assumed these men were part of the same gang as Dajuan and the others. After all, their attire was similar, suggesting they were likely well-known figures locally. But, when the two groups met, Gu Chenzhou could clearly sense that the atmosphere fell off. Sure enough, Dajuan immediately frowned. "Young Master Qin, what brings you here?" "It's actually Qin Jun,"
Su Nianqiu murmured to herself.
"Huh? Qin Jun? What's he doing here? Qin Jun and us have never gotten along. How strange, what's he doing here?" So it turns out these wealthy young masters have their own cliques too. Sure enough, Qin Jun lit a cigarette.
"Hey, Dajuan, you really can't tell right from wrong. I know today's your grand opening, so I came specially to congratulate you.
I just gave you 200 yuan as a gift. Is this how you treat your guests?" "Huh? This doesn't seem quite right, does it?" Though both were wealthy young masters, Gu Chenzhou could tell that in Qin Jun's presence, Dajuan clearly lacked confidence. Just as expected, Dajuan took a deep breath. "Qin Jun, today is my grand opening. I don't want to make a scene." Qin Jun burst into laughter.
"Dajuan, if I recall correctly, when Xiaolu opened his pool hall, you beat him in a game. Then, you ended up winning half his pool hall in a single night.
Remember that?" "Qin Jun, bringing that up is just mean. That was an agreement between Xiaolu and me.
Plus, he owed me money, which is why we even had that bet in the first place. Since he couldn't pay me back and lost to me, he settled half the pool hall with me."
"What's wrong with that?"
But Qin Jun just shrugged.
"Sorry, I don't know the details.
All I know is that when his pool hall opened, you took him on in a bet and walked away with half the place."
"Heh. That's common knowledge. You're not trying to renege on the debt, are you?"
Though Qin Jun's words were simple, they were clearly a deliberate trap for Dajuan. Such a clumsy tactic was obvious even to Gu Chenzhou, let alone anyone else.
"Qin Jun, what exactly do you want?" "Simple. Let's have a wager ourselves.
I don't want much, just the bottom floor of your 3-story arcade.
How about it?" With that, Qin Jun flicked his cigarette onto the ground and crushed it underfoot. "Dajuan, I've already assessed your shop.
The renovations and equipment together cost less than 2 million yuan at most.
If I lose, I'll give you 1 million. How about it?" "Fair enough." The atmosphere instantly turned icy cold. Gu Chenzhou knew Qin Jun was deliberately trying to provoke Dajuan. What kind of joke was this?
He only wanted one floor of the arcade, but he specifically wanted the bottom floor, the one closest to the entrance. If they were separated like this, most customers would be stuck downstairs.
That was downright nasty. Sure enough, Dajuan flatly refused. "Qin Jun, don't be ridiculous. Do you seriously think I'd agree to such an unreasonable demand? You're not welcome here. Get out now."
At that point, Dajuan pointed directly toward the exit.
But this only made Qin Jun laugh. "Seriously? Dajuan, what's this supposed to mean? Trying to back out now?
Everyone saw how you screwed over Xiaolu before.
Now it's your turn and suddenly you're unhappy? What gives? It shouldn't be that whatever you say goes. If this doesn't work, I'll record a video right now and post it online. Let everyone judge for themselves." Chapter 45, The Price of a Sharp Tongue.
No sooner had he finished speaking than Qin Jun grabbed his phone, switched it to video mode, and shoved it right in Dajuan's face.
He wasn't joking around. Qin Jun was genuinely ruthless in his actions.
Dajuan had been putting on airs in front of Gu Chenzhou, but here with Qin Jun, his swagger faded by more than half. Compared to earlier, he was in a completely different league.
Facing the camera, Dajuan panicked. He probably knew that if Qin Jun leaked this footage, the consequences would be severe. For people like them, it's all about saving face. Once that face was completely lost, the consequences would be unimaginable.
With that thought, Dajuan immediately covered his face with one hand while waving the other frantically in front of him.
"Qin Jun, that's enough. Stop this immediately."
Qin Jun snorted coldly.
"Dajuan, so all this fuss was because you're embarrassed too? Just tell me already, do you agree or not?" Dajuan grew impatient. "Fine. I'll take your bet. Now put down that damn phone." Gu Chenzhou murmured from the side. "Is face really that important?" Su Nianqiu sneered disdainfully. "That's just them.
They always think face matters more than life itself. But the truth is, they're nothing but a bunch of spoiled rich kids. Their faces were handed down by their fathers, they never earned them themselves." It must be said, Su Nianqiu handled this aspect exceptionally well. That was simply her nature, she never worried about losing face or anything like that. Despite her wealth, she remained a down-to-earth girl. That was precisely what drew him to her. Qin Junmo looked extremely pleased after achieving his goal.
He crossed his arms over his chest, a sly grin playing at the corners of his mouth. Fine. Your word is good enough. So, what's the bet? Since we're in my arcade, we should compete in entertainment games. How about best of 3? Shin Jun rolled his eyes. Why all the nonsense? Why not just settle it in one go? Best of 3 is at least fairer. Besides, my match against Xiao Lu was best of 3 too. Shin Jun waved his hand impatiently. Fine. I'll start then. Since this is your turf, it's okay for me to go first, right? Go ahead. They started with a fighting game on an arcade machine. And let's just say, Shin Jun was a real pro at this stuff. In the first round, lasting barely 2 or 3 minutes, he had already knocked Jun off his feet. He won like that, and it was incredibly easy. Shin Jun's crew cheered wildly behind him, but Jun couldn't muster a single smile. Laugh. Why aren't you laughing? Are you just not the laughing type? Jun didn't respond to his words, but spoke coldly instead. My turn now, right? Of course. Immediately after, Jun selected a racing game. It was clear this game was his forte, though this time his opponent wasn't Shin Jun himself, but one of Shin Jun's underlings. Though the guy was pretty skilled, he was no match for Jun. In the end, Jun won the race by a narrow margin. Finally, they reached the last round. Honestly, Gu Chenzhou had been watching the whole time, but he genuinely couldn't understand this behavior. It felt utterly baffling. Were these rich kids all out of their minds? Fighting like this? Didn't they realize how childish it was? Of course, it had nothing to do with him. After all, he and Jun weren't exactly on good terms. Regardless of who won or lost, he couldn't care less. For the final match, Shin Jun chose League of Legends. The moment Shin Jun announced he'd solo League of Legends, Jun's side was instantly stunned. They exchanged bewildered glances, utterly at a loss for words. What? Shin Jun? Are you out of your mind? This is an arcade, what are you doing playing League of Legends? Do you think this is an internet cafe? But Shin Jun pointed to the private booth next door. You've got machines over there, right? What's the deal? Trying to pull that close to the public routine again? Jun, can't we just act a little less childish? Since you've decided to compete with me, and I'm the one calling the shots this round, could you please follow the rules? Okay? Jun was rendered speechless. Gu Chenzhou looked at Su Nianqiu with utter confusion. Nianqiu, why won't he compete? This Shin Jun is a top-tier player in District 1. He even competed in the provincial tournament before. He runs a team that once placed second in the provincial competition. Honestly, his skills are 1 in a million, no, 1 in 10 million. Most people simply can't match him. Only then did Gu Chenzhou grasp the situation. I see. But Jun knew full well that if he agreed to a solo match with Shin Jun, the consequences would be unimaginable. He couldn't win. But if he refused, how could he possibly explain today's incident to everyone if word got out? Was he supposed to tell everyone he chickened out, that he was a coward? Finally, Jun made up his mind. Even if it meant losing a floor of the arcade, he absolutely couldn't lose face. Fine. Let's do it. Originally, Shin Jun only needed to sit obediently in the gaming chair and play one game with Jun to settle this matter completely. But who knew this guy would have to stir up trouble? Just as he turned to leave, he spotted Su Nianqiu. Well, isn't this Miss Su? TSK. Heard you broke up with Chenin? Then went and found yourself a loser? Ha. Your taste is getting more and more extreme. I'm having a hard time judging this. Su Nianqiu frowned slightly. Is that any of your business? Shin Jun shrugged. What the hell does it have to do with me? I just think your taste is getting pretty wild. Not just with boyfriends, but even with friends. With this bunch of losers, I really don't get what you find fun about them. Poof. May your reputation in this circle plummet even further. Seriously, you've got such an authoritative face and don't even know how to use it. Hilarious. Shin Jun spoke with utter arrogance, not giving the slightest glance to Gu Chenzhou beside him. And every word he uttered was dripping with contempt for Gu Chenzhou. Finally, Gu Chenzhou had had enough. He turned to look at Su Nianqiu. Sorry, Nianqiu. Looks like I'll have to step in on this one. Su Nianqiu was furious too. Go ahead. Show him what you're made of. At that very moment, Jun was about to sit down in the gaming chair when Gu Chenzhou suddenly pulled it back. The abrupt movement sent Jun stumbling backward. Had he not reacted quickly and grabbed the table, he would have ended up flat on his face. Don't ask why Gu Chenzhou did that. Because he found Jun just as disgusting. Jun's expression instantly soured. Damn it! Are you crazy? Kid, what the hell are you doing pulling my chair like that? Gu Chenzhou spoke coldly. Are you even his opponent? Chapter 46, Shadow Master. Jun's expression changed instantly. Damn it! I'm not his match, are you? Gu Chenzhou glanced at him. Why not give it a shot? Who the hell do you think you are? You think you can just try whenever you feel like it? Let me tell you, if I lose this round, I'll have to hand over my entire floor of the arcade to them. So tell me, can you really handle that kind of responsibility? The heated exchange between the two had Chenzhou bursting into laughter. He shook his head, laughing helplessly as he spoke. Hey, Dajuan, look at you now, such a wimp. You're really going downhill. Even this piece of trash can walk all over you. Honestly, you might as well just die. What a disgrace. At Chenzhou's words, the henchmen he brought along all burst into arrogant laughter. In that moment, Dajuan felt his cheek burn fiercely. Finally, he couldn't take it anymore. He whipped his head around and glared at Gu Chenzhou. Did you hear me? Get the hell out of here. I'm not putting any hope in you. A guy like you, if you lose, what are you gonna use to pay up? You can't afford it. Who said he couldn't afford it? Just then, Su Nianqiu stepped forward, her gaze fixed on Dajuan, her eyes cold as ice. Dajuan, listen to me clearly. If Chenzhou really loses, no matter how much money you lose, I will compensate you in full. Do you hear me? Dajuan stared wide-eyed at Su Nianqiu, utterly incredulous. Yes. He couldn't understand why Su Nianqiu would go this far for Gu Chenzhou. Nianqiu. Have you lost your mind? I truly don't understand why you. That's your problem. If you can't figure it out, who else can you blame? Anyway, this is my stance. Dajuan gasped for breath, his gaze shifting between Su Nianqiu and Gu Chenzhou standing beside her. Finally, he conceded. Fine. Kid, since you want to step up, I'll give you this chance. But, you better not regret it. But Gu Chenzhou looked at him with utter contempt. Dajuan, you think too highly of yourself. I'm not like you. Especially with this kind of thing, I don't want to step forward. The only reason I'm doing this is because of him. Gu Chenzhou pointed his finger at Chenzhou. Young Master Chen, is it? I'll make you understand the consequences of humiliating Nianqiu. Chenzhou had been grinning moments before, looking on with relish for the spectacle. But the next second, his body suddenly trembled. His eyes widened, staring blankly at Gu Chenzhou. Are you talking to me? Gu Chenzhou nodded lightly. Is there a problem? In an instant, Chenzhou's eyes widened in fury. He pointed his finger at Gu Chenzhou's nose. Kid. Who the hell do you think you are? What gives you the right to talk to me like that? Gu Chenzhou snorted coldly. Young Master Chen, let's not argue, okay? Whether I have the right or not isn't decided by words, it's decided by this. No sooner had he spoken than he pointed at the computer screen. Everyone understood exactly what Gu Chenzhou meant. Put simply, this was nothing short of a blatant provocation. Who could resist that? Sure enough, Chenzhou glared and nodded fiercely before pointing at Gu Chenzhou. Fine. With so many people here today, I'll slaughter you right in front of them. I'll make you see that not only is your life inferior to mine, but you can't even beat me at a game. And so, the two sat down at their battle stations. Chenzhou waved his hand arrogantly. Speak up. Which hero do you want to compare? Pick any role except support. I'll crush you in minutes. But Gu Chenzhou remained silent. The reason was simple, he didn't want to give anyone ammunition. If he picked the hero, even if Chenzhou lost, the guy would probably come up with 100 excuses. Like claiming it was his signature pick or something? Gu Chenzhou wasn't about to set himself up like that. With that thought, he abruptly lifted his head and fixed his gaze directly on Chenzhou. You pick. Chenzhou was dumbfounded. Wait. Kid, you think I'm joking? I'm letting you pick, so just pick already. Don't try to back out if you lose. I'm afraid you won't. Chenzhou smiled. Interesting. Regardless of your skills, I see you've got quite the cocky attitude. Fine. Since that's the case, I won't hold back either. But everyone heard him clearly, he made me choose. Don't try to back out if you lose. Dajuan kept pounding his chest in frustration beside him. Damn it. Are you kidding me? Do you even know what rank he is? Why didn't you pull out your best moves while you had the chance? You just had to show off here. I seriously don't get what the hell you're trying to prove. Actually, Dajuan's question hit the nail on the head. Of course, if Gu Chenzhou had replied, it would undoubtedly be, every hero I play is my signature move. It really was a tough choice. True to expectations, Chenzhou, probably wanting to show off in front of everyone, actually pulled out Zed. Instantly, a voice that sounded like it came straight from hell blared from the computer. The ignorant shall not escape their fate. Holy crap. He actually pulled out his signature hero. Zed. I heard his Zed ranks high on the Chinese server. We're screwed now. Why? If you don't let him show off, he'll just keep showing off. Dajuan gasped for breath. Su Nianqiu, you were the one who said if he loses, you'd cover all my losses. Does that still stand? Su Nianqiu couldn't be bothered to respond, just rolling her eyes. Gu Chenzhou chuckled. Zed, that was his old buddy. He promptly picked Zed as well. And so, the two champions commenced their mid-lane duel. Anyone who'd played this champion knew he relied heavily on his shadow, using it to attack enemies and coordinate plays. Not only that, but landing all skills with both the main body and the shadow could restore energy. In other words, Zed is a hero of extremes. Either you play him exceptionally well or you play him terribly. Initially, they engaged in a straightforward lane battle. Judging by his minion wave management alone, it was clear this guy was an absolute pro. After all, he was ranked at the top tier in the region, so he couldn't be underestimated. This title was far more formidable than a suburban king. So Gu Chenzhou deliberately held back, playing at only 70% of his usual strength. They were playing for first blood, first tower, and 100 last hits. As the last hitting count climbed past 80, Qin Jun missed a single last hit in the middle lane, yet Gu Chenzhou hadn't missed a single one. This meant that if the match continued like this, he was likely to lose. This guy was starting to get restless. Gu Chenzhou, however, saw through Qin Jun's little scheme. A strange smile curved his lips. What fun would it be to defeat him solely through last hitting? With that thought, he unleashed his ultimate ability to lock down his opponent's movement. Let's go! Chapter 47, The Unbeatable ID. Kodajuan couldn't help but curse again. Damn it! Are you crazy? You landed one more last hit than him. You could have just won normally by last hitting. Why did you have to pull off some fancy move like that? But it was too late to back out now. Before engaging, Gu Chenzhou cast a shadow under his own tower. Then the two began their one-on-one duel. When playing Zed, the biggest fear is initiating first. Because for 3 or 4 seconds after his ultimate, he explodes with damage. That's his primary source of damage. But if you activate your ultimate later, you can avoid that burst, effectively dodging a lot of damage. Just as Gu Chenzhou made his move, Qin Jun sneered coldly. Fool! He should have been the one feeling pressured now, yet Gu Chenzhou had initiated first. Wasn't this just handing him an opportunity? And so, the two began their showdown. Qin Jun was indeed clever. He didn't unleash his ultimate right away, instead trading blows with skills and basic attacks. Finally, the moment of impact seemed imminent. At that critical moment, he suddenly unleashed his ultimate. We're done for. That cry came from Dajuan. But for Gu Chenzhou, the real game had only just begun. He first used Shadow Step to retreat to the tower, but everyone found this move somewhat comical. After all, the enemy could simply flash or shadow out at any moment. Sure enough, just as the enemy was about to land, he had planned to flash straight outside the first tower. But then, Gu Chenzhou pulled off his signature move. He flash stepped straight to the second tower. The very next second, Qin Jun pressed his flash button. But at that moment, his body hadn't left the tower, it was suspended between the first and second towers. In an instant, both turrets simultaneously activated their cannons. Early game turrets meant no mercy. 2 thunderous thuds echoed, and Qin Jun's screen went black instantly. The entire scene fell silent for at least several seconds. Finally, Dajuan erupted in excitement. Holy crap! We won! We actually won! Su Nianqiu exhaled deeply. She had to admit, Gu Chenzhou's recent moves had genuinely scared the hell out of her. Qin Jun, however, gritted his teeth and slammed his fist hard onto the keyboard. A loud thud echoed as he slowly rose to his feet, pointing a finger right at Gu Chenzhou's nose. Holy! You're sneaky. Teaming up with the turret? How disgusting is that? You can't deal damage yourself, so you have to rely on the turret? That's cheating. Gu Chenzhou smiled. Qin Jun, you're something else. You lost, just admit it. Why all the nonsense? You. Exactly. Mr. Qin, everyone saw it clearly just now. Trying to back out now is a bit too late, don't you think? Listen up. Everyone knows about our wager. You're the esteemed young master of the Qin family. You wouldn't risk your reputation over a measly sum, would you? You. If you've got the guts, let's have another match. Gu Chenzhou shook his head gently. Even if we played 10 more rounds, it wouldn't change a thing. It's pointless now, young Master Qin. My ID would scare the hell out of you. Qin Jun's face was as cold as ice. I'm the top player in the entire server. Gu Chenzhou ignored him, opening his mobile app and launching the LOL interface. And just like that, an ID that sent shivers down everyone's spine appeared before Qin Jun. Not sinking boat. What did those 3 characters represent? They represented the reign of the top-tier players in the first server. Anyone below master rank probably wouldn't recognize this ID, but Qin Jun, a longtime high-tier player in server 1, certainly knew it well. Typically, whenever Gu Chenzhou appeared in a match, especially if he was on your team, everyone played with utmost focus. Win rate? 100%. If one person fed, the win rate dropped to 90%. If 2 people fed, it became 50-50. Are you kidding me? Qin Jun not only recognized this ID, he'd been carried by him countless times before, and also crushed by him just as often. You're actually. Gu Chenzhou spoke calmly. Young Master Qin, kindly honor your promise. Qin Jun knew the moment this ID appeared, he was already defeated. Not just defeated, but utterly crushed. He gasped for breath, then slowly shook his head. I understand. How could the astute Qin Jun fail to see through it? In truth, Gu Chenzhou was deliberately sparing him some dignity. With his skill, he could have solo killed Qin Jun on the lane 3 levels earlier. But Gu Chenzhou didn't do that. Instead, he lured him under the tower and coordinated with the turret to secure the kill. This way, even if he lost, it wouldn't be a humiliating defeat. At the very least, everyone knew he'd been killed while tower diving. What they didn't realize was that this guy had been lured in purely by accident. The reason was simple enough. Qin Jun knew that feeling of being powerless to control one's own actions. And it just so happened that he had chosen this champion, Zed. Once the fight started, without a replay, the clash between two masters happened in the blink of an eye. Most people couldn't even tell what happened. Alright. Could you leave me your contact info? Facing Qin Jun's request for his contact information, Gu Chenzhou frowned slightly. He couldn't quite figure out what Qin Jun was up to. After a moment's thought, he still handed Qin Jun his phone number. Qin Jun turned to leave, but after taking just a few steps, he twisted his head back to look at Dajuan. I never imagined you'd have such a skilled fighter hiding here. Ha ha. I admit I lost today. I'll have the money delivered tonight. With that, Qin Jun turned and walked away. Dajuan, however, seemed unable to calm down from the excitement even now. Gu Chenzhou and Su Nianqiu exchanged a knowing smile. Let's go. Su Nianqiu nodded gently. The girl felt the same way. Staying here felt unbearably uncomfortable. Better to leave and enjoy their private time together. Just as the two were about to reach the door, Yao Yao finally nudged Dajuan's shoulder. Dajuan. What are you still standing there for? No matter what, she helped you out big time. Don't you need to go thank her? Only then did Dajuan snap out of it. Ha? Oh. Of course I should. He then hurried over and stepped directly in front of Gu Chenzhou. Buddy, what happened earlier was my fault. Please don't hold it against me. Let bygones be bygones, okay? Yao Yao chimed in from the side, speaking for Dajuan. Yeah. We all misunderstood you before, thinking you were just a freeloader. Never imagined you were this good at gaming. I knew it. A guy who can win Nianqiu's heart can't be just anyone. Chapter 48, The Mega Order. Gu Chenzhou hadn't intended to let things get too tense with them. Of course, it was mainly because of Su Nianqiu. And so, because of this little incident, Dajuan, Yao Yao, and the others all came to respect Gu Chenzhou. That night, they partied hard at Dajuan's arcade. It wasn't until past 1 a.m. that Gu Chenzhou finally drove Su Nianqiu home. But, this time, he didn't stop at her doorstep. Instead, he followed Su Nianqiu straight to her room. Don't ask why. It was to escape the rain. Outside, a torrential downpour raged. Inside the room, the two of them stared at each other. He looked at her, she looked at him. Damn it, the atmosphere was already this charged. Gu Chenzhou wasn't one to back down. The more tense the moment, the more he needed to show his manly resolve. He took a deep breath, summoned his courage, and stepped forward towards Su Nianqiu, locking eyes with her. Su Nianqiu, too, felt the imposing presence of the man before her, along with the distinct masculine scent emanating from him. Chenzhou. Gu Chenzhou nodded softly, drawing the lovely girl before him into his embrace as he spoke in a gentle voice. Nianqiu, I like you. Su Nianqiu instantly felt her body go limp, nearly collapsing into Gu Chenzhou's embrace. As Gu Chenzhou's lips drew closer, Su Nianqiu slowly closed her eyes, awaiting the sweetness to come. Yes. She was ready. As their lips drew ever closer, poised to meet in a kiss. Suddenly, an abrupt ringtone sounded. It was Gu Chenzhou's phone. The moment the ringtone sounded, both of them immediately pulled back as if they'd been caught doing something wrong. Gu Chenzhou swore he could have smashed the phone right then and there. Damn it! Who the hell was that inconsiderate jerk? Why did they have to interrupt his moment at such a crucial time? What sin had he committed in a past life? Why did the heavens insist on playing such cruel jokes? Your phone's ringing. You should answer it first. Gu Chenzhou panted heavily. Though inwardly agonized, he obediently nodded. Alright. I'll take it. The moment he lifted the phone, a bold contact name leapt off the screen, Fatty. Damn it. Gu Chenzhou silently vowed to himself that if this guy didn't have something important to say, he'd definitely give Fatty a taste of military boxing. A full set of standard military boxing. His hands trembled slightly as he answered the call. What's up? But on the other end, Feezy's voice was unusually excited. Old Gu. Get back here immediately. Whatever you're doing, you need to be here fast. I'm telling you, our company is about to turn things around. This is a huge order. If we can land this deal, I guarantee we won't have to worry about living expenses for years to come. Though Gu Chenzhou felt deeply annoyed at that moment, Feezy's words stirred something within him. Are you sure? Fatty was notoriously unreliable, and Gu was wary what if this guy was trying to pull a fast one. But to his surprise, Feezy swore on his own happiness for the rest of his life. Old Gu, I'll be honest with you. If I'm lying about this deal, I swear. I'll never find a girlfriend for the rest of my life. I'll just have to spend the rest of my damn life with Miss Five. The so-called Miss Five could only refer to either his left hand or his right hand. That was brutal. Fatty was an extremely superstitious man who never made rash vows. But who would have thought he'd go all out like this? It could only mean one thing, there was a real chance and Feezy believed in it. Alright, wait for me. I'll be right there. I'm at the office right now. Hurry up.
Remember to grab some beer and barbecue snacks, you've got to treat me right tonight. Then the other party abruptly hung up. Su Nianqiu had heard every word of their conversation. Even now, the girl's face was still flushed.
Since you're so busy tonight, you should go ahead. Gu Chenzhou actually wanted to say he still had a little time. He could easily pick up where they left off.
But after a moment's hesitation, he decided against it.
The reason was simple enough.
Mood was everything in this kind of situation. The atmosphere that had finally started to build up had been completely shattered by that one call from Fizi. Even if they forced themselves to do it now, the experience would be severely diminished for both of them. Better to wait for another time, opportunities were plentiful. He should act more like a gentleman, otherwise he'd easily come off as a stud. The more he acted like that, the more likely it was to make Su Nianqiu uncomfortable.
Alright.
Nianqiu, Fizi just said a big order came in at the company.
I need to head over immediately. You, get some rest tonight. You're exhausted. I'll come find you as soon as I'm done with work, okay?
Su Nianqiu's face was so flushed it looked like it could drip water, her cheeks glowing red, a sight that was incredibly alluring. It seemed as though a pinch would draw tears from her eyes. Her voice was barely audible.
Gu Chenzhou turned and left immediately, driving Su Nianqiu's car.
In no more than half an hour, he arrived at the company carrying barbecue and beer. The moment he pushed open the company doors, he spotted Fizi wildly writhing her hips. Especially those two massive butt cheeks, they looked like ing pigs. Gu Chenzhou was already in a foul mood. If it weren't for this guy, he probably would have broken down the last barrier with Su Nianqiu by now. And the pinnacle of his life would have arrived right then. Seeing Fizi's delighted expression, Gu Chenzhou felt a wave of cold sweat. Without a moment's hesitation, he kicked him right in the face.
A loud thud echoed through the room. A pained scream erupted from Fizi's mouth.
Ah! The guy took a nosedive, landing flat on his face. Ouch! He got up looking utterly aggrieved.
Old Gu, what the hell was that about? Why did you hit me? Your move just now was disgusting to watch, okay? What the hell is wrong with you? Why are you talking like that? Gu Chenzhou couldn't be bothered to respond. He couldn't exactly say the kid had interrupted his business, could he? Alright, I'm back with the food. Hurry up and tell me, what's this order? Fatty grabbed a skewer and started munching, then opened the app to see a mega order. It was crystal clear, 5 Jade players in the same district needed to be boosted to King rank simultaneously. The price was insane. It was a whopping 20,000.
That was an astronomically high price in the entire game. But there was another requirement, it had to be done within 10 days. Not only that, but if all 5 players weren't at King rank by midnight on the 10th day, they'd have to pay back 10 times the amount.
What did a tenfold return mean? That's a whopping 200,000. Chapter 49, Thrashing the Fatso. Upon seeing this order, Gu Chenzhou immediately frowned.
Yes. A sudden, terrible feeling washed over him.
Fatty, something just doesn't feel right. Huh? What's wrong? It's a legitimate platform order, there's absolutely no problem, okay?
But Gu Chenzhou shook his head slightly. How could it be such a coincidence? Normally, the platform never gets orders this big. Even if they do, we usually can't snag them. Our company just opened not long ago, and we snagged such a huge order. I just feel something's off. And this compensation rate is absolutely terrifying. If we fail to deliver, we'll have to pay 10 times the compensation.
Have you considered where we'd get that kind of money if we really messed up?
Facing Gu Chenzhou's questioning, Fizi waved his hand dismissively, a look of contempt on his face.
Hey, old Gu. You're overthinking this. Just shut up and get to work. What's the point of all this fretting? Let me tell you, this just means we're incredibly lucky. The company just opened, and we landed such a huge order. You should be happy. Why are you looking so gloomy?
Gu Chenzhou let out a long sigh. No matter what he thought, Fizi had already made it happen. Yes, he couldn't stop this guy. Because he'd already accepted the order. You lunatic. Why didn't you consult me before taking such a huge order? Fatty shot him a glance, as if looking at a complete idiot.
Old Gu, you okay? Want me to feed you a plum candy?
Bro. Use your pig brain for once, will ya? Any decent human being wouldn't say something like that. The platform's a dog-eat-dog world right now. Do you have any idea how hard it is to land a job? Especially an epic level order like this. If my fingers weren't flying, someone else would have snatched it up. Ugh. I hate to admit it. But I have to admit, Fatty had a point. Even though Gu Chenzhou had already suspected something fishy about this, he couldn't stop it. Yes. At this moment, there was only one path forward, no other choice. Alright. Even if it really is a trap, we've got to find a way to step on it. And we only have 10 days, our timeline is tight. We have to move faster. Fatty flashed an okay sign. No problem at all. Old Gu, let's get a good night's rest tonight to recharge our batteries. Then first thing tomorrow morning, we'll hit the ground running. What do you say?
But Gu Chenzhou was stunned. Especially when he heard Fizi mention getting a good rest. He suddenly realized this guy had interrupted his plans. Wait a minute. Just as Fizi stood up to head into the room to sleep, Gu Chenzhou suddenly grabbed his arm. What are you doing? You can't sleep tonight. Fatty's eyes widened instantly. What the hell do you mean? Old Gu, are you hiring a slave? I'm the legitimate second in command of this company. You can't just do whatever you want. I'm sleeping tonight, and I'll see what you can do about it. At that moment, Fizi was utterly defiant, seemingly determined to sleep no matter what. But Gu Chenzhou's expression remained icy cold. Don't say I didn't warn you. Tonight, you're either going to work for me all night, or I'll smash your skull in. At first, Fatty didn't get it. He thought Gu Chenzhou was joking. But moments later, he understood. There was no joke here. It was all bloody real-world experience. Gu Chenzhou beat him mercilessly, showing no mercy whatsoever. At first, Fizi thought Gu Chenzhou was just teasing him playfully. But when an unprecedented wave of pain washed over him, he finally understood. Love really could be transferred. Damn it! Old Gu, have you lost your mind? Stop hitting me, damn it! Keep this up and you'll beat the life out of me. Gu Chenzhou panted heavily. You bastard! You piece of... I'll ask you just once, are you going to help me climb the ranks tonight or not? Are you out of your mind? Why not start tomorrow? Who are you trying to impress by pretending to work so hard? Why not get a good night's sleep, recharge our batteries, and then battle it out in the rift? Wouldn't that be better? Gu Chenzhou shed tears. Yes. Not exaggerating one bit, he was genuinely crying. He felt utterly worthless. What bull big order. It reeked of trouble from the start. Clearly, the other side was trying to get a free write-off compensation money. But that wasn't what angered him most. It was that he could have won the beauty's heart today. But who knew he'd be screwed over by this useless teammate? Where the hell was he supposed to go to get justice for this? Fatso. If it weren't for you, I'd already be with Nianqiu. Ha! Fatty, who was sprawled on the ground convulsing violently, suddenly jerked his body upon hearing those words. In that instant, he felt something was terribly wrong with his entire body. No. Are you serious? Dude, don't mess with me. Look at me. Does this look like I'm joking? Fatty instinctively turned his head. His heart skipped a beat. Oh crap. Oh crap. This was totally screwed up. Just seeing the two crystal clear tears glistening at the corners of Gu Chenzhou's eyes, Fizi knew he'd made a huge mistake. He immediately clasped his hands together. Amitba Buddha, how virtuous, how virtuous. Fine, fine. I'll damn well play with you, won't I? He knew that the more desperate the situation, the more he had to avoid provoking Gu Chenzhou. Otherwise, something truly terrifying would happen. After much deliberation, he concluded it was best to comply with the other's wishes. Otherwise, he might lose his life. And so, that night, the two battled it out nonstop until dawn. This mid-tier rank was nothing to them. If they couldn't secure a solo kill within 3 minutes of landing, they'd consider themselves at a disadvantage. Plus, when the two of them duo-queued, the most synergistic role combination was mid-jungle coordination. They moved through the map like they owned the place. That was just ridiculously overpowered. After a full night's work, I'd climbed 2 tiers. At this pace, they could level up 2 accounts in just 2 days, perfect timing. They had to stick to the schedule. They both knew full well that no matter what happened in the coming days, they couldn't leave this small studio. The reason was simple, they weren't afraid of not making money, but of not being able to afford the penalty fees. Gu Chenzhou hadn't messaged Annie or Xiao Xiong these past 2 days. Strangely enough, though he hadn't reached out to her, she hadn't reached out to him either. This was something that had been almost impossible before. Normally, Annie and Xiao Xiong were like chatterboxes, always seeking him out for gossip and endless nonsense, whether there was something to talk about or not. But these past 2 days, why had they suddenly gone quiet? Could it be she's running into some trouble? Finally, during the hero selection screen, he could free his hands. Chapter 50, Solid Evidence. Usually, characters like him get no bans. Don't ask why, just say it's because they're too cool for that. Players who never get banned always carry an air of mystery. Yes, he was now trying to become that kind of player too. This lull was the perfect chance to ask his boss. After all, one shouldn't forget those who help them along the way. His girlfriend was introduced by them, and this company itself was funded by Annie and Xiao Xiong. You could say without her, he wouldn't be where he is today. Unsubmerged, Bear sister, busy? What's going on lately? You haven't even reached out to me. Are we drifting apart? To Gu Chenzhou's surprise, she replied instantly. Annie and Xiong, this lady here has divined that you've been pretty swamped these past few days. Gu Chenzhou, you're quite the fortune teller. Maybe I should quit my studio and become your assistant. Gu Chenzhou, how about you start an online fortune-telling scam? I bet it'll be a goldmine. Charge just a few bucks per reading, like 30 to 50 bucks. Gu Chenzhou, do 20 or 30 readings a day, earn 5 or 6,000 a month, that's over 300 million a year. Annie and Little Bear, speechless emoji. Seriously, bro, did your math teacher run a loan shark operation? Who does math like that? Gu Chenzhou, grinning emoji. She still jokes around with me. Good, good. I guess I haven't really annoyed her lately. Annie and Little Bear, now that your company's up and running, you must be swamped these days. As your behind-the-scenes boss, I usually stay out of your way. I wouldn't want to interrupt your work. Annie and Xiao Xiong, actually, I've got some personal stuff to handle these next couple days. Don't bother me unless it's urgent. Got it? Gu Chenzhou, yes, sir. After dismissing Annie and Little Bear, Gu Chenzhou and Fizi continued grinding for points. But the moment they reached Grandmaster, the tide suddenly turned. They lost the very first game. The reason was simple, 3 of their own teammates were AFK. Even if he and Fizi were skilled, this was a team game. And the enemy team wasn't reckless at all. Their support and coordination were top-notch. At first, he wondered if he'd stumbled upon a coordinated team. But it was only 1 loss, so Gu Chenzhou didn't dwell on it. It wasn't until they'd lost 5 or 6 games that the atmosphere finally turned icy. Fatty was the first to break the awkward silence. The guy promptly yanked off his headset and tossed it aside. Holy! What kind of joke is this? Are we getting ELO ed or something? Even Grandmaster matches aren't this hard usually. But Gu Chenzhou frowned. You wanna bet we're being targeted? What? That's impossible. Who the hell has nothing better to do? Why would anyone target us out of nowhere? Gu Chenzhou's eyes darted around, and he immediately had an idea. Fatso, you think, could it be the host doing this? The so-called main house referred to the platform's buyers. The boss who paid them specifically to get these 10 accounts to king rank. But Fizi just scoffed. Nah, that doesn't make sense. There's absolutely no need for that. Bro, you're a pro in this game. When it comes to targeted attacks, do you really think it's cheap? Usually you need to run over a dozen accounts simultaneously just to get us 2 matched. I mean, just hiring these high-tier players each game probably costs close to $1,000. If we keep playing like this, we'd easily blow through 20 or 30,000 a day. Why would they do that? Fatty's math wasn't off. It made perfect sense. Then what's really going on? Could it be the ELO system? Fizi lit a cigarette. As the smoke billowed, he looked like a god of war, utterly arrogant. Damn it! Screw it, I gotta try this out. See what's really going on. The 2 of them were now being roasted over a fire. There was no turning back. If they couldn't deliver on time and in full, they'd probably have to pay with their underwear. This was no joke. After pulling an all-nighter, they'd only managed to get 5 stars. 3 of those games involved Smurfs. And once those players joined, they were blatantly feeding, either standing still or getting infinitely solo-killed on their lanes. They ignored his requests to swap lanes, and no matter how he tried to communicate, they just gave him the cold shoulder. Finally, Fizi rubbed his head hard. Damn it all to hell. I refuse to believe this. Let's keep going. But just as Fizi was about to restart the game, Gu Chenzhou stopped him. Old Gu, what the hell are you blocking me for? Gu Chenzhou shook his head. Can't you see? This is a setup. Fatty's hands trembled as he lit a cigarette. But the thing is, even if they're setting us up, we still have to fight. What else can we do? If we fail the mission, we're finished. Gu Chenzhou chuckled, though his smile was tinged with utter exasperation. Fatty, deep down you know they've been sabotaging us all along. Even if we had 10 more days, we might still fail the mission. Then what do you suggest? Are we supposed to go out now and scrape together the compensation money? Gu Chenzhou shook his head. We need to find another way. The situation was clear now. The enemy was doing this deliberately. Moreover, the cost they're incurring to sabotage us is likely higher than the compensation we'd pay. By that logic, there was no point in them doing this. Unless, they were simply looking to have a laugh with the money. But that's pure madness, isn't it? Finally, Gu Chenzhou mustered his courage and started a game. Sure enough. Another disastrous start. 2 teammates were AFK at the fountain. Gu Chenzhou seized the moment to send the enemy team a message. Let's talk? The opponent responded immediately. Send me your location. Gu Chenzhou frowned slightly. Clearly, the other party had been waiting for him to make the first move. Without hesitation, he sent the exact location of the company. The next second, that ID went offline. It was clear that even in such a high-stakes match, the other party didn't care at all. They simply left without a second thought. Punishments? They meant nothing to him. After the match ended, Gu Chenzhou leaned back in his chair, panting heavily. Fatty also noticed something off in his eyes and couldn't help but ask. Old Gu, is it really targeting us? Gu Chenzhou rubbed his cheeks hard. Damn it, I told you to be careful. Running a company isn't child's play. One wrong move and you could be doomed. And what do we get? This bloody surprise right off the bat. Fatty awkwardly scratched his head. Old Gu, it's too late for scolding now. Let's figure out what to do instead. Chapter 51, Impossible Conditions. Gu Chenzhou shook his head. The only hope is that he comes to us voluntarily. I just hope it's not that guy.
Otherwise, we're in deep trouble.
Old Gu, stop overthinking it.
Maybe those jerks are just looking for trouble. Worst case, we just apologize. At first, Feezy hadn't grasped the gravity of the situation, his eyes brimming with disdain. But when a Mercedes-Benz G-Class slammed on its brakes and came to a sudden halt at the company entrance, the two finally understood the main man had arrived. And, no exaggeration, Gu Chenzhou truly never wanted to see that face again, not even in his worst nightmares.
Yes. The visitor was none other than Chenin.
The moment he saw him, Gu Chenzhou felt like he'd swallowed a dead fly, utterly disgusting. So, all this time, this bastard had been behind everything.
Now everything made perfect sense. Since Chenin had no shortage of money, he could splurge recklessly.
Even inflicting 800 casualties on the enemy while suffering 1,000 losses himself. At that moment, Chenin strode over like a cocky rooster, chest puffed out, grinning.
Oh? So this is the company you've set up? Humph. You're quite the character. Can this shady operation even be called a company?
Following closely behind Chenin was a woman dressed in an extremely seductive manner, none other than Jiang Shanshan.
He'd almost forgotten about this woman. Why was she still in the picture? Gu Chenzhou, I figured it all along. Someone of your caliber could only run a shady operation like this. And you have the nerve to tell people you run a company? Let me ask you, whose company is this shabby? Aren't they all in skyscrapers? What is this? A storefront company?
Fatty immediately grew displeased.
What the hell are you talking about? If you've got the guts.
Before he could finish, Gu Chenzhou grabbed Feezy's arm and shook his head gently.
Fatty, stop it. Old Gu, how can you blame me?
That clearly did it on purpose.
In my opinion. Gu Chenzhou shot him a fierce glare.
After all, the situation was unfavorable for them now, so caution was still the best approach.
After a long moment, Gu Chenzhou finally took a deep breath. Young Master Chen, that big order you placed it, didn't you? Chenin nodded with a smirk.
The moment he entered the company, he plopped down in a chair, crossed his legs, and looked utterly arrogant.
That's right. I placed that big order. I have to say, you guys really have some nerve. Trying to make money off everything?
Ha! As your financial backer, I mainly came today to check on progress.
Where are we at? Normally, both accounts should have reached King by now, right? Come on, let me see. Which two accounts are they? I've never seen the interface for the strongest King tier. Let me broaden my horizons, will you?
Chenin grew increasingly amused as he spoke, eventually bursting into loud laughter.
Fatty, already hot-tempered, couldn't hold back any longer. He immediately pointed his finger right at Chenin's nose. Shan!
Stop deliberately rubbing salt in the wound. If it weren't for you sabotaging me, I'd have leveled up my accounts ages ago.
Now you show up here just to gloat over our failure? If that's the case, get the hell out. You're not welcome here.
Gu Chenzhou yanked Feezy back, even though the words Feezy spoke were exactly what he himself wanted to say. But as the company's head, failing to complete a single order would spell disaster.
A whopping 200,000 yuan in liquidated damages? How could he possibly cover that? Impossible. He stared straight at Chenin. Young Master Chen, things have come to this. Let's skip the formalities. Just tell me, what exactly do you want? You're willing to spend a fortune just to take me down. You're not doing this for fun because you have too much money, right?
Chenin smiled with satisfaction, giving Gu Chenzhou a thumbs-up gesture.
At least you've got some sense, kid. It's true I've got money, but I've got no interest in doing something that's all work and no reward. Kid, since we've come this far, I'll lay out my demands. First point. Chenin held up one finger. You publicly contradicted me before, making me lose face. Today, I'm here to settle the score. Now, immediately, get down on your knees and kowtow to me. Second, starting today, stay away from Nianqiu. You two aren't even from the same world.
She's only with you because of novelty.
Therefore, starting now, completely delete all contact information for Nianqiu. Only I am worthy of her.
If you comply obediently, not only will I not hold you accountable, but I might even return the entire 20,000 yuan advance payment to you.
What do you say? Even if you do the math, you won't be at a loss.
Chenin spoke slowly, enunciating each word with deliberate disgust. Fatty had already rolled up his sleeves.
Clearly, the moment Gu Chenzhou gave the order, this guy wouldn't hesitate. He'd swing a few heavy punches right away. But Gu Chenzhou didn't do that. He shook his head gently. Young Master Chen, if you came here to assert your authority, you may leave now. Chenin froze. What do you mean? Kid. Don't tell me you're going to stand up to me? Gu Chenzhou smiled.
Within our agreed time frame, I'll deliver your 10 accounts as promised.
After all, you're my benefactor now. I'll uphold our company's service standards, so I won't berate you today. But you'd better leave quickly.
Otherwise, who knows what my brothers might do.
Chenin gasped for breath, glaring viciously at Gu Chenzhou. Fine, fine, fine. So this is your attitude? All right. I finally get it. Gu Chenzhou, listen to me. If I let you fulfill this agreement, I'll take your surname. Guan, take your time. Fatty waved his hand behind him. Gu Chenzhou turned his head and shot him a glance. Don't. This guy's already ruined the Chen family name. Let's not let him sully the Gu name too, okay? How could I possibly bear that? Fatty's face lit up with sudden understanding. Right. Old Gu, you're absolutely right. Ugh. The two bantered back and forth like a comedy routine. Shannan's expression turned icy cold. Jiang Shanshan seized the moment to unleash a tirade at Gu Chenzhou. Mr. Gu. You really are stubborn as a mule. What do you think you are? You're not worthy of going against young Master Chen. What you're doing is nothing short of digging your own grave. Gu Chenzhou shook his head gently. He's my sugar daddy. What are you? Fatty suddenly snapped to attention. He pointed a finger right at Jiang Shanshan's nose. Get the hell out of here. You. Do you realize you're polluting the air in this damn company? If I catch a virus, are you going to take responsibility? Chapter 52, Disappointing You. You gotta hand it to Fatty, he was a master at reading the room. Just one sentence from Gu Chenzhou was enough for him to instantly grasp the situation and react swiftly. No wonder he was part of the rapid response unit, after all. With that, Jiang Shanshan stomped her feet on the ground twice in anger before storming off. Shannon lit a cigarette, his eyes brimming with contempt. After both got into the car, Jiang Shanshan kept nagging incessantly beside him. Young Master Chen, you heard that, didn't you? I tell you, they don't hold you in any regard at all. No matter what, I'm someone you personally brought here. How dare they treat me like this? Don't you agree? Shannon had just suffered a setback. He was an extremely arrogant man. In his eyes, given the situation just now, Gu Chenzhou had no choice but to submit. He should have been on his knees begging for mercy, pleading for leniency and swearing never to have anything to do with Su Nianqiu again. Under normal circumstances, shouldn't that be the standard procedure? So why, even facing certain doom, did that bastard still dare to act cocky in front of him? Just this alone was more than he could bear. Exactly. Shannon felt his authority being challenged. Compounded by Jiang Shanshan's incessant nagging and whining beside him, Shannon finally snapped. He raised his hand abruptly and delivered a vicious slap across her cheek. A loud smack echoed through the room. A piercing scream of pain erupted from Jiang Shanshan's mouth. Ah! Cut the crap! Shut your damn mouth! Do I need you telling me how to do my job? Though Jiang Shanshan felt deeply resentful, the searing pain radiating from her cheek forced her into silence. She could only nod obediently by his side. I understand, young Master Chen. Though irritated, Shannon couldn't help but scrutinize Jiang Shanshan from head to toe. The reason was simple: despite being utterly repulsive, Jiang Shanshan was actually quite attractive. Add to that her provocative style of dressing and grooming. Without another word, Shannon slammed his foot on the gas pedal. The car pulled over abruptly in a secluded corner. Jiang Shanshan looked utterly bewildered. Young Master Chen, why did you stop here? Shannon whipped his head around, glaring at her intensely. Enough with the nonsense. What do you think I'm doing here? Can't you figure it out? Do I have to beg you? Jiang Shanshan instantly understood. A strange smile curved her lips as her body began to writhe like a water snake, flirtatiously swaying before Shannon. Before long, she lowered her body, slowly crawling onto Shannon's thigh. Just then, Shannon suddenly lifted his head, slowly closing his eyes, his expression radiating utter bliss. A moment later, the car began swaying violently from side to side. However, this motion lasted only briefly, no more than half a minute before everything fell completely still. Meanwhile, back at the company, Fizi was panting heavily, pacing back and forth. Gu Chenzhou was already feeling quite frustrated. After all, the other party had already secured their position. Given his current circumstances, there was simply no way he could get all 10 accounts to king rank within the specified time. The main problem was the lack of manpower. There were only the two of them. Originally, all these accounts were in the same server. If they could find a stable team, even if opponents targeted them, they wouldn't be afraid at all. Then it would come down purely to skill, and in that regard, Gu Chenzhou had zero worries. His skill level was more than sufficient to carry the team to victory. The problem was, he simply couldn't find enough people right now. He couldn't just randomly recruit people from an internet cafe. Most players there had low ranks, lacking both awareness and skill, making them easy targets for solo kills in lane. After getting killed 2 or 3 times, if the enemy team then properly controlled the minion waves, it was practically the same as just feeding. Fatty gasped for breath. Old Gu. What the hell are we gonna do now? You gotta think of something fast. Gu Chenzhou shook his head gently, then sighed. If I had a good solution, I wouldn't be in this mess. Fatty's mouth twitched. Could it be, we're really going to lose? Old Gu, we're talking about a full 200,000 here. Even if we sold ourselves, we couldn't cover this order. Gu Chenzhou shot him a look. You still have the nerve to say that? If you hadn't taken this damn job in the first place, we wouldn't be in this mess. Fatty looked utterly aggrieved. Old Gu, don't yell at me now. What good would it do anyway? Besides, I meant, well, I wanted to grow our company. Who knew that bastard Chenin would pull such a disgusting stunt? Gu Chenzhou sighed. He knew he shouldn't blame Fizi. If anyone was at fault, he should look inward. If he hadn't made things so tense with Chenin, would the other guy even bother targeting him? So he could take the blame himself, but Fizi absolutely shouldn't have to. Alright, Fizi, stop ranting. I'll figure this out. You haven't rested for over 10 hours straight since yesterday. Go get some sleep, you hear me? Fizi was panting heavily. I can't just leave you to handle this alone. Old Gu, I don't have that kind of bad habit. Gu Chenzhou forced a faint smile. How could he not understand Fizi's temperament? After all, this was his only true brother, the only person he could truly trust. He patted Fizi on the shoulder. Alright, Fizi. Things have come to this. No need for empty words between brothers. I'll reach out to you immediately if anything happens. Fizi flashed an OK sign before turning and heading into the back room. There was a bed there for them to rest. But the moment Fizi left, Gu Chenzhou began breathing heavily, his expression grim. He sat down in a chair and scratched his head hard. What the hell am I supposed to do now? Just then, his phone buzzed with a message from his strategist. Annie and Xiao Xiong, little Zhou, how's the company management going lately? I haven't had time to ask, and you never bother to report the situation yourself? Unsubmerged boat, to be honest, I might disappoint you this time. Annie and Xiao Xiong, confused expressions. You wouldn't actually be planning to abscond with the money, would you? Annie and Xiao Xiong, I mean, we've never even met, and I trusted you enough to wire the money straight to you. But what about you? This feels a bit unfair to me, don't you think? Gu Chenzhou, speechless sis. Do I look like that kind of person? Obviously not. Chapter 53, a heartfelt little essay. Annie and Little Bear, so what really happened? Was there some kind of emergency? Gu Chenzhou, a big order came in 2 days ago. I could make 20,000 in 10 days seemed perfect, so I took it. Little did I know. When Gu Chenzhou explained to Annie and Little Bear, he didn't mention Fizi. He didn't blame the fat bastard either. Instead, he took all the blame himself. This was the price he had to pay. Gu Chenzhou then recounted the entire sequence of events to Annie and Xiao Xiong, leaving out not a single detail. But after his explanation, neither Annie nor Xiao Xiong blamed him. Not only did they not blame him, but they promptly began discussing the situation with him. Annie and Xiong, so, what exactly do you plan to do next? Gu Chenzhou looked utterly helpless. Gu Chenzhou, at this point, I can only try my best to pay them back. I know they did it on purpose, but I don't have a solution. Gu Chenzhou, but don't worry. Even if I really got scammed, I'll find a way to cover the money myself. As for what you lent me earlier, it might take a bit longer. I'll work part-time and pay you back bit by bit. Annie and Little Bear, rolling eyes emoji. Dude, what do you take us for? When I gave you that money, I made it crystal clear this was an investment. Annie and Xiao Xiong, if it's an investment, risks are normal, right? If we lose, worst case, we start over. Besides, I don't think you're guaranteed to lose this time. Unsubmerged? What's that supposed to mean? You've got some other plan or something? Annie and Little Bear, confident expressions of course. Right now, whether it's your social circle or online, recruit experts everywhere. Don't mention generous compensation, just say you need help. That's all it takes. Unsinkable? It wasn't an exaggeration, he genuinely felt Annie and Little Bear were becoming increasingly abstract. He couldn't believe they'd suggest something like this. If he posted that, wouldn't nobody show up to help? Gu Chenzhou, sis, I know you mean well and want to solve this for me, but the problem is, why would other experts help me? There's no reason for them to. Annie and Little Bear, enough with the nonsense. Angry emoji. Don't forget, I'm also a shareholder in this company. You do exactly as I say. Anyway, you'll see results within a day at most. If anyone else had said this to Gu Chenzhou, he probably wouldn't have even thought twice before slapping them. If that didn't work, he could always block them. But the crucial point was these words weren't coming from just anyone. They were coming from Annie and Little Bear. From the very beginning, whatever this girl said seemed to have a magical power. It always came true. This time, was there a chance? Gu Chenzhou, fine. Since it's come to this, I'll thank you just this once. Annie and Little Bear, don't forget to buy your big sister some bubble tea later. Then the other person went offline. Gu Chenzhou didn't dare delay. Though it was already late, he composed a short essay. The content was slightly cheesy, but the underlying message was clear. He was facing difficulties and hoped some kind soul might lend a hand. The requirement was open to anyone, regardless of gender, but gaming skill had to be at the master tier or above. After finishing the draft, Gu Chenzhou even reread it. But as he read, he found himself cringing. It really was cheesy. It read like a love letter. If anyone saw this, wouldn't he be utterly mortified? But in the end, he steeled himself and sent the message out. He shut down his computer and went straight to bed. As for whatever consequences might unfold after waking up, that wasn't his problem to worry about. Meanwhile, after giving Chenin a full service, Jiang Shanshan found herself with nothing to do. She started scrolling through news online.
But when she saw Gu Chenzhou's desperate plea for help, she suddenly burst into laughter, covering her mouth as she giggled.
Oh my, this is hilarious. Young Master Chen, look at this. How could anyone be so ridiculous? Chenin froze, instinctively leaning closer. Upon reading Gu Chenzhou's post, he too felt utterly speechless. This guy. Is he out of his mind? Does he even know what he's doing? To do something this stupid, posting online for help, thinking that playing the victim will win sympathy and get people to assist him? Jiang Shanshan nodded vigorously. Exactly, young Master Chen. But just from this alone, you can tell he's completely desperate. Using such a stupid method to try and fulfill an order? It's pure fantasy. In a few days, when he can't deliver the order, he'll be screwed. Then, that full 200,000 yuan compensation? I definitely won't be able to pay it. Shannon chuckled. If he can't come up with it, he'll have to turn to Nianqiu for help. And when that happens, this young master will make sure Nianqiu sees firsthand just how useless the man she chose really is. Jiang Shanshan nodded repeatedly. Young Master Chen, Miss Su will surely change her mind then. Shannon smiled with satisfaction. He had to admit, Jiang Shanshan really knew how to flatter people, always picking the most pleasant things to say. At the same time, Shannon handed Jiang Shanshan a card. There's some money on this card. Spend it freely for now. As long as you follow me, I guarantee you'll live in luxury. Jiang Shanshan's eyes instantly turned into hearts. Thank you, young Master Chen. Rest assured, I'll be yours from now on. I'll stay by your side and support you wholeheartedly. Good grief, if anyone overheard that, they'd think Shannon was about to ascend the throne. As for Gu Chenzhou, that night he passed out cold. It wasn't until the next morning that Fatty suddenly burst out of the inner room, phone in hand, shaking his shoulders like a madman. Hey. Old Gu, get up quick. Did someone hack your account? I told you so many times to keep your login info safe. You never listen. Now look what happened. Total embarrassment. Faced with Fizi's machine gun barrage of words, Gu Chenzhou finally rubbed his sleepy eyes and slowly opened them. Fatty, what the hell is wrong with you this early in the morning? Can't you be quiet? You're killing me. Fatty panted, pointing his finger right at Gu Chenzhou's nose. Whoa, you. Now you're calling me out? Do you even realize what a stupid thing you've done? Before he could finish, Fizi thrust his phone screen right in front of Gu Chenzhou. Chapter 54, A Teammate from Heaven. Displayed on the screen was the very essay he'd posted last night. In that instant, Gu Chenzhou felt his social life was about to end. He quickly covered his face. Fatty, can you put that away? Take it down my ass. Your account got hacked. What the hell are you standing there for? Hurry up and recover your account, delete all this crap. If Chenin and the others see this, they'll probably laugh at you for the rest of your life. What good is covering your face now? This is so embarrassing. Fatty was panting heavily here, but he noticed Gu Chenzhou hadn't made a move for ages. The guy froze for a second, then started eyeing him up and down. Something's off, really off. Hey old Gu, what's going on with you? Could it be you posted that little essay? Gu Chenzhou nodded. Ah. What do you think? Can you tell my true feelings from the essay? You. Old Gu, you're embarrassing yourself. What the hell were you thinking? You posted this online? Everyone's just gonna gawk at the spectacle. Who in their right mind would actually come help you? Snap out of it, delete it now. Worst case, you can always post another article later claiming your account got hacked, that Chenin did it all. Stir up this mess, it's your last chance. Get up now. Gu Chenzhou shook his head repeatedly. I can't. This was my strategist's idea. You mean that bear sister you're always going on about? Holy. She clearly doesn't know what she's doing. I even feel like that woman's playing you. Maybe she's already teamed up with Chenin, just waiting to see you make a fool of yourself. Stop spacing out. Delete that article now. Who loses face like this? This is ridiculous. Fei Zi tugged hard at Gu Chenzhou's sleeve. Just as the two were about to sit down at the computer, a knock suddenly sounded at the gate. Fatty's heart skipped a beat. Oh. It's gotta be that bastard Chenin coming to gloat. What the hell am I supposed to say to you? Just get ready for whatever comes next. I'm the hell outta here. I can't take this humiliation. Fei Zi's voice wasn't exactly quiet, it was like he was wearing bell bottoms, loud as hell. Just then, a light, teasing voice came from outside the gate. Fatso, did you smear on your mouth? Cut the crap and open the gate. Ha? Calling my mouth smeared is one thing, but you bastard, you dare call me a dead fatso? I'm not done with you. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the fat guy rolled up his sleeves and stormed to the gate. He looked ready to take the other guy down with him. But the moment he swung the gate open, his expression froze. You guys? He never imagined the person who came wasn't Chenin. Dajuan stood with his arms crossed over his chest, chuckling as he addressed Gu Chenzhou. I told you, helping me wouldn't be for nothing. Gu Chenzhou was stunned. Dajuan, what are you doing here? Isn't that obvious? To repay your favor, of course. What else would I be doing? Coming over for lunch?
Not only Dajuan, but beside him stood another familiar figure, Qin Jun.
Young Master Qin, why are you here too? Qin Jun chuckled. Thanks for last time. You saved my face. This time, I'm here to save yours.
I saw your online post asking for help.
For someone above the Grandmaster level, this is a piece of cake, right? Dajuan shot Qin Jun a glance.
It was clear the two of them shared a look that suggested they were sworn enemies.
Yet there was an inexplicable chemistry between them.
Like those rivals who love to bicker but don't harbor any deep-seated hatred. Hey Qin Jun, if you're really that good, you wouldn't have lost so much money to me.
Gu Chenzhou's heart immediately tightened.
After all, Dajuan's words just now sounded downright infuriating. But to his surprise, Qin Jun didn't get angry. Instead, a sly smile curved his lips.
Master Goalkeeper, could you please stop talking here? Gu Chenzhou, let me give you some advice, don't go easy on this guy just because he's Su Nianqiu's friend. With just our group, we could win even if we tied a dog to the lane.
There's no need to bring him along. Besides, a master goalkeeper like him is worse than a random match-made teammate in high-level games. His mechanics and awareness are both terrible.
Are you trying to make things harder for us? If so, consider it never said. Dajuan's head suddenly buzzed. He glared fiercely at Qin Jun. What's that supposed to mean? You wanna pick a fight? You really think I'm scared of you?
Qin Jun curled his lips.
Look at you talking. You suck at the game and can't take criticism? Man, you're just too much.
The two traded barbs back and forth, proving themselves true masters of verbal sparring.
Gu Chenzhou sighed helplessly, then tapped his forehead. Guys, can we hold steady for a moment?
You're both top-tier fighters, and I really need your help.
That leaves just one more teammate to find. League of Legends still has some issues with matchmaking. Especially with some design flaws. Solo queues work fine, duo queues work fine, trio queues work fine, even 5-man queues work fine.
But for some reason, 4-man queues just don't work.
This creates a serious problem.
They don't have enough players.
Yep.
Fizi, Gu Chenzhou, Dajuan, and Qin Jun, only 4 people total.
They couldn't even start a game.
For a moment, they all stared at each other helplessly. The saying, a penny can stump a hero, rings true here. Especially in high-tier matches, they absolutely needed to find at least one teammate with comparable skill. Otherwise, every game would be an uphill battle, and most crucially, victory would be impossible. Just as their heads began to feel heavy with frustration, a cold voice suddenly cut through the silence from behind them.
What are you all staring at? This is the perfect team. Startled, they instinctively turned around to see Lu Xian holding an ice cream cone, shoveling it into his mouth with abandon. Landlord! What are you doing here? Lu Xian shot him a withering look. You've got some nerve saying that.
I was planning to take a nap upstairs, but you guys were making so much noise downstairs I couldn't sleep.
Might as well come up and play a few rounds of games with you. Dajuan waved his hand dismissively. Miss, it's not that we can't find anyone, it's that we can't find anyone skilled enough. What's your rank? If it's too low, it might not be suitable.
Before Dajuan could finish, Lu Xian shot him a look.
Hold on, if I may ask, what's your rank? Average. Master tier, just over 200 points. He even lifted his head slightly as he said it.
But to his surprise, Lu Xian merely nodded lightly.
Oh, that is pretty average. Chapter 55, The High-Spec Squad. That simple statement left the entire army dumbfounded.
Qin Jun beside him burst into laughter.
Ha ha ha. Dajuan, did you hear that? You're not even as good as a woman. But Dajuan was still panting heavily. Damn it. You didn't get here by playing support, did you? What gives you the right to talk to me? I'm the carry here.
After everyone sat down, they realized Gu Chenzhou was nowhere to be seen.
Ha? Where's old Gu? Damn it, we finally got a full team together. And we came here to help him out, yet he's the first to disappear? What kind of person is that? Dajuan cursed under his breath. Just then, Gu Chenzhou came running back, lugging 2 huge bags. One bag contained various bottled waters and drinks, while the other was filled entirely with snacks.
He stood at the doorway, his expression solemn as he looked at the group across from him. Then he bowed deeply to them. Thank you all so much for lending a hand when I needed it most. I'll never forget your help this lifetime.
And I'll always remember this day. We need to get all 10 accounts to King rank. We'll play 5-man squads together, so let's quickly assign roles.
No sooner had he finished speaking than Gu Chenzhou plopped down onto a chair. I specialize in top, jungle, and mid, all 3 roles where I can carry the team.
Of course, I can play ADC and support too, though support offers fewer buffs, and as for ADC, this version just doesn't let me shine.
You should know that in LOL, different versions have different dominant lanes. This mainly depends on the new champions released each season and the updated item sets. However, the jungle position has always been in high demand. A skilled jungler is the key to victory. Qin Jun showed no mercy. No one's playing AD carries in this patch. You're one of our mainstays in my opinion, the jungle role is tailor-made for you. The others nodded in agreement.
Well, if that's how it is, I won't refuse.
Mid lane is still viable in this patch, and it packs enough burst damage. I'll just rotate between these two roles. Jun immediately raised his hand. I mainly play mid and jungle to a 1000-point king tier player.
We'd complement each other perfectly. Let's lock these two roles in. Dajuan chuckled. To be honest, I've got a nickname, top lane dominator. I think the top lane position.
Before he could finish, Jun cut him off.
Cut it out.
I'm not one to call you out, but if you insist on showing off here, don't blame me for taking you down a peg.
The way you play top lane?
I swear, if I sprinkled some rice on my keyboard, a chicken could play better than you.
Forget it.
Top lane is crucial in this patch. It needs someone who can tank and deal damage.
Stop messing around with that role. Gu Chenzhou glanced at Feezy. He mainly plays top lane.
His performance isn't exactly stellar, but his ability to handle pressure is pretty solid.
Fatty immediately lit a cigarette, his act of playing the fool perfectly executed. Truth be told, all beings are equal, that's me. In that case, the bot lane duo goes to Landlord and Dajuan. Dajuan cleared his throat. What else could it be? I'm obviously the main carry. But I'm not really into female supports. Maybe you guys could swap me out? I promise I'll carry every single game.
But Lu Xian ignored him, fixing his gaze on Gu Chenzhou instead. Last season, I ranked in the top 50 Jinx players in the province, top 200 Miss Fortune players in the country, and top 100 Caitlyn players nationwide. I'm practically a master of those champions.
Are you sure you want me to play support?
Before Gu Chenzhou could respond, Dajuan immediately piped up in a pouty whisper.
Actually, I'm pretty decent at Thresh too. And so, the group began their flexible queue. Once the game lobby loaded, Jun immediately picked Lissandra first.
Lissandra is the epitome of a team control champion. She boasts 1 damage skill, 1 mobility skill, and 2 crowd control abilities, truly a jack of all trades champion.
Fei Zi, meanwhile, went straight for Trey and Protector.
While not high in damage, this hero excels in healing and crowd control, capable of both tanking and dealing damage.
The moment these two jack-of-all-trades picks landed, it signaled their team's lack of damage output.
Based on what Lu Xian had just said, it was clear this girl specialized in hybrid AD play. Meaning she's weak early on and only starts to shine once her 3 core items are complete. Just as Gu Chenzhou pondered how to compensate for this weakness, a distinctly sinister voice suddenly crackled through his headset.
Welcome to the Dread Alliance.
In an instant, the other 4 players all widened their eyes, staring blankly at Lu Xian.
Lu Xian found it rather peculiar too. Why are you all staring at me like that?
Seriously, sis?
You know how to do this stuff? Lu Xian chuckled. It's just Draven. Not exactly a challenge for me. Sure, it's just a city emblem, but it's more than enough for this tier. Jun chuckled. This isn't even your signature move anymore, you're basically an all-around AD carry. But I suggest you play a bit more cautiously.
After all, there's only one person on the bot lane, and it's tough to tie up a dog.
Dajuan immediately objected, instantly picking Thresh. Today I'll show you. My signature Thresh, bro. Finally, it came down to the last pick. After much deliberation, Gu Chenzhou settled on Blind. My hands make your dreams come true. What else could he do? This champion's versatility was simply too high.
Besides, in the first game, he needed to get his touch back.
In truth, Gu Chenzhou's strategy for this game was crystal clear. The moment he joined, he issued a warning to Feezy. Fatty, I can't help you this game. Just go head to head with the enemy. No way around it, the enemy was playing Mundo. That thing not only had tenacity and was uncontrollable, but it was also incredibly tanky.
His healing is also insane. Rather than wasting time and abilities on Mundo, it's better to figure out how to break the stalemate through the mid and bot lanes. Jun understood his strategy perfectly, relentlessly pushing the lane from the start.
Once the minion wave reached the enemy tower, he would immediately counter-push.
Just then, Blind had reached level 3. After placing his mark, Jun began trading blows with the enemy. After all, they were fighting under the minion wave, and early-game minions dealt devastating damage. No matter the champion, anyone daring to tank 3 or 4 minions had no chance. Sure enough, before long, the Ice Woman reached the enemy's kill line, yet the opponent still had half their health remaining.
Just then, Gu Chenzhou appeared behind Jun.
The enemy, still fired up, was about to aggressively chase Jun. But the next second, Jun abruptly turned around, unleashing a flash W combo,
instantly freezing the enemy in place. At the same time, Gu Chenzhou revealed himself. Chapter 56, Climbing the Ranks. His opponent froze in shock. He hadn't expected a level 3 gank. Moreover, the W stun duration at this level was extremely short. Gu Chenzhou's W landed squarely on Lissandra.
Simultaneously, the enemy had already broken free from the stun.
The moment they saw Gu Chenzhou's opening move, they instantly chose to flash.
But what he didn't expect was that Gu Chenzhou had anticipated his flash landing spot.
A skywave struck him with pinpoint accuracy, followed by Echo Strike. After landing, another thunderclap.
In that instant, a cold, mechanical voice echoed across the screen.
First blood. Nice. That play was near perfect. After helping Qin Jun push the lane, Gu Chenzhou continued rushing down to the bottom lane. It must be said, their early game execution was flawless. Gu Chenzhou had been focusing his ganks on the mid and bot lanes. On the mid lane, the Ice Woman's high control output, coupled with the enemy team's inability to secure items like Mid-Asia or Quicksilver early on, had completely shattered their defense. So, he was hitting his targets with near-perfect accuracy. As for the bot lane, it goes without saying. While it's hard to say how skilled Dajuan was at the game, his thresh was nothing short of divine. Not only did he anticipate movements, but he also deliberately threaded through minion waves. Within just under 10 minutes, during the landing phase, they'd already secured 5 kills. Only Fizi was trading last hits with the enemy, but thanks to Gu Chenzhou's strict demands on him, Fizi was outpacing the opponent by over a dozen last hits. Though the advantage was small, at least 2 players were farming peacefully. Come late game teamfights, Mundo would definitely be less impactful than a well-farmed Makai. Thus, fueled by sheer skill and strategic execution, they stormed through every challenge. In just 3 or 4 hours, they'd already racked up 7 or 8 wins. Holy crap! Let's take a break. My brain feels like it's about to short-circuit. This is so satisfying. Sometimes you can't even communicate properly with randoms, but with us brothers, it's no problem. Gu Chenzhou was visibly moved. I can't thank you guys enough. Qin Jun shot him a glance. Instead of thanking us, you should focus on calming down. Our overall skill level isn't that high yet. Since you say Chenin has been targeting you, then trust me, that guy has definitely prepared for this. I know him too well. He's a complete scumbag. He'll target us precisely when the time comes. We must conserve enough energy to handle them. Losing the game means wasting precious time trying to climb back up. Gu Chenzhou nodded emphatically. He had to admit Qin Jun's words made perfect sense. At this point, there was no room for retreat. They could only push forward. Finally, upon reaching the high-tier Grandmaster tier, Gu Chenzhou could distinctly sense that the overall strength of their opponents far surpassed that of the Grandmaster tier. This meant either they were professional rank boosters, or Chenan's people were deliberately targeting them. Fortunately, with Gu Chenzhou and Qin Jun as their pillars, they only occasionally faced games where the early game was completely blown, leaving them with no viable path to victory. Otherwise, they won almost every single game. Moreover, whenever they sensed defeat was inevitable, they'd typically surrender at 15 points, refusing to expend further effort trying to salvage a hopeless situation. This is one of the key secrets to climbing the ranks. Time is money. This went on for over 2 full days. 5 accounts had already successfully reached the king tier. The group grew more and more confident with each battle, and from start to finish, not a single person quit. Fei Zi was already an employee of his own company, and since the two were childhood friends, helping out was only natural. As for Dajuan, it goes without saying. If not for him, this guy would have had to give up an entire floor of the arcade. But now, not only was it preserved intact, it even made $1 million. Naturally, he had every reason to stick around. Qin Jun was the person Gu Chenzhou valued most, because he knew how to repay a favor. During their solo match that day, Gu Chenzhou had spared his pride. He could have easily crushed him, yet afterward, everyone claimed their skills were evenly matched. If anyone was to blame, it was Qin Jun's impatience. Had he played it safe and focused on farming, the outcome might have been entirely different. And that was a conclusion Qin Jun could fully accept. But there was one person Gu Chenzhou couldn't figure out: Lu Xian. Yep, he genuinely couldn't figure it out. She was just his landlord. Why did she insist on helping him like this? Besides, playing for money wasn't like casual gaming. There was absolutely no fun to be had. In gaming, you could pick any hero, and if things got rough, you could always tank the game or insult your opponent's parents. But the purpose of solo queue was to win, not for entertainment. First, you had to pick a hero you knew inside out, your signature hero. Second, you have to stay focused the entire game, absolutely no mistakes allowed. Losing forces you to replay 2 games just to get back on track for ranking. It's such a waste. Finally, last night after the game, the others went back to the hotel to rest. After all, these past 2 days had been intense solo queue sessions, so Gu Chenzhou had booked a hotel for everyone, a decent one in their area. It cost over 400 a night, but he didn't mind a bit. Regardless of whether he could recoup the costs, this gesture was meant to prevent him from losing money. As for Gu Chenzhou himself, he stayed at the company. The bed in the back had been empty all along anyway. Lu Xian stretched lazily. Ugh, I'm absolutely exhausted. I need a good beauty sleep tonight. Gu Chenzhou, tell him it'd be best to start afternoon tomorrow. But Gu Chenzhou suddenly called out to her. Hold on a second. Lu Xian froze, instinctively turning her head to stare at Gu Chenzhou in utter bewilderment. What? Is something wrong? You wouldn't actually want me to work overtime with you, would you? Dude, even slaves aren't this pitiful. I absolutely must sleep now. Not even the King of Heaven himself could change my mind. Gu Chenzhou looked utterly helpless. He sighed. Sis, you've got me all wrong. That's not what I meant at all. Fine, I won't keep you working late. But are you planning to treat me to dinner?
Since you asked, this lady might accompany you for a bite, but I picked the place.
Gu Chenzhou chuckled. Of course, no problem. I'm hungry too. Tonight, whatever you want, it's on me. But, landlady, there's one thing I don't understand. Could you explain it to me? Go ahead. Why did you help me? We're just a simple landlord-tenant relationship. I don't quite understand. Typing up invoices is exhausting. Doesn't it bother you at all?
Lu Xian stroked his chin.
If you absolutely need a reason, does I like you count? Gu Chenzhou's head instantly buzzed.
The noise level shot up several decibels.
What did you say? Chapter 57, The Temptation of Jiang Shanshan. Gu Chenzhou felt his brain had stopped functioning. It was buzzing non-stop.
Lu Xian was undeniably attractive, not only beautiful but also blessed with an enviable figure.
But the problem was, he already had a girlfriend.
Just as Gu Chenzhou pondered how to refuse Lu Xian without hurting her feelings, she suddenly covered her mouth and giggled coquettishly.
Look at you, acting so pathetic. Did you really think I liked you?
Sure, the light of guys chasing me would stretch all the way to France, but if I wanted to, I'd never be short on men.
So stop being so full of yourself, okay?
Gu Chenzhou finally let out a long breath, feeling as if a huge weight had been lifted off his shoulders.
I see. I knew it. If I absolutely have to give a reason,
Lu Xian stroked his chin, seemingly deep in thought. Well, the most reasonable explanation I can think of is that you helped me tear that jerk apart.
I've never forgotten that relationship. Alright, consider this my repayment. Once you get through this tough spot, we'll be even. Next time, I'll raise your rent. Gu Chenzhou looked utterly helpless. Landlord, I always thought you were different from other landlords. Could you please not say things that ruin the mood when I'm feeling this happy? Ha ha ha. I'm off to bed. Got an early start tomorrow.
Meanwhile, over the past few days, Chenin had been spending all his time with Jiang Shanshan. Perhaps because they'd only just met, it had to be said that Jiang Shanshan was quite skilled in bed, consistently pleasing Chenin. So much so that these past few days, he seemed possessed. He spent his days buying her all sorts of sexy lingerie, and together they explored countless new positions. But Chenin was certainly generous. In just a few days, he'd spent tens of thousands on Jiang Shanshan.
Young Master Chen, how do I look in this outfit? Not bad, right?
Jiang Shanshan had changed into a new set of lingerie, barely covering her private areas while the rest was sheer, semi-transparent silk.
The sight instantly sent Chen En's blood racing.
He felt a certain part of his body instantly stiffen. He scanned Jiang Shanshan from head to toe, a satisfied smile curling his lips.
Not bad. This outfit's decent, I'd give it over 90 points. Jiang Shanshan gave a sly smile. Tonight we can try a new position, young Master Chen.
I'll go prepare first.
Chen En looked thoroughly pleased.
This was exactly the kind of fresh thrill he craved.
Go ahead.
Before long, Jiang Shanshan called out from outside.
Young Master Chen, hurry up. Chen En froze.
He instinctively stood up, but the moment he stepped outside and saw the scene, his expression changed instantly. Jiang Shanshan lay sprawled across the sofa, her hands and feet bound, with a rope dangling down from above. The rope had buckles, otherwise she wouldn't have been able to tie herself up. Jiang Shanshan gazed at Chen En with a seductive look.
Young Master Chen, I'm giving myself to you now. What are you waiting for? Hurry over.
Chen En swallowed hard, feeling the rush of excitement surge through him as he slowly approached Jiang Shanshan.
You're quite the temptress. Just wait until I show you what I'm made of.
No sooner had the words left his mouth than Chen En delivered a sharp slap to Jiang Shanshan's thigh.
A sharp smack echoed through the air. Several bright red fingerprints instantly appeared on Jiang Shanshan's fair thigh. Ah!
Yet at that very moment, her eyes held no trace of pain, only pure, unadulterated pleasure.
Young Master Chen, hurry up.
Just as Chen En prepared to hold his breath and step forward, a series of violent knocks suddenly echoed from outside the door.
Thump! 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 The sound was abrupt and deafening, accompanied by an urgent shout. Young Master, it's an emergency. Open the door immediately.
Chen En glanced down again. His little brother had already gone limp. Clearly, the whole point of this kind of thing was all about the mood. Any interruption midway completely ruined the mood.
Just like now.
Staring at the dish before him, he felt completely unable to eat, and it was all because of his little brother. He instantly flew into a rage, breathing heavily through clenched teeth, his eyes blazing with fury.
Damn it! Chen En didn't even have time to untie Jiang Shanshan.
These buckle-fastened ropes, while she could secure them herself, were quite difficult to release. Chen En grabbed a blanket and covered Jiang Shanshan with it before striding quickly to the door. The moment he pushed open the door, the younger brother caught sight of Jiang Shanshan bound on the sofa through the crack. Even with her vital areas covered, Jiang Shanshan's alluring figure was still visible. This very sight sent the henchman's blood surging, particularly in his lower abdomen, igniting an immediate, inexplicable rage.
And it was precisely this scene that infuriated Chen En. He kicked the guy squarely in the gut. Damn it! What the hell are you staring at? Spit it out. What the hell happened? The subordinate snapped out of it and nodded frantically. Young Master Chen, it's like this. We checked out their side today and found our snipers aren't strong enough. That guy seems to have recruited a few more people for a 5-man squad. Their teamwork is rock solid, every single one of them is practically a top-tier pro. We're no match for them.
Chenan's eyes widened instantly, his voice rising several decibels.
What did you say? He abandoned his womanizing immediately and rushed off with his subordinate.
When he finally sat down at the computer, he realized the other side had already completed most of the task. If this kept up, they'd deliver a flawless result in no time. Not only would he get not a single penny of compensation then, but all the money he'd spent earlier would go down the drain. But Chenan didn't care about that. His ultimate goal was to crush Gu Chenzhou. Only by doing so could he force Gu Chenzhou out. Then he could take his place and be with Su Nianqiu. Where on earth did Chenan get such confidence? Why did he believe Su Nianqiu rejected him solely because of Gu Chenzhou? What he didn't realize was that even if Su Nianqiu did break up with Gu Chenzhou, it wouldn't be his turn to step in. Damn it! This can't go on any longer. I have to figure out a way. His younger brother looked utterly speechless. Young master, things have come to this point. It seems there's no other way. Just then, Jiang Shanshan freed herself from her restraints and slowly approached Chenan. Young Master Chen, how did things get this way? The younger brother hurriedly explained from the side. Chenan's face was icy cold, his expression utterly grim like he'd just eaten. Chapter 58, Total Domination. After a long, tense silence, he finally whipped his head around, his eyes locked on Jiang Shanshan. Spit it out. What do we do now? You're the one who came up with this plan, but look at us. They still have so many reliable teammates. Are we just going to lose like this? Let me tell you. If we lose, I'll never be able to hold my head up again for the rest of my life. Faced with Chenan's furious outburst, Jiang Shanshan felt a surge of fear. But this woman specialized in underhanded tactics. Young Master Chen, I truly didn't expect this guy to know so many skilled players enough to form a 5-man squad. There's only one way to win now. Chenan's eyes lit up instantly. Speak. Looking at their match history, it's pretty clear only the mid laner and jungler are true pros. The other three are noticeably weaker, especially that support. Meaning their squad has weaknesses too. But their overall strength is undeniable. You get what I'm saying? Chenan frowned slightly before speaking with a cold expression. So you're saying, I need to find a more professional team to take them down? Jiang Shanshan nodded eagerly. They're a 5-man squad to begin with. And at this elite high-tier level, if another team queues against them, the odds of getting matched together are pretty high. So, as long as we can find a truly reliable team, not just random players, but genuinely coordinated professionals, we'll definitely beat them. If that's the case, we'll have to look for a youth team. And it has to be one with exceptional teamwork. A momentary silence fell over the room. Because everyone knew that getting a youth training team to play a game would cost at least 100,000 yuan, no one would even consider it otherwise. But Chenan hesitated for only a few seconds before clenching his jaw and snarling. Damn it! What are you standing there for? Get moving and contact them. Remember, it has to be an experienced youth team. Otherwise, you'd better get the hell out of here and never show your face to me again. The subordinate's body jerked violently. Clearly terrified. He nodded frantically. No problem, boss. I'll get on it right away. Sure enough, once the pressure intensified here, Gu Chenzhou immediately felt the strain. Their original pace had been quite brisk, and they'd expected to complete the task ahead of schedule. But unexpectedly, they'd been outscored by the same team 2 or 3 times in a row. While he and Qin Jun managed to secure advantages in their lanes, the top and bottom lanes remained under constant pressure. And it was relentless pressure from start to finish. What was most infuriating was that the enemy was willing to sacrifice resources. They were willing to sacrifice their own resources to help their teammates build an advantage. After these 2 games, the others didn't seem to notice much, but Gu Chenzhou and Qin Jun exchanged a glance. Both of them had spotted the foul play. Let's hold a quick meeting before the next game. Gu Chenzhou, you take the lead. Though Qin Jun had spotted the issue, he deferred the floor to Gu Chenzhou. Gu Chenzhou nodded. These last 2 games. Did anyone else notice anything off? Da Juan spoke up first. This guy had a lower rank, well, the lowest among this group of pros. So he only knew he'd lost, but not why. Honestly, I felt off in both games. We basically got crushed in the lane phase. Plus, they're a team, so they obviously communicate. They kept ambushing us out of nowhere, we got caught in their traps multiple times. As soon as Da Juan finished speaking, Lu Xian shot him a glance. You've got some nerve saying that. I told you if they show the slightest opening, there's definitely something off. Every time, you ignore my commands and just charge in. Can't you just play it safe for once? Da Juan looked utterly aggrieved. But they come right at us like dumplings in boiling water. Our guys can't just rush over, it's always 4 against 2. How am I supposed to play that? Fizi sighed. Honestly, I messed up these last 2 games too. Not only did I fail to establish an advantage on my lane, but I kept getting pushed back. They had TP and still managed to hold their own against my ignite.
That's definitely on me.
The group exchanged words back and forth.
Gu Chenzhou shook his head gently, his expression grim.
At the end of the day, we didn't lose because of skill. While top and bot lanes were at a disadvantage, the jungle and mid lane consistently held the upper hand. So, during the landing phase, we were essentially evenly matched.
The real reason we lost was in operational execution.
The enemy team was incredibly skilled at securing resources, especially small-scale ones.
In that regard, we simply couldn't keep up with them.
Jun nodded in agreement beside him.
Exactly.
They even sent 3 players to protect the river crab. That single play alone proves these guys are no ordinary team. They possess more than just skill, it's their coordination and strategic synergy that truly sets them apart.
If I'm not mistaken, they're professionals, right? Gu Chenzhou exhaled deeply.
Their tactics alone are strikingly similar to our city's youth training squad, the War Eagles.
I've watched their matches before, it's almost identical.
The moment Gu Chenzhou spoke, everyone's expressions changed. Eyes widened as they stared at him.
What did you say? So all this time, they were the youth training squad. No wonder we couldn't beat them. Alright, it's about time. We've rested long enough. They should have started by now. Let's try another match. Jun suddenly spoke up. The thing is, we might get matched with them again.
The reason was simple: if they'd only matched against them in the first 2 games, it was likely just bad luck. But if, after resting this long, they still managed to match us up with them again without fail, there was only one possibility.
Yep, the opposing team was targeting them.
And the outcome unfolded exactly as they had feared.
They were matched again. Unsurprisingly, they lost again.
Although Gu Chenzhou was a top-tier solo queue player, League of Legends was fundamentally a team game. Even if he held a significant advantage solo, once the game shifted to strategic play, his teammates simply couldn't keep up. In high-level matches, the difference between victory and defeat often hinges on the slightest misstep. Even if Gu Chenzhou saw their intentions and directed everyone to rush a specific point for a team fight. But every single time, the enemy arrived a few seconds earlier. This allowed the enemy to unleash their abilities first. By the time his team arrived en masse, the enemy's second set of abilities was already ready. In a team fight, if you can land 2 full sets of abilities, you're guaranteed to win no matter how the fight plays out.
For a moment, everyone hung their heads in defeat. Chapter 59, Jun's Solution. The mission was almost complete, yet they just couldn't break through. How infuriating was that?
After a long while, Dajun suddenly slammed his fist on the table.
Hey! Can you guys snap out of it? I mean, we need to figure something out. We can't just give up like this, right? Damn it! Fatty was losing his temper too. Shannon has truly lost his mind. To take us down, he's even splurged to bring in the youth training squad. Does he really need to get this much satisfaction? Gu Chenzhou nodded.
If that's the case, it seems more practical to figure out how to scrape together the compensation money. Though Gu Chenzhou's words weren't pleasant to hear, it had to be said this was indeed the optimal solution.
Old Gu, are you just going to admit defeat like this? Fatty grew anxious.
He certainly didn't want to back down so easily.
After all, this wasn't just about money.
If Gu Chenzhou lost, there was no doubt about it that bastard Shannon would come over and make their lives miserable.
But Gu Chenzhou shook his head.
Fatty, we've run out of options. Just me and young Master Qin can't turn this around. Their strength isn't in individual skill, it's in team coordination. Their hastily assembled team might breeze through casual matches, but the problem is, they're no match for such professional opponents. Jun nodded in agreement.
Gu Chenzhou's right.
If we want to beat them, we'd need to dedicate ourselves to training for 3 to 5 months.
Setting up a youth team might give us a fighting chance. Isn't there a saying that goes, never challenge someone's profession with your hobby?
Those guys on the youth team are all planning to make esports their career. To put it simply, the effort they put in and day out is several times more than what we put in.
How could we possibly compete? There's no way we can win.
Fatty's mouth twitched, his expression grim. He felt like a eunuch wandering through a brothel.
Yes.
He was utterly frustrated, yet he couldn't find a way to refute Gu Chenzhou. After all, the gap in strength was right there, staring him in the face. There was simply no way to win. Gu Chenzhou took a deep breath, turned to face everyone present, and bowed slightly to the entire assembly. His words came out deliberate and measured.
Thank you all for your company these past few days. Regardless of the outcome, you've all put in tremendous effort. I, Gu Chenzhou, will remember this deeply.
But now that things have come to this, and everyone has seen the situation, there's no point in continuing.
It's over.
No sooner had the words left his mouth than Gu Chenzhou turned to leave. He never imagined his dream would shatter so swiftly.
A whopping 200,000 yuan in penalty fees. Where on earth could he possibly earn that much money? Dajun was torn. Gu Chenzhou, let me be blunt, even if you concede now, it won't just be about the money. Jun nodded.
Exactly. I should have warned you earlier that Shannon is a selfish bastard. And he's got a vicious streak when it comes to revenge.
You humiliated him before. Now that he finally has the chance to lord it over you, he'll likely broadcast this incident far and wide. If you concede to him, you probably won't be able to stay here anymore. Are you sure you want to give up? Gu Chenzhou shrugged helplessly, utterly exasperated. But the problem is, what else can we do? A strange smile tugged at Qin Jun's lips. I have one last option, cut off his supply at the source. It's a bit underhanded, but blame it on Chenin. He started the nastiness, don't you think? Qin Jun's simple statement instantly fired up Gu Chenzhou, Fizi, and the others. Young Master Qin. What exactly do you have in mind? Spit it out already, we're dying to know. Exactly. Can you stop teasing us? Qin Jun chuckled. Come with me, Gu Chenzhou. Just you. And so, the two left the company and climbed into Qin Jun's Mercedes-Benz S-Class sedan. The Qin family was wealthy, so even when driving, they always hired a dedicated chauffeur. Half an hour later, they pulled up outside an extravagantly opulent building. As soon as Gu Chenzhou stepped out, he scanned the surroundings. Is this the youth training team base? Qin Jun nodded. Exactly. The War Eagles are based here. Gu Chenzhou, I'm helping you because I owe you from before. I just didn't expect repaying this favor would be such a hassle. After tonight, everyone will think I'm no good. Explaining won't matter anyway. Suffice it to say, you owe me big time. You'd better figure out how to make it up to me. At first, Gu Chenzhou didn't understand what Qin Jun was up to. But once they entered the squad hall, Qin Jun started making calls. Soon after, a man around Gu Chenzhou's age walked in. He was still wearing his team uniform, embroidered with the words War Eagle. Allow me to introduce you to the captain of War Eagle. The captain shook hands with Gu Chenzhou. So it turns out you guys were the ones sniping all along. Young Master Qin is an old acquaintance of mine. Buddy, if I'm not mistaken? You and young Master Qin were the ones playing mid-jungle, right? As soon as he finished speaking, the captain gave Gu Chenzhou a thumbs-up gesture. Honestly, you two are seriously impressive. Usually when we take down convoys, it's practically a walk in the park. But against you guys, even with our strongest operational tactics deployed, every match was a real struggle. The main problem lies with mid-lane, that's for sure. One slip up, and we could lose the entire match. The captain stood there, laying on the flattery thick. But Qin Jun couldn't take it anymore. He waved his hand impatiently. Enough, enough. Cut the pleasantries with me. You know exactly why we came to see you today, right? At that, Qin Jun snapped his fingers. How much did they pay you to be their hitman? The captain gave an awkward smile. 18,800. I figured it was an auspicious number, so I agreed. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Jun slammed a bank card down on the table. I'll pay double. Just play along with me. Well, it was clear the captain really wanted the money. But he was even more conflicted. Young Master Qin, it's not that I'm unwilling to help with this small favor. After all, someone of your stature coming to me personally is a sign of respect. But the problem is, if I actually do this, won't it ruin my reputation? If word gets out, who would trust us in the future? Qin Jun chuckled. I didn't come here today to discuss this with you, I came to inform you. If you agree, we'll all be happy and prosperous. But if you refuse, no worries. With over 300,000 yuan, I can easily hire 3 experts. Chapter 60, the Joker has arrived. Then we'll just have a showdown. If you lose, I wonder where you'll hide your faces afterward. Forget about face, you won't get a single penny of that commission. TSK, what's the point? The captain immediately frowned. He knew full well that Qin Jun's words were a threat. But what could he do? This was the Qin family's eldest son. After a long moment, he finally exhaled, his expression grim. Young Master Qin, what should I do? Simple. Qin Jun snapped his fingers. Just keep playing normally these next couple days. There'll only be a dozen or so matches left. Then, victory will be ours in a single night. Wouldn't that be splendid? The captain immediately understood. Young Master Qin, are you suggesting we rig the matches? Qin Jun chuckled. You could put it that way. Anyway, we only have 3 days left. We'll keep competing these next 2 days, and on the final night, you just hand over the points. I'll only come to you once. If you agree, we'll all be happy, you get the money, we get the work done. If you refuse, I have my own ways. And don't think Shinin is any good. Follow that guy, and you won't even know how you died. Qin Jun spoke slowly and deliberately, each word clear as day to the captain. After a long pause, the captain reluctantly nodded. All right, young Master Qin, we'll do as you say. Qin Jun snapped his fingers. You're a smart man. Ha! Gu Chenzhou, let's go. And so, Gu Chenzhou and Qin Jun departed together. Even after stepping outside, his head still felt like it was buzzing. Yes. In the past, he would never have considered such a way of handling things. But now things were different. Although it cost a hefty sum this time, Gu Chenzhou had a feeling that this money seemed absolutely necessary to spend.
After returning to the company, Qin Jun briefed everyone on the situation and everyone found it acceptable.
Only Fizi kept agonizing over the money. Damn it! We just started the company and already ran into such a huge problem. This is a bloody bad start. Lu Xian scowled. This is the best outcome we could hope for under the circumstances. Stop whining about a bad start, you fatso. But just as Qin Jun turned to leave, Gu Chenzhou suddenly stopped him. Hold on. Qin Jun chuckled, sizing Gu Chenzhou up from head to toe. What's up? Trying to keep me here? Sorry, I'm not interested in men. Gu Chenzhou shook his head gently. Young Master Qin, I'll never forget the great favor you've done me. As for the money you lost, just give me some time. Once I have the funds, I'll repay you immediately.
Qin Jun waved his hand dismissively. Like I said before, you saved my face at the arcade last time. Now that you're in trouble, it's only right I help you. Besides, a mere few 100,000 means nothing to me, but it's different for you. With that, he patted Gu Chenzhou on the shoulder. Alright, no need for formalities with me. When you make it big someday, we can settle our accounts properly then.
Qin Jun turned and walked away. Gu Chenzhou watched his receding figure, falling silent. Yes, the two of them weren't exactly friends, so why would the other help me? At first glance, it seemed completely unnecessary. But upon reflection, it could only be said that they were meticulous in their work. And so, 2 more days passed, leaving only 1 night remaining until the deadline. By tomorrow morning, the deadline would be final.
That evening, everyone gathered together, each face etched with intense seriousness.
This is our final night. Tonight, success is the only option, failure is not permitted. That night, everyone went all out.
They had only secured 3 matches through the matchmaking system, the rest were won purely through their own skill. Finally, by the next morning at 8 a.m., they had already secured the top rank on every account by 7:53 a.m. Everyone collapsed exhausted into their chairs. Fatty was panting heavily. Damn it all to hell. This is way more exhausting than school. If I'd known, I would have listened to my parents and studied hard. Why put myself through this hell?
Gu Chenzhou chuckled. You still have a chance. If you're too embarrassed, I can talk to your parents. I'll tell them you're ready to buckle down.
Worst case, you just repeat the year.
What do you say? Fatty shot Gu Chenzhou a withering look. Old Gu. You. Shut the hell up. I was just saying that. You wouldn't really push me away, would you? Has our brotherhood really grown so thin? Gu Chenzhou pursed his lips. This is your own choice. What the hell does it have to do with me? Can you stop dragging me into all your damn problems?
Meanwhile, Dajuan stretched lazily, then turned his head and grinned at Gu Chenzhou.
Gu Chenzhou, the mission's done. If there's nothing else, I'm outta here. Hand over the goods already.
The others nodded lightly. After all, these past few days had left everyone utterly exhausted, their physical reserves severely depleted.
Some might find it odd sitting there playing games? What's so tiring about that? But the reality was far from it. Playing games is damn hard work. Just as Gu Chenzhou was about to see everyone off, an extremely arrogant shout suddenly rang out from outside the door. Open the door already. Isn't this your company? What time is it? Why aren't you opening up to welcome customers? That voice couldn't be more familiar. Exactly. How long do you expect your big spender to wait outside? Can't you show some common sense? It was Jiang Shanshan's voice.
The group exchanged glances before Gu Chenzhou rolled up the gate.
Sure enough. Shunan and Jiang Shanshan stood at the entrance, arms crossed over their chests, grinning mischievously at him. Oh my, Gu Chenzhou, what on earth is wrong with you? As a man, don't you know to pay attention to your appearance?
Jiang Shanshan eyed him up and down, her eyes brimming with contempt.
Look at you. Ugh, how did you become so scruffy? It's downright embarrassing. Remember when you were my devoted little puppy? You weren't like this back then.
Back then, even though you were broke, at least you kept yourself clean and sharp.
But look at you now, you're a total disgrace. It makes me feel sick. How could I have ever been pursued by someone like you? It's downright embarrassing.
Every word Jiang Shanshan uttered seemed designed to pierce Gu Chenzhou's pride. Little did she know that in his eyes, her current behavior made her look no better than a clown.
Chapter 61, Face in the Dirt.
At the same time, Chenin approached, smiling broadly at Gu Chenzhou. I told you before, if I want to take you down, it's child's play. I barely need to lift a finger, and you can't hold your ground.
Got it now? So, what's your choice now? Pay me back quietly, or call Nianqiu to break up with her? Pick one.
Before Chenin could finish his boastful speech, Gu Chenzhou cut him off coldly.
Chenin, will you ever stop?
I should have told you long ago there's no way I'd ever give up Nianqiu.
So give up on that delusion.
With your underhanded tricks, you'll never tear us apart. 1 second ago, Chenin had been brimming with confidence, convinced he had Gu Chenzhou wrapped around his finger.
The next second, his eyes widened in utter disbelief. What did you say? Chenin couldn't believe his ears. At that moment, Jiang Shanshan instantly flew into a rage. Gu Chenzhou. Who do you think you are? Think you're hot stuff just because you got a little attention? Let me tell you this. Young Master Chen is giving you a chance to choose. Consider yourself lucky. Don't bite the hand that feeds you. You two aren't even from the same world. Can't you see what you are? Do you even deserve him? I advise you to just agree quietly, then kneel on the ground and kowtow to young Master Chen a few times to show your loyalty. Otherwise, you'll find out just how foolish your actions today really are. Gu Chenzhou laughed, and it was a laugh of pure delight. Jiang Shanshan, do you realize how utterly pathetic you look right now?
Jiang Shanshan was furious, about to launch another verbal attack on Gu Chenzhou, but Shannon stopped her.
Shut up. Who gave you permission to speak?
Jiang Shanshan immediately hung her head.
I'm sorry, young Master Chen. I didn't mean to. Shannon grinned. Fine. You've got some nerve. Since you insist on going against me, hand over the penalty fee right now. Not much, just 200,000. For me, it's barely a week's living expenses, but for you, it's an astronomical sum. I'm curious, what's your next move? Are you going to sell that shack of yours, or shamelessly call Nianqiu to beg her for money?
Just as Gu Chenzhou was about to respond, Qin Jun's voice suddenly echoed through the office.
Why should she give you money? Besides, a measly 200,000 yuan. Who are you trying to scare to death? Exactly. It's just a pittance. You're pretending to be some big shot over there. Do you really think you can intimidate anyone?
Just then, Qin Jun and Da Juan emerged. Both were arrogant beyond measure, standing behind Gu Chenzhou.
All of them were wealthy young masters from different industries.
While Shannon's family might be slightly richer, they posed no real threat to Da Juan and Qin Jun.
Shannon immediately frowned. Qin Jun, Da Juan, what's this about? Are you two teaming up with him against me? We were friends before. What does he even mean to us? Why are you two helping him stab me in the back? Da Juan waved his hands urgently.
No, young Master Chen, you've got the wrong idea.
Misunderstanding? You think I'm blind, don't you? Who said we stabbed you in the back? If your education's lacking, go back to school. This is more like a front and center jab, right? Qin Jun chuckled. Exactly. Shannon, you can't just keep acting like a jerk because your family has some money, can you? Honestly, your behavior is pretty disgusting.
The two traded barbs, completely dismissing Shannon.
Shannon's expression hardened instantly. Oh, how amusing. Looks like you two plan to join him in messing with me. Then you two can pay for this. Da Juan curled his lip. What? You've got a big head on your shoulders, don't you? How dare you say such things? Where do you get your nerve? Bro, if you're really that broke, you could have just asked me. I'd have shelled out some cash. But begging like this? It's just like begging for scraps. How embarrassing. Qin Jun couldn't help but laugh at his remark.
The two bantered back and forth like a damn comedy routine, leaving Shannon utterly bewildered.
Shouldn't he compensate me? He clearly failed to deliver on time. Why are you two siding with him? Who said he didn't deliver? Are you brain dead? Can't you even see?
At Qin Jun's words, Shannon's expression abruptly hardened. His eyes widened, and he took a quick stride toward the company.
Hey! Are you trying to attack my computer? That's company property.
Fatty tried to stop him but was shoved aside by Shannon.
Get out of my way. Damn it. You come to my company acting all cocky? Who gave you the nerve, Chen? Can't you show some decency? Let me tell you, this isn't free, it's $100 a minute. Gu Chenzhou rolled his eyes. This guy, was he really that pathetic? What the hell? He's got all that money, couldn't he just charge more at once?
And when Shannon finally saw the ranks of those 10 accounts, it dawned on him the clown was actually himself.
He gasped for breath, his fury boiling over. No! To be precise, he had already exploded. Bastards! Those bastards! They took my money and didn't deliver.
He immediately called the captain of War Eagle, unleashing a torrent of abuse without a moment's hesitation.
What the hell kind of job are you doing? How many times have I told you to snipe? Snipe! Why did they win? Tell me.
On the other end of the line, the captain sounded utterly helpless.
He didn't want to offend Shannon. Young Master Chen, it's not that we didn't want to snipe.
The thing is, last night they were all pumped up like they'd been injected with adrenaline.
We couldn't stop them. They kept dunking on us every single play. Why don't you ask them if they're a pro team? We just couldn't beat them. Are you kidding me? You took all that money from me, and now you just say we couldn't beat them and call it a day? Young Master Chen, we know our limits. We've already refunded every penny back to your account. That's final.
No sooner had he finished speaking than Fang Dian slammed the phone down.
The money's back in your account. Do whatever you want now. Hello? Say something. Listening to the busy tone on the line, Shannon finally realized after all this drama, he was the real clown. Fatty chuckled. Young Master Chen, the time is up. Please make your payment.
Shannon's face turned icy as he pulled several hundred yuan bills from his pocket and flung them directly at Fizi's face.
Is that enough? Fatty chuckled. Enough. You can play for another 5 minutes. Fine, I'll give you a discount. How about 10 minutes total? Pretty generous of me, huh? You. Chapter 62, something wonderful is about to happen.
Chenin let loose with a curse, while Fizi kept spitting in disgust.
And you call yourself a young master? What kind of manners are those? You're an embarrassment.
As soon as Chenin stepped outside, he pointed his finger right at Gu Chenzhou's nose as he passed by, enunciating each word deliberately.
Gu. You just wait, you bastard. This isn't over between us, it's only just begun. And this time, you've really pissed me off. Mess with me, and I guarantee you won't get off easy. With that, he snorted coldly and turned to leave.
But before he could take 2 steps, Jiang Shanshan approached him.
Young Master Chen. Don't rush off, wait for me.
But all Jiang Shanshan received in response was a vicious slap. The sharp crack echoed through the air. Jiang Shanshan immediately felt a searing pain on her cheek, her face frozen in utter bewilderment.
Young Master Chen, why did you hit me? Chenin gritted his teeth. You useless piece of trash. I must be out of my mind to have believed your bull. Get the hell out of here right now. I never want to see you again. With that, Chenin turned and walked away. Jiang Shanshan was utterly dumbfounded. She never imagined the outcome would be like this.
Fatty chuckled, arms crossed over his chest, his face twisted with contempt as he stared at Jiang Shanshan.
Hey! Looks like you failed again? TSK, just look at your pathetic self. Get lost. Don't ever show your face around here again. Look at the trash you're hanging out with these days. Fei Zi waved his hand dismissively.
Jiang Shanshan stomped her feet twice in frustration before turning and walking away. In that instant, Fizi felt elated, letting out a long sigh of relief.
Ah, that felt so good to let it all out. Ha ha ha.
I'll tell you what, old Gu, that's exactly how you handle women like that.
Got it? Gu Chenzhou curled his lip. Alright, Fizi. He saw everyone off first, then spent the entire day lying on the bed behind them with Fizi. Of course, the two didn't engage in any unspeakable activities.
By the time they woke up, it was already past 8 in the evening.
Gu Chenzhou stretched lazily. Ah, that was nice.
Fatty rubbed his rumbling stomach.
Old Gu, I'm starving.
Let's treat ourselves tonight, go out for a nice meal.
What do you say? Gu Chenzhou shook his head. You go ahead and eat.
I haven't seen Nianqiu in days, and I've been too busy lately to message her. Let me check what she's up to first.
Fatty pursed his lips, his face clearly displeased. Look at you, such a loser. TSK, old Gu, I figured it out, you're nothing but a suck-up. Come to think of it, only your current owner treats you a little better. Gu Chenzhou rolled his eyes. Shut up. I like it. He immediately sent Su Nianqiu a message. Nianqiu, what have you been up to lately? If you're not too busy, wanna grab a bite? She replied almost instantly. Sure, come pick me up. Having secured the date with Su Nianqiu, Gu Chenzhou was overjoyed and immediately got up to prepare.
Little did he know that on her end, Su Nianqiu was equally thrilled after receiving his invitation.
Ha 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 ha. Looks like you still have a shred of conscience, finally reaching out after finishing your work. Oomph.
If you hadn't contacted me today, I swear I'd never speak to you again.
It was clear this girl was a proud and stubborn one. Truth be told, she'd waited for Gu Chenzhou all day, just hoping to see him sooner. But because she was so proud, she couldn't bring herself to initiate contact, so she could only wait quietly like this. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that if Gu Chenzhou hadn't messaged Su Nianqiu tonight, she probably wouldn't have slept a wink all night. Half an hour later, Gu Chenzhou pulled up in his Maserati outside the Su residence. By then, the girl was already waiting outside for him. Not only that, but she'd even applied her makeup with remarkable speed, achieving a flawless look. The car had barely come to a stop when Su Nianqiu slid in. Nianqiu, did you really get ready that fast? Su Nianqiu was momentarily flustered by the question. Of course. My makeup skills aren't something to be taken lightly after all these years. Besides responding like that, it seemed there was no other way. What else could she possibly say? Was she supposed to tell him she'd actually finished her makeup ages ago and had been waiting for him all along? No way. They headed straight to a Western-style restaurant. Although they'd agreed Gu Chenzhou would treat, the girl insisted she had a membership card and simply deducted the payment from it, not giving him a chance to pay. Nianqiu, it's only right that I treat you to dinner. Please don't be so polite. This happens every time, and it puts me under pressure. Su Nianqiu smiled faintly. What's there to be nervous about? Save your money for buying me clothes or treats later. Besides, I'm with you to build a relationship, not to find a free meal ticket, right? Gu Chenzhou said nothing, but his heart warmed. But I still feel like... Enough, stop rambling. The Western restaurant had a nice atmosphere, but steak just didn't fill Gu Chenzhou up. He'd consider it dieting. After the two left, Gu Chenzhou was just about to speak up. He was going to offer to drive the girl home when Su Nianqiu suddenly anticipated his words. What? You wouldn't be planning to walk me home, would you? Gu Chenzhou looked utterly flustered, momentarily at a loss for how to respond to this girl. It's so late, what else is there to do besides go home? The moment the words left his mouth, Gu Chenzhou regretted them. Damn it! What was he trying to pull? Didn't she know exactly what he was? Nianqiu, let me explain. I didn't mean it like that. Su Nianqiu smirked. If that's not what you meant, then what are you standing there for? Book a room with a nicer environment. Also, I'm a bit of a neat freak, so remember to buy some disposable sheets, pillowcases, and stuff like that. Ha! What are you standing there for? If you don't want to, just take me back home right now. This left Gu Chenzhou utterly flustered. I'm willing. Of course I am. I'll book the room right now. Gu Chenzhou booked a deluxe king-size room right away. After all, this was his first time, so he figured he deserved a little extravagance. He just hoped tonight would go smoothly, no more pig teammates like Fizi showing up. Besides, he was now an adult. There was absolutely no criminal liability involved. Even though he just turned 18, it was perfectly acceptable. After all, he was legally an adult now. Half an hour later, the two entered the room one after the other. Truth be told, there was a reason this place met star-rated standards. Holy crap, the place was downright extravagant. Gu Chenzhou had initially thought $800 a night was pretty steep, but he never expected it to even have a bathtub and a fully automatic integrated one at that. Looks like it's still damn expensive. It's killing me to spend this much. Chapter 63, Faking an Emergency Call. Gu Chenzhou swallowed hard, staring straight at Su Nianqiu. Nianqiu, it's getting late. I think we should. Before Gu Chenzhou could finish, Su Nianqiu nodded softly. I haven't showered yet. Why don't you go first? Gu Chenzhou froze. Right, how could he have forgotten something so crucial? Hygiene was paramount. With that thought, Gu Chenzhou nodded repeatedly. No problem, Nianqiu. I'll go wash up right now. Good grief, that speed was unmatched. In barely over 10 minutes, Gu Chenzhou emerged wrapped in a bathrobe. Since they'd booked a king-size bedroom to begin with, there wasn't really anywhere else to go besides the bed. Su Nianqiu slipped into bed like an eel, leaving Gu Chenzhou lying there alone. Today, he'd learned his lesson. To avoid the troublemaker Fizi messing with things, Gu Chenzhou didn't even hesitate, he turned his phone off immediately. That's right. That's how confident he was, that's how awesome he was. Fatso, let's see how you're going to ruin my fun now? But what Gu Chenzhou hadn't anticipated was that shortly after the two arrived at the hotel, a Maybach suddenly pulled up below. The window rolled down slowly, revealing Chen An's sinister face. The driver swallowed hard and whispered cautiously. Young master, what should we do next? Chen An ignored him. The driver, hoping to impress his young master, tried to reassure him. Young master, I think you shouldn't be too anxious. Maybe those two aren't sleeping in the room. Perhaps they're doing something else inside. Could be working late into the night, for all we know. The driver's offhand remark sent a wave of tremors coursing through Chen An's entire body. He gasped for breath, then beckoned the driver over with a flick of his finger. Come here. I need to talk to you. The driver chuckled and quickly unbuckled his seatbelt, leaning his head through the gap between the driver and passenger seats. Young master, what are your instructions? The next second, Chen An lashed out like a rabid beast, slapping the driver across the face without a word. A loud thud echoed. A pained scream erupted from the driver's mouth. Chen An then unleashed a barrage of punches, beating him relentlessly for several minutes. By the end, even Chen himself was gasping for breath, his body trembling with exhaustion. As for the driver, he'd likely need several days off work. You useless piece of trash. Did you deliberately humiliate me? Do you think I'm stupid? That I couldn't guess what they were doing in there? The driver looked utterly aggrieved. Young master, I'm sorry. I truly didn't expect this. What the hell are you standing there for? Call the police now. Ha? The guy looked utterly confused, completely baffled by what Chen An was even talking about. Young master, why on earth would you want to call the police? Only now did Chen An truly realize this guy was the clown sent by Monkey. You're fired effective immediately. Get the hell out of here now. I never want to see you again. If I catch you around, I'll beat you every single time. The driver scrambled to flee in panic. He had no choice, he couldn't afford to cross Chen An. Rather than stay and argue, it was better to get the hell out of there fast. After all, Chen An now resembled a rabid beast, poised to tear him apart at any moment. He wasn't someone to mess with. After dealing with the driver, Chen An slowly picked up his phone and dialed a number. Hello, I need to report a crime. I'm reporting someone engaging in prostitution at a hotel. Yes. I saw it with my own eyes. It's at the HK Hotel. They went in about half an hour ago. You can just check the front desk records later. Their names are Gu Chenzhou and Su Nianqiu. After hanging up, Chen An clenched his jaw. Damn it. If I can't have you, no one else will either. You all just wait. Someday, I'll make you kneel before me and beg for forgiveness. Su Nianqiu, you'll be begging me to take you back.
Meanwhile, inside the hotel, the atmosphere was serene and peaceful, almost too perfect. Listening to the steady flow of water in the bathroom, Gu Chenzhou had completed his final preparations. He alternated between doing push-ups seated on the bed and sit-ups. He was doing all this for one reason only: to get ready for something big. The thought of being with Su Nianqiu soon had him absolutely thrilled. Love goddess, I've hit the jackpot today. No one's bothering me, ha ha ha, I'm finally going to become a real man. Su Nianqiu took her time washing, spending over half an hour before finally pushing open the bathroom door. As Su Nianqiu stepped out, a trail of mist followed behind her. The moment Gu Chenzhou caught sight of her, his expression changed instantly. His eyes widened and he gasped for breath. It was utterly irresistible. Damn, this was his first encounter with Su Nianqiu like this. He instantly felt a certain part of his body stiffen. Because today, Su Nianqiu wasn't wearing any clothes. Though she was wrapped in a towel, large areas of her body were exposed. Especially the sight of her fair shoulders. Just that glimpse alone made Gu Chenzhou feel like he was about to lose his mind. He swallowed hard and moved straight toward Su Nianqiu. She, however, offered a calm smile, her usual icy demeanor replaced entirely by pure, unadulterated temptation. As a wave of intoxicating fragrance washed over him, Gu Chenzhou panted, his voice trembling with desire. May I hold you? Su Nianqiu smiled faintly. I'm your girlfriend. What do you think? Gu Chenzhou extended his trembling hand, inch by inch, toward Su Nianqiu. The moment their skin touched, Gu Chenzhou knew without a doubt he was the happiest man alive, no contest. Meanwhile, as Su Nianqiu felt the man beside her radiating intense, primal energy, her own body stirred completely. Gu Chenzhou suddenly exerted himself, lifting Su Nianqiu in a princess carry and carefully placing her on the bed. Su Nianqiu's voice was soft, yet it brimmed with tenderness and anticipation. Slow down, I'm a little scared. Gu Chenzhou nodded firmly. Don't worry, Nianqiu. I'll love you well. Finally. They were finally about to break through that last barrier. But just as Gu Chenzhou was about to mount up, a sudden knock sounded at the front door. Knock knock knock. In an instant, Gu Chenzhou's rage skyrocketed to 1000%. He couldn't understand. Why? Why did something like this always happen at the most crucial moments? Was the heavens just here to mock him? Chapter 64, The Dirty Deal. Gasping for breath like a ravenous wolf, he whipped his head around and growled in a low voice. Who's there? A sweet female voice came from outside the door. Good evening, sir. We've received a report from guests downstairs about a possible leak in the bathroom pipes. We need to investigate. Could you please open the door? Gu Chenzhou smiled, but his smile was bitter, a single tear glistening at the corner of his eye. What was this? Was his happiness really going to be ruined over some damn leaky pipe? Was that fair? But clearly, the joys and sorrows of people never intersect. Su Nianqiu gently patted his shoulder and whispered softly. All right. Just open the door and let them check it out. After all, it's still early tonight. What's a little delay? Right? With a wife like this, what more could a man ask for? Seriously. Finally, thanks to Su Nianqiu's words, Gu Chenzhou's mood lifted slightly. He forced a faint smile. All right, Nianqiu. I'll listen to you. He stood up and smoothed his collar, while Su Nianqiu lay on the bed, wrapping herself tightly in the quilt. Judging by the sounds outside, it was likely just a female attendant, and since she was wrapped in a bathrobe, there was no cause for concern. Gu Chenzhou stepped out of the room. The moment he pushed open the door, the scene before him left him utterly stunned. Several men in hats stood at the doorway, all fully prepared for action. At the very front stood a female police officer, radiating a commanding presence. He had to admit, this policewoman was undeniably beautiful. One glance told you she was no ordinary person. But the problem was, what the hell did this have to do with him? Who are you? Before Gu Chenzhou could finish his sentence, the female officer launched her attack. She lunged forward 2 strides, raised her foot, and delivered a vicious kick to the side of Gu Chenzhou's waist. A loud thud echoed as a pained scream erupted from Gu Chenzhou's mouth. The next second, his entire body rolled like a ball, tumbling to the ground with a thud. Ah! An unmistakable wave of agony surged through him. God only knew how excruciating that kick had been. Gu Chenzhou felt as if his gallbladder had been kicked right out of his body. Su Nianqiu, who had been hiding under the covers moments ago, felt a sudden rush of blood to her head. She leaped out of bed in an instant. Thankfully, the bathrobe covered all her important parts. Chenzhou, are you okay? What happened? Gu Chenzhou shook his head repeatedly, his face filled with concern as he looked at Su Nianqiu. Why did you get out of bed? Get dressed immediately. Su Nianqiu shook her head gently. I'm fine. After confirming Gu Chenzhou was unharmed, Su Nianqiu finally rose and slowly made her way toward the sofa. Because all her clothes were on the sofa. At that moment, Su Nianqiu's demeanor was utterly cold. Even Gu Chenzhou rarely witnessed such a sight. He had a very bad feeling these people probably wouldn't end well today. Sure enough, the female officer leading the group wore a stone-cold expression. Who told you to move around? Get down on your knees and put your hands behind your head. Su Nianqiu ignored her, instead picking up her phone and dialing a number.
Do you know what you're doing? Let me tell you, I can arrest you right now for obstructing an officer. Su Nianqiu held the phone to her ear. Hello?
Someone from the law enforcement bureau is trying to arrest me, and they just hit my boyfriend.
What should I do? The female officer instantly flew into a rage, lunging forward in a single stride.
She snatched the phone from Su Nianqiu's hand and slammed it hard onto the ground.
I warned you. What good do you think calling now will do?
Let me tell you, I don't care what your background is or who your connections are. But if you dare break the law, I'll arrest you.
No one can save you. Su Nianqiu ignored the female officer completely.
Immediately, an officer behind her spoke up in protest.
Do you even know who you're standing before?
How dare you show such contempt?
Listen carefully. She is Captain Wang Dan. You should know our Captain Wang's reputation throughout the entire Department of Law Enforcement. Let me tell you. Our Captain Wang is famously impartial.
No one dares to bribe her, so I advise you to save your breath. Even if you call the chief, she won't give you any special treatment. The men behind him acted like mouthpieces, each chiming in as if they couldn't speak unless they were praising Wang Dan's prowess. Unsurprisingly, Su Nianqiu dismissed their words as nonsense. Her gaze locked onto Wang Dan.
You wait. For hitting my boyfriend, I'll make you regret every second of what you just did. Wang Dan sneered coldly. Boyfriend? At this point, you still won't tell the truth? You're really playing the part too well, aren't you?
Let me tell you the truth, we've uncovered every single one of your crimes.
I advise you to come clean now. Otherwise, based solely on the evidence against you and your attitude today, we could easily lock you up for 3 years. Su Nianqiu nodded slightly.
Then I hope you have the ability to do so. It was only at this moment that Wang Dan truly sensed something was off about this whole situation. There was something about Su Nianqiu's demeanor at first glance. She radiated the air of a wealthy young lady, completely at odds with the image of a prostitute. After all, they'd seen countless cases like this and could usually tell at a glance. It was precisely then that Gu Chenzhou struggled to his feet. It was the first time in his life he'd been beaten so badly he'd lost his breath. The sensation was truly indescribable.
Yes, it was a novel experience, though perhaps more accurately classified as a curiosity.
Limping, he moved step by step towards Su Nianqiu, then used his not particularly broad shoulders to shield the girl behind him.
Officer Wang. I admit you're law enforcement, but shouldn't you lead by example? I don't understand, why did you suddenly attack someone? Have you ever considered how much pain your actions cause others? Gu Chenzhou's voice grew louder with each shout. Wang Dan, however, spoke slowly and deliberately. We just received a tip that you two are involved in a money-related matter. Therefore, it is our duty and obligation to bring you in for questioning. If you'd cooperated with me earlier, I wouldn't have laid a finger on you. You brought this on yourself. Gu Chenzhou looked utterly bewildered. What are you talking about? Money transactions? Are you kidding me? Get your facts straight, okay? We're in a normal boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, and we're both adults.
No sooner had he finished speaking than Gu Chenzhou produced both their ID cards and slammed them down in front of Wang Dan. Even after seeing the IDs, Wang Dan remained dismissive. So what if you're adults? Can you prove you're in a legitimate boyfriend-girlfriend relationship? Nonsense. Chapter 65, Breaking the Ice. Gu Chenzhou then pulled out his chat history with Su Nianqiu and even called Fizi. The moment the call connected, Fizi started nagging on the other end. Hey, old Gu. You really do prioritize your girlfriend over your friends. I get you spending time with her, but why did you even turn off your phone? Do you have any idea how worried I was? Despite his words, his tone dripped with jealousy and held no genuine concern whatsoever.
Gu Chenzhou was panting heavily. He was in a hurry right now and had no time to mess around with Fizi. I'll ask you this, are Su Nianqiu and I in a proper boyfriend-girlfriend relationship?
Gu Chenzhou's words were highly confrontational. Fatty across from him suddenly froze in confusion.
Hey, old Gu, did you take the wrong pills today? I didn't call to interrupt your good time, so why the hell are you giving me this attitude? You know what this is called? Marry a wife and forget your godfather. You. Gu Chenzhou knew there was no point in explaining anything to Fizi anymore.
Because from their earlier banter, everyone had heard clearly that they were in a legitimate romantic relationship. Plus, the chat logs were proof this couldn't possibly be faked. Who the hell fakes things months in advance? After slamming the phone down, Gu Chenzhou fixed his gaze directly on Wang Dan. Now Wang Dan and the group of law enforcement officers behind her were instantly at a loss for what to do. Are you two really boyfriend and girlfriend? Just then, an officer approached from behind and whispered. Dan, could it be that guy just now who made a false report? Wang Dan was panting heavily, her anger reaching its peak in that moment. Her fists clenched tightly. Find out immediately. Who called the police? Gu Chenzhou's face was as cold as ice. Is it this number? He immediately grabbed Su Nianqiu's phone and opened a call log. Though there was no note, he knew it was Chen En's. Su Nianqiu had told him Chen En had been harassing her. He thrust the phone directly in front of Wang Dan. After Wang Dan confirmed it, her eyes widened in shock.
That's right, this phone made the call. Do you know who this person is? Gu Chenzhou sneered coldly. We know him all too well.
Wang Dan never imagined that a police call would turn out to be a malicious false report.
She instantly felt like a complete fool, deeply humiliated. This is outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. To treat the police like a joke, I won't let this go.
No sooner had the words left her mouth than Wang Dan turned to leave.
But just then, Su Nianqiu spoke coldly from behind her. Did I say you could leave? Wang Dan froze, then took a deep breath and turned back.
In that moment, her earlier imposing aura vanished, replaced entirely by deep regret.
I'm so sorry. I never imagined this outcome.
I know we handled this poorly, we were deceived ourselves. Therefore, I offer my sincere apologies to both of you. Please forgive our rashness.
With that, Wang Dan unexpectedly bowed slightly to Su Nianqiu and Gu Chenzhou.
Su Nianqiu had been quite angry moments ago, but upon reflection, this matter didn't seem to be Wang Dan's fault.
Moreover, at least she knew she was wrong.
And she was apologizing earnestly.
This left Su Nianqiu feeling like she'd punched a pillow. Just then, Wang Dan's phone suddenly rang. She immediately frowned.
The moment she answered, an angry voice demanded from the other end.
Wang Dan, do you know what you're doing? Who exactly have you gotten involved with? Why is Su Nianqiu calling me? Wang Dan's lips twitched.
I'm sorry, Director.
I received a report of a false alarm.
When I arrived, it turned out to be a misunderstanding.
What mistake? Why couldn't you verify this beforehand? Do I have to teach you how to do your job?
Wang Dan was panting heavily.
Commissioner, you know these opportunities are usually fleeting.
We simply didn't have enough time to verify its authenticity, so…
Enough. I don't want your excuses. Go find Mr. Su yourself. Don't say I didn't warn you.
If Mr. Su doesn't forgive you, you're out on your ass immediately.
And don't ever show your face in the enforcement division again.
The moment the words left his mouth, the other end slammed the phone down. Wang Dan stared at the busy tone, her expression grim. She knew perfectly well that Su Nianqiu was behind this.
But Wang Dan felt no resentment toward her. To put it bluntly, if anyone was to blame, it was herself.
Wang Dan slammed down the receiver. After a long moment, she lifted her head and walked step by step toward Su Nianqiu. She knew there was only one way to save her job, to sincerely apologize to Su Nianqiu and beg for forgiveness.
But before Wang Dan could speak, Gu Chenzhou spoke first.
Nianqiu, at the end of the day, this whole thing was Chen An's doing. That bastard really is no good. But, to be fair, they were probably afraid we were conducting criminal activities here, which is why they acted this way.
If possible, could we?
Before Gu Chenzhou could finish, Su Nianqiu cut him off coldly.
This is the first and last time.
I expect that if we receive another such notice, you'll get your facts straight before acting.
If there's a next time, I guarantee I'll make sure you take off that uniform.
If anyone else had said that, it would have sounded like empty bravado. But coming from Su Nianqiu, it carried an unusual gravity, not a hint of jest. Wang Dan, panting heavily, bowed deeply to Su Nianqiu and Gu Chenzhou before leaving.
Thank you. Truly, thank you. With that, she led her team away. That Chenin. He's getting more and more outrageous. Gu Chenzhou couldn't help but mutter under his breath.
Su Nianqiu nodded lightly, then suddenly stepped behind him. Before Gu Chenzhou could react, the girl suddenly pulled him close and hugged him tightly. There.
Don't be angry.
A moment of spring night is worth 1,000 pieces of gold.
Why bother with him? The next second, Su Nianqiu's fragrant lips pressed against his. Gu Chenzhou immediately felt an intoxicating fragrance wash over him. Instantly, he felt every bone in his body go limp. This feeling was absolutely incredible, okay? Nianqiu.
After a passionate kiss, Gu Chenzhou suddenly exerted his strength, lifting Su Nianqiu effortlessly into his arms.
He gently laid Su Nianqiu on the bed. That night, they explored uncharted territory together. Finally, the last barrier was completely broken. And that night, they finally transformed from mere boys and girls into a man and a woman. Chapter 66, the plan officially begins. Heaven only knew how much Gu Chenzhou had relished that night. He had finally grown from a boy, and it had been a cliffhanger kind of growth. The next morning, as the first rays of dawn streamed in, they lay curled up together, holding each other close. I wish time could just freeze like this forever. Su Nianqiu murmured unexpectedly. Gu Chenzhou chuckled softly, gently tickling the tip of her nose. What are you saying? We have a whole life ahead of us, and so many more beautiful moments waiting to be lived. If we were frozen in this moment forever, wouldn't you get tired of it? Su Nianqiu shook her head. I'm not afraid at all. Chenzhou, I want to ask, what are your plans moving forward? Gu Chenzhou looked at Su Nianqiu with a puzzled expression. Nianqiu, is there something you want to tell me? Just say it. Let's not be so formal with each other, okay? Su Nianqiu nodded, as if summoning tremendous resolve. All right. Since we're on the subject, I'll be straightforward.
I think you don't need to put so much pressure on yourself.
Do you understand what I mean?
We're still young, and I think we have plenty of time to focus on our studies and improve ourselves. There's no need to compare ourselves to others, so I was wondering, what if we both go to college together?
Yeah, graduation's right around the corner. What should we do next? Gu Chenzhou fell silent. Given Su Nianqiu's family background, she could easily attend a well-regarded university after graduation.
Plus, her academic performance wasn't bad either.
If all else failed, they could even send her abroad for further studies. But then again, could he really compare himself to Su Nianqiu? Perhaps noticing Gu Chenzhou's prolonged silence, Su Nianqiu grew a little nervous.
The girl immediately reached out, waving her hands repeatedly in front of her chest.
Chenzhou, please don't misunderstand. I don't mean anything else, and I'm not trying to pressure you. I just want to be with you forever. Gu Chenzhou gently stroked Su Nianqiu's head.
Silly girl, whether I go to college or not, I'll never leave you. You know our family situation.
My parents simply can't afford my college tuition. And with my current grades, I'd only get into some fly-by-night school. Why waste my time? I can help you. My parents give me living expenses. If I just skip buying one handbag a month, I can cover your tuition and living costs. Don't worry about it. But Gu Chenzhou just smiled.
Nianqiu, I'm sorry, but I can't accept your kindness.
Even though my family isn't well off, I'm a proud person.
So I'll work hard to earn it myself.
Tell me honestly, did you say all that just now because of Chenin? Typical Gu Chenzhou.
One sentence cut straight to the heart of the matter.
Sure enough, upon hearing Gu Chenzhou's words, Su Nianqiu immediately lowered her head in embarrassment.
This.
Gu Chenzhou chuckled. You can't hide it from me, Nianqiu.
I know why you're acting this way, it's because of what happened with Chenin.
You're afraid, you're worried, right? Su Nianqiu nodded. At this point, the girl knew full well that her little secrets couldn't possibly escape Gu Chenzhou's notice. You're right. Chenin isn't a good man.
I've known him for years, I know him all too well. He already sees you as a thorn in his side.
What happened the other day will happen again. His family is wealthy and powerful.
As the saying goes, it's not the thief who steals you fear, but the one who keeps you in mind. If he's determined to oppose you, your entrepreneurial journey will become incredibly difficult.
Just dealing with him alone will be exhausting enough. I'm sorry, Chenzhou. Ultimately, this is all my fault. He's targeting you because of me.
Su Nianqiu hung her head, her face etched with self-reproach. But at that moment, Gu Chenzhou looked at the girl, his eyes filled with pity.
She hadn't done anything wrong.
Any other girl would likely turn on him, blaming herself for being inadequate.
But Su Nianqiu hadn't done that.
Instead, she blamed herself relentlessly, as if she were the one causing trouble for Gu Chenzhou.
Gu Chenzhou sighed softly.
With a gentle motion, he drew Su Nianqiu into his embrace and began patting her shoulder lightly.
Nianqiu, this isn't your fault. Don't blame yourself.
Besides, you might have misunderstood me a little.
Misunderstanding?
The girl looked utterly confused.
Gu Chenzhou nodded emphatically. Exactly.
When I took orders through that app earlier, it was just a temporary measure to save up seed money. I never intended to touch the investment funds Sister Xiong set aside for me.
Do you understand? Su Nianqiu nodded thoughtfully.
So that's how it was. Even though it's not much money this time, I know that the old way of doing things like game boosting just won't work anymore. Not only does it make little profit, but the risks involved are enormous.
So from now on, the company is entering its main operational phase. The trial period is over. Su Nianqiu's eyes suddenly widened as she stared intently at Gu Chenzhou. Chenzhou, could it be you already have a plan? Gu Chenzhou nodded with a smile. Of course. From the very beginning, my goal was to create a real game. I understand players' pain points all too well, so I'm going to make an epic masterpiece. But, if that's the case, won't it cost a fortune? Gu Chenzhou nodded.
That's why I plan to have a serious talk with those two young masters and see what they're thinking.
Su Nianqiu immediately understood. Sounds solid.
After leaving the hotel, Gu Chenzhou and Su Nianqiu were just about to find a place to grab a bike when they spotted a Maybach illegally parked by the roadside. The license plate of this Maybach ended with 3/8. The moment Su Nianqiu spotted the car, she immediately frowned, her expression clearly displeased. She then muttered to herself. Like a pesky shadow. So annoying. Without a second thought, Gu Chenzhou knew exactly who was inside. Sure enough. Before the two could even step out, Chenin flung open the door and stormed toward them in long strides. His eyes were bloodshot as he glared viciously at them. To anyone unaware, it would look like the rightful wife had come to catch them in the act. Stop right there. Chenin's furious roar sent shivers down the spines of pedestrians within a kilometer radius, causing them to instinctively turn their heads toward the commotion. The two froze, staring straight ahead as Chenin approached. He pointed a finger at them. You've gone too far. Tell me, what happened last night? Chapter 67, Raising Funds. His voice grew angrier with each word, culminating in a furious shout. Why didn't you come down all night? Speak up. Have you all gone mute?
Su Nianqiu's face was icy cold. Chenin, I really don't understand. Chenzhou and I are in a proper boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. What we choose to do together is none of your business. What kind of nonsense is this? Mind your own business. Chenin shook his head violently. Su Nianqiu, are you out of your mind? Do you even realize what you're doing? Why must you treat yourself so badly? As soon as the words left his mouth, he pointed his finger right at Gu Chenzhou's nose. A worthless nobody with no money or connections, how could he possibly offer you a future? Or are you just looking for a man to pass the time? You don't need him for that. He's not worthy of you. Su Nianqiu gave a bitter, self-mocking smile. Chenin, it seems you truly don't understand what I need. Chenin paused. What do you mean by that? Didn't I love you madly back then? But what was the result? I saw you doing disgusting things with other women in bed and not just one. Chenin, I tried to spare you some dignity, but you've proven yourself utterly worthless. I truly don't understand, as a cheating man who's sunk this low, what right do you have to judge others? This remark even startled Gu Chenzhou standing nearby. In his mind, Su Nianqiu was not the type to unleash such profanity. It was easy to imagine just how furious she must be right now. Chenin looked utterly conflicted. Nianqiu, I know you're still angry with me, but I only made a mistake that all men make. Can't you forgive me just this once? I promise you, I'll never hurt you again. Please don't be angry anymore, okay? Su Nianqiu scoffed coldly. How amusing. All I know is that a leopard can't change its spots. And could you stop being so self-absorbed? I'm not angry with you because you're simply not worth it. I'll say this one last time, Chenin. There's no chance for us in this lifetime. You disgust me. Seeing you makes me want to vomit. Chenzhou, let's go. No sooner had she spoken than Su Nianqiu grabbed Gu Chenzhou's arm and pulled him straight away from Chenin. Chenin clenched his fists tightly, glaring viciously at Su Nianqiu and Gu Chenzhou's receding backs. Fine. You want to play this way with me, do you? Gu Chenzhou, this is all your fault. I'll make sure you learn the consequences of crossing me. Gu Chenzhou and Su Nianqiu had long grown accustomed to Chen An's disgusting behavior. Since they couldn't stop him, they could only try to ignore him. He first drove Su Nianqiu home and shared a passionate kiss with the girl before heading back to the company in his car. This Maserati Quattroporte now seemed to have become Gu Chenzhou's car. There was even a gas card inside, specially prepared for him by Su Nianqiu, though Gu Chenzhou never used it. Using someone else's car for free and then using their card to fill it up? What the hell was the difference between that and stealing? But the moment he returned to the company, Fizi slithered over with a smug grin, eyeing Gu Chenzhou up and down while letting out occasional sighs. That look was pure schadenfreude. Gu Chenzhou frowned slightly. Are you out of your mind? Fatty smirked. Hey, old Gu, you two are getting more and more outrageous. You've already gone out to get a hotel room, and you still had to call me just to rub it in my face, this single guy's face. What? Are you the only one in the world who found a girlfriend? Is it really necessary to rub it in my face like this? Come to think of it, what I did last night was indeed a bit inconsiderate toward Fizi. Put yourself in his shoes. He was lying awake in the dead of night, loneliness engulfing him. Then I suddenly called out of the blue, just to get Fatty to confirm whether Su Nianqiu was my girlfriend. Then I hung up. It seemed like I was deliberately trying to upset him. Gu Chenzhou sighed. Fatty, I admit I should apologize for last night. It was my fault. But, you have no idea. Even the law enforcement agency showed up. What the hell was I supposed to do? What the hell are you talking about? Fatty's eyes widened instantly, staring at Gu Chenzhou in utter disbelief. And, this guy actually seemed pretty worked up about it, suddenly getting interested. Old Gu, spill it, what the hell happened? Gu Chenzhou didn't hold back, laying out the entire story for Fizi. Holy. I thought I was disgusting enough, but Chenin is even worse than me. This is disgusting, opening the door for more disgustingness, it's disgusting to the max. Gu Chenzhou nodded repeatedly. Yeah, that bastard camped out at the hotel entrance all night. We even ran into him when we left this morning. After Gu Chenzhou finished his analysis, Fizi rubbed his chin, his face twisted with worry. Old Gu, don't take this the wrong way, but I have a feeling we're going to have a hell of a time moving forward. That bastard Chenin won't let us off the hook. What are we supposed to do? He's the Chen family's heir, rich and powerful. He's got all the time and resources to play games with us. But we're different. We're at a make or break point right now. With such a huge obstacle blocking our path. Fatty's analysis was spot on. Gu Chenzhou shook his head gently. You're not scared, are you? Fatty's eyes widened instantly. What the hell are you talking about? Are you kidding? How could I possibly be scared? I'm just worried. Gu Chenzhou shook his head. No need to worry. I'm prepared for a long battle with him. Besides, if everything goes smoothly, it wouldn't be much fun. By the way, do you have Dejun and Qin Jun's contact info? Fatty froze for a moment. I do have their contact info, but don't get any ideas, kid. I've never had any intention of jumping ship. I've never reached out to them privately. Don't go accusing me of anything. Ha? What's going on here? When did I ever accuse you of anything? I just want you to get in touch with them and bring these two investors over. I need to discuss venture capital investment with them. Fatty finally understood. Oh, I see. Alright, I'll call them right now.
After all, following the previous incident, both Dajuan and Qin Jun had significantly strengthened their relationship with Gu Chenzhou. And if they wanted to make big money, they'd need a substantial amount of seed capital. To accomplish big things, there was no such thing as getting something for nothing. Therefore, he could only consolidate his existing resources first. Just as Fizi contacted the two, Gu Chenzhou's phone buzzed with messages from Annie and Xiao Xiong.
Chapter 68, Persuading Us. Annie Xiong, little Joe, what's gotten into you lately? You've gone slack not even greeting this lady properly. Think you've gotten too big for your britches since starting your company? Gu Chenzhou, speechless emoji. Sister Xiong, what nonsense are you spouting? How could I possibly get too big for my britches? With our relationship, I'll always remember your kindness. You absolutely can't accuse me of that. Annie and Little Bear, do you even realize? You haven't contacted me in ages. That's terrible habit. You need a serious talking to. Gu Chenzhou, yes, you're absolutely right. I'll definitely greet you properly from now on. But I've been a bit busy lately. The company is planning a transformation. Immediately after, Gu Chenzhou shared his thoughts with Annie and Little Bear. After all, they were shareholders in the company. By both reason and courtesy, he ought to inform them of any significant changes. Sure enough, after hearing everything, Annie and Xiong agreed Gu Chenzhou made sense. Annie and Xiong, not bad, little Joe. After hearing your explanation, it sounds pretty solid. Since you've made up your mind, go ahead with your plan. We're behind you. So, how much funding do you need? Gu Chenzhou, no need, Sister Xiong. I'll handle the funding myself. I already have potential investors in mind. They'll be here soon, and I need to, well, not exactly persuade them, but rather convince them to join in and make money together. Annie and Xiao Xiong, since you're borrowing anyway, why not ask your girlfriend? Isn't she a little rich girl? Annie and Xiao Xiong, even if it's not much, she could easily give you over 100,000, right? What are you waiting for? Call her already. Gu Chenzhou, speechless emoji. Bear, cut the jokes. How could I possibly ask my girlfriend to invest? That's not appropriate. Annie and Xiong, what's inappropriate about it? Sometimes you overthink things. Gu Chenzhou, Sister Xiong, I keep saying I'll make sure Nianqiu lives a good life with me. Gu Chenzhou, but now, before that dream's even realized, I'm asking her for money. Doesn't that seem a bit much? Annie and Xiong, exasperated. Even though I think you're being silly, well, based on what you just said, Sis thinks you've got some real backbone. Thumbs up for that. Annie and Xiao Xiong, anyway, if you ever hit a rough patch or need anything, don't hesitate to ask us. After all, you don't even know me. Meanwhile, on the other side, Su Nianqiu sat in her room, reading the chat on her phone, and suddenly burst into laughter. Moments later, she initiated a group call, dialing both Dajuan and Qin Jun simultaneously. The moment the call connected, Dajuan answered with a clearly annoyed tone. What's with you two? Gu Chenzhou just asked us to come to his company, and right after that, you call me. Are you two playing spy games? What's going on? Su Nianqiu took a deep breath. Gu Chenzhou asked you to visit his company because he likely wants to secure some investment from you. If he needs it, just go ahead and invest the money. Profits are yours, losses are mine. Su Nianqiu's words left Dajuan and Qin Jun on the other end of the line utterly dumbfounded. Honestly, I'm getting more and more confused. What the hell are you two trying to pull? I'm a human being, not a damn dog. What good does it do you to keep me running around in circles? Dajuan wasn't exactly the sharpest tool in the shed, so he sounded like a complete idiot when he spoke. Qin Jun, however, was different. After a moment's thought, he immediately understood what was going on. Nianqiu, are you asking us to help him out? Su Nianqiu nodded. Exactly, give him a hand. But remember, don't link this to me in any way. Got it? Qin Jun chuckled. If that's the case, I have nothing more to discuss with you. My relationship with Gu Chenzhou is between us. It doesn't concern you in the slightest. If I think the project is solid, I'll invest without hesitation. Every penny is my own choice. If he can't convince me, then sorry, not a single dime. Dajuan chimed in from the other side. Even though I can't stand the guy, I agree with what he just said. We're old friends of Gu's too, and besides, who doesn't love making money? I know your family's loaded, but mine isn't exactly strapped for cash. Even if the investment flops, no big deal, I'll just chalk it up to a few wild nights. Exactly. You can't tell us that. Immediately after, Dajuan and Qin Jun hung up their phones one after another. Listening to the busy tone on the phone, it was only at this moment that Su Nianqiu realized Gu Chenzhou truly possessed an inexplicable charisma of a leader. Dajuan and Qin Jun were both extremely difficult people to deal with. Getting them to say something like that was simply unimaginable. Meanwhile, Gu Chenzhou had been waiting for them at the office for over 2 hours. He'd specially ordered some barbecue and beer from outside. The moment they walked in, they saw the table piled high with grilled food. Holy crap! How'd you know I was hungry? You actually prepared this huge spread? I'll dig right in. Dajuan seemed to suffer from some kind of social anxiety disorder. The moment he saw the spread, he couldn't contain his excitement. Without a moment's hesitation, he dove right in, tucking into the food with gusto. Jun chuckled. So, what's the reason you called us over today? Gu Chenzhou took a deep breath. We're all close enough now, no need for beating around the bush. I'll be direct, I plan to make a game. A truly explosive hit. And I need both of you to help. If you're willing to help me secure funding, I'll stake my personal reputation on it. We'll not only recoup our investment, we'll double it. Gu Chenzhou spoke deliberately, enunciating each word.
Jun and Dajuan showed no surprise. They already knew Gu Chenzhou's intentions, but neither volunteered to respond. After a long pause, Jun finally stroked his chin. Since you've put it that way, I'll give you one shot. Whether I invest depends entirely on your skills. Dajuan nodded eagerly. You're right. If you can convince me, I promise to invest. But if you can't even win me over, well, I'd advise you to give up now. No big deal, taking on some boosting gigs isn't so bad either. Gu Chenzhou exhaled deeply. Alright, then prepare yourselves. I plan to create a game unlike anything before it, one that will truly dazzle people. And it will be utterly original, something most people couldn't even imagine. This piqued both their interest. Dajuan rubbed his palms together. Why don't you tell us about it? Yeah, right. If you don't explain it well, I'm not paying a dime. Chapter 69, Must Invest. Though the two seemed to be joking with Gu Chenzhou. But Gu Chenzhou knew full well that if he could convince them, these two wouldn't hesitate, they'd agree without a second thought. And these two were genuinely wealthy individuals. There was no way around it. One could easily spend millions to open a so-called arcade. The other could easily lose millions in a single match, all for the sake of saving face. Look at that. Truly, people's joys and sorrows are not shared. Gu Chenzhou took a deep breath before voicing his idea. I want to create a large-scale simulation game, and the primary audience for this simulation game is male. Imagine this, you start with different life paths, but most begin as commoners. We can incorporate the distinct social contexts of various dynasties to create diverse scenarios. As for the main storyline, we could offer several paths, one where you save money to marry and start a family, another where you enlist and fight on the battlefield, and yet another where you focus on building a business. Take business as an example, how to earn your first fortune, how to build your wealth. While merchants are doing business, other players might be out on the battlefield. If they build their own armies, they could engage in raiding and plundering. Of course, this would lead to severe consequences. It amounts to a military mutiny, prompting the imperial court to dispatch troops to suppress it. Gu Chenzhou spent a full 2 to 3 hours explaining the entire process to the two of them. At first, the two looked utterly bewildered and were nodding off. But as he continued, their spirits lifted, and they grew increasingly excited. Even Dajuan and Jun nodded approvingly from time to time. Seeing their enthusiastic expressions, Wang knew the plan was already more than halfway done. Finally, when Gu Chenzhou finished explaining the entire plan, he collapsed exhausted onto the sofa, his mouth parched. Seconds later, Fizi, Dajuan, and Jun all burst into applause. Damn it! Can you tell me how your brain works? How did you come up with all these crazy ideas? Old Gu, you're being way too mean. Why didn't you tell me about such a great game idea earlier? You even kept it from me. Aren't you afraid I'd get mad? Gu Chenzhou looked utterly helpless. This kind of thing only works once. Just this one time nearly killed me. How could you make me go through that? Fatty rubbed his head. You've got a point there. Of course, Jun was the one calling the shots among them. Jun took a deep breath, his gaze fixed intently on Gu Chenzhou, his expression solemn. After a moment, he suddenly looked up. Old Gu, just tell me straight, how much money would it take to make a game of this scale? Gu Chenzhou pondered for a moment. Just to develop it, the cost would be around 700,000 or 800,000 yuan. It's true, games like this are just very expensive. Secondly, post-launch promotion is another headache. Of course, Jun has offline arcades. We could invest the game into those venues initially, letting people try it out for a while. But honestly, that's not the urgent part. The main issue is the current production cost. To be completely upfront with you both, I only have a few tens of thousands on hand, far short of what's needed. That's why I came to you. If you're willing to invest, each of you would need to put in around 500,000 to 600,000 yuan total. As for the game's profits, you two would each get 40%, while Fizi and I would split the remaining 20%, 10% each. That's the best offer I can make. At Gu Chenzhou's words, both Dajuan and Jun stared at him wide-eyed, completely dumbfounded. Gua, this isn't good. Well, it's practically asking us to work for free. Exactly. You came up with the idea, so how can you give us so much money? That's definitely not right. Gu Chenzhou sighed. I'm sure you've both heard the saying, 1,000-mile horse is easy to find, but a discerning eye is hard to come by. Since this is our first collaboration, I can only do my best to protect your interests within my capabilities.
If this game turns a profit, we'll definitely redistribute the earnings next time. Anyway, I'd like to hear your thoughts? Jun and Dajun both fell silent. The two turned to exchange a glance. After an unknown amount of time, Dajun suddenly slammed his hand down on the table. Damn it, it's only 5 or 60,000. I'll cover it. I'll cover Jun's share too. If you hadn't helped me before, my arcade would have lost a floor, not to mention I made over $1 million for free. In that case, I'll put up all the money. Consider it our joint investment. What do you think? Gu Chenzhou was stunned. He hadn't realized his standing was this strong now? Dajun was offering to put up the entire sum outright. To say he wasn't touched at all would be a load of crap. Jun, however, burst out laughing. Hey, Dajun, you're usually as stingy as a miser, not parting with a single penny. Who knew you'd be so generous this time? Dajun flashed a confident grin. What can I say? It's not my money you're spending anyway, so why the hell should I care? Jun nodded. If you're willing to invest in the game, I'll handle all the advertising and promotion costs later on. I can't promise huge sums, but splashing out 3 or 50,000 won't be a problem. Gu Chenzhou's lips twitched as he looked at the two men across from him. At that moment, he couldn't have been more touched. Thank you both so much. No sooner had the words left his mouth than he bowed slightly to Jun and Dajun. But Jun suddenly raised his hand to stop him. Hold on. I have my own conditions. Regarding the profit-sharing arrangement, I think we should clarify this up front. I won't take 40%. Here's the deal, Dajun and I will each forego 10%, leaving the remaining 40% entirely for you. Dajun nodded vigorously. Yeah. Even with this deal, I feel like I'm getting an incredible bargain. Honestly, old Gu, I truly believe this game will be a smash hit once it's out. Won't we be counting money until our hands go numb? The two chatted back and forth, and their words left Gu Chenzhou deeply moved. After an unknown amount of time, he finally exhaled deeply. Thank you. Truly, thank you. Alright, next step is building your team, right? We can't help much with that. Dajun, send over the down payment ASAP. Money's what he needs most right now. As long as the funding is secured, I believe it'll definitely work out. Dajun chuckled. No problem. But my card has a limit. I'll transfer you 200,000 yuan right after I get back. The next batch will come in a couple of days. Chapter 70, The Right Candidate. Otherwise, if my parents find out, it'll be trouble. They'll definitely think I'm up to no good. Gu Chenzhou clasped his hands together, looking at the two with gratitude. No need for thanks. We'll see each other in the field. As soon as the two left, Fizi hurried over and gripped Gu Chenzhou's hand tightly. It was clear he was genuinely thrilled at that moment. Old Gu. Does this mean we're finally out of poverty? Holy crap. If we can really make a game this awesome, we'll finally be able to hold our heads high. Gu Chenzhou chuckled softly and gave Fizi a light pat on the shoulder. Always remember, this is just the beginning. No matter what, we must lay a solid foundation first. And, even though I only hold 40%, I still want to discuss the equity distribution with you. Fatty waved his hand dismissively. What's there to discuss? You decide. All these years, you're the only one I trust. How about we each keep 10%? Fei Zi was dumbfounded. Hey, old Gu. Are you out of your mind? They've already made their decision. Are you seriously considering giving back those 20% shares? I really don't think it's necessary. Your vision is what truly matters, it's the core of this whole thing. Gu Chenzhou sighed. I definitely won't give the shares back to them. It's just, I want to give the remaining 20% to Sister Xiong. While this investment has nothing to do with Sister Xiong, we wouldn't have gotten the company off the ground without her. Originally, I planned to set aside a portion from my 1%, no matter how much it was. Now that's unnecessary, there's more than enough to go around. What do you think? Fei Zi's mouth twitched. It was clear the guy was feeling a bit reluctant. Old Gu. Doesn't it hurt you at all? Gu Chenzhou chuckled. Don't forget the well digger when you drink the water. I'm sure you understand that principle, right? Besides, let's be realistic. If it weren't for Sister Xiong, we wouldn't even have gotten started. We'd never have made it this far. As for Dajun and Jun, if they make money on this project, what they can offer us in the future won't just be financial support, it'll be the resources of both their families. Either way, we're not losing out. Kids like us, climbing up step by step, can't afford to be too greedy. You agree, right? Gu Chenzhou spoke deliberately, enunciating each word. Finally, he managed to persuade Fizi. Fizi let out a long sigh, spreading his hands helplessly. Look, old Gu, you've laid it out so clearly, what else can I say? I'll go with your plan. Gu Chenzhou gave Fizi a thumbs-up gesture. Don't worry, Fizi. I promise you this, since I brought you out here, I won't let you live a mediocre life. Fei Zi chuckled. Alright, I'm off to flirt with girls. Found a sweetheart online recently, she's got the most beautiful voice. You go ahead and do your thing. With that, Fizi plopped down in front of the computer. One hand gnawing on fried chicken, the other sipping cola. Damn, wasn't this the textbook look of a deadbeat couch potato? Gu Chenzhou shook his head helplessly, too lazy to bother with Fizi. This guy, he was just born this way. Totally unkempt. He immediately grabbed his phone and shared his thoughts with Annie and Xiao Xiong. But who knew that the moment he sent the message, they replied instantly. Annie and Xiong Xiong? Gu Chenzhou, confused emoji bear sister, what's this supposed to mean? I'm totally lost here. Annie and Xiong Xiong, you can't afford medical care, but you've got medicine, right? Are you running a fever, kid? You're using investments from others to make games. What the hell does that have to do with me? What's in it for me? Gu Chenzhou, speechless sis. Why are you so mad? I said that for a reason. Gu Chenzhou, you trusted me so much back then. When I said I wanted to start a company, you sent the money over without a second thought, didn't even ask any questions. Gu Chenzhou, with our relationship, now that we finally have a chance to make money, I wouldn't forget you. Annie and Xiao Xiong, give it a rest. I don't need your money. Keep it for yourself. When you're big and successful, repaying me then will be plenty late enough. Gu Chenzhou, sister Xiong, my mind is made up. Even if you don't want to, it's not up to you. Meanwhile, on the other side, Su Nianqiu saw the messages on her phone and suddenly burst into laughter, shaking her head as she chuckled. She knew that Gu Chenzhou had successfully persuaded Dajuan and Qin Jun. She believed these two weren't investing for her sake, but because they trusted Gu Chenzhou. It seemed her man was far more capable than she'd ever imagined. She had to admit, Dajuan was a reliable guy when it came to getting things done. That very evening, he transferred the 200,000 yuan. The brothers stared at the substantial sum, grinning ear to ear. Old Gu. This is fantastic. With this money, we can officially kick off the project. Gu Chenzhou nodded. Fatty, now we're missing one crucial person. Fizi froze. What? The overall game modeling. That includes character modeling too. In short, this is also crucial to whether we succeed or not. And people like that, they're usually hard to find. If they're truly skilled, they could easily land jobs at big companies. They'd never come to a small operation like ours. As for the other positions, no worries at all. Some roles could even be filled by freelancers. But this one is senior modeler, that's the real headache. Fatty subconsciously rubbed his chin. Old Gu, if you put it that way. I actually do know someone. Gu Chenzhou looked utterly bewildered, sizing up Fizi with a puzzled expression. Fei Zi, are you kidding me? How could you possibly know someone like that? Fei Zi shot Gu Chenzhou a displeased look. Hey old Gu, don't look down on me like that. Who says I don't know someone like that? Back in my hometown, there's this girl next door probably 4 or 5 years older than us. She won tons of awards ages ago and supposedly went to a pretty good university. Her parents came to the city once and happened to stop by our place. I heard them complaining about her, saying she insisted on studying some ridiculous character modeling? Maybe it's the same type as what we're doing. Gu Chenzhou was completely dumbfounded by Fizi's remark. He rubbed his head. What do you mean crap character modeling? How can you say that? Fatty shrugged helplessly. How the hell should I know? I heard they originally wanted my sister to study medicine because it pays better, but she insisted on chasing her own dreams. Anyway, that's the gist of it. I'm telling you, with my Fong skills, if we can just get her on board, our game's halfway to success. Chapter 71, Return to the Countryside. Gu Chenzhou furrowed his brow slightly, then stroked his chin as he scrutinized Fizi from head to toe. It wasn't surprising he reacted this way. Fizi was the type who never spoke the truth. How could anyone trust him? Are you sure? Fatty immediately pounded his chest. Old Gu, we've known each other for years. You might doubt me on other matters, but on this one, I swear on my honor. It's absolutely worth the trip. Besides, she should be on vacation by now, right? Why don't we head to my hometown together? Who knows? With a bit of luck, we might actually run into her. Fatty's words piqued Gu Chenzhou's interest. Fei Zi's hometown had a beautiful setting, nestled between mountains and water. He'd been feeling pretty worn out lately, so a trip there for some relaxation sounded perfect. Hey Fizi, is there room at your place? I was thinking, bringing Nianqiu along. I'm sure she'd love that kind of place too. Fei Zi flashed an okay sign. Don't worry. It's just one story, but there are 2 bedrooms, both spacious. Absolutely no problem. If you decide to come, I'll ask my parents for the keys. Gu Chenzhou nodded, and the two settled the matter. Early the next morning, Fizi headed straight home, while Gu Chenzhou went to the Su residence. When he told Su Nianqiu about it, the girl immediately lit up with excitement. Is it that rustic style? Gu Chenzhou smiled and nodded. Not just rustic, I saw photos of Fizi's hometown before. There's a huge waterfall right next to his house. Mountains and water, it looks absolutely dreamy. What do you think? Su Nianqiu nodded repeatedly. If that's truly the case, then it's definitely worth a trip. And so, the group finally made plans to visit Fizi's hometown together. They were desperately short on experts in modeling right now.
If they couldn't secure one soon, their gaming dream would be indefinitely postponed.
So early the next morning, Su Nianqiu pulled up in a Porsche outside Gu Chenzhou's company. Don't ask why he didn't take the Maserati. This car was so well known that anyone who didn't know better would assume it belonged to Gu Chenzhou.
It was always parked at the company entrance, ready for Gu Chenzhou to use whenever needed.
Fei Zi and Gu Chenzhou were already waiting at the entrance.
After getting out of the car, Su Nianqiu immediately waved at Gu Chenzhou.
What are you standing around for? Come help me move some stuff.
What neither of them expected was that the girl had brought 2 large suitcases packed to the brim.
Gu Chenzhou looked utterly helpless. Nianqiu, we're only going for 2 days at most. Why did you bring so much stuff? Su Nianqiu pouted.
These suitcases have my change of clothes, disposable bedsheets, and some insect repellent. There's a lot of stuff, but every single thing is essential.
Fei Zi's eyes widened in astonishment. Sis, are you planning to move in permanently? Never coming back? We're driving there anyway, what's there to worry about? But Fei Zi shook his head.
You can't drive those cars to my hometown.
Both have too low a clearance.
We'll have to park them in the county town and take a bus to my village. Su Nianqiu didn't mind this arrangement after all, she wouldn't have to lift a finger to carry her luggage. And so, the 3 of them set off for Fei Zi's home. It must be said that after getting used to city life, everything in the countryside felt novel. Su Nianqiu, in particular, couldn't resist stopping to take photos whenever they passed a rice paddy.
Wow, this place is absolutely gorgeous. Fei Zi, I never imagined your hometown was somewhere like this. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Fei Zi gave an awkward smile.
That's because you don't know how inconvenient life is here. Indeed, just taking the bus from the county seat to the village entrance had taken nearly an hour. And that wasn't all from the village entrance, it was probably another 30 or 40 minutes on foot to reach their destination. Damn it, just going to the county town to buy something would probably take half a day round trip.
Since arriving here, Su Nianqiu had completely let loose. Fatty, meanwhile, grabbed Gu Chenzhou's arm with a look of pure gossip. Hey, old Gu, is this even the Su Nianqiu I know? I remember her being this aloof goddess, but this, what the hell is going on? Gu Chenzhou spread his hands helplessly. Who knows? Maybe she's got a split personality or something. Listen up, old Gu. When it comes to split personalities, over 80% of them are crazy. You better watch your back from now on. Don't get caught up in someone loving you to death during the day, only to have them plotting to stab you with a knife at night. Gu Chenzhou rolled his eyes at him. Shut up. Fatty kept muttering under his breath. I was just trying to help, damn it. The group finally made it back to Fei Zi's place, a single-story house with rooms on both sides, definitely spacious enough for everyone. In the countryside, food was rarely a problem. Vegetables grew everywhere outside, and Fei Zi's family even had some frozen provisions stored away. Though they didn't come back often, his parents occasionally checked in on their hometown. So even though no one lived there, the rooms were still pretty clean. Fatty, let's find someone quickly. Fei Zi gave an okay sign. Let's go. But once outside, Gu Chenzhou looked at Fei Zi's detached house with its private courtyard and suddenly realized something. He grabbed Fei Zi's arm. Wait. Fei Zi, I remember you mentioning before that Li Fanfang is your neighbor's older sister, right? Fatty nodded blankly. No problem with that. What's the issue? Your place is a standalone house. Where the hell would you have neighbors? Hey Fei Zi, are you treating me like a little kid? Fatty finally caught on and waved his hand dismissively with a laugh. You little brat. What nonsense are you spouting? Who says neighbors have to live next door? See over there? Fatty pointed to a small hill on the left. Climb over there, and you'll find Sister Fanfang's place. Nothing separates our 2 homes, that's what neighbors are, got it? Gu Chenzhou's eyes widened. Alright, I guess I'm just too narrow-minded. I never would have thought you'd call that being neighbors. Fatty rolled his eyes. You've seen nothing yet, kid. Watch closely and learn. Gu Chenzhou couldn't be bothered to respond. All he wanted now was to see Li Fanfang quickly and confirm whether this whole thing was actually feasible. After the group crested the hill, Gu Chenzhou spotted Li Fanfang's house immediately. And he was certain he couldn't be mistaken. Because there was only one household here. But strangely, why was a large she character hanging at Li Fanfang's house? And judging by the commotion, it seemed quite crowded. A crowd was already milling about the doorway. Fatty looked utterly bewildered. What's going on? Is Sister Fanfang having a celebration? Come on, let's go join the fun. Chapter 72, Forced Marriage. Su Nianqiu's eyes lit up. Is this a big rural banquet? Does that mean we can eat at her place later? Of course we can. Hurry up. Don't you dare let us miss the seating arrangements. The group hurried to Li Fanfang's house, only to find a banner hanging at the entrance announcing the occasion, Groom Li Xiaobao, Bride Li Fanfang. So it's a wedding. Gu Chenzhou and Su Nianqiu were baffled, having originally intended to offer their blessings. But when Fei Zi saw the scene, his expression instantly turned grim. The earlier ease vanished, replaced by utter seriousness. Fatty, what's with that look? Did you take the wrong medicine?
Before Gu Chenzhou could finish his sentence, several people approached them.
Hey, isn't this Xiao Fei? When did you get back, kid?
By the way, it should be noted that this guy's real name is Li Fei, but the villagers usually call him Xiao Fei.
Perfect timing. Today is Sister Fangfang and Brother Xiaobao's wedding day. Hurry inside. These two are your friends, right? You can sit anywhere inside. The banquet will start soon. Gu Chenzhou and Su Nianqiu bowed slightly to the elders before them in respect.
But Fizi remained as lifeless as a corpse the entire time, not even letting out a single fart. Then, he simply lifted his leg and walked inside, his entire demeanor resembling that of a walking corpse.
Su Nianqiu whispered from behind. Chenzhou, what's wrong with Fizi?
He seems so downcast.
Did something happen? Gu Chenzhou found it odd too, rubbing his chin. That doesn't make sense.
Sure, he likes to stir up trouble usually, but today's someone's wedding day. Even if he's got no class, he shouldn't be acting this timid.
Could something have happened?
After everyone had taken their seats, Gu Chenzhou leaned in closer.
Fatty, what's up?
You seem down.
What, did someone steal the girl you like? Gu Chenzhou had intended to tease Fizi, but the latter waved his hands frantically. Cut it out, stop talking nonsense. Something's definitely off. What's wrong, then? Fatty turned with a serious expression.
That Li Xiaobao, he's the village chief's son. He's had mental issues since childhood, drools while talking, and is downright hideous.
But he's got money and connections. Do you really think Sister Fangfang would ever go for him?
She's not only beautiful but also highly educated.
Why would she marry him? Just to spite herself? As soon as Fizi spoke, Gu Chenzhou and Su Nianqiu immediately frowned.
They exchanged a glance, and it was clear from each other's eyes that indeed,
if Fizi was saying this, then something might genuinely be off about the situation. Sister Fangfang should be inside right now. Let's go check on her. Gu Chenzhou nodded firmly.
And so, the three headed straight for the inner room. But as soon as they reached the doorway, faint sobs drifted through the slightly ajar crack.
Wah. Oh my goodness, my dear child. Please stop crying, will you? What exactly do you want? I don't want to marry him. Dad, Mom, you're ruining my whole life. Why? Why is this happening? This must be Li Fangfang's voice.
Immediately after, a man's voice boomed from inside the room, a deep, smoky voice that betrayed years of heavy smoking.
You brat! What do you mean we're ruining your life? Watch your mouth. I'm your father, how could I ruin you? Xiaobao's family is so well off. You'll be living in luxury once you marry him. Feasting on delicacies every day, and you're still not happy? Exactly.
This was the voice of a middle-aged woman, likely Li Fangfang's mother.
Fangfang. Stop being stubborn. Your father and I would never harm you.
Sure, Xiaobao isn't the sharpest tool in the shed, but his family's wealth speaks for itself.
Mom isn't joking. This is a family you'd be lucky to find anywhere. Just be good and stop crying. Look at yourself on your wedding day. You're being too much.
You keep saying it's for my own good, but you're only after their 300,000 yuan dowry.
Don't think I don't understand anything.
If you just let me go, I promise once I make money, I'll pay back every penny of that 300,000 yuan dowry.
Please don't make me marry him, okay? Get out of here.
You're getting more and more arrogant, always going on about that 300,000.
Do you even know how much that is? Exactly.
Wipe those tears now.
Nothing you say today matters. You have to marry Xiaobao. The whole village is here. Do you want to embarrass us both?
Suddenly, footsteps echoed from inside the house, drawing closer to the doorway. Gu Chenzhou, Fizi, and the others immediately ducked out of sight. Seconds later, a middle-aged couple emerged from the room. Fizi shot Gu Chenzhou a look, and the group immediately crouched low and darted back into the room. The moment they entered, they saw a woman slightly older than themselves sitting on the edge of the bed, wiping away tears. It must be said, the girl was exceptionally delicate and pretty, and by the looks of it, she was no more than 23 or 24 years old.
Fatty twitched his lips. Sister Fangfang. The woman across from them instantly looked up. No mistake, it was Li Fangfang. Xiao Fei, why are you back? Fatty took a deep breath. Sis Fangfang, why are uncle and aunt forcing you to marry that loser Li Xiaobao? Have they lost their minds? You're so talented, graduated from a top university, you could make a fortune. Why must they force you to marry that piece of trash? Li Fangfang sighed deeply and shook her head gently. I don't know.
Maybe in their eyes, as a woman, I could never earn that much money.
Honestly, they've never trusted me since I was a kid. Even after I got into university, all they could think about was marrying me off for a hefty dowry.
I thought that by working part-time to cover my tuition and living expenses during college, I could finally break free from my family.
But I never imagined. I still couldn't outmaneuver them.
Li Fangfang grew more distressed as she spoke, tears falling once more. To be honest, Gu Chenzhou, Fizi, and the others felt a pang of unease in their hearts upon witnessing this scene.
Fizi took a deep breath. Sis Fangfang, you studied character and scene modeling before, right? Do you have any of your work we could take a look at? Ha? Yes, it's over there on the nightstand.
Though Li Fangfang didn't understand why Fizi suddenly wanted to see her work, it wasn't anything she needed to hide, so she agreed silently.
Chapter 73, Uncle Chang, the Hustler. Gu Chenzhou held his breath as he crept closer to the nightstand.
The moment he pulled open the drawer, he was met with a sea of papers. His eyes widened. Li Fangfang's work had utterly stunned him.
Yes. Both the character designs and scene layouts were far more detailed and accomplished than he imagined.
Moreover, this style was precisely the classical Chinese aesthetic Gu Chenzhou had envisioned. Traditional Chinese aesthetics have always been defined by intricate complexity, making such modeling both more elaborate and more challenging.
It demanded an exceptionally high level of aesthetic discernment from the designer.
As for Western styles, they've evolved into minimalist designs, uniform color palettes with mere embellishments, lacking any real design depth.
But Li Fangfang's sketches didn't just astonish Gu Chenzhou, they even stunned Su Nianqiu.
Good heavens, Sister Fangfang, did you create all of these yourself?
Li Fangfang nodded. Yes.
Gu Chenzhou and Su Nianqiu exchanged glances, then nodded in unison.
Not a doubt about it. Li Fangfang was exactly the person they needed. And by far, the most suitable candidate. With that thought, Gu Chenzhou took a deep breath and walked step by step toward Li Fangfang.
Sis Fangfang,
would you be interested in designing scenes and character models for my game?
Rest assured, though my company isn't large, I won't shortchange you.
Li Fangfang froze for a moment. You are.
No wonder the girl was skeptical. Gu Chenzhou looked very young, even younger than herself.
Fei Zi chimed in from the side. Sis Fangfang. Old Gu is my best buddy.
We started a company together and are planning something big with plenty of funding.
I came back specifically to recruit you. Are you in?
Li Fangfang twitched her lips and shook her head gently, her eyes filled with resignation. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I can't go with you guys.
Why? Don't you want to live for yourself? Or are you really going to listen to them and marry Li Xiaobao? Li Fangfang gave a bitter smile. You guys don't know yet, do you? Actually, I was tricked into coming back. They won't let me escape. What? That's outrageous. Even Su Nianqiu clenched her delicate fists. Why? Parents like this exist in this world? I've truly learned something today. Gu Chenzhou stared at Li Fangfang, silent for a long moment before finally asking softly. Sister Fangfang, I'll ask you just one thing. Do you want to marry Li Xiaobao?
Li Fangfang shook her head immediately, probably the most resolute answer she'd ever given in her life.
Gu Chenzhou nodded with satisfaction. In that case, there's nothing more to discuss. Tonight, we're taking you away from here. If need be, we'll never come back. There's nothing worth lingering over with parents like that anyway. Li Fangfang froze. Have you lost your minds? What if they find out? Gu Chenzhou chuckled. At a time like this, why not take a chance? What are we waiting for? Are we supposed to wait until tomorrow, when that Li Xiaobao is on top of you screaming for help? By then, it'll probably be too late. Li Fangfang nodded firmly, almost without hesitation. I trust you.
After leaving Li Fangfang's room, the group headed straight to the banquet table and began stuffing themselves silly. As Fizi had said, only with a full stomach could one muster the strength to get things done. After leaving her home, the atmosphere grew unusually heavy. As soon as they returned to Fizi's place, Gu Chenzhou took a deep breath. You all saw it tonight, we have to be extra careful. Fei Zi stroked his chin. You all saw the road we just came from, it's no easy path. Plus, Su Nianqiu's car is parked in the county town, and there are no buses running this late at night. How are we supposed to get back? Fei Zi had a point. Oh, right, my uncle has a van with a high enough clearance to make it to the county seat. We can ask him to drive us there tonight. We'll just pay him a little extra. Your uncle? Yep. He's from the neighboring village. Don't worry, he's not really close with anyone in our village, so it should be fine. Gu Chenzhou finally let out a sigh of relief. If that's the case, it's slightly better. Stop standing around then. Let's hurry and find your uncle. Half an hour later, the group arrived at a house in the neighboring village. Sure enough, a minivan was parked outside. However, the van looked filthy and beat up, as if it might fall apart at any moment. Still, under the circumstances, having a vehicle at all was fortunate. Earlier on the road, Gu Chenzhou had learned from Fizi that this uncle wasn't actually related to him. The two families had some connection, but they weren't close friends at best, they were merely acquaintances. Upon entering the house, they saw a dark-skinned, burly middle-aged man lying in the courtyard. Uncle Chang. You're here. Uncle Chang glanced at Fizi. Well, Xiaofei, what brings you here? You're quite the rare visitor. Uncle Chang, please don't joke with me. There's something I need your help with. Fatty was desperate now, with no time for small talk. He cut straight to the chase. But after hearing Fizi's words, Uncle Chang frowned, looking troubled. Xiaofei, it's not that I don't want to give you a ride. The thing is, you know how it is around here. The roads are rough enough during the day, let alone at night. Plus, one of my headlights is out. Driving at night is just too dangerous. Plus, my car's been running on empty lately. It's been sitting idle at home for days. Money's been tight these past 2 years, and the harvest wasn't good either.
I've been thinking of just giving up on driving altogether.
Without a word, Su Nianqiu stepped forward and handed Uncle Chang several hundred yuan bills.
Is this okay?
Uncle Chang's eyes lit up the moment he saw the bills. He was thrilled. After taking the money, he spat on his thumb and began counting it, checking each bill for authenticity as he went.
Honestly, this scene looked downright tacky.
Haha, alright.
I can see you kids are in a hurry.
I'll give you a ride tonight, but I can only take you as far as the county seat.
Fatty nodded. The county seat is perfect. Uncle Chang, meet us at the village entrance at midnight tonight. Uncle Chang gave an okay sign. Don't worry. Since I've taken your money, I'll make sure to get the job done right. You can count on that.
And so, the group left Uncle Chang's house.
Fei Zi let out a long sigh. Everything's ready now, all we need is the wind to blow. But Gu Chenzhou remained deeply troubled, his brow furrowed. The reason was simple, he didn't trust Uncle Chang. Fei Zi, is there really no one else we can use? That Uncle Chang. I don't think he's reliable. Su Nianqiu nodded slightly beside him. I get that feeling too. Chapter 74, Betrayed. Fatty looked utterly helpless as he glanced at the two of them. Look, big bro and big sis, just cut me some slack, okay? Look at this place. In a godforsaken spot like this, I'm lucky I found any vehicle at all. Let's not be picky now. If Uncle Chang doesn't want it, I'm stuck anyway. With that, Fei Zi hung his head. Gu Chenzhou and Su Nianqiu exchanged glances, both wearing expressions of resignation.
But, as Fei Zi had said, at this point, there was no room for choice.
Fine. Let's just hope nothing goes wrong.
The group hurried back to Fei Zi's place, where a long wait began. As time ticked by, the sky gradually darkened.
Rural residents typically went to bed early.
Mainly because there's nothing much to do at night.
Getting to bed early also saved on electricity.
As the clock neared 11, Fei Zi rubbed his palms together, his eyes gleaming with anticipation.
Guys! Stop spacing out, let's get moving. Gu Chenzhou flashed an okay sign.
And so, the group made their way through the darkness toward Li Fangfang's home.
Fei Zi had already informed them earlier that the window in Li Fangfang's room was sealed shut.
But that wouldn't stop them.
With hollow pipes like these, a little force was all it took to pull them open.
Moreover, these hollow pipes had another advantage: as long as they weren't handled too roughly, they wouldn't make much noise.
Sure enough.
After a few moments of fiddling outside the window, the pipe snapped.
Li Fangfang also leaped out of the room.
It was clear this was her first time doing something like this. The wind had even turned a bit chilly, but in the moonlight, one could still see Li Fangfang's forehead covered in cold sweat.
Sis Fangfang, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Fatty asked with genuine concern.
Li Fangfang shook her head repeatedly. She swallowed hard, her eyes filled with panic.
Are we really supposed to do this? Fei Zi nodded. Sis Fangfang, you must understand your life belongs only to you. Not to anyone else. Your parents are pushing you toward the abyss. If you come with us, your future will be bright. Stay here, and you'll be a village woman forever. Gu Chenzhou looked utterly helpless. What's there to think about at a time like this? Let's go. Li Fangfang clenched her jaw. Alright, I trust you.
And so, the group made their way down the mountain in the dark. As previously arranged with Uncle Chang, he would be waiting at the village entrance at exactly midnight to pick up the emergency personnel.
Sure enough, as soon as they reached the village entrance, they spotted Uncle Chang's van. You know what? Uncle Chang really is reliable. Let's go.
But the moment they opened the van door, they all froze in shock. Because inside the van now, it wasn't just Uncle Chang alone, it was already packed with other people. Among them were several familiar faces, including Li Fangfang's parents. After all, Gu Chenzhou had seen these two today.
Well. You little brat, you actually dared to run. In an instant, 7 or 8 men and women poured out of the car.
Not only that, but from the darkness behind them, a crowd of figures had materialized out of nowhere.
Surrounding them from all sides, the crowd instantly encircled Gu Chenzhou and his companions.
Fatty immediately gritted his teeth and hurled a torrent of curses at the car.
Xianzi! You traitorous bastard! After all these years, you can't even keep your word? Your life ends right here. You know why you can't get a wife? Because of the tie things you keep pulling. Fatty was genuinely furious, zeroing in on Uncle Chang's weak spot with his insults.
Uncle Chang, however, merely curled his lips in disdain, leaning his head out of the car window.
You little brat! What are you saying? I'm talking about you. You keep doing things that screw people over, you deserve it. Uncle Chang snorted coldly. Stop trying to rile me up. What kind of mess did you lot get yourselves into? We're all neighbors here. Asking me to do this, aren't you just setting me up to fail? Anyway, I've already told them I won't stoop to your level, you little brats. Now get lost. Fatty gasped for breath, then lunged forward 2 strides, blocking Li Fangfang's path. Listen up. Fangfang won't marry Li Xiaobao. I'm telling you, don't waste your time. Just then, Li Fangfang's parents charged forward. Li Fei. How dare you do this? Fanfang is our daughter, I'll marry her off to whomever I choose. What business is it of yours? Exactly. Mind your own damn business. Just stick to your own affairs.
At that moment, a heavy-set middle-aged man stepped out from the crowd.
He looked like someone you wouldn't want to mess with.
Li Fei, I see you're just a kid, so I won't stoop to your level.
Fanfang is definitely marrying my son. Our family has already prepared the dowry. This isn't up for debate. Who do you think you are? I'm only sparing you out of respect for your parents. I advise you to leave immediately. I can still overlook this matter. Otherwise, you should know what I'm capable of.
Gu Chenzhou nodded thoughtfully. So he was Li Xiaobao's father and also the village chief of Li Village. Gu Chenzhou knew that at this moment, as the backbone of the entire team, he must take on the heavy responsibility proactively.
With that realization, he took a deep breath, his expression turning stern. Everyone, the old ways no longer apply. Society now embraces free love. Do you realize what you're doing is illegal? Sister Fanfang is an adult.
She has the right to choose whether to marry or not. I hope you will respect her decision instead of forcing her into it. Even if she does marry him, she'll never be happy for the rest of her life.
But Mr. and Mrs. Li didn't see it that way.
Gu Chenzhou had intended to speak kindly, but the moment they heard him, they erupted into a torrent of curses.
Who do you think you are? What kind of person are you? It's my daughter's marriage, what business is it of yours? Exactly. You're just a wet behind the ears brat lecturing us here. What the hell do you know?
When a girl marries, she marries a man for clothes and food. Xiao Bao's family has the best conditions in our village.
My daughter marrying him means a lifetime of endless luxury and honor. Even we'll hold our heads high in the village. What right do you have to stop it? Gu Chenzhou sneered coldly. At the end of the day, you just want to climb the social ladder by marrying into the village chief's family, right? Money and prestige, that's all you care about. But what about your daughter's happiness? Don't you think this is utterly cruel? What business is it of yours? Chapter 75, 2G Wagons. Kid. Stop acting like a big shot around here. Let me tell you, the village chief's family has already agreed to give us 300,000 yuan as a dowry. If you really want to meddle in this, fine, then you give me the 300,000 yuan dowry. That's right. Put up the cash, and we can talk about everything. Can't produce the money? Then get the hell out of here. If you don't leave, I'll beat you into a folding chair, you hear me?
Gu Chenzhou found himself amused by the exchange.
I get it. So it all comes down to money, huh? I'll ask you one last time, if we cough up this 300,000, will you two finally stop meddling in Sister Fanfang's marriage? Gu Chenzhou's face was icy cold. That simple sentence left the two old fools completely dumbfounded. They stared at Gu Chenzhou in disbelief. Kid, do you know what you're saying? Where'd you get the nerve to throw around figures like 300,000 yuan? Make him pull it out.
I don't believe he can cough up that much cash. But mark my words, I want cold hard cash.
Gu Chenzhou couldn't be bothered with them. All he wanted now was to exchange the money for the goods as quickly as possible. The next second, he grabbed his phone and dialed Dajuan. He had no choice. In this situation, he could only turn to Dajuan.
The moment the call connected, before Dajuan could speak, Gu Chenzhou blurted out.
Dajuan, I need 300,000 in cash. Right now. Dajuan was stunned. Dude, are you playing some kind of extreme challenge? Do I look like I have 300,000? If not, why not just take me instead? Gu Chenzhou rolled his eyes.
He then briefly explained the entire situation to Dajuan.
After listening, Dajuan realized something was seriously off. Fine. Tell them to wait. Damn it. With that, he slammed the phone down. Gu Chenzhou sent Dajuan his location. How the other guy got there wasn't his problem. Let's wait.
Coming from the city will take at least 3 or 4 hours.
Ha. Fine. Some loose-lipped brat trying to scare us?
I'll wait 3 or 4 hours.
Tonight, I'll see exactly what you're made of.
The other villagers began to echo his sentiments. After all, in their minds, 300,000 yuan was an astronomical sum. They couldn't comprehend, let alone believe, that anyone would produce 300,000 in cash all at once.
But Li Fanfang couldn't bear to watch any longer.
Head bowed like a guilty criminal, she approached Gu Chenzhou step by step. As soon as she reached him, she whispered softly.
Chenzhou, maybe we should just call it off. I'll go back with them.
Don't worry, they won't cause trouble for you.
Gu Chenzhou frowned slightly. Sis Fanfang, what do you mean? Exactly. Don't worry. Our friends will be here soon. Once they arrive, everything will be resolved.
Su Nianqiu chimed in from the side, voicing her own stance.
Li Fanfang's lips twitched. I don't want to drag all of you down with me. I'm sorry. Sis Fanfang. Don't say that.
Your modeling skills are truly amazing. Not just you, even we outsiders don't want to see you stuck in a place like this for the rest of your life. You're so talented, you deserve a bigger stage. Please trust us, okay?
Perhaps moved by their sincerity, Li Fanfang exhaled deeply. Thank you, thank you.
Beyond expressing gratitude, she seemed at a loss for words. As time ticked by, everyone grew increasingly impatient.
Hey, kid. It's been ages. Do you think we're here for fun? Yeah. I've been wanting to say this for ages. Are you all out of your minds? Why on earth would you believe his nonsense? Exactly. I say we stop waiting. Let's just take Fong back. The wedding's tomorrow morning. Right. Ignore these brats and let's go.
Mr. and Mrs. Li immediately reached out to pull Li Fong toward them.
Li Fong. What are you standing there for? Come with us now.
If you don't leave now, I'll beat you senseless, you ungrateful daughter. Don't think just because you're grown up I won't discipline you.
Mark my words, I'll always be your father. You won't escape my grasp.
Li Fong shook her head repeatedly, her eyes brimming with sorrow.
No, don't.
Gu Chenzhou and Fizi tried to step in, but several villagers immediately crowded around them.
Kid. Don't move a muscle. We're just ignoring you. If you dare cause trouble again, don't blame us for being rude. Fizi gritted his teeth. You bastards.
Just as Li Fong was about to be dragged away by her parents, a sudden, thunderous roar of engines erupted from the distance.
Everyone instinctively turned their heads. But Gu Chenzhou smiled. He knew reinforcements had arrived. Sure enough.
Before long, 2 Mercedes-Benz G-Class SUVs arrived in grand style. These beasts towered over people, looking incredibly imposing. The vehicles screeched to a halt right beside the crowd, making the minivan before them look utterly insignificant by comparison. Dajun and Jun stepped out of the vehicles. Dajun's G-Class, having approached at high speed and driven with reckless abandon, nearly collided with Uncle Chang's van. That van was Uncle Chang's pride and joy, so naturally he wasn't pleased. He jumped out and pointed at the 2 men.
Are you guys out of your minds? If you wreck my van, can you even afford to pay for it? Gu Chenzhou was utterly speechless. What the hell? How on earth did he come up with that line? Dajun merely glanced at him before swiftly pulling out his wallet.
He grabbed a stack of bills and flung them right into Uncle Chang's face. In an instant, Uncle Chang's rage plummeted by 100%. Just moments ago, his face had been twisted with fury, but the instant he saw the red bills, his eyes cleared considerably.
Shut your mouth. My car could buy a whole row of your junk. I could stack them into an SB shape. You'd better get lost. Otherwise, don't blame me if I get itchy fingers and smash this piece of junk to bits. Uncle Chang immediately crouched down. What's a few curses? The most important task now is to pick up the money.
Making money was what truly mattered. And so, Dajun and Jun strode over with smug expressions.
The onlookers were all stunned, murmuring among themselves. Holy crap! Did you see that? Those guys are seriously loaded. I recognize those 2 cars, big Mercedes. Heard they cost millions. No wonder, those cars look intimidating. Dajun was carrying a box. He walked right up, opened it, and inside was nothing but stacks of cash. I brought the money, but before that, there's something I need to clarify. He turned his gaze toward Gu Chenzhou. Did any of them touch you just now? Gu Chenzhou shook his head. We're fine. Good. Otherwise, tonight's situation would have escalated. Chapter 76, One phone call settles it.
Gu Chenzhou took a deep breath, then walked step by step toward Mr. and Mrs. Li, tossing the money box to them.
300,000 yuan, not a penny less. Count it if you don't believe me.
Seeing all that cash, their eyes practically turned into hearts. They couldn't care less about anything else at that moment, diving straight in to count the cash. Their eyes were filled with greed. After all, in their eyes, their daughter was nothing more than a commodity to be traded. After all, whether they sold her to this family or another, it was still a dowry of 300,000.
As long as they got the money.
Jun frowned slightly.
Let's go.
Fatty grabbed Li Fong by the arm, and the group turned to get into the car.
But just then, a furious shout erupted from behind them. Stop right there. Think you can just leave? Did you ask my permission?
The group slowly turned to see the village chief panting heavily, fists clenched, looking as if he wanted to kill someone.
Dajun sneered. What? Old fart, you want to show off? You think you can take me on? Oomph. I can see right through you lot, just a bunch of rich kids from the city. What are you trying to pull in front of me? Let me tell you something. Ever heard of the saying, a mighty dragon can't overpower a local snake? Old Li here is a big shot around these parts. My son's wedding arrangements are already set. If you brats mess this up, how the hell am I supposed to keep my reputation?
Dajun sneered coldly, striding straight to the car and pulling a crowbar from the trunk.
Holding that thing in his hand, regardless of how much strength it actually held, it sure looked intimidating. Come on. You were the one talking earlier, right?
The village chief had seen enough of the world to not be intimidated by a hothead like Dajun.
Oomph. Don't try to scare me, you bastard. You think I'm afraid of you? Let me tell you, we've got numbers on our side. Today, you won't take my future daughter-in-law away. Otherwise, I'll make you regret it. Oh my god. If I don't teach you a lesson, you won't even remember your own name, will you? No sooner had the words left his mouth than Dajuan rolled up his sleeves without another word and strode straight toward the village chief. It was clear this hothead was serious about fighting. But at the critical moment, Qin Jun grabbed him by the arm and shook his head gently. Don't forget why we're here. If you stir up trouble, aren't you afraid your dad will beat you? Dajuan panted heavily. Is this my fault? Look at this old fool. He's the one refusing to recognize the times. Qin Jun nodded slightly. I'll handle it. He immediately grabbed his phone and dialed a number. Seconds later, Qin Jun spoke coldly. The village chief of Li Village is currently pestering me. Find out who he's aligned with. In 3 minutes, I want him to clear the road. He hung up immediately. The village chief had witnessed the entire call. The old man found it amusing. He chuckled, crossed his arms over his chest, and looked him up and down. Kid, where'd you get the nerve? Talking big like that? Didn't your dad teach you to keep a low profile? Qin Jun gave a cold smile. You just said a mighty dragon can't overpower a local snake? Ha! In my eyes, you're not even a snake, you're barely an earthworm. To crush an earthworm, I wouldn't even need to lift a finger. Because I'm a clean freak, you disgust me. What did you say? The village chief erupted in fury. You bastard! How dare you be so arrogant? Just because you've got a little money, you think you can strut around like this, huh? Since you refuse to take the hint, don't blame me for cleaning you out. The village chief pointed his finger right at Qin Jun's nose. Beat him. Beat him to death. I've saved up a fortune over the years, I'll pay you back if I have to. Today, I'll teach these brats a lesson they won't forget. But before the villagers behind him could close in, the village chief's phone suddenly rang. Who the hell is calling me at this hour? Qin Jun crossed his arms over his chest. I'd advise you to answer it. You don't want to mess with whoever's on the other end. The village chief froze, then instinctively pulled out his phone. Sure enough. When he saw the caller ID, his reaction was practically identical to seeing a ghost. Holy! He didn't dare delay, quickly pressing the answer button. Even as he answered, his old back bent involuntarily enough to make you wonder just how formidable the person on the other end must be. Hello, boss. Before he could finish, a furious tirade erupted from the other end. You think you're getting too big for your britches now, huh? Do you even know who you've messed with? I. What do you mean, I? Shut your mouth. Beg for forgiveness right now. Don't think I'm bluffing. If they want to take you down, it's as easy as snapping their fingers. If you don't want to die, you should know what to do. If you screw this up, I won't just fail to protect you, I'll come after you myself. With that, the other party didn't give the village chief a chance to explain. The phone went dead with a sharp click. Listening to the busy tone, the village chief finally grasped just how terrifying these young men standing before him truly were. He swallowed hard and shuffled step by step toward Qin Jun. His legs felt like jelly. The next second, the village chief collapsed to his knees with a thud. He began banging his head repeatedly against the ground before Qin Jun. The surrounding villagers, witnessing this scene, were all stunned. Good heavens! What on earth is going on? The village chief is so formidable, yet he's actually kneeling before someone else of his own accord? Yeah. Am I seeing things? No one could believe their eyes, yet there it was, the undeniable truth. I'm sorry. I underestimated you. I shouldn't have provoked you. Please give me a chance to make amends. I promise I'll never do it again. Qin Jun shot him a glance. Get lost. Scum like you only pollute this young master's eyes. Yes. I'll leave immediately. The village chief dared not linger, scrambling away in a panic. As for the others, witnessing the village chief's treatment of Qin Jun and his companions, they instantly understood these young lads were no ordinary foes to provoke. Qin Jun waved his hand. Let's go. Dajuan, however, wore a displeased expression. I'm seriously fed up. Couldn't you have just let me teach that old fool a lesson? Didn't you see how arrogant he was? You sure know how to play the good guy. Qin Jun glared at him. Why all the nonsense? If you waste your time arguing with people like that, you'll never amount to anything in this life. Gu Chenzhou nodded repeatedly. Young Master Qin is absolutely right. Our goal is to resolve issues, not escalate conflicts. Let's get moving. After the group climbed into the vehicles, the two Mercedes-Benz G-Class SUVs swiftly vanished into the night, leaving behind an air of effortless cool. Inside the car, Li Fangfang sat in the back seat, gazing out at the night scenery. Before long, her eyes filled with tears, and she began to quietly sob. Chapter 77, Money Sent Home. Sis Fangfang, stop crying. It's all over now. Fatty comforted Li Fangfang from the side. Thank you both. I truly don't know how to repay you. Li Fangfang was deeply grateful to them. If not for Gu Chenzhou, she would have been forced into marriage. Sis Fangfang, since you want to repay us. Actually, there's a perfect opportunity right now. Gu Chenzhou said to Li Fangfang from the passenger seat. Sis Fangfang, this kid is planning to make a game. Aren't you studying modeling? This fits your major perfectly. Fei Zi chuckled. This was their main objective, after all. Ha! Li Fangfang stared at them in shock. You're still in high school, right? She never imagined a bunch of high schoolers would start a company. And a gaming company at that. Yeah, we're taking the college entrance exams this June. Gu Chenzhou replied. He was still pretty worried about it. If his exam results weren't up to par, he'd have to part ways with Su Nianqiu. With his dismal grades, forget about attending the same university as Su Nianqiu, he might not even get into a junior college. Looks like I need to focus on improving my grades as well as making money. Gu Chenzhou pressed his forehead, truly troubled. What's up? Worried about that too? Qin Jun asked Gu Chenzhou. Gu Chenzhou nodded. Yeah, I need to get into the same university as Nianqiu. Su Nianqiu's grades are among the top in the school. Old Gu, you'd better buckle down and work harder. Fatty spoke earnestly, knowing full well Gu Chenzhou's academic standing. One ranked second from the bottom, the other 10th from the bottom. Gu Chenzhou said nothing, silently pulling out his phone and searching. Methods for improving grades. Rising from bottom 10 to top 10 in 2 months. How to cheat without getting caught. Consequences of cheating on college entrance exams. As he watched the search terms on his phone grow increasingly bizarre, he felt completely numb. Forget it. Better just focus on studying hard from now on. The trip back was quick. Upon returning to the company, Li Fangfang stared at the sparse furnishings and felt completely dumbfounded. Is the scale this small? There were only a few computers, and their specs were pretty low-end. We're still in the early stages. We'll make do for now. Gu Chenzhou scratched his head and said to Li Fangfang. Gu, I need to remind you. I can't handle this alone. She considered herself quite capable, no worse than seasoned modeling artists. But she alone wasn't enough. I know. That's why we'll be putting together a team over the next few weeks. Gu Chenzhou pondered for a moment, as if something occurred to him. Sis Fangfang, do any of your classmates want to join? Li Fangfang studied modeling, so she definitely knew quite a few people. I do know a few, but we haven't been in touch for ages. Li Fangfang volunteered. No problem. Just tell them about it. Fatty waved his hand generously, exuding leadership flair. That's not the problem. The real issue is how much you're willing to pay. I wouldn't mind working for free myself, but they'll definitely want a fair wage. Everyone's working hard to make ends meet, you can't expect them to work for free. Since the company is still in its early stages, we can't offer much. 8,000 a month is my absolute limit right now. Gu Chenzhou thought for a moment before telling Li Fangfang. That's already a lot. Li Fangfang knew full well that if they joined another company, their salary would only be around 5,000. Then I'll leave it to you, Sister Fangfang, to contact them. I'll find you a place to stay later. Gu Chenzhou said to Li Fangfang. Li Fangfang shook her head. No need. I'll find a hotel to stay at first. It was already late at night when Gu Chenzhou bid farewell to Su Nianqiu and headed home. You're back. Gu Dahai was sitting by the door smoking. Seeing Gu Chenzhou return, he quickly stubbed out his cigarette. Dad, cut back on the smoking. Gu Chenzhou noticed the cigarette butts on the ground. There was already a whole pack's worth. Alright, Dad will definitely cut back. Gu Dahai smiled. You must be hungry. There's still some rice left in the pot. He headed toward the kitchen as he spoke. Dad, I've transferred some money to your account. Gu Chenzhou held his phone and transferred 10,000 yuan to Gu Dahai. This money came from his gaming coaching earnings, not the investment from Qin Jun and the others. That much. Gu Dahai stared at the transferred amount and quickly protested. No, that's not right. Keep this money for yourself. You need it more than we do. He knew Gu Chenzhou's character, he wouldn't do anything out of line. Dad, take it. I've made quite a bit of money lately. I just took a little out of that to give you guys. Gu Chenzhou lied, scratching his nose to spare Gu Dahai any burden. Well, sigh. Alright, I'll take this money for now. Gu Dahai tapped the screen several times before finally accepting the payment. His phone was a cheap knockoff brand, its screen cracked beyond repair, yet he couldn't bring himself to replace it. How's Mom been lately? Gu Chenzhou took the bowl and chopsticks Gu Dahai handed him. Much better. She's been able to eat properly lately. Gu Dahai sat down in his chair, a relieved smile spreading across his face. Dad, tell me the truth. I can handle it. Gu Chenzhou knew his father's temperament, he'd clearly been lying earlier. Because I couldn't afford the medicine, my condition has deteriorated significantly. But now that I have so much money, I can definitely afford the medicine. Since someone needed to stay home to care for the family, Gu Dahai couldn't go out to earn money. So the household expenses were mostly covered by welfare, plus Gu Chenzhou's live streaming and game coaching. Don't worry, things will get better from now on. Gu Chenzhou clenched his fist, as if making a firm resolution. Yeah, Dad believes in you. Gu Dahai took a deep breath and spoke solemnly. Alright, you go ahead and sleep. I'll wash the dishes after I finish eating. Gu Chenzhou waved to Gu Dahai. The next day, Gu Chenzhou headed to the office. Fatty had arrived early to play games, and he was going at it like crazy. Sis Fangfang, what are you doing? Gu Chenzhou noticed Li Fangfang sitting at the computer, fiddling with some software. I'm testing if this computer can handle the modeling software. Li Fangfang sighed as she explained to Gu Chenzhou. Looks like it can't handle it. We'll need to replace the computer. By the way, what did those people say? Gu Chenzhou asked. I asked around, and only 4 people can make it.
But at least they're all from different fields. Just enough to cobble together a makeshift team.
Li Fangfang had heard what Fizi told him yesterday. With just these few people, it was impossible to realize Gu Chenzhou's vision. No rush. We can take it slow. If it really doesn't work out, we can start with small games first. Gu Chenzhou felt this was the only viable approach for now. I was going to suggest the same thing. You can't just jump into making a big game, money alone won't cut it. Li Fangfang reminded Gu Chenzhou. Chapter 78, New Employees. But we can implement this project step by step. Fei Zi chimed in from the side. True. But we still have to wait for those people to arrive. When will they arrive? Gu Chenzhou asked Li Fangfang. The earliest by noon today, the latest by tomorrow. Li Fangfang replied. That'll do. Then you go ahead and get started.
Gu Chenzhou said, then sat down beside her.
Bu Chenzhou, woke up yet?
Annie and Little Bear, if you have business, speak now.
If not, dismiss the court. Bu Chenzhou, where can I buy a computer that's both high performance and affordable? Annie and Little Bear, do you think I'm some wishing well turtle who grants every wish?
Bu Chenzhou, I'm planning to make a game, so I need a high performance computer first.
Annie and Little Bear, why not ask your girlfriend? Her family's loaded, she probably knows people in that scene. Unsinkable boat, makes sense, huh?
Annie and Little Bear, alright, this princess needs to rest.
Little boat, you may withdraw. Reading the chat log, Gu Chenzhou felt utterly helpless.
There was no shortage of things needing attention now.
Half an hour later. Su Nianqiu also arrived at the location.
She scanned her surroundings, a gentle smile on her face.
You're here so early.
Nianqiu, you're just in time. Gu Chenzhou approached and repeated the question he had asked earlier.
Oh, that's what it was about. I have an uncle who works with computers. I'll give him a call and have him send over a few units. Su Nianqiu thought for a moment before saying to Gu Chenzhou. That might not be appropriate. He's running a business, after all. Gu Chenzhou figured Su Nianqiu's uncle probably dealt in used computers.
He needed to make a profit, after all.
It's fine.
Just a few computers tops a few thousand yuan.
He probably wouldn't mind such a small amount. Su Nianqiu waves dismissively with a smile. Holy crap. Fatty fell off his stool in shock. Su Nianqiu, you call tens of thousands of yuan pocket change? Isn't it? Su Nianqiu asked, genuinely puzzled.
Fei Zi and Gu Chenzhou exchanged glances, both seeing shock in each other's eyes.
You wicked rich people. Fatty sat back down, unable to hold back his exclamation. Is Li Fangfang here? A burly man stood at the doorway. Who are you? Gu Chenzhou turned to face the man, asking with obvious confusion. Long time no see. Let me introduce you to my old classmate, Zhao Hai. Li Fangfang walked over and introduced them. Li Fangfang, is this the company you mentioned? Zhao Hai scanned the surroundings, a look of bewilderment spreading across his face. He knew it was a small operation, but hadn't expected it to be this tiny. When he first arrived, he'd even thought it was an illegal internet cafe. Yeah, it's still in its early stages. Hello, I'm Gu Chenzhou, the owner here. Gu Chenzhou extended his hand to Zhao Hai. So young? Just started college? Zhao Hai understood the idea of college students starting businesses. After all, he'd done the same during his freshman year. High school senior. Gu Chenzhou replied. Ha? No way, you guys are joking with me. Li Fangfang, I spent hundreds on a plane ticket to come here. Just to hear you tell me these jokes? Zhao Hai couldn't hold back any longer and snapped at them. I get where you're coming from. This place is run down and tiny, it doesn't even look like a company. At least you won't be shortchanged a single penny. We can sign a contract. Gu Chenzhou handed Zhao Hai the printed contract he'd brought with him. It's actually real.
Zhao Hai looked astonished.
A high schooler running a company? That was a first. Now you believe us, right? Gu Chenzhou asked Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai nodded. I do. Here's my resume. You can take a look. With the contract in hand, he became considerably more polite. So you're an original concept artist. Gu Chenzhou was surprised.
Now we have both modeling and concept art covered.
I have a question.
Fei Zi suddenly closed the game and turned to look at them.
What is it? Zhao Hai asked.
I heard the concept artists and modelers are always fighting.
Is that true? Fei Zi stared at them questioningly. It's not exactly fighting.
At most, they argue.
Zhao Hai answered honestly. Wow, it's actually just like they say online. Fei Zi couldn't help but exclaim. Any previous work?
Su Nianqiu asked Zhao Hai as she reviewed the resume.
These are original pieces I drew for the website. Plus some fan art.
Zhao Hai pulled out his phone and flicked through several pieces to show them.
Pretty good. It fits my needs perfectly.
He was familiar with various art styles, which made things much easier.
So, can I join the team? Zhao Hai asked. Of course. Welcome aboard. Gu Chenzhou extended his hand to Zhao Hai. Thank you. Zhao Hai felt a surge of excitement. Though he didn't believe Gu Chenzhou was capable. The monthly salary of 8,000 yuan was too tempting to refuse. After signing the contract, Zhao Hai left the premises. He needed to find lodging nearby in advance. 2 hours later. The items have arrived. Su Nianqiu suddenly spoke up. What's arrived? Gu Chenzhou felt puzzled and asked Su Nianqiu. The computer. Didn't you say you needed one? Su Nianqiu smiled gently. Ha? You already told your uncle about this? Gu Chenzhou hadn't expected Su Nianqiu to handle things so efficiently. Yes, I just mentioned it. He specifically had the company assemble a few units and send them over. Su Nianqiu nodded in response. That Su Nianqiu for you money really makes a difference. Fei Zi couldn't help but say enviously. Let's go downstairs and get the computers first. Su Nianqiu said. Everyone nodded and followed the staff as they carried all the computers upstairs. Holy crap, these are all top-of-the-line specs from this year's latest models. Fei Zi's mouth watered with envy. These are gonna be awesome for gaming. What are you thinking? These are for work. Gu Chenzhou patted Fei Zi on the head. But you could still play games on them occasionally, right? Fei Zi couldn't stop complaining. Whatever you say.
Gu Chenzhou turned to Su Nianqiu. Nianqiu, I need your help with something.
What is it? Su Nianqiu tilted her head, asking with confusion. The college entrance exams are just a few months away, right? Could you tutor me during this period? Gu Chenzhou certainly didn't want to fall behind. Oh, that's what this is about. Su Nianqiu covered her mouth and laughed. Of course it's no problem. Then let's start tomorrow.
Gu Chenzhou believed that once a decision was made, it should be acted upon promptly. If he kept putting it off, he had no idea how long it would drag on.
What about the startup? Su Nianqiu asked. Of course not.
I'll just carve out some time each day.
Gu Chenzhou replied. Well, you're going to be busy then. Su Nianqiu smiled. It's incredibly demanding. No matter how arduous, I could never give up. Gu Chenzhou took Su Nianqiu's hand and said solemnly. Chapter 79, Changing Plans. Alright, I'll follow your lead.
Every day from 5 to 8 in the evening, I'll tutor you. A faint blush graced Su Nianqiu's lovely face, and her smile was utterly captivating.
It's settled. Gu Chenzhou nodded. 2 days later.
Gu Chenzhou surveyed the company taking shape before him and nodded with satisfaction.
The company audit has been approved. Looks like we can officially get started now. Gu Chenzhou murmured to himself. Gu Chenzhou, I didn't expect you'd already found someone. Da Juan and Qin Jun approached and addressed Gu Chenzhou.
Yeah, I have something to discuss with you guys. I plan to start with developing small games.
Gu Chenzhou told them. If they wanted their money back, Gu Chenzhou wouldn't stand in their way. I was going to mention that too.
Da Juan spoke up. After all, diving straight into a big game project could be troublesome if it flops.
I asked a few friends yesterday.
They advised that small companies should start with smaller games. Once user engagement builds, it's not too late to gradually shift to large-scale games. Qin Jun and the others had come here specifically to discuss this with Gu Chenzhou. Unexpectedly, they had arrived at the same conclusion.
In that case, what kind of small game would be suitable? Su Nianqiu suddenly asked.
If all else fails, let's just play landlords.
Fatty chimed in from the side. That probably won't work. Da Juan replied, that game's way too common on the market. How about a turn-based adventure game? Gu Chenzhou suddenly asked. Like what?
At that moment, a woman pushed her glasses up and asked Gu Chenzhou. She was one of Li Fangfang's classmates, majoring in game design.
Weekly networked combat, themed around those online xianxia novels. Gu Chenzhou paused for a moment before responding. But that would require significant effort for modeling and concept art. Plus, setting up the servers will also require considerable resources. This might prove more challenging than you initially anticipated.
Zhao Zhao's words felt like a bucket of cold water dumped over him.
What about using chibi-style characters? Using detailed concept art and cute chibi characters. The map could be rendered as a flat design. Another person joined the discussion. Zhao Hai. I think it's feasible.
With weak networking, the server won't face much pressure.
Many people began joining the discussion. Then it's settled. Let's draft a plan based on this idea first. Gu Chenzhou addressed them. Alright, let's schedule a meeting to discuss it. Li Fangfang nodded in agreement. Didn't you say you were terrible at studying? Da Juan looked at Gu Chenzhou, asking in confusion. Yeah, they're bad. I'm ranked 10th from the bottom in the whole school. Gu Chenzhou answered truthfully.
Even if someone stepped on the answer sheet, he was sure their score would be higher than his.
Then how come you're so sharp? Qin Jun pressed further. What does that have to do with being bad at school? They're not even the same category. Gu Chenzhou retorted. Seems like that's the logic.
Xin Jun and Dajuan responded in unison.
Come on, come on. Since we're all here, let's play a few rounds. Fei Zi suddenly called out. No thanks, it's getting late. I need to get back to studying. Gu Chenzhou realized it was already afternoon.
Since he had nothing else to do, he could study with Su Nianqiu.
Alright, then the three of us will queue up together. Fei Zi couldn't be bothered to care. Playing on these computers felt incredibly comfortable.
Time flew by, and before he knew it, the day of the new semester had arrived.
Now I should finally have time to rest. Gu Chenzhou sighed helplessly, resting his head on the desk. He hadn't gotten much rest during the break. He'd either been handling matters at the company or studying. Old Gu, what's wrong with you? You look like you've been run over by a train. A young man wearing glasses approached and asked Gu Chenzhou.
This was his deskmate, Li Song, a top student whose grades consistently ranked in the top 10 of their grade.
Studying's driving me nuts. Gu Chenzhou answered truthfully. Whoever you are, get out of Gu Chenzhou's body right now.
Li Song pushed his glasses up, pointing at Gu Chenzhou as he shouted sternly.
You've been reading too many fantasy novels, haven't you? Trying to pull this soul-stealing stunt?
Gu Chenzhou muttered, too exhausted to argue.
Li Song sat on a stool. What the hell are you doing? You've actually started studying? What choice did I have? I wanted to go to the same university as someone else. He'd gone to great lengths to get into the same university as Su Nianqiu. With Jiang Shanshan? Li Song touched Gu Chenzhou's forehead. You really have lost your mind. Get lost. Not Jiang Shanshan. Gu Chenzhou swatted Li Song's hand away. There's an entrance exam coming up. Didn't you say you studied all summer? Let's see what you've got. Li Song pressed. I've been waiting for the entrance exam.
Gu Chenzhou said with a smile.
Senior year academics were quite demanding. Small exams every 2 days, major exams every 3. Guess there's not much time left to manage things at the company.
Look, Jiang Shanshan's here.
Li Song whispered. Jiang Shanshan entered the classroom and quickly drew attention from many.
She carried an expensive handbag and wore meticulous makeup.
Does she really come to school looking like this? Li Song couldn't help but mutter. Who cares? Gu Chenzhou couldn't be bothered to engage. He just wanted to get some rest before the exams. Shan, this is your classroom. Shannan's voice made Gu Chenzhou jump. What was this guy doing here? Yeah, thanks for bringing me to school. Jiang Shanshan turned to Chenan.
Chenan scanned the surroundings, his gaze settling on Gu Chenzhou.
Well, if it isn't Mr. Gu himself. I heard you switched careers and got into gaming?
Chenan grinned mischievously at Gu Chenzhou.
That's right, young Master Chen. I'm really short on cash right now. Could you spare me a little funding? Gu Chenzhou looked up at Chenan and asked him. If you're begging me, I might give you a little help.
Shannan's lips curled upward, his tone dripping with contempt.
Young Master Chen, I'm begging you, could you spare me $1 million or $2? Gu Chenzhou immediately stood up and bowed to Chenan.
The smile froze on Shannan's face, his expression darkening.
He'd only intended to mock Gu Chenzhou. But this shameless bastard actually took the bait and climbed the ladder? Young Master Chen, you just said you'd give me financial support.
$1 million or $2 million won't be too little, and 10 or 20 million won't be too much either. Gu Chenzhou stared at Chenan, his smile thick with meaning.
Chenan was now in a bind. Give him the money? It would hurt his wallet. Refuse, and he'd lose face. What's this? Young Master Chen, are you going back on your word? I suppose so. A nobody like me, how could young Master Chen ever have truly agreed? Gu Chenzhou feigned disappointment and turned back to his seat.
The students in the classroom all turned to look at Chenan, waiting for his decision. Chenan gritted his teeth, fixing his gaze on Gu Chenzhou.
This guy was actually provoking him. Chapter 80, She has me in her heart. Giving Gu Chenzhou money would feel worse than death itself. Gu Chenzhou, are you that desperate for money? Chenan trembled with rage. If you're so broke, why not go begging under the overpass? You said you'd give me money, so I'm just asking for it. Gu Chenzhou shrugged and held out his hand to Chenan. Gu Chenzhou, enough. This is just making me sick.
Jiang Shanshan glared at Gu Chenzhou with contempt. To her, this was clearly his attempt to grab her attention.
Since young Master Chen isn't willing to give it, then forget it. Gu Chenzhou returned to his seat.
But with everyone watching, Chenan found himself in a difficult position. He forced a smile that looked worse than crying. Shanshan, I'll head out first. I'll pick you up after school. Chenan hurriedly set down his milk tea and made a hasty exit from the classroom.
Old Gu, you're something else.
Li Song gave Gu Chenzhou a thumbs up.
Someone actually dared to stand up to a rich kid. It's not like I've never stood up to him before. Gu Chenzhou set down his books.
For now, the priority was to finish the exam.
At 4 in the afternoon, Gu Chenzhou emerged from the classroom.
The moment he unlocked his phone, a barrage of messages flooded in.
Annie and Little Bear, why didn't you reply all afternoon? Annie and Little Bear, where are you? Hope you didn't die? Annie and Little Bear, hey. Spending time with your girlfriend doesn't mean you have to forget about me, right?
The 99 plus messages were all from Annie and Little Bear.
Gu Chenzhou felt a headache coming on, and the reward pool kept piling up. Not sinking ship, bro, I'm busy with exams this afternoon. Annie and Little Bear, your grades are just a formality, right? Why bother trying so hard? Unsubmerged, are you underestimating me? Annie and Little Bear, what else? Don't the bottom-ranked students just sleep through their exams? Unsunken boat, how did you know? Annie and Little Bear, didn't you say it yourself? You've always just laid your head on the desk and slept through the entire exam. Gu Chenzhou stared at the message, falling silent. It seemed true enough. Back then, to help support his family and since his studies weren't going well anyway, he'd simply catch up on sleep during exams. This was the first time he hadn't slept through an exam. He even found the test surprisingly easy. Annie and Little Bear, alright, I'm outta here. Gotta handle some stuff. Remember to play games with me tonight. Gu Chenzhou pressed his forehead. Just this brief exchange had taken forever to initiate, thanks to the relentless 99 plus notifications. Old Gu, how'd the exam go? Fatty ran up from behind and collided with Gu Chenzhou. The impact sent him stumbling forward, nearly sending him sprawling. Fatty, don't you have any idea how much you weigh? Enough. Let's just go eat. Stop messing around. Fatty rubbed his belly. Want to play a few rounds after we eat? Nah, I need to check on the game's progress. Gu Chenzhou waved him off. Gaming was the last thing on his mind right now. All he wanted was to steadily grow his business. He had a fair amount of money, but none of it was truly his. College tuition needed money, his mother's medicine needed money, all of it demanded his full effort to earn. How about just eating together? Fei Zi grabbed Gu Chenzhou's hand and pulled him toward the cafeteria. You can't tell me we can't even eat together. Of course that's fine. We're brothers, how could we not eat together? Gu Chenzhou followed Fei Zi's lead. Cut it out. Su Nianqiu has plans today and isn't coming to school. If she were here, you wouldn't be eating with me at all. Fei Zi sneered, Old Gu, you've really let it go to your head. Got a girlfriend and forgot about your brothers already? Not at all. Come on. I'll treat you to the 8 yuan cafeteria. Gu Chenzhou slung his arm around Fei Zi's shoulder, chuckling. Fatty perked up instantly, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Godfather, really? For real? You in or not? If not, I'm going solo. Gu Chenzhou released Fei Zi and headed toward the 8 yuan cafeteria first. Godfather, wait for me. Fei Zi hurried after him, his flap jiggling as he ran. Crossing the campus, they finally reached the second-floor cafeteria. Wow, this place is really something. Old Gu, what should we get? Fatty looked around left and right, yet couldn't decide what he wanted to eat. Just the two of us? 3 dishes should be plenty. Gu Chenzhou walked up to the serving window. He couldn't finish a whole plate by himself. But Fei Zi was a glutton, he wasn't sure 3 dishes would even be enough for him. Gu Chenzhou, why did you follow me all the way here? Zhang Shanshan sidled up to Gu Chenzhou, asking with a hint of disdain. Zhang Shanshan, I'm just here to eat. Could you stop being so self-absorbed? Gu Chenzhou couldn't understand why Zhang Shanshan still thought he liked her. Cut the crap. You always go to the first floor for that 3 yuan fried rice. Zhang Shanshan snorted lightly. Never mind. You're here just in time. Help me order a few dishes to send over there. Just as Gu Chenzhou was about to refuse, he realized Zhang Shanshan had already walked away. Fatty, come help carry the dishes. Gu Chenzhou grabbed 3 dishes and headed toward Fei Zi. Wow, the second-floor cafeteria is something else, the portions are huge. Fatty hurried over to take the 3 plates, practically drooling. Go get our rice. We still have to head to the company after eating. They had the afternoon off, with classes officially starting tomorrow. Fatty hurried over to the side, grabbed 2 bowls of rice, and began stuffing his face. Zhang Shanshan sat nearby, seething with anger. Gu Chenzhou had completely ignored her request. Just as she was about to confront Gu Chenzhou, Su Yang appeared out of nowhere. Shanshan, would you like something to eat? No, I'm not hungry. She pursed her lips and stood up, heading toward the exit. Shan. Su Yang hurried after her. Did someone upset you? Nothing. Zhang Shanshan felt inexplicably irritated. There's a new Western restaurant that just opened. Why don't we go eat there? Su Yang had saved up quite a bit of pocket money this time, specifically to treat Zhang Shanshan to a meal when school started. Shanshan, there you are. Chenin walked over from a short distance away and greeted Zhang Shanshan. Young Master Chen, what brings you here? Zhang Shanshan's eyes lit up with delight as she hurried over to greet him. Su Yang stood frozen in place, watching the two embrace. He felt so awkward he wanted to sink into the ground. Damn it, so he was just Zhang Shanshan's backup option after all. Su Yang, I already have plans today. Next time. Zhang Shanshan linked her arm through Chen An's and flashed Su Yang a sweet smile. Su Yang froze for a moment before quickly replying, sure, definitely next time. She has feelings for me. Su Yang felt so excited he almost wanted to raise his hands and cheer. Who's that guy? Chenan asked Jiang Shanshan as they walked out. Just some creepy guy. Who cares about him? Jiang Shanshan finished her snarky remark and immediately switched to a smile. Young Master Chen, where are you taking me today? Chapter 81, The Animation Team. Wherever this young master takes you, it won't be low end. Chenan's mischievous grin spread across his face as his eyes roamed over Jiang Shanshan. She'd been thoroughly broken and now she didn't even blush or flinch, even managing a playful smile. Over at Gu Chenzhou's table, he stared at the completely empty plates and couldn't help but twitch his lips. Fatty, did you even eat today? He'd barely taken a few bites, leaving 2/3 of his rice untouched, when Fizi polished off all the dishes. I was just hungry, old Gu. Want to order some more? Fatty was still hungry and wanted more. Gu Chenzhou sighed in resignation and ordered 2 more dishes. After devouring everything in sight, the two of them finally left, thoroughly satisfied. Heading to the office? Fizi comfortably downed a bottle of water in one gulp. Now that he was full, all he wanted to do was play games. Let's go. He wanted to check on the game's progress anyway. Inside the company, Li Fangfang and the others were hard at work on various tasks. Each of them looked quite hard at work, occasionally furrowing their brows. The young boss is here. Come see what we've accomplished lately. Zhao Hai spotted Gu Chenzhou approaching and waved him over. Gu Chenzhou walked over. Have you finished all the concept art? Yep, all the concept art for the first part is done. Zhao Hai's dark circles were pronounced and his desk was cluttered with energy drinks. Let me take a look. Gu Chenzhou sat down at the computer and opened the art folders. Wow, these are seriously cool. The illustrations radiated a strong xianxia aesthetic, with every NPC and demon beast exuding charm. This dragon is seriously cool, right? Fei Zi walked over. Brother Zhao, could you draw me in too? You'd better ask the boss about that. Zhao Hai was just an employee, he couldn't just do whatever he wanted. Just give him some random NPC background role. Gu Chenzhou turned to look at Fizi. With his vibe, he wouldn't survive past chapter 1 in the game. Old Gu, that's way too harsh. Fatty S. Fat jiggled with anger. If I were in a game, even if I wasn't the main character, I'd be the old man in the ring, right? What kind of old man has a face full of bulging muscles and weighs hundreds of pounds? Gu Chenzhou couldn't help but snark. This guy really had an inflated opinion of himself. The concept art, modeling, and server setup were all nearly complete. All that remained was to test the game. Once everything was in order, they could release it. Boss, there's something I'm not sure if I should say. Zhao Xiao suddenly spoke up. How should we handle the pricing? Currently, they were developing a low connectivity game, which made charging quite complicated. Gotcha, of course. Fatty chimed in immediately. Just look at how cool this dragon is. Put it in the pool as a spirit pet, and I drop 648 without a second thought, like I'm throwing money away. You'd get yourself killed doing that. It was indeed the most profitable approach, but Gu Chenzhou really didn't want to go that route. True. There are tons of gacha games on the market already. If we do the same thing, it'll be tough to stand out. Zhao Xiao agreed with Gu Chenzhou's thoughts. I have an idea that might work. Gu Chenzhou's eyes lit up as he excitedly suggested, we could make all in-game items free. Players could obtain them through grinding. But how would we make any money that way? Zhao Xiao dismissed the idea. How could they profit with everything free? We'll go with a buy-to-play model. After all, it was their first game. Gu Chenzhou believed this could initially attract a wave of customer loyalty. Hire a PR team, then outsource the storyline to an animation studio to create those breathtaking visuals. Gu Chenzhou believed this approach would undoubtedly draw in a significant number of customers. That's a solid idea. Zhao Xiao nodded. As the boss, it was naturally up to them to decide. Boss, I have an idea, not sure if it'll work. Li Fangfang suddenly raised her hand and called out to Gu Chenzhou, how about we launch a fashion mall? That could work, but it would likely increase your workload. Gu Chenzhou didn't object. The props were free, but he never said the outfits were. Alright, we'll test it out some more. Zhao Xiao nodded in agreement. But there's one problem now. Who should we get for the story animations? That was indeed a problem. Their small workshop didn't have any animators. Do you know any animation teams? Gu Chenzhou could only pin his hopes on these people. Unfortunately, we don't know any. Li Fangfang shook her head solemnly. If all else fails, we'll just have to look online. Alright, I'll look on some websites. Gu Chenzhou opened his computer as he spoke. Hopefully we can find animators who are both skilled and affordable. Then it'll have to be college students. Fei Zi had already opened the game with practiced ease. College students these days are practically free labor. They'll take any job. Though the word stung, Li Fangfang and the others couldn't argue. To land a job matching their major, they faced competition by the tens of thousands. Hey, looks like there really is a cheap animation team. Gu Chenzhou scanned the website and blurted out. He quickly added the other party on their chat app and waited for a reply. Shui, hello, how did you find my account? Gu Chenzhou watched the account accept the request instantly, his fingers flying across the keyboard. Gu Chenzhou, I found you on an animation outsourcing website. Your prices looked affordable, so I reached out. Shui, I see. What kind of animation do you need? Send me your requirements and I'll give you a quote. Gu Chenzhou, it's for a fantasy-themed game animation. We need 2D animation.
I'll compile the specific requirements and send them to you.
Shui, alright, I'll be waiting for your update. In a university dorm room.
Guys, our first job is coming through.
A bespectacled young man chuckled. And it's even in our field of study. Wait, we've been out of commission for half a year with no views, and now suddenly someone's watching?
Zhang Zhuo's roommate perked up instantly, bowing toward the window.
The heavens have answered our prayers.
But their requirements are pretty strict. They want 2D fantasy art. We'll have to wait for them to send the full specs. Zhang Zhuo pushed his glasses up, already bracing himself for the challenge.
What if they're just messing with us?
Another roommate suddenly chimed in. They didn't want to get their hopes up for nothing.
What can we do?
Just wait, I guess. Zhang Zhuo spread his hands helplessly.
Waiting was their only option. At 6 in the evening, Gu Chenzhou sent all the requirements to Zhang Zhuo and the others. Gu Chenzhou, these are the requirements. You may submit your quote now.
After the files were received, both sides felt quite tense.
Gu Chenzhou feared his demands were too high and the other party might refuse.
Zhang Zhuo and his team, reviewing the demands, feared their quote might be too high, causing the client to reject their bid.
Chapter 82, The Persistent Shannon.
Neither side spoke, both waiting for the other's quote.
Old Gu, do you think they might just walk away from this deal? Fatty grew impatient on the sidelines. Half an hour had passed. Why was there still no word? Let's wait a bit longer. If they don't respond, I can always switch partners later. Gu Chenzhou pondered. He didn't want to waste time on others indefinitely.
Gu, so, have you guys decided on your quote?
Shui, boss, we've discussed it extensively. Our final quote is 500 yuan per second. What do you think?
Gu Chenzhou, alright, that's the price.
Start working on it according to the requirements. I'll send you the contract shortly.
Shui, thank you, boss.
Gu Chenzhou breathed a sigh of relief. Finally settled. 500 yuan per second.
Looks like they're probably college students. Pretty low pricing. Zhao Hai was also watching the situation.
If it were a professional team, they'd charge over 1,000 per second.
Yeah, I was braced for the worst, but this is surprisingly cheap.
Gu Chenzhou chuckled.
Everything was now in place, just waiting for the final touches. But cheap things are rarely good.
Fei Zi spread his hands helplessly and said to Gu Chenzhou, at least we signed a contract and we can review it, right? Gu Chenzhou waved his hand dismissively. He didn't need anything professional, just something passable would do. Inside a certain university, Zhang Zhuo's dorm room was dead silent as everyone stared intently at the chat interface.
Wait, is this price right? One roommate suddenly shouted. Who knew he'd agree so readily? Zhang Zhuo had originally mustered the courage to ask for 500 yuan per second, though his true target was lower. But he never expected Gu Chenzhou to agree on the spot. This was truly unexpected. Guys, the boss isn't short on cash, we'd better give it our all. Another roommate, fired up, pulled out his drawing tablet, ready to get started.
This is our first job, let's show the boss what we're made of.
Zhang Zhuo pushed his glasses up.
We can't let him down.
This payment was their first pot of gold, and also their first battle to make a name for themselves.
That night, Gu Chenzhou shut down his computer and let out a satisfied sigh. Finally wrapped up this project. Time to collect payment.
He pulled out his phone to receive a transfer, adding another few hundred yuan to his balance.
Old Gu, you've got so much money already, why are you still taking on jobs for extra cash? Fatty, still chewing on a snack, was fiercely battling his way through the game. No choice. This money isn't even mine.
The only funds he could access were limited. To cover his mother's medical treatment, he had no choice but to carve out time for this work. The next day, school officially resumed. Everyone was cheerfully discussing their vacation experiences. Only the seniors were gloomy and lifeless, the pressure of studying nearly suffocating them.
Old Gu, what rank did you get on this exam?
Fatty stared at his test paper, his heart already dead inside.
Over 400. Fizi, what about you?
Gu Chenzhou hadn't expected to improve so much this time. Previously stuck near the bottom 10, he now found himself in the upper middle tier.
Fatty answered bluntly, first place. Weren't you second before? How did you suddenly jump to first?
Gu Chenzhou was genuinely surprised.
Could it be that the last place guy overtook you?
Nope. That guy called in sick and didn't take the exam. So my second to last spot has now become dead last.
Fatty looked utterly miserable. This meant he was probably going to get a lecture from the 7 wolves. If things get really bad, you should try harder. You can't just end up working on a construction site after high school, right? Gu Chenzhou patted Fizi on the shoulder. We all have to keep moving forward. I want to try harder, but this knowledge just won't stick in my brain. Fatty wailed. It wasn't that he hadn't studied during the break, he just couldn't absorb anything. Every time he opened a book, his vision would go black. He recognized every single character, but when they were put together, they became incomprehensible. Alright, I'm outta here. Gotta hit up the esports club. Fei Zi noticed Su Nianqiu had arrived and turned to head out. He didn't want to interrupt whatever was going on between the two of them. Nianqiu, what brings you here? Gu Chenzhou walked toward the entrance, a smile on his face.
Su Nianqiu wore the most common school uniform, yet she still radiated that pure, innocent charm.
A new restaurant just opened nearby. I thought we could grab a bite together. Su Nianqiu smiled as she spoke to Gu Chenzhou. Sounds great. I haven't tried it yet either. Let's go. Gu Chenzhou took Su Nianqiu's hand and led her outside. This scene made many students grit their teeth, glaring at Gu Chenzhou with resentment. Outside the restaurant, Gu Chenzhou and Su Nianqiu stepped inside. Nianqiu, what a coincidence you're here too.
Chenin appeared out of nowhere, wearing a friendly smile.
Could you move aside? Su Nianqiu's tone turned icy cold, showing no intention of engaging further with Chenin.
Nianqiu, since fate has brought us together like this, how about we grab a bite to eat together?
Chenin completely ignored Gu Chenzhou, his eyes fixed solely on Su Nianqiu. Hey, Mr. Chen, inviting my girlfriend right in front of me, isn't that a bit much? Gu Chenzhou valued his pride too. He couldn't just stand by and watch Chenin do this without making a move. None of your business. Now get lost. Chenin shot Gu Chenzhou a cold glance. This guy wasn't going to ruin his plans. Sorry, I'd rather dine with my boyfriend. I'll pass on joining you. Su Nianqiu pulled Gu Chenzhou forward.
Waiter, I reserved a private room. She placed her phone in front of the server, who promptly ushered the pair inside. Chenin tried to follow them inside but was promptly shut out.
What are you pretending for? You'll be mine sooner or later. Facing the closed door, a surge of anger welled up inside Chenin.
Jiang Shanshan sat to the side, her eyes fixed on Chenin ahead. A nameless fire burned within her heart.
Why did all the men revolve around Su Nianqiu? What exactly did she lack compared to her?
She had the figure, she had the looks. Yet the moment these men saw Su Nianqiu, they seemed to lose their minds. When Chenin returned, Jiang Shanshan resumed her playful demeanor.
Young Master Chen. Shut up. Eat your meal. You'll go to school on your own later.
Chenin cut her off and strode straight out of the dining room.
Jiang Shanshan froze in shock.
She looked down at the exquisite meal before her, then glanced at the latest designer handbag beside her.
Since you bought me that bag, I'll forgive you this time.
Jiang Shanshan stared in the direction Chenin had left, unable to suppress a soft snort.
She pulled out her phone again and dialed a number. Young Master Wang, are you free? Could you accompany me shopping? Chapter 83, Su Nianqiu's driver. Of course I'm free. Whenever it's for you, Shanshan, I'm always free. Where are you now? I'll drive over to pick you up right away. Young Master Wan's voice carried a hint of excitement.
After so long, Jiang Shanshan had finally reached out to him.
I'm at the school gate. How long will it take you to get here?
Jiang Shanshan's playful tone sent a tingle through Wang Xiao's heart.
I'll be there in a minute. Meanwhile, Gu Chenzhou was enjoying a meal with Su Nianqiu. This restaurant may be new, but the food is surprisingly good. Gu Chenzhou praised the restaurant's delicious food as he ate. Glad you like it. Eat up if you enjoy it.
Su Nianqiu hadn't touched her chopsticks, instead watching Gu Chenzhou eat.
Nianqiu, you should eat too. You can't expect me to eat alone.
Gu Chenzhou deliberately served Su Nianqiu several portions of food with a smile on his face. Su Nianqiu nodded gently, eating the food Gu Chenzhou had served her with great elegance. Neither of them had much of an appetite, and they were full after eating for only a short while.
Waiter, could you please pack these leftovers for me? Gu Chenzhou called out to the waiter, glancing at the untouched dishes. Certainly. That comes to 1,386. I'll round it down for you. 1,380 will suffice.
The waiter placed the bill before Gu Chenzhou and replied politely.
Over 1,000 yuan? Gu Chenzhou's eyes widened.
Just 4 or 5 dishes, he'd thought it would be a few hundred at most.
How could it be so expensive? Can I pay by scanning the QR code? Gu Chenzhou felt his heart sink. He couldn't very well ask Su Nianqiu to cover it. The QR code is at the front desk.
I'll prepare takeout containers for you first. The waiter began packing the food, and Gu Chenzhou headed to the front desk to settle the bill. The moment he finished paying, a transfer notification popped up on his phone.
Nianqiu, what's this? Gu Chenzhou turned to look at Su Nianqiu.
Her sudden transfer of 2,000 yuan left him momentarily bewildered.
I dragged you here, so how could I let you pay?
This amount was pocket change to Su Nianqiu, so she didn't mind at all.
I've put you out again. Gu Chenzhou smiled bitterly.
After all, the company was still in its operational phase, and his primary income came from taking on freelance projects.
It's fine. Let's head back first. Su Nianqiu held out her hand to Gu Chenzhou. All right. Gu Chenzhou took hold of Su Nianqiu's delicate, soft hand and they walked back to school together.
After saying their goodbyes, Gu Chenzhou returned to the classroom. His head rested on the desk as his eyes stared blankly at his phone.
Bu Chenzhou, do you think I'm being kept? Annie and Little Bear, what do you mean?
Bu Chenzhou went out to eat with my girlfriend today, and she actually paid the bill.
Annie and Little Bear, shouldn't you be secretly thrilled? If I were a guy being kept by a rich, beautiful woman, I'd be smiling in my sleep. Unsinkable, speaking of which, aren't you pretty well off? Annie and Little Bear, what's the contradiction between me having money and wanting to live off someone? Unsinkable, alright, you're this thumbs up. Annie and Little Bear, speaking of which, you're in your senior year now, right? Unsubmersible, yep. Annie and Xiaoxiong, which university are you planning to apply to? Unsinkable, with my grades, I'll be lucky to get into a dropout university. Annie and Little Bear, didn't you get the school beauty to tutor you? Unsinkable, that's true, but the problem is I don't know how long I can keep it up. After chatting with her for so long, Gu Chenzhou noticed no new messages had come through on her phone. This struck Gu Chenzhou as odd. She always replied instantly. Could something urgent have come up? Whatever. Might as well get some sleep. Yawning, Gu Chenzhou drifted off into a hazy slumber. Wake up, old Gu. Wake up. Don't sleep. After an unknown amount of time, Fizi's voice roused Gu Chenzhou from her drowsy state. Fatty, what's up? Can't a guy get some rest? Gu Chenzhou rubbed his sleepy eyes and stared out at the sky, lost in thought. Had he slept too long and his eyes were sore, causing hallucinations? Why was the sky so yellow? It looked just like afternoon. School's already out. Su Nianqiu's come looking for you. Fatty pointed to Su Nianqiu standing by the classroom door not far away. Why is it so late already? Gu Chenzhou looked utterly shocked. Why didn't you wake me up? How could I wake you? We're not even in the same class. Fei Zi looked helpless. Besides, I was this close to slapping you awake just now. Gu Chenzhou slept like a log, impossible to rouse. Sleeping this long? Who would have thought? Gu Chenzhou packed his backpack, preparing to head back with Su Nianqiu. Most seniors had evening study sessions, but Gu Chenzhou had to go home to take care of his parents due to family circumstances. Nianqiu, aren't you going to evening study today? Su Nianqiu slung her backpack over her shoulder and walked over to ask. Su Nianqiu shook her head. Not today. So I thought I'd walk back with you. As the two walked along the school path, they drew the attention of many students. They were filled with envy and resentment. How could the school beauty possibly be dating that beggar Gu Chenzhou? At the school gate, Gu Chenzhou got into the car and noticed someone else inside. Miss, where shall we go first? The driver sat in the front seat and asked politely. Take him home first. Chenzhou, where do you live? Su Nianqiu suddenly addressed Gu Chenzhou. Gu Chenzhou answered truthfully, Wanhua residential area. Let's head to Yellow River Community first. Su Nianqiu was surprised. She remembered that neighborhood as old, run down, and small. Half an hour later, Gu Chenzhou stepped out of the car. Nianqiu, I'll head back first. Drive carefully. Gu Chenzhou cautioned Su Nianqiu, fearing she might get into trouble. You be careful too. Su Nianqiu responded with a smile, watching Gu Chenzhou depart. Miss, who was that gentleman? The driver wondered, sensing something unusual about their relationship. He's a friend of mine. Su Nianqiu resumed her previous aloofness. Let's head back first. Father should be home by now. Understood. Without further thought, the driver promptly drove away. Meanwhile, Gu Chenzhou carried the groceries from lunch back home. You're back. Dad made some extra money today so we can have a nice meal. Gu Dahai hobbled over carrying the meal. On the table sat a plate of stir-fried pork and some cold dishes. Dad, what happened to your leg? Gu Chenzhou noticed something was off and asked urgently. Nothing serious. Just got hit by a motorcycle when I was heading out. They compensated me 500 yuan. Gu Dahai placed a plate of greens on the table. Never mind that. Eat more, put on some weight. Look how skinny you are. Dad, how can you say it's nothing when it's such a big deal? Let me see how bad it is. Without hesitation, Gu Chenzhou rolled up Gu Dahai's pant leg. The entire leg was purple and severely swollen. Chapter 84, Absent from School. It's really nothing. Doesn't hurt at all. Gu Dahai hastily pulled his pant leg back down, unwilling to let Gu Chenzhou see anymore. Dad, what are you talking about? We need to get to the hospital right away. I'll go get Aunt Wang next door to help look after Mom. Gu Chenzhou was overcome with worry and rose to leave. No going to the hospital will cost a fortune. Gu Dahai quickly grabbed Gu Chenzhou's arm. I'll go buy some medicinal rubbing alcohol later. That should do the trick. Chenzhou, you know we don't have much money. I'd rather spend it on you and your mother. Gu Dahai's earnest expression made Gu Chenzhou's heart ache. He took a deep breath, forcing down his sorrow. I'll go buy some medicine for you. Husband, there's no need to keep spending money on me. My illness is incurable. Lu Sanglan sighed. Save the money for Chenzhou. He'll need it to find a wife someday. What are you saying? Gu Dahai stepped before Lu Sanglan. How could I ever abandon you? A few minutes later, Gu Chenzhou returned carrying a bag. Dad, sit down. I'll apply the medicine for you. Gu Chenzhou took out the bruise ointment, rolled up Gu Dahai's pant leg, and began applying it. Despite the pain, Gu Dahai showed not a flicker of emotion. After applying a medicated plaster, Gu Chenzhou finally finished.
The pharmacist said to limit movement and rest properly for the next few days.
Gu Chenzhou reminded Gu Dahai as he went to wash his hands. All right. Gu Dahai smiled, his simple, honest expression making Gu Chenzhou's heart ache even more. If only they had money, their home wouldn't be like this. Here's the food I packed up from lunch today. I'll heat it up for you guys.
Though they were takeout dishes, their price had weighed heavily on Gu Chenzhou's mind for quite some time. The small wooden table was piled high with dishes. As Gu Chenzhou served food onto his father's plate, he said,
"Dad, eat more. Enough, enough."
Gu Hai, staring at the mountain of food in his bowl, quickly declined, "You eat more too."
"Mom, you should eat more too."
Gu Chenzhou served Lu Sanglan several more portions. After the meal, Gu Chenzhou washed the dishes, planning to rest properly.
"Chenzhou, you're still up?" Gu Dahai entered Gu Chenzhou's room, a smile playing on his face. "Dad, what's up?" Gu Chenzhou turned to look at Gu Dahai and asked.
"A few days ago, Uncle Lu introduced me to a job hauling bricks at a construction site.
It pays 300 yuan a day. I think it's worth a try. I'll have Aunt Wang come over to take care of your mom."
Gu Dahai paused, thinking it best to discuss such matters with his son.
"Dad, you don't need to worry about money. I'll earn it back."
Gu Chenzhou took a deep breath and said earnestly, "I still have 5,000 yuan on hand."
With that, he began transferring the money to Gu Dahai.
"No, you need that money for other things. Besides, I should contribute my share."
Gu Dahai was adamant as he addressed Gu Chenzhou. "Dad, you know what? My company is finally turning a profit.
At this rate, we're looking at tens of thousands a month, no problem."
With no other choice, Gu Chenzhou resorted to this small fib.
But he was certain that once the game launched, the money would absolutely pour in.
This.
Gu Dahai was at a loss for words, staring at the transfer notification on his worn-out phone, unsure whether to accept it or not.
"All right, Dad, you should go to bed now. I still have to stream." Gu Chenzhou stood up and gently pushed Gu Dahai out the front door. "This kid." Gu Dahai smiled bitterly. To think he's bearing such pressure. At 8 p.m., Gu Chenzhou went live.
"Long time no see, everyone." Gu Chenzhou greeted his audience as usual, but only a handful of people were in the chat room.
"Bro, you finally showed up. After so long without streaming, I thought you'd gone to work as a gigolo.
Hope you didn't really do it. Look how much paler his face is."
The scrolling comments in the chat made Gu Chenzhou feel numb. "I'm not a gigolo.
I've been swamped these past few days, no time for live streaming." Gu Chenzhou hurriedly explained, fearing he'd never shake the rumors if he didn't. "Annie and Little Bear, he's definitely not working as a gigolo, he's just being kept by a rich woman."
This comment left Gu Chenzhou utterly numb. Enough chatter. Let's get today's game started. Gu Chenzhou deftly launched the game and dove into the fray.
It wasn't until midnight that he ended the livestream and lay down to rest.
Annie and Little Bear, ending the stream so early today? Not sinking ship, sis, it's already midnight. I have school tomorrow. Annie and Little Bear, oh, okay. Well, get some sleep then. Gu Chenzhou was surprised. She'd been so chatty before, why was she so quiet today? But he didn't dwell on it.
Gaming for so long had left his head pounding, and he fell asleep soon after lying down.
Early the next morning, Gu Chenzhou headed to school ahead of schedule.
"Hey Gu, you're here.
Where's my breakfast?" Li Song held out his hand to Gu Chenzhou.
1 bowl of congee, 3 steamed buns, and 2 fried dough sticks.
7 yuan.
Gu Chenzhou pulled the breakfast from his backpack and handed it to Li Song.
"Here you go, keep the change." Li Song waved his hand and placed 7 1 yuan bills on the table.
Someone who didn't know any better would think you pulled out 700 yuan. Gu Chenzhou stuffed the 7 yuan into his pocket, muttering in exasperation. During morning study period, most people had already started reading. Gu Chenzhou was no exception. He too wanted to improve himself. Old Gu, old Gu." At the doorway, Fizi called out like a thief. Gu Chenzhou walked out of the classroom, puzzled.
"What's up? Could it be a big deal?" Gu Chenzhou wondered inwardly.
Usually when Fizi came looking for him, it was because someone wanted them to do some level grinding.
"No, it's not that.
I heard from classmates that Su Nianqiu didn't come to school today."
Fatty glanced left and right. Could something have happened to her? She took a sick day. Isn't that normal? Gu Chenzhou was speechless. Why was Fizi so concerned about his girlfriend? "I think you should go ask Su Nianqiu yourself. What if something really did happen?" Fei Zi said mysteriously. Gu Chenzhou waved him off. "All right, you better hurry back to class. If the grade director catches you, you'll be in for it." "Fine." Fatty slunk away dejectedly.
Gu Chenzhou returned to the classroom, his mind still dwelling on Fizi's earlier words. He wasn't sure if it was Fizi's influence, but he found himself genuinely feeling a bit anxious. He instinctively pulled out his phone and quietly sent a message to Su Nianqiu.
"Nianqiu, why didn't you come to school today?" Chapter 85, New Employee.
He waited for a long time, even after class had started, but still received no reply from Su Nianqiu.
"I caught a cold today. Seeing Su Nianqiu's message, Gu Chenzhou quickly replied. Gu Chenzhou, do you want me to come take care of you? Firefly, no need. I'll be heading to school tomorrow.
You should focus on taking care of yourself first.
Gu Chenzhou, alright, see you tomorrow.
Old Gu, you're something else playing with your phone in old band's class. Li Song gave Gu Chenzhou a thumbs up. You're no better reading novels in class. Gu Chenzhou retorted, genuinely curious how Li Song managed such stellar grades despite reading novels all day.
I've memorized all the points old band covered.
Reading novels is just how I kill time. Li Song wrapped a fantasy novel in his textbook, engrossed in his reading.
Finally over. During break, Gu Chenzhou rested his head on the desk, looking utterly drained. It's just some simple, easy to understand stuff. Why are you so miserable?
Li Song put down his novel and shot Gu Chenzhou a disdainful look.
You're a straight A student. Of course you wouldn't understand the struggles of us underachievers.
This single concept alone has drained every last brain cell I have.
Gu Chenzhou pressed his forehead, feeling like he'd grown a bunch of gray hairs. Want me to tutor you? $100 an hour. Li Song chuckled, unwilling to pass up a chance to make money.
You're such a shady operator.
I only have $3 on me, you figure it out. Gu Chenzhou pulled 3 crumpled bills from his pocket. $3 it is. Just enough for a bottle of soda. So, what part are you struggling with?
Li Song snatched the 3 yuan, his smile growing even broader.
Here and here.
Gu Chenzhou pointed to 2 sections and explained to Li Song.
These 2 are the simplest.
Anyone could grasp them after reading them a few times.
Li Song looked Gu Chenzhou up and down. You really don't understand these 2 parts? No, it's everything else I don't get. Gu Chenzhou grinned, making Li Song feel uneasy. Here's your 3 yuan back. I can't make money off you. Li Song reluctantly placed the 3 yuan on the table. Come on, man. We've been desk mates for 3 years, can't you help me out this once?
With Su Nianqiu unavailable, he had no choice but to turn to Li Song to boost his grades.
Cut the crap.
There's so much material, if I tutor you, I'll lose my mind.
Li Song waved his hands frantically. He certainly didn't want to end up depressed from tutoring Gu Chenzhou.
I'll help you climb the ranks all the way to diamond. Gu Chenzhou had no choice but to play his trump card, betting Li Song wouldn't resist.
Don't try to lure me with games. I'm not falling for that.
Li Song weighed his options and ultimately refused Gu Chenzhou.
Cut the crap.
You're terrible at it and you love playing. You have no idea how hard it is to climb from iron to diamond.
Final offer, master. Take it or leave it. Gu Chenzhou gritted his teeth, feigning deep reluctance. Deal. Come on, I'll walk you through it. First, this spot here. Afternoon dismissal. Is it too late for me to regret this now?
Li Song lay sprawled across the desk, drained of all energy, his voice barely audible.
Don't say that. I'm already trying my best to memorize these points, right? Gu Chenzhou said energetically, we'll continue this afternoon.
You're like those evil cultivators in novels, draining my life's worth of cultivation through the most torturous methods, and you don't even know how to use it. Li Song staggered to his feet and shuffled toward the door, shooting Gu Chenzhou a glare before leaving.
Gotta head to the office. Gu Chenzhou also headed out of the classroom. Young boss is here. Came to play games again?
Zhao Hai greeted Gu Chenzhou with a smile as he approached.
Yeah, you guys keep busy. Gu Chenzhou skillfully powered on the computer, logged into the account owner's credentials, and began the boosting session. To make money, Gu Chenzhou was grinding orders like crazy. At 2 o'clock sharp, Gu Chenzhou left.
As soon as he reached the door, he saw someone standing there.
Who are you? Gu Chenzhou asked. Hello, I'm here to apply for a job. Young man, is your boss here? The middle-aged man addressed Gu Chenzhou politely. I am the owner here. Gu Chenzhou replied to the middle-aged man. He didn't recall advertising any openings. How did this person even know about their company? You're the boss here? The middle-aged man scrutinized Gu Chenzhou from head to toe. Don't joke with me. Have your boss come out. I'm not joking. Allow me to introduce myself, my name is Gu Chenzhou. Gu Chenzhou extended his hand to the middle-aged man. How did you find out about our company? Hello, I'm Wang Chang. I majored in copywriting and planning.
Despite his surprise, Wang Chang shook Gu Chenzhou's hand.
So you're Mr. Wang.
Zhao Xiao suddenly stood up, her face lighting up with delight.
You finally made it. Miss Zhao, do you know this gentleman? Gu Chenzhou asked, puzzled.
Yes, I specifically invited Mr. Wang to handle our copywriting strategy. He has experience at major companies, so he'll be able to assist us perfectly. Zhao Xiao explained to Gu Chenzhou.
A big-name company employee actually coming to work at a small operation like ours? Gu Chenzhou couldn't wrap his head around it. Even if someone quit their job, they could easily land a position at another major corporation, couldn't they? The truth is, I fell out with senior management. Those big companies have all blacklisted me. After receiving Miss Zhao's invitation, I figured I'd give it a shot.
Wang Chang really just wanted a stable job, but looking at this place, he couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't quite right.
So that's how it is.
Miss Zhao, you really should have given me a heads up beforehand. Gu Chenzhou was slightly displeased that such a matter hadn't been discussed with him.
Honestly, it's been less than an hour since I invited him.
I tried to talk to you about something then, but you ignored me because you were gaming.
Zhao Xiao felt too exhausted to even complain anymore.
Every time Gu Chenzhou played games, he became completely absorbed in them.
Ah, yeah. I guess that did happen. Gu Chenzhou scratched his head, looking slightly embarrassed.
Miss Xiao, are you sure this place is okay?
Wang Chang asked Zhao Xiao with a puzzled look. Mr. Wang, you can rest assured on this point. Our company will absolutely keep operating. You should know about Qin Jun and Dajuan, right? Gu Chenzhou inquired of Wang Chang. Of course I know them. They're among the top-tier rich second-generation kids and quite famous online. Wang Chang nodded in agreement, recalling that his previous company had even collaborated with Qin Jun.
These two are shareholders in our company.
So, do you believe in our capabilities now? Gu Chenzhou pressed further. No way?
Wang Chang was stunned.
This small company actually had such powerful backers? Chapter 86, The Ultimate Bootlicker. I'm not joking. I can vouch for it. Li Fangfang stood up from the side and addressed Wang Chang.
We haven't met Mr. Qin or his people, but our salaries have been paid consistently. Zhao Xiao chimed in as well. Her paychecks had arrived punctually these past months.
In that case, I can finally relax. Wang Chang finally let down his guard. Now that you've let your guard down, it's my turn to test you. Gu Chenzhou addressed Wang Chang. Here's my resume. You can take a look. Wang Chang wasted no time, promptly handing his resume to Gu Chenzhou.
I've worked at a pig farm and handled copywriting for various major games. The more Gu Chenzhou read, the more he liked what he saw. This was a real gem. Mr. Gu, I wonder if a resume like mine would be suitable for your company? Wang Chang stared at Gu Chenzhou, already trying to gauge his thoughts. You perfectly match our company's requirements. After all, we're still in dire need of copywriters and planners.
Gu Chenzhou grabbed Wang Chang's shoulders. Your arrival is like a godsend. When can you start?
Previously, without a copywriter, they had to devise all the storylines themselves. Now that they had one, Gu Chenzhou believed Wang Chang could help refine their storylines.
I can start immediately.
But I should warn you, the people I've crossed might seek revenge on you once they find out I've joined your company.
After careful consideration, Wang Chang decided to inform them in advance. Who is this person? How powerful are they? Gu Chenzhou couldn't fathom it, someone powerful enough to blacklist someone from the entire industry? I believe his name is Chenin.
Wang Chang recalled the man's name as he spoke.
Oh, it's him. No need to bother.
Even if you don't join, he'll still target us anyway.
Gu Chenzhou waved his hand dismissively, speaking with utter indifference. Did you guys have a grudge against Chenin to begin with?
Wang Chang felt his head buzzing.
How had he ended up on this sinking ship? Yeah, you don't need to get involved in this. Sis Fangfang handled his onboarding paperwork. I gotta get back to class. Gu Chenzhou glanced at his phone. Damn it, class was about to start. Gu Chenzhou, you're late again.
Just as he finally reached the classroom door, his homeroom teacher's voice called out.
Sorry, I got held up on the way. Gu Chenzhou scratched his head, replying sheepishly. Go back to your seat first. We'll continue with this problem. The homeroom teacher waved him over. Gu Chenzhou hurried back to his seat. Thank goodness he wasn't angry. Their homeroom teacher was Zhou Jian, a middle-aged man in his 50s.
He was quite kind and, aware of Gu Chenzhou's family situation, had specially arranged for him to be classified as a commuter student.
Old Gu, you really are something else.
The first class this afternoon is with our homeroom teacher, and you still dared to be late.
Li Song remarked to Gu Chenzhou while reading his novel. What could I do? There's just too much going on. Gu Chenzhou spread his hands helplessly at Li Song. Li Song, come up to the front and write down the answer to this question.
Zhou Jian's voice echoed through the classroom, making Li Song's heart skip a beat.
I'm screwed. I've been reading this novel the whole time, I don't even know what the question is.
Li Song inwardly wailed, but steeled himself and walked toward the podium.
You'll solve this problem. Zhou Jian handed Li Song the chalk. Li Song scanned the problem on the blackboard, scribbling equations rapidly to solve it. Teacher Zhou, is my solution correct? Li Song placed the chalk on the lectern. Not bad. Just cut back on the novels, don't let me catch you reading them again. Zhou Jian waved his hand dismissively.
He couldn't do much about this top student. Even if you accused him of neglecting his studies, his grades were still at the top of the class, there was no way to control him.
Got it.
Li Song scratched his head sheepishly and hurried off the podium.
So I got caught after all. Li Song stared at the novel in his hand, hesitating to put it back in the drawer. If it really can't be helped, I'll burn it for you. Gu Chenzhou offered a permanent solution. These are all my treasures. If you dare burn them, I'll fight you to the death. Li Song quickly put the novel back, guarding Gu Chenzhou as if he were a thief.
After school that afternoon, Gu Chenzhou walked out with his backpack slung over his shoulder. The moment he stepped out of the classroom, someone grabbed his backpack.
Gu Chenzhou, are you free today?
Turning around, he saw Jiang Shanshan looking at him with pitiful eyes.
No time. Could you let go? Gu Chenzhou demanded sternly. Are you even a man? Can't I even ask you for a favor?
Jiang Shanshan suppressed her anger and confronted Gu Chenzhou.
I just got here and already said I'm busy. Why are you still asking me for help? Do you think we're that close?
Gu Chenzhou took a few steps back, maintaining a distance from Jiang Shanshan.
Gu Chenzhou, don't push me too far. Jiang Shanshan's voice trembled with tears, drawing a crowd of onlookers. Gu Chenzhou, what the hell do you think you're doing?
Su Yang rushed over from a short distance away, grabbing Gu Chenzhou by the collar and shouting.
I want to leave this place. Is there a problem with that? Gu Chenzhou shoved Su Yang away. He really was Jiang Shanshan's #1 bootlicker. He hadn't even done anything yet, and Su Yang was already barking like a mad dog. You made Shanshan cry. Apologize right now. Su Yang clenched his fists, brimming with the urge to fight. I'm sorry. I was in the wrong. Gu Chenzhou bowed apologetically without hesitation. I'll leave your sight immediately. With that, he turned and walked away, leaving the others staring blankly. Even Su Yang was stunned. He'd been ready to fight Gu Chenzhou, but the guy apologized so readily. Snapping back to his senses, Su Yang quickly blocked Gu Chenzhou's path. Gu Chenzhou, stop right there. I already apologized. What else do you want? Gu Chenzhou stared at Su Yang. Do you want me to kneel down and kowtow to her? Shan hasn't forgiven you yet. How dare you walk away? Su Yang grabbed Gu Chenzhou and pulled him backward. You better not touch my brother. A massive figure loomed over Su Yang like a mountain. You think I can't crush you flat with one sit? None of your business. Get out of the way, or I'll beat you too. Su Yang glanced at the fat man, trying to shove him aside. Is that all the strength you've got? Haven't you been eating? The fat man didn't budge an inch, instead grabbing Su Yang's collar with a swift backhand. What the hell do you think you're doing? Su Yang felt both feet leave the ground as he was lifted like a little chick. Get lost, you bastard. How dare you bully my brother? If I catch you messing with old Gu again, I'll crush you with my 300 pounds and you'll be crying. Fatty curled his lip and walked over to Gu Chenzhou. Old Gu, let's go. Chapter 87, Meeting the Parents Together. Let's go. Might as well swing by the office. Gu Chenzhou nodded in agreement and followed Fizi out. Su Yang, are you okay?
Jiang Shanshan hurried over to Su Yang and asked.
I'm fine, Shanshan. Don't worry about it. If I hadn't just finished playing basketball, I could have taken care of both of them. Su Yang quickly made excuses for himself, afraid of losing face in front of Jiang Shanshan. Su Yang, are you free later? I need your help with something.
Jiang Shanshan looked troubled.
If you don't want to, it's fine. Of course I'm willing. Anything for you, Shanshan.
Su Yang felt a surge of excitement inside.
Shanshan needed him, he absolutely had to help. Thank you, Su Yang. I knew you wouldn't refuse.
Jiang Shanshan flashed a sweet smile that left Su Yang completely smitten. Inside the company, Gu Chenzhou watched the group sitting there, lifeless and unresponsive. What's wrong with you all? Gu Chenzhou walked over and patted Zhao Hai on the shoulder. Don't even mention it. Brother Wang has completely crushed us. Zhao Hai sighed. He really is a seasoned copywriter and planner. Uncle Wang, how did you manage to crush their spirits like that? Gu Chenzhou turned his head toward Wang Chang, who was tapping away furiously at his keyboard. Oh, them? I just pointed out a few issues with the plot outline, and they couldn't handle it. I need to cut down the copy and revise it all over again. It'll take about 2 or 3 days. Wang Chang replied while simultaneously drafting new copy. Gu Chenzhou was astonished. Turns out I really did hit the jackpot. Who's that guy? Fizi was confused. He'd only been gone for a day, how could there be a stranger here now? Oh, him? His name is Wang Chang. He's the new copywriter who just started today. Gu Chenzhou answered truthfully. Can't follow. I'll just keep gaming. Fei Zi turned away and went back to playing his game. Annie and Little Bear, Little Zhou, are you there? Reply if received. Gu Chenzhou stared at his vibrating phone and couldn't help but sigh. Bu Chenzhou, Brother Bear, you asked. I'm here. Annie and Little Bear, what bear brother? Call me sister. Bu Chenzhou, Bear sister, what is it? Annie and Little Bear, Little Josie, this princess is about to log in. On sunken boat, got it, I'll take you there now. He silently opened the game and went on a rampage with her through the canyon. Of course, only Gu Chenzhou was doing the killing, she was just cheering him on. At midnight, Gu Chenzhou realized the office was deserted, even Fizi had gone home. Is it really this late already? Glancing at the time, Gu Chenzhou resigned himself to staying the night here. Early the next morning. Chenzhou, why are you sleeping here? The familiar, gentle voice jolted Gu Chenzhou awake. Nianqiu, what are you doing here? Gu Chenzhou rose from the sofa. If she wasn't going to school, why had she come to the company? I came to look around. Didn't expect you'd be here too. Su Nianqiu wore a mask, revealing only her lively eyes. Are you feeling better from your cold?
Gu Chenzhou reached out to touch Su Nianqiu's forehead. It still felt slightly warm. I took some medicine. I'm feeling much better now. By the way, are you free for lunch today? Su Nianqiu paused before asking Gu Chenzhou. Sure, what's up, Nianqiu? Is something up? Gu Chenzhou asked, puzzled. My dad wants to meet you. After much deliberation, Su Nianqiu decided to speak up. My uncle wants to meet me? Gu Chenzhou was stunned. Since confirming their relationship with Su Nianqiu, he had yet to meet any of her family members. If you're not comfortable, I can talk to him about it. Su Nianqiu seemed concerned about something as she offered this solution. Since Uncle Su wants to see me, I certainly can't refuse. Gu Chenzhou knew this moment would come eventually, so he had no intention of refusing. Alright, we'll meet at the school gate at noon. Su Nianqiu nodded and turned to leave. Gu Chenzhou wanted to follow, but Su Nianqiu moved so quickly that he could only watch helplessly. Noon, school gate. Why do I feel so exhausted? Gu Chenzhou couldn't shake this unpleasant feeling. When he spotted Su Nianqiu standing at the entrance, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Nianqiu, there you are. Yeah, let's go. Su Nianqiu nodded, her demeanor noticeably cooler than before. Nianqiu, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? Gu Chenzhou linked arms with Su Nianqiu as he asked her. No, I'm just a little worried. Su Nianqiu shook her head. My father has a rather extreme personality. I'm afraid he might treat you badly. It'll be fine. I'll handle this. Gu Chenzhou nodded, having thought their relationship might be cooling. Miss, please get in the car. The driver stood by and opened the door for them. After Gu Chenzhou and Su Nianqiu settled in, the driver headed toward the hotel. Outside the Qinghe Hotel. As Gu Chenzhou and Su Nianqiu stepped out, they spotted someone approaching from a short distance away. Dad. Su Nianqiu's tone was calm, sounding almost like a stranger. Well, since you're here, let's go up. The middle-aged man nodded, his tone equally detached. Inside the private room, the table was already laden with dishes. As Gu Chenzhou sat down, the middle-aged man spoke first. You must be Nianqiu's boyfriend? Hello, Uncle Su. My name is Gu Chenzhou. Gu Chenzhou nodded and responded politely, though his heartbeat had already begun to quicken. Gu, huh? I wonder whose son you are. Su Yunsan crossed his arms, his eyes fixed intently on Gu Chenzhou. Uncle Su, you're joking. I'm just the son of an ordinary citizen. Gu Chenzhou waved his hand dismissively. He couldn't very well lie to deceive Su Yunsan. Oh? So you have nothing to your name, yet you dare court my daughter? My daughter is accustomed to the finest food and drink. Do you think dating you could give her the life she desires? Su Yunsan stared at Gu Chenzhou, his intent clear, he wanted him to give up. Uncle Su, while I can't provide Nianqiu with the life she desires right now, the future is uncertain. Gu Chenzhou stood up, meeting Su Yunsan's gaze. You do have some guts, but all this talk is just empty promises. At the very least, I need to see tangible results. If you're just spouting empty rhetoric, it's better for you two to part ways. Su Yunsan's tone grew colder, the invisible pressure suffocating Gu Chenzhou. Dad. Nianqiu, this is a conversation between men. Don't interrupt. Su Yunsan cut Su Nianqiu off immediately, his gaze fixed on Gu Chenzhou. Indeed, I think Uncle Su has a point. I'm currently in the process of starting my own business. Uncle Su, you're welcome to keep an eye on how our company develops. Gu Chenzhou stared at Su Yunsan and answered decisively. Chapter 88, The Old Classmate Who Dropped Out. At such a young age, you've already learned how to start a business? Funding, market dynamics, and management. Do you really understand these things? Su Yunsan's barrage of questions left Gu Chenzhou struggling to respond. Uncle Su, I know you don't think much of me. It's impossible for a high school student to run a business and focus on school at the same time. But you can judge me by my actions going forward. If I ever disappoint you, I'll step down immediately. Gu Chenzhou stood up, his expression utterly serious. Su Yunsan looked at Gu Chenzhou in surprise. The kid had some guts. Fine. Since you put it that way, I'll give you a chance. After the college entrance exams, whether it's your grades or the company. If either one fails to meet my expectations, I will have Nianqiu leave you. Su Yunsan stood up and walked toward the door, leaving Gu Chenzhou's heart racing. Phew, that scared the hell out of me. Once Su Yunsan was gone, Gu Chenzhou sank back into his chair, breathing heavily. Talking with a business tycoon was seriously stressful. Chenzhou, are you okay? Su Nianqiu hurried over to check on her father after he left. I'm fine. Just almost couldn't handle that aura. Gu Chenzhou waved it off. Thankfully, he'd held his ground though his legs were still weak. Don't try to be a hero. I'll help you. Su Nianqiu said sternly. I wasn't showing off. Our game is almost finished now. I'm sure it'll be a massive hit once the college entrance exams are over. Once vacation starts, everyone will start letting loose. Yeah, I believe you. Su Nianqiu nodded solemnly. After dinner, Gu Chenzhou and Su Nianqiu returned to school. Annie and Little Bear, why didn't you log in at noon? Not sinking ship, had to meet with parents. No time to log in. Annie and Little Bear, so, how was it? Was her dad super nice? Gu Chenzhou, kind? Are you sure you didn't mean terrifyingly kind?
I was nearly scared out of my wits.
Annie and Little Bear, that doesn't make sense.
I remember the school beauty's dad being very gentle.
Unsubmersible, no way. He looked like he was about to devour me whole.
Annie and Little Bear, well, it's only natural when the cabbage you raised with so much effort ends up being served to a pig.
Unsinkable. Annie and Little Bear, alright, I'm outta here. Remember to play games with me this afternoon.
Staring at the chat window, Gu Chenzhou felt like throwing his phone away. His nose felt itchy, like it could fit a whole green onion inside.
Old Gu, back this early? Yang Song was sprawled across the desk reading a novel. That's weird. Didn't you usually come right before class? No choice. Gotta come back and study. Gu Chenzhou picked up a math book and flipped through the problems inside.
His scratching and rubbing his ears and cheeks had Yang Song shaking his head in amusement.
Are you trying to glare that book to death?
Yang Song shifted aside, afraid he might get caught in the crossfire.
Old Yang, do me a favor. Gu Chenzhou turned and grinned at Yang Song. No way. I'm not ready to die young. Yang Song declined flatly. Don't forget, I'm the one who bought you this novel. Do you still want the latest issue? Gu Chenzhou threatened. Fine.
Wherever you're stuck, I'll take a look for you. Yang Song couldn't argue with Gu Chenzhou and had no choice but to lend a hand.
I don't understand any of this. Gu Chenzhou chuckled.
Yang Song froze in shock.
He regretted it now, but it was too late. Afternoon dismissal.
Gu Chenzhou strolled out of the classroom with a look of pure contentment.
Old Gu, don't forget my novel.
Yang Song slumped over his desk, looking utterly drained.
Don't worry, I won't forget. Gu Chenzhou walked out with a spring in his step. Old Gu, since you're here, wanna grab lunch together? Fatty stood by the school gate, waving at Gu Chenzhou. Sure, let's go. Gu Chenzhou nodded in agreement. You agreed so readily. Is Su Nianqiu not here? Fei Zi looked around left and right. Su Nianqiu really wasn't there.
She's been with her dad these past few days, so she couldn't come with me.
Just thinking about Su Yunshan's face made Gu Chenzhou shudder involuntarily. Holy crap, you've met the parents? Fatty grabbed Gu Chenzhou, his face aglow with excitement. Bro, don't forget me when you hit it big. Alright, let's go. After lunch, we'll head over to the company.
Gu Chenzhou was still thinking about checking on the game's progress.
Sounds good. Let's go. Fatty waved his hand and followed Gu Chenzhou to the restaurant.
Owner, give me a pound of crayfish and a dry pot rabbit.
And a large portion of bullfrog too.
Fei Zi scanned the menu and ordered several dishes with generous ease.
Certainly. How many people are in your party? The waiter asked politely. Just the two of us. Go ahead and prepare it. Fei Zi pointed to Gu Chenzhou across from him. 2 people? You've probably ordered a bit too much. Honestly, 1 dish would be plenty.
The waiter had assumed there were 5 or 6 people.
2 people eating this much would be a waste of money.
Miss, you're underestimating him.
Just bring the food.
Don't even mention this amount. Even if you brought more, it wouldn't be enough for Fei Zi.
Well, alright then. The waitress nodded and quickly left. How much is it total? I'll transfer it to you first. Gu Chenzhou pulled out his phone and said to Fei Zi. No need. Consider this meal my treat. Fei Zi hastily declined. You've hit the jackpot, haven't you? Gu Chenzhou asked in confusion. Just a little something enough to cover our meal today. Fei Zi chuckled. Next time you can treat me. Alright then, I won't stand on ceremony. Anyway, Fei Zi always ended up eating the most. Do you even want this job? You can't even handle this much work? Not far away, the restaurant manager was scolding a young employee. Sorry, manager.
The young man kept his head down, unable to meet the manager's gaze.
This dish costs 88 yuan.
I'll deduct it directly from your pay.
Clean this up immediately, then go help in the kitchen.
The manager finished speaking and went off to attend to other tasks, leaving the young man alone to clean up.
Isn't that Zhang Yang? What's he doing here? Fatty perked up the moment he spotted Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang's situation was similar to Gu Chenzhou's. His family faced financial hardship.
Both his parents were bedridden and unable to afford tuition. He had dropped out after his sophomore year of high school.
Gu Chenzhou was different. At least he had some gaming talent and could earn money by taking on match requests.
Zhang Yang, however, had a rough deal. Aside from his physical strength, he couldn't do much else.
Hey Zhang, long time no see. Fatty walked over and slapped Zhang Yang on the shoulder. Fatty, old Gu, what brings you here? Zhang Yang was surprised to run into old friends while working. Just grabbing a bite. You work here? Fei Zi asked while sweeping the floor for Zhang Yang. Yeah, they're hiring temporary workers, so I came. Zhang Yang nodded. $80 a day. Chapter 89, Giving Zhang Yang a Job. How are your parents doing?
Gu Chenzhou walked over to lend a hand and casually inquired about his parents' condition.
Much better. The doctor said as long as we keep up the treatment, there's a chance for recovery. Zhang Yang remained as optimistic as ever. Everything's ready. Let's have dinner together. Gu Chenzhou set the broom aside and said to Zhang Yang, I'll pass. I've got work to do.
Zhang Yang waved his hand dismissively.
You guys go ahead. Don't worry about me.
What's there to worry about? We're all brothers here.
Besides, it's been so long since we last saw each other, don't you deserve a bite? Fatty said, pulling Zhang Yang toward the table. No, Feezy, you guys eat? I'll get back to work.
Zhang Yang quickly pulled away and hurried toward the kitchen.
Old Gu, why don't you give him a hand? Fei Zi called out to Gu Chenzhou as Zhang Yang walked away. The company happens to need a security guard.
It's not a high-paying job, but it'll cover his living expenses.
Gu Chenzhou nodded, considering giving Zhang Yang a position. So how much do you plan to pay him a month? Fei Zi asked curiously. Typical security guards make around 3,000 or 4,000.
I'll give him 4,000. This was the highest salary he could afford.
Shall we discuss it with him later? Fatty asked. Of course it is. Gu Chenzhou replied. After the meal, Gu Chenzhou and Fei Zi waited there. Zhang Yang, come here for a moment. We need to talk to you. Fei Zi called out to Zhang Yang, who was nearby. What's up?
Zhang Yang still felt a bit down. He hadn't accomplished anything all day and had even lost 8 yuan.
I've got a job opening here. 4,000 yuan a month. Want to give it a shot? Gu Chenzhou patted Zhang Yang on the shoulder as he asked. Me? Could I handle it?
Zhang Yang was a bit worried, afraid he might ruin their good intentions.
Of course you can. Just trust us, old Zhang. Gu Chenzhou pulled Zhang Yang toward the exit. I'll take you to the company. Inside the company. Old Gu, this is the company you mentioned? A tiny room crammed with a few people playing around on computers? Hey, the young boss is here. Is that your friend? Zhao Hai turned to greet Gu Chenzhou. Yeah, this is my friend. I'm thinking of bringing him on as security. Gu Chenzhou replied with a smile. Young boss, I'll be honest, this place is just a small spot. We probably don't need security. Who'd even bother with stuff here?
Zhao Xiao poured cold water on Gu Chenzhou's idea from the side.
Security's secondary.
He can also handle cleaning and cook meals for you guys.
Gu Chenzhou knew full well that Zhang Yang's cooking skills were top-notch. That's great news. I'm sick of eating takeout every day. Young man, how about showing us what you can do? Zhao Hai stood up and walked over to Zhang Yang. They hadn't eaten yet. Alright, consider this your job interview. Gu Chenzhou nudged Zhang Yang toward the kitchen. Old Gu, what's going on here?
Zhang Yang finally snapped out of it and asked Gu Chenzhou.
Old Zhang, this is my company. I need someone to handle odd jobs around here. You happen to fill that gap perfectly. Count on you. Gu Chenzhou chuckled. Your company? Zhang Yang was stunned. Gu Chenzhou actually had that much money? Yeah, the money's all from investors. You just focus on the work. Gu Chenzhou told Zhang Yang. Alright, then I won't hold back either. Soon, the aroma of cooking lured the workers away from their tasks. Smells amazing, better than any restaurant, right? Zhao Hai had already given up on work, his eyes fixed on the kitchen.
I was thinking of grabbing a drink after work, but I might as well just have it here.
Wang Cheng said cheerfully. Looks like everyone's pretty happy with you. We'll sign a contract later, just work 9 to 6 every day. Gu Chenzhou said to Zhang Yang. Thanks.
Zhang Yang was still quite excited. Finally, a stable job.
What's there to thank me for? With you around, I'll save money on meals from now on. Gu Chenzhou laughed heartily before heading outside to play games. Early the next morning, Gu Chenzhou woke up in bed. Ouch. I should have never listened to Uncle Wang. What was he thinking?
The alcohol content wasn't high, and he was old enough to drink. He'd only had a little, yet he'd passed out and slept until this hour.
Holy crap, it's already 7:30. Gu Chenzhou was startled and rushed off to school.
Fortunately, the company wasn't far from the school, and he finally made it to the classroom before class started.
Old Gu, you're just in time. The homeroom teacher wants to see you. Li Song whispered as soon as Gu Chenzhou appeared. Now. But class had already started. Wouldn't it be awkward to go now? Yeah, he wants you to go right now. Li Song nodded. Without further thought, Gu Chenzhou turned and headed for the office. Gu Chenzhou, you're here. Zhou Jian sat there sipping tea, holding a registration form in his hand. Teacher Zhou, what do you need me for? Gu Chenzhou was puzzled.
Calling him during class hours must mean it was something important.
Gu Chenzhou, your grades have indeed improved significantly. But getting into university might still be a bit challenging. Why don't you try this? Zhou Jian handed the application form to Gu Chenzhou. Vocational school. Gu Chenzhou had already guessed the outcome. Yeah, you know I get a referral bonus for sending people over. 2,000 yuan per referral. You can keep that money. Zhou Jian knew Gu Chenzhou's family was struggling financially. This was the only way he could help him.
Mr. Zhou, thank you for your concern, but I don't plan on going to vocational school. I still want to push myself and give it my all to get into university.
Gu Chenzhou's tone was firm as he declined Zhou Jian's offer. I heard you and Su Nianqiu are dating? You two belong to different worlds. Take my advice, give it up. Zhou Jian sighed, offering earnest advice to Gu Chenzhou. Teacher Zhou, thank you for your kindness. I'll head back now. Gu Chenzhou stood up and headed for the door. He knew Zhou Jian meant well, but he refused to give up. This kid, why can't he ever take advice? Fine. If you insist on taking a gamble, I'll see just how far you can go. Zhou Jian sighed helplessly. Old Gu, you're back. What did the old classmate say to you? Li Song asked eagerly upon seeing Gu Chenzhou return. He told me to go to vocational school, but I didn't agree. Gu Chenzhou sat down with a sigh. He guessed quite a few others had already been called in for talks. Exactly as expected. Li Song kept reading his novel. They got paid for every referral. Let's get back to it. Gu Chenzhou sat down, pulled out his book, and began asking Li Song for tutoring. You're really squeezing every last drop out of me. Li Song widened his eyes. You're my good brother, how could I not help you? Gu Chenzhou smiled. Chapter 90, invited by Su Yunshan again. Afternoon, dismissal time. Chenzhou, are you free this afternoon?
Su Nianqiu stood at the classroom door, drawing the attention of many.
Sure. Nianqiu, what brings you here? Gu Chenzhou quickly gathered his books and walked over. My dad said he'd like you to come over for dinner. Su Nianqiu replied truthfully. Uncle Su? Gu Chenzhou began to feel uneasy. Was this some kind of trap? Come on, my dad probably won't do anything to you.
He didn't do anything last time either.
Su Nianqiu took Gu Chenzhou's hand and led him out. Outside the villa, Gu Chenzhou stood frozen at the doorway.
Despite having been here many times before, he still felt quite afraid. Miss, the boss is waiting in the living room.
The butler emerged and spoke politely. All right, let's go inside. Su Nianqiu nodded and pulled Gu Chenzhou inside. We're here. Su Yunsan sat on the sofa sipping tea, not even glancing at Gu Chenzhou. Dad. Nianqiu, go upstairs and do your homework first. I need to speak with him alone. Su Yunshan's stern tone left Su Nianqiu at a loss for words. Chenzhou, it's okay. Su Nianqiu quietly encouraged Gu Chenzhou before heading upstairs. Once Su Nianqiu had left, Su Yunshan took a bank card from his breast pocket. There's 2 million yuan in this card. That should be a considerable sum for you. Gu Chenzhou's eyes widened. It was an astronomical sum, more money than he'd ever seen in his life. Uncle Su, are you giving me this money suddenly to make me leave Nianqiu? He swallowed hard, already anticipating the outcome. She's my only daughter. While I can't give her the best, I won't give her the worst either. The gap in your social standing is too great, it's simply not appropriate. Your mother must need medical expenses.
This money should be sufficient. Moreover, I can arrange for a renowned doctor to treat her.
I'll cover all medical expenses during that time.
Su Yunsan's tone was calm, yet it sent shockwaves through Gu Chenzhou's heart. Every word struck deep within Gu Chenzhou's heart.
To say he wasn't moved would be a lie. Thank you for your kindness, Uncle Su, but I must still decline.
Gu Chenzhou replied politely, I still wish to resolve this crisis through my own efforts.
It seems you're trying to get more money out of my daughter. Su Yunshan's brow furrowed, as if he could see straight into Gu Chenzhou's thoughts. I've never thought that way. Gu Chenzhou shook his head.
I am indeed short on funds, but I refuse to compromise my principles for money.
5 million.
Just leave Nianqiu, and I'll give you that much plus throw in a villa for good measure.
Su Yunsan's offer was almost impossible to refuse. Even someone as principled as Gu Chenzhou couldn't help but freeze upon hearing the terms. Impossible. I won't leave Nianqiu. Gu Chenzhou shook his head, his words blunt and direct. You're quite principled. Perhaps you think I'm joking, but I'm serious.
Su Yunshan raised his hand, and the butler beside him produced a contract. Sign this contract, and 5 million yuan plus the standalone villa on Changyun Mountain will be yours.
Gu Chenzhou didn't glance at the contract, his gaze fixed solely on Su Yunshan. Uncle Su, I know you want Nianqiu to have a better life. Truthfully, you don't need to do any of this. If Nianqiu doesn't want to be with me, I can leave any time. Gu Chenzhou's tone was stern, though his heart pounded wildly inside.
Close call, he nearly lost control.
Suddenly, Su Yunshan's lips curved upward, his expression softening considerably. You've passed the test. What?
Gu Chenzhou froze on the spot, clearly clueless about what was happening. I, Su Yunshan, have only this one daughter.
I can't let some pig take her away.
All that talk earlier was merely to test your character.
Su Yunshan set the contract aside and addressed Gu Chenzhou. A test? Thank you, Uncle Su, for agreeing to let us be together. Gu Chenzhou bowed deeply to Su Yunshan, visibly moved. Don't get too excited just yet. Su Yunshan waved his hand dismissively.
The wager still stands, and I'll be investigating your character during this period.
Of course, no problem. Gu Chenzhou nodded in response. Butler, bring the meal. Call Nianqiu down to eat.
Su Yunshan instructed the butler.
Yes, sir. The butler quickly left the room.
Here, take this. Su Yinshan placed a card in front of Gu Chenzhou.
What's this? The card looked quite ordinary, similar to his meal card. This is a VIP card for the rehabilitation center downtown. Take it and go there for treatment. The funds inside should cover your mother's recovery.
Su Yinshan stood up to wash his hands, leaving Gu Chenzhou frozen in place.
Thank you, Uncle Su. Gu Chenzhou bowed to Su Yunsan once more. Don't disappoint my expectations of you. Su Yunshan said calmly. Dad, what were you two talking about just now? Su Nianqiu asked anxiously.
Nothing much, just men's talk.
Wash up and come to dinner.
Su Yinshan replied with a smile.
Alright, Chenzhou, you can sit here. Su Nianqiu pulled Gu Chenzhou to sit beside her.
She hasn't even married yet, and already she's taking sides.
Su Yunshan's stern expression softened and he looked quite kind. Dad, what are you saying? Su Nianqiu shot Su Yunshan a playful glare. Chenzhou, eat more. Just eat. I've already had the housekeeper pack up your parents' things. Su Yunshan picked up his chopsticks and addressed Gu Chenzhou. Thank you.
Gu Chenzhou felt a warm surge in his heart, surprised that Su Yunshan had even thought of this.
I'll drive you back later. Su Nianqiu, seated nearby, offered to Gu Chenzhou. Before Gu Chenzhou could respond, Su Yunshan spoke up. No, it's too late.
I'll have the butler drive him later.
It's fine, Nianqiu. I can get back on my own. Seeing Su Nianqiu with her head bowed, Gu Chenzhou couldn't help but gently stroke her hair. Su Yunshan watched the scene unfold, his heart aching unbearably.
The little cotton jacket he'd raised with such effort was now being given away to someone else.
7 o'clock in the evening. Chenzhou, call me when you get home. Su Nianqiu stood by the car window, reminding Gu Chenzhou. What could possibly happen to a grown man like me? Gu Chenzhou replied with a wry smile. Driver, take it easy on the road. Su Nianqiu said. Got it. The driver quickly drove away. At 8 o'clock, Gu Chenzhou arrived home punctually. Chenzhou's back. Why so late today?
Gu Dahai sat at the table, where steaming hot dishes were laid out.
I met with the big boss.
Dad, Mom, you're in for a treat tonight. Look at these crabs, they're bigger than my hands. Gu Chenzhou smiled as he brought out several boxes. These must have cost a fortune.
Lu Sanglan exclaimed in surprise. Chapter 91, Off to the nursing home. Not much at all.
They were all gifts from friends.
Gu Chenzhou still didn't dare mention Su Nianqiu, so he could only be vague about it. Is this friend of yours reliable? Gu Dahai was worried Gu Chenzhou might be getting into trouble.
Dad, don't worry. She comes from a very wealthy family.
Besides, what's the point of her scamming me? I've got no money and no connections. Alright, you two eat first. I've already eaten. Gu Chenzhou replied while opening his lunchbox. Gu Dahai and Lu Sanglan exchanged glances and could only nod in agreement.
Back in his room, Gu Chenzhou deftly booted up his computer and started a duo queue.
Early the next morning, Gu Chenzhou woke up before dawn. Is it that late already? I should have known better than to play so late. Gu Chenzhou rubbed his eyes sleepily, having only slept a few hours the night before. Chenzhou, get up and have breakfast. Gu Dahai's voice drifted in from outside the room. Coming. Gu Chenzhou changed into clothes and stepped out. Gu Dahai had already warmed up the meal. Didn't you eat this yesterday? The table held the food he'd brought back yesterday, surprising Gu Chenzhou. We did. We don't have big appetites, so we couldn't finish much. Gu Dahai handed Gu Chenzhou a bowl. Go wash up and eat quickly. All right. Gu Chenzhou nodded in response. After dinner, Gu Chenzhou packed his backpack and headed out. I'm heading out. Where are you going? Isn't today Sunday? You don't have class. Gu Dahai looked at Gu Chenzhou, asking in surprise. I'm going out for a bit. Don't bother preparing lunch for me. Gu Chenzhou slung his backpack over his shoulder and reminded them.
Senior year was incredibly demanding, so demanding they only had 4 days off per month.
Still, Gu Chenzhou managed to squeeze in some time to visit the company. Inside the company, Gu Chenzhou opened the door. So now I'm the only one left here. Gu Chenzhou lay on the sofa resting, feeling a touch of envy toward Zhao Hai and his colleagues. At least they had weekends off, while his team only got 1 day off. Hey, old Gu, you're here this early? Fatty walked in, tossing his backpack onto the sofa. Yeah, I was bored at home, so I thought I'd swing by. Gu Chenzhou spread his hands helplessly in response to Fizi. Does that mean Su Nianqiu will be coming over later too? Fizi asked Gu Chenzhou as he expertly booted up his computer and logged in. I just messaged her.
She's spending the day with her dad.
Recalling yesterday's events, Gu Chenzhou couldn't help but sigh. Oh, right.
Gu Chenzhou suddenly sat up straight and pulled a card from his pocket.
How could I have forgotten about this?
He slapped his forehead, wishing he could slap himself twice.
What's wrong with you? Having a seizure? Fei-zi, seeing Gu Chenzhou like this, asked fearfully. Nothing.
Since you're here anyway, come with me.
Gu Chenzhou pulled Fei-zi up from his seat. I just logged into the game. Why? Fei-zi was confused. Why leave out of the blue? To my place. I have urgent business to attend to. Gu Chenzhou took a deep breath before telling Fei. Something happened to Auntie? That can't wait. Let's go now. Fei didn't hesitate for a second, quickly standing up to follow Gu Chenzhou. Half an hour later, at Gu Chenzhou's front door. Chenzhou, did you forget something? Gu Dahai was still tending to Lu Sanglan, simmering medicine in the kitchen. Uncle, Auntie, sorry to disturb you. Fei politely entered and greeted them. Oh, it's Fei. Come sit down. I'll cut you some fruit. Gu Dahai greeted them warmly. Uncle Gu, no need to be so formal. Fei waved his hands quickly to decline. Dad, pack up our things. We're heading out. Gu Chenzhou walked over to Gu Dahai and said. What's going on? Gu Dahai asked in confusion. And what about your mom if we leave? It's fine. Mom will come with us. Gu Chenzhou smiled as he pulled out a card. We're going to the nursing home. No way, no way. That's way too expensive, hundreds a day. Gu Dahai waved his hands in protest. With their family situation, they couldn't earn that much in a single day. It's fine. Someone will cover the costs. Gu Chenzhou produced another card. This one's from my friend's uncle. Su Nianqiu's father? Fei blurted out instinctively. Uncle Su said to take mom there for treatment. Gu Chenzhou nodded, showing no intention of hiding anything. You're something else, even her dad cares about you that much. Fei gave Gu Chenzhou a thumbs up as he spoke. Who exactly are you talking about? Lu Sanglan asked from her bed. My girlfriend. Gu Chenzhou knew he couldn't keep it hidden forever, so he decided to come clean. Girlfriend? Lu Sanglan and Gu Dahai exchanged glances, shock evident in each other's eyes. Chenzhou, what are you? Gu Dahai stared at Gu Chenzhou, unable to find the words. Dad, don't worry. I won't let this distract me from my studies. Gu Chenzhou understood what his father was worried about. That's right. And because of her, old Gu's grades have actually improved quite a bit. Fei chimed in from the side. Dad, go pack your things first. We'll be leaving soon. Gu Chenzhou nudged Gu Dahai toward packing. Gu Dahai had no choice but to nod in agreement. All right then. Half an hour later. Are you ready? Gu Chenzhou looked at the suitcase and asked Gu Dahai. Yeah, I packed a change of clothes, toiletries, and the medicine. Gu Dahai had packed the suitcase to the brim, leaving not a single gap. Then let's go. Fei, is the car here yet? Gu Chenzhou asked Fei. It's a few hundred meters away. We should be there by the time we get downstairs. Fei replied to Gu Chenzhou while glancing at his phone. All right, let's head out. Gu Chenzhou carried his suitcase while Gu Dahai shouldered Lu Sanglan's bag as they left the residential compound. 1 hour later, at the entrance of the downtown convalescent home. Holy cow, is this a resort or a nursing home? Fei's eyes widened the moment he stepped out of the car. The place was stunningly beautiful. Come on, let's go check in first. Gu Chenzhou looked at the card in his hand. He still trusted Su Yunsan. Hello, we're here to check in. Entering the lobby, Gu Chenzhou addressed the front desk courteously. Here's the price list. Take a look and choose your preferred tier. The front desk clerk eyed Gu Chenzhou and his companions up and down, speaking with disdain. What kind of rag and bone men are these? Might as well show them the prices and get them to leave quickly. Chenzhou, this is a bit too expensive. Maybe we should just go back. Lu Sanglan was startled. Even the most basic ward cost 3 yuan a day. Gu Chenzhou shook his head. It's fine. I want your most luxurious ward. We'll stay for a month. Chapter 92, Top VIP. Our most luxurious room costs 1,000 yuan a day. Are you sure you want to stay? The front desk clerk stared at Gu Chenzhou, asking doubtfully. This kid didn't look like he had 100 yuan on him, yet he wanted to stay in 1,000 yuan a day room? Why, isn't this Mr. Gu? What a surprise to see you here of all places. Just then, Chen walked over from nearby, smiling at them. Young Master Chen, welcome. Same spot as usual? The front desk clerk's attitude did a complete 180, scurrying over to him with tiny steps. Her expression was as fawning as a lapdog's. Yeah, same as before. Chen nodded, then turned to look at Gu Chenzhou. Did the whole family come scavenging for scraps? Chen, if you don't know how to speak properly, keep your mouth shut. Gu Chenzhou didn't want to lose his temper in front of his parents, so he forced himself to swallow his anger. Look around. Every single person checking in here is loaded. And here you are, dressed in rags. Do you think this is a welfare home? Shannon sneered contemptuously. As if they were worthy of being here? Shannon, don't think you're all that just because you have a few stinking bucks. Fatty couldn't hold back any longer, pointing at Shannon and shouting. Sorry, but having money does make you special. What are you standing around for? Get rid of them now. I don't want to see such lowly creatures in a high-class place like this. Shannon pinched his nose as if the very air had been polluted. Young Master Chen is absolutely right. We'll have him removed immediately. The front desk staff replied politely, then turned to Gu Chenzhou and his group. Gentlemen, we kindly request you to leave. On what grounds? We're guests here to check in too. What gives you the right to kick us out? Fatty demanded irritably. Because I'm a gold VIP here.
Shannon pulled out a gleaming gold card and flaunted it at them. You know, this VIP card requires a minimum deposit of over 100,000 yuan to obtain.
You probably haven't seen that much money in your entire lives, have you?
Shannon stared at Gu Chenzhou and the others, his smile cold.
Chenzhou, we should head back first. Gu Dahai whispered to Gu Chenzhou, wanting to avoid escalating the situation. Dad, it's fine. Why bother with them? Gu Chenzhou shook his head and replied to Gu Dahai. Please leave. If you don't go now, I'll call security. The front desk staff genuinely didn't want to get close to them, fearing they might catch germs. It's just a lousy card. You have one, but I don't?
Gu Chenzhou pulled out the card Su Yunsan had given him and placed it before them.
Black Jade VIP card?
Shannon and the others were startled.
This was the highest tier VIP card.
Not only did Shannon not have one, but even his father might not possess such a card.
How is this possible? How did you get this card? Tell me, where did you steal it from? Shannon gritted his teeth, glaring at Gu Chenzhou as he demanded. Gu Chenzhou, a penniless kid, absolutely couldn't possibly qualify as a VIP here.
The Black Jade VIP card required not only a single top-up of over 1 million yuan but also connections to the owner.
Why should I tell you? I'm not your father, why should I share everything I know with you? Gu Chenzhou sneered, then turned to the front desk. Can you check us in now? Well,
The front desk clerk was now in a quandary, unsure whether to proceed with the check-in.
What's all this commotion? Don't you know this place requires quiet?
At that moment, a figure approached from nearby, speaking with a stern expression.
Mr. Wu, you're just in time. That guest has a Black Jade card.
The front desk attendant hurried over to Mr. Wu and informed him.
Black Jade card? Mr. Wu was startled. Are you sure that kid has one?
Mr. Wu, you'd better look into this thoroughly.
That kid probably stole it.
Shannon folded his arms and addressed Mr. Wu.
Young Master Chen, you're here too.
Rest assured, I'll look into it thoroughly.
Wu Qianshan nodded hastily in response to Shannon. He strode over to Gu Chenzhou and demanded coldly, where did you steal this from? Someone gave it to me. What's the problem? Gu Chenzhou retorted to Wu Qianshan.
Bull. Black Jade cards are so rare in this city, you could count the owners on one hand.
How could a kid like you have a Black Jade card?
Tell me where you got it, or I'll report you to the Enforcement Bureau.
Wu Qianshan pointed at Gu Chenzhou and barked. Fine.
Since you're so eager to ask, go ask Su Yunsan from the Su family.
Gu Chenzhou stared at Wu Qianshan. If he wanted to keep pressing, he'd give him that chance. He's Su Boss's future son-in-law. You'd better show some respect.
Fatty folded his arms, shouting irritably.
Mr. Su's future son-in-law? Wu Qianshan frowned.
Though he found it hard to believe, he needed confirmation.
Keep a close eye on them. Don't let them get away.
Mark my words, if I find out you stole this, don't blame me for being ruthless. Wu Qianshan walked toward the exit, phone in hand. Gu Chenzhou, oh Gu Chenzhou, you really are that kind of lowly person. Stealing others' belongings, only scum like you would stoop to such deeds. Shannon folded his arms, eager to see the look on Gu Chenzhou's face when he got arrested.
Watch your ing mouth. Fatty couldn't hold back any longer, clenching his fists and lunging forward. Fatty, calm down. Hitting him won't change anything. You'll just get arrested too. Gu Chenzhou grabbed Fizi's shoulders, urging him to hold back.
Old Gu, he's already gone this far with his words.
You're still planning to let him off? Gu Chenzhou could hold his tongue, but Fizi wasn't about to. A dog bites you, and you want to bite back? Wouldn't you feel disgusted with fur all over your mouth? Gu Chenzhou asked Fizi. That's actually true. Then let him keep barking. Fatty shot Shannon a glare and spat in his direction. Go ahead and rage all you want. You've only got this little time left anyway. Shannon snorted coldly, unconcerned. 5 minutes later. Wu Qianshan rushed in. Mr. Wu, it's confirmed now. Can we kick them out? Shannon stared arrogantly at Gu Chenzhou as he addressed Wu Qianshan.
Wu Qianshan seemed oblivious to Shannon's words, racing straight to Gu Chenzhou. Mr. Gu, my apologies, my apologies. That was my oversight. I'll handle your check-in immediately. What the hell are you standing around for? Get over here and take Mr. Gu's luggage to the room.
Ha? Okay, I'll go right now.
The front desk clerk nodded hurriedly and rushed off to fetch the luggage.
Mr. Gu, please sign here. Wu Qianshan was filled with regret. He never imagined Gu Chenzhou was actually Su Yunsan's son-in-law.
Gu Chenzhou nodded and said, Dad, go ahead with them to the ward.
Fizi and I will be there shortly. Chapter 93, Teaching Shannon a Lesson. Oh? Alright, we'll head over first. Gu Dahai finally snapped back to reality, completely bewildered by what had just transpired. Soon, Gu Dahai and his group departed. Shannon, is there anything else you wish to say? Gu Chenzhou turned to ask Shannon. Don't get too cocky, you bastard. It's not even your own VIP card. What the hell are you trying to pull?
Shannon's face darkened to a frightening shade, looking worse than if he'd swallowed bitter herbs.
You're no better. Just because you've got a little stinking cash in your pocket, you think you're hot? Fatty glared at Chenin, shouting without restraint. Mr. Wu, this card must come with some other privileges, right?
Gu Chenzhou toyed with the VIP card in his hand.
Only a select few possessed one. It must come with certain privileges. Indeed. What might you require? Wu Qianshan wiped sweat from his brow as he addressed Gu Chenzhou. Then can you blacklist him? Gu Chenzhou pointed at Chenin and demanded of Wu Qianshan. You'd better not. Chenin pointed at Gu Chenzhou, his anger flaring up instantly. Technically, it's possible. But Mr. Gu, that young Master Chen isn't someone you want to cross.
Wu Qianshan whispered cautiously, equally wary of provoking Chenin.
If it's possible, then block him. I don't want him disgusting people here. Gu Chenzhou waved his hand dismissively, speaking bluntly. Young Master Chen, I'm afraid you'll have to leave now. Wu Qianshan approached Chenin and said awkwardly. I've spent so much money here, and now you want to block me? What about all the money I've spent? Shannon's face contorted with rage. Tough luck for you. Fatty chuckled. You brought this on yourself by jumping out like a clown. Doesn't your nose hurt? You want to die, don't you? Chenin pointed at Fizi, itching to punch him. Young Master Chen, please show some respect. That gentleman is a friend of the Black Jade Card VIP. Wu Qianshan gritted his teeth.
He had no choice but to offend Chenin now.
Fine. Just fine. You all just wait. Chenin's face turned green with rage. He spat out the threat and stormed out. Let's go to the ward. Seeing Chenin had left, Gu Chenzhou led Fizi away from the scene. Inside the luxury hospital suite, Lu Sanglan lay in bed while several doctors examined him nearby. How is he? Gu Chenzhou approached Gu Dahai to ask. Not entirely clear yet. The doctors are still conducting tests. Gu Dahai shook his head in response.
Soon, the doctors stopped their work.
Doctor, how is my mother doing?
Gu Chenzhou approached the doctor, his voice laced with anxiety. Sir, there's no need to worry. With our medical expertise, curing her condition is only a matter of time. The doctor answered confidently, their medical expertise being among the most advanced.
Thank you. Hearing those words put his mind at ease.
With this, he no longer had to worry about his parents' condition.
You're welcome. We'll go prepare the medication now. The doctors turned and left. Chenzhou, are you okay?
Gu Dahai waited until the outsider had left before asking.
I'm fine. He wouldn't dare do anything to me.
But that was largely thanks to Su Yunsan's help.
I'm relieved to hear that. I can finally relax. Do you have Uncle Su's phone number? I'd like to thank him personally.
He still wanted to express his gratitude to this man who had saved his life.
I don't actually have it. Maybe next time. Gu Chenzhou waved his hand with a smile. Alright, I'll go pack my things first. Gu Dahai nodded.
Old Gu, Auntie's condition is no longer a concern.
What are your plans now? Fei Zi walked over to Gu Chenzhou and asked. What else could I plan? Of course, I'll keep making money. Gu Chenzhou said with a smile, can I really afford to stand still? That's good.
By the way, I saw some food downstairs earlier.
I'm actually getting a bit hungry. Come on, let's grab something to eat. Fei Zi said, pulling Gu Chenzhou toward the exit. I still need to stay here and look after my mom. Gu Chenzhou halted his steps, speaking with resignation. You guys go ahead and have fun. I've got her covered here. Gu Dahai called after them. Alright then, Uncle Gu, we'll be heading out now. Fei Zi chuckled and quickly pulled Gu Chenzhou away.
On the first floor restaurant, Fizi's eyes lit up the moment he stepped inside.
This place is really nice. Fei Zi chuckled and grabbed a tray to start eating. Gu Chenzhou, you're here too?
Not far away, Xin Jun approached with a look of surprise on his face.
Yeah, I brought my parents here for recuperation. Gu Chenzhou nodded in response. What a coincidence. Care to grab a bite together? Xin Jun extended an invitation to them. I actually have something I need to discuss with you. Sure, let's find a quieter spot. Gu Chenzhou agreed. What's going on? Why drag me into this? If it's company business, I'm afraid I can't be of much help.
Fatty stuffed the delicacies into his mouth as Xin Jun spoke.
It's not company business. We got an invitation from a major game studio.
They've invited quite a few people to tour their company, so I figured I'd take you guys along to broaden your horizons.
Xin Jun waved his hand dismissively. This could actually benefit Gu Chenzhou's company. Oh, I see.
This is perfect timing since I've been wanting to learn more about these things.
This is truly like getting a pillow when you're sleepy. Gu Chenzhou nodded. When should we head out? Next Sunday. Xin Jun answered honestly, the location is in the northern part of the city. That's not too far. Just give me a call when you're ready. Gu Chenzhou stroked his chin. Next Sunday happened to be his day off. Alright, I'll call you directly then. Are you guys free later? Xin Jun suddenly asked another question. Nothing much to do. What can we help you with, Mr. Qin? Gu Chenzhou asked Qin Jun. Since you guys aren't busy, let's form 3 teams later. Qin Jun chuckled as he addressed them. Oh, that's what this is about. Alright, I'll carry you 2 up the ranks. Fatty said while eating, his mouth dripping with grease. The next day, Gu Chenzhou was discharged from the convalescent home. Never imagined staying here would be so comfortable. Gu Chenzhou stretched lazily, no wonder so many wealthy people preferred staying here. He hailed a cab and headed straight for the school. As soon as he arrived, he saw a crowd gathered at the entrance. What's going on here? Gu Chenzhou muttered to himself in surprise. Old Gu, over here. Yang Song was waving at him from the side. Yang Song, why are there so many people at the gate? Gu Chenzhou asked Yang Song in confusion. You didn't hear? Word is someone transferred to our school out of the blue. Yang Song patted Gu Chenzhou on the shoulder. Rumor has it she's a rich kid. Chapter 94, The Transfer Student Beauty. Where do all these rich kids come from these days? You must be dreaming. Gu Chenzhou scoffed. With so many rich people around, why would one choose to transfer to their school? I'm not joking. Seriously, I heard his dad is a shareholder in our school. You don't know this, do you? Our school is public. Where did you hear this rumor? Yang Song was the type to jump to conclusions at the slightest hint. It was no use explaining much to him. Never mind. Look, he's here. At the school gate, a black Cullinan came into view. The roar of its engine alone was enough to make them envious. Whoa, that guy's loaded. That car must cost a fortune. Gu Chenzhou pulled out his phone to check. Holy cow, the cheapest model was still 6 or 7 million. See? Told you so. Yang Song slung his arm around Gu Chenzhou's shoulder, looking smug enough to make it seem like the car was his own. Annie and Little Bear heard a stunning beauty transferred to our school. Wanna go chat her up? Not sinking ship, am I crazy? I have a girlfriend, why would I go chat her up? Annie and Little Bear, as the saying goes, everyone needs dreams. Without dreams, what's the difference between you and a piece of dried fish? Why not give it a shot? Gu Chenzhou, you guys are ruthless with your mischief. If I actually did that, Nianqiu would probably strangle me. Annie and Little Bear, you're turning down a rich, beautiful girl? Unsinkable boat, what a coincidence my girlfriend is one too. Annie and Little Bear, can't argue with that. But you should still try hitting on her. What if she takes a liking to you and wants to keep you as a kept man? Gu Chenzhou. He had no idea how to respond. This woman was completely out of her mind. Old Gu, what are you spacing out for? Look, she's coming out. He looked up and saw a girl in a school uniform stepping out of the car. Wow, she's really pretty. She could give Su Nianqiu a run for her money. Yang Song stared so hard his eyes went wide, drool unconsciously dripping from his mouth. Look all you want, but you don't have to leave a trail of drool behind. Sometimes Gu Chenzhou seriously considered sealing Yang Song's mouth shut with superglue. Can't I get excited when I see a beauty? At least you have a girlfriend. Poor me, I'm still single. Yang Song clutched Gu Chenzhou's neck with a look of righteous indignation. It was this guy who'd snatched their high school's most beautiful girl. Alright. Class is starting. Let's head to the classroom first. I've got a bunch of tough problems I need your help with. Gu Chenzhou quickly pulled away, grabbed Yang Song's hand, and chuckled. High school academics were so demanding that he had to find a way to squeeze every last drop out of Yang Song. Only by doing so could he make it to college. You go ahead and head back. I haven't had my fill yet. Yang Song waved at Gu Chenzhou like shooing a dog, his eyes fixed on the girl over there. Before he could react, Gu Chenzhou yanked him violently, dragging Yang Song away by force. Gu Chenzhou, you bastard. What if that beauty takes a liking to me? You're sabotaging my chance to live off her. Yang Song tried to break free, but Gu Chenzhou's grip was ironclad, dragging him along regardless. What are you thinking? Do you really believe this is like the novels you read, where she falls for you and lets you turn your life around? Gu Chenzhou eyed Yang Song with contempt. A guy like him wouldn't even make it past the 3rd chapter in a novel. Yang Song retorted irritably, watch your tone. If I were in that kind of world, I'd be at least a prodigy of a sect, right? Cut the crap. Elite? You wouldn't even qualify as a toilet cleaner. But if you come back to the classroom with me now, you can earn $5 pocket money. Gu Chenzhou pulled out 5 1-yuan notes from his pocket and silently handed them to Yang Song. You're smart. Go buy me 2 bottles of Coke iced. Yang Song looked utterly smug, hands behind his back, exuding the air of a bully. We'll talk after class. I've been bottling this up for so long. Now that school's finally back in session, I'm going to let it all out. Gu Chenzhou grabbed Yang Song again and dragged him all the way back to the classroom. Damn it, you never give anyone a break. You're driving me completely out of my mind. Yang Song dropped his backpack, pulled out a bag of steamed buns and soy milk, and started eating without waiting for anyone else. What are you talking about? Someone might think I'm doing something to you. I have a girlfriend, you know. You keep saying things that could cause misunderstandings. What if Nianqiu heard you? Gu Chenzhou grabbed the largest bun and stuffed it into his mouth. This bun would serve as compensation for the mental anguish. Hey, you're not exactly polite, are you? Those buns cost $2 apiece. Yang Song looked utterly heartbroken, his face a mix of grief and indignation, as if he wanted to strangle Gu Chenzhou. Enough. First, walk me through these problems, especially the math. Damn it, this stuff is driving me crazy. Gu Chenzhou pulled out his math book. As soon as he opened it, dense, crammed notes filled the pages. Yang Song sighed and began explaining each problem to Gu Chenzhou. During class, the homeroom teacher walked in with a young girl, causing a stir. Gu, stop eating. Look who it is. Yang Song snatched the bun from Gu Chenzhou's mouth and pointed at the person at the front of the classroom. Who else could it be? Surely not that rich, pretty transfer student? Gu Chenzhou was speechless. Yang Song was really shameless, he could even snatch food right out of someone's mouth and keep eating it. Ha! It really was her. Let me introduce you. This is our new transfer student. Why don't you introduce yourself? Zhou Jian nodded to the girl beside him. The girl picked up the chalk from the desk and swiftly wrote 3 large characters on the blackboard. Li Yunshuang. Nice name. Old Gu, what do you think we should name our kids with her? Yang Song was utterly captivated by Li Yunshuang's serene demeanor as he tugged at Gu Chenzhou's arm and asked. How the hell should I know? You're the one who even knows her name, Ant's already thinking that far ahead. Typical of you. Gu Chenzhou gave him a thumbs up. The guy's imagination was truly something else. My name is Li Yunshuang. I was studying abroad before. If I've done anything to upset you, please forgive me. Li Yunshuang observed them quietly, offering the simplest of introductions. Typical rich kid still in high school and already studying abroad. But why did she suddenly come back? Logically, shouldn't she have gone straight to university? Maybe she planned to take the college entrance exam here. Besides, how could we possibly know what she's thinking? Gu Chenzhou spread his hands helplessly. Though the girl was beautiful, in his eyes, she couldn't compare to Su Nianqiu. It's only because Su Nianqiu is your girlfriend. If she weren't, you'd probably be even more desperate than me. Senior year academics were grueling. Having a beauty transfer into their class, even if romance was off limits, at least offered visual relief and a mood lift. Chapter 95, Begging to Switch Seats. Alright, you only have 3 months left until the college entrance exams. Focus on studying and stop daydreaming about nonsense. Zhou Jian knew exactly what these young men were thinking. With a pretty girl transferring into their class, how could they possibly suppress their youthful restlessness? The old teacher's gonna keep a close eye on us now. We're screwed. He's already watching us read novels this closely. If we try dating, we'll never get away with it. Yang Song tugged at his hair. This romance hadn't even begun before it ended. Stop daydreaming about things you can't have. She might not even be interested in you. Instead of wasting time, help me solve some problems. Gu Chenzhou shot Yang Song a disdainful look as he placed the math book on his desk. No sooner had he spoken than they saw Li Yunshuang slowly walking toward them. No way. This is the very back row. She's actually coming over here to sit? Shouldn't the teacher have assigned her a seat closer to the front? Yang Song stared intently at Li Yunshuang, noticing she had taken the empty seat next to Gu Chenzhou. Hello. Li Yunshuang set down her backpack and greeted Gu Chenzhou politely. I'm fine, Gu Chenzhou replied curtly, returning his attention to the lesson in his book. Li Yunshuang froze, taken aback by his odd behavior. Throughout the class, many students couldn't focus on their studies, their eyes frequently drifting toward Li Yunshuang. At the end of class, Gu Chenzhou could barely hold it in. The moment the bell rang, he dashed toward the restroom. As soon as he reached the doorway, several guys followed him, hooking their arms around his shoulders. Old Gu, are we brothers? If you still consider us brothers, swap seats with us. A man with a buzz cut tugged at Gu Chenzhou, his face pleading. Brother Gu, no, Dad. Just switch seats with me, and you'll be my real dad from now on. I'll cover your breakfast every day. Another guy cried out tearfully, practically ready to kneel before Gu Chenzhou. Hey, you guys are pushing it too far. There are over a dozen of you, and I'm alone. Who am I supposed to switch with? And move the hell out of the way, I can barely hold it in any longer. Gu Chenzhou was holding it in. If he kept talking to these people, he'd need a new pair of pants. Several people quickly parted to make a path. Without a second thought, Gu Chenzhou unzipped his pants, ready to relieve himself. What the hell are you doing? With so many eyes on him, Gu Chenzhou froze, unable to pee. Old Gu, it's fine. Go ahead. If you really can't, I'll hold it for you. The buzzcut guy stepped forward, reaching out to steady Gu Chenzhou's, well, you know. You disgusting bastard. You lot better sort this out first. Switching seats is fine, but Yang Song has to come with me. Gu Chenzhou refused to be separated from Yang Song over this, his grades would plummet otherwise. Fine, we'll discuss it. Old Gu, we've got a deal, no backing out. The group hurriedly exited, finally allowing Gu Chenzhou to breathe a sigh of relief. When he emerged from the restroom, he felt incredibly relieved, his stomach noticeably lighter. Back in the classroom, Gu Chenzhou sat back down in his chair. Yang Song was glaring at him with a look of utter resentment. What's with that look? He felt like a jilted wife. You've got some nerve saying that. It's all because. Yang Song started to speak, but upon seeing Li Yunchuang sitting beside him reading, he immediately fell silent. It's about the seat change, right? I couldn't help it. I can't exactly tell you to make me abandon you, can I? Gu Chenzhou replied helplessly, we've been deskmates for 3 years. Sitting with someone else feels really strange. Damn it, I owe you big time. If I could beat you up, I'd smash that smug face of yours to pieces. Yang Song glared at Gu Chenzhou and took a vicious bite out of his bread. When did you go to the snack shop? Why didn't you bring me a bottle of water? Gu Chenzhou instinctively reached into Yang Song's desk drawer. So you did buy me one? You're my good brother, no doubt about it. Get lost. I don't need a brother like you. A loaf of bread is more reliable. Yang Song retorted irritably. Li Yunsong had been reading, but her eyes kept drifting over here uncontrollably. She let out a meaningful smile. Don't leave after school today. Gu Chenzhou took a sip of Coke, the refreshing fizz making him burp. What's up? You've gone gangster and become a big shot now? Trying to get your minions to take me down? Yang Song snatched the Coke and downed half the bottle in one gulp. I'll take you out for a meal. There's something I need to discuss with you. I recall you were planning to study back-end design, right? Gu Chenzhou was still quite invested in this idea. If Yang Song learned it, wouldn't he be able to help build the game servers? What's up? Trying to screw me over again? Yang Song eyed Gu Chenzhou warily. This guy never came looking for him with anything good. Just tell me if you're in or not. I'm treating you to dinner. Gu Chenzhou pulled 50 yuan out of his pocket and slammed it down on the table with a flourish. Bro, you should have said you had money earlier. Where should we grab lunch today? I think that restaurant behind campus is pretty good. Yang Song grinned and moved closer. Money talks, especially $50 of fortune in his eyes. You'll see when we get there. Fizi will be joining us later too. It'll be a good chance to discuss our future plans. Gu Chenzhou needed to figure out a future for these brothers, especially Fizi. Fatty spent all day gaming and might not even get into college. After high school, he'd probably have to rely on his gaming skills to become a low-level proxy player. Alright, whatever you say. Yang Song didn't hesitate. He couldn't wait to get out of school and grab a nice meal. At noon, when school let out, Gu Chenzhou and Yang Song packed up their things and headed outside. Hey, old Gu, what a coincidence, I just got here and you're leaving already. Fatty approached from a short distance away, grinning as he slung a huge backpack over his shoulder. What the hell is that thing you're carrying? Gu Chenzhou glanced at the backpack on his back. To the uninitiated, it might have looked like he was carrying a bomb. My gear, of course. You'll see what it is soon enough. Fatty's mysterious grin piqued both Gu Chenzhou and Yang Song's curiosity. The three walked side by side to the school gate, about to find a place to eat, when Gu Chenzhou suddenly stopped. Old Gu, you can't even walk a few steps? Need me to hold your arm? Yang Song teased, stepping forward to offer his arm. No, it's just that Nianqiu said she's coming over and asked us to wait for her at the school gate. Gu Chenzhou stared at the message on his phone. And she said she's bringing a friend. Alright, let's wait here then. It shouldn't take too long anyway. Fatty carefully set down his backpack, wiping the sweat pouring down his forehead like a waterfall. 10 minutes later, Gu Chenzhou and the others spotted Su Nianqiu approaching from afar. One by one, they were stunned. Chapter 96, Su Nianqiu's friend. Hey, old Gu, am I still half asleep and hallucinating? How come I'm seeing Su Nianqiu and Li Yunsong together? Yang Song pinched his arm. I must be hallucinating. Otherwise, why wouldn't it hurt at all? Of course it doesn't hurt, you bastard, because you're pinching my arm. Gu Chenzhou's face contorted in pain as he kicked Yang Song squarely in the rear. Rubbing his arm, he grumbled, this kid hits way too hard. My skin's all red. Old Gu, who's that beauty? I've never seen her around campus. Fatty's eyes lit up. Any beauty at school would be famous, yet he'd never heard of this girl before. She just transferred to our school today. Her name is Li Yunchuang. Gu Chenzhou hadn't expected her to be friends with Su Nianqiu. Chenzhou, sorry to keep you waiting. Su Nianqiu approached them, her expression apologetic. No problem, we haven't been waiting long. Since everyone's here, let's find a place to eat first. Gu Chenzhou smiled. Seeing Su Nianqiu had lifted his spirits considerably. Nianqiu, you two know each other? Li Yunsong tilted her head, looking puzzled. Of course. Let me introduce you. Gu Chenzhou, my boyfriend. Su Nianqiu walked over to Gu Chenzhou and took his arm very naturally. Fei Zi and Yang Song gritted their teeth in envy. For these two single guys, this was an absolute knockout blow. Wait, Nianqiu, you have a boyfriend? Does Uncle Su know about this? Li Yunchuang stared wide-eyed in disbelief. The usually aloof and unapproachable Su Nianqiu was actually dating? He knows, but my dad is still testing him. Su Nianqiu nodded in response, confident that Gu Chenzhou would pass with flying colors. Li Yunchuang remained silent, too stunned to speak. After a long pause, Gu Chenzhou finally broke the silence. It's getting late. If we wait much longer, we might miss dinner. No need to rush.
I've already reserved a private room, and the driver is waiting for us over there.
Su Nianqiu pointed to the waiting limousine ahead and pulled Gu Chenzhou toward it. 10 minutes later, they arrived at the entrance of an upscale restaurant. Holy moly, this fancy place, it's my first time here.
Yang Song was utterly dumbfounded, his glasses sliding down to rest on the bridge of his nose.
Stop acting like a country bumpkin. Did you think Nianqiu and the others would eat somewhere cheap?
Gu Chenzhou teased with a laugh, though he too suppressed his own surprise. This place truly exceeded his expectations. Inside the private room, the group stared at the menu, hesitating to order.
Old Gu, I've got choice paralysis. You pick. Fatty couldn't hold back any longer and quickly tossed the menu to Gu Chenzhou.
It wasn't just indecision, the prices here were outrageously steep. He'd been eyeing a can of sugary soda, only to see the price tag, 55 yuan, enough to buy a whole case.
Then just order a few things. Gu Chenzhou took the menu and began listing dishes to the waiter. After the waiter left, Fizi and Yang Song both breathed a sigh of relief. Alright, let's get down to business now. Gu Chenzhou took a deep breath. It was time to discuss their future paths. Old Gu, why so serious? You're not going to ask us to chip in, are you?
Fei Zi was practically broke, with barely a penny to spare.
It's not about money. It's about what you two plan to do next. Gu Chenzhou watched them intently.
He needed to get this settled now, or else he might truly have to part ways with these brothers.
Honestly, my grades probably won't get me into college. So I plan to use this time to learn about management. Once old Gu's company takes off, I've got a knack for management. Fatty knew his own limitations, while asking him to study something new was out of the question.
Plus, once Gu Chenzhou went off to college, he'd have even less time to get involved with the company's progress. So the only thing he could do was help Gu Chenzhou manage the company.
Hearing you say that puts my mind at ease, Fizi.
It happens to align with my own plans.
Old Yang, what about you? What are your plans? Gu Chenzhou turned to look at Yang Song. What did this academic star have in mind? Me?
My plan is simple: study hard in college, then find a big company to learn and grow.
Yang Song spread his hands helplessly.
His path had long been mapped out.
If all else fails, why not come work at my company to learn the ropes? My company happens to be short-staffed.
Think about it, if you join, you'd not only be working under me, your boss, but you'd actually get paid too. Gu Chenzhou stood up, a broad smile plastered across his face, looking like a devil tempting a good soul into hell.
I really owe you big time. You're determined to tie me to you even if it kills me. Yang Song pressed his forehead.
His greatest regret was ever becoming friends with Gu Chenzhou. There was no escaping it, and he couldn't even refuse. The terms this guy offered were simply too tempting.
So what's your answer? Gu Chenzhou asked with a smile. I accept, but meals are on you. I'm picky about food, nothing under $7.
Yang Song crossed his arms, his haughty posture completely at odds with his words.
May I interject?
Li Yunchuang suddenly raised her hand to ask Gu Chenzhou.
Of course. You're Nianqiu's friend, so naturally you're my friend too. Gu Chenzhou remained courteous toward Li Yunchuang. What would you like to ask?
You started a company in your senior year of high school.
Aren't you afraid of losing money? Many college students who start businesses fail halfway through. Wasn't Gu Chenzhou afraid of ending up like them? Since I've chosen this path, why should I be afraid? If I were afraid, I might as well give up now and go work on a construction site. Gu Chenzhou wasn't a coward.
If he dared to take the leap, he certainly wouldn't choose to give up.
I see.
It seems Nianqiu found herself a wonderful boyfriend. Li Yunchuan covered her mouth and giggled. Now she understood why Su Yunsan hadn't immediately broken them up after learning about Su Nianqiu's relationship.
Excuse me for interrupting, but we're ready to serve your meal.
The waiter spoke politely at the door. Alright, thank you for your help, Gu Chenzhou replied politely. As the waitstaff began serving the dishes, Gu Chenzhou turned his attention to his phone. Before all the dishes had been served, Gu Chenzhou saw a message that left him stunned. He sighed wistfully, unable to resist venting. This is going to be trouble.
Everyone turned their gaze toward Gu Chenzhou. What's going on? Chapter 97, The Trouble Encountered.
The company's running into some difficulties.
You guys eat first. I'll head over there. Gu Chenzhou set down his phone, preparing to leave.
At the very least, he needed to see what trouble Zhao Hai and the others were facing.
Why wait? Let's go check it out first. Maybe there's something we can help with. Fatty immediately stood up.
He certainly didn't want the game to suddenly shut down.
No need. I can handle this alone. Just bring me some food later. Gu Chenzhou said as he walked toward the door. Su Nianqiu rose and followed Gu Chenzhou's footsteps. Chenzhou, I'm coming with you. You guys eat first. Just send me the bill later, whatever it is.
Watching the two of them leave, Fizi and the other two exchanged glances.
What's the big rush? What's going on?
Yang Song scratched his head repeatedly. He really wanted to tag along, but he was reluctant to leave such a high-end restaurant after finally getting the chance to dine here.
Forget it.
Since old Gu and the others are already gone, let's just bring them some food later.
Fatty didn't bother to ask further. He knew fretting wouldn't help, a solution would come eventually.
Over at Gu Chenzhou's end, it took them over 10 minutes to finally reach the company.
Zhao Hai, what the hell happened? Why did you suddenly call me over? Gu Chenzhou walked over. Could it be that the game had hit a snag? We're facing a major problem right now, young boss. Take a look.
Zhao Hai stepped aside, revealing the contents displayed on the computer screen that left Gu Chenzhou stunned.
The license number hasn't come through? No way. We've been applying for so long and it got rejected this easily? Gu Chenzhou scratched his head. He'd thought it might be something else entirely, but this was the problem?
Boss, if we don't get the license, we won't be able to release it. Zhao Xiao sat beside him, feeling utterly helpless. They were so close to the finish line, yet they'd been tripped up at this very last hurdle.
Can we reapply? Gu Chenzhou wasn't ready to give up, asking them. We could, but we've already been rejected once. Getting another application approved would be incredibly difficult.
Zhao Hai sighed helplessly. Back when he was just playing games, he never had to worry about this. Now that he was running his own operation, the restrictions imposed by the publishing license were giving him a real headache.
It's not a huge problem. You guys just keep working on it.
Leave the publishing license to us.
Su Nianqiu stepped forward and instructed them. Miss Su, you can help us get the license? Zhao Hai froze. Could a young woman really have that kind of influence? Yes, I know someone whose father works in that field.
I should be able to arrange for the license to be approved, Su Nianqiu replied.
That's fantastic. Hearing that puts our minds at ease.
Now we can focus on finishing our current tasks without worry.
Zhao Hai exhaled in relief and returned to his tasks. Nianqiu, are you really sure you can pull this off? Gu Chenzhou was puzzled. How come he hadn't heard about Su Nianqiu having such a friend? Of course. Remember Li Yunsong? Su Nianqiu smiled. Gu Chenzhou froze, astonished. No way her family actually does that kind of work?
Yep. I'll just talk to her later. Given our relationship, she'll definitely agree. Su Nianqiu linked her arm through Gu Chenzhou's, a sweet smile lighting up her face.
Alright, thanks a lot, Nianqiu.
A huge weight lifted from Gu Chenzhou's shoulders. Half an hour later, Fizi and the others pushed open the door.
Old Gu, dinner's ready. Fizi strode in carrying several bags. No need, we've already eaten.
Earlier, Zhang Yang had been cooking, and Gu Chenzhou and the others had eaten with him.
But we brought all this food over. Isn't it going to go to waste?
Fatty sighed, head bowed.
In this sweltering summer heat, it wouldn't last half a day. Just put it in the fridge. We can save it for dinner later.
Gu Chenzhou snatched the plastic bag and said with disdain.
Old Gu, is this your company? It looks so small.
Yang Song had imagined a large corporation, or at least something more impressive. Instead, it was run down and cramped. Someone unaware might mistake it for a shady internet cafe. Small but fully equipped. Besides, we're strapped for cash.
We'll move when we have the money. Gu Chenzhou was well aware of his limitations. He owed everything to the support from Dajuan and Qin Jun to keep the company afloat. Without their financial backing, Gu Chenzhou wouldn't have been able to start this company. He wouldn't even have been able to keep that tiny studio going. Then you'd better get me a decent spot later. If it hasn't been moved by the time I come to work, give me that window seat. Yang Song had already imagined himself there, glancing around before settling by the window. The view from here was actually quite nice. A glance outside revealed a picturesque landscape. Sure thing. I was actually planning to give you your own office anyway. Since you're here, you can have it. Gu Chenzhou patted Yang Song on the shoulder. The earnest look on his face made Yang Song instantly regret his words. Old Gu, no, brother Gu, you're like my own brother. We still need to prepare an office for you. Yang Song quickly adopted a deferential tone, his demeanor so obsequious it would put an ancient eunuch to shame. Old Yang, do you have to go this far? You haven't even started working here yet, and you're already sucking up to the boss. Fei Zi waved dismissively, disgusted. This guy was taking it way too far. What do you know? This is called getting an early start on adapting to office life. Yang Song shot Fei Zi a withering look. Yunsong, I need to discuss something with you. Are you free now? Su Nianqiu ignored the others and walked over to Li Yunchuan to ask. Go ahead and speak freely. Do we need to hide anything from each other? Li Yunchuan nodded. She was quite curious about this place, her eyes darting around. I recall Uncle Li handles game licenses, right? They seem to be stuck here. Could you see if you could put in a word for me with Uncle Li? Su Nianqiu knew she was asking for a favor, so her tone was deliberately humble. I can't say for sure. Given my dad's personality, he'll probably refuse. But I still want to help you. How about we go together when the time comes? Li Yunchuan considered it. This was the only way she could currently assist Su Nianqiu. Then I'll leave it to you. Su Nianqiu understood Li Yunchuan's predicament and didn't press the matter. At 2 in the afternoon, Gu Chenzhou and the others returned to school on time, collapsing exhausted onto their desks. I shouldn't have listened to you and walked back. My legs are about to give out. Yang Song gasped out his complaint, utterly exhausted.
That bastard was pushing it way too far.
Gu Chenzhou chuckled. You clearly don't exercise often. More physical activity can't hurt you.
Chapter 98, Timely Rescue.
Cut it out. You're exhausted too, and you've got the nerve to lecture me?
Yang Song gritted his teeth, tempted to hurl the soda from his desk drawer at Gu Chenzhou's head. But he quickly abandoned the idea.
A big bottle of happy water was expensive. Gu Chenzhou wasn't worth the price. Class is about to start. You two should rest while you still can.
Li Yunchuan smiled at them, leaving Yang Song completely dazzled.
Look at your pathetic face. Gu Chenzhou shot Yang Song a contemptuous glance before closing his eyes to sleep. Yang Song couldn't help but retort, you're not human, you know. During class, Gu Chenzhou kept pestering Yang Song, grilling him on every concept he didn't grasp.
By the time school ended, Yang Song felt completely numb, and even Li Yunchuan was questioning her life choices.
For two top students, tutoring a struggling classmate was a breeze.
But as luck would have it, they ended up with Gu Chenzhou.
Things they just explained to him would be forgotten moments later. What's the big deal?
It's just a crash course on practice problems.
Is it really that bad?
Seeing the two of them looking utterly drained, Gu Chenzhou asked innocently, as if unaware of the situation.
Gu Chenzhou, sometimes I really want to strangle you. You're not human at all.
Yang Song finished speaking, then placed both hands on Gu Chenzhou's neck. Though he didn't apply much force, he still managed to pin Gu Chenzhou to the ground. If you choke me to death, you better believe my men will hunt you down.
He still had plenty of employees waiting for their paychecks. If he died, Zhao Hai and the others would be devastated. Alright, I'm done talking to you. I'm heading back to the dorm. Remember to bring me breakfast tomorrow. Yang Song released Gu Chenzhou.
He was feeling pretty miserable right now. For the next month, he'd have to eat in the cafeteria.
Watching Yang Song leave, Li Yunchuan waved to Gu Chenzhou. I'll head out too. See you tomorrow. Watching them depart, Gu Chenzhou stretched lazily and strolled toward the school gates. Just as he reached the sports field, Su Yang blocked his path. Gu Chenzhou, come with us. We need to talk to you about something.
Su Yang grabbed Gu Chenzhou's arm without waiting for a response and started to pull him away.
Gu Chenzhou remained unmoved. You think I'll just go because you tell me to? Why?
The kid's eyes burned with hatred. If he went with Su Yang, a brutal beating was inevitable.
Su Yang, why waste words? Just drag him away. What can he do to resist?
A burly man standing nearly 6 feet tall stepped forward and grabbed Gu Chenzhou by the collar.
He instinctively tried to drag Gu Chenzhou away.
Though Gu Chenzhou struggled, the difference in strength was too great.
Hey, guys, what's this all about? My buddy doesn't want to go with you, so you're resorting to force, huh?
Fatty arrived just in time, pulling Gu Chenzhou back.
Fatty, cut the crap. Get lost, or we'll beat you too.
Su Yang stormed over, grabbing Fizi by the collar and barking orders.
Who do you think you are, hitting me?
With your skinny frame, I could crush you flat with one sit.
Fizi thrust his belly forward, knocking Su Yang off balance. He landed flat on his ass. You want to die?
Su Yang's face flushed alternately purple and pale as he pointed at Fizi and yelled.
Go ahead and try it if you've got the guts. The dean's right over there. The college entrance exams are coming up. If you get disciplined now, you're screwed. Fatty pointed toward the principal, who was carrying a lunchbox toward the teacher's dormitory.
This situation stunned everyone, especially the tall, burly guys. As physical education majors, getting disciplined would likely spell the end for them.
So what? You really think I'm scared of you?
Su Yang stood up, glaring fiercely at Fizi as he spoke.
Gu Chenzhou pointed behind Su Yang. You might not be scared, but they are.
Sorry, brother Su. We suddenly remembered we have training later, so we'll be heading out now. With that, the group hurriedly left the scene.
Now it's just you. How do you want to die? One slap from me, or one hard sit on your ass?
Fatty chuckled, his lecherous grin cutting deep into Su Yang's soul.
Don't think I'll let this slide. You'll all pay for this. Su Yang was thoroughly shaken.
After spitting out this threat, he turned and walked out.
Pfft, what a bully. Old Gu, you okay? Fatty snorted before checking on Gu Chenzhou. They didn't lay a finger on me. But I owe you big time this time. Gu Chenzhou was genuinely grateful to Fizi.
Without his help, he would have had a hard time handling things alone.
That sounds kinda gross coming from you.
We're brothers, no need for all this mushy talk. Fatty waved his hand dismissively, even taking a few steps back.
Come on, I'll treat you to something at the convenience store outside. Gu Chenzhou burst into laughter, slinging his arm around Fizi's shoulder as they headed out. Just outside the school gate, a few people were loitering nearby, each looking utterly aimless. Those same guys again. Don't they ever get bored? Just hanging around here all day. Like any girl would ever like them.
Fatty felt disgusted just looking at them. Every dismissal time, these guys would be here staring, almost becoming a permanent fixture.
Who cares about them? Let's grab some water first. Are you heading home or to the office later? Gu Chenzhou pulled open the freezer door, selected 2 large bottles of drink, and handed one to Fizi.
Before Fizi could take it, another hand reached out and snatched both bottles from Gu Chenzhou's grasp. You're surprisingly kind-hearted, buying drinks for your big brothers. Why not show some mercy and buy us a few packs of Huazi cigarettes too? A man with dyed yellow hair chuckled, his eyes fixed intently on Gu Chenzhou. This is a bit much, don't you think? We're not even acquainted. Gu Chenzhou frowned. Who were these guys, just barging in like this? Well, now we know each other. From now on, you two are our little brothers. Hurry up and buy us a couple packs of Huazi to show your respect to your big brothers. The yellow-haired man held a cigarette in his mouth, his arrogant demeanor practically begging to be punched. What can you do to us if we refuse? Fatty's temper flared instantly. He reached out to snatch the 2 bottles of water. Thud. The blonde-haired thug tossed the water bottle at Fatso, and a massive hand seized his head in one fluid motion. Oh, you think you're tough? Go ahead and try something, see if I can't beat you to a pulp. Go ahead. I'm telling you to hit me. Can't you hear me? Yellow hair grinned widely, landing a hard punch squarely on Fatty's face. Chapter 99, the last person I wanted to see. You asked for it. Don't regret it. Gu Chenzhou suddenly spoke, delivering a vicious kick. The blonde-haired thug's face turned green as he clutched his groin, howling in agony on the ground. What the hell are you standing around for? Run. Gu Chenzhou grabbed the fat guy by the collar. If they didn't run now, they'd be left here to take a beating. Go after them. If you let them escape, I'll cripple every last one of you. The yellow-haired thug writhed in pain on the ground, yet he still refused to let Gu Chenzhou and the fat guy off the hook. But they suddenly got into a car. We can't keep up. One of them stared at the speeding taxi, while Gu Chenzhou even flipped them off through the window. Old Gu, that was seriously dangerous. We almost lost our lives. Recalling what had just happened, Fizi felt his heart pounding so hard it might burst. Look at you, scared out of your wits. Su Yang and the others didn't scare you before, but now you're like this? Gu Chenzhou couldn't even bother to roll his eyes anymore. Fizi's courage seemed to fluctuate wildly. Of course. Back at school, they wouldn't dare lay a finger on us. But those yellow-haired punks? They'd totally go for it. Fizi took deep breaths, grateful they hadn't reacted in time. Gu Chenzhou remained silent, quietly admiring the scenery outside as the driver took them to the company. Inside the company, Zhao Hai and the others were packing up to leave for the day. Young boss is here. Why so early today? Zhao Hai greeted Gu Chenzhou and the others. Nothing much, so I dropped by. How's the progress lately? Gu Chenzhou deftly booted up his computer, ready to team up with Fizi for a dual lane match. We're almost done. Just the final touches now. Once the animation clips come in, we'll be ready for release. Zhao Hai felt a surge of excitement at the thought. He wondered how much money their self-produced game would make. Great work, guys. If it makes money, I'll give you bonuses. Gu Chenzhou logged into his account, just waiting for Fizi to join before starting the ranked match. We'll head out now. You guys should get some rest too. Zhao Hai packed his things into his backpack and waved goodbye to Gu Chenzhou. All right. As he responded, Gu Chenzhou called out to Fizi, Fizi, what are you doing? Why's it taking so long to log in? Don't worry, it'll be done soon. Fizi placed a pile of snacks on the table. 1 week later. Guess we still have to meet up with Li Yunsong's dad after all. Gu Chenzhou glanced at his phone. It showed the time they'd arranged to meet with Li Yunsong and her father. Xin Jun, old Gu, we're all set here. When are you coming over? Not sinking boat, I'll be there soon. Just need to tidy up first. Where's the address? Xin Jun, Yunhe Game Company. Want me to pick you up? Gu Chenzhou, no need. I'll just take a taxi. We can meet right at the entrance. Ever since Gu Dahai and Lu Sanglan went to the nursing home, the house felt empty. Gu Chenzhou could have gone there too, but he preferred to stay home and rest. After washing up, he hailed a cab and headed to the game company. Old Gu, over here. Amidst the crowd, Xin Jun suddenly raised his hand and waved at Gu Chenzhou. Gu Chenzhou walked over and smiled. Young Master Qin, you're here pretty early. Yeah, this is a major studio. They've developed quite a few games. If we don't come early, how else are we going to pick up some tricks? Xin Jun's voice was barely audible. If possible, he'd love to poach a few employees for Gu Chenzhou's company. Didn't Jun come with you? Gu Chenzhou glanced around before asking Xin Jun. He had other plans. Said some pretty girls were after him lately. Refused to come no matter what. Xin Jun spread his hands helplessly. If not for that, he'd have loved to hang out with Dajuan too. No sooner had Xin Jun finished speaking than someone approached to escort them inside. The tour was straightforward. Follow the group, briefly observe their work environment, and learn about the company's upcoming product test. As Gu Chenzhou stepped inside, eager to observe how the staff worked, someone tapped him on the shoulder. Hey, isn't this Boss Gu? A big shot like you actually coming to a company like this? Shannon grabbed Gu Chenzhou's arm. Though his face wore a smile, it made Gu Chenzhou deeply uncomfortable. Ah, it's young Master Chen. Are you here for the tour too? Gu Chenzhou forced a smile, suppressing his anger. Unfortunately not.
I'm the owner here, so I'm formally informing you that your access has been revoked. Security, escort this intruder out.
As soon as Chenin finished speaking, several security guards rushed over and surrounded Gu Chenzhou.
Old Gu. It's fine. I'll step outside first. Gu Chenzhou cut Qin Jun off, waving his hand as he headed for the exit.
Chenin, splurging big bucks to buy a game company, you've really outdone yourself. Qin Jun hurried after Gu Chenzhou, shooting Chenin a glare as he left.
Old Gu, sorry about that.
I didn't expect the owner here to suddenly become Chenin either. Outside the company, Qin Jun apologized again to Gu Chenzhou.
Young Master Qin, I know your character. If you truly wanted to humiliate me, you wouldn't have resorted to this method.
I happen to have a meeting with a client later, so there's no need to waste time with them. The meeting with Li Yunsong and his daughter was scheduled for noon, so he could head over right away.
Let me drive you there. Qin Jun opened the car door for Gu Chenzhou. Gu Chenzhou shook his head. No need.
Nianqiu is already on her way and will be here shortly.
Half an hour later, a luxury car pulled up in front of Gu Chenzhou. Chenzhou, get in.
The window rolled down, revealing Su Nianqiu's beautiful face. Sorry, Nianqiu, making you come pick me up so early.
Gu Chenzhou opened the door and sat beside Su Nianqiu. Su Nianqiu replied, it's fine. But why did you come out so soon? Didn't you say the tour wouldn't end until 11? The company's owner is Chenin. He kicked us out. Gu Chenzhou felt helpless.
If he'd known this would happen, he might as well not have come at all.
Chenin? What's he up to? I don't recall him being in this field.
Su Nianqiu furrowed her brow, turning to stare at the Yunha Group sign as she fell deep in thought.
Who knows what he's up to? Just hope he doesn't suddenly target me. Gu Chenzhou froze mid-sentence. Could it really be what he suspected? Enough about that. Want to come shopping with me?
Su Nianqiu leaned her head against Gu Chenzhou's shoulder, speaking with relaxed ease. I want to buy a few things.
Sure thing. Gu Chenzhou agreed immediately. Inside the shopping mall, Gu Chenzhou trailed behind Su Nianqiu, laden with bags of all sizes.
He was starting to regret his decision.
Women's shopping urges were truly formidable.
They'd only been here a short while, and she'd already bought so much.
Chenzhou, come on, let's check out that store over there.
A shop ahead caught Su Nianqiu's eye, and she tugged Gu Chenzhou forward.
Chapter 100, Li Yunsong's father. Nianqiu, slow down.
Gu Chenzhou was nearly exhausted.
He finally understood why so many people disliked shopping.
Inside the luxury boutique, Su Nianqiu tried on various pieces of jewelry while Gu Chenzhou found a spot to sit down.
Hey, buddy, you here with your girlfriend too?
A man who looked even more exhausted than Gu Chenzhou sat down and asked him.
Yeah, looks like you're in the same boat, bro.
Gu Chenzhou felt a sense of shared suffering, his gaze toward the man tinged with pity.
Thankfully, he was still in high school and mostly worked part-time.
If he had to come here every day, he'd die on the spot.
Young Master Lin, sorry to keep you waiting. Were you impatient?
A woman emerged from a nearby clothing store and addressed the man.
Gu Chenzhou looked up, appearing genuinely surprised.
He hadn't expected it to be her.
Jiang Shanshan's smile froze instantly. Gu Chenzhou, what are you doing here? Could he have been secretly following her? I'm out shopping with my girlfriend. Is there a problem with that? Gu Chenzhou didn't want to engage with her, keeping his tone as neutral as possible. You two know each other?
Lin Xiao asked, puzzled.
We know each other. Classmates. Gu Chenzhou desperately wanted to tell him about Jiang Shanshan, but he held back.
What others did had nothing to do with him, and doing so would only bring trouble upon himself.
Mr. Lin, let's go look elsewhere.
Jiang Shanshan hurriedly hooked her arm through Lin Xiao's and pulled him toward the side, shooting Gu Chenzhou a glare as they left.
The moment they left, Su Nianqiu approached. Chenzhou, was that person just now Jiang Shanshan? Yeah, never mind her. Did you get everything you needed?
Gu Chenzhou stood up and reached out to take Su Nianqiu's bags.
I'm all set. Now it's just you. Su Nianqiu looked Gu Chenzhou up and down. Looks like you need a whole new outfit. Isn't this outfit fine? I think it's the best one I have. He de-splurged 50 yuan online for this outfit back then, a fortune that had pained him for ages. This is a formal meeting. First impressions matter. Let's go.
Su Nianqiu grabbed Gu Chenzhou's hand and dragged him into the nearby clothing store.
By midday, Gu Chenzhou finally emerged from the shopping mall in a daze.
Nianqiu, are you sure this is okay?
Gu Chenzhou was now dressed in a suit, one that was quite tight. He feared the slightest movement might ruin it. Relax, you look great.
Su Nianqiu was thoroughly pleased with the outfit, giving Gu Chenzhou a thumbs up.
It's getting late. We should head over to meet Uncle Li. Gu Chenzhou glanced at his watch. It was almost noon. It's not far. Let's just walk there.
Su Nianqiu said, leading Gu Chenzhou along.
Half an hour later, they finally arrived at the designated location. Nianqiu, over here. Not far away, Li Yunchuan waved at Su Nianqiu and Gu Chenzhou.
Sorry, Uncle Li, we got held up a bit on the way. Su Nianqiu apologized politely to the middle-aged man.
No need to worry about it. We just got here ourselves. Nianqiu, I heard you guys are working on a game? Li Changfeng put down his phone and asked Su Nianqiu and the others. Yes, my boyfriend is working on it.
He wanted to discuss the game license issue with you, Uncle Li.
Su Nianqiu followed the conversation, subtly introducing Gu Chenzhou. Hello, Uncle Li. My name is Gu Chenzhou.
Gu Chenzhou extended his hand to Li Changfeng with a polite smile.
Well, hello.
Li Changfeng's tone was calm. He didn't shake hands with Gu Chenzhou but instead studied him.
This awkward moment left Gu Chenzhou flustered. Was he being looked down upon? I'm a bit baffled. What exactly are your talents that could possibly make Nianqiu your girlfriend?
Li Changfeng propped his chin on his hands, his piercing gaze making Gu Chenzhou dare not lie.
I don't know either. Honestly, I have neither money nor status.
But if Nianqiu chooses to be with me, I'll do everything in my power to give her what she wants.
Gu Chenzhou sat back down, forced to voice his inner thoughts. Uncle Li, we didn't come here to talk about this, did we?
Noticing Li Changfeng's discomfort, Su Nianqiu quickly intervened to ease the tension.
Nianqiu, why don't you and Yunchuan go explore elsewhere? I need to speak with him privately. Li Changfeng waved his hand, signaling Su Nianqiu to step away. Let's go. There's an empty table over there. You must be hungry.
Li Yunchuan knew her father's stubborn nature well. Not even 10 donkeys could drag him back once he'd made up his mind.
Alright, I understand.
Su Nianqiu nodded in agreement, then turned to Gu Chenzhou with a warning. Chenzhou, be careful.
Alright, you two go ahead.
Uncle Li and I will wrap this up soon, Gu Chenzhou replied. After Li Yunchuan and Su Nianqiu had left, Li Changfeng finally spoke up.
You must be pretty confused right now.
Your application process started off so smoothly, yet it got rejected at the last minute. Old Su had already reluctantly agreed to approve your application, but then I kept pestering him with endless questions. Li Changfeng's mouth was like a machine gun. Once he started talking, he couldn't stop.
But Gu Chenzhou understood his meaning. Uncle Li believes I can't provide Nianqiu with a better life, right?
He knew Li Changfeng was worried about Su Nianqiu, otherwise, he wouldn't keep making things difficult for him.
You two are ultimately strangers. I can give you two choices.
First, I'll help you secure the game license, but you must break up with Su Nianqiu and sever all contact. Second, you two can keep your relationship as it is, but the publishing license is off the table. Li Changfeng narrowed his eyes as he addressed Gu Chenzhou.
Gu Chenzhou remained silent. No matter which decision he made, problems would inevitably follow. Since Uncle Li isn't willing to help, I'll have to find another way. Gu Chenzhou stood up.
This meeting had clearly broken down. Or rather, perhaps Li Changfeng had never intended to leave him any room to maneuver from the start.
Why not choose the first option? Given your positions, you'll have to part ways eventually anyway. Better to cut your losses now than suffer a prolonged agony. Separating sooner is for the best for both of you.
Li Changfeng's words were tempting, but Gu Chenzhou clearly had no interest in wasting breath on him.
No thanks.
Even if Nianqiu and I break up later, I won't regret it. But if I make this decision now, I'll surely regret it for the rest of my life.
Gu Chenzhou turned and walked towards Su Nianqiu. He'd have to find another way. You've got some backbone, kid. I'll handle the license issue.
Li Changfeng's voice suddenly cut through the air, causing Gu Chenzhou to halt abruptly.
What do you mean? Gu Chenzhou asked, puzzled.
Li Changfeng chuckled. I just wanted to test you for Nianqiu.
Chapter 101, An Acquaintance After All. When old Su told me about this earlier, I was pretty surprised. He treasures Nianqiu like a precious treasure. So I was eager to see just how capable the pig is that managed to snatch the Su family's prized cabbage away. Li Changfeng beckoned to Gu Chenzhou, motioning for him to sit back down. Uncle Li, if I understand you correctly, does that mean I passed the test? Gu Chenzhou turned and sat down in his chair, asking Li Changfeng.
You've got a good heart, kid. And your game already meets the regulations. The publishing license should come through in a few days.
Li Changfeng nodded.
This kid had some potential.
Thank you, Uncle Li. Gu Chenzhou felt a surge of excitement. He'd finally overcome the biggest hurdle. Don't thank me.
You earned this through your own hard work, Li Changfeng replied. Young people these days are truly remarkable, starting companies while still in high school. Back in his day, he was focused solely on his studies.
Dad, are you guys done talking? Li Yunchuan, dragged over by Su Nianqiu, forced a smile and asked Li Changfeng.
Yes. This kid's got potential.
I've agreed to your terms. Li Changfeng nodded and answered Li Yunchuan. Uncle Li, thank you so much.
Su Nianqiu exhaled in relief, the weight on her chest finally lifting.
What would you like to eat? Order whatever you want.
As the elder here, I'll treat you both. Li Changfeng handed them the menu and then settled back to rest.
Ha! Gu Chenzhou felt his phone vibrate and glanced at it.
Among his contacts, a man with the avatar brother Yulon was messaging him.
Old Li, hey kid, got time? Gu Chenzhou, Old Li? Haven't heard from you in months. What's up? Need me to run some errands for you?
Old Li, yeah, my kid's back these days, so I've got less time for gaming.
Could you help me level up? Gu Chenzhou, sure thing. But not right now, I'm out grabbing a bite. Old Li, what a coincidence. I'm eating out too. The account password is still the same. Just remember to play for me. Unsubmersible, alright, same price as before. Just transfer it directly. Oldly, no problem. Gotta go, my food just arrived.
Oldly sent over a bunch of pictures, making Gu Chenzhou's head spin. He glanced at the restaurant layout, then studied the photos, finally shifting his gaze to Li Changfeng. That shooting angle and the familiar scene, it was clearly taken from Li Changfeng's position.
Chenzhou, what's wrong?
Su Nianqiu noticed the peculiar expression on Gu Chenzhou's face and patted his shoulder, asking.
Nothing. Just remembering something. Gu Chenzhou snapped back to reality, shaking his head hastily, though his breathing was noticeably more rapid than before.
What a crazy coincidence, Li Changfeng turned out to be Oldly. They used to do OQ together all the time. That humorous, witty typing style, it just didn't match the stern-looking man at all.
Is there something on my face? You've been staring at me. Li Changfeng sensed Gu Chenzhou's gaze and looked up to ask. Nothing, uncle. Li. Close call, almost let that nickname slip out. Little Gu, are you hiding something from us?
Li Changfeng had sharp eyes and clearly sensed something was off.
Uncle Li, I really can't say.
After all, Nianqiu and Li Yunchuang are both here.
Gu Chenzhou glanced at Su Nianqiu and the others.
Li Changfeng was a notorious online gamer. He clearly remembered one late night when Li Yunchuang had called to scold him for playing games.
Go ahead and speak up. Nianqiu and Yunchuang aren't outsiders. Li Changfeng frowned.
In his eyes, Gu Chenzhou was the outsider.
Uncle Li, take a look at your phone.
Gu Chenzhou sighed, choosing not to answer directly. Li Changfeng glanced down at his phone, his eyes widening in shock.
Gu Chenzhou, Oldly, I'm right across from you. He sprang to his feet, staring at Gu Chenzhou in utter disbelief. Uncle Li, now you understand why I couldn't say anything, right? Gu Chenzhou replied. It's quite complicated and involves some confidential matters. I'll explain everything to you in detail later. Li Changfeng cleared his throat awkwardly, glancing instinctively at Li Yunsong. Dad, what exactly are you two talking about?
Li Yunchuang asked, puzzled.
Nothing much. Just the game license issue.
I added Uncle Li on WeChat earlier and he sent me quite a few documents.
After speaking, Gu Chenzhou turned to Su Nianqiu for support. Yunsong, that's enough. Let's not get involved in men's business. Look, I bought a new dress today. I'll get you one just like it later.
Su Nianqiu understood immediately and moved closer to Li Yunchuang, sharing her shopping finds.
It really is pretty. Where did you get it? Take me with you later to check it out.
Li Yunchuang's eyes lit up as she grabbed Su Nianqiu's arm excitedly.
Seeing Su Nianqiu successfully distract Li Yunchuang, Gu Chenzhou finally breathed a sigh of relief.
You're quite capable, kid, Li Changfeng said, a weight lifting from his heart as he gave Gu Chenzhou a thumbs up.
Uncle Li, you're too kind,
Gu Chenzhou replied with a knowing smile, nodding to Li Changfeng. After the meal, Su Nianqiu and Li Yunchuang had already gone out shopping together.
Little Gu, it's just the two of us now. We've got some time left. Want to go have some fun?
Seeing Li Yunchuang and the others out of sight, Li Changfeng asked Gu Chenzhou.
Sure thing. How about an internet cafe? Gu Chenzhou countered. Sounds good.
Now that my daughter's back from abroad, we won't have many chances to play games together. Li Changfeng ushered Gu Chenzhou into the car, activated the navigation, and drove away. I still remember a month ago when you told me your daughter sent you dozens of 60-second voice messages cursing at you. Gu Chenzhou couldn't believe it. That quiet, refined Li Yunchuang actually had such a side to her. Don't be fooled by how quiet and composed that girl seems outside. At home, she's a little tyrant, no one dares cross her.
It was only because he was close with Gu Chenzhou that Li Changfeng would share Li Yunchuang's shortcomings.
If Li Yunchuang found out, she'd probably yell at you again, Gu Chenzhou chuckled.
As long as you don't say anything, no one will ever find out.
Li Changfeng froze after speaking.
You wouldn't dare use this against me later, would you? That depends entirely on your sincerity, old Li. Gu Chenzhou roared with laughter.
Now that both knew each other's identities, there was no need for formalities. You little rascal, Li Changfeng sighed helplessly.
How about I treat you to the internet bill? Sure thing. Throw in a bubble tea too, I'm kinda thirsty.
Gu Chenzhou acted like a spoiled old man, but Li Changfeng didn't mind his cheeky demeanor. He actually found it rather amusing.
You just finished drinking all that in the restaurant, and now you're trying to rip me off? Chapter 102, a huge mix-up. That's one thing. At the internet cafe, you gotta eat and drink something to get in the mood, right?
Gu Chenzhou stretched out comfortably in the back seat, addressing Li Changfeng. You've got a point there, kid.
Fine, let's do it your way. We'll grab something on the way over.
Li Changfeng replied while driving.
Inside the internet cafe, Gu Chenzhou and Li Changfeng logged into their accounts with practiced ease. Go on, remember how I taught you before? Wait, can you actually reverse your ultimate move?
If you really can't handle it, go retire to a nursing home.
I'll sprinkle some rice on the keyboard. Even a chicken could play better than you.
For the entire afternoon, Gu Chenzhou spent 4 solid hours berating Li Changfeng, making him feel like a little kid. It's only natural for an old man to have slower reflexes. You should cut him some slack. Li Chanfeng sipped his coffee leisurely, his face as thick as a city wall.
And you have the nerve to say that? During that crucial team fight just now, you just flash jumped right into the faces of 5 people?
If not for his lightning-fast reflexes, they would have lost that game.
But we won, didn't we? Look, we've played so many games today, and we've won them all.
Li Chanfeng laughed heartily, slapping Gu Chenzhou on the shoulder.
Besides, I spent hundreds of bucks treating you to snacks and internet time. For that, cut me some slack. Gu Chenzhou fell silent.
His page was green, nothing but carry games.
Li Chanfeng's? Pure coasting victories. Enough about that. My daughter's calling. Watch your language. Li Chanfeng glanced at the ringing phone and answered gently, Yunsong? What's wrong? Need money? Dad, where are you? Nianqiu is missing. Li Yunchuan cried urgently. Hearing this on speakerphone, Gu Chenzhou sprang to his feet. What happened? I don't know.
She said she was going to buy something. I waited for her for half an hour, but she didn't come back.
I can't get through to her on the phone either.
Li Yunchuan stood in the center of the mall.
She had already searched the entire shopping plaza but couldn't find Su Nianqiu. Yunsong, don't panic. Send us your location. We'll be right over. Li Chanfeng reassured Li Yunchuan before exchanging a glance with Gu Chenzhou. Both quickly gathered their things and headed out. A few minutes later, outside the shopping mall. Dad, Gu Chenzhou, you're finally here.
Li Yunchuan rushed anxiously to Li Chanfeng's side and threw her arms around him.
Sweetheart, it'll be all right.
Tell us exactly what happened when Nianqiu went missing. Li Chanfeng patted Li Yunchuan's back, offering gentle reassurance.
It's exactly as I told you earlier. I don't know any more than that. Li Yunchuan shook her head.
All she wanted now was to find Su Nianqiu as soon as possible.
Have you checked the surveillance footage? Gu Chenzhou suddenly asked.
On the way here, Gu Chenzhou had called Su Nianqiu several times and sent numerous messages, but received no response.
Right. The surveillance footage, how could I have forgotten that?
Li Yunchuan slapped her forehead. Her panic had made her overlook this crucial detail.
Let's go to the surveillance room. With an incident this serious, they'll definitely let us view the footage. Gu Chenzhou suppressed his inner anxiety and led them inside.
Li Yunchuan, your friend Su Nianqiu is waiting for you in the central area.
Please come immediately.
The moment they entered, the announcement blared over the speakers, causing everyone to freeze in their tracks.
What's going on? Li Yunchuan froze. Wasn't Su Nianqiu missing? Let's head to the designated location first. Gu Chenzhou pushed forward without hesitation. As they approached, Su Nianqiu rushed to Li Yunchuan's side. Yunchuan, you scared me to death. How could you just vanish like that? Oh, Chenzhou, Uncle Li, why are you here too? Facing Su Nianqiu's puzzled look, Gu Chenzhou took a deep breath. Nianqiu, why couldn't I get through to your phone? I dropped my phone.
When I came back from the restroom looking for Yunchuan, she was gone. Fortunately, the shopping mall had a public address system, which allowed her to locate Li Yunchuan. Hearing her explanation, Gu Chenzhou and the others all breathed a sigh of relief. As long as you're okay. That was terrifying. What's wrong with you guys? Su Nianqiu asked, puzzled.
Nianqiu, do you realize you vanished for nearly an hour?
I was convinced something terrible had happened to you.
Li Yunchuan grabbed Su Nianqiu's shoulders. Don't ever scare me like that again. Ha? It was me?
Su Nianqiu froze, clearly unaware of the gravity.
All right, we've found her. You 3 youngsters go have fun. I need to head back. After confirming Su Nianqiu was fine, Li Chanfeng waved goodbye and prepared to leave. Dad, why do you smell like smoke?
Li Yunchuan narrowed her eyes.
Having been anxious about Su Nianqiu earlier, she now noticed something off. You don't smoke, do you? Work-related, you know.
I have to share cigarettes with some clients. Earlier, I took little Gu to meet a few friends.
He needs to see a broader world, right? Li Chanfeng patted Gu Chenzhou's shoulder, clearly signaling for backup.
It's like this thanks to Uncle Li. I've met quite a few industry insiders.
Gu Chenzhou sighed helplessly, resigned to lending a hand. All right, I'm a bit tired.
Nianqiu, I'll head back first.
You two have fun.
Li Yunchuan smiled, taking Li Chanfeng's hand as they headed out.
See you at school, Nianqiu. You and Uncle Li were lying earlier, weren't you? Where did you go?
Su Nianqiu was sharp enough to catch their lie immediately.
Actually, we went to the internet cafe.
Old Li, no, Uncle Li has quite the gaming addiction. But Li Yunchuan has a terrible temper. If she finds out, Uncle Li's in for a scolding.
Gu Chenzhou chuckled and walked over to explain to Su Nianqiu. This secret is only known to me and Uncle Li. How did you find out?
Li Yunchuan had just returned to the country. They couldn't possibly be that close already, and Li Yunchuan wouldn't have confessed voluntarily.
Uncle Li told me. He was one of my gaming clients before.
We've known each other for a year or two, but this is our first time meeting in person.
Gu Chenzhou didn't hide anything. Telling Su Nianqiu about these matters was no big deal. So that's how it is.
No wonder you both had those expressions in the restaurant earlier.
Su Nianqiu realized and couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Alright, stop overthinking it. Go get a new phone first. Gu Chenzhou took the box from Su Nianqiu's hands and said to her. No need. I have a spare at home.
I just need to get a replacement SIM card. Su Nianqiu handed over the bag and followed Gu Chenzhou's footsteps. Just as they reached the doorway, a gentle voice sounded nearby.
Nianqiu, what a coincidence you're here too. Chapter 103, Humiliating Chenin. Since we've run into each other, shall we grab a bite together?
Chenin approached and extended her hand towards Su Nianqiu.
No, thank you.
I'm with my boyfriend. Su Nianqiu hooked her arm through Gu Chenzhou's, radiating an icy chill that kept others at bay.
Don't be like that. Gu Chenzhou can't possibly be your boyfriend.
He's nothing more than a dog. Chenin watched their intimate gestures, his mouth twitching in disgust. He wanted nothing more than to chop off Gu Chenzhou's arm.
Young Master Chen, are you so desperate for a girlfriend that you can't find one, chasing Nianqiu like this?
How pitiful. If it really doesn't work out, the three of us could grab dinner together. The restaurant we're heading to is right next to a pet food store. Gu Chenzhou's tone was calm, but the words landed like a heavy punch to Chen An's heart.
What the hell do you mean? Calling me a dog? Chen An's face darkened as he coldly confronted Gu Chenzhou. Isn't that exactly what you are? If you don't fancy dog food, no worries, they have dog bowls over there. I could get you some leftovers for scraps. Gu Chenzhou spread his hands helplessly. Honestly, raising dogs is exhausting. They're so picky. You're asking for it. You think I won't beat you into the ground?
Chen An couldn't contain his rage, grabbing Gu Chenzhou by the collar and snarling at him.
Go ahead if you think you can. If I get even a scratch, I'll be lying on the ground and then I'll sue you. Young Master Chen, you're rich, no doubt. But do you really think your family will still be rich after you beat me up?
Gu Chenzhou remained unmoved, even stopping Su Nianqiu from speaking up for him.
Chen An clenched his fists, yet hesitated to strike Gu Chenzhou.
He shoved Gu Chenzhou aside, his eyes cold as ice. I don't care what you do, but don't let me see you again. If I do, I'll beat you every single time.
Watching Chen An turn and walk away, Gu Chenzhou finally exhaled. That bastard's finally gone. I thought he was really going to hit me. Why did you provoke him like that? You're clearly afraid of him hitting you, yet you still did it?
Su Nianqiu felt anxious. She genuinely feared Gu Chenzhou might collapse and not get back up.
If he dared to hit me, wouldn't that mean I'd make money? The company's finances are tight right now. His actions would just be a nice cash injection for me. Gu Chenzhou chuckled. Alright, let's go eat first.
You really need to be more careful, Su Nianqiu said helplessly, pulling Gu Chenzhou toward the restaurant.
That evening, Gu Chenzhou returned to his empty apartment.
Lying on his bed, he stared at the computer beside him, utterly unmotivated to turn it on.
Oldly, little Gu, log in quickly. This old man doesn't have much time left. Not Chenzhou, wait, wasn't he fine this afternoon? How did he suddenly become on his last legs? Oldly, it's all that Yunchuan girl's fault. Before, I could play games every night, but now I only get 1 hour of gaming time each day. Bu Chenzhou, you say that, but it sounds just like parents restricting their kids' computer time. Oldly, it's the same thing. Hurry up, I'm counting on you to carry me to a higher rank. Gu Chenzhou was speechless.
With great effort, he dragged himself out of bed and turned on his computer. The moment he logged in, he noticed another friend was online, none other than the strategist.
Annie and Little Bear, oh ho, logging in so late tonight? Unsinkable, I was too exhausted today. I wasn't planning to log in. Annie and Xiaoxiong, then why did you log in? Bu Chenzhou, got a solo queue to run. Guess I'm just playing for fun. Annie and Little Bear, take us along.
Gu Chenzhou stared at the chat window, unsure how to respond.
One leech was already driving him crazy, and now another one? This was going to be a nightmare.
But in the end, he agreed and pulled them into the lobby.
Hey, hey, hey! Can you hear me? Gu Chenzhou adjusted his microphone and asked them. Oldly, can hear you. Too late at night, kids won't let me make noise. Better not turn on mic. Annie and Xiong, same here. I don't like turning on my mic. Gu Chenzhou sighed. Alright then, let's just get started.
At 3 a.m., Gu Chenzhou stared at the page of red text on his computer screen, lost in thought.
Guess bringing 2 people along is still too much of a strain.
He pressed his forehead. If Oldly hadn't been forced to shut down his computer by Li Yunchuan, he'd probably have lost even more points.
Annie and Little Bear, are you even capable? I've been losing all night and dropped a rank. Not Chenzhou, what can I do? Do you think I'm some kind of god who can take on 5 opponents alone?
Annie and Little Bear, I don't care. You have to make up for the points I lost. Unstoppable, this rank is all thanks to me. Speechless.
Annie and Little Bear, then just play me back up. Gonna sleep now. Gu Chenzhou was speechless.
He couldn't help but feel like he'd become her rank boosting tool.
Forget it.
I'll make up the points for her next time. If not for her, Gu Chenzhou wouldn't have been able to win Su Nianqiu over.
At 7 in the morning, the alarm jolted Gu Chenzhou awake. Phew, I didn't oversleep. Gu Chenzhou grabbed his phone and rushed straight to school without even eating breakfast. Old Gu, you're here this early? Yang Song was still studying in the classroom and clearly stunned to see Gu Chenzhou arrive. This guy always arrived right on time. Before now he was actually a few minutes early. I took a taxi. How could I not be early? Gu Chenzhou was still feeling the pinch from spending over $10 on the fare. Speaking of which, I'm not planning to attend classes for a while. Can you handle it? Yang Song leaned in conspiratorially, his tone thick with intrigue. Could it be they're planning to give us a break? Gu Chenzhou wondered aloud. Senior year had so few holidays, surely that couldn't be the case. What are you thinking? Of course it's to prepare for the college entrance exams. Daytime exams, nighttime study sessions with problem-solving sessions. Yang Song whispered, I heard this straight from our homeroom teacher. The info is totally legit. Exams every single day? Gu Chenzhou frowned. This was far more troublesome than he'd imagined. What are you thinking? It's every 3 days. The rest of the time should be normal classes. Yang Song answered while flipping through the novel in his hands. Well, that's quite a heavy academic load. Looks like I won't be able to ask you for tutoring after all. Gu Chenzhou sighed. He'd barely managed to calm Yang Song down, and now this. With your current grades, getting into a second-tier university should be a breeze, right? Though tutoring Gu Chenzhou was always a nightmare, he did deliver results. That's true, but you have to understand I want to attend the same university as Nianqiu. Gu Chenzhou slumped on the desk, so I still have to keep pushing myself. I can't just let myself be separated from Nianqiu, can I? Chapter 104, Game Release. With that kind of determination, what can't you accomplish? Why limit it to studying? Yang Song pulled a piece of gum from his pocket and began chewing it noisily. What are you talking about? The college entrance exams are right around the corner. I can't exactly tell Nianqiu we're going to be in a long-distance relationship. Gu Chenzhou smacked Yang Song on the forehead, making him cough and choke. You're pretty dedicated. I'll give you a hand then. Li Yunchuan stepped out from the side and addressed Gu Chenzhou. Gu Chenzhou smiled. Thanks. There are a few things I don't quite understand. This feels like I've walked right into your trap. You weren't just waiting here for me, were you? Li Yunchuan sat down, eyeing Gu Chenzhou suspiciously. How could that be? If I really had that kind of ability, why would I need to trick you? Besides, tutoring me is a good thing, right? It'll help solidify your experience. Gu Chenzhou chuckled and pulled out a book. Lunchtime, after school. I shouldn't have agreed to this. Every time I think you get it, I end up having to start all over again. Yang Song slumped over the desk, wailing in utter despair. What am I supposed to do when you talk so fast? Gu Chenzhou gathered the books on the desk. Want to grab lunch together? No thanks, I'll just go to the cafeteria. I've got something to do at noon. Yang Song waved his hand dismissively and shuffled out, his steps heavy with exhaustion. Gu Chenzhou turned to Li Yunchuan. What about you? I have plans with someone else. I won't be joining you. Li Yunchuan gathered her things and walked out. Gu Chenzhou spread his hands helplessly. Alright, guess I'm on my own. 1 month later. Boss, everything's ready. The game's set for release. Zhao Hai and the others sat in their chairs. This was their first project. Who knew how it would be received online? Alright, let's begin. Gu Chenzhou started feeling nervous too, his palms sweating. Over at Zhao Zhao's end, she stared at the computer screen as she released the game across major app stores. Why isn't anything happening? Feezy scratched his head, anxiously watching the download count remain at 0. What's the rush? It's only been a few minutes. What could possibly happen? He said that, but Gu Chenzhou was even more anxious than Feezy inside. Let's just be patient for now. It'll take at least a few days to see any results. Wang Chang appeared calm and collected. As someone who'd been through this before, he knew exactly what to expect. Speaking of which, boss, did you hire anyone to promote our game? Zhao Hai suddenly asked Gu Chenzhou as if something occurred to him. I don't think so. Gu Chenzhou froze, nearly forgetting this crucial detail. This is trouble. Is it too late to find someone now? It's not a problem, but it will require additional funding. Let's give it a shot first. Zhao Xiao nodded and began placing ads on major platforms as Gu Chenzhou suggested. Another half-month passed. Gu Chenzhou had just stepped out of school. Old Gu, heading to the office? Feezy ran up from behind, bumping right into Gu Chenzhou. Of course. Even though game sales are still low, we have to keep pushing forward, right? Gu Chenzhou replied. It had been so long, and they'd only sold over 20 copies. Who's calling? Gu Chenzhou glanced at the unfamiliar number before answering. Who is this? Boss, you need to come to the office immediately. I have something extremely important to tell you, Zhao Hai shouted urgently. I'll be right there. Hold on for me. Gu Chenzhou hung up and hailed a cab, quickly departing. What's going on? Why the rush? No sooner had Gu Chenzhou spoken than Zhao Hai and several others dragged him forcefully to a computer. Boss, look at this.
Our game went viral today, we sold a full 10,000 copies. Zhao Hai pointed at the revenue figures, his face beaming with uncontrollable excitement.
10,000 copies? Gu Chenzhou exclaimed.
Their selling price was 20 yuan per copy, totaling 200,000 yuan.
We've already recouped our investment. Everything we make from here on out is pure profit. After taxes and costs, they'd still walk away with a hefty sum. What the hell just happened? It was barely scraping by before, how did it suddenly get so popular? Fei Zi was baffled and turned to ask Gu Chenzhou. How should I know? Do any of you have an idea?
Gu Chenzhou turned his gaze toward Zhao Hai and the others. It all started with a gaming review by a website blogger. They discovered the game's playability and hooked a lot of people. Zhao Hai opened the video platform while explaining to Gu Chenzhou.
He really did us a huge favor, Gu Chenzhou remarked, rubbing his chin in surprise. Everyone, you've worked hard. After these few days wrap up, I'll give you all some time off. Gu Chenzhou knew that at this rate, their sales figures would far exceed expectations. Thanks, boss. The group cheered. After all this time, they could finally relax. Chenzhou, what are you all talking about? Why is it so lively?
Su Nianqiu approached from nearby, smiling as she asked.
Nianqiu, you're just in time. Our company is finally turning a profit. Gu Chenzhou embraced Su Nianqiu, sharing his joy with her. Congratulations. My father will definitely be pleased now.
Su Nianqiu smiled warmly, offering her heartfelt congratulations to Gu Chenzhou. Yes, with this achievement, Uncle Su won't interfere with us anymore.
Gu Chenzhou nodded in agreement.
No sooner had he spoken than a stern voice echoed from outside the door. That's not necessarily the case.
Uncle Su, what brings you here?
Seeing Su Yunsan approach, Gu Chenzhou quickly released Su Nianqiu and adopted a polite demeanor.
Dad, didn't I tell you to wait for me downstairs?
Su Nianqiu said with displeasure.
I just wanted to come up and see. What's the matter? Not happy to see me? Su Yunsan asked, hands behind his back. Of course you're welcome. Please come in. I'll give you a tour of my company.
Gu Chenzhou politely walked over to Su Yunsan and gestured for him to enter. While you've certainly satisfied me this time, I won't rest on my laurels.
I'll be keeping a close eye on you.
If you do anything to wrong Nianqiu, I'll sever all ties between you immediately.
Su Yunshan strolled through the company while addressing Gu Chenzhou. Uncle Su, rest assured. Nianqiu is the only one I'll ever recognize in this lifetime. Gu Chenzhou patted his chest, swearing solemnly. Su Yunshan snorted coldly, anyone can make big promises. What I want to see are results. The employees held their breath, not daring to breathe a word during their conversation.
This was none other than the renowned Mr. Su himself.
Who would have thought the young boss had such connections? Alright, I've said what needed to be said. I'll take Nianqiu back now. Remember to come here tomorrow.
Su Yunshan produced a black card and placed it in Gu Chenzhou's hand.
What's this? Gu Chenzhou took it, asking in confusion. Chapter 105, busy reviewing. An invitation. Just show up. Su Yunshan waved his hand. Nianqiu, it's getting late. We should head back too. Ah, alright. See you tomorrow, Chenzhou. Su Nianqiu turned and waved at Gu Chenzhou.
Gu Chenzhou stared at the card in his hand, lost in thought.
Why had Su Yunshan given this to him? Old Gu, you're something else. Boss Su personally invited you to the banquet. Fei Zi grabbed Gu Chenzhou and gave him a thumbs up. The thing is, I have no idea what I'm supposed to do there. I can't exactly just sit there staring blankly, can I? Gu Chenzhou had never experienced high society before. Going might just embarrass them. Most people wouldn't even get this chance. Why are you complaining? Fatty patted Gu Chenzhou's shoulder. If you don't want to go, why not give me the chance? I could use a nice meal.
At gatherings like that, where only the wealthy mingled, the food was undoubtedly delicacies from land and sea. Just thinking about it made one's mouth water.
Gu Chenzhou smiled meaningfully. Alright then, I'll take you. Really? Godfather? Fei Zi asked, his voice brimming with delight. No way. Do you really think I'd dare? We're like country bumpkins. One of us showing up would be embarrassing enough, two of us? That'd be like putting on a monkey show. Gu Chenzhou spread his hands helplessly. He certainly didn't want that. Fatty was about to explode, but Gu Chenzhou's words made sense. He sighed and relented. Fine, I won't argue. Wanna play some games? No. I'm heading to the nursing home later. Gu Chenzhou shook his head.
He had no idea how his parents were doing.
Whatever.
I'll play by myself. Fatty deftly booted up his computer and immersed himself in the game.
Half an hour later, at the nursing home. Mr. Gu, when did you arrive? Why didn't you give me a call beforehand? I could have driven out to pick you up.
Wu Qianshan jogged over and eagerly took the fruit basket from Gu Chenzhou's hands.
Let me carry these for you. How is my mother doing? Gu Chenzhou asked Wu Qianshan as they walked. Mrs. Lu's condition is stable.
With our medical capabilities, it will still take some time for her to fully recover.
Wu Qianshan pressed the elevator button with practiced ease, guiding Gu Chenzhou toward the ward. Inside the ward, Lu Sanglan lay in bed gazing out the window while Gu Dahai sat on the sofa scrolling through his phone. "Chenzhou, what brings you here?" Gu Dahai rushed over upon seeing his son, asking, "Did something happen at school?" "No, I just got 2 days off, so I thought I'd come see you guys." "How's mom doing? Has she recovered a bit?" Gu Chenzhou was genuinely curious about Lu Sanglan's current state and asked his father. "Much better. Lately she's been able to walk a few steps with support, and the caregiver takes her out for walks in her wheelchair every day." Gu Dahai looked utterly relaxed and content. It had been ages since he'd laughed so genuinely. "Chenzhou, have you eaten yet?" Lu Sanglan beckoned to Gu Chenzhou, pointing to some fruit she hadn't brought herself to eat. "I've eaten. Mom, don't worry about me. Take care of yourself." Gu Chenzhou and Wu Qianshan set down the fruit basket before responding. "I know, but I'm bored out of my mind every day. All I do is eat and sleep. I'm practically getting fat," Lu Sanglan replied half-jokingly. "Speaking of which, your college entrance exams are coming up soon. How are you feeling? Confident?" Gu Dahai knew his son had been busy earning money, and now he was quite concerned about Gu Chenzhou's studies. "Don't worry about that. My 2 classmates sitting next to me are both top students. They've been tutoring me since the start of the semester." Even so, his grades remained mediocre. If he wanted to attend the same university as Su Nianqiu, he'd have to put in some serious effort. "Since everything's fine with you two, I'll head back now." Gu Chenzhou breathed a sigh of relief, satisfied they were settled here. Lu Sanglan suggested, "Why not just stay here? This place is huge. It'll save you the trouble of commuting back and forth." "No need. Someone has to stay home. Otherwise, the place would just gather dust. Besides, I need to get back to studying later. It'll probably be late, and I don't want to disturb you." Gu Chenzhou walked toward the door, waving goodbye to them. At home, Gu Chenzhou instinctively reached for his computer before halting mid-motion. At a critical moment like this, why am I still playing games? Gu Chenzhou slapped his forehead and pulled out several test papers from his backpack to start reviewing. "Annie and Little Bear, what are you doing? It's so late, why haven't you logged in yet?" "Not Chenzhou, busy. Busy studying." "Annie and Little Bear, seriously, bro? Are you even cut out for studying?" "Not Chenzhou, why wouldn't I be? Check out my grades photo. Annie and Little Bear, you're bragging about a 76? Unstoppable, so what? Last semester my scores had to be zeroed out. Annie and Little Bear, 70? Unstoppable, no 6 points. Annie and Little Bear, kid, did you take steroids? That much improvement in 1 semester? Unsinkable, I gotta improve somehow, or I won't even get into college. Annie and Little Bear, you can't tell us it's because of the school beauty, can you? Gu Chenzhou, you guessed right. Gotta get back to studying. Annie and Little Bear, pretty impressive. Won't bother you then. Good luck. Treat us to a meal if you get in. Gu Chenzhou, yeah right. Every time I ask you out, you say you're busy with some ridiculous excuse, either your pet pooped or you pooped. Staring at the messages on his phone, Gu Chenzhou jolted awake. Damn it, just chatting for a bit and it's already 9 o'clock? He took a deep breath and returned his gaze to the exam paper in his hands. How long did I sleep? Gu Chenzhou opened his eyes groggily, his entire body aching unbearably. Last night, he'd been so engrossed in studying that he'd suddenly fallen asleep with his head on the desk. He intended to check the time, but the screen displayed several missed calls. 2 were from Fizi, and 1 was from Su Nianqiu. Finally got through. I thought you'd vanished. Su Nianqiu spoke up as soon as she answered. What's up? Gu Chenzhou yawned, standing up to stretch his limbs. Su Nianqiu replied, remember the banquet my dad asked you to attend yesterday? Make sure you arrive on time. What time? Gu Chenzhou rubbed his sleepy eyes and asked. Su Nianqiu answered, 6 in the evening at the Red Cloud Hotel. Got it. By the way, are you free for lunch? Gu Chenzhou glanced at the messy pile of documents on the table and decided to ask Su Nianqiu for help with her tutoring. I have to stay home. I can't go out these next couple of days. Even though she wanted to go out, Su Yunshan wouldn't allow it. I see. Well, I'll go prepare then. At this point, there was no choice but to drag Yang Song into it. Chapter 106, Almost Ruined. Hey Yang, what's up? Let's grab a drink since you're off work. Gu Chenzhou dialed Yang Song's number with practiced ease, calling out to him. Get lost. I'm busy with important stuff. No time for you. Yang Song deliberately lowered his voice, afraid of disturbing those around him. Sounds like you're at the usual spot. Fine, I'll be right there. Gu Chenzhou packed his backpack, slung it over his shoulder, and headed out. I really owe you big time, Yang Song muttered helplessly, hanging up to wait for him. Half an hour later, outside the bookstore. Hey, old Yang, still hanging out here during break? That's just like you. Gu Chenzhou waved at Yang Song. Come on, bro. You won't even give me a break during vacation? What the hell do you want? Yang Song groaned, swatting away Gu Chenzhou's hand as it reached for his shoulder. Just got stuck on a few questions I couldn't figure out, so I had to come ask you for help. Gu Chenzhou chuckled. Since you're here anyway, let's go inside and review. Couldn't you ask Su Nianqiu or Li Yunsong? Yang Song sighed helplessly. You can't fleece the same sheep twice, after all. I'm not close with Li Yunshuang. Why would I bother her? As for Nianqiu, if she could have come out, I wouldn't have come to you in the first place. Gu Chenzhou spread his hands. Yang Song was the only one he could actually get to come out right now. So in your eyes, I'm just your reliable backup option, huh? Yang Song retorted, clearly annoyed. Come on, old Yang, we're brothers after all. Besides, I came here with genuine sincerity. Gu Chenzhou pulled 2 bottles of happy water from his bag. These cost me a pretty penny. Cut the crap. Like anyone here doesn't have $6 to spare. Yang Song snatched them away. Let's go. No time to waste. The sooner we start, the sooner we're done with this. At noon, Yang Song glared at Gu Chenzhou through gritted teeth. You're something else. How could you get such an obvious question wrong? What choice did I have? Who could have guessed it was a trick question? Gu Chenzhou scratched his head, his hair sticking out like a bird's nest, his brain cells exhausted. What are you doing? I'm not finished yet. Seeing Gu Chenzhou packing up his test papers, Yang Song asked in confusion. It's already noon. We gotta grab lunch, and besides, I've got stuff to do this afternoon. Gu Chenzhou slung his backpack over his shoulder and hooked his arm through Yang Song's. Come on, I'll treat you to a feast. Better hope it's a feast, not another Shaoxing noodle place. Yang Song strode briskly toward the exit. After leaving the bookstore, Gu Chenzhou turned and headed straight for the nearby Shaoxian snacks. After tutoring you for half a day, this is what you're treating me to? Yang Song halted in his tracks. If he didn't know he couldn't beat Gu Chenzhou, he'd have thrown a punch. Gu Chenzhou pointed at the shop across the street. I'm broke, okay? If that's not good enough, how about I treat you to fried chicken across the street? Your call. Let's go. Yang Song crossed the sidewalk without looking back. Just as they reached the shop entrance, Gu Chenzhou felt a powerful shove that sent him stumbling, nearly knocking him to the ground. Well, if it isn't Gu Chenzhou. What a coincidence. Turning his head, he saw Su Yang standing with a group of slacker-looking youths. Su Yang, your friends? A tattooed guy with a cigarette in his mouth walked over, glancing at Gu Chenzhou and Yang Song. Yeah, they're pretty famous at school. One's a top student, and the other's even more impressive, he's the boyfriend of 3rd middle school's campus beauty. Su Yang grinned widely and said to Gu Chenzhou, since we're destined to meet like this, wanna grab a bite together? No thanks. We've got other plans after eating. Gu Chenzhou declined without hesitation. Did you think I was asking for your opinion? Su Yang leaned in close to Gu Chenzhou, his voice dripping with menace. Su Yang, don't push it too far. Aren't you afraid of getting disciplinary action? Yang Song quickly shoved Su Yang away, still shielding Gu Chenzhou despite his fear. Oh, look who's grown a backbone, Yang Song. This isn't school, they can't touch us here. Brother Hu, let me tell you, these 2 kids are loaded. Our activity funds for today are sorted. Su Yang didn't get angry, instead, he grew excited. Old Gu, if it comes to blows, I'll take the heat for you. When the time comes, you run like hell, don't look back. Yang Song's voice trembled as he whispered urgently to Gu Chenzhou. Now you're strategizing? You think my brothers are pushovers? You think you'll actually get away? Wang Hu sneered coldly. If you don't want a beating, come with us quietly. Otherwise, you'll regret it. Fine, I'll go with you. But you have to let him go. Gu Chenzhou shoved Yang Song aside and stepped forward to meet Wang Hu's gaze. What's that supposed to mean? Trying to be the front man? Wang Hu sneered contemptuously. The law enforcement bureau isn't far from here, and you heard it yourself, Su Nianqiu and I have connections. So what do you think? If we get taken down, do you think I could use my connection to her to come after you guys? Gu Chenzhou wasn't the type to back down, he'd never been afraid of such threats. You dare threaten Brother Hu? You wanna die? Su Yang stepped forward, bellowing. Go ahead and try it, Gu Chenzhou replied. Su Yang froze, he really didn't dare. Brother Hu, what should we do? Now it was up to Wang Hu to decide. Fine. I'll agree to your terms. Let this kid go. Wang Hu kicked Yang Song hard. Get lost. You've earned another chance at life. Old Gu, you better get back. This isn't your business. Gu Chenzhou cut Yang Song off, waving him away. Yang Song gritted his teeth, saying nothing, and trudged off in silence. Finally gone. This makes things easier now. Gu Chenzhou exhaled deeply once Yang Song's figure vanished. Let's go. The guys were just wondering where to grab drinks. Now that we've got our money, man, I already know which KTV we're hitting up. Wang Hu couldn't wait any longer and called out to Gu Chenzhou. Don't rush. I'll take you there right away. Gu Chenzhou narrowed his eyes, his gaze drifting downward involuntarily. Thud. A dull sound suddenly echoed. Ah! Wang Hu's face turned pale as he clutched his groin and rolled on the ground. Gu Chenzhou, what the hell are you doing? Su Yang yelled. See ya later, folks. Gu Chenzhou took off like the wind, moving so fast even Superman might not have been able to catch him. Brother Hu, are you okay? Su Yan wanted to chase after Gu Chenzhou, but he had to tend to Wang Hu first. How could I be okay like this? Get me to the hospital now. Wang Hu slapped Su Yang across the face, sending a buzzing sensation through his skull. Over at Gu Chenzhou's end, he stood beneath a tree, gasping for breath. Good. He didn't follow. He glanced back but saw no sign of Wang Hu. Old Gu, over here. Not far away, Yang Song hurriedly signaled to Gu Chenzhou. Didn't I tell you to run? Why are you still here? Gu Chenzhou couldn't understand what this kid was doing. My aunt runs a supermarket here. They wouldn't dare cause trouble. Yang Song replied. Chapter 107, Attending the Banquet. Oh, I see. Looks like we dodged a bullet then. Gu Chenzhou glanced back once more, confirming they weren't being pursued before letting out a sigh of relief. Are we still going to eat? Yang Song was still scared. If Su Yang caught up, they'd be screwed. They're afraid they can't control us. Let's eat, Gu Chenzhou said as he walked to the noodle shop next door. At 5 in the afternoon, Gu Chenzhou emerged from the supermarket. Old Yang, I'm heading out. You take care. Gu Chenzhou hailed a taxi and called back to Yang Song. You should watch your own back. Don't get tangled up with them again, Yang Song retorted irritably. At the entrance of the Red Cloud Hotel, Gu Chenzhou was stunned the moment he stepped out of the cab. Holy cow, it's all luxury cars. Any one of them was worth over $1 million. He was probably the only one who came by taxi. Old Gu, what a coincidence you're here too. Not far away, Xin Jun pushed past the surrounding crowd and approached Gu Chenzhou. Young Master Qin, it's been ages. How have you been? Gu Chenzhou greeted him politely. Life's been pretty sweet, of course. But why did you come alone? Xin Jun glanced around. Isn't Su Nianqiu with you? No, she came with Uncle Su. Gu Chenzhou replied. Perfect timing. The guys and I are having a get-together. Let's grab a drink together. Without waiting for Gu Chenzhou's consent, Xin Jun pulled him toward the crowd they just left. Young Master Qin, is this your friend? A young man asked, glancing at Gu Chenzhou. Yeah, his name is Gu Chenzhou. Xin Jun pointed at the young man from earlier. Old Gu, that guy's Zhou Chuan. His family owns a mine. Mineral water bottles, maybe. I can't compare to you guys. If we're talking about real wealth, it's Lu Qing. His family owns the entire mine. Zhou Chuan quickly gestured toward the third person. What are you talking about? My family only has a little money, barely enough to cover our expenses. I wonder what kind of business you're in, Mr. Gu. Care to enlighten us? Lu Qing shook his head, then shifted the conversation back to Gu Chenzhou. Me? My family doesn't run any businesses. Just ordinary folks. Gu Chenzhou felt no inferiority about this. There was nothing shameful about it. Don't underestimate old Gu. He's the future son-in-law of the Su family. Xin Jun hooked his arm around Gu Chenzhou's shoulder and chuckled. Hold on, that's a bit confusing. Zhou Chuan pressed his forehead, taking a moment to process before speaking. You mean the Su family of Su Nianqiu? Who else? So you still dare to underestimate him? Xin Jun laughed heartily, flaunting it to them. Cut it out. Look at you, asking for a beating. That's old Gu's achievement, not yours. Zhou Chuan sneered, though he couldn't hide his envy toward Gu Chenzhou. Old Gu, we'll have to drink a few rounds properly later. I'm not much of a drinker. I probably won't last long. Gu Chenzhou hastily waved his hands in refusal, sensing these guys were like drunken ghosts. No worries. If you can't keep up, I'll drink for you. Not to brag, but when it comes to drinking, I'm second to none. Zhou Chuan's confidence was so overwhelming, even a god might feel intimidated. Shall we go then? Lu Qing chimed in. Inside the banquet hall, Gu Chenzhou and his group sat at a table drinking. Whoa, didn't you say you couldn't handle much? Zhou Chuan stared at the bottles on Gu Chenzhou's table, lost in thought. In barely 2 minutes, Gu Chenzhou had downed 2 bottles of beer. You actually believed him? Lu Qing laughed heartily. I really fell for your nonsense. Fine, I'll see just how much you can actually drink. Zhou Chuan couldn't hold back any longer and called over a waiter for 2 bottles of white liquor. Old Zhou, don't be so impatient. This is a banquet, and we're here for a purpose. Even if we do drink, we can hit the bar after the banquet. Lu Qing interjected appropriately. They had all come to this banquet with some degree of obligation. That's probably true. Old Gu, let me tell you, you're not getting out of this tonight. Zhou Chuan's fierce demeanor radiated an impulse that wouldn't rest until Gu Chenzhou was thoroughly drunk. Since young Master Zhou insists, I'll see it through to the end, Gu Chenzhou retorted. Just as they were about to order more drinks, a gentle voice reached their ears. Chenzhou, there you are. Turning their heads, they saw Su Nianqiu approaching with a warm smile. Truly, Su Nianqiu, her beauty is beyond compare. I doubt I could find anyone more stunning even in my wildest dreams. Zhou Chuan was utterly dumbfounded. After all, she was the goddess many men only dared to dream of. Guys, I'll have to excuse myself for now. Enjoy yourselves. Gu Chenzhou stood up and walked over to Su Nianqiu. Young Master Lu, what do you think I like compared to old Gu? How did he manage to find a girlfriend like that?
Watching them leave, Zhou Chuan couldn't help but ask Lu Qing.
Could it be you're not as handsome as him? Or not as devoted?
Lu Qing's words stabbed Zhou Chuan like a knife to the heart.
Enough. If you keep this up, I'll break down.
Zhou Chuan quickly raised his hand. He knew all too well how sharp Lu Qing's tongue could be.
Over at Su Nianqiu's side, Gu Chenzhou was walking her toward the banquet hall exit. Nianqiu, where are we going? Gu Chenzhou asked as they walked. Su Nianqiu replied, to see my father. He said he has a task for you. This doesn't feel right. Can I really handle it? Gu Chenzhou stopped, concern evident in his voice. Don't worry, I'll help you.
Su Nianqiu took Gu Chenzhou's arm and reassured him.
Alright, let's go then. Gu Chenzhou took a deep breath, trying to suppress his unease.
Inside the room, Su Yunshan had been waiting for quite some time.
Dad, I've brought Chenzhou to you.
Su Nianqiu's words made Gu Chenzhou feel like he was being escorted like a prisoner.
Su Yunshan nodded gently. Have a seat first. Uncle Su, what do you need from me? Gu Chenzhou sat on the sofa, asking nervously. I have a contract here. If you can help me secure it, I can provide your company with some funding. Su Yunshan pulled out a document and placed it before Gu Chenzhou. Me? Are you serious? Gu Chenzhou was stunned. Uncle Su, you're overestimating me. I'm just a high school student with limited skills. How could I possibly handle this?
The other party is just like you, a spoiled rich kid. You're the perfect fit. Young people would surely have things to talk about, but he couldn't bear to send Su Nianqiu, so Gu Chenzhou was his only option.
Gu Chenzhou fell deep in thought before continuing. What's this person's name?
He's the son of the Zhou Group's chairman.
His name is Zhou Chuan.
Su Yunshan replied truthfully.
Gu Chenzhou's eyes lit up.
I'll do my best, but Uncle Su, don't expect too much from me. Chapter 108, Both Parties' Intentions.
I trust your abilities.
If you succeed, in addition to the conditions we discussed earlier, you may request one more favor.
Su Yunshan knew Gu Chenzhou was a talent, and there were undoubtedly connections among their generation. Chenzhou, don't worry. I'll help you. Su Nianqiu clasped Gu Chenzhou's hand, her words earnest. Nianqiu, come with me later. Leave this matter to him. Su Yunshan didn't want his daughter mingling with those people. But Dad, Chenzhou can't handle this alone. Someone has to help him. Su Nianqiu remained unmoved, standing beside Gu Chenzhou to counter. Nianqiu, don't worry about me. I know Zhou Chuan somewhat.
Signing the contract with him shouldn't be too much trouble.
Gu Chenzhou reassured her softly.
Su Nianqiu looked up, concern in her eyes.
Are you sure? Relax. When have I ever lied to you? Gu Chenzhou patted Su Nianqiu's shoulder confidently. I'm counting on you.
If you run into any trouble, call me anytime.
After pondering for a long moment, Su Nianqiu could only agree. Alright, I will. Well then, Uncle Su, I'll be going now. Gu Chenzhou took a deep breath and turned to walk out. Watching Gu Chenzhou leave the room, Su Nianqiu finally couldn't hold back. Dad, why did you have to do this?
Gu Chenzhou was just a high school student. Signing contracts was out of the question, and he likely didn't even grasp the most basic work concepts. Yet despite this, Su Yunshan still made him do such a thing. Nianqiu, since he's the man you've chosen, he must undergo some trials.
Otherwise, how could he ever be worthy of you? Enough of this.
Uncle Li and the others are still waiting for us.
Su Yunshan didn't dwell on Gu Chenzhou. Success or failure depended entirely on his approach.
Inside the banquet hall, Lu Qing and the others were leisurely sipping wine.
Old Gu, you're back pretty early. What did Su want with you? Zhou Chuan waved at Gu Chenzhou.
Nothing much, just discussed some business collaborations.
Gu Chenzhou sat down, his mood rather complicated. He couldn't exactly tell Zhou Chuan the truth. Man, I'm so jealous.
I'm still struggling here. I don't even know how to broach the subject of partnering with the Su family. Zhou Chuan scratched his head, feeling increasingly irritated at the thought. Yeah, Mr. Su is as elusive as a dragon hardly ever seen. Even if you track him down, getting a word in edgewise is tough. Among us young folks, you're probably the only one who can actually talk to him. Qin Jun shot an envious glance at Gu Chenzhou.
Why couldn't he have known someone like that?
This time my dad gave a strict order: if I don't get it done, I'll be punished by kneeling in the ancestral hall for a month. Zhou Chuan was so frustrated he downed his baijiu in one gulp.
About the mine excavation? Gu Chenzhou asked tentatively. How did you know? Zhou Chuan looked at Gu Chenzhou blankly. He couldn't recall telling anyone. As the future son-in-law of the Su family, how could I not know? Young Master Zhou, show some tact. Perhaps old Gu could help you out.
Lu Qing chimed in with a smile, as if privy to everything.
You know what? I actually can. Gu Chenzhou walked over to Zhou Chuan. Young Master Zhou, take a look, is this it?
Zhou Chuan looked down at the documents before him and nearly jumped up in excitement.
Holy crap, old Gu, you're amazing. Sign it, so I can take it back and give an account. Gu Chenzhou handed Zhou Chuan a pen and said to him.
Zhou Chuan was stunned, unable to believe it was real.
Am I dreaming? This feels so surreal. I feel like I'm dreaming too. I just mentioned it offhand and it actually happened?
Lu Qing pressed her hand to her forehead, clearly reeling from the shock. Even Qin Jun stared at Gu Chenzhou in astonishment. You're something else.
You just casually handled things for young Master Zhou. It's not really that I helped. Uncle Su and the others already had this intention, so they just asked me to act as an intermediary.
Gu Chenzhou spread his hands helplessly and turned his gaze to Zhou Chuan. Young Master Zhou, please review the terms above first.
Signing can wait until you're certain everything is in order. The esteemed Su family wouldn't deceive a kid like me. Zhou Chuan couldn't suppress his excitement or the trembling in his hands.
Only after writing his name did he exhale a long breath of relief. This feels better than taking off 10 times.
Ew, could you not be so gross? Qin Jun sneered. I'm enjoying myself. What business is it of yours? Zhou Chuan retorted irritably, then turned to Gu Chenzhou. Old Gu, you're my benefactor. If you ever need anything, just let me know. I was just the messenger. How did it come to this?
Gu Chenzhou said with a wry smile. With Boss Su's capabilities, he must have known this would happen.
Which means he's actually helping you out, old Gu.
Just take it as a genuine gesture. Qin Jun was a smart man. Even if he had guessed the truth, he didn't mind. They had long since considered Gu Chenzhou a friend.
Qin Jun's right. Here, let me toast you.
Zhou Chuan picked up the beer and downed the entire bottle in one gulp.
You're putting me on the spot here. Gu Chenzhou didn't think he could handle that much.
Zhou Chuan chuckled, placing a bottle of baijiu beside him.
Just take a sip or two. Well, I won't hold back then.
Gu Chenzhou took a sip, feeling the fiery heat surge from his throat straight to his stomach.
You're brave, man. That stuff's over 80 proof. Lu Qing was utterly shocked and said to Gu Chenzhou. Gu Chenzhou spread his hands helplessly. I have to drink something, right?
At 10 o'clock that night, the banquet concluded, and Gu Chenzhou and his companions prepared to leave the banquet hall.
Wait here for me, I have something to take care of. Gu Chenzhou waved at them. If you get impatient waiting, you can go ahead without me. What are you talking about?
We're not in a hurry, Qin Jun said lazily, slumping back in his chair to rest. Gu Chenzhou hurried toward the room he'd just been in and soon knocked on the door.
Gu Chenzhou, what brings you here?
Su Yunsan was puzzled.
Had this kid given up already? Uncle Su, mission accomplished. Gu Chenzhou handed the contract back to Su Yunsan. You finished so quickly?
Su Yunshan had assumed it would take at least a couple of days and was already preparing to leave.
Yes, Uncle Su. It's getting late. I should head back now.
After completing his task, Gu Chenzhou hurriedly departed. Those people were still waiting for him. That kid, he truly has potential.
Su Yunsan stroked his chin, watching Gu Chenzhou's retreating figure. Half an hour later, outside the bar. Wow, this place is pretty big.
Gu Chenzhou stepped out of the car and looked around like a country bumpkin. It wasn't that he lacked experience, it was just that this place was genuinely too upscale.
Old Gu, don't be so easily impressed.
You'll be tagging along with me to some real high-end places soon enough. Zhou Chuan hooked his arm around Gu Chenzhou's neck and chuckled.
Gu Chenzhou retorted, the way you put it, it sounds like I'm being kept. Chapter 109, completely drunk.
Not that it's impossible, it just depends on whether you're willing to sell your body and soul.
Zhou Chuan hooked Gu Chenzhou's chin with a smirk, then leaned in for a kiss. Get lost, get lost. I have a girlfriend. Gu Chenzhou shoved Zhou Chuan away.
They'd only known each other a short while, yet he'd already learned to make jokes like this.
Cut it out. Let's go inside and celebrate first. Qin Jun approached, calling out to the two of them. Gu Chenzhou nodded and followed Qin Jun's pace.
Inside the bar, lights flickered all around, and heavy metal music pulsed through the air.
Young Master Zhou, you're finally here. There's been an issue.
The private booth you reserved earlier was taken by young Master Chen. The moment they stepped inside, a server hurried over and solemnly informed Zhou Chuan.
Shannon? That bastard, how dare he take my reserved booth? Didn't you tell him it was mine?
Zhou Chuan had been in a decent mood until the name Shannon made his blood boil.
We told you. Look at the consequences.
The waiter pointed to the bright red handprint on his face, afraid he might get beaten by Zhou Chuan if he said another word. Huh, this little bastard's got some nerve. Zhou Chuan strode forward with displeasure, quickly reaching the spot where Shannon was drinking.
Well, if it isn't young Master Zhou. What brings you here?
Shannon sipped his drink leisurely, glancing at Zhou Chuan out of the corner of his eye.
Shannon, what the hell do you think you're doing? Sitting in my reserved spot? If you know what's good for you, get the hell out of here. Or don't blame me for being rude.
Zhou Chuan grabbed Shannon by the collar and barked at him.
Well, I'd love to see what you can do about it. Shannon spoke slowly and deliberately, his defiant expression infuriating Zhou Chuan. Well, if it isn't young Master Chen. What a coincidence you're drinking here too. Gu Chenzhou approached with Qin Jun and the others.
The sight of the three men made Chen An's expression darken. He wasn't afraid of Zhou Chuan alone, but with these rich kids ganging up on him, trouble was brewing.
What a pain in the ass. I'm pretty much done drinking anyway. You guys can have this spot.
Chenin shoved Zhou Chuan aside, straightened his clothes, and headed for the exit.
He's backing down already? I thought he was something special.
Qin Jun was genuinely surprised, expecting Chenin to confront them head-on. Humph, a coward who picks on the weak and fears the strong. Zhou Chuan sat on the sofa, shouting irritably. His voice was loud enough to make Chenin, who was walking nearby, pause briefly before continuing onward.
Don't let me catch you, or I'll kill you.
Chenin clenched his fists, muttering to himself.
At midnight, Gu Chenzhou and the others emerged from the bar. Old Gu, listen to me tonight.
My place is pretty spacious, one more won't hurt. Zhou Chuan slung his arm around Gu Chenzhou's shoulder, but his expression twisted in horror the moment the words left his mouth.
He hastily withdrew his hand and leaned against the wall, vomiting.
Guys, I won't be joining you for the next round.
I've got to visit my parents tomorrow. Gu Chenzhou waved his hand and hailed a ride-hailing car. Alright then, old Gu, drive carefully. Call us if anything comes up. Lu Cheng nodded in response. By the time he got home, Gu Chenzhou felt completely out of it. Strange. I remember the water dispenser being right here. Why won't it open? Gu Chenzhou pressed the control buttons on the refrigerator while holding his water cup. Annie and Little Bear, are you asleep yet? Not Chenzhou, not yet. What's up? Annie and Little Bear, log in and play with me for a bit? Gu Chenzhou, sure, I'll fire up the computer now.
Gu Chenzhou set down the cup and returned to his room, sitting down in a chair.
After an unknown amount of time, Gu Chenzhou jolted awake. How long have I been asleep? He rubbed his aching head, vaguely recalling that he was supposed to duo queue with someone last night. The thought made him spring up from the cold floor. Sure enough, his chat notifications had piled up to 99 plus. Unsinkable, sorry, I suddenly fell asleep last night. Annie and Little Bear, dude, are you the reincarnation of the sleep god? You fall asleep after just a few words? Unsinkable boat, what can I do? I was out drinking with friends last night and was barely coherent when I got home. Annie and Little Bear, so you're free to play now, right? Unsinkable boat, nope, gotta visit my parents today. How about we hang out during the break instead? Annie and Little Bear, yeah right. I'm traveling during break and won't have time for you. Gu Chenzhou, I have a girlfriend. Do you? Annie and Little Bear, well, didn't I set you up? Could you have done it without me? Gu Chenzhou fell silent. It was true. Just then, his phone rang. It was Su Nianqiu calling. Nianqiu, what do you need so early in the morning? Gu Chenzhou asked Su Nianqiu, yawning. Nothing much. Just wondering if you're free for lunch? Su Nianqiu asked softly. Probably not. I have to go to my parents' place to help take care of them. Though he wanted to go shopping with Su Nianqiu, today's plans were already set. How about I go with you? Su Nianqiu's gentle smile sent a flutter through Gu Chenzhou's heart. For some reason, he felt a bit breathless. His mind, which had been filled with thoughts moments ago, was now completely blank. After a long pause, Su Nianqiu's voice came again, if you don't want to, it's fine. I can just meet Yunchuan for shopping later. Gu Chenzhou snapped back to reality and quickly replied, of course. Where should we meet? Let's meet at Central Street. I remember there's a bookstore there, and I need to pick up a few things anyway. Su Nianqiu paused to consider before finalizing the meeting spot. Alright, let's meet there then. Gu Chenzhou agreed immediately. Half an hour later, Gu Chenzhou sat at the bookstore entrance, looking like a door guardian. Sorry to keep you waiting. Su Nianqiu approached from a short distance away, a gentle smile on her face. Not at all. I just arrived myself. Let's go. Gu Chenzhou quickly stood up and said to Su Nianqiu. After all, it's my first time meeting your parents. I should at least buy them some gifts. Su Nianqiu took Gu Chenzhou's hand and led him into a nearby shop. Nianqiu, honestly, my parents don't really care for luxury goods like this. It'd be better to get them something practical. Gu Chenzhou pulled Su Nianqiu back. The shop specialized in luxury watches and jewelry. Not only would this fail to please Gu Dahai and his parents, it might even startle them. Oh, I see. So what do you suggest I buy then? Su Nianqiu tilted her head. She'd always given her elders these kinds of gifts before, and now that she'd moved on from that, she genuinely didn't know what else to get. Come with me. I'll take you somewhere else. As if struck by an idea, Gu Chenzhou ushered Su Nianqiu into a taxi. Driver, take us to South Street. Soon, they arrived at a bustling street corner. So many people. Su Nianqiu noticed the street was packed with crowds, making it nearly impossible to walk through. Chapter 110, Preparing to Meet the Parents. Come on, I know a great spot. My dad will definitely love what we have there. Gu Chenzhou pulled Su Nianqiu toward another street. Compared to the previous area, this place was almost deserted. Looking at the quiet, empty street, Su Nianqiu unconsciously tightened her grip on Gu Chenzhou's hand. Chenzhou, are you sure this is the right way? If she didn't trust Gu Chenzhou, she'd think she was being taken to be sold. I'm sure. Don't worry, it's just up ahead. Gu Chenzhou ruffled Su Nianqiu's hair. It's okay. I'm here.
Su Nianqiu murmured softly, a heavy weight lifting from her heart. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of a shop. A second-hand shop? Su Nianqiu tilted her head. Who would run a store in such a remote place? Yep. Come on, my dad left some stuff here before. If we can buy it back, it'll definitely make them happy. Gu Chenzhou smiled. He'd been wanting to do this for a long time. Oh, I see. Let's go inside and take a look then. Su Nianqiu led Gu Chenzhou inside. Well, if it isn't Chenzhou. What brings you here today selling things again? A man in his 60s emerged from behind the counter. His full beard startled Su Nianqiu. Uncle Chen, are the things my dad sold here a while back still around? Nianqiu, it's okay. Don't let Uncle Qian's appearance fool you, he's actually quite a nice man. Gu Chenzhou patted Su Nianqiu's shoulder, offering quiet reassurance. You mean that? It's still here? Uncle Chen retrieved a gold ring from the cabinet. How much? Gu Chenzhou asked. Same price as before, no haggling. 2,500. Uncle Qian placed it on the table and said. Alright, scan the code. Gu Chenzhou picked up his phone and walked over to the QR code. Chenzhou, this is my gift to Uncle Gu. I'll handle it. Su Nianqiu stopped Gu Chenzhou and paid for it herself. Nianqiu, this is. Chenzhou, this gift is from me. How could I let you pay? Su Nianqiu cut Gu Chenzhou off, speaking with seriousness. XX Bao payment received 2,500 yuan. Hearing the notification sound, Uncle Qian snapped back to reality. I never expected you young folks to be so well off. Take your things back. Thanks, Uncle Qian. Could you help us wrap this up? Su Nianqiu asked him. Alright, I'll go look. I remember buying quite a few gift boxes back then. Consider it a free gift for you. Uncle Chen muttered as he headed toward the storage room. Moments later, he emerged carrying a rather elegant little bag. Oh, Uncle Qian, do you sell used phones here? Gu Chenzhou recalled Gu Dahai's phone, which was already so worn out the screen was about to crack. Of course we do. What kind do you want? Smartphones, feature phones, take your pick. Uncle Qian pulled open a drawer, his grin as sly as a shrewd merchant's. Take these too. They should last a while. Gu Chenzhou pointed to two of them and said to Uncle Qian. Alright, that'll be 1,600 yuan total, Uncle Qian stated. Gu Chenzhou promptly paid the bill before leading Su Nianqiu away. Uncle Qian sat on a stool under the electric fan, his gaze fixed on Gu Chenzhou and Su Nianqiu. Strange. Did Gu Dahai's family strike it rich? They're suddenly so loaded. Chenzhou, why didn't you let me pay just now? Once outside the shop, Su Nianqiu asked curiously. Nianqiu, this is a gift I bought for my parents. How could I let you pay? Gu Chenzhou replied, carrying the bag as he walked. After walking a few steps, they spotted several people squatting ahead, smoking. Don't go over there. Stay quiet for now. Leave it to me. Gu Chenzhou blocked Su Nianqiu, his tone guarded. Hey, isn't that Gu Chenzhou? Is that your girlfriend next to you? A slacker-looking young man approached, chuckling. She's so pretty, why not introduce her? None of your business. Wang Yin, don't cause trouble here, or don't blame me for being rude. Gu Chenzhou shielded Su Nianqiu, snapping irritably. Come on, man. We haven't seen each other in ages. Aren't you going to treat us to a smoke? Wang Yin turned his gaze to Gu Chenzhou, slapping him on the shoulder. I only have 10 bucks on me. Take it if you want it, or get lost. Gu Chenzhou pulled out 2 5 yuan notes from his pocket and placed them in front of Wang Yin. This pittance? You think we're beggars? I see you bought quite a few nice things. Why not just give us those instead? Wang Yin glanced at the bags in their hands. There was definitely something valuable inside. I've already made a huge concession. Don't push your luck. Gu Chenzhou clenched his fists, threatening Wang Yin. Oh ho, you're quite the tough guy. If you really dare to make a move, then go ahead and try. Wang Yin slapped Gu Chenzhou's cheek. The look on his face was practically begging for a beating. You little brats. Causing trouble right outside my shop? Haven't you had enough beatings? Uncle Chen emerged from nearby, steel rod in hand, pointing at Wang Yin and his crew as he shouted. Damn it, how did that old bastard get out? Wang Yin cursed inwardly. Without a second thought, he snatched the bag from Gu Chenzhou's hand and tried to run. But Gu Chenzhou wasn't one to be pushed around. He kicked Wang Yin hard, sending him tumbling several times across the ground. Stealing my stuff? You think you're worthy? Gu Chenzhou spat out sarcastically. Wang Yin gritted his teeth. You just wait, you bastard. With that, he scrambled away from the scene. Chenzhou, are you two alright? By the time Uncle Qian arrived, they had already run far away. We're fine, thanks to your help, Uncle Qian, Gu Chenzhou thanked him politely. No need for thanks. Gu Dahai and I go way back. I couldn't just stand by and watch my friend's son get bullied. Those brats probably won't let it go that easily. Take the back door of my shop, it leads straight to the main road. Wang Yin led Gu Chenzhou back into the shop, through the stuffy storage room, and finally out onto the street. Nianqiu, are you okay?
Gu Chenzhou turned to look at Su Nianqiu, feeling quite guilty. He should have come alone. Thanks to you, I wasn't in any danger. Let's go see Uncle Gu. Su Nianqiu understood what Gu Chenzhou was thinking, so she changed the subject deliberately. Chenzhou, what kind of person is Uncle Gu? Him? He's a simple, honest man. He's worked hard his whole life. I'm always worried people take advantage of him because of his nature. Gu Chenzhou spoke as they walked, never shying away from discussing his parents' situation. Inside the nursing home, Gu Chenzhou led Su Nianqiu into the ward. Chenzhou's here. Are you hungry? Dinner just arrived. Gu Dahai noticed the girl beside Gu Chenzhou and asked curiously, and who is this young lady? Hello, uncle and auntie. I'm Chenzhou's girlfriend, Su Nianqiu. You can just call me Nianqiu. Su Nianqiu greeted them politely. Chapter 111, The Power of Neighbors. Oh, so you're Chenzhou's friend? Please, have a seat. Lu Sanglan smiled, then suddenly froze, staring at Gu Chenzhou. Girlfriend? Yeah, we've been together for quite some time, but I never mentioned it to you guys. Gu Chenzhou nodded in response. Why didn't you tell us sooner, kid? We didn't have time to prepare anything. Gu Dahai rummaged in his pocket for a while before pulling out 2 crumpled bills. Nianqiu, your uncle doesn't have much to give you. Take these and buy yourself something to eat. This. Seeing this, Su Nianqiu could only look to Gu Chenzhou for help. Take it. Besides, don't you have gifts to give them too? Gu Chenzhou patted Su Nianqiu on the shoulder and said with a smile. Thank you, Uncle Gu. This is my gift to you both as a token of our meeting. As Su Nianqiu accepted the 200 yuan, she also handed over the gift bag in her hand. Just come over, no need to bring anything, Gu Dahai chuckled as he accepted it. But when he saw what was inside the bag, he froze. Dad, this is Nianqiu's heartfelt gesture. We can't let her down. Besides, their family is quite wealthy. A few thousand yuan is nothing to them, even tens of thousands would be pocket change. Gu Chenzhou leaned in and whispered to him. No, it's too valuable. We should return it right away. Gu Dahai hurriedly handed it back to Su Nianqiu. Uncle Gu, Aunt Lu, please don't refuse, Su Nianqiu said earnestly. After hesitating for a long while, Gu Dahai still couldn't decide. Dad, Mom, please just accept it. Gu Chenzhou took the gift box and placed it in Lu Sanglan's arms. Oh dear, we're so sorry to have caused you such expense, Nianqiu, Lu Sanglan sighed, addressing Su Nianqiu. Alright, let's eat first. We can talk about anything else over dinner. Gu Chenzhou had already set the table, and the nurse brought in the meal. At 5 in the afternoon, Gu Chenzhou and Su Nianqiu stepped out of the convalescent home. Nianqiu, it seems my parents are quite pleased with you. Recalling how Lu Sanglan had held Su Nianqiu's hand and given her instructions as they left, Gu Chenzhou couldn't help but curve his lips upward. Yes, I'm very happy to have earned Uncle and Auntie's approval too. Su Nianqiu stretched lazily and flashed Gu Chenzhou a sweet smile. Chenzhou, my dad's here to pick me up. I'll head out now. Drive safely. See you at school. Gu Chenzhou waved to Su Nianqiu. Su Nianqiu replied softly, okay, you be careful too. Relax, I'm a grown man, like I'd be afraid of danger? Gu Chenzhou chuckled. Watching them depart, Gu Chenzhou finally headed home. Outside the residential complex, Gu Chenzhou halted in his tracks. Wang Yin, don't push it. Following me all the way to my doorstep? Gu Chenzhou watched Wang Yin approach, his tone sharp. I told you, this isn't over between us. And don't you have any idea who you've messed with? Wang Yin stepped aside, revealing a familiar face beside him. I was wondering who it could be. Isn't this Su Yang? You're here to join the fun too? What happened to your face? It looks like a pig's head. Gu Chenzhou couldn't help but laugh at the sight of Su Yang's bruised and swollen face. Gu Chenzhou, you're asking for it. I'm gonna teach you a lesson today. Su Yang clenched his fists. If it weren't for Gu Chenzhou, would he be in this state? You really want to fight? Gu Chenzhou took 2 steps back and asked. I won't rest easy until I've finished you off. Su Yang gritted his teeth, his voice cold. That bastard had gotten him beaten by his big brother. How could he not fight back now? Gu Chenzhou chuckled darkly, then suddenly bellowed, Uncle. Auntie. Old folks. Someone's trying to beat me up. What? You actually think anyone will help you? Before Wang Yin could finish his sentence, a crowd began gathering around them. You dare bully our Chenzhou? Don't you want to live anymore? If you've got the guts, take on this old man. You think I won't just lie down and extort hundreds of thousands from you? Chenzhou, don't be afraid. Auntie's here. They won't dare do anything to you. The crowd approached, each voicing outrage on Gu Chenzhou's behalf. Brother Su, there are quite a few of them. Wang Yin, seeing the situation, already had thoughts of running away. Damn it, Gu Chenzhou, you call yourself a man? Got the guts to fight one-on-one? Su Yang gritted his teeth, pointing at Gu Chenzhou and roaring at him. Not sure. If you've got the guts, go ahead and hit me. Gu Chenzhou shrugged, responding with a dismissive tone. You just wait. You'll get what's coming to you at school. Su Yang dared not act rashly and could only turn and leave. Are you okay, Chenzhou? An elderly man approached Gu Chenzhou, asking with concern.
Gu Chenzhou thanked them politely. Grandpa Lu, I'm fine, thank you.
It's nothing. We're neighbors. We should help each other out.
Grandpa Lu shuffled off with his cane.
Time to head home, my wife's waiting for dinner.
The next day, behind the school gate.
Old Gu, over here. Fatty waved at Gu Chenzhou. You're here this early? Aren't you usually off at the internet cafe gaming?
Gu Chenzhou asked, slapping Fizi on the shoulder.
Of course I have something to do today and I need your help with it. Fatty grabbed Gu Chenzhou's hand. Come with me. Don't waste too much time. Wait, what's going on? Why the rush? Gu Chenzhou asked as he was being pulled along.
You'll see when we get there, Fizi replied with a meaningful smile.
Soon after, inside the esports club. Fatty, is this the pro player you mentioned? A young man stood up as soon as Fizi and Gu Chenzhou entered, asking eagerly.
Yep, old Gu's a top player in our esports club.
He'll definitely help us out, Fizi nodded. Guys, what exactly are you talking about? Can you explain it clearly to me? Gu Chenzhou asked, puzzled.
There's a city tournament coming up, and we're one player short, Fizi grinned.
I'm afraid I can't make it. First, I need to study, and second, I have to go to the office. You guys should find someone else. Gu Chenzhou waved his hand, politely declining their request. Come on, man. First place gets 30 grand. I've already talked them into it. If you help us out, you get the lion's share.
Fatty grabbed Gu Chenzhou's pant leg and wailed loudly. You said it yourself, no backing out now.
Gu Chenzhou halted in his tracks. Money wasn't the point, it was about helping a brother.
The qualifying round starts at 6 p.m. Won't interfere with our classes, Fizi chuckled.
Alright, remember to call me. I'll take any spot, just don't hold me back.
As soon as Gu Chenzhou finished speaking, he heard the bell ring and sprinted toward the classroom building.
Fatty, is that guy really as good as you say?
The young man paused before continuing. Even the weakest among us four is a king.
Can he really pull it off?
You won't believe it, but even a 1,000-point player would get crushed by him with one hand, Fizi declared confidently.
Chapter 112, First Victory. That fierce? How come I've never heard of such a figure in the city?
The young man's eyes widened in disbelief.
There's always someone better out there. Keep practicing.
By the time the preliminaries roll around, you'll see just how good he is. Fatty patted the young man on the shoulder and chuckled.
Afternoon, dismissal time. Old Gu, you finally came out. I thought you'd fallen into the outhouse.
Fatty stood at the school gate, his tense expression finally relaxing when he saw Gu Chenzhou emerge.
You think I'm like you, spending 40 or 50 minutes in the bathroom?
Gu Chenzhou playfully smacked Fizi on the back of the head, responding with a hint of annoyance. No sooner had he spoken than the young man he'd met that morning approached to greet him.
Hey, Gu, I'm Li Kong from the neighboring number 2 high school. Fei Zi draped an arm over Gu Chenzhou's shoulder.
Old Gu, don't let his quiet demeanor fool you, this kid's a reserve player for the professional youth training squad.
Oh, that's pretty impressive.
He shouldn't slow us down then.
Gu Chenzhou sized up Li Kong with a smile. Let's go.
It's getting late, and the other two must be waiting. Li Kong chuckled and gestured toward the ride-hailing car parked nearby.
Annie and Little Bear, what are you doing?
Unsubmerged, preparing for finger relaxation and anti-stress red temperature exercises.
Annie and Little Bear, isn't that just gaming? Why make it sound so fancy? Let me join, I'll be online within half an hour.
Unsubmersible, afraid there's no spot for you.
Annie and Little Bear, what's this? Little boats rebelling? Not even bringing this princess along? Unsubmersible boat, how dare the servant? I'm offline competing in a tournament. Annie and Little Bear, yeah right, who'd believe you?
Unsubmersible boat, a friend told me about a city tournament with cash prizes.
I'm heading to the qualifiers. Annie and Little Bear, which internet cafe? Unsunken boat, no clue. I got dragged into this last minute. If I knew, I'd be a ghost.
Annie and Xiao Xiong, if you don't want to say, fine. I'll find it myself.
Unsubmersible. Gu Chenzhou was at a loss for words.
He put down his phone and rubbed his temples wearily. This girl is really hard to please. Old Gu, how's your luck today?
Fizi suddenly leaned in to ask. Holy, get the hell away from me.
You nearly scared the crap out of me just now. That face, all fleshy and bulging, had come so close he thought he'd seen a ghost.
Come on, we've been brothers for so long. Is this really necessary? Fizi asked, rubbing his head. Yes, it is. You sit across from me later. Gu Chenzhou waved him off, as if shooing away a pesky spirit. This is too much. We've been through life and death together, and now you want to push me away? Fatty grabbed Gu Chenzhou's shoulders, shouting tearfully.
Just then, Li Kong called out from the passenger seat.
Fatty, Gu, we're here. Whoa, it really is an internet cafe. Let's go. The preliminaries should be pretty lively today. Gu Chenzhou opened the car door and stepped inside.
Brother Fei, little Li, you're here.
Not far away, two figures waved at them. Have our opponents arrived yet?
Li Kong nodded and asked them. They're waiting in the private room across the way, one of them replied truthfully as he approached Li Kong. Let's go see what our first opponents are like. Fatty chuckled, looking utterly relaxed and content. The moment they entered, Fizi froze, and Gu Chenzhou was stunned. Old Gu, what are you doing here? Xin Jun jumped up from his chair in shock. Wait, you guys didn't tell me we were fighting him. Da Juan wailed, we're done for. Forget fighting this time, let's just concede defeat. Besides Qin Jun and Da Juan, the others present were Zhou Chuan, Lu Qing, and an unfamiliar face. We haven't even started yet. How can you give up so quickly? Can't you show some backbone? Zhou Chuan folded his arms. This is our first battle. In ancient times, you lot would have had your heads chopped off for this. Only you guys haven't been beaten senseless to know how tough old Gu is. Damn, this sucks. It's like leaving the newbie village only to face the final boss. Qin Jun pressed his forehead, visibly distressed. How else will we know unless we try? We can't just give up because you're scared. Lu Qingxuan logged in with practiced ease. Let me see just how formidable old Gu really is. Just log in first. The accounts were assigned by the organizer and are at your respective desks, the nearby network administrator reminded them. Soon, they were smoothly entering the game. First match, final score 30-15. Gu Chenzhou single-handedly took down 20 opponents. I quit. Are you even human? Zhou Chuan recalled the earlier battle, breaking out in a cold sweat. He couldn't even farm minions, got ganked while turtling under his tower. He was starting to doubt his own rank. I'm forfeiting too. If this keeps up, I'll end up in a shell. Lu Qing pulled his hands off the keyboard. Against sheer power, strategy and gameplay were utterly useless. I told you guys not to fight back. You had to defy fate and challenge old Gu. Now you're getting beaten so badly you're questioning your existence, huh? Qin Jun sighed. He'd seen this outcome coming. Since nobody wants to play anymore, let's call it a night. Everyone go home. Gu Chenzhou stretched lazily with satisfaction. Crushing weak opponents really was the ultimate in effortless fun. Old Gu, you're not going back. After beating us so badly, we're settling this at the drinking table tonight. Zhou Chuan hooked his arm around Gu Chenzhou's neck and dragged him toward the exit. Fat brother, I didn't believe you before, but now I'm completely convinced. Li Kong was stunned. That reaction, those moves, even a pro player wouldn't stand a chance against him. So, don't underestimate him. That kid's got some serious skills. Fatty stared in the direction Gu Chenzhou had left, his words heavy with meaning. Outside the internet cafe, Gu Chenzhou was hauled into a luxury car. Old Gu, how did you hone your skills? Teach me. Zhou Chuan asked from the back seat. That kind of skill just comes naturally, doesn't it? Gu Chenzhou replied. Zhou Chuan's face darkened, that's going too far. Are you implying I have no hands? Didn't I pull off those moves with these very hands? Doesn't everyone have hands? Gu Chenzhou retorted immediately. Even if what you say makes sense, I still feel like you're pulling my leg. Zhou Chuan couldn't help but complain. How come the gap between us is so huge? Cut the chatter. Let's go drink. Lu Qing had no desire to revisit the earlier debacle. 10 minutes later, outside the KTV. Gu Chenzhou stepped out of the car and couldn't help but exclaim, this place is seriously luxurious. Cut the country bumpkin act. Do you think we'd bring you to a shabby place? Da Juan walked up to Gu Chenzhou, patting his back as he said, come on, we'll order a few backup singers later. Guaranteed to satisfy you. Let's skip that, Gu Chenzhou quickly declined. Qin Jun reassured him, don't worry, Su Nianqiu won't find out. Chapter 113, Completely Drunk. You guys go ahead and have fun. Don't drag me into it. Otherwise, Nianqiu will definitely misunderstand. Gu Chenzhou pressed his forehead, refusing repeatedly. Alright, old Gu has a girlfriend. Let's skip the games and just drink. Lu Qing waved his hand and gave Gu Chenzhou a thumbs up. You're the only one who can talk sense into us. They had barely taken a few steps inside when a voice called out from nearby. Gu Chenzhou, what a coincidence. Running into you here. Turning around, they saw Su Yang approaching with a few others. Your friends? Zhou Chuan glanced at Su Yang and asked Gu Chenzhou. More like enemies, Gu Chenzhou sighed, spreading his hands helplessly. These guys were like a persistent shadow. Since we've run into each other, why not treat us to a drink? Su Yang casually draped his arm over Gu Chenzhou's shoulder, his tone teasing. Not in the mood. If you want a drink, pay for yourselves. Don't come looking for me. Gu Chenzhou swatted Su Yang's arm away, responding with irritation. He's pretty cocky. Just like you said, this kid's as stubborn as a mule. A tattooed youth stepped forward, slapping Gu Chenzhou's face. If you don't want to get beaten up, just come with us quietly. Before he could finish, a flying kick sent him crashing backward. Where'd these punks come from? Get the hell out of here before you embarrass yourselves any further. Zhou Chuan's temper flared completely out of control. He pointed at the youth and shouted, did you hear me? If you don't get lost, I'll skin you alive. Do you even know who I am? You hit me like that and think you'll live? The youth scrambled to his feet and roared at Zhou Chuan.
I don't give a damn who you are. Mess with my brother, Zhou Chuan, and see if I don't hang you on the door as a signboard. Zhou Chuan delivered another kick. Wang Yi rolled around on the ground several times, but all his anger vanished. Zhou. Young Master Zhou, he murmured, his eyes filled with terror. Brother Wang, are you okay? Su Yang rushed over to help Wang Yi up, yelling at Zhou Chuan, are you crazy? Think we won't break your legs? You. Wang Yi slapped Su Yang across the face, then scurried back to Zhou Chuan like a lapdog. Young Master Zhou, we were blind not to recognize you earlier. We're truly sorry. Are we that close? Why are you standing so damn close? Zhou Chuan swept his leg out, sending Wang Yi's face turning pale. Young Master Zhou is absolutely right. We won't bother you anymore. We'll be leaving now. Wang Yi gritted his teeth against the pain, forcing a grimace that looked worse than crying as he shuffled out. Old Gu, you've got quite a few enemies, huh? Zhou Chuan finally smiled again after watching them leave. Can't be helped. This kid thinks I'm his romantic rival, Gu Chenzhou replied. And he still has designs on Su Nianqiu? That's ridiculous. Xin Jun glanced at the departing Su Yang, baffled by where he got his confidence. It's not Nianqiu. It's someone else. Though I don't want anything to do with her, Su Yang keeps acting like a sycophant around her. Gu Chenzhou couldn't bear to recall his past with Jiang Shanshan, it only made him feel sick. Meanwhile, Su Yang was helping Wang Yi out. Brother Wang, why did you let them go? There were only 6 of them. Could they really beat us? Su Yang couldn't grasp it. With just one word from Wang Yi, they could have beaten Gu Chenzhou half to death. I don't want to see you right now. Get out of my sight. Wang Yi forced down his rage and spoke coldly. Su Yang's heart skipped a beat. Brother Wang, it can't be that bad, right? I told you to get lost. Don't you understand human speech? Wang Yi grabbed Su Yang by the head and slammed it hard against the ground. I'm leaving. I'll leave immediately. The excruciating pain brought Su Yang to his senses, and he scrambled to shout. Don't let me catch you around here again. If I do, you'll get beaten every time. Wang Yi limped away in the opposite direction. At 10 o'clock that night, Gu Chenzhou and the others emerged from the KTV. Old Gu, we had a blast tonight. Let's continue at my place tomorrow. Xin Jun staggered as he supported Gu Chenzhou. I'll bring out my special reserve for you to try. Better not. I have school tomorrow. Once the college entrance exams are over, I'll properly hang out with you guys. Gu Chenzhou tossed Xin Jun into the car and waved goodbye. Drive safe. Watching the designated driver take them away, Gu Chenzhou instinctively reached for his phone to hail a cab. Chenzhou, over here. In a daze, Gu Chenzhou saw a familiar figure walking toward him. Weird. I must be drunk. How else could I see Nianqiu this late? Gu Chenzhou rubbed his eyes and muttered to himself. Why did you drink so much? Su Nianqiu hurried over and quickly helped Gu Chenzhou to his feet. So it wasn't a hallucination after all. What brings you here? Gu Chenzhou chuckled softly. Su Nianqiu pointed ahead. My dad and I were having dinner nearby. I never expected to run into you two. Let me take you home first. No need to trouble Uncle Su. I'll just take a taxi back myself. Gu Chenzhou shook his head, instinctively reaching for his phone. Stop trying to be a hero. Come with me. Su Nianqiu linked her arm through his and began walking. No sooner had they moved than Su Yunsan's voice reached their ears. Hanging out with Zhou Chuan and the others? Gu Chenzhou replied politely, yes, young Master Zhou invited me. I couldn't very well refuse. Where do you live? I'll drive you home, Su Yunsan offered. Dad, he's in no condition to go home. We should find a hotel to settle him in first. Su Nianqiu supported Gu Chenzhou, her voice filled with concern. That's fine. Su Yunsan nodded in agreement. Strange. Where am I? Gu Chenzhou murmured as he stirred from his daze. Annie and Little Bear, where is he? It's already 9 o'clock. Could he be dead? Gu Chenzhou, what? It's already this late? Annie and Little Bear, don't you have a phone? Can't you see? No sinking ship, oh crap, I'm gonna be late. Annie and Little Bear, did you go steal cows last night? Unsinkable, stealing you away took me all night to track down your home address. Annie and Little Bear, so you really are a jerk. You've got the school hottie, yet you still tried to snoop on this girl? Gu Chenzhou, I'm not messing around with you. If I don't get to school soon, I'm screwed. Annie and Little Bear, hurry up then. Just as they were chatting, their homeroom teacher called. Mr. Zhou, I'm terribly sorry. I was busy and forgot to tell you. Gu Chenzhou answered quickly and apologized. If you need to take leave, you should have notified me in advance. Thankfully, no one got hurt, Zhou Jian sighed in relief, addressing Gu Chenzhou. Thanks, Teacher Zhou. I'll hang up now. I'll be back around noon. Gu Chenzhou said to Zhou Jian while changing clothes. Be careful then, Zhou Jian replied before hanging up. Phew, I thought I was screwed. Gu Chenzhou slumped onto the bed. Yeah, what's this? Chenzhou, you drank too much yesterday. Remember to take these hangover pills. Reading the note, Gu Chenzhou felt his mood lighten considerably. Chapter 114, Accompanying Yang Song to buy books. Nianqiu really is thoughtful, she prepared everything so thoroughly. Gu Chenzhou smiled knowingly.
After taking the hangover pills, he hurried off to school.
Old Gu, you're something else showing up right before dismissal.
Inside the classroom, Yang Song gave Gu Chenzhou a thumbs up.
What choice did I have? The last class is with our homeroom teacher.
If I didn't come, I'd be waiting for a scolding, Gu Chenzhou said with a sigh.
Yang Song patted Gu Chenzhou on the shoulder. Couldn't you have taken a day off?
I did, Gu Chenzhou replied.
Just then, a stern voice echoed from the doorway. Gu Chenzhou, come to the office.
He turned to see their homeroom teacher, Zhou Jian, staring at him.
Coming. Gu Chenzhou hurried after him. Gu Chenzhou, the college entrance exams are approaching.
Given your current state, I seriously doubt you'll get into university, Zhou Jian sighed, staring at Gu Chenzhou's report card. Gu Chenzhou replied politely, Mr. Zhou, you know I've improved significantly. There's no need to worry about me.
I know your ranking has risen considerably. Getting into a second-tier university shouldn't be too difficult. Zhou Jian nodded. But getting into the same university as Su Nianqiu will be difficult.
I know, but I won't give up, Gu Chenzhou replied.
I've signed you up for a tutoring class. Head there after school. Zhou Jian handed him a card. Gu Chenzhou felt uneasy. This is too much trouble. How much is it? I'll transfer the money to you. No need.
I want to see how far you can go, Zhou Jian waved him off.
Well, okay. Thank you, Teacher Zhou. Gu Chenzhou accepted reluctantly. Zhou Jian smiled. Go back to class now. I believe in you.
After leaving the office, Gu Chenzhou's heart remained unsettled for a long time.
Old Gu, what's with that look? Did the old teacher scold you?
Yang Song put down his novel and leaned in to ask.
What are you thinking?
Just a heart-to-heart talk, Gu Chenzhou replied.
Glad to hear it. Thought you might be expelled. Yang Song exhaled a long breath. Gu Chenzhou ignored him and returned to his seat.
Li Yunsong, sitting beside him, suddenly spoke up. Gu Chenzhou, I have something I want to ask you.
You're such a top student, what could possibly be troubling you? Gu Chenzhou asked in surprise. It's not about connections.
Li Yunshuang shook her head and pulled out a stack of letters.
How do you usually handle these? Love letters? Gu Chenzhou immediately understood. Yeah. You've been through this before, so you should know what to do, right?
Li Yunshuang said with a troubled look.
Gu Chenzhou spread his hands helplessly. Don't ask me. I have no idea. You'll have to ask Nianqiu about this. Her?
That aloof personality keeps people at arm's length.
Did I come across as too reserved?
Li Yunshuang sighed, pressing her hand to her forehead.
Probably. Why not try acting more assertive? Recalling what old Li had mentioned, Gu Chenzhou's lips twitched involuntarily. Li Yunshuang sighed. Forget it.
I'll just endure it.
Gu Chenzhou remained silent, resting his head on the desk.
Annie and Little Bear, school's about to let out.
Did you head to campus yet? Not Chenzhou, I got here ages ago. You think I'm like you, with nothing but games on my mind? Annie and Little Bear, ha.
This girl's heart is filled with snacks.
Bu Chenzhou, what's the difference?
If you could just focus on your studies, you'd probably get into college.
Annie and Little Bear, hee, guess again. I'm one of the top students in my grade. Unsubmersible. Annie and Little Bear, don't believe me? Unstoppable, no way. Unless you tell me exactly where. Annie and Little Bear, no way.
You're just jealous.
Gu Chenzhou was at a loss for words. What was this girl thinking about all day? Bu Chenzhou, speaking of which, do you know how to deal with the love letter issue? Annie and Little Bear, someone sent you a love letter? Unsinkable, what am I thinking? Just a friend of mine has this problem. Annie and Little Bear, making friends out of thin air, huh?
Bu Chenzhou, no, it's that transfer student you mentioned before.
Annie and Little Bear, oh, her? Don't worry about it. It'd be weird if a beauty like that didn't get any. Unstoppable, gotta go, class is starting. Annie and Little Bear, fine, just remember to bring me along for the night game. The homeroom teacher didn't cover any new material. The entire class revolved around reviewing mistakes on the test. It wasn't until after school that everyone finally emerged. Old Gu, wanna come with me somewhere?
Yang Song waved his leave slip and called out to Gu Chenzhou.
Where exactly?
Gu Chenzhou had no desire to get into more trouble.
Xinhua bookstore.
I need to buy some books, Yang Song replied with a smile.
Gu Chenzhou replied, sure, I don't have anything else to do.
After leaving campus, they hailed a cab to their destination.
Finally found it.
Now I won't have to worry about passing the time. Yang Song picked up a thick book and muttered to himself.
It's not even a novel? Did you suddenly get smart? Gu Chenzhou exclaimed in surprise.
Yang Song sneered, give me a break.
I work my ass off to stay in the top ranks. Don't judge me by my reading habits. But damn it, weren't you daydreaming in class just like me? Gu Chenzhou challenged. We're both human, so why is the gap so huge?
That's because I already understand all the current material, Yang Song declared proudly.
Right, my bad. I was just projecting, Gu Chenzhou conceded. Yang Song chuckled. But hey, everyone needs a little relaxation. These novels are pretty good. Take them. Gu Chenzhou had no retort, so he silently followed him. Damn, these cost $100? Yang Song exclaimed painfully as he stepped out of the bookstore.
If you tossed out all that useless junk, you'd only need 20, Gu Chenzhou retorted.
Bull.
There's no way I'm giving any of these up, Yang Song retorted.
Forget it, I've already bought the books. We should head back now, or we'll be late. Gu Chenzhou spoke up. Let's just take a cab.
I still have $5 in my pocket, Yang Song said.
Let's go grab something to eat first. Gu Chenzhou turned to the nearby Shaxian restaurant. My treat. Can't we get something better? Yang Song whined. You should be grateful we have anything to eat. Stop complaining. Gu Chenzhou smacked Yang Song on the back of the head. That afternoon, Gu Chenzhou made it back just in time. Good thing I made it just in time.
Yang Song gasped for breath, his legs trembling uncontrollably. If you just moved faster, we could have arrived earlier. Gu Chenzhou slumped down, had to eat and watch at the same time. But it worked out perfectly. We weren't late after all. Yang Song deftly turned on the air conditioner. Now we can relax. What were you two doing? Li Yunchuang asked curiously. We went shopping with him, Gu Chenzhou replied. Li Yunchuang smiled. You should have told me. I could have had my dad drive you there. Gu Chenzhou, you're overthinking it. It was Yang Song's problem. If you'd come with us, you'd be in the same boat.
Chapter 115, The college entrance exam approaches. Is it really that scary?
Li Yunchuang asked, puzzled. He's been dragging his feet for ages. Now that everything's settled, there's no need to bother with him, Gu Chenzhou waved dismissively. I see, Li Yunchuang nodded thoughtfully.
Are you guys free this afternoon?
I'll treat you to lunch, Yang Song waved his meal card.
No thanks.
Our homeroom teacher signed me up for a cram school, Gu Chenzhou sighed.
Li Yunchuang echoed, same here.
After school that afternoon, Gu Chenzhou slung his backpack over his shoulder and walked out of the classroom.
Hey, old Gu, don't forget about my breakfast tomorrow.
Otherwise, I'll be starving again, Yang Song called out from behind.
Got it, Gu Chenzhou waved dismissively.
Li Yunchuang hurried after him.
Where's your tutoring class? I think it's downtown, Gu Chenzhou replied truthfully. What a coincidence. That's right on my way.
I'll have the butler drive you there, Li Yunchuang said, delighted.
That would be very kind of you, Gu Chenzhou smiled. Half an hour later, Gu Chenzhou and Li Yunchuang sat in silence. So we're actually at the same place? Li Yunchuang exclaimed in surprise. I never expected this. It must be pretty expensive, right? Recalling Zhou Jian's pained expression, Gu Chenzhou felt a pang of guilt.
Li Yunchuang answered honestly, at least 2,000 a month. Whoa, that's ridiculously expensive, Gu Chenzhou gasped. They hire the most renowned teachers, and the teaching quality is top-notch.
Li Yunchuang folded her arms.
You should consider yourself lucky. Spots here are incredibly hard to come by. Looks like I'll have to find a way to repay the old class teacher, Gu Chenzhou muttered, rubbing his chin. Come on, there's only one classroom.
Let's find a place to sit first. Class starts soon. Li Yunchuang took the lead, guiding Gu Chenzhou inside.
Soon, a figure approached, scanning the room before speaking.
Everyone's here. Let's get started. At 8 o'clock that evening, Gu Chenzhou emerged, rubbing his temples.
This is terrifying, one class packed with countless key points.
Isn't that normal? If you didn't understand, I can give you my notes.
Li Yunchuang pulled out a small notebook.
Make sure to return it after you copy everything. I still need it. Thanks, Gu Chenzhou quickly replied. You're welcome.
You're Nianqiu's boyfriend, after all.
I'll be counting on you later.
Li Yunchuang flashed a sweet smile.
1 month later. Oh crap, where's my novel?
Yang Song frantically tidied his desk, visibly flustered.
What's the big deal? It's just a few things missing. Why are you freaking out so much? Gu Chenzhou asked. But I paid for all of them. How could they all vanish in just one day? Yang Song wailed.
The college entrance exams are in a couple of days.
Why are you still dwelling on this? Li Yunchuang asked.
Yang Song retorted, but they're my treasures.
My life's work. Just then, Zhou Jian's voice came from nearby. I've put those things away for you. I'll give them back after the exams. You're always obsessing over these things. I'm worried you'll mess up your performance.
Yang Song hurried over and called out, Teacher Zhou, just one book, let me take it home with me.
Don't even think about it. I know you too well.
If you get into college, I'll buy you every book you haven't read yet, Zhou Jian teased.
Then we have a deal. I've read a lot, you can't fool me, Yang Song said earnestly. Zhou Jian nodded.
A gentleman's word is his bond.
Gu Chenzhou, you must have improved a lot recently, right? Li Yunchuang asked Gu Chenzhou. Hard to say. I understand most of it now, but I can't be complacent until I know what's on the exam. Gu Chenzhou replied, all in all, we'll only know once we try. Then I wish you success. See you in the exam hall, Li Yunchuang waved to Gu Chenzhou.
Gu Chenzhou remained unmoved, muttering to himself, the pressure is really intense.
Gu Chenzhou, why do you look even more gloomy than Yang Song? Zhou Jian approached and asked. I have to get into Beijing University, Gu Chenzhou sighed. That's no easy feat, you'll need at least 600 points. Confident? Zhou Jian slapped Gu Chenzhou on the shoulder. Not sure, Gu Chenzhou scratched his head. Bring back that confidence you usually have.
Zhou Jian's tone turned serious. I'm paying for your tutoring sessions, not to watch you wallow in self-pity.
Gu Chenzhou froze. True. I've been grinding my ass off for so long, why shouldn't I make it? That's the kind of pride young people need. If you pull it off, I'll treat you to a big feast. Zhou Jian laughed heartily. Gu Chenzhou waved his hand. No way. I should be the one treating you. Alright, get back to work. Focus these next few days. Zhou Jian added, once you're on break, you can go wild however you want. Thanks, old man. I'm off. Gu Chenzhou replied. At home, Gu Chenzhou deftly booted up his computer. Annie and Little Bear, we have 2 days off. Want to play games together? Not sinking ship, better not. I need some quiet time. Annie and Little Bear, who's quietly? Didn't you have the school beauty? Gu Chenzhou. Annie and Little Bear, fine, no more teasing. Log in a couple of games might actually help relieve stress. Unwavering, nope. Duo queuing with you would just stress me out more. I'm reading instead. Annie and Little Bear, how dare you? We're ignoring you now. Unwavering, don't be like that. Fine, I'm sorry. Annie and Little Bear, humph, I'm mad, the kind you can't cheer me up from. Unwavering, I'll help you climb to Challenger. Annie and Little Bear, that's great then. I won't bother you anymore. Gu Chenzhou ignored them and started flipping through past exam papers online. Chenzhou, busy here. Outside the door, Gu Dahai spoke softly. Dad, why are you back? Gu Chenzhou asked. Gu Dahai replied, to grab some clean clothes. Oh, I'll go pack a few for you, Gu Chenzhou said, rising. No need. Your studies come first, Gu Dahai declined repeatedly. It's fine. I can't let a little delay like this cost me my chance at college, Gu Chenzhou insisted. Forget it. Your mom and I don't want to burden you. Just focus on your studies. Gu Dahai continued, and I have some good news, your mom has been able to get out of bed and walk around these past few days. Really? Gu Chenzhou's eyes widened. Yes. Just the other day, I was helping her walk around, Gu Dahai replied. Gu Chenzhou, that's wonderful. Keep up the treatment, and she'll definitely recover. Chenzhou, take good care of yourself. Gu Dahai sighed. There's not much your old man can do to help, except cheer you on. That's enough, Gu Chenzhou smiled. Chenzhou, no matter how you do on the exam, you're still our son, Gu Dahai reminded him. Gu Chenzhou solemnly replied, I won't let you down. Chapter 116, Entering the Exam Hall. Now it's time to really buckle down and study. Gu Chenzhou murmured to himself as he studied the past exam papers on his computer. 2 days later, outside the exam hall entrance. Old Gu, you can't let us down. You've got to get into Beijing University. Fatty patted Gu Chenzhou's shoulder, his tone earnest. Mind your own business. After all the tutoring I've given you, you should be able to get into college, Gu Chenzhou replied irritably. As long as it's not too difficult, I should be fine, Fizi said helplessly. A voice called out from nearby. Chenzhou, you guys got here so early? Turning to look, they saw Su Nianqiu walking slowly toward them. Nianqiu, how's your studying going lately? Gu Chenzhou walked toward Su Nianqiu and asked with a smile. Su Nianqiu replied, pretty smooth sailing. Barring any surprises, I should get in. Old Gu, the pressure's on you now, Fizi reminded him. Gu Chenzhou. Su Nianqiu solemnly declared, Chenzhou, don't worry too much. Even if we end up at different universities, I won't fall for anyone else. Nianqiu. But if you dare to set your sights on another woman, I won't be kind to you. Su Nianqiu cut Gu Chenzhou off, her tone stern. What are you thinking? I'll definitely be with you. Gu Chenzhou pulled Su Nianqiu into his embrace. This lovey-dovey stuff is being shoved down my throat, Fizi gritted his teeth. If you're so upset, go find yourself a girlfriend, Gu Chenzhou sneered. Alright, we still have some time. How about grabbing something to drink at that bubble tea shop over there? Su Nianqiu suggested. Fine. I'll get an extra large size and bleed you dry, Fizi retorted, clearly annoyed. Gu Chenzhou burst out laughing. You'd probably make Nianqiu buy the whole shop, and she wouldn't even bat an eyelid. Who said I want Su Nianqiu to pay? I want you to pay, Fizi glared at Gu Chenzhou viciously. My money is Chenzhou's money anyway, Su Nianqiu said, tilting her head. You two are really pushing it, Fizi sighed, too exhausted to argue anymore. Soon, everyone entered the examination hall and began the first round of tests. Quiet, everyone. I won't go over the exam rules again. A proctor announced, please wait for the test papers to be distributed. Wonder how tough it'll be, Gu Chenzhou muttered to himself. Before long, the exam papers were distributed. When Gu Chenzhou saw the content at the top, his face lit up with surprise and delight. I actually guessed right, he chuckled, already prepared to tackle the questions. At noon, Gu Chenzhou walked out of the school gate. Chenzhou, over here. Su Nianqiu waved at him from a distance. Gu Chenzhou hurried over. Nianqiu, how did it go? Pretty easy. How about you? Su Nianqiu countered. Same here, Gu Chenzhou laughed heartily. You two are all good, but who's going to care about me? Fei Zi's voice came from behind Gu Chenzhou. I'm screwed this time. No way? You actually got crushed in Chinese? Gu Chenzhou asked, puzzled. I was doing great until the essay. What the hell was that? Some weird mysterious light thing? Fatty stomped his feet in frustration. This damn thing, they must be out to get me. Enough. It's over now. Regretting it won't change anything, Gu Chenzhou consoled him. True. Where should we grab a bite? Fei Zi asked. Let's wait for old Yang to come out, Gu Chenzhou replied. Another 10 minutes passed before Yang Song finally emerged and greeted them. Hey, everyone's here already. You're so slow. Even Li Yunxuan got here before you, Gu Chenzhou teased. What could I do? With so many people, I'm lucky I didn't get squished flat, Yang Song answered. Where are we eating lunch? Fei Zi was already getting hungry. The nearby restaurants are probably all packed. I'll call my uncle and have him reserve a private room for us. Su Nianqiu pulled out her phone and told them. Man, I'm so jealous. When will I ever be that rich? Fei Zi sighed enviously. When I make it big, you'll be rolling in it too, Gu Chenzhou said, draping an arm around Fei Zi's neck. Well, I'll probably have to wait a decade or so for that, Fei Zi sighed. Su Nianqiu, this is the little restaurant you told me about? Fatty was so shocked his jiggly flesh trembled. In your eyes, a 5-star restaurant is called small? Yes, is there a problem? Su Nianqiu asked, puzzled. Nianqiu, you're here. Come on in, I've got your meal ready. A middle-aged man hurried over from the entrance. Uncle Wang, I'm so sorry to interrupt your business, Su Nianqiu said politely. Not at all. I'm thrilled you wanted to come. Wang Zhong chuckled. Don't just stand there. Come on in. Thank you. Su Nianqiu followed the others inside. Holy moly, is that statue made of gold? Yang Song's eyes immediately locked onto the ornate carvings as soon as he entered the private room. Solid gold, Wang Zhong declared proudly. Whoa. The group sucked in their breath. Alright, you guys eat up. I won't bother you anymore. Wang Zhong said before leaving. Old Gu, how much do you think this thing is worth? Fatty patted the statue and asked Gu Chenzhou. How should I know? But I know these things aren't cheap. Gu Chenzhou replied, anyway, if we break it, we couldn't afford to pay for it even if we sold the house. Then I won't touch it. Let's eat first, I'm starving. Fei Zi quickly let go. Math exam this afternoon, what are you gonna do, Fei Zi? Yang Song asked while eating. Scrambled eggs with cold dressing. Those formulas know me, but I don't know them. Fatty said, I've never slept through a college entrance exam before. I'll give it a shot this afternoon. My advice? Just stomp on the answer sheet. Li Yunxuan suddenly spoke up, maybe we'll score pretty high this way. That makes sense. Fei Zi's eyes lit up. Gu Chenzhou was speechless for a moment. How did you get so corrupted? Hanging out with you and Yang Song all the time, I guess I caught the bug, Li Yunxuan shrugged. This has nothing to do with me, don't drag me into it, Yang Song hurriedly protested. Su Nianqiu covered her mouth and giggled. You guys are hilarious. Old Yang, have you decided which university you're applying to? Gu Chenzhou asked. Yang Song answered between bites, Beijing University, of course. You guys are all going, you can't just leave me behind. Besides, you're setting up your company there. If I go somewhere else, commuting every day would be a hassle. You're sharp, kid. Flattering people this early in the game, Fei Zi remarked. Yang Song rolled his eyes. Mainly, Beijing's the only decent option. Like I have a choice? True enough, Fei Zi agreed. Li Yunxuan took Su Nianqiu's hand. Nianqiu, you two better not feed me any more lovey-dovey stuff after this. That's not guaranteed. Being around them, you'll get a handful every now and then. Fei Zi, speaking from experience, knew best. Chapter 117, The College Entrance Exams End. Enough of that. Let's raise our teacups in place of wine and wish everyone smooth sailing on the upcoming exams. Yang Song grabbed a can of Coke, raised it high, and declared to everyone. We'll take your word for it. If I don't get into college, it'll be all your fault. Fatty stood up and downed the sugary drink in one gulp, burp. Can you not be so disgusting? Yang Song sneered. Gu Chenzhou smiled silently. After this, chances for everyone to gather together would likely be few and far between. 2 days later, the group emerged from the exam hall. Finally over. Old Gu, wanna join us for the gathering later? Yang Song stretched lazily, extending an invitation to Gu Chenzhou. You guys go ahead. I'll pass, Gu Chenzhou declined with a wave. What's the matter? Afraid you'll run into Jiang Shanshan at tonight's dinner? Yang Song hooked his arm around Gu Chenzhou's shoulder, flashing a knowing grin. Get lost. How long has it been since I last spoke to her? Like I'd be scared of her? Gu Chenzhou kicked Yang Song in the shin without thinking, snapping back irritably. So what are you planning to do? You can't exactly say you're cozying up with Su Nianqiu, can you? Yang Song grabbed Gu Chenzhou by the collar. Got a girlfriend and forgot about your brothers, huh? Not at all. I'm just going back to play some games.
Gu Chenzhou turned his head guiltily, unable to meet Yang Song's gaze.
Damn it, so that's how it is. What gives? I've been single for 3 years, and you go and pull this stunt on us without a word?
Yang Song glared at Gu Chenzhou with such fury he could have bitten him to pieces.
What's going on here? Why are you guys fighting? Fizi approached dejectedly from a short distance away. What's with you? Why so down? Yang Song turned to ask. Fatty spread his hands helplessly. What else could it be?
I bombed the exam.
How many points do you guys think you got?
Should be safe, barring any surprises, Yang Song replied honestly.
Both eyes turned to Gu Chenzhou, waiting for his response. No idea. Let's wait until the scores come out. Gu Chenzhou shook his head. Stop pretending to be so deep. Come on, everyone's waiting. Yang Song tugged Gu Chenzhou toward the exit. Fatty, we'll have to leave you guys hanging for now. Same here. Fizi waved them off.
Inside the KTV, Gu Chenzhou was dragged to the door of the private room.
Old Gu, I'm not scared. What are you afraid of? Is there some kind of man-eating monster in there?
Yang Song pushed open the door and yanked Gu Chenzhou inside.
Old Gu, old Yang, you guys are so slow. 3 shots on you,
a man in a school uniform yelled at them.
What can you do? This stubborn dog refused to come. I really wanted to chain him up.
Yang Song slumped onto the sofa and muttered to the man beside him.
Ha, this is our last gathering together. After this, we probably won't be as close anymore, someone joked.
During those 3 high school years, they'd known each other intimately, sharing almost everything. But after college, everyone would have new social circles.
Meeting old classmates might only warrant a simple greeting.
Eventually, they'd become strangers, perhaps not even recognizing each other.
Gu Chenzhou sipped his drink, his thoughts already drifting far away.
But soon, a voice snapped him back to reality.
Gu Chenzhou, are you avoiding me?
He turned to see Jiang Shanshan standing before him, pouting. Today she wore a white school uniform, her hair tied in a ponytail. Paired with her innocent face, she radiated a youthful, sunny aura.
I'm not. We're all classmates, what's there to avoid? Gu Chenzhou set down his glass and replied. We've graduated now. Don't you have anything to say to me? Jiang Shanshan sat down beside Gu Chenzhou and asked. Gu Chenzhou instinctively shifted aside.
I hope you all get into your dream universities.
That's it? Jiang Shanshan felt a surge of frustration. Isn't that enough? Gu Chenzhou knew exactly what Jiang Shanshan was thinking, yet he feigned ignorance.
She was a serial dater, and he was just another fish that had jumped out of her pond. Besides, he already had Su Nianqiu, why should he let her reel him in? Just then, Su Yang appeared out of nowhere, speaking in a familiar tone.
Shan, are you free? I'd like to talk to you alone. Sure, let's step outside.
Jiang Shanshan flashed a sweet smile that sent ripples through Su Yang's heart. Outside the KTV, Su Yang held back for a long time before finally blurting out to Jiang Shanshan.
Shan, I like you. Will you be my girlfriend?
This was his second attempt at confessing. After his last crushing defeat, he was determined to succeed this time.
I'm sorry, Su Yang. I thought we were just really good friends.
Jiang Shanshan turned her head away, unable to meet Su Yang's gaze.
I'm not ready for that right now. Can you give me a little more time?
Of course. I'll wait for you forever.
Su Yang's eyes lit up. She does have feelings for me. Let's go inside first. We don't want to keep our classmates waiting.
Jiang Shanshan silently opened the door and flashed Su Yang a smile.
Sure thing.
Su Yang hurried after her, looking like a well-trained dog.
Old Gu, it looks like those two are together. Yang Song watched Su Yang at the doorway and nudged Gu Chenzhou with his elbow. Come on, they're definitely not together. Gu Chenzhou replied.
Yang Song countered, how could that be?
Look at how happy Su Yang is. Let's bet 50 cents. You go ask him? Gu Chenzhou pulled a crumpled bill from his pocket. No way.
Yang Song sighed, pressing his forehead.
Sigh, why doesn't anyone ever confess to me?
Old Yang, there's something I've kept from you for a long time.
Gu Chenzhou's tone suddenly turned serious as he stared straight at Yang Song. I've always had feelings for you. Will you accept me? Get lost. My orientation is perfectly normal. Don't ruin my reputation. Yang Song jumped up from the sofa in fright, nearly launching a flying kick. See? Someone actually confesses to you, and you're not even happy about it. Gu Chenzhou laughed heartily. Having a friend like you, did I destroy the world in my past life?
Yang Song clutched his head, wailing in despair.
Don't be so rigid about gender. You gotta try new flavors sometime. Gu Chenzhou patted Yang Song on the shoulder and said earnestly. Bull. You only say that because you've got Su Nianqiu now.
Yang Song gritted his teeth, itching to punch him square in the face.
If it weren't for Nianqiu, you'd be the one with me. Gu Chenzhou suddenly adopted a deeply affectionate expression, leaning in close to Yang Song. You're so damn annoying. I really don't get what Su Nianqiu sees in you. Goosebumps rose on Yang Song's skin, and he dared not come near Gu Chenzhou. Yang Song, could you step outside with me? Just then, a girl approached Yang Song, her voice hesitant. Seeing her flushed cheeks, Yang Song's breath caught. He nodded quickly. Sure, no problem. Love blooming so fast? Gu Chenzhou remarked in surprise. Chapter 118, Love in the Air? Who would have thought? Yang Song, with his thick eyebrows and big eyes, actually found love before us? Class monitor Zhou Qi leaned in, hooking an arm around Gu Chenzhou's shoulder. Yeah, you guys better step up your game, Gu Chenzhou chuckled. Cut the crap. Once we get to college, finding a girlfriend will be a piece of cake. Zhou Qi crossed his legs, looking as relaxed as an old man. Zhou Qi, I'm telling you, you better seize the opportunity. After college, it'll be a lot of wolves chasing a few pieces of meat. Gu Chenzhou patted Zhou Qi's shoulder earnestly. Many shared Zhou Qi's mindset waiting until college to pursue romance. Unfortunately, this notion was unrealistic. With only 20 or so students in a class, men made up 2/3, sometimes even all of them. The attractive girls had already found their partners. I really envy you, Zhou Qi. To actually be with Su, the campus beauty. Zhou Qi picked up a beer mug and filled it for Gu Chenzhou. Drink up. I won't let you off the hook until you finish it. Dude, this is a beer mug a liter capacity. You're pouring me baijiu in this thing? Gu Chenzhou's mouth twitched as he stared at the brimming glass. Was this guy trying to give him a stomach ulcer? Huh? Wait, didn't I order 4 bottles? How'd one go missing? Zhou Qi scratched his head, puzzled. Gu Chenzhou narrowed his eyes, leaning back on the sofa. You must be mistaken. Bull. I know everyone's drinking capacity, that's why I ordered so much, Zhou Qi retorted irritably. Still can't kick that habit of talking nonsense when you're drunk, huh? Gu Chenzhou chuckled. The surrounding crowd chatted and laughed. This was their final gathering, and everyone hoped to leave a lasting impression in each other's hearts. Huh? Wasn't Su Yang fawning over Jiang Shanshan? Where'd he go? Come to think of it, besides him, a few others had vanished too. Old Jiang couldn't have gotten into trouble, could he? Gu Chenzhou muttered to himself, rubbing his chin. What could possibly happen to him? He's off chasing romantic adventures. People would envy him if they could. Zhou Qi said as he crawled under the coffee table. Strange. He's not under here either. Where could he have gone? I'll go take a look outside. Gu Chenzhou immediately stood up and headed out. At the bathroom door, the young girl from earlier was shivering as she asked, Can I go now? Go ahead. You're done here, Su Yang waved her off. Su Yang, what are you doing? Yang Song, cornered, gritted his teeth and demanded. If only he'd known this would happen, he never should have lusted after her beauty. Yang Song, you've been getting so close to Gu Chenzhou. Guess if he'll come to save you? Su Yang propped his palm against the wall, staring straight at Yang Song as he asked. Don't you feel disgusting? A grown man cornering me like this, how dare you? Yang Song snapped back. You've got a sharp tongue. Guess if I'll finish you off today. Su Yang pulled out a bottle of Nulinshan liquor from his pocket and chuckled. What are you doing? Yang Song's eyes widened as he suddenly felt a tight grip. You've got 2 choices, either down this bottle of white liquor, or I smash it right into your forehead. Su Yang toyed with the bottle, tapping it lightly against Yang Song's head. Are you out of your mind? Drinking that all at once will kill you. Even a hardened drunk wouldn't dare down 60 proof liquor like that. So you're choosing the second option? Su Yang said coldly. Soon, a voice from afar called out to stop them. Su Yang, don't stir up trouble. If you kill someone here, you won't get away with it. Su Yang looked up to see Gu Chenzhou approaching. You care so much about him, why don't you make the choice for him? Su Yang stared at Gu Chenzhou with a mocking smile. Or you can drink it yourself. I won't choose either. If you two keep this up, don't blame me for being rude. Gu Chenzhou kept his distance from them. If he dared to chase after them, Su Yang would run. Pretty cocky. What are you gonna do about it? Su Yang taunted. My phone's been recording the whole time, and you're both adults now. Gu Chenzhou's lips curved upward. Guess what happens if I send this to the enforcement bureau? You wouldn't dare. Su Yang roared in fury. Then you'd better let him go, Gu Chenzhou retorted. Su bro, let him go. My mom's counting on me for college. One person backed down, and the others grew timid too, no longer daring to cause trouble. Unlike Su Yang, they had no connections. Ruining their futures would spell disaster. You just wait, Su Yang glared at Gu Chenzhou, shoving Yang Song out of the crowd. That scared the hell out of me. I'll never believe I can have a romantic encounter again. Yang Song's legs were like jelly as Gu Chenzhou supported him toward the private room. I was just wondering how someone could pursue you when you don't even have a single female friend at school. Looks like my guess was right. Gu Chenzhou muttered as they walked. That stings, bro. Yang Song forced a bitter smile. This hurt worse than getting beaten up by Yang Song. Hey, you're back, old Yang. Congratulations. Zhou Qi walked up and slung his arm around Yang Song's shoulder. You're something else, man. The only one in our dorm who's finally got a girlfriend. Get lost. Yang Song shoved Zhou Qi away and drank bitterly. Old Yang. Gu Chenzhou reached out to stop him. Put. Wine spurted from Yang Song's mouth like a fountain as he coughed violently. Zhou Qi, you've gone too far. How could you leave that nasty thing on the table? Gu Chenzhou looked at Yang Song sympathetically. What choice did I have? That's money, after all. Zhou Qi replied. Is this how you treat your brothers? Yang Song gasped for air, his throat feeling like it was stuffed with dozens of chili peppers. You dove right in without even looking. And it's not that we didn't warn you, you were just too fast. Gu Chenzhou sat down and tried to reassure Yang Song. Alright, just take it easy. Get lost, Yang Song snapped irritably. Gu Chenzhou chuckled and didn't press the matter further. Firefly, where are you? Bu Chenzhou, at a class reunion. Ing, got time? Bu Chenzhou, of course I do. Where do you want to go? Ing, I'm here, shared location. Unsubmersible, what a coincidence. I'm at this same place. Which table are you at? I'll come find you. Firefly, 201, I'll wait for you at the door. Gu Chenzhou put down his phone. Guys, I gotta bail for now. We're just getting started, and you're already bailing? Zhou Qi asked. Nianqiu's looking for me, Gu Chenzhou waves dismissively, walking out. Put. Got a girlfriend and forgets his brothers already, Yang Song spat in Gu Chenzhou's direction. As for Gu Chenzhou, the moment he arrived at the designated spot, the scene before him left him dumbfounded. Su, I really like you. Give me a chance. Watching the confession unfold, Gu Chenzhou felt numb. How could someone actually be trying to steal his girlfriend? Chapter 119, The Desired Outcome. I'm really sorry, but I can't accept your feelings. Su Nianqiu turned her head away. We really aren't right for each other. What's wrong with us? Just because you have a boyfriend? But I don't care about that. The suitor stood there, closing in on Su Nianqiu. But I do care, sweetheart. You're really pushing it here. How dare you try to steal my girlfriend? Gu Chenzhou walked over, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Men were one thing, but now women were trying to steal Su Nianqiu from him too? Why should I? You're neither as rich as me nor as pretty. The girl stood with her hands on her hips, looking utterly unyielding. Zhou Shuang, I'm sorry, but you should give up. Su Nianqiu patted Zhou Shuang's shoulder before turning to Gu Chenzhou. We've been together for a long time. This. Zhou Shuang opened his mouth to speak but hesitated, ultimately running away in tears. That was quite the ordeal, Gu Chenzhou sighed helplessly. Yeah, this is the fifth one. Su Nianqiu sighed. She had prepared herself for male suitors, but unexpectedly, only women had come. Guess being too good-looking is its own kind of punishment. Gu Chenzhou looked Su Nianqiu up and down, unable to suppress the smile in his heart. Today, Su Nianqiu wore a white long dress with her hair pulled back in a high ponytail, her delicate features radiating an extraordinary glow. Stop teasing me. How did you estimate your scores this time? Su Nianqiu asked playfully. Gu Chenzhou replied, not sure. Haven't crunched the numbers yet. If I don't get into Beijing University, I can trade places with you for another university. Su Nianqiu seemed to have made up her mind, speaking with solemn determination. Don't worry. Even though I haven't calculated my score, it should be fine. Gu Chenzhou chuckled softly as he spoke to Su Nianqiu. Alright, let's go. I'll take you out for a walk. Su Nianqiu said as she headed toward the exit of the KTV. Are you worried more girls might come looking for you? Gu Chenzhou asked with a smile. Yeah, not just classmates from my own class, girls from other classes showed up too. The memory sent a chill down Su Nianqiu's spine. What are your plans after the break? Gu Chenzhou took Su Nianqiu's hand as they strolled down the street. I plan to travel. There are a few places I've always wanted to visit. Would you like to come with me? Su Nianqiu smiled brightly as she spoke. I think it'd be so much fun if we went together. I'm afraid I can't. I'll likely be swamped with work soon, Gu Chenzhou replied with a wry smile. The company needed him to kick off a new game development project, and he also had to keep an eye on the release date. Once the targets were met, he would immediately relocate, bringing everyone to the capital. All that equipment cost a fortune. To build a better life with Su Nianqiu later, he had to work hard. Alright then. We'll only see each other when school starts again. Su Nianqiu released Gu Chenzhou's hand and skipped ahead. Tonight's moon was full, its glow bathing her like a fairy. Gu Chenzhou gazed at her, mesmerized, murmuring softly, you look so beautiful. Chenzhou, I believe you can do it. Under the moonlight, Su Nianqiu called out to Gu Chenzhou, may you win your first battle. I will. Gu Chenzhou smiled knowingly, silently vowing that in this lifetime, he would never marry anyone but Su Nianqiu. Half a month later. Don't crowd me, I can barely see. Inside the nursing home, Lu Sanglan nudged Gu Dahai aside to get closer to Gu Chenzhou. Son, don't put too much pressure on yourself. No matter how you do on the exam, we won't blame you. Gu Dahai patted Gu Chenzhou's shoulder, speaking earnestly. Gu Chenzhou remained silent, his eyes fixed intently on the screen. The results will be out soon. Try not to be nervous, Lu Sanglan urged.
Though she said this, the two elders felt even more anxious than he did. Dad, Mom, please don't be like this.
You're making me nervous. Both of Gu Chenzhou's hands trembled.
This was a watershed moment in his life. His fingers kept refreshing the page until the inquiry interface appeared on his phone, making his breathing grow ragged.
It's ready. Quick, see what score you got. Gu Dahai urged. Gu Chenzhou nodded, entering his student ID and password.
The slow spinning circle felt like countless ants crawling over his heart.
Ha? What's going on? System error? Lu Sanglan looked at the page displaying 0 points and asked in confusion. Must be too many people. Try reloading? Gu Dahai scratched his head.
His son was so smart, how could he have scored 0?
Exactly. Everyone logged in at the same time. Aunt Wang said it's because the server couldn't handle it. Lu Sanglan chimed in. No need. I've got this in the bag. Gu Chenzhou burst into laughter, wrapping his arms around both of them. Lu Sanglan's heart skipped a beat. Honey, is he okay? Did he lose his mind? Chenzhou, it's okay. Mom and Dad are here. If it doesn't work out, we'll just try again next time. Gu Dahai patted his son's back.
After such a crushing blow, all he could do was try to calm him down.
It's not as bad as you think. Do you even know what a perfect 0 means? Gu Chenzhou released his parents and explained. First, it means I turned in a blank exam. The other possibility is that my score was hidden. What does that mean?
Gu Dahai, not being highly educated, struggled to grasp the concept.
It means I can pick any top-tier university I want. Gu Chenzhou nearly jumped for joy. Now I can be with Nianqiu.
Our son has made something of himself.
That's wonderful. Though Lu Sanglan didn't fully grasp it, she knew Gu Chenzhou had grown up. This is fantastic. Our family has produced a genius. We must pay proper respects to our ancestors when we get home. Gu Dahai pulled out his phone. Old son, let's grab drinks in a couple days. What? How did you know my son got into college? Master Zhang, help me prepare a banner.
Chenzhou, you've worked so hard these past few months. Lu Sanglan stroked Gu Chenzhou's hair, tears welling up uncontrollably as she spoke.
Mom, why are you crying? This is a cause for celebration, you should be smiling. Gu Chenzhou said gently. Nothing, I'm just so happy. Lu Sanglan shook her head. Just then, the ringtone of his phone snapped Gu Chenzhou back to reality. Mom, I'll take this call. Old Gu, I got into college. Just barely made the second tier cut off. Fei Zi called out as soon as he stepped out of the ward. You actually pulled it off? Gu Chenzhou exclaimed in shock. Yeah, I put Beijing as my first choice. Now I'll be right there with you guys. Fatty laughed heartily. How about you?
That's definitely a piece of cake, Gu Chenzhou chuckled.
I knew you'd make it. You didn't disappoint your brother's expectations. Fatty chuckled. Any plans for the break? Once I get my acceptance letter, I'm moving the company out. Gu Chenzhou added. After that? Time to relax with a budget trip. Chapter 120, Travel Companions. Damn, if I ever told my mom I wanted to travel, she'd break my legs, Fei Zi said enviously.
Your aunt just worries you'll run off and get into trouble.
Gu Chenzhou pondered for a moment before replying. Bull. I'm a grown man, don't I know what's important? Fatty snapped irritably. Enough with the banter.
I gotta go share my joy with others.
Gu Chenzhou stared at the disconnected call, lost in thought.
Annie and Little Bear, Little Josie, why haven't you paid your respects to this palace for so long?
Not sinking boat, how dare I? Your servant was just checking the scores. Annie and Little Bear, how's the battle going? Gu Chenzhou made the honor roll. Annie and Little Bear, is that really true?
Unsunken boat, scores are hidden, but barring surprises, I'm in the top 50 province-wide.
Annie and Little Bear, no way. You lazy slacker actually pulled it off? Unsinkable boat, what did you expect? All those tutoring sessions weren't for nothing. Annie and Little Bear. Any plans for the break? Unsinkable boat, well, just traveling around.
Once I wrap up things at the company in a couple days and get my acceptance letter, I'm hopping on a green train straight to the capital. Annie and Little Bear, everyone else has strong willpower, but you, my friend, have a butt of steel. Just then, Gu Dahai appeared behind him, slapping his shoulder.
Chengzhou, who are you chatting with? Just telling my friends about my grades. Dad, why are you out here? Gu Chenzhou asked with a smile. Gu Dahai scratched his head.
Old Zhang just arrived.
I went out to meet him. I'll come too.
Haven't seen Uncle Zhang in ages, Gu Chenzhou replied.
Stepping out of the ward, the two walked to the entrance of the convalescent home. Hey, Dahai, congratulations. Never thought little Chenzhou would get into college.
A rugged middle-aged man approached from a short distance away.
Flip-flops, a tank top, and that receding hairline, anyone could tell he was a character. Hello, Uncle Zhang. Gu Chenzhou stepped forward and spoke first. Chenzhou, Uncle Zhang doesn't have much to give you. This will have to be my gift. Uncle Zhang unfurled the banner, and Gu Chenzhou's vision went black. Congratulations to Gu Chenzhou on admission to his dream university.
Gu Chenzhou was momentarily speechless. Nice calligraphy, Gu Dahai said, giving him a thumbs up.
Dad, Uncle Jean, maybe we should put it away for now? Gu Chenzhou felt so embarrassed he could practically deduct a 3-bedroom apartment from his budget. Oh my god, someone save me. It's perfectly fine like this, Gu Dahai laughed heartily. Half a month later. Chenzhou, are you absolutely sure about this decision? At home, Gu Dahai asked bitterly. Dad, I know you'll miss me, but I have to go, don't I? Gu Chenzhou said solemnly, holding his suitcase.
Take care of yourself out there. If you run into any trouble, call me anytime, Gu Dahai urged. Dad, while I'm gone, you and Mom must take good care of yourselves. If you miss me, just move to Beijing to live.
Gu Chenzhou took a deep breath and said, it's getting late. I'll miss my train.
Drive carefully, Gu Dahai said earnestly.
All right.
Take care of yourself.
Gu Chenzhou picked up his suitcase and headed for the door. Bu Chenzhou, Nianqiu, I'm about to leave. Me too. Bu Chenzhou, see you at Beijing University. At the train station entrance, Gu Chenzhou was playing with his phone.
Hey, handsome. He looked up to see a beautiful woman in a pristine white dress.
Sorry, no WeChat.
Gu Chenzhou waved her off, his words slipping out instinctively.
Put.
The girl covered her mouth and giggled softly.
Not that. I was wondering if you could watch my luggage for me?
I need to use the restroom.
Sorry, that was a reflex response. Gu Chenzhou said awkwardly, no problem, go ahead. Thanks. The girl flashed Gu Chenzhou a sweet smile.
Her expression left Gu Chenzhou dazed, unable to recover even after she'd left.
You jerk. You already have Nianqiu, so why are you still thinking about other women? Gu Chenzhou slapped his forehead, silently berating himself. Before long, the girl returned. Are you also going to the capital?
Yeah, I heard this route is beautiful, so I wanted to give it a try.
Gu Chenzhou nodded in response.
The girl leaned closer to Gu Chenzhou, peering at his screen.
Oh? You play Sword Hero Chronicles too? Just killing time. I play it occasionally. Gu Chenzhou nodded in response.
He couldn't exactly say the game was developed by his company.
I'm a huge fan.
Both the storyline and the character performances are incredibly captivating. The girl clung to Gu Chenzhou as if she'd found a kindred spirit.
Hey, could you let go of me?
Gu Chenzhou tried to pull away, but she only tightened her grip.
Sorry. I get carried away when I get excited. The girl quickly let go. By the way, my name is Li Shi. Gu Chenzhou, he replied. It's a long road ahead. How about we travel together?
Li Shi smiled.
We're heading the same way anyway. Aren't you afraid I might do something to you? Gu Chenzhou asked, puzzled. Well, what exactly could you do to me? Li Shi countered. I suppose I really don't know. Gu Chenzhou racked his brain but couldn't think of a response. Train K1145 is approaching the station. Passengers, please prepare to board.
Li Shi hurriedly stood up.
Oh, it's here already? See you later. Gu Chenzhou pressed his forehead. Finally gone. My head was about to explode. What a lovely girl, if only she didn't have that mouth. On the train, Gu Chenzhou looked exceptionally relaxed. New friends have arrived. Come, let's have a drink.
The moment he entered the sleeper compartment, someone extended an invitation to Gu Chenzhou.
How embarrassing.
Gu Chenzhou sat down with practiced ease, his feet propped on the bed, and instinctively picked up a wine glass.
You know your stuff.
This sorghum liquor's straight from my hometown, take a good swig, Luo Hong chuckled.
Fine liquor, so smooth on the palate. Gu Chenzhou took a sip, his eyes lighting up instantly. Of course it is. It's homemade, so it's not too strong. Enjoy it while it's good. Luo Hong poured Gu Chenzhou another cup. I won't hold back then. Gu Chenzhou downed it in one gulp. Impressive. Have some more. It's been ages since I met someone as generous as you. Keep it coming. After an unknown amount of time, Gu Chenzhou lay dazed on the bed. Weird. How long did I sleep?
When he woke up, his head felt like it was splitting.
Awake?
Here, take a sip to sober up.
Luo Hong handed Gu Chenzhou a small bottle. Thanks. Gu Chenzhou was parched and gulped it down in one go. Cough cough, brother Luo, this is Baijiu. He coughed violently. I thought it was water. That's how we do it back home, Luo Hong laughed heartily. Chapter 121, turns out she's my senior. Could I get a bottle of water? I'm dying of thirst.
Gu Chenzhou hurriedly waved his hands, setting the liquor aside.
No, but if you want something else, I can look for it.
Luo Hong pulled out several bottles, all of them Baijiu.
Gu Chenzhou was speechless for a moment before waving down a passing flight attendant. Excuse me, could I get a bottle of mineral water?
Please wait a moment, I'll get it for you right away, the attendant replied politely. The train pulled into the station, and Gu Chenzhou breathed a sigh of relief.
Finally free. That guy was finally gone.
So you were here all along. A pleasant voice drifted in from outside the door.
What? Are you transferring over to my section? Gu Chenzhou asked Li Shi. Sure, I could use someone to talk to.
Li Shi smiled as she sat down.
But why do you reek of alcohol? No choice, some guy kept buying me drinks the whole way. Gu Chenzhou spread his hands helplessly. If heaven gave me another chance, I swear I'd buy a different ticket. It can't be that bad, can it?
Li Shi asked in shock. Gu Chenzhou pointed at the trash bin nearby. Look at that 1-liter bucket over there. That guy downed the whole thing by himself.
Whoa.
Li Shi sucked in a sharp breath.
That's some serious drinking.
Yeah, and his enthusiasm was downright terrifying.
Recalling the earlier incident, Gu Chenzhou couldn't help but shiver involuntarily. Enough about that.
I never asked which university you attend, Li Shi inquired with a grin.
Peking University. How about that? Pretty impressive, huh? Gu Chenzhou replied.
Li Shi's eyes lit up.
So you're my junior. Quick, call me senior. What a coincidence.
But you look about my age, Gu Chenzhou said, genuinely surprised.
Don't underestimate me, I'm a sophomore, Li Shi declared proudly, hands on her hips.
Gu Chenzhou was at a loss for words. Hello, senior.
Such a good junior.
I'll make sure to get you the best resources, Li Shi chuckled.
Senior, you have that kind of clout? Could you get me a few 100,000? Gu Chenzhou held out his hand toward Li Shi.
Li Shi angrily swatted his hand away, puffing out her cheeks.
What are you thinking? At most, I can get you a discount on your campus card. Forget it then. That thing's just a money pit. Gu Chenzhou quickly declined. Come on, little brother. Just get one. Your senior needs to eat too. Help me out.
Li Shi pleaded pitifully.
No deal. My current phone plan works fine. Gu Chenzhou replied.
Li Shi pouted, so stingy.
Gu Chenzhou retorted, that's called foresight. 3 days later, in the capital city. Finally out. Gu Chenzhou rubbed his numb buttocks. Once you've ridden a green skin train, you'll never want to do it again. Don't say that the scenery along the way was pretty nice, wasn't it? Li Shi patted Gu Chenzhou's shoulder as he spoke.
It was nice, but it was exhausting.
Only you could endure it. Gu Chenzhou silently resolved to take the bullet train or a plane next time.
Hey, are you heading straight to campus to register, or planning to explore around first? Li Shi changed the subject. I'll head to campus later. Classes don't start for another 2 weeks, no need to rush, Gu Chenzhou replied with a sigh.
Then I won't bother you. Call me if you need anything.
Li Shi opened the taxi door and waved goodbye to Gu Chenzhou.
Alright, drive safely. Gu Chenzhou nodded.
Watching him drive away, Gu Chenzhou finally let out a sigh of relief.
Next, I should go check out the new company.
Hailing a cab, Gu Chenzhou soon found himself standing at the entrance of an office building.
Young boss, where are you? I can't see you anywhere.
Downstairs, Zhao Hai looked left and right, but couldn't find him anywhere.
Look behind you. Gu Chenzhou called out. Zhao Hai instinctively turned his head and jumped in surprise. You scared the hell out of me. Why didn't you say anything? Tell me, is it possible I never moved at all? Gu Chenzhou retorted. Oh, really?
Zhao Hai scratched his head.
Come on, I'll take you up to check. Gu Chenzhou followed Zhao Hai's footsteps. They stepped into the elevator and soon arrived at an office area. Not bad, pretty spacious.
Worth every penny I spent, Gu Chenzhou nodded approvingly.
This is one of the most luxurious locations around, young boss. Renting here for a year must cost a pretty penny, right?
Zhao Hai leaned in and asked quietly.
It is indeed expensive, but we have our backers. We don't have to pay for it ourselves. Gu Chenzhou felt genuine gratitude toward Dajuan and Qinjun.
Thanks to you, we can focus entirely on developing new storylines now.
Zhao Hai gave Gu Chenzhou a thumbs up. But don't you think this place feels a bit empty?
Gu Chenzhou surveyed the surroundings. 2/3 of the space remained unoccupied.
What can we do? We only have this many people.
We'll just expand the team later, Zhao Hai replied.
Gu Chenzhou nodded. True. At least it's sufficient for now.
You're here so early, can't wait to start college life?
Wang Chang approached from a short distance away and asked Gu Chenzhou. Not at all. Gu Chenzhou waved his hand dismissively.
I just came to see you guys and recruit some fresh blood while I'm at it.
I see. But how are we supposed to recruit when we're new here? Wang Chang asked doubtfully. Easy.
Head to the job market, fresh graduates are a dime a dozen.
Gu Chenzhou replied. That might be pushing it.
We should at least recruit some experienced people, Wang Chang suggested.
Gu Chenzhou replied, you're right. Let's get moving then. We'll head out now. What's the rush? We haven't even finished cleaning up yet.
Wang Chang tried to dissuade him. If someone comes for an interview and sees this shabby place, they might think we're not serious about our work.
Gu Chenzhou agreed, you're right. You're new here. Find a place to stay first. Wang Cheng continued, the dorm should be plenty big enough. No need for that.
I'll rent a place first, Gu Chenzhou shook his head.
Since you've got nothing else to do, why not help us tidy up? Zhao Hai chimed in. I'll pass. You guys handle this. I'm heading out. Gu Chenzhou said as he walked out. Young people really have that spark, don't they? Wang Chang remarked with a smile. Old Wang, wanna grab a drink later? Zhao Hai turned to Wang Chang. I've never been to a bar in a big city before. You're buying? Wang Chang asked. Zhao Hai replied, sure. Besides, I have some questions I'd like to ask you. Sounds great. Wang Chang agreed on the spot. Downstairs, Gu Chenzhou stood there completely bewildered. Miss, you just plowed right into me like that. That's a bit much, don't you think?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, the girl mumbled, head bowed as papers scattered across the floor.
Gu Chenzhou said, it's okay. Let me help you pick them up.
The girl hurriedly replied, no need, I can handle it myself.
Chapter 122, the first day of school arrives. No need to be polite. Let me help you.
Gu Chenzhou crouched down, but his gaze inadvertently swept over the girl. These are all important documents from our company. Please don't touch them, the girl hurriedly cautioned.
My apologies. Gu Chenzhou snapped back to attention and apologized immediately. I should be the one apologizing. I have things to attend to, so I'll be going now.
The girl hastily gathered her papers and hurried away.
What am I even thinking?
I should find a place to stay first. Gu Chenzhou muttered to himself, glancing up at the sky where dark clouds gathered thickly.
At this rate, it was going to rain. He crossed the street and waited at the traffic light.
The light had barely turned green when the girl he'd bumped into walked up beside him.
She glanced at Gu Chenzhou before continuing onward. Wasn't she supposed to be delivering documents?
Watching her cross the sidewalk, Gu Chenzhou murmured to himself.
Sigh, why am I getting all these wild thoughts the moment I step foot in the capital? Gu Chenzhou tapped his forehead and quickened his pace.
Passing by a copy shop, his gaze was involuntarily drawn to the girl inside.
Excuse me, boss, I'm sorry to trouble you again. This time, please reprint page 32 using standard Song font.
The girl sounded submissive, her voice barely above a whisper.
Xianan, this is your 5th trip today. Isn't your supervisor satisfied yet? The owner deftly took the USB drive and began reprinting. This time it's just the font issue. This should be the last time I come back.
Leaning against the wall, Xianan caught sight of Gu Chenzhou passing by but quickly withdrew. Honestly, you college kids are cheap labor.
What's an intern worth anyway?
The boss puffed on his cigarette, complaining incessantly, you've only been on the job for half a month, and you've already cost me hundreds, right? It'll be much better once I'm officially hired, Xianan murmured, eyes lowered as if rallying her own spirits.
If you ask me, your boss treats you like free labor. What's that trendy term you young folks use? CPU? Oh right, PUA.
The boss handed her a stack of documents.
You should switch companies sooner rather than later. No thanks. I'll head back now. Xianan took the papers and hurried out of the copy shop. The boss called after her, it's going to rain. Remember to take an umbrella when you go out. What a coincidence. Gu Chenzhou saw Xianan approaching and greeted her. MHM.
She replied softly, quickening her pace.
What a peculiar person, Gu Chenzhou murmured.
Drops of rain fell from the sky, causing Gu Chenzhou to keep glancing at Xianan running ahead.
Why bother worrying about that? I can barely support myself. Gu Chenzhou pulled his suitcase toward the hotel across the street. Just as he reached the hotel, a torrential downpour began outside. Good evening, sir. May I assist you with anything? A staff member approached, politely inquiring. Could you please check me in? Gu Chenzhou replied. Looks like today's travel plans are going down the drain.
Gu Chenzhou lay on the sofa as thunder rumbled outside the window, punctuated by occasional flashes of lightning. This kind of weather was perfect for sleeping.
In a daze, Gu Chenzhou's phone rang. Chenzhou, what are you up to?
Su Nianqiu's gentle voice reached his ears.
Gu Chenzhou sat up straight immediately, thinking about you.
Oh, come on, be serious, Su Nianqiu teased playfully.
Gu Chenzhou activated the camera, just arrived in Beijing. Hiding from the rain in the hotel right now. This is Beijing?
It's so beautiful, Su Nianqiu exclaimed in surprise.
Gu Chenzhou nodded.
Yeah, it's really broadening my horizons as someone who hasn't seen much of the world.
Come on, Su Nianqiu laughed. Gu Chenzhou, never mind that. When are you coming over?
I have to wait until 2 days before classes start, Su Nianqiu replied.
Nianqiu, come quick. I bought a bunch of meat. Let's try grilling it tonight. Not far away, Gu Chenzhou could faintly hear Li Yunxuan's voice. Got it. You handle it.
After calling out to Li Yunxuan, Su Nianqiu turned back to Gu Chenzhou and said, we'll talk later. Don't even think about flirting with other girls while I'm not around.
I wouldn't dare.
Even though I'm handsome, I'm still very faithful to my wife, Gu Chenzhou chuckled lightly.
Smart ass. Hanging up. Staring at the black screen of his phone, Gu Chenzhou fell into deep thought once more. What should I eat tonight?
Before he knew it, the day of the semester's opening had arrived.
This is typical Peking University. Anyone unaware might mistake this commotion for a gang fight.
Gu Chenzhou walked in, backpack slung over his shoulder, dragging a suitcase behind him.
Hey freshman, over here.
At the entrance, Li Shi waved at Gu Chenzhou.
Senior, what's with the outfit? Gu Chenzhou eyed her up and down, instinctively wanting to back away.
Today, Li Shi was dressed in a plushie costume, holding a sign for the freshman orientation line.
I picked this out specially online. Cute, right? Li Shi asked. More like terrifying.
This makes me kinda wish I never met you, Gu Chenzhou said, turning his head away.
That's going too far.
Li Shi forced out 2 tears and said pitifully, you're being so mean.
Don't cry. I'm sorry, okay? Gu Chenzhou panicked instantly.
Then apologize to me, Li Shi said, wiping her tears. I'm sorry, it was my fault.
Gu Chenzhou hurriedly bowed. Get me another campus card. No way.
Li Shi sighed.
See? There's just no way around this. Can't you channel that energy into something constructive?
Gu Chenzhou sighed, pressing his hand to his forehead. Oh, come on, I'm just trying to help out with the household expenses.
Enough joking around. Go report over there, just walk straight to the end of the men's dormitory.
Li Shi pointed to the farthest spot and said to Gu Chenzhou.
You're not pulling my leg, are you? Gu Chenzhou stared into Li Shi's eyes as he asked. Of course not. I'm a good person, senior. Why would I deceive you?
Li Shi pointed to her bright, clear eyes.
Look at my sincere gaze. Fine, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt this once. I'm off. Gu Chenzhou waved his hand and headed toward the dormitory.
Just as he reached the doorway, before he could step inside, several people pinned him to the ground.
Hey buddy, this isn't cool, is it?
Sneaking into the girls' dorm alone, the muscular guy pinning his head down spoke up.
Gu Chenzhou was speechless. He really shouldn't have trusted Li Shi. Guys, I'm a freshman. An upperclassman told me this was the dorm, so I came over. Oh? So you're a freshman? The big guy quickly let go of Gu Chenzhou and brushed the dust off his clothes. You should have said so earlier. We thought you were some creepy pervert trying to steal stuff. Bro, look at me, I'm this handsome. Could I really be that kind of person? Gu Chenzhou retorted.
The big guy scrutinized Gu Chenzhou's face and mused, you are pretty handsome, but you still can't hold a candle to me.
Gu Chenzhou rolled his eyes. So, can I go now? Sure. The men's dorm is over there, the big guy said. Chapter 123, The 4 Goofballs. Thanks, senior.
Gu Chenzhou grabbed his luggage and scurried away, looking thoroughly defeated. Behind him, the burly guy kept shouting, hey freshman, if you have time, remember to join our sports club.
Gu Chenzhou said nothing, only fleeing relentlessly. Crossing the playground, he finally reached the entrance of the boys' dormitory.
This must be the place. He muttered to himself, dragging his suitcase. After taking a few steps, several people eagerly approached him. Freshman, let me help you with that.
No need, you're too kind. Gu Chenzhou waved his hands hurriedly. Oh, it's no trouble at all. We've got plenty of strength.
A burly man forcefully snatched the items from Gu Chenzhou's hands.
Which floor and room number are you staying in? I think it's 1204 on the 12th floor, Gu Chenzhou replied.
The man froze in surprise.
Whoa, that's a bit high up. Gu Chenzhou, so I'll handle it.
The moment he reached out, the man hurried up the stairs.
It's fine, I can handle it. Think of it as exercise.
Watching his senior panting after every 3 steps, Gu Chenzhou couldn't help but inwardly roll his eyes. This is ridiculous.
Junior, we're here.
The burly man gasped for breath, plopping down on the floor and groaning.
Thanks, senior.
I don't have much to offer in return, but here, take this.
Gu Chenzhou pulled a box of medicine from his pocket and placed it before him. No way, bro.
The man's eyes widened as he scrambled to his feet.
Buying me a bottle of water would be fine, but giving me kidney tonic pills? What's that about?
Just thought you looked a bit run down, senior.
Figured you could use a little boost. Gu Chenzhou chuckled. Forget it. You better get inside.
I still have other freshmen to attend to. The man waved him off and hurried downstairs. Seniors these days are so kind, Gu Chenzhou muttered, tucking the kidney essence tablets back into his pocket. Entering the dorm room, he found a burly, dark-skinned man making his bed. You guys got here pretty early. I thought you'd be arriving much later.
The man deftly pulled out a pack of cigarettes and offered one to Gu Chenzhou. Thanks, but I don't smoke. Gu Chenzhou waved it away. My name's Zhang Xiangming. I'm from Northeast China.
Zhang Xiangming sat down, flicked open his lighter, and lit his cigarette.
Gu Chenzhou, from Southwest China. Gu Chenzhou unpacked his belongings and tidied up his bedding.
By the time he finished, it was already noon.
By then, Gu Chenzhou had also met the other 2 roommates.
One was Wu Kong, a bespectacled, scholarly-looking man, and the other was Zhou Xiang, a handsome guy on the bunk across from him.
Guys, wanna grab a drink later? Zhang Xiangming suggested. Are you sure? I'm known for being able to hold my liquor.
2.5 pounds of baijiu, and I can down as much beer as you can pour. Wu Kong pushed his glasses up his nose and said meaningfully.
Zhang Xiangming perked up instantly. Alright, how about a father-son challenge?
I doubt you'll last a minute before begging for mercy, Wu Kong sneered.
Old Gu, old Zhou, what do you think? Zhang Xiangming shifted his focus to Gu Chenzhou and the others. Zhou Xiang held up one middle finger. I can't hold my liquor. 1 bottle max. Me neither. Just this much.
Gu Chenzhou bent his middle finger downward, chuckling.
I see it now, every one of you is a character.
One drinks constantly, the other never stops drinking.
Zhang Xiangming curled his lip. Today, I'm going to tear off your hypocritical masks. Let's pack up first. I haven't even installed my computer yet. Zhou Xiang opened the delivery box while pulling out the computer components. Holy crap, the latest 6090 graphics card? You must be some rich kid's son. Zhang Xiangming's eyes lit up, instantly switching to sycophantic mode. Bro, spare a piece for your little bro? Get lost. But if you're willing to call me dad, I'll cover tonight's drinks. Zhou Xiang replied irritably. Daddy. Zhang Xiangming knelt on the floor, clutching Zhou Xiang's pant leg. Where should we go to spend it? Zhou Xiang rolled his eyes. Can you be any more shameless? This is called overlooking minor details for the greater good. I'll let you keep that title for now. Zhang Xiangming continued. Tonight, you'll be calling me dad. Wow, you're flexible as hell. What a shame you were born in this era. Gu Chenzhou placed his notebook on the table and addressed Zhang Xiangming. With my build, I'd be a top-tier general back in ancient times.
Zhang Xiangming stood up and yanked Wukong toward him. As for old Wu, he's barely fit to be a dog's advisor.
Bull. I was the top scholar in our province and practically at Zhuge Liang's level. Wukong kicked Zhang Xiangming in the rear. But I'm genuinely curious, how did you get into Peking University? Now I'm suddenly curious too.
Zhou Xiang paused his work and turned to Zhang Xiangming. You don't look like a scholar.
I'm both scholarly and martial, is that a problem? Zhang Xiangming retorted. Gu Chenzhou shook his head. I never would have guessed. +1. +2. I'll ing fight you all.
Nighttime, at a barbecue stall.
Seriously? Zhou Xiang, you must be loaded to bring us to a place like this?
Zhang Xiangming plopped down on a small stool, glaring at Zhou Xiang.
More like mineral water bottles. Besides, fancy restaurants are for taking girls. Why would I drag you roughnecks along? Zhou Xiang picked up the menu and ordered 2 cases of beer and several skewers. We're going fencing. Wu Kang's single sentence silenced them all.
You're fine when you don't speak, but the moment you open your mouth, you kill the conversation, Zhang Xiangming remarked with a peculiar expression.
It's like Garen's whisper silence followed by a critical hit. Gu Chenzhou pressed his forehead, sighing helplessly. What's the big deal? You don't have to be so rigid about gender, okay? Besides that, you could relax a bit more, different species would be fine too. Wukong countered.
Gu Chenzhou and the others exchanged glances, then gave Wukong a thumbs up. Only old Wu would be like that, just like third brother next door, not even sparing the lizards. He must be starving to spout such outrageous nonsense. If all else fails, have old Zhang take off his pants and give you a treat.
Wukong. How'd this get dragged into me? I'm a straight guy. Zhang Xiangming grabbed a beer bottle. See this? Straight as an arrow. Gu Chenzhou, old Zhang, you're forgetting there's another kind of straight as a rectum.
Damn, so you're the real filthy demon king after all. Zhou Xiang stared at Gu Chenzhou in shock. Stay away from me when we sleep tonight. Gu Chenzhou pointed at Zhou Xiang. Speak properly.
Why are you covering your butt?
Just in case you get any funny ideas.
Zhou Xiang popped the bottle cap and poured everyone a drink. I'm so handsome, I'm irresistible to both men and women, got it? I've got some kidney tonic pills here. You wanna bet I'll slip them into old Zhang and old Wu's drinks? Gu Chenzhou flicked the pills from his pocket onto the table. How come you have this stuff? Zhou Xiang's gaze toward Gu Chenzhou shifted subtly.
Someone gave them to me on the way here, Gu Chenzhou replied truthfully.
Chapter 124, The Godfather and His 3 Wayward Sons. I don't believe you. Zhou Xiang glanced at the kidney tonic tablets, then looked back at Gu Chenzhou. The someone you mentioned, was it a pharmacy employee? You really want to taste what it's like to have 2 sausages stuffed into your mouth, huh? Gu Chenzhou chuckled meaningfully. Even if that's the case, you still can't get away with it, Zhou Xiang retorted irritably. Not necessarily. Worst case, I'll just sleep at a hotel tonight. Gu Chenzhou pulled out his phone. I'll make a reservation first, or else my chastity won't be safe tonight. Ah Jin, you're serious about this? Zhang Xiangming swallowed hard and asked. Of course I'm kidding. Would I ever betray my own brother? Gu Chenzhou pointed at his eyes. Look at my sincere gaze. I don't see sincerity, just eagerness. Wukong pushed his glasses up, stood, and raised his glass. Let's toast first. Zhang Xiangming clinked glasses with the others. Happy New Year. Wukong, Gu Chenzhou, Zhou Xiang. What's wrong? Zhang Xiangming asked, puzzled. It's still half a year until the new year. Which country's holiday are you celebrating? Gu Chenzhou was so stunned he didn't know where to begin with his sarcasm. It just slipped out. Now you guys say something. Zhang Xiangming waved his hand dismissively and sat back down. Fine, I'll do it. Wukong cleared his throat twice, moistening his vocal cords. Happy Singles Day to everyone. Old Wu, that's one vicious curse. If I can't find a girlfriend, you'd better sleep with your eyes open at night. Zhang Xiangming's expression turned peculiar. Forget it. Why dwell on that? Gu Chenzhou raised his glass to toast everyone. Cheers. Cheers. X3. After 3 rounds of drinks, everyone was in high spirits. Have you heard? Apparently, there are quite a few pretty girls in our class this year. Zhang Xiangming belched and suddenly chimed in. True, but what does that have to do with us? Wukong took a sip of wine. Do you think they'd even notice you? Who knows? What if it happens? Zhang Xiangming slammed his hand on the table. A man's gotta have dreams. But you're a deadbeat. Even a deadbeat can turn things around. Even if you turn it around, it's still a dead fish. You gotta hand it to us. Everyone in this dorm is a talent. Gu Chenzhou silently popped open a bottle of liquor. Stop just eating the dishes. How much have you guys had already? Surprised? I've downed 5 bottles already. Zhang Xiangming pointed to the empty bottles behind him, boasting proudly. Wukong gestured beside him. 6 bottles. Whoa, old Wu, you look like a gentle giant but can really hold your liquor? Zhang Xiangming exclaimed in shock. Wukong gestured toward Gu Chenzhou and Zhou Xiang. Check behind their butts. Zhang Xiangming glanced over. No bottles, but 2 open cases. You guys drank a whole case? Old Zhang, don't brag so much next time. Weren't you bragging about being a booze god on the way here? Zhou Xiang downed the last of his beer. I haven't had that much. This is my limit. Gu Chenzhou waved his hand dismissively and clinked glasses with Zhou Xiang. That's ridiculous. Absolutely insane. Zhang Xiangming pressed his forehead. You guys are the real gods of booze. In the dead of night, Gu Chenzhou dragged 3 drunks back to the dorm. These 3 are such troublemakers they passed out cold. Gu Chenzhou dragged Zhang Xiangming with his left arm, hoisted Wukong with his right, and carried Zhou Xiang on his back. Fortunately, the dorm wasn't far, and he finally managed to get her back there. Finally free. Gu Chenzhou lay on the bed, feeling utterly miserable. Annie and Little Bear, what are you up to? Not sinking ship, just got back from drinking, about to sleep. Annie and Little Bear, you still have the energy for that? Gu Chenzhou, what can I do? Just adopted 3 godchildren. Annie and Little Bear, want to play a couple rounds? Nah, better not. Freshman orientation tomorrow, then military training. Doubt I'll get anything done. Annie and Little Bear, yeah right, you just don't want to carry me to a higher rank. Unsinkable, I've had a few drinks, my head's all fuzzy. If you don't mind tanking my win rate, I'll log in right now. Annie and Little Bear, forget it then. Go wash up and hit the hay. It's over. Early morning, Zhang Xiangming's voice blared louder than the alarm clock. What's up? It's only 7, can a guy sleep in? Zhou Xiang rubbed his sleepy eyes. Huh? Why am I in the dorm? What's with all the noise? I was already exhausted from bringing you guys back yesterday. Can't I even get some peace and quiet to sleep? Gu Chenzhou yawned, his voice tinged with irritation. Didn't you guys check the freshman group chat? We're supposed to assemble in the classroom at 8. Zhang Xiangming quickly changed his clothes. You guys better hurry up too, don't be late. This isn't high school. They can't do anything to us if we're late. Zhou Xiang strolled down the stairs leisurely. Besides, we still have an hour left. Ah, yeah, I guess you're right. Zhang Xiangyang slapped his forehead and chuckled. You woke us all up over this? Gu Chenzhou asked, speechless. No, there's one more who's still asleep. Zhou Xiang pointed to the bed across the room. Old Wu sure can sleep. All that noise and he didn't stir. You're overthinking it. I woke up ages ago. At the doorway, Wukong returned carrying several plastic bags. Hurry up and thank your old man. I went out early to get you breakfast. You're my son through and through. At least you've got a shred of conscience. Gu Chenzhou snatched a steamed bun and began chewing. You're not exactly polite, are you? Wukong retorted irritably. Why are we even talking about this between father and son? If it weren't for me, you'd all have jumped into the river last night. Gu Chenzhou replied. Jump into the river? As if a top student like me would do such a thing? Wukong's eyes widened in disbelief. Gu Chenzhou pulled out his phone and played last night's recording. The footage showed Wukong and Zhang Xiangming kneeling on the ground, clinging to each other and sobbing. Old Wu, why are we so miserable? We're not handsome, nobody loves us. If things get any worse, we might as well just die. This is unbearable. Why doesn't anyone like me? Let's just find a crooked tree and hang ourselves together. There's a river nearby, let's jump together. Let's go. Though we weren't born on the same day, we'll die together. Wait, did I really say that? Zhang Xiangming quickly shouted, deleted immediately. This part can't be aired. You guys are pathetic, ready to die over the slightest disagreement. Zhou Xiang laughed until his stomach hurt. Gu Chenzhou turned and sneered at Zhou Xiang, you're no better. What about me? Didn't I pass out on the table last night? Zhou Xiang asked, confused. Gu Chenzhou said nothing, pulling out another recording. Zhou Xiang grabbed Gu Chenzhou's hand as he pressed play. Hold on, let me brace myself first. What, need me to find a big screen to project it for your viewing pleasure? Gu Chenzhou crossed his legs. Let me tell you, you're even more explosive than they are. What do you mean? Zhang Xiangming asked. Gu Chenzhou grinned. Just like Teddy picking fights with the sky, the ground, and even thin air. Chapter 125, The Campus Queen is My Girlfriend. Old Gu, you can eat, but you can't just spout nonsense. Zhou Xiang grew anxious and warned Gu Chenzhou. To give you a more vivid picture, I saved a copy on my computer. Gu Chenzhou pulled up the saved video from a folder. This screen's big, you'll see what I mean. As the playback began, the screen showed Zhou Xiang staggering toward a utility pole. Hey, beautiful, all alone? Ha? Why aren't you talking? Why are you taking off your clothes before we even talk? In such a hurry? Very well. Let Big Brother show you some tender loving care. Zhou Xiang unbuckled his belt and hugged the utility pole, stretching. Old Zhou, who'd have guessed? You look like such a gentleman, but behind closed doors you're such a player? Show us what you've got, big guy. Facing his roommate's mockery, Zhou Xiang felt like he was about to snap. Old Gu, breakfast for a month. Delete the video. 1 semester. Deal. Gu Chenzhou pressed delete, feeling better now? Feels a lot better. Zhou Xiang exhaled deeply. Hey, our little black dragon in the waves, can you bring us along next time? Zhang Xiangming suddenly leaned in, hooking his arm around Zhou Xiang's shoulder. Yeah, if you don't bring us along, your golden staff won't grow any bigger. Wukong pushed his glasses up, flashing a knowing grin. Fine, I'll let you guys tag along, Zhou Xiang gritted out, sounding annoyed. Gu Chenzhou burst into laughter. Alright, it's getting late. Let's finish eating and hurry to the classroom. Oh right, I almost forgot about that. Zhang Xiangming hurried off to change his shoes. Guys, if word gets out about this, don't blame me for being ruthless. Zhou Xiang walked to the side and pulled out an axe from somewhere. Where'd you get that? Gu Chenzhou sucked in a sharp breath. None of your business. Just say yes or no. Zhou Xiang slung the axe over his shoulder and demanded their answer. Rest assured, I always keep my word. Zhang Xiangming patted his chest. What I promise, I deliver. Put that thing down first. It's a bit scary. Gu Chenzhou hurriedly tried to dissuade him. Then it's yours. Zhou Xiang suddenly hurled it toward Gu Chenzhou. The feather-light feel left Gu Chenzhou speechless. Isn't this just a PVC model? Yeah, but next time, who knows if it'll be the real thing? Zhou Xiang chuckled. Let's go. It's already 8:30, Wukong said. Only then did Gu Chenzhou and the others realize how long they'd been watching the video. Holy crap, finally found it. Zhou Xiang collapsed onto the table, panting heavily. With your constitution, I think old Gu's box of kidney essence tablets might actually come in handy. Zhang Xiangming sat down and said to Zhou Xiang. Gu Chenzhou spread his hands helplessly. I already threw them away. Cut the nonsense. You guys know what's been blowing up on the school forum these past couple days? Wukong placed his phone in front of them. Check these photos out, what do you think? Wow, these two are probably the top contenders for Campus Beauty Queen this year. The moment he saw the beauties, Zhou Xiang instantly forgot his fatigue. When will I ever find a girlfriend like that? Zhang Xiangming propped his head up, lamenting to himself. You guys probably don't stand a chance with these two. Gu Chenzhou chimed in, one has a boyfriend, and the other is way out of your league. Old Gu, how'd you know that? Zhou Xiang suddenly turned to ask. Because Su Nianqiu is my girlfriend. Gu Chenzhou replied. No sooner had he finished than Zhang Xiangming placed a hand on his forehead. You don't have a fever, so why are you suddenly talking nonsense? You just don't get it, Wukong explained. He's got delusions. Bull. I'm not joking with you guys. She really is my girlfriend. Gu Chenzhou swatted Zhang Xiangming's hand away and said solemnly. Alright, we get it. After Zhou Xiang finished speaking, he whispered to Zhang Xiangming and the others, I know a mental hospital. Let's contact them and get old Gu taken away. Wukong glanced at Gu Chenzhou. He's pretty messed up. I've got a rope thick as my thumb, more than enough to tie him up. Zhang Xiangming nodded. Gu Chenzhou. Old Gu, your girlfriend is here. Zhou Xiang suddenly pointed toward the doorway. Gu Chenzhou turned to look. Su Nianqiu and Li Yunxuan were walking over from that direction. What a sight for sore eyes. Who'd have thought two such beauties would be in our class? Zhang Xiangyang exclaimed excitedly. Wukong slapped Zhang Xiangyang's thigh. Your drool's getting on my pants. Keep it in check. Old Gu, aren't you going to say hello? Zhou Xiang leaned in and whispered. Zhang Xiangming and Wukong, the two troublemakers, egged him on. Old Gu, show some courage. Very well, I'll grant your wish. Gu Chenzhou's lips curved upward as he beckoned to Su Nianqiu. Nianqiu, over here. Su Nianqiu paused in her steps and turned to look at Gu Chenzhou. So you're already here? I was worried you couldn't find your way and was about to call you. As she spoke, Su Nianqiu had already taken a seat beside him. Let me introduce you to a few troublemakers from my dorm. Gu Chenzhou smiled. And this is my girlfriend, Su Nianqiu. Hello, everyone, Su Nianqiu greeted them politely. Zhou Xiang and the others stared wide-eyed, looking as if they'd seen a ghost. Wait, you, this, she. Zhang Xiangming was so stunned he couldn't form a complete sentence. Su Nianqiu's lively eyes met Gu Chenzhou's. Chenzhou, take this. The seniors said it's really useful for military training. What is this?
Gu Chenzhou examined the black bag handed to him, asking in confusion.
Insoles. Open it when you get back to the dorm. A faint blush touched Su Nianqiu's pretty face. I'll head over there now. Yunchuang is still waiting for me. Alright, I'll find you after class. Gu Chenzhou waved goodbye. The moment Su Nianqiu left, Zhang Xiangming grabbed Gu Chenzhou by the neck. Damn it all. How did he manage to snag the school beauty so soon after the semester started? Zhang Xiangming nearly choked Gu Chenzhou to death. Why don't I have that kind of luck?
Old Zhang, don't get discouraged.
Don't be so rigid about gender and species.
Gu Chenzhou patted his wrist. This guy was seriously trying to kill him.
Alright, cut it out. Looks like our homeroom teacher's coming. We'll deal with him after class, Zhou Xiang intervened. Zhang Xiangming glared at Gu Chenzhou with venom.
We'll settle this later.
I'm handsome. Having a girlfriend like this is perfectly normal, right? Gu Chenzhou chuckled. Keep up that pretentious act, and watch out, we might just start ignoring you. Zhou Xiang pulled out a hammer and fixed Gu Chenzhou with a glare. Where the hell did you get that? Gu Chenzhou looked utterly bewildered. Don't get it? Doraemon has a fourth-dimensional pocket, but he's got a fourth-dimensional asshole. Zhang Xiangming hooked his arm around Gu Chenzhou's shoulder and changed the subject. Old Gu, since Su Nianqiu is your girlfriend, could you introduce Li Yunsong to us? Chapter 126, Introductions. Are you kidding? Do you really think I could pull that off?
Sometimes Gu Chenzhou really wanted to strangle these ungrateful brats, each one forgetting loyalty the moment they saw a pretty face.
Come on, man.
We're brothers, even if we have different fathers.
What's the big deal about an introduction? Exactly.
You've got a girlfriend now, so hook us brothers up. Zhang Xiangming and Wukong took turns bombarding him with their pleas, leaving Gu Chenzhou utterly exasperated.
Can't you guys learn from Zhou Xiang? Look how calm he is, Gu Chenzhou snapped irritably.
Zhou Xiang gave a meaningful smile and placed his hammer on the table.
I've never been one for violence, old Gu. We're family, you know what I mean. Gu Chenzhou's lips twitched.
So this bastard was the real danger.
Zhou Xiang suddenly stood up, walked over to Gu Chenzhou, and patted his shoulder as he continued. You don't want to fall asleep tonight and never wake up tomorrow, do you?
You ungrateful brats, you've really gone too far, Gu Chenzhou groaned, pressing his hand to his forehead.
Not far away, Li Yunchuang and Su Nianqiu watched their movements from the sidelines.
Nianqiu, they seem to have a very close relationship with Gu Chenzhou. Li Yunchuang pulled Su Nianqiu close and whispered, you'd better be careful.
Care about what?
Su Nianqiu tilted her head, puzzled. Li Yunchuang grinned mischievously.
Don't you know?
I heard that once people get to college, a lot of them change their orientation.
Aren't you afraid Gu Chenzhou might suddenly fall for someone else like a guy? This remark made Su Nianqiu explode. She pointed at Li Yunsong's forehead and snapped. What kind of nonsense is running through that little head of yours? Chenzhou isn't that kind of person. I'm not joking, Nianqiu. You'd better keep an eye on them. Li Yunchuang shot a mysterious glance toward Gu Chenzhou.
Su Nianqiu retorted, her cheeks flushed with anger. If you say another word, I'm ignoring you.
Just then, a man in a suit walked in through the door. He walked up to the podium with a polite demeanor and wrote his name on the blackboard. Hello everyone, I'm your homeroom teacher, Song Linshan. You can just call me Old Song.
Over the next 4 years, I hope we can all get along peacefully. Zhang Xiangming turned to Gu Chenzhou and said, Old Gu, we'll definitely have to introduce ourselves at this meeting. Come up with some killer lines for your buddy, preferably ones that'll catch every girl's attention.
Gu Chenzhou was speechless. Aren't you supposed to be well-rounded? Why do you need my help? I'm just nervous, you know. I've been introverted since I was a kid. You call that introverted? What the hell are you afraid of besides eating? Don't be like that. Hurry up and help me. I'm really nervous.
While Zhang Xiangming and Gu Chenzhou were heatedly debating, Zhou Xiang had already handed over his phone.
Old Zhang, you're better off relying on me than old Gu. I've even prepared your speech for you. It's gotta be old Zhang. I hereby declare you my eldest son. Zhang Xiangming took the phone, beaming with delight.
But upon reading the contents, his expression froze instantly.
Hello everyone, my name is Zhang Xiangming. I am an intellectually disabled cerebral palsy patient.
The very first sentence was unbearable to read, and the rest was so appalling Zhang Xiangming couldn't bring himself to look. He grabbed Zhou Xiang by the collar. Old Zhou, I treated you like a brother, but you treated me like a fool, didn't you? Zhou Xiang struggled to break free while explaining.
Didn't you say you wanted to grab people's attention? Just say if it's okay or not.
Within a day, you'll be famous throughout the entire school.
Gu Chenzhou quickly delivered the final blow.
While they were bickering, Song Linshan spoke again. I assume most of you haven't met each other yet, and we still don't have any class officers.
So let's take this chance to elect a class president and vice president.
The crowd began buzzing with excitement. This was their best chance to make an impression.
Old Gu, you run for class president. We'll all vote for you right away. Zhou Xiang immediately egged Gu Chenzhou on. Cut it out. I'm just a ing academic failure. Gu Chenzhou retorted irritably. Besides, being class monitor means dealing with a ton of crap. No thanks.
True, Zhang Xiangming agreed. Not only do you have to maintain order in the class, but you also have to complete assignments.
It's like being a workhorse. Zhang Xiangming agreed.
I heard that during our 4 years in college, we'll barely see our homeroom teacher.
Once you become class monitor, you'll be the boss of the class.
Wukong pushed his glasses up his nose and said earnestly.
Gu Chenzhou and the other two spoke up simultaneously. Then you go? No way, it's too exhausting.
Wukong refused immediately.
Then why even bring it up? I thought you were going to participate.
Zhou Xiang retorted irritably. You look like such a studious type, yet you're not interested in this?
I was class president for 3 years in high school. 3 years, do you have any idea what that was like? Like a workhorse.
Not only was I the first one picked for random checks, but I even had to handle all the cleaning duties. Wukong grew increasingly animated as he spoke, nearly jumping up to shout at the table.
Song Linshan turned his gaze to Wukong and offered a faint smile. Well, it seems you're already quite eager, aren't you? Then let's start with you.
After introducing yourselves, each of you must share an achievement to support your candidacy. Wukong froze, standing rooted to the spot like a wooden statue.
The nail that sticks out gets hammered down, but don't worry, old Wu will all vote for you.
Gu Chenzhou gave Wukong an encouraging gesture and said with a smile.
Bunch of ungrateful kids.
Wukong pushed his glasses up and walked toward the podium, beginning his introduction.
My name is Wukong. You can call me Old Wu.
I don't have many hobbies, but I do enjoy reading books and such. As for accomplishments, I'm not sure if they're worth mentioning, but I did win first place in the national math competition once.
This left Zhou Xiang and Zhang Xiangming completely dumbfounded.
They exchanged bewildered glances.
Wait, Old Wu is that impressive? Zhang Xiangming exclaimed in shock. Gu Chenzhou asked in confusion, is he really that good? You didn't know? That's a national competition, everyone there is a genius. Zhang Xiangming didn't even know how to explain it. Zhou Xiang shifted his focus to Gu Chenzhou instead. It's like in League of Legends you're the top player in the rift.
That's how valuable it is.
That's not exactly a big deal. Anyone with hands can do it. Gu Chenzhou retorted. Talking to a wall.
You make it sound like you're the real deal yourself, Zhou Xiang retorted, clearly annoyed.
Forget explaining it.
Anyway, it's just incredibly impressive, Zhang Xiangming said.
Who knew Old Wu was hiding such depth? A top student right under my nose.
Zhou Xiang made no effort to hide his envious gaze, practically devouring Wukong with his eyes. As Wukong stepped down, Song Linshan turned his attention to Zhou Xiang.
Alright then, next up. Zhou Xiang was about to be carried off. Guys, watch closely, this is gonna be epic. Chapter 127, Elected Class President. Pfft, what good is being handsome? He's still my son. Zhang Xiangming retorted irritably.
By then, Zhou Xiang was already standing at the podium, flashing a bright smile at everyone.
My name is Zhou Xiang.
I don't have many hobbies, but I love exploring new places. Any beauties in class are welcome to hit me up for a ride anytime. Honestly, I haven't accomplished much, so I won't go on. Everyone, please vote for Wukong to be our class monitor. Zhou Xiang stepped down from the podium with a flourish, tossing flirtatious glances at the female students.
That's it? Zhang Xiangming stared blankly at Zhou Xiang as he approached. You call that cool? Don't I look handsome? Zhou Xiang was quite confident in his looks. Damn, I'm speechless. Zhang Xiangming gritted his teeth.
Gu Chenzhou produced a utility knife from somewhere and handed it to Zhang Xiangming. Old Zhang, go slash his face to pieces.
That's my bread and butter. Don't you dare touch it.
Zhou Xiang backed away a few steps at the sight of the knife.
Can't be bothered with you. My turn. Zhang Xiangming stood up, sneering, watch this. Now that's what I call handsome.
But once he reached the podium, Zhang Xiangming began to stammer.
Gee, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Zhang Xiangming. My favorite thing to do every day is physical education. I once won first prize in a track and field competition. I'm gonna head down now.
Zhang Xiangming bolted off the stage like he was escaping, drawing stares from the crowd.
Damn it, I thought I could pull off something super cool. Zhang Xiangming clutched his head, wailing with tears streaming down his face. When you were speaking just now, did you mean to say catheter? Old Wu stared intently at Zhang Xiangming and demanded. Stop it. You're my own brother.
If you keep this up, I'll jump off the teaching building for real. Zhang Xiangming tugged at his hair, wishing he could sink into a hole in the ground.
Gu Chenzhou patted Zhang Xiangming on the shoulder. It's okay. I'll give you a demonstration. With that, he stepped forward under everyone's gaze. Hey, guys and gals, we're all classmates now. This is my name. Gu Chenzhou swiftly scrawled 3 large characters on the blackboard. Just call me Old Gu. Honestly, I'm no genius, and I'm not particularly talented. Even getting into Beijing University took a lot of effort.
As for hobbies, I'm just like most guys, play video games in my free time, that's about it.
As for achievements?
I'm not particularly accomplished, so I doubt I'd catch your eye. I'll spare you the details. His handsome face instantly captivated many women. Nianqiu, I told you to keep an eye on him. Look, now a bunch of girls are staring at him. Li Yunchuan tugged Su Nianqiu's arm and whispered.
Su Nianqiu smiled back. I trust Chenzhou. Oh, come on.
Don't tell me when he runs off with some other girl, you won't even have a place to cry. Li Yunchuan urged, you really need to be more careful. After that, everyone began introducing themselves one by one. Most were as nervous as Zhang Shangming, unable to string together a complete sentence. By the time everyone had introduced themselves, the voting had already begun.
What? How could it be me? Gu Chenzhou stared at the tally on the blackboard, looking utterly dejected. Out of 25 people in the class, 13 voted for you. Old Gu, you're awesome. Zhang Shangming gave Gu Chenzhou a thumbs up. I don't even have any special talents. Why would they vote for me? Gu Chenzhou suddenly pointed at Wukong. If you really had to pick someone, shouldn't it be old Wu?
He's not handsome, and he's way too reserved.
Zhou Xiang explained, but really, it all comes down to what Su Nianqiu said.
When Su Nianqiu took the stage just now, she deliberately campaigned for Gu Chenzhou.
Wukong, I don't know whether to be happy or strangle you, you ungrateful son.
Alright, anyway, congratulations on becoming our class monitor, Zhang Shangming said to Gu Chenzhou.
Gu Chenzhou sighed, what the hell is going on here?
At that moment, Song Linshan spoke again.
Alright, class dismissed. Class president and vice president, come with me. We won't wait for you then. You and your girlfriend can go find old Song.
Zhang Shangming and the others didn't give Gu Chenzhou a chance to respond. They quickly gathered their things and left. Gu Chenzhou was left speechless as he and Su Nianqiu walked out of the classroom together.
Upon reaching the advisor's office, Song Linshan smiled and said, find a place to sit. Old Song, what's up? Gu Chenzhou sat down and asked casually. Song Linshan pulled out a form and handed it to them. Military training starts tomorrow.
You'll be in charge of leading the group and compiling the roster.
Got it. Gu Chenzhou took it. Oh, and one more thing. Song Linshan tapped his head and pulled out another document. After military training ends, there's the freshman gala. Ask everyone if they want to perform. All right. Gu Chenzhou took it mechanically.
Thanks for your hard work. If anything comes up later, just send me a WeChat message.
Song Linshan held up his phone's QR code. Gu Chenzhou and Su Nianqiu scanned it and quickly added him as a friend. Old Song, I have a question I'm not sure if I should ask. Gu Chenzhou paused for a moment before asking. As if reading Gu Chenzhou's mind, Song Linshan preempted him, extra credit. Gu Chenzhou. Was this guy reading his mind? How did he know exactly what he was thinking? Stepping out of the office, Gu Chenzhou and Su Nianqiu strolled through the academic building.
Chenzhou, congratulations on becoming our class monitor. Su Nianqiu stopped in her tracks and flashed Gu Chenzhou a sweet smile.
It's all thanks to you, Su Nianqiu said with a hint of reproach. Ah, don't you think it's kind of fun? Su Nianqiu laughed.
I've got to go. Yunchuang is waiting for me up ahead.
Alright, be careful on your way. Watching Su Nianqiu walk away, Gu Chenzhou felt a mix of emotions. Stepping out of the classroom building, he made his way back toward the dormitory. Just as he reached the entrance to the sports field, someone called out to him from behind. Hey, Junior. What a coincidence running into you again so soon. Li Shi approached from behind, his face lit with delight. Since we're so destined to meet, how about you treat me to a meal?
More like a curse of fate, Gu Chenzhou sighed, pressing his hand to his forehead in exasperation. Don't say that I haven't done anything wrong to you, Li Shi retorted. Gu Chenzhou pointed at his own eyes. Look me straight in the eye. You swear you haven't? The memory of being tricked by Li Shi to the girls' dormitory entrance, where several burly men had pinned him down, was still vivid in his mind. I really didn't, Li Shi answered guiltily, turning her head away. Gu Chenzhou sighed. Senior, can't you just be human? Because of you, I almost got labeled a pervert. Chapter 128, The Cunning Senior. Oh, it was all a misunderstanding. Don't take it to heart. Li Shi patted Gu Chenzhou's shoulder. Junior, I'm starving. Gu Chenzhou pulled out the steamed bun he hadn't finished that morning from his pocket. Here, have this to tide you over. Thanks, Junior. Where should we grab a bite later? Li Shi took it with a smile and continued asking. You're really not shy, are you? Gu Chenzhou pressed his hand to his forehead. Do I look like I'm loaded? Don't say that. Plenty of people on campus are eager to treat me to meals. You should feel honored that I'm letting you treat me. Li Shi stood with her hands on her hips, looking perfectly justified. Then why don't you ask them? Gu Chenzhou countered. Li Shi lost her edge, her confidence fading. She scratched her head sheepishly. Well, I just felt like we had a connection. More like you just want to score a free meal off me. Gu Chenzhou said, you know the university better than I do. You pick the place. Alright, there's actually a place I've been dying to try. Let's go. Li Shi pulled Gu Chenzhou along as they walked out of campus. 10 minutes later, they arrived at the entrance of an upscale Western restaurant.
Gu Chenzhou froze in place, staring blankly. After a long moment, he snapped out of it. You think I'm a sucker? Do I look like someone who can afford this place? It's cheap here. For 2 people, it'll cost 300 or 400 tops. Li Shi said, practically dragging Gu Chenzhou inside. Good evening, please follow me. The waiter politely guided them to their seats and handed them the menu. Please order. Thank you. Li Shi took the menu with familiar ease. This sirloin steak looks good, 2 portions, please. The strawberry mousse is also great, 2 portions of that too. And a glass of orange juice. After speaking, she handed the menu to Gu Chenzhou. Gu Chenzhou looked puzzled. Didn't you just order everything? Why give it to me? I'm ordering for myself. You think you can freeload off my meal? Li Shi glared at Gu Chenzhou like a protective puppy guarding its food. Seriously, bro? You're eating 2 steaks and 2 desserts in one sitting? Gu Chenzhou was stunned. Are you a glutton reincarnated? The waiter quietly reminded them, Sir, please keep your voices down. It's disturbing the other guests. My apologies. Gu Chenzhou apologized immediately before finally placing his order. I'll just have the black pepper steak. Nothing else. Certainly, please wait a moment. The waiter politely excused himself. Gu Chenzhou shot Li Shi a resentful look. What sin did I commit in a past life to deserve knowing you, senior? I'm this beautiful, isn't it only fair you treat me to dinner? Li Shi chuckled lightly. But I have a girlfriend, Gu Chenzhou said helplessly, spreading his hands. I know. I heard she's the freshman campus beauty. Li Shi replied, You're one lucky guy, with all these beauties circling around you. I'd rather not have this kind of romantic entanglement, Gu Chenzhou said, fiddling with his cutlery. If any guy heard you say that, he'd probably come after you with a knife. You actually want to turn down a blessing others would kill for? Li Shi scoffed. Gu Chenzhou sighed, I only wish you could be human. I'm a celestial maiden, how could I ever be human? Li Shi rested her chin in her hand, flashing Gu Chenzhou a sweet smile. In that instant, Gu Chenzhou froze, as if he truly saw a celestial maiden before him. Well, are you enchanted by me? Do you feel like you're falling for me? Li Shi burst into laughter, shattering the illusion in an instant. Gu Chenzhou rolled his eyes. You're taking this a bit too far. This is nothing yet. Li Shi suddenly softened. Here's the deal, Junior. If you dump that little girlfriend of yours, I'll be with you. No way. Gu Chenzhou's expression immediately turned serious. I don't want to hear that again. There's no way I'm breaking up with her. Alright, I apologize. I didn't expect you to be so devoted. Li Shi instantly reverted to her usual self, waving toward the nearby entrance. Nianqiu, you heard that, right? Gu Chenzhou turned to look and saw Su Nianqiu standing at the doorway, sunglasses perched on her nose. Wait, what the hell is going on here? Gu Chenzhou was completely dumbfounded. Cousin, I told you, Chenzhou isn't that kind of person. Why go out of your way to do this? After scolding Li Shi, Su Nianqiu turned to Gu Chenzhou. Chenzhou, I'm sorry. My cousin was just testing you. Gu Chenzhou was completely confused. Scratching his head, he asked, What the hell are you guys talking about? Let me introduce myself. I'm Nianqiu's cousin. Li Shi cleared her throat twice and said with feigned seriousness, I heard she had a boyfriend, so I tried to get close to you to see what kind of person you are. Gu Chenzhou was utterly speechless. After a long pause, he finally spoke up, So you've been scheming against me since we got off the train at Nanqing Station? Not exactly. That was just a spur-of-the-moment idea back then. Li Shi shook her head. I'd seen your photo before. When I suggested to Nianqiu that we test you, it was all based on that green skin train idea. What a vicious woman. Gu Chenzhou quickly pulled Su Nianqiu closer. Nianqiu, you mustn't pick up her bad habits. Hey, I'm your respected senior. How dare you talk to me like that? Li Shi immediately protested, Nianqiu, you should explain for me too. Su Nianqiu glanced at Gu Chenzhou, then turned her gaze back to Li Shi. I think Chenzhou makes a very good point. Nianqiu, that's too harsh. Li Shi clutched Su Nianqiu's hand pitifully. When we were little, you were always clinging to me, you even wanted to bathe and sleep together. And now, for this man, you're even abandoning your beloved cousin. I didn't. Su Nianqiu flushed, turning her head away from Li Shi's gaze. Alright, I'm done joking around with you too. Li Shi dropped his playful demeanor. Junior, I'm counting on you to take good care of my adorable cousin. Rest assured, I won't let Nianqiu down, Gu Chenzhou replied solemnly. Your meal is ready, everyone. The waiter approached and placed the steak and dessert from the cart onto the table. So you ordered a portion for Nianqiu too? Gu Chenzhou remarked. Of course not. This is all mine. Li Shi picked up his knife and fork and began to enjoy his meal. Nianqiu, you can have mine. Gu Chenzhou slid his plate over to Su Nianqiu and called to the waiter, please bring me another serving. Certainly. The waiter hurried away. Gu Chenzhou scrutinized Li Shi from head to toe, his eyes brimming with confusion. What's this? My junior's already moving on so quickly? Of course not. I'm just curious how come you eat so much yet never gain an ounce? That's a secret I can't share.
That cheerful conversation, however, left a girl standing frozen at the doorway.
Chapter 129, Early Courting. Shan, let's go to this place. I'm telling you, the food here is amazing. Su Yang stood attentively beside Jiang Shanshan, reaching out to take her hand. But Jiang Shanshan seemed oblivious, her eyes fixed intently on Gu Chenzhou's direction. What's wrong with you? Let's hurry inside. Su Yang gently tapped Jiang Shanshan's shoulder and asked.
Jiang Shanshan jumped at his touch.
And nothing. Let's find somewhere else.
With that, she hurried away as if fleeing.
Wait for me.
Su Yang hurried after her, utterly flustered.
Meanwhile, Gu Chenzhou was being thoroughly bamboozled by Li Shi.
The familiar voice made him snap his head around.
Isn't that Su Yang? What's he doing in the capital? Your classmate? Li Shi chuckled. Want to invite him over for dinner? Better not. I'm afraid they'll start fighting. Gu Chenzhou waved his hands hastily, addressing Li Shi. Li Shi pinched Gu Chenzhou's cheek. Can't you be more magnanimous? Stop picking on him. You're eating with my money, and you have the nerve to lecture me? Gu Chenzhou was speechless. This senior was way too much. Do you have some deep grudge against him? Li Shi cleared her throat twice, hastily changing the subject. He's just a suck-up. And back in high school, he took care of me more than once.
Recalling those days made Gu Chenzhou feel sick to his stomach. Relax, you're in college now, an adult.
You need to cultivate some class, just like me. Li Shi puffed out her impressive chest, speaking with brimming confidence.
I see that clear-eyed yet foolish aura radiating from you, but I don't want that.
Gu Chenzhou waved his hands hurriedly at Li Shi. That's too much. Nianqiu, tell him off, how dare he pick on me like this?
Li Shi grabbed Su Nianqiu's arm and shook it, whining in a high-pitched voice.
I think Chenzhou makes a valid point.
You're acting like an immature child. Su Nianqiu sighed, pressing her hand to her forehead.
Li Shi puffed out her cheeks, retorting irritably, Nianqiu, you're not even married yet, and already you're taking sides against me? What are you talking about?
Su Nianqiu shot Li Shi a disapproving glare.
We haven't made any plans for that yet. But you definitely will eventually. With your attitude, you're probably itching to get married already.
Li Shi propped her chin on her hand, eyes narrowing into crescent moons.
Plus, I heard college students get extra credits for getting married. Want to give it a shot? Faced with Li Shi's encouragement, Gu Chenzhou felt a flicker of interest. He turned to Su Nianqiu.
I think it's feasible.
You too, are you in cahoots?
Su Nianqiu felt her face flush crimson, at a loss for words.
Alright, I'm done messing with you guys. If I don't eat my steak soon, it'll get cold.
Li Shi chuckled softly, then elegantly sliced into her steak with knife and fork. After dinner, the three of them stepped out of the restaurant.
I won't bother you two anymore. Have fun.
Li Shi waved goodbye, but suddenly remembered something and dashed back.
Cousin, did you forget something again?
Su Nianqiu asked, puzzled. Li Shi smiled meaningfully, grabbing Gu Chenzhou and Su Nianqiu's hands.
Nianqiu, Jr., would you two like to join our club's recruitment drive? Aren't club recruitment drives supposed to wait until after military training? Why the rush? Gu Chenzhou asked helplessly. Getting talented people on board early is a good thing, isn't it? Li Shi pointed at those lively eyes and said, look at your senior's sincere gaze, don't you feel like joining? Your club, isn't it just a front for selling phone cards? Gu Chenzhou blurted out instinctively.
Li Shi immediately bristled.
What are you talking about? That's just my side job. We're the gaming club. Ha? Gu Chenzhou looked utterly bewildered. You? A gaming club? What? Surprised. Li Shi asked. I'm utterly shocked.
I thought you'd be in the art club or literature club or something.
Gu Chenzhou replied. Don't judge me by my looks, I'm a gaming whiz. I've played every single game on the market.
Li Shi stood with her hands on her hips, radiating confidence.
Gu Chenzhou sighed. We'll see about that later. Senior, you really shouldn't be tempting us like this. But, if you say another word, next time even if you beg on your knees, I won't treat you to dinner. How could you? Watching Li Shi walk away dejectedly, Gu Chenzhou pressed his forehead. Your cousin is a bit scary, huh? She's not like that around others. Su Nianqiu covered her mouth and laughed. She only acts like this around people she knows well. Then I'd rather she stay cold as ice. At this rate, my wallet won't survive. Gu Chenzhou stared at the bill over 800 yuan, equivalent to his entire bi-weekly allowance. Let me transfer some money to you, Su Nianqiu said, picking up her phone. No need. I still have plenty. The recently released game is selling well, and I've made a decent profit from it. Gu Chenzhou waved her off. Alright then, let's head back to the dorm.
Su Nianqiu linked her arm through Gu Chenzhou's, smiling sweetly. The two strolled down the street, making their way back to campus. Only when they reached the dorm entrance did Gu Chenzhou reluctantly let go of her arm. See you tomorrow. Su Nianqiu nodded softly, glancing back every few steps as she walked away. Only after Su Nianqiu's figure disappeared did Gu Chenzhou leave the girls' dormitory. Back in the dorm room, he immediately heard the bickering of a few troublemakers.
Dude, are you even human? Flash into a wall? You've got some nerve calling me out. What kind of saint plays jungle as support? I'd sprinkle rice on my keyboard and still play better than you. The three troublemakers were in a trio queue, but things weren't going well. They'd already lost several games in a row. Can't carry. Staring at the defeat screen on his computer, Zhou Xian lit a cigarette with a sigh. Wukong pushed his glasses up and muttered, "This shouldn't be happening. I've been mentally rehearsing these tactics for so long, and now they're not working? Old Wu, just bringing this up pisses me off. You're such a dog supporting with a tank, Garen as support, even gemstone mid? Thank goodness your old man's got a soft spot for you. Otherwise, the seven wolves would have already torn you apart." Zhou Xiang took a drag, exhaling smoke in a cloud. It doesn't make sense. Theoretically, shouldn't we be undefeated? Wukong scratched his head, puzzled. Honestly, you should just give up. You'd be better off playing solo queue. Zhang Xiangming sneered. Hearing Zhang Xiangming speak, Zhou Xiang's temper flared even more. He didn't mention you just now, did he? I've never seen a Zera's build Infinity Edge and an electric blade before. But his skills can't hit anyone, Zhang Xiangming chuckled. Ah. Some pro, please save me. These two brats are driving me crazy. Zhou Xiang wailed, clutching his head. Gu Chenzhou was speechless. He walked into the dorm and expertly booted up his computer. Which server? Server 1. Old Gu, if you screw me over, I'll curse you out too, Zhou Xiang retorted. Chapter 130, Showdown. I'm a rich kid. Gu Chenzhou deftly scanned the QR code to log in. What are your IDs? I'll add you first. Dominate the entire server, Wukong answered truthfully. Gu Chenzhou fell silent, shifting his gaze to Wukong. With your skills, getting beaten by the whole server is more like it. That was just bad luck. Just wait and see how I carry you guys, Wukong retorted irritably. Old Zhang, what about you? Gu Chenzhou continued. Northeast's one and only, Zhang Xiangming scratched his head sheepishly. Zhou Xiang also volunteered his ID, the handsomest in the capital. Gu Chenzhou rolled his eyes. Can't you guys just be normal? This is perfectly normal. Aren't I handsome? Zhou Xiang asked, pointing to his own face. Still falls short compared to me. Give me a break. How could starlight ever compete with the moon's brilliance? I have the school's most beautiful girl as my girlfriend. UING. Amidst the banter, Gu Chenzhou had already added them as friends. He skillfully pulled them into a ranked match, only to fall silent upon seeing their tiers. Every single one was iron tier. Seriously? How long have you guys been playing? Gu Chenzhou asked. Zhang Xiangming chuckled. I'm a launch day player, you know. Still stuck at this rank after all these years? You guys must be exhausted, Gu Chenzhou said, rubbing his forehead. Holy crap, old Gu, your profile picture is so cool? Zhou Xiang clicked into Gu Chenzhou's profile. Holy crap, a king? I can't carry you guys. You play without me. Gu Chenzhou quickly logged out of the game. Don't be like that. I've got an alt account. Zhou Xiang suddenly leaned in, acting all cozy. Old Gu, no dad. So desperate to climb the ranks you'd sacrifice your dignity? Gu Chenzhou sneered. Zhou Xiang cried out tearfully, you have no idea, I got dragged down from bronze by this bunch of jerks. You have to help me climb back up. After speaking, Zhou Xiang gave Zhang Xiangming and Wukong a knowing look. The two understood immediately. One slid into a kneeling position and clasped his fists, bowing, Dad. Fine. Only your father can carry you back up the ranks. Gu Chenzhou sighed. Scan the code. A measly iron tier? Watch me take on 5. 5 o'clock in the afternoon, dinner time. Gu Chenzhou stared at the 2 pages of MVP stats, utterly exhausted. He was the only one carrying the team the entire game. While playing, he seriously wanted to slap the other 3 across the face and demand, are you poets or what? Old Gu never disappoints. This is my first time hitting silver rank. Zhou Xiang laughed heartily, his excitement palpable. What do you want to eat tonight? It's on us. Zhang Xiangming was also overjoyed, boasting grandly. I want to go to Drunken Immortal Pavilion, Gu Chenzhou declared, surprising everyone. Are you trying to make me sell a kidney? That place is way out of my budget. The top-ranked restaurant in the capital had a minimum spend of 1,000. Look at you guys, so petty. Old Gu wants to go, so let's go. I'm treating. Zhou Xiang pulled out his wallet and waved his car keys. Holy crap, boss, you actually have a car? Zhang Xiangming was green with envy. Need any new recruits? I need a son, Zhou Xiang chuckled. Zhang Xiangming dropped to his knees again, calling out earnestly, Dad. You really don't hold back, do you? Zhou Xiang's mouth twitched. This messes up the family hierarchy, doesn't it? Wukong interjected. Who cares? Zhang Xiangming waved his hand dismissively, then turned to Zhou Xiang. Can you make me happy? Since you're being so earnest, I'll make an exception. Zhou Xiang placed the car keys in Zhang Xiangming's hand. Gu Chenzhou shut down his laptop, feeling like he'd burned through a lot of brain cells. Let's go. Military training starts tomorrow. Remember to grab some essentials after dinner. Makes sense. Wonder if our drill instructor will be a young lady. Give it a rest. Like it had ever happened to you. The group chatted and laughed as they left the dormitory, quickly reaching the parking lot. Old Joe, tell me straight, how much money does your family really have? Zhang Xiangming stared at the BMW 8 Series before him, lost in thought. It's second-hand. Not worth much. Zhou Xiang opened the door and instinctively sat in the passenger seat. Are you driving? If not, let me take it. Better not. If I wreck it, I'm afraid I couldn't afford the repairs. Zhang Xiangming waved his hands in refusal. Look at you, scaredy cat. You call yourself a northeasterner? You're as timid as a mouse. Zhou Xiang teased, then turned to Gu Chenzhou. Old Gu, wanna give it a shot? Then I'll take it. Gu Chenzhou settled into the driver's seat. He activated the navigation and swiftly headed toward Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Half an hour later, at the entrance of Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Holy cow, this place is way bigger than the pictures. Zhang Xiangming got out of the car, his jaw practically hanging open. It really is huge. Come on, I've already reserved a table. Zhou Xian walked inside with familiarity. Young Master Zhou, you're here. The usual spot? A manager approached courteously. Yes, I brought a few classmates. Don't neglect them. Zhou Xiang gestured toward the people behind him. Certainly. Please follow me. The manager replied. Old Zhou, you must be some rich second-generation kid in the capital, huh? Wukong leaned close to Zhou Xiang and asked. Not particularly wealthy. Zhou Xiang waved his hand dismissively. Let's get inside already. Do you want to eat or not? Judging by how deferential that manager was just now, your status must be pretty high. Gu Chenzhou analyzed, either you're a regular here or you know the owner. Old Gu, you're being a bit too cryptic. Zhou Xiang shot Gu Chenzhou a glance. Since you figured it out, I'll stop pretending. Here's the deal, I'm a rich kid. So what exactly does your family do? Gu Chenzhou pressed. Zhou Xiang smiled. Just running a restaurant. Gu Chenzhou suddenly realized, this Drunken Immortal Inn, it wouldn't happen to be your family's business, would it? You got it right, Zhou Xiang declared proudly. Everyone was stunned, their expressions toward Zhou Xiang shifting completely. So, what do you think? Ready to grovel at my feet? Zhou Xiang asked, lifting his chin. My son truly lives up to expectations, he's got some real talent, Gu Chenzhou said, giving him a thumbs up. Indeed, Wukong agreed. You guys are trying to start a rebellion, aren't you? Zhou Xiang said, speechless. Gu Chenzhou grinned widely. Don't forget who got you all into this mess this afternoon. Zhou Xiang turned his head away, feeling guilty. Yeah, who could it be? So hard to guess. Wow, what a beautiful painting. Zhang Xiangming walked into the private room, running his fingers over the landscape painting. Zhou Xiang, this is an antique, worth over $1 million. Ha? Zhang Xiangming quickly pulled his hand back in shock. I didn't damage it, right? Don't make me pay for it. Even if you did damage it, I wouldn't make you pay, Zhou Xiang replied. Gu Chenzhou sat down, narrowing his eyes. Little Zhou, I'm hungry. Hey, you bloody well think I'm your eunuch? Zhou Xiang glared at Gu Chenzhou and flung the menu at him. Order whatever you want yourself. Chapter 131, Clash with Su Yang. Then I won't hold back. Gu Chenzhou took the menu. 1 snowflake steak, 1 bottle of red wine, and bring some of these appetizers too. You really don't hold back, do you? Zhou Xiang muttered irritably. Gu Chenzhou set down the menu. That's all I need. You guys handle the rest. I'm going to the restroom. Go out the door, turn left, then right. It's at the very end. Zhou Xiang waved him off and sat back down to play with his phone. Gu Chenzhou rose, opened the door, and followed Zhou Xiang's directions. 5 minutes later, Gu Chenzhou stared at the road ahead, lost in thought. This is bizarre. Zhou Xiang said it was here. He pressed his fingers to his temples. How had the restroom turned into the manager's office? Just then, someone tapped Gu Chenzhou on the shoulder. Gu Chenzhou, why did you follow me here? Turning around, he saw Zhang Shanshan standing there, arms crossed, staring at him. Zhang Shanshan wore a provocative miniskirt paired with white stockings, drawing all eyes. Gu Chenzhou replied bluntly, I wasn't following you. I was just looking for the restroom. Cut the crap. Places like this aren't within your budget. You were just tailing me, Zhang Shanshan snorted lightly. Gu Chenzhou sighed. If you don't have anything to do here, could you please move aside? Gu Chenzhou, you followed me all the way here. Why not just say what you want? Zhang Shanshan kicked Gu Chenzhou in frustration. My intentions? I just want you to move aside and leave me alone. Is that okay? Gu Chenzhou took a deep breath, suppressing the rage boiling inside him. No sooner had he spoken than someone grabbed his collar. Su Yang snarled, you better treat Shanshan with some respect, you bastard. Well, isn't this little suck-up Su Yan? So you're in the capital too, Gu Chenzhou sneered. Gu Chenzhou, you wanna die? Su Yang gritted his teeth. Did I say anything wrong? You've been chasing Zhang Shanshan for over 3 years, and she still hasn't agreed, right? Gu Chenzhou asked. You're asking for it. Su Yang couldn't hold back any longer, landing a punch squarely on Gu Chenzhou's face. Thud. Gu Chenzhou staggered back several steps, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Su Yang, what are you doing? Jiang Shanshan cried out in alarm, confronting Su Yang. Su Yang hurriedly explained, Shan, I just couldn't take it anymore. Look at her, does she even care about you? Frankly, you're nothing but an ATM. Gu Chenzhou wiped the blood from his mouth and sneered at Su Yang. Gu Chenzhou, don't talk nonsense. I don't. Jiang Shanshan shrieked sharply. I never wanted to get involved in your business in the first place. Can I just leave now? Gu Chenzhou just wanted to get away from these two. Want to leave? I'll see you downstairs. No stairs. No elevator. Su Yang spoke coldly. Just as he moved to act, a burly, dark-skinned man grabbed his arm. Attacking my brother? You're pretty bold. Before Su Yang could react, he was knocked flying by a hard slap. Old Gu, you okay? Wukong asked with concern. Gu Chenzhou shook his head. I'm fine. But why are you guys here? We came out to use the restroom together. Who knew you'd run into trouble? Zhou Xiang glanced at Jiang Shanshan and Su Yang. You know them? I'd love to say no, but do you really think that's possible? Gu Chenzhou sighed helplessly. You guys are pretty bold, hitting me like that. Do you even know who I am? Su Yang scrambled to his feet. I'm Su Yang, you know. Su Yang, huh? Zhou Xian walked over with his hands in his pockets and kicked him in the stomach. Never heard of him. You'll pay for this. I won't let you off the hook. Su Yang spat coldly, then ran off after his threat. Jiang Shanshan tried to say something, but no words came out. She could only follow Su Yang as he left. Pfft, what a wimp. I thought he was gonna fight me to the death. Zhou Xiang stared at the receding figures and spat on the ground. Thanks, guys. Gu Chenzhou thanked them. Zhou Xiang hooked his arm around Gu Chenzhou's shoulder. If you really want to thank us, just bring us along to climb the ranks next time. Gu Chenzhou immediately slapped his hand away. I treated you like brothers, and you actually want to be my son? Screw you, just say yes or no. What choice do I have? I'll just have to take you ungrateful brats along. Thanks, foster dad. At 10 o'clock that night, they emerged from drunken immortals' retreat. We've all had our fill of wine. What now? Gu Chenzhou asked them, glancing at the car ahead. Let's take a cab back. We'll leave it here, I'll have someone drive it away in a couple days. Zhou Xiang spoke up first. Wukong agreed, I'll call one then. Wait a minute. Something doesn't feel right. Gu Chenzhou scanned the surroundings and said to them. Oh ho, someone's here to crash the party, huh? Zhou Xiang couldn't help but laugh when he saw the approaching figures. What are you laughing about? Hurry up and run. Zhang Xiangming tugged at Zhou Xiang. I'm fast. Just grab one of them and let's get out of here. What the hell are you scared of? This is my turf. You think I'd let you guys get beaten up? Zhou Xiang broke free, glaring at Zhang Xiangming with contempt. Oh, isn't this young Master Zhou? Long time no see. The men approached, suddenly adopting a polite tone. Oh, it's brother Sun. How come you're free to drop by today? Here, have a cigarette. Zhou Xiang pulled out a pack of Huazi cigarettes from his pocket and handed it to brother Sun. Someone came looking for us for help. Said they were wearing black clothes, plaid pants. Sun took the cigarette and spotted the target standing right beside Zhou Xiang. You mean him? That's my brother. You wanna mess with him? Zhou Xiang held the cigarette between his lips and pulled Gu Chenzhou closer. Young Master Zhou, you're joking. We wouldn't dare touch your friend. Sun Gu politely waved his hand. Well then, if there's nothing else, we'll be on our way. Take care on the road. Remember to look after that client. Zhou Xiang waved them off. Sure thing, sure thing. Sun brother barked at his men, what are you standing around for? Let's go. My son truly lives up to his name, he's climbed high indeed, Gu Chenzhou said, patting Zhou Xiang on the shoulder. Get lost, Zhou Xiang pushed Gu Chenzhou away with a dismissive gesture. Old Wu pointed at the car ahead. We're here. Let's go. Let's go. We'll keep grinding tonight. Zhang Xiangming burst into laughter, pulling them along. Gu Chenzhou wailed, I'm done for. You ungrateful brats are going to be the death of me. At 7 in the morning, Gu Chenzhou and the others woke up one after another. You know what? These military training uniforms actually look pretty sharp. Zhang Xiangming changed into his uniform, looking sharp as attack. Look at old Wu, this is gonna kill me laughing. Zhou Xiang roared with laughter until his stomach ached, pounding the floor as he shouted at them. Gu Chenzhou glanced at Wukong and froze instantly. Old Wu, tell me, how does this uniform make you look like some neon-lit spy? I almost thought I'd been transported into a war drama. I've got a Big Brother phone here, grab it and try it on. Get lost. Can you guys shut up already? Chapter 132, Military Training begins. Under the blazing sun at the military training ground, Gu Chenzhou and the others stood in formation as stiff as wooden planks. Good morning, everyone. For the next 2 weeks, I'll be your drill instructor, Li Yang. Li Yang paced back and forth, his expression stern as he declared, "Don't let the heat fool you, this is all part of your training." Gu Chenzhou's ears buzzed. When will this ever end? Already giving up? That's pathetic. Zhang Xiangming stood ramrod straight, his posture impeccable. I'm starting to envy old Zhang now, his physical advantage really shows. Wu Kongtai had barely stood for a moment before he was already gasping for breath. You guys are way too weak. Want me to go buy you some kidney power tablets? Zhou Xiang chuckled. Gu Chenzhou and Wu Kong, get lost. Outside the formation, upperclassmen sat under the shade of trees, devouring watermelon with relish as everyone watched. Damn it, they're not human, are they? Zhou Xiang was practically drooling. We're suffering here, and they're tempting me like this? Want to buy one after this is over? Gu Chenzhou asked. Zhou Xiang sneered, I'll buy a whole truckload. No sooner had he spoken than Li Yang walked over to Zhou Xiang. Patting Zhou Xiang on the shoulder, he said, You're quite the talker. Why don't you step up front and say a few words? Zhou Xiang replied awkwardly, instructorly, I don't think so. I'm socially anxious. No problem. Just go up there and talk for a bit, it'll cure you right up. Li Yang pulled Zhou Xiang forward and continued, It's so hot out anyway. Just say a few words to everyone and help them cool off. Under everyone's gaze, Zhou Xiang cleared his throat twice and flashed a sly smile. Alright, I'll just say a few words then. Hang in there, everyone. Your girlfriends or boyfriends will definitely come bring you water soon. Great. Now not only are we cooled off, but our hearts are frozen solid too. Gu Chenzhou watched the crowd gnashing their teeth in frustration, utterly helpless. Seeing their expressions, Zhou Xiang pressed on, looking at you all, haven't you ever been in a relationship? Seriously? You're all in your 20s and still using your right hand? Li Yang rushed over and covered Zhou Xiang's mouth. Shut it, kid. If he kept talking, it might spark a riot. This is the most effective way to cool down. Zhou Xiang quickly wriggled free. Aren't you socially anxious? Yeah, I've never even stepped into a women's restroom since I was a kid. What's wrong with that? Get back to your spot. Under everyone's gaze, Zhou Xiang returned to his original spot. Gu Chenzhou and the others silently gave him a thumbs up. Impressive. Half an hour later, everyone lay sprawled on the grass, utterly exhausted. I'm seriously going nuts. I should have called in sick. Wu Kong wailed loudly, Can someone get me a bottle of ice water? Only hot drinks available? Zhang Xiangming asked. Hot water would work too, at least it'll stay warm, Wu Kong replied. Zhang Xiangming flashed a meaningful smile, stood up, and walked over to Wu Kong. What the hell are you doing? Wu Kong demanded urgently. Zhang Xiangming unbuckled his belt while shouting, Open your mouth. Get lost. Wu Kong shuddered in fright, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Old Zhang, you'll never find a girlfriend acting like this, Zhou Xiang interjected from the side. Zhang Xiangming glared at Zhou Xiang. That's a bit harsh, coming from you. When will we three single dogs ever find girlfriends? Wu Kong sprawled back on the ground, stretched out like a big character. Just sleep it off. Anything can happen in dreams, Gu Chenzhou replied. Zhou Xiang sat beside Gu Chenzhou. Sometimes I really want to strangle you. We're both just starting college, why is there such a huge gap between us? And you have the nerve to say that to me? Gu Chenzhou retorted, You're the big shot from the capital, the women surrounding you could probably circle the entire campus. Just then, Zhang Xiangming suddenly pointed toward the distance. Hey, look over there, that senior is gorgeous. Zhou Xiang snapped his head up, his eyes lighting up instantly. Looks like a sophomore. Did you see that? She seems to be heading this way, Wu Kong warned. Gu Chenzhou glanced ahead and shuddered. Junior, I finally found you. The moment their eyes met, Li Shi waved at Gu Chenzhou. Wu Kong, Zhang Xiangming, Zhou Xiang. Gu Chenzhou sighed, What do you want? To bring you some milk tea. Li Shi flashed a sweet smile and held out the drink. Gu Chenzhou was speechless. Seriously? Could you be more considerate? Why is it only half a cup? Li Shi scratched her head sheepishly. I got so thirsty on the way I couldn't resist taking a few sips. Oh, come on. Just being able to bring you milk tea is a big deal. Shouldn't you be thanking me? Gu Chenzhou rolled his eyes, grumbling, Thanks a lot. Then treat me to lunch this afternoon? Li Shi asked with a light laugh. Gu Chenzhou waved his hands hastily. Don't even think about it. So stingy, Li Shi pouted. Gu Chenzhou sensed the murderous glances around them and quickly pushed Li Shi forward. Senior, stop causing trouble here. Let's get back. No way. Unless you treat me to dinner tonight. Li Shi pressed closer to Gu Chenzhou, shaking his hand playfully. People will misunderstand if you keep this up, Gu Chenzhou warned. Li Shi's eyes lit up. She leaned close to Gu Chenzhou's ear and whispered, Junior, you don't want Nianqiu to find out about our relationship, do you? Gu Chenzhou immediately shoved Li Shi away, stomping his foot in frustration. What kind of wolfish words are those? Just say yes or no, Li Shi asked with a smile. Gu Chenzhou sighed. Fine. I agree. Great. Remember to contact me this afternoon, Li Shi said, waving at Gu Chenzhou as he walked away. The way she turned back every few steps made her look especially playful. No sooner had he seen Li Shi off than Gu Chenzhou found himself unable to relax. His neck was suddenly seized. Old Gu, explain yourself. What's your deal with this senior? Zhou Xiang approached from the side, and for a moment, Gu Chenzhou thought he saw the devil himself. Just a regular relationship. You know how it is, I have a girlfriend. Gu Chenzhou hurriedly explained. Spill the beans. Confess and get leniency, resist and face harsher punishment. Someone bring the guillotine. Today, I'll make you spill everything you know. That afternoon, Gu Chenzhou emerged from the bathroom.
Changing into clean clothes, he gazed at the disobedient sons gathered at the door and fell deep in thought.
Oh, looking sharp. Off on a date?
Zhou Xiang leaned against the doorframe, teasing him.
Old Zhou, cut it out. Come back and let me carry you guys to the next level. Gu Chenzhou patted Zhou Xiang on the shoulder, speaking earnestly. Take this. Don't embarrass your old man. Zhou Xiang tossed over the car keys and wallet. The passcode is 6 zeros. What's this about? Gu Chenzhou asked, puzzled. Zhou Xiang replied, she's not your girlfriend after all.
I'm doing you this favor, so you better introduce her to me when you get back.
Chapter 133, A Familiar Senior. That shouldn't be a problem, but there's one thing I need to warn you about. Gu Chenzhou took the wallet and keys. She's way out of your league. You won't be able to handle her. Nonsense. How'd I know unless I tried? Zhou Xiang shoved Gu Chenzhou out the door. Go on, hurry up. Come back and tell your old man all about it. Gu Chenzhou offered no reply as he walked out of the dorm. Ing, what are you up to? Not sinking ship, my cousin dragged me out to treat me to a meal. Ing, want me to transfer you some money? Gu Chenzhou, no need. This time I'm just taking her for beef noodle soup. Ing, your cousin might throw a fit then. Gu Chenzhou, headache. Why is she clinging to me? Shouldn't she be bothering you? Firefly, no idea. Gu Chenzhou, aren't you worried she'll steal me away? Firefly, would you really let that happen? Gu Chenzhou, no, I wouldn't. Firefly, so why should I worry? Gu Chenzhou, want to come along? Firefly, no thanks. I just got out of the shower and need to head to the library to study with Yunshuang. Gu Chenzhou, alright, go ahead then. I've spotted her already. He put down his phone and saw Li Shi pulling a girl toward him. Junior, you finally showed up. Making us wait this long? You're buying us a feast as punishment. Li Shi patted Gu Chenzhou's shoulder, speaking with a pout. Turning his head, he saw a modestly dressed girl standing beside Li Shi. Oh, it's you. Long time no see, Gu Chenzhou said politely. Li Shi asked in confusion, you two, know each other? Before classes started, I ran into her a few times at that office building over there. Gu Chenzhou answered honestly. Hello, my name is Xianan. Xianan timidly extended her hand to greet Gu Chenzhou. Gu Chenzhou responded politely, hello, Senior Xianan. I'm Gu Chenzhou. Alright, now that everyone's introduced, let's get going. Li Shi took Gu Chenzhou's left hand and Xianan's right hand. Let's go eat something nice today. Let's drive there, Gu Chenzhou said, waving the car keys in his hand. Li Shi's eyes lit up. Really? You actually bought a car? It's my roommate's, Gu Chenzhou replied. I thought you'd hit the jackpot, Li Shi pouted. Then forget driving. Let's just go to that beef noodle place across the street. No way. Two gorgeous girls are dining with you, and you're taking us for noodles? How could you live with yourself? My conscience is perfectly clear, in fact, I'm practically itching to do it. Li Shi pleaded pitifully, how about hot pot instead? In this heat? How did you even come up with that? Gu Chenzhou was speechless. It's fine. Come on, I know a hot pot place that's really delicious. Li Shi tugged Gu Chenzhou toward the parking lot. As soon as they reached the lot, Gu Chenzhou scanned the area and quickly spotted Zhou Xiang's car. Your classmate's pretty loaded, huh? Dropping millions on a car like it's nothing. Li Shi slid into the back seat with practiced ease and remarked to Gu Chenzhou. Yeah, probably on par with Nianqiu's family. Gu Chenzhou replied as he pressed the accelerator. Half an hour later, on the outskirts of the city. Gu Chenzhou took a deep breath and asked Li Shi, Senior, is this the hot pot restaurant you mentioned? Li Shi turned her head away, her voice tinged with guilt. I just thought we could take a little drive before dinner. Admit it, you just gave me the wrong directions, Gu Chenzhou sighed. Do you think we could still make it back if we turn around now? Xianan asked timidly, her head bowed. Good thing we filled up on the way. Otherwise, the three of us would be stuck spending the night here. Gu Chenzhou turned the car around and reactivated the navigation. Senior, are you really not sent by the heavens to torment me? Li Shi widened her eyes and retorted, Senior, I'm beautiful and kind-hearted, you could even call me an angel. How could you say that about me? Gu Chenzhou was speechless for a moment before following the map back. At the hot pot restaurant entrance, Gu Chenzhou parked and got out. Turns out I should have listened to Senior Xianan after all. Gu Chenzhou shot Li Shi a disdainful look. You really are hopeless with directions. I just forgot the route for a moment, Li Shi retorted stubbornly. Then tell me who's responsible for us wasting 3 hours going the wrong way? It was clearly your fault for misreading the navigation. What does that have to do with me? Li Shi stubbornly persisted. Honestly, if they used your face to repair the Great Wall, no one would dare invade, Gu Chenzhou quipped. Xia Nan, help me out here. Li Shi couldn't refute that, so he turned to Xia Nan for help. But it really was you. Before Xia Nan could finish, Li Shi's pouting expression softened her heart. She turned to Gu Chenzhou, hesitated for a long moment, then managed to squeeze out 2 words, "You're mean." Gu Chenzhou covered his mouth, staring at Li Shi in utter shock. He leaned closer to Li Shi. This senior, Xia Nan, is way too shy, isn't she? Don't you dare pick on her, she's got a very gentle nature, Li Shi warned. Gu Chenzhou glanced at Li Shi, then back at Xia Nan. I'm curious, how did 2 people with personalities as different as night and day become friends? Of course it's because this senior here is so popular, Li Shi declared proudly, puffing out her chest. Gu Chenzhou sneered, more like you've got thick skin. Watch how you talk to your senior. I've decided today I'm emptying your wallet. Li Shi stormed inside, dragging Xia Nan along. Grabbing the menu, she declared, Xia Nan, don't hold back with him. Order everything. If we can't finish it, we'll just take it home. Li Shi, I don't have much money. I only brought 200 yuan with me. Xia Nan pulled 2 crumpled 100 yuan bills from her pocket. Let's eat sparingly. Put that away. This time, the junior is treating. Li Shi patted Xia Nan's hand. Save yours for living expenses. After taking his seat, Gu Chenzhou asked with puzzlement, I thought you were interning? How come you only have this little money? Xia Nan lowered her head in silence, offering no reply. Did they dock your pay? Gu Chenzhou inquired. Xia Nan buried his head deeper, looking deeply aggrieved. You, sigh. Li Shi pointed at Gu Chenzhou and whispered, didn't I tell you not to pick on her? This isn't bullying, Gu Chenzhou retorted. Li Shi retorted, but you're rubbing salt in her wounds. Senior Xia Nan, what's your major? Gu Chenzhou turned to look at Xia Nan, asking with genuine confusion. Xia Nan slowly lifted her head, her eyes still glistening with tears. Financial management. Gu Chenzhou's eyes lit up instantly. He stood up immediately, that's perfect. Ha? Xia Nan stared at Gu Chenzhou in utter bewilderment. Junior, that's too much. She just quit her job, and you say something like that? A flash of anger appeared on Li Shi's exquisitely pretty face. Gu Chenzhou hastily explained, that's not what I meant. It just so happens my company needs a finance person. What a coincidence, right? Chapter 134, Hospitalized. Come to think of it, Nianqiu mentioned you started a gaming company. Li Shi tilted her head, as if recalling something. That's right. The game you played before, Sword Hero Chronicles, was one of our products. Gu Chenzhou nodded, then turned to Xia Nan, Senior Xia Nan, would you consider joining our company when you have time? Ha? But I'm still in school, I wouldn't have much time. Xia Nan shook her head hastily, afraid of offending Gu Chenzhou. It's fine. I'm still in college too. You just need to make some time. Gu Chenzhou coaxed, besides, after you graduate, whether you join my company or not, you'll have valuable work experience under your belt. Well, okay, I'll give it a try. When's the interview? After much hesitation, Xia Nan finally agreed. After military training ends, Gu Chenzhou replied. Hey, freshman, you're playing a pretty clever game here. Are you trying to get close to me through Xia Nan? Li Shi propped his chin on his hand, chuckling. Cut it out. I have a girlfriend. You single dog better not try to tempt me. Gu Chenzhou snapped impatiently, hurry up and order. I'm starving. How dare you talk back to your senior? Points deducted, I'll make sure you lose every last one of your credits. Li Shi puffed out her cheeks angrily. Waiter, 5 portions of beef, 7 portions of lamb, and some of this too. Listening to Li Shi rattle off the orders, Gu Chenzhou was dumbfounded. Can you even finish all that? Mind your own business. If we can't finish it, I'll just take the leftovers home. Li Shi snorted and handed the menu to Xia Nan. Xia Nan, order whatever you want. Today's on me. Xia Nan took the menu and timidly glanced at Gu Chenzhou. Is that okay? Gu Chenzhou smiled and nodded. Go ahead. I'll treat you. Then I won't hold back. Please bring me these. Xia Nan ordered quite a few dishes, leaving Gu Chenzhou feeling overwhelmed. Did I order too much? I can pay for it. Xia Nan placed the 200 yuan in front of Gu Chenzhou. It's fine. I'm just curious, how can 2 girls eat so much? Gu Chenzhou cleared his throat and asked them. Li Shi rolled her eyes. Mind your own business when it comes to girls. Soon, the waiter rolled over with a cart piled high with dishes. Finally. We were starving to death. Li Shi dumped all the beef and lamb onto her plate, drool practically dripping from the corners of her mouth. Good thing you can still eat. Gu Chenzhou sipped his orange juice, utterly speechless. Xia Nan picked up a piece of meat and placed it in Gu Chenzhou's bowl. This is really tasty. Try some. Thank you, Senior Xia Nan, Gu Chenzhou replied politely. You're welcome. After the meal, the 3 of them walked out of the hot pot restaurant. Gu Chenzhou stared at the bill in his hand, lost in thought. 1,500 for 3 people? Who could afford to support you lot? Gu Chenzhou sighed.
I'm sorry, I couldn't control myself.
Xia Nan hung her head, apologizing to Gu Chenzhou.
Li Shi, on the other hand, showed no sign of remorse whatsoever.
Junior, money's meant to be spent. Out with the old, in with the new. How can you even say that? You're the one who ate the most. Gu Chenzhou retorted. Alright, let's head back. Or if you want to do something else, we're open to it.
Li Shi pulled Xianan close, their faces inches apart, flashing him a knowing smile.
Forget it. I'm afraid Nianqiu would come after me with a knife.
Gu Chenzhou waved his hand dismissively, leading the two women toward the underground garage.
Before he even reached the car, a man approached him. Hey, buddy, lend me some cash. The man held out his hand to Gu Chenzhou. Gu Chenzhou pulled 2 coins from his pocket. That's all I've got. You want to die?
The man tossed the coins aside, shifting his gaze to Li Shi and Xianan.
Fine, these 2 women aren't bad either.
If you're looking for trouble, don't blame me for calling the law enforcement bureau, Gu Chenzhou said coldly.
Threatening me?
The man loomed over Gu Chenzhou and kicked him hard, sending him flying.
Who do you think you are? Do you even deserve it? Gu Chenzhou struggled to his feet, gasping for breath.
Li Shi rushed over, her concern evident.
Junior, are you okay? Senior, you guys go ahead.
Gu Chenzhou pressed the car keys into Li Shi's hand, his voice solemn.
But what about you? Li Shi asked fearfully. Someone has to stop him. Remember to call for backup. I don't know how long I can hold out. Gu Chenzhou replied. Oh ho, playing the hero to rescue the damsel in distress? Do you even have the strength for that?
The man approached step by step, addressing Gu Chenzhou.
I've got to try, right? You can't kill me, can you? Gu Chenzhou pushed Li Shi and Xianan behind him. Hurry up and get out of here.
You have to hold on, Li Shi urged before sprinting toward the car. The man quickly followed, but Gu Chenzhou blocked him.
Where do you think you're going? I'm your opponent. Boring. He slapped Gu Chenzhou across the face.
Just as he turned to chase Li Shi, Gu Chenzhou, still sprawled on the ground, yanked at his pant leg.
Didn't you eat today? Is that all the strength you've got? Gu Chenzhou chuckled darkly, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. You want to die? I'll grant you your wish. The man roared with rage. 5 minutes later, Gu Chenzhou lay on the ground, covered in blood. They should be out by now. I kinda envy old Zhang. With his build, he probably wouldn't end up as messed up as me. This hurts like hell. We need to call an ambulance fast.
He fumbled painfully in his pockets, then let out a bitter laugh, almost forgot they took my wallet and phone. After an unknown amount of time, a car pulled up to the scene. Old Gu's over there. Zhang Xiangming spotted Gu Chenzhou the moment he stepped out of the car.
Who the hell did this? Zhou Xiang demanded, his face twisted with rage. Get him to the hospital first. He's badly injured.
Su Nianqiu struggled to maintain her composure as she shouted to everyone.
Inside the hospital, everyone waited anxiously. Only when the doctor emerged did Zhou Xiang rush over to ask, how is he? Nothing life-threatening. Just a few broken bones.
He'll need some time to rest and recover, the doctor replied honestly.
Thank you. Truly, thank you so much.
Su Nianqiu hurriedly bowed in gratitude.
You're welcome. You may go in to visit, but please don't disturb the patient's rest. The doctor waved his hand and turned to leave. Dare to lay a finger on my brother in the capital? Don't let me find out who did it.
Zhou Xiang slammed his fist hard against the wall.
If I find out who did this, I'll make them pay dearly.
Li Shi hung her head.
I'm sorry. If I hadn't insisted he treat me to dinner, none of this would have happened. This isn't your fault. Don't blame yourself, cousin. Su Nianqiu offered gentle reassurance. The most important thing now is finding that killer.
I'll help too, Li Shi declared firmly.
Xianan gathered her courage. I will too. Chapter 135, Freshman Welcome Party Sign Up. I've already sent someone to handle it. I won't let this go. Zhou Xiang clenched his fist and addressed the group. He took my wallet. I can track his location.
You're the man, Zhang Xiangming gave Zhou Xiang a thumbs up.
You guys go back first.
I'll take care of him.
Su Nianqiu spoke up.
The others nodded and turned to leave the hospital room.
The next day, Gu Chenzhou opened his eyes groggily, rubbing his aching head. Weird. Where am I? Chenzhou, you're finally awake, Su Nianqiu exclaimed with delight. Gu Chenzhou nodded, but when he tried to move, his body throbbed with agony. Don't move around, your injuries haven't healed yet.
Su Nianqiu hurriedly supported Gu Chenzhou, her voice filled with concern.
Gu Chenzhou asked, are my seniors okay? You're in this state, and you're still worrying about them? Su Nianqiu sighed. Don't worry. Everyone else is fine except you. That's good to hear. Gu Chenzhou exhaled deeply. I'll head back to campus now.
Your roommate took leave for you.
Just rest up these next few days.
Su Nianqiu stood up, bag in hand.
I'll come see you after class. No need. It's nothing serious, Gu Chenzhou waved her off. Stop being so stubborn. I'm leaving now. Su Nianqiu waved goodbye to Gu Chenzhou. 3 days later, in the hospital room. Gu Chenzhou stared at the dorm group chat, lost in thought. Zhou Xiang, old Gu, I found the person. Not Shenzhou, that fast? Zhou Xiang, that's actually slow. Almost let him escape out of town. Zhang Shangming, look at that, the guy's got you back image. Wu Kong, was it necessary to get so bloody? Zhou Xiang, old Wu, you've got some nerve saying that you were the one who hit him hardest. Wu Kong, bull, I only kicked him once. Zhang Shangming, a kick that leaves him unable to have children, isn't that brutal enough? Gu Chenzhou. Zhou Xiang, old Gu, when will you be okay? Gu Chenzhou, the doctor said it'll take another 2 weeks to recover. Wu Kong, man, I'm so jealous. I'm about to collapse from exhaustion these days. Zhang Shangming, how about I break your bones? Zhou Xiang, I'm in. Let's do it after boot camp ends. Wu Kong, bunch of ungrateful brats. Unsinkable boat, you guys really are something, you've truly vented my frustration for me. Zhou Xiang, too bad you weren't here, I'd have given you a good kick or two. Unsinkable boat, better not. I need help just getting out of bed. Zhang Shangming, when you get back, we'll play games together. Unsinkable, then maybe I shouldn't come back at all. After chatting with this bunch of ungrateful kids, Gu Chenzhou felt much better. Bed 3, it's time for your dressing change. At that moment, a nurse approached from the doorway and addressed Gu Chenzhou. Thank you, sister, Gu Chenzhou replied politely. The nurse replied while changing his dressing, you're welcome. Half a month later, outside the hospital entrance, Gu Chenzhou watched the rebellious youths in the dormitory and fell deep in thought. Ahem, 1, 2, 3, go. Zhou Xiang cleared his throat twice, and he and Zhang Shangming shouted in unison, congratulations on your discharge, old Gu. Gu Chenzhou felt so embarrassed he wanted to sink into the ground. What the hell are you guys playing at? You're my brother, so we had to make a big deal out of your release. Zhou Xiang hooked his arm around Gu Chenzhou's shoulder, grinning. How about it? Fireworks, banners, we've got it all. Satisfied? You guys are determined to make me look like a fool, Gu Chenzhou said, clearly annoyed. I told you old Gu wouldn't like it. We should have done it my way. Wu Kong pushed his glasses up. Pfft, you bastard. Making us dance in just our underwear? Only you could come up with something like that. Zhang Shangming spat in Wu Kang's direction. How disgusting can you be? Wu Kong scrambled out of the way. Just then, a car pulled up nearby. Holy crap, a Ferrari. That thing must cost more than mine. Zhou Xiang turned to look, his voice dripping with envy. Isn't that Nianqiu's car? Gu Chenzhou said in surprise, she had it shipped to the capital? Su Nianqiu stepped out of the car and walked over to Gu Chenzhou. Chenzhou, feeling better? Gu Chenzhou nodded gently. Fully recovered. No sooner had he spoken than Li Shi appeared out of nowhere, grabbing Gu Chenzhou's arm and exclaiming. Great! Come on, I'm treating you to dinner this time. Zhou Xiang, Wu Kong, Zhang Shangming. Sometimes I really want to strangle old Gu, Zhou Xiang muttered irritably. Zhang Shangming nodded in agreement, great minds think alike. Hey, you guys are my junior's roommates, right? Want to come along? Li Shi turned and flashed them a sweet smile. Sure, I know a really good restaurant. Then lead the way. Just follow me. I just wanted to treat you to something normal. Li Xiangwei stared awkwardly at the sign for Drunken Immortal Inn and stammered, Senior, I don't have that kind of money. Senior, don't worry about it. This round's on me. Zhou Xiang declared generously. This place is their family business. They're local tycoons. Gu Chenzhou leaned close to Li Shi's ear and whispered, rip him off good. Li Shi's eyes lit up as she gave Gu Chenzhou an okay sign. Su Nianqiu sighed, pressing her hand to her forehead. You two, stop having such strange, synchronized thoughts. Gu Chenzhou and Li Shi, Nianqiu, am I that kind of person? Sigh, whatever floats your boat, Su Nianqiu sighed. 7:30 a.m. We're doomed. Zhang Shangming's howl jolted Gu Chenzhou and the others awake. What the hell? Are you trying to scare us? Gu Chenzhou rubbed his sleepy eyes as he climbed out of bed. We're gonna be late for the 8 a.m. class. Zhang Shangming answered while pulling on his clothes. Gu Chenzhou rolled his eyes at Zhang Shangming. We still have half an hour. Do you think we have enough time to walk from the dorm to the classroom building? Zhang Shangming asked. Gu Chenzhou froze. You're probably right. Hurry up, everyone, no more sleeping. The group rushed out in a fluster and finally made it to the classroom at the very last moment. I'm exhausted. Can't you guys show some consideration for someone who just recovered from illness? Gu Chenzhou collapsed onto the desk, gasping for breath. Zhou Xiang sneered, who told you to run so slow? Shoo, quiet. Old songs here, Wu Kong pointed toward the doorway. It's not high school anymore. He won't mind if we chat for a bit, Zhou Xiang retorted. Song Linshan walked to the podium and addressed the class. After military training, the school will host a freshman welcome party. The class monitor will handle this. Anyone interested in signing up can approach the monitor. Alright, everyone, back to your self-study. After a few brief remarks, Song Linshan departed. Gu Chenzhou sighed helplessly, great, back from vacation and already getting assigned chores. Zhou Xiang leaned over to Gu Chenzhou and whispered, Old Gu, sign me up. What's the act? Gu Chenzhou asked. Pole dancing? Get lost. Of course it's singing.
With a voice as beautiful as mine, the whole school should hear it, Zhou Xiang retorted.
Chapter 136, Financial Aid for Students in Need. Sounds good. Let's do it together. Zhang Xiangming leaned in too.
Let's dominate the Jingda music scene together.
With that rusty voice of yours? Seriously? Zhou Xiang asked with disdain. You look down on me, huh? Let me tell you, back in high school, no one was better than me.
Zhang Xiangming patted his chest confidently.
Alright, I'll add you both to the list. Gu Chenzhou said as he walked toward the podium. Classmates, anyone interested in signing up for the freshman gala? Forget it. We just embarrass ourselves up there. Yeah, how about you go up and perform something, class monitor? We'll cheer you on. Hearing their responses, Gu Chenzhou wrote 2 names on the blackboard. Zhang Xiangming, Zhou Xiang.
So these 2 are participating.
Is that all? Gu Chenzhou pressed. Silence fell over the group. Gu Chenzhou added his own name. Looks like it'll just be the 3 of us then.
At that moment, Su Nianqiu raised her hand. Then I'll join too.
Count me in. Li Yunchuang chimed in.
After the morning meeting, Gu Chenzhou walked toward the office with the list in hand.
Sipping his tea, Song Linshan asked Gu Chenzhou, how did it go?
Here's the list, Gu Chenzhou said, placing the white paper on the desk. Looks like this year's freshmen have quite a few talents.
Song Linshan remarked with satisfaction. Gu Chenzhou asked in confusion, weren't there many before? Not just few, pitifully few. Song Linshan replied honestly. This time we'll definitely be able to make it more grand. I see. Well, I'll be going then. Gu Chenzhou turned to leave the office. Wait, take this and give it to Wukong. Song Linshan handed a form to Gu Chenzhou. Got it. I'll take care of it. Gu Chenzhou took it and turned to leave the application for financial aid.
As soon as he returned to the classroom, Zhou Xiang waved at Gu Chenzhou.
Hey Gu, wanna join us for the choir performance? Gu Chenzhou declined on the spot, no thanks. I don't want to embarrass myself. Bull. With a face like mine, it'd be old Zhang making a fool of himself. Zhou Xiang pointed at his own handsome face. That's exactly why I'm out. Gu Chenzhou waved his hand dismissively, then turned to Wukong. Old Wu, come with me for a moment. What's up? Can't we talk here? Wukong asked suspiciously. Zhang Xiangming chimed in, yeah, we're all brothers here. Just spit it out. Just come outside. If old Wu agrees, I can tell you too. Gu Chenzhou said sternly. Alright, let's go. Wukong followed Gu Chenzhou outside. Zhang Xiangming tugged at Zhou Xiang and asked, what's going on? They're not getting all lovey-dovey, are they? I think it's possible. Outside the classroom, Gu Chenzhou pulled out the application form. Old Wu, take this back and fill it out. I'll submit it for you later. Oh, this one. Thanks, old Gu. Wukong accepted it politely. Gu Chenzhou asked, should I tell old Zhang and the others? Of course. Just because my family's not well off doesn't mean you're not my sons anymore, does it? Wukong pushed his glasses up and chuckled, even dogs don't disown their poor families. Hey, you're thinking of rebelling, aren't you? Gu Chenzhou tapped Wukong on the forehead. Wukong clutched his head. You've damaged my brilliant mind, you can't afford to pay for that. Stop quibbling. Let's go back, Gu Chenzhou said. Seeing the 2 return, Zhang Xiangming finally couldn't hold back. Old Gu, you 2 didn't go do that, did you? Zhou Xiang flashed a knowing smile. Who'd have thought a clean-cut guy like you would get involved in something like that? Gu Chenzhou kicked Zhou Xiang and Zhang Xiangming in the backsides. Get lost. Old Wu's family is going through some tough times. What happened? Zhou Xiang's expression turned serious. Zhang Xiangming also dropped his smile. Tell us what's going on. If we can help, we will. It's just about the poverty relief funds. Why are you guys overthinking it? Wukong replied, just fill out the application and wait for the money. No wonder you always eat the cheapest stuff. Zhou Xiang muttered under his breath, don't worry. Once you're under my wing, I'll make sure you eat like a king. I'm not so broke I can't afford food. No special treatment needed, Wukong said. Gu Chenzhou added, anyway, if you ever have any difficulties, just let us know. I agree with that, Zhang Xiangming chimed in. After all, you're all my sons. How could a father not look out for you? 3 days later, in the office. What? Old Song, what do you mean? Gu Chenzhou slammed his fist on the table, furious. You said it was okay. Why isn't it okay now? Calm down first. Song Linshan sighed and explained to Gu Chenzhou, it's because the quota is limited. Wukong got cut. Gu Chenzhou gritted his teeth. How is that possible? Our class only has 1 spot. How could someone else snatch it? It's out of my hands. This isn't my decision, it's coming from higher up, Song Linshan replied. Who is that person? Gu Chenzhou pressed. Song Linshan pulled out a document. Wang Chuan. That rich kid who wears designer clothes and expensive watches? Gu Chenzhou frowned. What gives him the right? Song Linshan said, I know this matters to you, but it's not something you or I can decide. Gu Chenzhou fell silent and turned to walk out. So, how soon can we get the money? Zhou Xiang asked at the doorway. We can't get it. It's been given to someone else, Gu Chenzhou said irritably. Zhou Xiang's temper flared instantly. Old Wu's the only one in our class who's dirt poor. Who else could be poorer than him? Wang Chuan, Gu Chenzhou replied. No way. I'm going to find him. With that, Zhou Xiang started to leave. Gu Chenzhou quickly grabbed him. What good will that do? He's probably already blown through the subsidy. Then what do we do? Zhou Xiang inquired. We can't just let old Wu go under, can we? Gu Chenzhou thought for a moment before telling Zhou Xiang, don't get involved in this. Just pretend nothing happened. But he's my damn brother. How can I just ignore it? Zhou Xiang grabbed Gu Chenzhou's shoulders. I can handle this. Trust me? Gu Chenzhou locked eyes with Zhou Xiang. Zhou Xiang took a deep breath. Fine. I'm in. Come with me. Gu Chenzhou said, heading toward the school exit. At the school gate, in front of the ATM, Gu Chenzhou withdrew 3,000 yuan from his card. When we get back, tell old Wu this is his allowance. Gu Chenzhou tucked the money into his pocket and instructed Zhou Xiang. I'll transfer you 2,000. I'm in too. Without another word, Zhou Xiang immediately transferred the money to Gu Chenzhou. Thanks. We're buddies, no need to mention it. What about Wang Chuan? What are you going to do about him? No idea. Give him a beating? Better not. Chapter 137, Unwelcome. In the dorm room, Gu Chenzhou slammed the 3,000 yuan from his pocket onto the table. Old Wu, kneel before your father. 1 kaodao, 100 yuan. Wu Kong was speechless. Before he could protest, Zhang Shangming darted over. Dad, is this for real? Stop making a fuss. Is this how you treat old Wu's subsidy? Zhou Xiang walked over, chuckling. Old Wu, how about this? You kowtow to me 1,000 per kowtow. Get lost, Wu Kong snapped irritably. No more jokes, old Wu. Take it and keep it safe, Gu Chenzhou urged. I'll just leave it here. Take it if you need it. Wu Kong accepted the money and placed it on the table. I'm not that broke, Zhang Shangming waved dismissively. Zhou Xiang crossed his legs, smirking. This pittance isn't even enough to fill my teeth. Gu Chenzhou silently opened his laptop. I want to buy a Hall of Fame skin. Old Wu, you want to chip in? So I'd have to pay you out of my own pocket? Old Wu sneered. Zhou Xiang grinned. Log in, old Gu. If you lead us to a perfect win today, I'll buy it for you. Deal. Gu Chenzhou roared with laughter. Amidst the banter, laughter drifted in from the doorway. Brother Wang, those sneakers must have cost you a pretty penny, huh? You bet. 3,000 yuan. They look so cool. Gu Chenzhou and Zhou Xiang exchanged a glance. Zhang Shangming suddenly shouted, Hey, Gu and Zhou, what are you two doing? Planning a couple's bow? Hurry up and log in. Nothing. Just suddenly remembered I forgot to buy Zhou some hemorrhoid cream. Gu Chenzhou waved dismissively and continued scanning the QR code to log in. Have some dignity, man. Weren't you the one who wanted to buy those kidney tonic pills? Zhou Xiang glared at Gu Chenzhou. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Gu Chenzhou fell completely silent. After a long while, he wailed, Are you people even human? The guy across is a proxy player. What can we do? Zhang Shangming scratched his head. You can't seriously expect me to crawl through the network cable and beat him up, can you? No need to beat him up. I'll show you the power of 7 wolves right now. Gu Chenzhou unbuckled his belt and strode toward Zhang Shangming. Stop it, I won't dare. I'll treat you guys to a meal. Zhang Shangming waved his hands frantically. Gu Chenzhou halted his advance. That's more like it. Let's go. First, we need to save some money for old Wu. Zhou Xiang stretched lazily. Wu Kong nodded, pulling out 5 bills tucked under his desk. Take these for emergencies. Watch out for thieves, Gu Chenzhou warned. Would you? Wu Kong asked. Gu Chenzhou, Zhang Shangming, Zhou Xiang, no. Then that's settled. Wu Kong added, besides, even if you wanted them, how could I, as your father, refuse? Zhang Shangming slid to his knees before Wu Kong, tears streaming down his face as he cried out. Dad, give me 100 million. I want to buy a villa. Even if you called me grandpa, I couldn't do it. I don't have that kind of money, Wu Kong replied, speechless. Gu Chenzhou tugged at Wu Kang's sleeve. Old Wu, let's go. Ignore him. Today we're going to blow through every last penny of old Zhang's money. Exactly. Then we'll make him call us dad every day, begging us for scraps to eat, Zhou Xiang laughed heartily. Zhang Shangming cried out, Be human, for God's sake. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wang Chuan was on the phone. How much have you asked me for this month? Let me tell you this, I won't give you a single cent before the end of the month. The call ended abruptly, leaving Wang Chuan with a grim expression. Brother Wang, are we still going out for drinks? Chen Yang asked from across the room. Wang Chuan waved him off. Later. I need a smoke to calm down first. As he walked toward the dorm exit, he cursed under his breath, damn it, if old Deng doesn't drop the gold coins, how am I supposed to show off?
Passing by Gu Chenzhou's dorm room with its door ajar, a bold idea struck him. At the barbecue stall,
Gu Chenzhou picked up the menu and chuckled, "Hey, boss. 30 skewers of lamb, a grilled fish, and 2 whole cases of beer."
"You guys really don't hold back," Zhang Xiangming thought, his heart bleeding. Zhou Xiang smiled meaningfully, "No problem. Just call him Dad, and I'll cover this meal."
"Dad!"
Zhang Xiangming shouted at Zhou Xiang without hesitation.
Zhou Xiang was speechless. "Can you show some dignity?" "What's dignity? Can you eat it?" Zhang Xiangming grinned lecherously. "Fine.
Since you've already called me that, father will cover it," Zhou Xiang sighed, rubbing his temples. Zhang Xiangming snatched the menu and yelled at the owner, "Bring another 20 oysters and 3 pounds of crayfish." "So you're suddenly generous when it's not your money?" Gu Chenzhou rolled his eyes.
"Old Zhou won't mind.
"If it comes down to it, we'll just buy this place," Zhang Xiangming chuckled.
Zhou Xiang kicked Zhang Xiangming in the rear. "Get lost. That's not how you spend money, even if you have it. Speaking of which, old Wu, what were you thinking about with your head down?" Gu Chenzhou turned to ask Wu Kong.
Wu Kong replied, "I was wondering if we locked the dorm door."
All three fell silent, exchanging glances.
"Who cares?
What's the big deal if it's not locked?"
Zhou Xiang shrugged casually.
"If something gets stolen, we'll just call the cops."
"True. Cheers." Zhang Xiangming grabbed the bottle and shouted, "Let me show you guys something." He shook the bottle and gulped from the mouth.
"Put." Zhang Xiangming sprayed everywhere. "Are you cosplaying a fountain?" Gu Chenzhou asked, wiping the table with a tissue. "Oops, let me try again." "Put. Stop putting on a show, I'm begging you." "No way. I refuse to believe it. Keep this up and we'll shove a wine bottle up your ass." "Stop, I give up." After Gu Chenzhou's persuasion, Zhang Xiangming finally gave up. "Hey, boss. 4 people here. Bring us a few bottles of liquor first." Not far away, Wang Chuan shouted arrogantly. "The dorm next door is having a party too." Zhang Xiangming asked, "Should we go say hi?" Gu Chenzhou and Zhou Xiang, not interested. "What's up with you two?" Wu Kong asked in confusion. "Nothing. They're hanging out, and we outsiders shouldn't just barge in." Gu Chenzhou waved dismissively.
Zhang Xiangming didn't mind either, taking the tray handed to him.
"True. Skewers are here. I'll make you guys a big batch this time."
He grabbed 5 skewers and shoved them straight into his mouth.
"That's one big mouth." Suddenly got an idea. Wu Kong grabbed a bottle of water from the side. "Old Zhang, wanna try?" Zhang Xiangming's eyes widened. "Put that dangerous idea out of your head." "Old Zhou, old Gu, hold him down for me," Wu Kong shouted. Gu Chenzhou and Zhou Xiang stood up. "Sorry, old Zhang."
Zhang Xiangming scrambled back.
"You guys are crazy. Old Zhang, give it up. You can't escape." Wu Kong walked toward him slowly.
Gu Chenzhou grabbed Zhang Xiangming's arm. "Don't worry, it's only a little bit stronger than usual.
If you want me dead, at least let me choose a good way to go." Zhang Xiangming struggled relentlessly.
Like dying pleasurably, for instance.
Chapter 138, The Money Was Stolen. "Isn't this pleasurable enough? Soon you'll be soaring to heaven." Gu Chenzhou tugged Zhang Xiangming's arm, flashing a meaningful grin.
Zhang Xiangming kept trying to break free, immediately shaking off Gu Chenzhou and Zhou Xiang.
"Get lost, that might hurt a bit."
Wu Kong sat back down, pushing his glasses up as he said. "If you're afraid of pain, just forget it.
Keep drinking."
Zhang Xiangming chuckled and immediately walked over. "Old Wu's the real deal. Look at these 2 jerks, they're seriously twisted."
Gu Chenzhou retorted irritably, "What are you talking about? Wasn't this old Wu's idea?" "Exactly. We were just accomplices, yet all the blame landed on us." Zhou Xiang picked up a bottle of liquor and placed it in front of Zhang Xiangming. "Drink it yourself." "Fine, I'll drink it. That's more like it. I'll have one too." Late at night, Gu Chenzhou and the others returned to their dorm room.
Alcohol coursing through their veins, all 4 collapsed onto their beds and were snoring within minutes.
Early the next morning, a startled cry echoed through the dorm.
Zhou Xiang immediately shot up, pointing at Zhang Xiangming and shouting, "Old Zhang, if you howl again, I'll stuff the toilet paper from the bathroom into your mouth." Zhang Xiangming sat on his bed, utterly confused. "It wasn't me."
Gu Chenzhou silently looked down. "Seems like it was old Wu." "Old Wu, did you pick up bad habits from old Zhen? Why are you suddenly shouting too?"
Zhou Xiang asked, puzzled.
Wu Kong pulled out the book and gave it a light shake. "The 500 yuan is gone." Gu Chenzhou and the others frowned. "What's going on?" "No idea.
I was planning to use some to top up my meal card, but it's all gone."
Wu Kong sighed and told them.
Zhang Xiangming jumped out of bed and asked Wu Kong,
"You didn't get drunk last night and move it somewhere else, did you?" Gu Chenzhou shook his head. "Impossible. Old Wu was the first one to hit the sack last night."
"Which means," Zhou Xiang piped up, "someone broke into our dorm."
"Damn it! Who's got the guts to steal from us?"
Zhang Xiangming slammed his fist into the wall and shouted angrily, "Don't let me catch him, or I'll break his bones."
"Let's check what else is missing first," Gu Chenzhou suggested. "Good idea.
Zhou Xiang began rummaging through his belongings. After a while, the four of them sat down on chairs to rest. Besides old Wu's money, nothing else is missing.
That guy's intentions were pretty obvious. We should figure out how to track down the thief.
Ask the dorm manager to check the surveillance footage.
That's our only option. Gu Chenzhou spread his hands helplessly. Who's coming with me? I'm coming. Damn it, I can't let this slide. Zhang Xiangming gritted his teeth. Wu Kong nodded and followed the others. At the dorm supervisor's office door, an old man sat leisurely sipping tea. Sir, can we check the surveillance footage?
Zhou Xiang approached with a broad smile, discreetly slipping a pack of Huazi cigarettes into the old man's hand. The dorm supervisor cheerfully accepted it.
Come on in. Gu Chenzhou entered first and skillfully accessed the surveillance footage.
He scrolled back to yesterday's dinner gathering but noticed something odd.
Guys, when we came back, the dorm door was locked, right? Zhang Xiangming nodded. Yeah, you guys were yelling at me for taking 5 minutes to find my keys. But when we left, wasn't it open? Zhou Xiang pointed out the inconsistency. Gu Chenzhou sped up the footage to 4 times normal speed and quickly pinpointed the issue. Damn, I never expected it to be him. Wang Chuan from the dorm next door?
He's got some nerve.
I'm gonna kill him. Calm the hell down, we don't even have proof yet.
Gu Chenzhou listened to the cacophony of voices, feeling his head spin.
Cut it out. I'll download this footage first. We'll talk later. A few minutes later, Gu Chenzhou and the others emerged from the dorm supervisor's office. Old Gu, this is gonna be tricky, huh? Zhou Xiang leaned close to Gu Chenzhou and whispered, if this blows up, won't we be exposed? Doesn't matter. I can't stand Wang Chuan anyway. Gu Chenzhou replied bluntly.
Zhou Xiang fell silent.
After pondering for a moment, he said, Alright, whatever you decide to do, I'm with you. Gu Chenzhou pondered, I plan to confront Wang Chuan directly. If that doesn't work, I'll call the police. Aren't you worried about ruining your relationship with him? Zhou Xiang asked anxiously. Gu Chenzhou patted Zhou Xiang on the shoulder and said earnestly, You used to be so bold. Why are you scared now? If you can't bring yourself to do it, I'll go alone. Zhou Xiang immediately protested, hooking his arm around Gu Chenzhou's neck and retorting. Bull. Scared? Hell no. Let's go. First period at 8, I'll be the first to speak up.
Inside the classroom, Gu Chenzhou and the others sat at their desks resting.
This is weird. It's already this late and Wang Chuan still hasn't shown up?
Zhang Xiangming scratched his head and asked.
Gu Chenzhou glanced at his pants pocket, what's in there? Zhang Xiangming pulled the hammer out of his pocket, it's obviously a tool for fixing people.
Calm down, it's not that serious yet, Wu Kong quickly interjected.
Maybe he's got some trouble. Difficulties?
I don't buy it, Zhou Xiang retorted irritably.
Gu Chenzhou, put that away.
I'll go talk to him first.
If he's cooperative, just get him to return the money. What if he doesn't? Zhang Xiangming asked.
Then we'll have to get tough, Gu Chenzhou replied. But by the end of the 8 a.m. class, Wang Chuan was nowhere to be seen.
Gu Chenzhou stood up and approached a boy, asking, Li Yang, do you know where Wang Chuan went? Li Yang shook his head. No idea. We just came back after drinking yesterday.
But he said he had something to take care of.
So he didn't come back with us. What did you need him for? Nothing really. I'm just worried he hasn't been coming to class. Gu Chenzhou replied casually. Oh, well then, I guess I'll head out since there's nothing else. Li Yang said. Watching Li Yang leave, Gu Chenzhou narrowed his eyes and said to Zhou Xiang.
Old Zhou, something's off about this kid.
Should we follow him? I think we should.
I'll go grab old Zhang's hammer. Just as Zhou Xiang was about to move, Wu Kong stopped them. Alright, let's drop this matter here.
Zhang Xiangming looked surprised. Old Wu, you're just letting it go? Wu Kong, everyone has their struggles. Let's just let this one slide. But,
Zhou Xiang was at a loss for words and turned to look at Gu Chenzhou.
Gu Chenzhou pressed his hand to his forehead.
Since old Wu says so, we should listen to him.
Fine, but this definitely leaves a bad taste.
If I run into Wang Chuan later, don't expect me to give him any courtesy. Zhang Xiangming slammed his fist on the table, his anger palpable. Zhou Xiang sneered, as if anyone would ever associate with Wang Chuan.
Gu Chenzhou walked over to Wu Kong. Old Wu, sorry about this. It's on us guys. It's fine.
I'm not blaming you guys, Wu Kong replied.
Chapter 139, Not Afraid of Making a Scene. That won't do. To make it up to you, let me treat you to a meal at the cafeteria, Gu Chenzhou volunteered. The cafeteria? That's not good enough. At the very least, it should be Drunken Immortal Pavilion.
Zhou Xiang sat beside Wu Kong. I'm grabbing lunch with the guys over there.
Nah, I'll just hit up the cafeteria. Feeling like something light. Wu Kong forced a smile. No classes later, let's go back and play some games. Zhang Xiangming suggested. I'm in. Then I definitely won't miss it. Let's go. I'll show you what a square jungler looks like. Back in the dorm, everyone silently fired up their computers.
Before anyone could log into the game, a surprised voice rang out.
Bro Wang, you're back. Wang Chuan chuckled. Yeah, I went out with a few beauties yesterday. Gu Chenzhou froze, then stood up first. You guys start a game.
I suddenly have a stomachache and need to hit the bathroom. As Gu Chenzhou headed out, Wukong was about to call out to him when Zhou Xiang stopped him.
Old Wu, forget about that. Log in quickly. Wukong nodded. Got it.
Meanwhile, Gu Chenzhou made his way to the dorm room next door. Inside, Li Yang was engrossed in a PC game while Wang Chuan sat at the desk playing a mobile game.
Hey, isn't that Gu Chenzhou? What brings you to our dorm? Wang Chuan asked while continuing to play his game. Gu Chenzhou walked over to him and said politely. Wang Chuan, wanna step outside and talk? Wang Chuan stared intently at the screen, replying casually. What can't be said right here? Gu Chenzhou spoke coldly. Our dorm room was broken into. Wang Chuan's hands froze mid-motion, tension creeping into his voice. What do you mean? Are you accusing me? Gu Chenzhou found a spot to sit down. Exactly. Wang Chuan slammed his phone down in anger, grabbing Gu Chenzhou by the collar. Don't push it too far. You just accuse anyone randomly? We checked the surveillance footage. After we left yesterday, you were the only one who entered our dorm room. Gu Chenzhou paused before continuing. Don't you think you owe me an explanation?
Wang Chuan slammed his fist on the table, pointing an accusing finger at Gu's face as he shouted.
I'm a rich kid, for crying out loud. Do I need your measly $500? Would I even stoop to stealing?
Gu Chenzhou froze, his expression shifting strangely as he asked Wang Chuan. I didn't specify what was missing earlier.
How did you know it was money and even the exact amount?
Wang Chuan fell silent, the surrounding crowd staring at him without a word.
Seeing Wang Chuan's silence, Gu Chenzhou pulled out his phone. I recorded everything you said earlier. Are you planning to wait for the homeroom teacher to handle this, or for the law enforcement agency to get involved? Or perhaps you could return every last penny of the stolen money.
Wang Chuan clenched his fists, his face turning ashen.
Off. I didn't do that.
With that, he lunged at Gu Chenzhou.
You dare touch my brother. Wang Chuan, you want to die?
At the doorway, Zhang Xiangming strode in with a fierce expression, barking at Wang Chuan, let go, or I'll break your hand.
Wang Chuan glanced at the hammering Zhang Xiangming's hand and hesitated, unable to act violently. He reluctantly released Gu Chenzhou. You two ganging up on me, huh? Zhou Xiang leaned against the doorway, narrowing his eyes. Wang Chuan, we don't want to make things hard for you. Just give back what you stole. Get lost. I didn't steal anything. Wang Chuan snapped back. Zhou Xiang chuckled. Still playing dumb? Guess what, with all this evidence, do you think you'll get expelled or just a disciplinary record? You dare threaten me? Wang Chuan demanded, his face darkening.
Zhou Xiang toyed with a small knife in his hand. You should count yourself lucky we're on school grounds. If this were outside, I'd have you reduced to nothing but bone dust. Old Zhou, you're wrong about that. This guy's got a mouth full of teeth. Zhang Xiangming added, even if his whole body was minced meat, that mouth would probably still be intact.
Don't push it too far, Wang Chuan gritted out. Gu Chenzhou slapped Wang Chuan on the shoulder. We've been more than polite.
Don't force us to get tough, we hold all the cards.
Knowing resistance was futile, Wang Chuan pulled open a drawer and tossed 5 red bills onto the floor. You bunch of paupers. Just trying to extort money from me, huh? Consider this charity. Zhang Xiangming's temper flared instantly. What did you say? Think I won't deal with you? Calm down, old Zhang. There's no need for this. Gu Chenzhou bent down to pick up the money while trying to calm him. Let's just go back. Just let it go? Zhang Xiangming demanded. Gu Chenzhou nodded. What else can we do? If you actually hit him, you'll get punished too.
Zhang Xiangming spat thickly at Wang Chuan.
You got lucky this time. Once outside, Gu Chenzhou finally asked, I told you guys to play a game. Why did you come over here? With all this commotion, how could we possibly be in the mood for games? Zhou Xiang chuckled.
But man, you sure look terrifying. How else was I supposed to scare him?
Gu Chenzhou handed the money to Wukong. Take it. Don't lose it. Thanks.
Wukong took a deep breath and said solemnly.
It's only right for a father to do this. So, can you help us climb the ranks again? Just don't screw me over again. Back in the dorm, Gu Chenzhou logged into his account. You guys haven't started yet, right?
Zhou Xiang stared at the computer, his voice filled with frustration.
No need. I'm banned. Damn it, my credit score is too low. I can't play ranked matches anymore.
Zhang Xiangming wailed, burying his head in his hands. I do have a bunch of accounts, but I'm afraid you guys might not handle the pressure.
Gu Chenzhou spread his hands helplessly.
Zhou Xiang leaned closer to Gu Chenzhou. Old Gu, I'm a gold tier legend.
What could possibly be beyond my grasp? The top 10 accounts in the rift, Gu Chenzhou replied. Zhou Xiang. I'll take my leave. I'm the one who's intruding. I'm not worthy. Gu Chenzhou stretched lazily. Fancy going for a walk? Where to? Zhang Xiangming asked. Gu Chenzhou replied, let's head to my company. I've got something to take care of. Hold on, I feel a bit dazed.
Zhang Xiangming massaged his temples.
Old Gu, aren't you in college? Yeah. Then where did you get a company? I started my business back in high school. I moved to Beijing when school started. Damn, you're the one with the deepest hidden talents among us. Gu Chenzhou stood up and asked them, shall we go? Let's go. Zhou Xiang immediately gathered his things. Half an hour later, outside the company building. Why am I suddenly feeling a bit nervous?
Zhang Xiangming's legs were shaking as he slung his backpack over his shoulder.
Look at you, such a wimp. It's not like we're walking into a den of tigers and dragons. Is it really that bad? Gu Chenzhou said with disdain.
Zhou Xiang strode forward.
Which floor? 6th floor. Just a small workshop.
Don't get your hopes up too high, Gu Chenzhou warned.
Chapter 140, Recruiting New Employees.
Hey, boss, you're here.
Are these your friends? As soon as he stepped into the office, Zhao Hai greeted them proactively. Yep, I brought them along for a tour. Who knows, they might just become your co-workers soon. Gu Chenzhou tossed his bag onto the sofa. How's the progress lately? We've got the basic plan ready. We can start anytime.
Zhao Xiao reported on the work progress from the side, and during this period, we've also been recruiting new employees.
Great work, everyone, Gu Chenzhou said with a smile. Zhao Xiao added, but our funding isn't quite sufficient, we can only complete a small portion. How much exactly is still needed? Gu Chenzhou asked.
Zhao Xiao replied, 1 million.
Gu Chenzhou's eyes widened. That's a significant gap. Developing a large-scale game really isn't simple.
The bulk of the investment went into the engine and outsourcing, Zhao Xiao replied.
Need investors? Zhou Xiang slung his arm around Gu Chenzhou's shoulder. Gu Chenzhou shot Zhou Xiang a look. What, you wanna fly now? You have no idea.
My dad set a goal for me, he wants me to achieve something before graduation.
Zhou Xiang chuckled.
You know me, I'm clueless about entrepreneurship beyond eating, drinking, and partying.
Gu Chenzhou fell silent. Damn rich kid, you're actually fretting over spending money? So, what do you say? I'll cover the shortfall. You decide the profit split. Zhou Xiang inquired. Gu Chenzhou stroked his chin. Alright, but I can only give you 5% equity. Fine by me. Zhou Xiang shrugged indifferently. Who'd have thought I'd become a major shareholder just like that? Wu Kong and Zhang Xiangming.
In the ensuing silence, Gu Chenzhou suddenly turned to them. Old Wu, old Zhang, once you graduate, why not come work at my company?
Sure thing. I'll be your security guard. Zhang Xiangming patted his chest. With me around, no one'll dare cause trouble. Wu Kong sneered, can't you aim a little higher? At least aim for general manager, right? Big dreams, just like you'd expect from young people.
Wang Cheng chuckled from the side, this reminds me of when I first entered society, that same spirited, ambitious look.
Uncle, when you were young, you must have hit the peak of your career, right? Zhang Xiangming asked.
Wang Cheng nodded.
Yeah, but I hit a wall everywhere I went. I even got laid off by a big company. But thankfully, a small business owner gave me this job. Otherwise, I wouldn't even have enough to eat.
Zhou Xiang and the others gave Gu Chenzhou a thumbs up.
Old Gu's the man. Alright, stop flattering me. Gu Chenzhou turned to look at Zhao Xiao and asked, Sis Xiao, has a girl named Xianan come in for an interview these past couple of days?
No, only men have come in these past few days, Zhao Xiao replied.
This is getting tricky. I wonder if senior Xianan has shown up yet. Gu Chenzhou muttered to himself. If it really doesn't work out, just give her a call. Zhou Xiang, sitting nearby, suggested casually. Good idea. Gu Chenzhou immediately pulled out his phone. Soon, Xianan answered the call. Hello? Who is this? Hearing the timid tone, Gu Chenzhou asked, Senior Xianan, when will you come for the interview? I'm already at the door.
Gu Chenzhou turned to look and saw Xianan standing nervously at the entrance, clutching a small bag.
Sorry, I'm not late, am I?
Xianan kept her head down, her fingers twisting together unconsciously.
Not at all. You're right on time, Gu Chenzhou replied.
Li Fangfang set down her paintbrush, her eyes suddenly lighting up. What a beautiful girl.
Zhao Hai smiled knowingly. Looks like our company is about to gain another flower.
Old Zhou, you guys rest here for a bit. I'll go interview Senior Xianan. Gu Chenzhou reminded them, then turned to Xianan, come with me.
Okay. Xianan nodded lightly and followed Gu Chenzhou into the office. Inside the office, Xianan instinctively pulled out her prepared resume. Here's my resume. Please take a look. Gu Chenzhou took the resume and examined it carefully.
Apart from lacking work experience, your qualifications are quite solid. I'm curious, why would such a talented person like you be overlooked by those big companies?
Xianan tilted her head and replied. Probably because I'm too introverted. Is that so? But I don't mind that at all.
Gu Chenzhou pondered, however, our company's profits aren't great, so I can only offer a salary of 7,000. But rest assured, once things pick up, I'll definitely give you a raise. Xianan exclaimed in surprise, that's already very higher than any other company I interviewed with. Gu Chenzhou looked taken aback.
They're pretty stingy, huh? After all, I'm a college student who hasn't even graduated yet. Some of my classmates are still working for pay. Xianan explained, so I'm not demanding much in terms of salary. Gu Chenzhou was utterly dumbfounded. Senior, don't worry. I'm not that kind of vampire. Yeah, I believe you, Xianan replied. Gu Chenzhou pulled a contract from the drawer and handed it to her. Take a look first. If everything's okay, you can sign it. Oh, okay. Xianan quickly took it and signed her name on the document. Congratulations, you've officially joined our company. Gu Chenzhou stood up and extended his hand to Xianan. Thank you, Xianan said gratefully. You're welcome. Come on, let's head out and take a break first. Gu Chenzhou waved his hand at Xianan. Xianan nodded and followed him out of the office. Oh my, junior classmate, what a coincidence you're here too. No sooner had they stepped out than Li Shi appeared, seemingly having rushed in from somewhere. Gu Chenzhou rolled his eyes inwardly and quickly distanced himself from Li Shi. Senior, how did you end up here? Li Shi chuckled, I came with Xianan, of course. I just stepped out to grab a bottle of water, and by the time I got back, you guys had already finished your discussion. So, isn't she amazing? She certainly is. Gu Chenzhou replied, from now on, all income tracking and expense management will depend on her. Good thing your company's still small now. If it grows too big, she might not even be able to manage her studies. Li Shi pulled Xianan closer. Xianan, no more worrying about living expenses from now on, right? Yeah, thanks a lot, Xianan said gratefully. Don't thank me, it's all my junior's doing. Li Shi suddenly seemed to think of something and stared at Gu Chenzhou with curiosity. Junior, when will the latter half of your game be released? Gu Chenzhou turned his head away. That's classified. Can't say. Come on, little brother, I'm dying to know. Just tell me. Li Shi shook Gu Chenzhou's hand. I'll definitely put in a good word for you with Uncle Su when the time comes. Gu Chenzhou wavered, clearing his throat twice before saying, Go ask Uncle Wang and the others. Li Shi pouted, clearly displeased. Are you treating me like a ping-pong ball? Not at all, Gu Chenzhou insisted. Not far away, Zhou Xiang and his two companions watched the scene with gritted teeth. I want to kill old Gu. Who's for it? Who's against it? I've got a wrench in my bag. Let's go together. I support you in spirit. Gu Chenzhou turned to Zhang Xiangming, I heard everything. So what? Got a problem? Come and get me. Zhang Xiangming struck a fighting stance, bring it on. Gu Chenzhou picked up the vase and walked over, you said it. Stay right there. Wait, how can you pick up a weapon? Hey, don't hit me in the face. Old Zhou, old Wu, come help me. You two ungrateful sons, teaming up against me. Zhang Xiangming lay on the ground, gasping for breath, glaring at them viciously. I fell for your tricks. Zhou Xiang crouched beside Zhang Xiangming and said, Old Zhang, don't blame us for being ruthless, we're doing this for your own good. Chapter 141, Running for School Heartthrob. Bull. You were the one hitting me the hardest just now. Zhang Xiangming snarled. Gu Chenzhou patted Zhang Xiangming on the shoulder. Come on, it's not that bad. We've got a few spare computers. Why don't we play some games together? Sure. Log in. The group settled into their seats and expertly launched League of Legends. Senior, wanna play? Gu Chenzhou asked, gesturing toward the two nearby computers. No, thanks. I've got something to do. Li Shi waved him off, then turned to Wang Chang with an eager expression. Uncle Wang, just tell me when will the second half be released? Xianan kept her head down, reading a message on her phone. I've got something to do. I won't be joining you guys. Be careful on your way, Gu Chenzhou called after her. Want me to hail a cab for you? No need. I'll be going now. Xianan grabbed her bag and hurried away. Li Shi hurried after her. Hey, Xianan, wait for me. Gu Chenzhou and the others exchanged glances, then seamlessly switched to group Q mode. It wasn't until late afternoon that the four of them finally stepped out of the company building and strolled down the street. Old Zhou, are you really planning to invest in me? Gu Chenzhou asked Zhou Xiang as they walked. Zhou Xiang leaned close to Gu Chenzhou, hooking an arm around his shoulder. You think I'd screw you over? We're ING brothers. Zhang Xiangming rubbed his butt cheek and snapped irritably. You and old Wu just screwed me over, saying we'd take down old Gu together, then you two turned on me? Especially old Wu, what the hell did you use on me? Why does my ass hurt so damn bad? Gu Chenzhou and Zhou Xiang halted, silently glaring at Wukong. Wukong pulled a screwdriver from his bag and placed it before Zhang Xiangming. Here, take it if you want. Zhang Xiangming, Zhou Xiang, Gu Chenzhou, whoa. I treated you like a brother, and you treated me like a tool? Zhang Xiangming wailed. Wukong chuckled, couldn't help it. Just grabbed it on the spot. Looks like I'll have to avoid old Wu from now on. Gu Chenzhou said solemnly, otherwise, if I wake up in pain tomorrow, it'll definitely be old Wu's doing. I agree. Zhou Xiang nodded in agreement and suggested to Wukong, old Wu, if it really comes down to it, how about I rent you a place outside? Wukong scoffed contemptuously, get lost. You guys have time to joke around? Don't forget, the freshman welcome party is in 2 days. Back in the dorm, everyone deftly booted up their computers and turned their gaze toward Gu Chenzhou. Dad, it's time to log in. Zhang Shangming was the first to swallow his pride, prostrate himself before Gu Chenzhou, and plead. Gu Chenzhou pressed his hands to his temples. What karma did I accumulate in my past life to deserve 3 such ungrateful sons? So what do you suggest? Whoever screws up the most has to order the late-night snacks. I'm fine with that. Go for it. The next morning, Gu Chenzhou stumbled out of bed in a daze. After washing up, he sat down in a chair and picked up his phone. The moment he unlocked the screen, the 99+ notifications made his eyes widen. Annie and Little Bear, Little Joe, why haven't you paid your respects to this palace lately? Annie and Little Bear, where are you? Why aren't you answering? Annie and Little Bear, you're not dead, are you? Unsubmerged boat, could it be that when you were looking for me, I was already asleep? Barely seconds after sending, the strategist replied instantly. Annie and Little Bear, oh, our faithless lover finally deigned to come back. Unsinkable ship, did you stay up all night? Annie and Little Bear, what are you thinking? I woke up at 5. Unsinkable ship, so what do you need? Annie and Little Bear, you've been neglecting us since you started college. Unwavering ship, I've been busy managing the class and taking care of my son's daily needs. Annie and Little Bear, give me a break. Got a girlfriend and forgot all about me? That's heartbreaking. Unwavering, how can I make it up to you? Annie and Xiao Xiong, take this photo and video to run for school heartthrob. Gu Chenzhou didn't open the video, it was the most indelible black mark of his life. Gu Chenzhou, no way, seriously? This is from 3 years ago, how do you still have it? Annie and Little Bear, whatever. Either do as we say, or we'll go to the freshman group and accuse you of cheating. Gu Chenzhou, you're ruthless. Fine, I'll do it. Fine, hurry up. Don't let me down. Gu Chenzhou pressed his forehead and sighed deeply. What did I ever do to deserve this punishment? Old Gu, since old Zhang and old Wu aren't howling today, it's your turn now, right? Zhou Xiang suddenly appeared behind Gu Chenzhou, holding a model knife to his throat. Scream again, and see if I don't turn you into a woman. You know nothing. Gu Chenzhou tossed his phone aside, his face twisted in bitterness as he cried out, my entire reputation is ruined. What's going on? Is the air raid siren blaring? Zhang Shangming shot up from bed and hurriedly said, guys, run. If we don't get out of here fast, we'll get blown to bits. Wu Kong, sitting nearby eating breakfast, asked Zhang Shangming. Could it be that the alarm just now came from old Gu's mouth? Zhang Shangming froze, then turned to Gu Chenzhou. What the hell are you doing, freaking out this early? I thought someone was attacking us. Gu Chenzhou wore a mournful expression. Nothing. No classes today. You guys sleep in. I'll go for a walk. Watching him leave the dorm, Wu Kong and the others exchanged glances. What's gotten into old Gu? Heartbroken? That doesn't make sense. They seemed pretty devoted. Did old Wu sneak up on him last night? Bull. Gu Chenzhou stepped out of the dormitory and sat alone on the playground, lost in thought. Damn it, my life is ruined, Gu Chenzhou muttered to himself, clutching his head. No sooner had he spoken than someone tapped him on the shoulder. Hey, freshman, what are you doing sitting here all alone? He turned to see Li Shi bending over to look at him. I just need some quiet time, Gu Chenzhou replied, turning his head away, his voice tinged with guilt. Who's Jingjing? Didn't you have Nianqiu? Li Shi flashed a knowing smile, pinching Gu Chenzhou's cheek. Oh, you've gone and fallen for someone else, haven't you? Gu Chenzhou sighed in exasperation. Senior, cut it out. I just need some peace and quiet. Did Nianqiu break up with you? Li Shi's heart tightened with worry. Don't do anything rash. If it comes down to it, I can make sacrifices for you. Nianqiu and I are fine. It's about something else, Gu Chenzhou said, his face flushing red. Li Shi tried to comfort him, then what's there to be sad about? Besides, I'm still here for you. Why dwell on it? I can't explain it to you. Just don't ask. Gu Chenzhou quickly stood up and hurried back to the dormitory. What's with that? Acting like a little girl. Li Shi scratched his head, muttering to himself. Back at Gu Chenzhou's dorm, the moment he reached the doorway, a familiar melody drifted into his ears. Chicken, you're so beautiful. Inside the room, Zhang Shangming and the other two stared intently at the computer screen, occasionally praising. Gotta say, that dance was pretty damn good. I'll give it 2.5 stars. Who'd have thought old Gu, with his thick eyebrows and big eyes, would be the little black guy? That confident gaze, someone unaware might mistake him for the big brother. You haters better not eat the eggs my big bro laid. Gu Chenzhou rolled his eyes, done watching yet? Zhou Xiang stood up, parted his hair down the middle, and kept shrugging his shoulders in one direction. Old Gu, how's my Iron Mountain lean? Gu Chenzhou examined him from all angles before grabbing the dumbbell under Zhang Shangming's desk. Come on, lean your head over. Let me adjust it for you. Don't do that. Zhou Xiang stopped abruptly, ducking behind Zhang Shangming and muttering, but you're really ruthless using this to run for school heartthrob. Zhang Shangming opened the forum and pointed to the top-ranked photo. Center part, suspenders, I'm the big brother, remember that. Old Gu, you're something else. That bio is seriously mind-blowing? Gu Chenzhou took a deep breath. I knew it. This abstract thing went too far. Chapter 142, The Abstract Rankings. So what's the point of this whole thing? Zhou Xiang poked his head over and asked Gu Chenzhou. Gu Chenzhou sighed. I made someone angry. Only these words could cheer her up. You're not talking about Su Nianqiu, are you? Zhou Xiang pressed. Gu Chenzhou waved his hand. Alright, let's not bring that up anymore, okay? I've embarrassed myself enough already. Old Gu, you know what? Because of you, the school heartthrob election has gotten really abstract now. Zhang Xiangming placed the screen on the second place candidate.
He's dead set on chasing after you.
Wow, Banana Kun, how did philosophy even get involved? And third place? Lao Da's here too. Seriously, why is everyone going all philosophical on us? Gu Chenzhou was numb. Is everyone okay mentally?
Congratulations, you've successfully corrupted the election atmosphere. Wukong gave Gu Chenzhou a thumbs up, but our school sure has a lot of trolls. They pushed you to the top of the charts in just one morning.
Gu Chenzhou pressed his forehead. Enough. I'm about to lose it. Play some games? Zhou Xiang suggested. Gu Chenzhou, let's do it. At 4 in the afternoon, Gu Chenzhou slumped in his chair. Bunch of ungrateful brats. I'm not playing with you guys next time.
Wukong pushed his glasses up his nose, lost in thought.
This doesn't add up. By my calculations, I should have cleared the jungle in 3 minutes. How come it took 5 minutes? Gu Chenzhou grumbled. You're still complaining about playing Thresh Jungle? Seriously? What's wrong with that? It has crowd control and protection, it's perfect, isn't it? Wukong retorted. Gu Chenzhou was speechless. Too bad it lacks damage. No sooner had he spoken than his phone rang. Fatty, you haven't called me in ages. I thought you'd vanished. Gu Chenzhou made a shushing gesture to the others. Fatty, I just haven't had time.
We just finished military training, it was brutal.
Good for you for sticking it out. So, how'd you do? Lost a few pounds? Gu Chenzhou asked.
Fatty wailed, I gained 5 pounds.
Whoa, that's just like you. Gu Chenzhou exclaimed in surprise, but why did you decide to reach out to me? Fatty said, my place is pretty close to your school. Want to grab a bite? I've got someone I want to introduce you to. A new employee? Gu Chenzhou asked doubtfully. You could say that. This guy's pretty impressive. Guaranteed to blow your mind, Fizi chuckled. Gu Chenzhou nodded. Alright, call me when you get there. Sure. While you're at it, introduce me to your roommate too, Fizi suggested. You might regret it. They're a bunch of animals.
Gu Chenzhou turned to look at Zhou Xiang's side, where he and Wukong were shoving a wine bottle cork into Zhang Xiangming's anus.
No big deal.
We're all friends here, and I don't mind, Fizi chuckled.
Gu Chenzhou sighed. Fine, whatever you say. See you tonight. Zhou Xiang paused his actions and asked Gu Chenzhou, your friend? Yeah, high school classmate. He invited us out for dinner. Gu Chenzhou said earnestly, you two better behave yourselves. Don't embarrass your old man.
With looks like mine, you're the one who should be careful not to embarrass me, Zhou Xiang declared confidently. Gu Chenzhou glanced at Zhang Xiangming, who was sprawled face down on the floor with the wine bottle still lodged in his buttocks.
Forget it. Whatever floats your boat.
At 7 o'clock, Gu Chenzhou and the others finished their shift and walked out of the school gates.
As soon as they reached the gate, Fatty waved at Gu Chenzhou. Old Gu, over here. Whoa, man, you're seriously huge, Zhou Xiang exclaimed, stunned by Fizi's physique. Can't help it. Can't seem to slim down. Fatty spread his hands helplessly. Just call me Fatty.
You can call me Zhou Xiang or Old Zhou, Zhou Xiang replied with a smile.
Gu Chenzhou pointed to the two beside him and said, these are Wukong and Zhang Xiangming, my roommates. Nice to meet you. Thanks for looking after old Gu, Fizi said politely. Not at all, it's the least we could do. Zhou Xiang quickly hit it off with Fizi. Where should we grab a bite later? Let's go to Wang's barbecue. It's close by and the food is great. Sounds good. Let's go. Not far away, Wang Chuan watched them leave, squinting. Brother Wang, are we really going through with this? Li Yang said anxiously, if we get caught, we'll be expelled. Don't be such a wimp, it's not like we're the ones doing it, Wang Chuan kicked Li Yang. Maybe we should just call it off, Li Yang worried. Wang Chuan snorted coldly, too late for regrets now. Let's go.
Li Yang dared not say more and followed Wang Chuan. Meanwhile, Gu Chenzhou was at the barbecue stall. At the barbecue stall, he'd already ordered a bunch of skewers. Brother Fei, this guy next to you is a bit quiet. Zhou Xiang picked up a glass of wine. Aren't you going to introduce us? Oh right, almost forgot about that. Fatty slapped his forehead. He's my roommate. Zhao Wen. Hello, everyone, Zhao Wen greeted politely. We're all friends here, no need to be so formal. Zhou Xiang raised his glass to Zhao Wen. Let's have a drink. Sure. Zhao Wen nodded and downed the drink in one gulp. What a heavy drinker. Downed it in one go? Zhou Xiang exclaimed in astonishment. Fatty warned, don't say I didn't warn you, this guy can really hold his liquor. Oh?
Well then, I'll see if he can outdrink me. Zhang Shangming immediately perked up. Wukong chuckled, let's see who's got the most stamina. Gu Chenzhou ignored them and turned to Fatty instead. Spill it. What do you want from me? Honestly, I just want you to give Zhaowen a job. Fatty stated plainly, the kid's a poor student. Even though his tuition's waived, he's still struggling to make ends meet. But doesn't he get financial aid? Wukong asked in confusion. Yes, but someone else took it. Fei Zi replied. He's quite capable, and he's studying modeling perfectly suited for the job. I see. That shouldn't be a problem. I can agree to it, Gu Chenzhou nodded. Thanks, old Gu, Fei Zi said happily. Honestly, someone with his skills I'd have sought him out myself, even if you hadn't mentioned it. Gu Chenzhou took a sip of wine and turned to look at Zhao Wen. Don't be too formal. We're all brothers here. I'm afraid I'll say the wrong thing, Zhao Wen replied timidly. What's there to fear? Would we even notice? Zhou Xiang hooked his arm around Zhao Wen's shoulder and chuckled. Zhang Shangming chimed in at the right moment, exactly. Come on, drink up. Soon enough, you won't care anymore. 3 hours later. Gu Chenzhou and Zhao Wen exchanged glances. Everyone around them had passed out. Pretty impressive, Gu Chenzhou remarked in surprise. Half a pound of baijiu and they're acting like nothing happened. Zhao Wen surveyed the sprawled figures, best get them back first. Let's go. There's a hotel nearby. We'll stay there first, Gu Chenzhou said, pointing behind them. Chapter 143, dump them all at the hotel. Zhao Wen said nothing, silently hoisting Fei Zi onto his back and following Gu Chenzhou into the hotel. Hello? The receptionist's smile froze as she watched the group enter. Brother Gu, maybe we should find another place. Zhao Wen's face flushed as he nervously whispered to Gu Chenzhou, this place isn't suitable. What's the problem? It's cheap and close by. Gu Chenzhou replied bluntly, or do you want to drag these drunks back to campus? But this is a love hotel. Zhao Wen pressed her forehead, her legs trembling. Gu Chenzhou patted Zhao Wen's shoulder reassuringly. Relax. Just dump them all in one room. We can each get a single room, right? Well, fine. Zhao Wen finally relented. Gu Chenzhou approached the clerk, excuse me, could you book us 3 rooms? Sure thing. Here are your room keys. Take care. The clerk worked with lightning speed. Thanks. After collecting the keys, the two dragged Fei Zi and the others toward the elevator. Young people these days sure know how to party. Early the next morning. I really can't eat anymore. Stop shoving pig's feet at me. So soft. Is this heaven? Ha? Zhang Xiangming groggily opened his eyes, surveying the disorganized mess of people sprawled across the bed. He immediately let out a sharp, explosive shout, what the hell is going on here? Old Zhang, what's with all the noise? Keep it up and I'll have to deal with you. Zhou Xiang sat up in bed, his mind going blank. Everyone was wearing only underwear, piled on top of each other like human pyramids. Wait. What the hell just happened? Zhou Xiang scrambled away, plopping onto the sofa to question his existence. The mood lighting, the heart-shaped bed, this was clearly a love hotel. Old Zhou, did you do this? Zhang Shangming asked Zhou Xiang after getting dressed. No way. I passed out before you guys last night. Though reluctant to admit it, he was indeed the first to pass out last night. Strange. Where's old Gu? Zhang Shangming asked. Zhou Xiang jumped to his feet. Could it be his doing? He quickly grabbed his phone and searched for Gu Chenzhou in the group chat. Zhou Xiang, old Gu, where are you? At Bu Chenzhou. Bu Chenzhou, out grabbing breakfast. Want me to bring you guys some? Zhou Xiang, did you bring us here yesterday? Image. Bu Chenzhou, yeah, I'm looking out for you guys, even got you a king-size bedroom. Zhou Xiang, you're such a good brother. Unsinkable boat, don't thank me. Zhou Xiang, don't let me catch you, or I'll hang you from a tree and whip you with a belt. Seeing Gu Chenzhou didn't reply, Zhang Shangming asked in confusion. Old Zhou, what should we do? We can't leave our buddy's reputation hanging here. Zhou Xiang immediately stood up, hurriedly opened the door, and headed out. Of course we run. Once they wake up, we're all screwed. Outside the hotel, at a steamed bun shop, Gu Chenzhou ate breakfast while watching yesterday's footage. You know what? They sure know how to party. Zhao Wen worried, Brother Gu, what if they get angry later? Don't worry. They'll understand. Gu Chenzhou stood up as he spoke, I'm heading out. You should get back early too. No sooner had he stepped out of the shop than a towering figure blocked his path. Old Zhang, awake already? Why not go back for a nap? Gu Chenzhou said nervously. Zhang Shangming grabbed Gu Chenzhou's wrist and snarled. Old Gu, I never expected someone with such a kind face to pull this on me. Gu Chenzhou was at a loss for words, I had no choice. I didn't have much money, so I could only arrange for you guys to stay nearby. Zhou Xiang walked over from the side and pointed to a spot not far away. There's another place over there. Why did you have to pick this one? Gu Chenzhou spread his hands helplessly. You think I'm loaded or something? You bloody. No way, I'll strangle you. You're trying to kill your own father. Bull. Today I'll finish off this ungrateful son.
If you dare lay a finger on me, you better believe I'll post this stuff online.
Gu Chenzhou raised his phone, still playing a video.
In the footage, Zhou Xiang and several others were all over each other, even undressing one another.
Zhang Xiangming, Zhou Xiang.
After a long pause, Zhang Xiangming shed his menacing demeanor and chuckled.
Dad, are you hungry? Let me treat you to beef noodle soup.
Zhou Xiang chimed in with equal flattery, just delete the video, bro. We're all good buddies, no need to keep this stuff around.
Gu Chenzhou rolled his eyes, just go home already. Alright, I'll take a cab.
Zhou Xiang pulled out his phone and ordered a ride-hailing car.
Back in the dorm, all three collapsed onto their beds. Come to think of it, didn't we forget something? Gu Chenzhou sat up and looked at them. Zhou Xiang, Zhang Xiangming, Gu Chenzhou, Old Wu. Forget it. He should be able to get a ride back.
Besides, he's a grown man, nothing bad will happen to him, Zhou Xiang waves dismissively.
Then just the three of us? Zhang Xiangming suggested. Let's log in.
Meanwhile, inside the hotel room, Wukong and Fizi stared at each other wide-eyed, still locked in a tight embrace.
Can you let go of me? Fizi finally spoke up, seeing the situation. Wukong quickly let go. Sorry. No big deal.
But where the hell are we? Fizi scratched his head, puzzled. Looks like a hotel and not a legitimate one at that, Wukong said, fumbling to put on his glasses.
Fizi sighed. Looks like old Gu's doing. Don't you feel anything?
Wukong recalled last night's events, his skin crawling with goosebumps. We're all grown men. Why bother with this stuff?
Fatty pulled on his clothes. I'm heading out. Call me if anything comes up. Wukong felt numb. Why did he feel like he was being dismissed like a prostitute? Forget it. Time to head back.
By 10:30 a.m., Wukong finally made it back to the dorm.
Old Zhang, you're human, right? We've played 3 games, and I've never seen you use a double summon. I just couldn't bring myself to use it. Couldn't you just use it earlier and let it cool down?
Zhou Xiang and Zhang Xiangming were bickering back and forth while Gu Chenzhou sat in his chair resting. He turned his head toward the doorway. Hey, old Wu's back. Wukong walked up to Gu Chenzhou, suddenly grabbed his neck, and shouted. Old Gu, after trusting you so much, you nearly ruined my reputation.
Zhou Xiang and Zhang Xiangming stopped their scuffle, exchanged a glance, and silently pulled out sunflower seeds. Take him down. Fist up, punch him in the face. Zhang Xiangming shouted while cracking sunflower seeds, poke his asshole. Stick it in his eyes. Be human. Help me, quick. Gu Chenzhou pleaded for help, brothers, I can't breathe. Old Gu, you brought this on yourself.
We can't help you, Zhou Xiang said with a smirk, crossing his legs.
Bunch of ungrateful bastards.
I wasted my time carrying you guys to victory, Gu Chenzhou wailed. Just then, a voice from the doorway asked, what exactly are you guys playing?
Chapter 144, The Gala Approaches.
Song Linshan leaned against the doorway, his face brimming with confusion.
Do you guys always play this intensely? Wukong quickly released Gu Chenzhou. Old Song, what brings you here?
Song Linshan answered truthfully, your spot was gone the other day, so I reapplied for you.
Wukong, huh? Zhou Xiang and Gu Chenzhou. Old Gu, what should we do? Zhou Xiang whispered. Just stir-fry it with eggs. Gu Chenzhou walked over to Song Linshan as he spoke. Old Song, why didn't you just call me about this? Why did you have to come in person?
Song Linshan, I called 3 times, but no one picked up.
Huh? Gu Chenzhou sucked in a sharp breath. Probably playing games and didn't see it. Zhou Xiang silently gave Gu Chenzhou a thumbs up, that's what you call it.
Song Linshan handed the envelope to Wukong and said.
Here, take it. I've got other things to attend to. Watching Song Linshan leave, Wukong turned to Gu Chenzhou and Zhou Xiang. This is my subsidy. So what was that you gave me earlier? Gu Chenzhou and Zhou Xiang awkwardly turned their heads away. Wow, the weather's really nice today. Yeah, the sun is so bright. I just remembered Fizi is having a baby. I should go lend a hand. I'll go with you. The 2 men walked toward the dorm exit as they spoke.
Before they stepped outside, Wukong bowed deeply to them. Old Gu, old Zhou, thank you.
Zhou Xiang replied awkwardly, don't mention it.
We're all brothers here.
Gu Chenzhou sighed. Don't blame us for keeping it from you. We just didn't want to put pressure on you. Then what about that spot earlier? Zhang Xiangming asked, completely confused. Gu Chenzhou sat back down and began explaining. What the hell? Wang Chuan again?
Zhang Xiangming slammed the table in anger.
How the hell is that fair? That bastard wears designer clothes and expensive watches, yet he gets poverty assistance? What can we do? We can't exactly beat him up, can we? Gu Chenzhou asked. Zhou Xiang chimed in, yeah, let's just drop it. Zhang Xiangming turned to Wukong, old Wu, what do you think? Let's do as old Zhou says.
Making a big deal out of this won't do anyone any good, Wukong replied.
Fine.
If old Wu can swallow his pride, so can I. Zhang Xiangming slumped into his chair like a deflated balloon, cracking sunflower seeds.
Speaking of which, isn't the freshman welcome party tomorrow? Right. You 3 haven't rehearsed yet, have you? Old Wu asked.
Zhang Xiangming jumped to his feet.
We're going to make fools of ourselves. Don't sweat it. We'll just hand over the audio files to the school later. Zhou Xiang held the USB drive calmly. That's exactly why we need to prepare in advance. Old Gu, how's your preparation coming along? Zhang Xiangming leaned close to Gu Chenzhou. We can't actually perform that, can we? Which one? Gu Chenzhou asked, puzzled.
Zhang Xiangming flipped his center-parted hair and struck a pose. This one, of course.
Can't you just leave me alone?
Gu Chenzhou groaned, pressing his hand to his forehead.
Zhang Xiangming chuckled, no way.
Zhou Xiang pulled out his phone and glanced at the forum, suddenly exclaiming, damn.
That's some serious influence, bro. Absolutely insane.
What's up? The trio turned to stare at Zhou Xiang.
Old Gu, do you even know how many people are in our school? Zhou Xiang asked. Gu Chenzhou shook his head. At most a few tens of thousands. Your vote count has skyrocketed to a commanding lead. Zhou Xiang held the screen in front of Gu Chenzhou. Look at this, over 200,000 votes.
You could practically be his real brother.
Gu Chenzhou was stunned. Bull. These people just love a good spectacle.
Your spot as campus heartthrob is pretty much locked in now.
Zhou Xiang chuckled.
Even though you're not quite as good as me, I'm still happy to hand it over to you.
Bull.
I bet you just want to see me fail, Gu Chenzhou sneered contemptuously.
Meanwhile, in another dorm room,
Li Yang and Wang Chuan remained shaken for a long time.
Bro Wang, I told you they're no ordinary guys. We shouldn't mess with them. Recalling yesterday's events, Li Yang couldn't help but shiver. Especially Gu Chenzhou, he's the fiercest.
He dragged his roommate straight to a love hotel.
Wang Chuan took a deep breath. I agree.
If they get angry, our asses are on the line. The next day, at 4 in the afternoon, the freshman welcome party was about to begin. Gu Chenzhou stared at the script in his hands, lost in thought. They call it a stage performance, but it's just a formality, Gu Chenzhou murmured to himself, stroking his chin.
Old Gu, it's about to start. Are you ready? Zhou Xiang walked over, hooked his arm around Gu's shoulder, and asked, which song are you performing? Gu Chenzhou replied, a duet crosstalk. Ha? Zhou Xiang was stunned. Are you crazy? Doing something like that? What's wrong? Is that a problem? Gu Chenzhou asked.
Zhou Xiang retorted, dude, this is college. With your looks, just singing a song up there would draw a crowd of girls, no matter what. But I have a girlfriend, Gu Chenzhou countered.
Zhou Xiang was utterly speechless. Fine, forget I said anything. How's your preparation with old Zhang? Gu Chenzhou countered.
Perfectly, of course.
Just watch this time, I'll be the coolest guy on campus. Zhou Xiang declared confidently. Gu Chenzhou patted Zhou Xiang on the shoulder and said earnestly. Old Zhang's voice is like a broken gong. Are you sure this will work? Zhou Xiang shook his head solemnly.
You're underestimating him.
That guy's got more than meets the eye. Is he really that impressive?
Of course it is.
Why else do you think I teamed up with him? Alright, I've got to go rehearse. See you later. Zhou Xiang walked backward as he spoke. Only after Zhou Xiang was gone did Gu Chenzhou breathe a sigh of relief. Finally gone.
Su Nianqiu, standing beside him, hooked her arm through his and asked.
Chenzhou, are you nervous? Gu Chenzhou felt the warmth of her touch. Are you really sure you want to go up there with me? Su Nianqiu smiled. Yes.
Gu Chenzhou, you're so beautiful you could just go up and dance.
No, I just want to be with you. You, huh? Let's run through our lines first. You're worried I'll mess up my lines? Of course not. I'm afraid I'll mess up. At 8 o'clock, the gala officially began. Old Gu, you two are something else actually going first.
Zhang Xiangming wore a suit so tight his muscles nearly strained it to bursting.
Gu Chenzhou eyed Zhang Xiangming up and down. You guys aren't any different, you're right behind me. Then let's see whose name gets cheered louder. Zhang Xiangming declared, the loser buys dinner. Gu Chenzhou sneered, why are we fighting amongst ourselves? Shouldn't you be trying to attract the girls' attention? Zhang waved dismissively. Superficial. How could I behave so recklessly at such a sacred occasion? Chapter 145, Who's the Clown? Bull. Like I don't know what kind of person you are?
Gu Chenzhou chuckled, the other day when you saw that beauty, your eyes were glued to her. You nearly crashed into the railing.
Zhang Xiangming retorted irritably, can't I just pretend to be deep for once? Pretend my ass.
Don't embarrass yourself later from nerves.
I'm not some damn cutie. I've been prepping for this forever. This time I'm gonna be the hottest guy in the whole place. Just then, someone approached and said to Gu Chenzhou, get ready. You're on stage in 5 minutes. Gu Chenzhou replied, no problem.
At 10 p.m., the gala concluded.
Gu Chenzhou sat on the playground, staring at his phone in deep thought. Has old Zhang mutated?
In the video, Zhang Xiangming and Zhou Xiang were passionately duetting on stage, drawing screams from many girls. Lost in thought, a delicate hand suddenly rested on his shoulder.
Junior, why are you sitting here all alone?
He turned to see Li, she's smiling warmly at him.
Gu Chenzhou jumped in fright. Senior, you walk so quietly. You really scared me to death.
Li Shi's eyes crinkled into crescent moons as she pointed across the stage. I've been calling your name at the door the whole time, but you were as stiff as a board, didn't hear a thing.
Gu Chenzhou was speechless for a moment. Really? But didn't you just come from the kitchen? Ah, don't sweat the small stuff.
Li Shi turned her head away, feeling a bit guilty.
Speaking of which, where's Nianqiu? Gu Chenzhou pointed toward the nearby girls' dormitory and explained. It's too late. She's already gone back to rest. Li Shi pouted.
I was hoping to grab dinner with Nianqiu. Gu Chenzhou immediately stood up and said, well, senior, I've got something to do.
I'll be heading out now.
Li Shi hurriedly grabbed Gu Chenzhou's arm.
Why are you running away? I'm not some monster. What's the matter? Does hanging out with someone as gorgeous as me make you feel uncomfortable? I suspect you want me to pay, but I can't find any proof. How could that be? Do I look like that kind of person, senior? You're not human at all. At least act human. You can't just fleece me for everything, can you? You're so clueless.
Watching Gu Chenzhou walk away, Li Shi muttered to herself, so stingy.
How did Nianqiu ever fall for you?
Inside the dorm room, the moment Gu Chenzhou stepped in, a cacophony of chatter filled his ears.
So, did I embarrass myself, bro? Who'd have thought that with your scratchy voice, you could pull off that kind of tone? Where'd you hide old Zhang? Get lost, it's the real deal.
Zhang Shangming grumbled, turning to greet Gu Chenzhou as he returned.
Old Gu, done strolling with your girlfriend? Yeah.
Gu Chenzhou sat down in his chair and opened his laptop with practiced ease.
Got an 8 a.m. class tomorrow. That's going to suck.
Wukong pushed his glasses up and asked the group, it's still early.
How about a couple of rounds? Let's play. 8 o'clock in the morning. Gu Chenzhou and the others rushed into the classroom, arriving at the very last second.
Zhou Xianglei sprawled across the desk, panting heavily as he wiped sweat from his forehead.
Phew, that scared the hell out of me. Thought we'd be late. Zhang Shangming asked, want to head back and queue up for ranked matches? I don't think I can.
I need to handle some business at the company, Gu Chenzhou declined with a wave.
Want to come with me? Wukong asked. Gu Chenzhou shook his head. Nah, I'll pass.
The others nodded in unspoken agreement.
Whatever you say. After class, Gu Chenzhou gathered his things, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and headed for the classroom exit. Chenzhou, are you heading out? Su Nianqiu ran up from behind, asking with confusion. Gu Chenzhou smiled and held out his hand to her. Yeah, wanna come discuss the new game development with me? Su Nianqiu replied helplessly. Sorry, I'm going shopping with Yunxuan later. Gu Chenzhou, oh, well then, have fun. I'll be off. Su Nianqiu handed him her car keys, why don't you take my car? Sure. Gu Chenzhou took them without hesitation. Thanks, Nianqiu. No need for formalities between us. Su Nianqiu flushed, then jogged out of sight. Holding the keys, Gu Chenzhou suddenly remembered something and hurriedly called after Su Nianqiu. Where'd you park your car? Right in the parking lot by the school gate. You'll see it when you get there. At the school entrance, Gu Chenzhou scanned left and right before finally spotting the parking spot. He silently pulled out his keys, ready to drive away. Before he could reach it, someone blocked his path. Hey, buddy, don't go messing with other people's cars. The man stood arrogantly with his arms crossed, his eyes fixed on Gu Chenzhou, revealing contempt. Gu Chenzhou sized the man up. Oh? Since you know that, why don't you move out of the way? Are you implying this car belongs to you? The man frowned. Gu Chenzhou shook his head. No. The man shoved Gu Chenzhou aside. Then shut the hell up and get lost. If you damage it, you won't be able to afford the repairs. Gu Chenzhou staggered back 2 steps, nearly losing his balance and falling to the ground. How dare you push me? What, you think this car could possibly be yours? He demanded, clearly annoyed. You're just figuring that out now? The man snorted coldly. Gu Chenzhou retorted, so it's yours just because you say so? How do you prove it? You're the one questioning me. Shouldn't you be the one providing proof? He wasn't some pushover. If he fell into a self-incrimination trap, he'd be screwed. Besides, this car wasn't even his to begin with, he was just showing off. Gu Chenzhou pressed his hand to his forehead. Then listen to this. What do you hear? He disarmed the alarm, and the Ferrari emitted a series of beeps. The man was utterly dumbfounded. What the hell was that? Didn't you just say this wasn't your car? The man exclaimed in shock. Gu Chenzhou walked to the front of the car and flipped him off. You believe everything I say? Then why don't you believe me when I say I'm your father? With that, he slid into the driver's seat, slammed the door shut, floored the accelerator, and sped away from the scene. Inside the roaring engine and the intense acceleration, Gu Chenzhou couldn't help but shout, "This is awesome!" Half an hour later, outside the company building. After getting out of the car, Gu Chenzhou quickly made his way to the office area. "Young boss, you finally made it. I was about to lose it waiting for you." As soon as he walked in, Zhao Hai rushed over, shouting tearfully. Gu Chenzhou asked in confusion, "What happened?" "He lost a bet with us and has to be a janitor for a month," Wang Cheng explained while tapping away at his keyboard. Well, you brought this on yourself.
I can't help you with this, Gu Chenzhou said, turning to Zhao Hai.
Zhao Hai wailed, you guys must be cheating. How else could you keep getting bombs every single time? Chapter 146, Developing the Next Game. Or maybe it's just that your luck is really bad. Wang Chang stopped typing and pointed at the Happy Landlord game on the table. Besides, we're playing online. How could we possibly cheat? Gu Chenzhou sighed helplessly.
Alright, let's focus on the progress of the new game development.
Wang Chang nodded and said to Gu Chenzhou, the theme is solid, and I'm working hard to refine the script.
The real challenge now is the modeling and concept art.
Boss, when are we expanding? Zhao Hai wailed from the sidelines.
He was the company's sole modeler, and even with outsourced work, he still had a heavy workload.
Gu Chenzhou sighed, aren't we hiring right now? Sigh, when will this ever end?
Zhao Hai groaned, pressing his hands to his temples.
Gu Chenzhou pondered, stop looking so gloomy.
Everyone, get ready, we're heading into a meeting. Everyone nodded, gathered their materials, and followed him into the conference room.
First off, our project is a real-time combat RPG based on the Sword Hero Chronicles. While most of the original artwork can be reused, some minor adjustments will be necessary.
The biggest funding issue has been resolved.
If you have any difficulties now, speak up directly.
Gu Chenzhou fixed his gaze on the group, his tone serious. Zhao Hai raised his hand and stated bluntly, that leaves only the second challenge, we're short on personnel.
Zhao Xiao nodded. True. Our little workshop only has 4 or 5 people. I've been having trouble recruiting new staff these past few days. Wang Cheng suggested, why don't we try collaborating with other companies?
We might as well just outsource it, Zhao Hai countered.
The cacophony of voices gave Gu Chenzhou a headache. He slammed his hand on the table and shouted, everyone calm down. Everyone fell silent, turning their attention to Gu Chenzhou. We eat one bite at a time, and we must tackle tasks one by one.
Gu Chenzhou declared, for now, let's focus on bringing in fresh talent.
I agree. +1. You're the boss. We'll follow your lead.
As soon as Gu Chenzhou stepped out after the meeting, his phone buzzed.
Ing, do you like this dress? Image. Bu Chenzhou, it looks nice. Ing, really? Then tell me what makes it pretty? Bu Chenzhou, whatever you wear looks beautiful. Ing, you're such a smooth talker. Want to grab dinner? Bu Chenzhou, sure.
Where are you guys?
I'll be right over. Firefly, we're at the shopping mall photo.
Gu Chenzhou stared at the photo, lost in thought.
Besides Su Nianqiu and Li Yunchuan, there was also Li Shi. Bu Chenzhou, why is our senior here too? Firefly, she invited us out. Firefly, hey, Junior, hurry up. 3 gorgeous girls are waiting just for you, doesn't that make you feel special? Unstoppable, I'm too scared to move. And why the heck did you use Nianqiu's phone to text me? Firefly, hurry up. We're going shopping first.
Gu Chenzhou snatched back his phone, pressed his forehead, and muttered to himself.
Damn it, what did I do to deserve this in my past life?
Stepping out of the company, he spotted a tall girl with fiery red hair standing not far away. Her eyes were fixed on that car, and she kept reaching out to touch it. Though Gu Chenzhou couldn't see her face, he knew she was absolutely stunning.
Excuse me. Gu Chenzhou approached her. Could you move aside, please?
The girl turned her head to look at Gu Chenzhou, asking in confusion.
Is this your car?
Her voice was soft yet gentle.
Gu Chenzhou chuckled softly. No, I'm just borrowing it. My apologies.
The girl stepped aside, her almond-shaped eyes fixed on him.
Could you give me a ride? Gu Chenzhou waved his hand. I don't think so. We're not going the same way. Wherever you're going is fine. I just want to test its performance.
She pulled her wallet from her pocket.
If you really can't, I can pay. Gu Chenzhou.
She was treating him like a ride-hailing driver.
No thanks.
Gu Chenzhou hurriedly got into the car and floored it, speeding away from the scene. Watching the Ferrari speed away, a faint smile curved the girl's lips.
That sounds wonderful. Next time we meet, I'll definitely make you take me for a spin. 10 minutes later, Gu Chenzhou finally arrived at the shopping mall. Bu Chenzhou, I'm here.
Where are you guys?
Ing, 3rd floor cafe. Bu Chenzhou, coming right over. He took the underground elevator and finally reached the cafe. Hey, Junior. Over here.
Turning his head, he saw Li Shi waving excitedly at him.
Gu Chenzhou walked over slowly and sat beside Su Nianqiu. Senior, did you just follow me here shamelessly?
Li Shi turned her head away, her voice tinged with guilt.
No way. Do I really seem that shameless to you? Gu Chenzhou nodded solemnly, yes. I'm so adorable, and you actually say that about me?
Li Shi pouted, hooking her arm through Su Nianqiu's as she complained, Nianqiu, you have to stop him.
Su Nianqiu smiled gently, I think Chenzhou has a point.
Li Yunchuan stood by, speechless.
You two aren't being too much? Dumping all that love on us the moment we meet.
If you don't like it, go find yourself a boyfriend too, Gu Chenzhou retorted. Li Yunchuan shot Gu Chenzhou a disdainful glare, I'll pass.
Gu Chenzhou quickly changed the subject, where should we grab a bite later?
Li Shi pointed to the hot pot restaurant across the street, how about there?
Gu Chenzhou exclaimed in shock. Hot pot again? Is that a problem? Li Shi asked, looking hurt. I can't decide. Ask Nianqiu. If she agrees, I'll go. Gu Chenzhou avoided meeting Li Shi's eyes. Damn, that look was lethal. Li Shi wrapped his arms around Su Nianqiu's slender waist and pleaded softly. Nianqiu, my dear sister, please say yes. I've been starving for ages. Su Nianqiu. After a long moment, she finally regained her composure. Fine. Let's go. Great. This time I'm gonna eat beef and mutton until I'm sick.
Li Shi pulled Su Nianqiu and Li Yunchuan along, and the three of them walked out in unison.
Gu Chenzhou stood up and followed their footsteps.
As soon as they entered the restaurant, Li Shi addressed the waiter. First, bring us 6 portions of beef, 7 plates of mutton, 2 stacks of tripe, and orange juice for drinks. Li Yunchuan looked stunned and blurted out, we can't possibly eat all that. That's too little. You're thinking too small. Gu Chenzhou replied to Li Yunchuan, this isn't even enough for her alone. Li Yunchuan's eyes lit up as she grabbed Li Shi and asked. Senior, can you tell me how you stay so slim? Li Shi chuckled, I'm just naturally blessed with a slim physique. Forget I asked, Li Yunchuan said, her voice tinged with disappointment. Gu Chenzhou eyed Li Shi's ample bosom. Well, you're still curvy in all the right places. Li Shi met Gu Chenzhou's gaze. Trying to hit on me, huh? Chapter 147, The Professional Bargain Hunter. Gu Chenzhou scrutinized Li Shi from head to toe, sneering. Not as good as Nianqiu. Li Shi was at most a C cup, but Su Nianqiu clearly had a D or even larger. How do you know I'm not? Want to feel for yourself? Li Shi approached Gu Chenzhou with a smile, asking him. Gu Chenzhou turned his head away. I'll pass. This woman was too skilled, he couldn't handle her. Pfft, coward. Li Shi returned to her seat and sat down, speaking with disdain. Gu Chenzhou pressed his hand to his forehead. Stop picking on me all the time. Who told you to be so easy to pick on? Li Shi propped her chin on her hand, curiosity written all over her face. Speaking of which, you guys haven't picked a club yet, have you? Li Yunchuan answered honestly, I plan to join the broadcasting club. Su Nianqiu agreed, I've decided to join with Yunchuan. What about you, Junior? Li Shi turned to Gu Chenzhou. Me? Nah, I'll pass. Gu Chenzhou waved his hand dismissively. Why not join my gaming club? We can all team up and play online together. As Li Shi spoke, it felt like invisible black hands were reaching out from behind him, trying to pull him into the abyss. Gu Chenzhou shuddered and waved his hands in refusal. No, I'm not ready to die yet. I'm not the devil like I'd eat you or something? Li Shi rolled his eyes, his tone dripping with irritation. Gu Chenzhou retorted, to me, you're a far more vicious species. How dare you talk to your senior like that? That's too much. Li Shi puffed out her cheeks, fuming, Nianqiu, you better rein him in. I'm on Chenzhou's side. Su Nianqiu walked over to Gu Chenzhou, linking her arm through his. Chenzhou, after dinner, shall we go for a walk alone? Sure. Gu Chenzhou felt a surge of excitement finally, some alone time. Li Shi quickly piped up, I'm coming too. Why would you want to be the third wheel? You should head back to school after dinner. Gu Chenzhou waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away a puppy. Li Shi scoffed, fine, I'll go back. After dinner, Gu Chenzhou and Su Nianqiu walked out of the shopping mall. As they strolled down the street, Su Nianqiu suddenly studied Gu Chenzhou. You only have a few outfits. Why don't I buy you a few new sets? I still have some money, but my clothes do need replacing. Come on, I remember there's a small market nearby. Gu Chenzhou took Su Nianqiu's hand, glancing at a map as he led him away. 10 minutes later, on an unnamed street. Take a look, take a look. Freshly popped popcorn. Authentic Manhwa beef noodle soup, come try it. Stinky tofu ice cream, no smell, no charge. Vendors eagerly pulled at customers, their fervor making Su Nianqiu nervous. She feared the absent-minded Gu Chenzhou might be swept away by these stall owners. Chenzhou, do they really sell clothes here? Su Nianqiu gripped Gu Chenzhou's hand tightly, her voice filled with doubt. Gu Chenzhou's lips curved upward as he pointed ahead. Aren't they over there? Crossing the snack street, they reached the entrance of the clothing mall. Staring at the dazzling array of men's clothing, Su Nianqiu was completely overwhelmed. Can I actually wear these? Her cheapest clothes started at 4 figures, yet these were priced at just a few dozen yuan, and there were even 3 pairs of underwear for 9.9 yuan? Of course. This is the go-to for ordinary folks like me. Gu Chenzhou stepped inside, his gaze settling on his shirt. How much is this, boss? The shopkeeper's eyes lit up as he eagerly replied. You've got great taste, young man. This is a bestseller. Original price is 888. Since it's your first time here, I'll give you a discount 700. Gu Chenzhou, 30. Hey, you can't haggle like that. Fine, I'll take a loss 500. 50. If you won't sell, I'll look elsewhere. Add a little more. At this rate, I won't even cover my costs. Forget it. Nianqiu, let's go. Gu Chenzhou turned and led Su Nianqiu toward the next shop. Before they stepped out, the shopkeeper called after them in a fluster. Wait. Come back.
Let's just consider this a gesture of friendship. Gu Chenzhou smiled knowingly. Alright, wrap it up.
You little thing, I'm a pro at haggling.
Chenzhou, you're just too good at this. Stepping out of the shop, Su Nianqiu's little mouth gaped wide. Damn, no way. Gu Chenzhou replied.
Su Nianqiu's eyes sparkled.
Next time I go shopping, can you help me haggle?
I'm afraid that won't be possible, Gu Chenzhou said helplessly.
Why not?
Su Nianqiu asked, puzzled.
The stuff you buy are all designer brands, the prices are fixed. Gu Chenzhou replied, if I dared to haggle like that, do you think they wouldn't kick us both out? Ha? Su Nianqiu tilted her head. But you just pulled it off earlier.
That's because this shirt is only worth that much. I might have even overpaid for it, Gu Chenzhou answered honestly.
Su Nianqiu didn't understand, but she was deeply impressed. Later, relying on his silver tongue, Gu Chenzhou managed to buy quite a few more clothes. Well worth the trip. 2 hours later, Gu Chenzhou looked at the bags in his hands with great satisfaction.
Just then, Su Nianqiu spoke up. Chenzhou, there's a place I want to go.
Would you come with me? Of course I can. Gu Chenzhou ruffled Su Nianqiu's hair. Even if you said you wanted to go home right now, I'd go with you. Mei Chem, let's go then. Su Nianqiu nodded gently.
They got into the car, and Gu Chenzhou sped along the route guided by the navigation system. Half an hour later, they arrived at the foot of a mountain.
Nianqiu, don't tell me you want to hike up this mountain? Gu Chenzhou asked in surprise after getting out of the car. Su Nianqiu shook her head. No, I'm here to meet a friend. Does your friend live around here? Gu Chenzhou looked around but saw no apartment buildings. She works as a ticket seller up ahead, Su Nianqiu said as she walked. Just as they reached the ticket booth, they saw a young woman reading in the duty room. Noticing someone approaching, she hurriedly stood up and greeted politely. Hello, how many tickets would you like? Oh, Nianqiu, what brings you here? Su Nianqiu smiled warmly. I told you I got into Beijing University. Now that I have time, I thought I'd come see you. Let me introduce you to my boyfriend, Gu Chenzhou. Chenzhou, this is Jiaoya. Gu Chenzhou greeted her politely, pleased to meet you. Likewise. Who'd have thought the Ice Queen Nianqiu would start dating?
Jiaoya chuckled and continued, poor me, a lifelong single dog who just can't find the right one.
Jiaoya, wanna grab a bite? Su Nianqiu suggested. Sure, I'm bored stiff here anyway.
After saying that, Jiaoya called out to her father nearby, Dad, come take a look for me.
I need to go accompany my friend. Gu Chenzhou froze in surprise. Won't you get docked pay for leaving your post like this? Put.
Su Nianqiu suddenly burst out laughing and reminded Gu Chenzhou, this entire mountain belongs to their family.
Chapter 148, Taking People Mountain Climbing. Ha!
As far as the eye could see, the mountain stretched endlessly.
Come on, I'll take you hiking.
After packing her things, Jiaoya led Gu Chenzhou and the others up the mountain. The three walked side by side, taking in the unobstructed scenery around them.
As they walked, Jiaoya asked Su Nianqiu, Nianqiu, is Beijing University fun? It's okay. The campus is quite large, and the teaching environment is excellent. Su Nianqiu answered honestly. Jiaoya sighed deeply. I'm so jealous of you guys. I'm the only one who didn't get in. Never mind that. Listen, there are some real treasures up on the mountain. Let's hurry up and go. Gu Chenzhou asked in confusion, good stuff? You'll see when you reach the summit.
Jiaoya flashed a smile at Gu Chenzhou.
Gu Chenzhou looked perplexed but followed along anyway. 2 hours later, at the peak's summit. Gu Chenzhou gasped for breath, plopping down onto the ground. I'm exhausted. Jiaoya chuckled softly, already giving up? We haven't rested once on the way up, Gu Chenzhou gasped, breathless. Young man, you really need to keep working out. Jiaoya patted Gu Chenzhou's shoulder and said earnestly, look at Nianqiu over there, his breathing hasn't even faltered. Gu Chenzhou was speechless. What are you talking about? I was carrying your luggage the whole time.
Oh, don't sweat the small stuff.
Come on, we're almost there. Jiaoya waved him off and kept walking. Chenzhou, can you still walk? Su Nianqiu asked with concern. Gu Chenzhou struggled to his feet. Don't worry, I'm fine.
Soon, the three of them reached the lookout platform ahead.
What do you think? Pretty nice spot, huh?
Jiaoya leaned against the railing, taking in the view below.
Gu Chenzhou stretched lazily with satisfaction.
This breeze feels so refreshing.
Absolutely.
Many people come here just to enjoy this sensation, Jiaoya chuckled softly. Su Nianqiu sat on a nearby bench, pulling 3 bottles of water from her bag.
Everyone must be thirsty. Thanks, Nianqiu. Gu Chenzhou took one and gulped it down. Jiaoya mused, are you Kuafu reincarnated? I was just too thirsty, what else could I do? Gu Chenzhou spread his hands helplessly. After that, the three of them chatted sporadically until late afternoon before heading back down the mountain. By the time they reached the dormitory, Gu Chenzhou's legs felt like jelly.
Lying on his bed, he began questioning the meaning of life.
Old Gu, what's gotten into you? Zhou Xiang turned from his computer to ask Gu Chenzhou.
Mentally and physically exhausted, Gu Chenzhou replied, too drained to move.
Look at you, so weak. If you really can't handle it, come work out with me tomorrow. Zhang Xiangming leaned in and suggested, tomorrow's the recruitment fair. How about we join the track and field club? Get lost. Who'd want to join a club like that? Gu Chenzhou snapped at Zhang Xiangming, you think I'm made of iron? Wukong turned his head and asked, so what are your plans? Just lie around in the dorm and sleep, Gu Chenzhou replied. You really have zero ambition, huh? People need dreams. Otherwise, what's the difference between us and dried fish? Old Gu, why don't you join the drama club with me? It's full of pretty girls. The group shouted in unison, but Gu Chenzhou replied helplessly, no, I just want some peace and quiet. The others fell silent, exchanged glances, and resumed their game. Annie and Little Bear, what are you up to? Not Shenzhou, playing dead. Annie and Little Bear, didn't know you had acting chops. Unsinkable, what can I do? After hiking all day, my legs feel like they're about to get amputated. Annie and Little Bear, it can't be that bad. Unsinkable, dead tired. Feels like my body isn't even mine anymore. Annie and Little Bear, how about I mail you some kidney essence tablets? Unsunken boat. Annie and Little Bear, you've clearly been hanging out with Su Nianqiu too long, your kidneys are shot. Unsubmersible, bull, I'm as strong as an ox. Annie and Little Bear, so how are you feeling right now? Unsubmersible, forget I said anything. Annie and Little Bear, never mind. Get up and help me climb the ranks. Unsinkable, no way, bro. I can barely move my fingers right now. Annie and Little Bear, then how are you typing? Unsubmersible, with my tongue. Annie and Little Bear, you, gross. Unsubmersible, gonna hit the hay. Talk tomorrow. Annie and Little Bear, we're busy tomorrow. You'll have to find us yourself. Early the next morning, Gu Chenzhou opened his eyes groggily. He tried to get up, only to discover his entire body ached terribly. Old Gu, up this early? Zhang Xiangming yawned as he addressed Gu Chenzhou. Aren't you up early too? Gu Chenzhou retorted. Zhang Xiangming waved his hand dismissively. Wrong. I just pulled an all-nighter. So you just indulge yourself when you don't have class, huh? Gu Chenzhou sneered. Zhang Xiangming chuckled. Mainly, I was afraid of missing my chance. He spoke while gathering his things and heading out. Where are you going? Gu Chenzhou called after him. Zhang Xiangming waved his hand dismissively. Just wandering around. Gu Chenzhou pressed his forehead and silently turned on his computer. He deftly clicked on the game, ready to start a match to shake off his drowsiness. But his phone buzzed, drawing his instinctive glance. Zhao hi, boss, are you there? At Gu Chenzhou. Not sinking ship? What's up? Disturbing my sleep this early in the morning? Zhao hi, nothing. Just take a look at this first. With that, Zhao Hai sent several screenshots to the group chat. Bu Chenzhou, that game company next door wants to collaborate with us? Zhao Hai, yep. Check it out, they seem pretty serious. Unsinkable ship, when are they available? Zhao Hai, that depends on you. Unsinkable, how about 3 p.m. this afternoon? Zhao Hai, alright, I'll let them know. Gu Chenzhou put down his phone, wincing at the stinging pain in his leg. Old Zhou, do you have any painkillers? Zhou Xiang shook his head. Like I have that stuff. If it's really bad, just buy some on Meituan. What, your butt hurts? Then shouldn't you be at the proctology department? Get lost. At 10 o'clock, Gu Chenzhou slumped over his desk, clearly miserable. You've been slumped over all morning. Is it really that bad? Zhou Xiang patted Gu Chenzhou's shoulder. Can't help it, Gu Chenzhou sighed. Finally starting to feel better now. Wanna head to the field? There are plenty of upperclassmen recruiting for clubs over there. Zhou Xiang tugged at Gu Chenzhou as he spoke. Are you asking my opinion? Gu Chenzhou was practically dragged out the door. Zhou Xiang replied, no, I'm just letting you know. Gu Chenzhou, can't you just be a decent person? Wukong trailed behind them, besides me, is anyone in our dorm normal? Am I not? Gu Chenzhou retorted. Wukong retorted, you're the most abnormal one. Chapter 149, Joining a Club. On the sports field, upperclassmen were setting up booths, shouting enthusiastically. Anime club recruitment. If you love anime and manga, come check us out. Student council recruiting. Come sign up if you've got ideas. Everyone was so enthusiastic that if he hadn't been far enough away, Gu Chenzhou would have been swept away in the next second. Old Gu, I've changed my mind. Zhou Xiang shifted his gaze to a spot not far away. I'm going to join the student council. Yeah, right. With your flighty attitude, you'd be lucky to even get in, Gu Chenzhou said, speechless. You've got to give things a shot, right? It's not that I don't trust you, bro, it's just that your image is seriously lacking. I agree. We're brothers here, and you're just going to put me down like this? Zhou Xiang declared indignantly, no way. I have to prove myself. You two are coming with me. With that, he grabbed Gu Chenzhou and Wukong and dragged them toward the front. As soon as they approached, a senior handed them a form. Welcome. If you'd like to sign up, please fill out this form. We'll meet at the cultural center at 1 p.m. Gu Chenzhou took it and casually wrote his name.
Old Joe, no offense, but with just the three of us, we'd be lucky to get picked. Zhou Xiang sneered, a man needs dreams. But you're a dead fish. Even if you turn over, you're still a dead fish, Gu Chenzhou retorted. Wukong silently gave him a thumbs up, impressive. At that moment, the senior student from earlier continued her explanation. Oh, and since our department has a unique nature, you're also free to join other clubs.
Thanks for the reminder, Gu Chenzhou said gratefully.
You're welcome.
It's what I should do, the senior waved dismissively.
The three continued strolling, but before long, Gu Chenzhou found himself alone. Watching Zhou Xiang flirting with a beautiful girl not far away, he couldn't help but mutter under his breath. What a traitor to friendship when faced with beauty. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a hand landed on his shoulder.
Well, isn't this our junior? What a coincidence.
Turning around, he saw Li Shi standing behind him, holding up a sign. She was dressed in a bizarre, quirky costume, and the sign bore several large characters.
Gaming club recruiting. Gu Chenzhou rolled his eyes. Who are you? That's rude. I'm your senior. Li Shi exclaimed indignantly. Gu Chenzhou took 2 steps back. I don't know you.
Li Shi immediately grabbed Gu Chenzhou's clothes, pouting pitifully.
How could you be so heartless? You promised me before. Don't say things that could be easily misunderstood. Gu Chenzhou was utterly exasperated. I don't care. Unless you join our club.
Li Shi forced out a single tear, otherwise I'll cry in front of you.
Gu Chenzhou pressed his hand to his forehead. Fine. I agree.
Li Shi jumped up with joy, extending her hand to Gu Chenzhou.
Yay!
Congratulations, you're now our club's vice president.
Gu Chenzhou quickly caught on. Wait, does that mean it's just the two of us?
We'll get lots of new members soon, Li Shi said, turning her head away guiltily.
How long is later? After you become a senior. Just be human, for crying out loud. Inside the gaming club.
Gu Chenzhou stared at the dazzling array of equipment, lost in thought.
So that's why you're always broke, you've poured every last penny into this. She'd actually bought 5 units of the PX4 and PX5 models.
The wall beside her was completely covered in game cartridges.
What can I do? I just buy whatever catches my eye. I've blown through all my living expenses. Li Shi slumped onto the sofa. Wanna play around with me? Aren't you planning to recruit any new members? Gu Chenzhou asked. Nah, too exhausting. Anyway, as long as the club has 2 members, it won't get disbanded.
Li Shi silently picked up the newly released NS2 and began playing by himself.
So basically, I'm just a figurehead.
I'll be heading out then, Gu Chenzhou said.
Don't go yet.
Li Shi scrambled to his feet and grabbed Gu Chenzhou.
It's boring alone. Stay and play with me for a bit. Gu Chenzhou, why not ask Nianqiu? Nianqiu's really busy. And I'm not busy? I'll treat you to dinner. Deal. At noon, Gu Chenzhou sat at an outdoor noodle stall. So that's why you were being so generous just to treat me to a bowl of cold noodles that costs $5? He really fell for her trick. Hey, just being able to eat is good enough.
Li Shi stirred the noodles as she said, if you don't want it, just give it to me.
No way, Gu Chenzhou quickly refused.
After the meal, Gu Chenzhou sat on a chair to rest, chatting with Su Nianqiu.
Gu Chenzhou, senior, you're being way too stingy. You promised to treat me, but ended up taking me to a street stall? Firefly, don't take it too seriously. That's just her personality.
Gu Chenzhou, yeah, but getting this tightwad to pay it all is already pretty good.
Speaking of which, did you join the student council? Gu Chenzhou, how'd you know? Firefly, didn't you know the president is my cousin? Gu Chenzhou? He glanced up at Li Shi. She didn't look like it at all. Gu Chenzhou, no way. Firefly, it's true. Didn't you see the photo on the wall when you enrolled? Unsubmerged. Firefly, alright, I'm not chatting with you anymore. See you at the cultural center later.
1 p.m., cultural center.
As soon as she walked in, Su Nianqiu waved at Gu Chenzhou. Chenzhou, over here.
Li Yunsong stood nearby, arms crossed.
Just so you know, no lovey-dovey stuff right now. It's not as exaggerated as you make it sound. After saying that, Gu Chenzhou turned to Su Nianqiu and asked, is that thing true?
Su Nianqiu pointed toward the center of the stage.
Why would I lie? Look, she's already up on the podium.
At that moment, Li Shi stood solemnly at the podium, addressing the crowd.
Welcome, everyone. We've reviewed your applications.
Those whose names are called may stay.
Su Nianqiu, Gu Chenzhou, Li Yunsong. Gu Chenzhou looked utterly stunned. Is this really that same giggly senior? She looks like a completely different person.
That's how I am around outsiders, Su Nianqiu replied with a smile.
Last name, Zhou Xiang. Li Shi scanned the room.
Everyone else may leave.
Gu Chenzhou, how did old Zhou get selected too?
Probably because he has some ability, Li Yunchuan remarked.
Gu Chenzhou asked in confusion, could it be because of our connection? Impossible.
My cousin wouldn't be ambiguous about such matters.
Su Nianqiu shook her head.
When it comes to selecting people, she's the most meticulous one.
Let's hope so, Gu Chenzhou murmured. Chapter 150, The Dishonest Collaborator. The welcome meeting will be held tonight at 7 p.m. at the Junha restaurant across from campus. Please don't be late. That's all for now. Remember to report to the student union tomorrow. With that, Li Shi stepped down from the stage. Gu Chenzhou glanced at the time on his phone. I'm outta here. Where to? Su Nianqiu asked in confusion. Gu Chenzhou replied, there's a business deal at the company I need to discuss. Be careful, Su Nianqiu urged. I will. Inside the company. As soon as Gu Chenzhou entered, Zhao Hai rushed over. Young boss, you're finally here. They're definitely cheating. Help me out. Gu Chenzhou looked utterly confused. What's going on now? Wang Cheng kept tapping away at his keyboard. He managed to secure the entire year's cleaning contract for the company. Wow, you've got some real bad luck there, Gu Chenzhou said, giving Zhao Hai a thumbs up. No way. Wang and Zhao must be cheating. Wang Cheng wailed while turning to Li Fangfang. Say something, you too. Ha? Li Fangfang tilted her head. I wasn't involved. How could I help? All right. Gu Chenzhou quickly changed the subject. When will that boss be arriving? Soon. Just wait a bit longer, Zhao Hai replied. Gu Chenzhou found a spot to sit down and silently played with his phone. Annie and Little Bear, hey, how's my record? Image. Unsubmerged boat, can't say it's great, just average. Annie and Little Bear, I turned the tide and went 8-0-12. Isn't that good enough? Unsubmersible, you're playing in a black iron match, shouldn't it be 20-0-0? Gu Chenzhou, true masters wipe out the entire enemy team solo, not a single assist in sight. Annie and Little Bear, easy for you to say. Want to try it yourself? Unsinkable ship, haven't I always done that? When I carried you up the ranks before, did I ever take an assist? Annie and Little Bear. As they chatted, he spotted a middle-aged man approaching the door. Unsinkable ship, gotta go, my client's here. Annie and Xiao Xiong, don't forget to play games with me this afternoon. Unsinkable, got it. Putting down his phone, Gu Chenzhou walked over proactively. Hello, I'm Gu Chenzhou, the owner of this game company. Yang Fan eyed Gu Chenzhou up and down, his eyes betraying contempt. Judging by your age, you probably haven't even entered the workforce yet, right? Gu Chenzhou replied politely, yes, I'm just a freshman in college. I'm Yang Fan. Mr. Yang, please follow me. I'll take you to the lounge. All right. The two walked toward the adjacent room while conversing. Gu Chenzhou spoke first. Mr. Yang, what kind of cooperation do you have in mind? Yang Fan narrowed his eyes, tapping his fingers on the tabletop. We've recently launched a web-based game, but we're short on funding. If you're willing, I can offer you a 10% share. Gu Chenzhou stroked his chin thoughtfully. How much investment would be needed? Yang Fan held up 3 fingers, 300,000. Whoa! Gu Chenzhou sucked in a sharp breath. That's too much. Mr. Gu, you must understand this is the fast food era. You need to seize this opportunity. What if you strike it rich? Plus, partnering with us will give you tons of experience. It's all upside for you. Yang Fan walked up beside Gu Chenzhou, patting his shoulder as he spoke. But as far as I know, everything you're talking about costs no more than 5 figures. Gu Chenzhou spoke slowly. Do you take me for a sucker? Think I'd be so easy to fleece? Not at all, you've got the wrong idea. Yang Fan protested, the extra funds will be used for celebrity endorsements like Zhuazavui. Send them back. Gu Chenzhou cut him off. We don't want to work with scammers. What? Yang Fan's face turned ashen. Don't push it too far. Gu Chenzhou crossed his legs casually. You played us first. Sister Zhao, show them out. At the doorway, Zhao Xiao stepped forward and said to Yang Fan, please. Yang Fan glared viciously at Gu Chenzhou. You'll regret this. Watching him leave, Gu Chenzhou pressed his fingers to his temples and sighed. What kind of people are these? Do they really think I'm some clueless kid? Zhao Hai looked Gu Chenzhou up and down. Nothing we can do about it. That's exactly how they see you. Gu Chenzhou sighed in exasperation. What a hassle. Li Fangfang retorted irritably, but he's got some nerve. All right, everyone get back to work. Gu Chenzhou said as he booted up his computer. Time to relax. The moment he logged in, he saw Annie and Little Bear online. Annie and Little Bear invite you to join their party. Gu Chenzhou accepted immediately and typed a message in the chat box. Unsinking ship, your god-tier teammates are online. Begin your worship. Annie and Xiao Xiong, yo, Little Joe's got some skills now, huh? Gu Chenzhou, just 3 hours of play, got a freshman orientation tonight. Annie and Little Bear, like I'm the one slacking off all day. Unsinking ship, so you knew about it? Annie and Little Bear, feeling cocky now, huh? At 6 p.m., Gu Chenzhou stretched lazily. Finally done. Huh? He turned to see everyone still there. Aren't you all off work? Why aren't you heading home? You haven't left yet either, Zhao Hai said helplessly. Gu Chenzhou pressed his forehead. I'm playing a game. Wang Chang and the others. Alright, you guys head home early. I've got a dinner meeting to attend. Gu Chenzhou gathered his things and strolled out leisurely. Zhao Xiao chuckled, see? Our boss doesn't encourage overtime. Yeah, thanks to Li Fangfang.
Otherwise, I'd never have met such a great person, Zhao Hai agreed.
Wang Chang picked up his briefcase. There's a new barbecue place downstairs. Fancy grabbing a bite? Count me in.
Tonight I'm getting every last one of you drunk, Zhao Hai perked up instantly. Li Fangfang covered her mouth and giggled, but you're always the first one to get drunk.
This time will be different. Meanwhile, Gu Chenzhou had arrived at the entrance of the Jianhe restaurant.
As soon as he got out of the car, Su Nianqiu waved at him.
Chenzhou, you're finally here. Gu Chenzhou walked over. I got held up on the way. I'm not late, am I?
Not at all, Su Nianqiu replied.
Shall we go inside first?
Sure.
Gu Chenzhou led Su Nianqiu inside.
Just as they entered the shop, a familiar figure stopped them.
What a coincidence, meeting again.
Su Nianqiu looked up at the girl before her, puzzled.
Do we know each other?
The girl shook her head and turned her gaze to Gu Chenzhou. You promised before that if we met again, you'd take me for a drive.
In an instant, Gu Chenzhou sensed a dangerous aura. Nianqiu, let me explain. Chapter 151, Welcome Party.
Su Nianqiu narrowed her eyes, smiling at Gu Chenzhou.
Is that so? Then how do you plan to explain it?
Gu Chenzhou shuddered violently, as if he de-glimpsed a tiger in his days. Ahem, well, earlier when I went to the company, she kept staring at your car.
As Gu Chenzhou explained, Su Nianqiu quickly grasped the whole situation.
She shot the girl a suspicious glance before turning back to Gu Chenzhou.
Really?
Of course it's true.
When have I ever lied to you?
Gu Chenzhou groaned while turning to the red-haired girl. Hey, you should explain too. The girl tilted her head, looking utterly confused.
Didn't you already explain everything? What else do I need to add?
Gu Chenzhou was utterly speechless. She looked so poised and capable, yet she was a total airhead?
Su Nianqiu couldn't help but chuckle. She'd never seen Gu Chenzhou look so flustered.
All right, I believe you.
The girl stepped forward and extended her hand to Su Nianqiu. Hello, I'm Jiang Yusen, a sophomore in the computer science department. Su Nianqiu from finance. Pleased to meet you.
Su Nianqiu shook her hand politely.
That name sounds so familiar. I feel like I've heard it somewhere before. Gu Chenzhou stroked his chin, murmuring to himself. Right.
The freshman forum, the sophomore campus beauty. Rumor has it her admirers could line up from the dormitory all the way to the Beijing high-speed rail station.
Who would have thought they'd actually run into the woman of legend?
Still lost in thought, a pair of hands suddenly slapped his shoulders.
My dear junior, what are you thinking about?
He turned to see Li Shi smiling warmly at him.
Could you please stop sneaking up like a ghost?
You nearly gave me a heart attack. Gu Chenzhou shoved Li Shi away abruptly, patting his chest and snapping irritably. Today, Li Shi wore a flowing white dress. Her long legs were encased in black stockings, accentuating her alluring figure to devastating effect.
What's the matter? Don't you have anything to say about how stunning your senior looks?
Li Shi crossed her arms, asking with evident pride.
Gu Chenzhou waved his hand dismissively. Still nowhere near as good as Nianqiu.
Li Shi turned to look at Su Nianqiu, sizing her up from head to toe.
No comparison.
Even though Su Nianqiu was dressed casually, her impressive curves and fiery figure put them worlds apart.
Li Shi, you're so late? Just then, Jiang Yusen walked over, linking her arm through Li Shi's. Late again because of gaming? No.
Li Shi turned away guiltily, unable to meet Jiang Yusen's gaze.
Well, since everyone's here, let's hurry inside.
Watching Li Shi hurry toward the dining hall, the others said nothing and followed suit. Opening the private room door, they found several freshmen already seated inside. Dude, no offense, but there's nothing I can't pull off in Beijing.
Oh yeah?
Can you get girls to fall for you?
That's a piece of cake. Then why haven't you found a girlfriend after all this time? Watching Zhou Xiang and those seniors bragging, Gu Chenzhou really wanted to call his bluff.
But it seemed the situation no longer required his intervention.
Zhou Xiang was in the middle of a lively conversation when he spotted Gu Chenzhou and the others approaching. His interest immediately perked up. Hey, old Gu, come over here. I saved you a spot.
Gu Chenzhou glanced at Su Nianqiu beside him, about to decline when Li Shi pulled her away.
Junior, I'm taking Nianqiu over there.
Don't even think about flaunting your love life in front of us single folks. Li Shi tugged at Su Nianqiu while sticking her tongue out at Gu Chenzhou.
Gu Chenzhou pressed his hand to his forehead. Guess I'll just have to sit here then.
No sooner had he sat down than the guy talking to Zhou Xiang leaned over abruptly.
So you're the freshman campus heartthrob everyone raves about? Long time no meet. Gu Chenzhou. Well, his reputation clearly wasn't going to be anything to write home about. Zhou Xiang stood up and called out to everyone. Come on, let's have a drink. We're not leaving until we're drunk tonight.
Oh ho, looks like our freshman friend's got some serious confidence in his drinking skills.
We're in, bro. Cheers. Night, 10 p.m.
Gu Chenzhou and Zhou Xiang stumbled out of the restaurant, supporting each other as they walked and grumbled.
I told you to slow down, but you went and downed a whole bottle of white liquor in one go? Zhou Xiang was already dead drunk, staggering unsteadily as he walked. So what?
You should have seen me in my prime. 10 pounds of liquor was nothing to me.
Gu Chenzhou retorted, then it's a miracle you're still alive. Hey, beautiful. Zhou Xiang's eyes lit up as he suddenly broke free and sprinted forward. Leaning against a utility pole, he adopted a profoundly deep expression. Still out this late? Let me walk you home, sweetheart. Though he looked dashing, the one facing him was a black dog. Woof 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 woof. The black dog barked furiously. Zhou Xiang, what's that? You want to come to the hotel with me? No problem, let's go. He instinctively reached out his hand, only to feel a sharp pain. Why are you biting me? No big deal, I'll let you bite something tougher later. Gu Chenzhou couldn't hold back any longer. He hurried over to shoo away the stray dog, then hailed a taxi on the street. Driver, to the hospital. Zhou Xiang waved his hand, draping it over Gu Chenzhou's shoulder. Sure thing, that place has more atmosphere. Before he could finish, he leaned back in his seat and fell asleep. The next morning, Zhou Xiang woke groggily from the bed, the pungent smell of disinfectant making him sneeze uncontrollably. How did I end up in the hospital? Zhou Xiang rubbed his aching head and instinctively reached for his pocket, only to discover his right hand was wrapped in bandages. What's going on? You got hurt, that's what. Gu Chenzhou sat up from the adjacent hospital bed and stretched lazily. Huh? Zhou Xiang froze in confusion. I didn't do anything last night, did I? You're sure you don't remember what happened? Gu Chenzhou asked with a faint, mocking smile. A bad feeling washed over Zhou Xiang. Don't tell me I blacked out and did something stupid again? Congratulations, you got it right. Gu Chenzhou gave him a thumbs up. You're something else, you'll hit on anyone, won't you? Zhou Xiang lifted his head, staring at the ceiling as he fell deep in thought. I remember seeing a really pretty girl yesterday, and she was wearing black stockings. Gu Chenzhou pulled out his phone and placed a photo in front of him. Is this the black stocking beauty you're talking about? He'd taken this photo yesterday while rescuing someone, specifically to give Zhou Xiang a memorable image. Zhou Xiang. Delete it. I'll give you $500. Cut the crap. You're a big shot from the capital, is that all your embarrassing past is worth? How much do you want? Call me Dad. Daddy. Good boy, deleting it now. Gu Chenzhou laughed as he deleted the photos. Come on, time to head back to school. Chapter 152, Investment Before the Sports Meet. At least you have a shred of conscience, Zhou Xiang said, sounding annoyed. Back on campus, Gu Chenzhou stared at the group chat, lost in thought. Li Shi and all members remember to come to the cultural center for the meeting at noon. Got it. +1. Got it. Gu Chenzhou murmured. What's she up to? We just joined and she's already calling a meeting? Could it be some kind of twisted sense of humor? Zhou Xiang chuckled. What if she's asking us to host a singles party? You're going crazy for women, aren't you? You've got a girlfriend, you don't know our pain. Enough chatter. Let's get moving. I don't want to skip class. Noon, inside the cultural center. Gu Chenzhou sat in his chair, chin resting on his hand, speaking earnestly. This morning's schedule is way too packed. I almost got late. Zhou Xiang leaned against the wall and agreed, yeah, it's nothing like the campus life I imagined. Oh, go ask that senior what she wants, Gu Chenzhou reminded him. Zhou Xiang was speechless for a moment. I'm already in this mess, how could I possibly go ask? Scared? Gu Chenzhou pressed. Bull. If they ask how I hurt my hand, what am I supposed to say? Zhou Xiang sneered. Just then, Li Shi walked in. Gu Chenzhou sighed. Alright, looks like we don't need to ask after all. Since the senior is here, we might as well just listen to what she has to say. Li Shi cleared her throat twice and said. As everyone knows, the 7-day holiday is coming up soon. Following the break, the school-organized sports meet will take place, currently under the student union's responsibility. But funding is tight, so we need to seek external investments. Gu Chenzhou understood implicitly, yet still voiced his confusion. Shouldn't the school handle this? Why are we being tasked with it? Li Shi explained, because the school wants to build our capabilities. Plus, I've arranged a reward for you guys. The vice president position is currently open. It's up to you whether you can secure it. A murmur rippled through the group. This was immense power. Old Gu, don't try to muscle in on this. I'm determined to win it this time. Zhou Xiang crossed his arms, radiating confidence. Gu Chenzhou pressed his hand to his forehead. Relax, no one's competing with you. You're my kind of brother. Zhou Xiang slapped Gu Chenzhou on the shoulder. Rest assured, once I make it big, I won't forget you. Because you're my son. Just watch, your old man will conquer this empire for you. Get lost. Gu Chenzhou snapped irritably, keep this up, and I'll post that story about you dating a dog online. Alright, meeting adjourned. Li Shi finished speaking, then turned to Gu Chenzhou. You come with me. Gu Chenzhou pointed at himself. Ha? Hurry up. I need your help with something important. Oh, coming. Senior, the important matter you mentioned was just asking me to play games with you? Inside the gaming club, Gu Chenzhou sat on the sofa, staring at the controller in his hands, utterly speechless. Li Shi deftly picked up a racing game disc and inserted it into the PX5 console. Yep. Oh, and I'll mention something else while we're at it. What is it? You probably have some connections outside campus. See if you can bring in a few partners for me this time? You're really overestimating me.
Li Shi fell silent. She kept her head down, looking utterly dejected, not uttering a single word. Gu Chenzhou didn't know how to broach the subject either, so he just sat there watching. After a long while, she finally spoke. Junior, I'm begging you. Or, you could come with me to find someone. With your gift of gab, you'd surely succeed. Gu Chenzhou sighed. Alright, I understand. I'll agree to this once. Li Shi immediately grew excited, grabbing Gu Chenzhou's hand and pulling him toward the door.
Then what are we waiting for? Let's get going. Dragged along, Gu Chenzhou felt completely numb. What was this?
Once outside the school, Li Shi hailed a cab and shouted to them. Driver, take us to Tianhai Group.
Half an hour later, at the entrance of Tianhai Group.
After stepping out of the car, Gu Chenzhou gazed at the imposing corporate headquarters before him and fell deep in thought.
Senior, this is a bit much, isn't it? Would a high-end place like this even agree to collaborate with us students?
Li Shi placed her hands on her hips and grinned.
How would we know unless we try? What if? I shouldn't have come with you.
But he knew it was too late for regrets now. Li Shi grabbed Gu Chenzhou's hand and pulled him forward. Before they even entered, several security guards stopped them.
Sorry, you can't go in. Li Shi replied, we're students at Beijing University. We made an appointment earlier. The guards exchanged glances, sizing them up from head to toe, before finally letting them pass.
Inside the lobby, an eerie silence hung in the air, even the sound of footsteps echoed clearly.
Welcome.
May I ask who you're here to see? The receptionist inquired from a nearby desk.
Hello, we're here to see Chairman Lu, Li Shi said politely. The receptionist continued, do you have an appointment? Yes. Please wait a moment while I confirm this over the phone. After navigating a series of tedious procedures, Gu Chenzhou and his group finally boarded the elevator. Gazing through the transparent elevator walls, Gu Chenzhou exclaimed in surprise. You gotta admit, this company is huge. They've basically taken over an entire building as their headquarters. You bet. If we could earn Chairman Lu's favor, wouldn't we be able to climb the ladder too? But the question is that even possible? That depends on our attitude. Inside the office. You must be Chairman Lu. Hello, I'm Li Shi, president of the Peking University Student Union. Li Shi approached politely. I'm here today to discuss with you. If you're here to ask me to fund your sports meet, save yourself the trouble.
Lu Yunfeng immediately cut Li Shi off, waving his hand dismissively.
I'm not interested. Mr. Lu, I believe we could at least discuss it. There are significant benefits for your organization. Li Shi pleaded earnestly, consider this, if you gain recognition at Jingda, wouldn't you attract top talent during campus recruitment? Do you think I need that? Lu Yunfeng replied with confidence, how many people in the whole capital are bigger than me? Do you really think I'd care about that little profit? But, senior, let's drop it. If Chairman Lu isn't interested, we'll just approach another company. Gu Chenzhou pulled Li Shi aside and explained, there's no need to waste time here. Alright then.
Li Shi nodded and turned to leave. Lu Yunfeng narrowed his eyes and remarked coolly, if young people can't even keep their composure over this, how will they handle matters in the future? Gu Chenzhou halted in his tracks. Mr. Lu has already made his position so clear. What else can we do? Chapter 153, The Dark-Skinned Man's Temptation. Young people sure are hot-headed. Just a few words, and they react like this. Lu Yunfeng slowly rose to his feet and walked over to Li Shi. Investing in you isn't out of the question. All you need to do is agree to one condition. His eyes never left Li Shi, particularly drawn to her long, shapely legs. What condition? Li Shi asked, his voice tinged with surprise and hope. Tonight. This place. You come alone. Lu Yunfeng placed a room keycard before her, his expression a mix of amusement and calculation. If you can satisfy me, I'll invest 50,000. Li Shi felt a surge of irritation, but Gu Chenzhou snatched the card before she could react. Rest assured, Chairman Lu, we won't disappoint you. That old lecher, thinking he could pull off such a stunt? He'll learn the hard way what a black hand feels like. You're the sensible one. You two can head back now. 9 o'clock tonight, don't forget the time. Lu Yunfeng waved his hand dismissively and returned to his seat. Li Shi stomped her foot in frustration, dragging Gu Chenzhou toward the exit. Once outside the company, she snapped, why did you agree to him? Senior, that old man clearly has his sights set on you. Gu Chenzhou replied calmly, but don't worry. I'll make sure he has a night he won't forget. You, what are you planning? Li Shi clutched her chest and instinctively took 2 steps back. Gu Chenzhou patted her shoulder. You don't need to go tonight. I'll handle it. Ha? Li Shi was confused. Night, 8 p.m., outside the city's shattering hotel. Old Gu, is this really going to work? Inside the car, Zhang Xiangming wore a maid outfit, his muscular frame straining against the fabric. So you want our senior to lose her virginity? Gu Chenzhou flipped Zhang Xiangming off. After we pull this off, I'll treat you guys to a feast. Zhang Xiangming gritted his teeth and resolved. You said it.
For the beautiful senior, I'll give it my all. After a while, Gu Chenzhou and the others entered the room. You know what? This place is pretty spacious. That old guy sure knows how to live it up. Zhou Xiang settled comfortably on the sofa, looking utterly at ease. Wu Kong pushed his glasses up and asked, aren't we worried about him retaliating? The chairman of Tianhai Group? I'm not scared of him. Zhou Xiang crossed his legs and said to Wu Kong, don't forget, I'm a second-generation rich kid in the capital. The kind nobody dares mess with. And he's my son, that's why he's got such clout, Gu Chenzhou chuckled. Just then, the door slowly opened. Gu Chenzhou gave Zhou Xiang and the others a subtle nod. Zhang Xiangming scurried to the bathroom, while the others hid behind the curtains. Why are you the only one here? Lu Yunfeng frowned. Gu Chenzhou pointed toward the adjacent bathroom, she's taking a shower. Oh, really? Lu Yunfeng's face lit up instantly. He shed his suit jacket and headed over. Little beauty, here I come. But the moment he pushed open the door, he froze. A dark-skinned college student? And he's a guy. Oh dear, why are you in such a hurry? Zhang Xiangming drawled in a falsetto voice as he pulled Lu Yunfeng inside. Want to join me in the shower? You're hopeless. Gu Chenzhou fought back a wave of nausea. Old Zhang, you bastard, you're terrifying. Let go of me. Lu Yunfeng struggled relentlessly. Do you know who I am? I'm the chairman of Tianhai Group. Zhang Xiangming pinned him under his arm, grinning widely. I'm the richest man in Beijing, you know. The overwhelming stench of body odor nearly suffocated Lu Yunfeng. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Gu Chenzhou pulled out his phone and silently snapped several photos. Chairman Lu, guess what happens to your reputation if these photos get leaked? Zhang Xiangming snapped to attention, you dare play me for a fool. So what if we did? You old fart set your sights on our senior classmate and thought I wouldn't dare deal with you? Zhang Xiangming kicked him hard. Lu Yunfeng rolled twice on the floor before scrambling to his feet. You're just college kids. Killing you would be a piece of cake. So you're that formidable, huh? Then guess how long it'll take for your company to get shorted? Not far away, Zhou Xiang slowly emerged, smiling as he addressed Lu Yunfeng. This. Young Master Zhou, what brings you here? Lu Yunfeng was frozen stiff. You bullied my brother. Of course I'm here to get him back. Zhou Xiang stepped in front of him. Do you think you deserve a beating? Young Master Zhou, spare my life. I was blinded by greed. Please let me off. Lu Yunfeng knelt on the ground, kowtowing repeatedly as he apologized. Too late for regrets now. Zhou Xiang pulled out his phone and said slowly, I've already had my father cut off all business ties with you. So this is what a rich kid is like? It's beyond anything I could have imagined. Wu Kong stood nearby, his voice filled with astonishment. Gu Chenzhou spoke up, you can leave now. As for these things, you'll see them online soon enough. Lu Yunfeng remained kneeling on the ground, unsure what to do. Didn't you hear me tell you to get lost? Or do you want to die here? Zhou Xiang tossed him out like a chicken. Only after the gate slammed shut did Zhang Xiangming speak up, Old Gu, remember to blur me out. No way. Gu Chenzhou teased, you're our face, after all. Zhang Xiangming, Dad. Please, I'm begging you. Gu Chenzhou. Alright, you've thrown all dignity to the wind. Zhou Xiang burst into laughter. Gu Chenzhou turned to look at him, he's your half-brother. How can you speak to him like that? Zhou Xiang. Forget I said anything. The next morning, Gu Chenzhou woke up early. Seeing the 99+ messages on his phone, he knew they were from his strategist. But when he opened it, it was actually from Li Shi. Invincibly cute girl, Junior, how did you pull this off? Invincibly cute cutie, you actually secured investment. Unsubmerged boat, Senior, is there any chance this might be a partnership I secured elsewhere? Unbeatably cute cutie, who? Unsinkable, Zhou Xiang, of course. His family's loaded. Snatching some from him is only natural, right? Unbeatably cute cutie, oh, I see. Then the vice president position will probably go to Zhou Xiang. I was actually planning to give it to you. Unstoppable, forget it. I'm just filling a spot. If you force me to take the pressure, someone's gonna die. Invincibly cute cutie, how about I give you my spot? Unsinkable boat. No way. I can tell you just want to ditch the burden so you can game all day. Invincibly cute cutie, heh, you caught me. Unsinkable, cut the cute act and get to work. I've got class to attend. Gu Chenzhou climbed out of bed and watched Zhou Xiang primping over there, speechless. Still strutting around like you own the place? Zhou Xiang combed his hair and declared haughtily, Little Zhou, from now on we'll address each other by title. You must call me Vice President Zhou. Chapter 154, Vacation Plans. Gu Chenzhou silently opened his computer and clicked on the most hidden folder. When Zhou Xiang saw the folder filled to the brim with embarrassing photos, the smile froze on his face. Brother, no, Dad, what kind of relationship do we have that we need this stuff? Zhou Xiang leaned ingratiatingly close to Gu Chenzhou, his hand slowly creeping toward the mouse. Gu Chenzhou immediately closed the window, patting his shoulder as he said, Vice President Zhou, you know I'm a bit of a worrier. What if one day my hand slips and I accidentally send all this out?
Our handsome guy would turn into a punk rocker overnight.
Oh, I was just messing with you. Why are you taking it so seriously?
Zhou Xiang scratched his head awkwardly and sat down beside him, saying, "You really need to be careful."
Just then, Zhang Shangming chimed in from the side.
"Speaking of which, National Day is coming up soon.
Where should we go for the holiday?" Gu Chenzhou spread his hands helplessly, working overtime at the office. "Aren't you planning to go home?" Wukong asked in confusion. "It's only a 7-day holiday. Traveling there and back takes 2 days. I wouldn't know what to do with 5 days at home." Gu Chenzhou answered honestly.
Zhou Xiang stroked his chin thoughtfully.
"How about I take you guys on a trip?" "Sounds great. I've got nowhere else to go," Zhang Shangming immediately agreed.
Wukong waved him off. "However, I'll pass on joining you guys." Zhou Xiang hooked his arm around Wu Kang's shoulder.
"Old Wu, don't be such a killjoy. How about I treat you to a trip to Sanya?" "Gotta go home," Wukong replied. Gu Chenzhou pondered, "How about we all go hang out at Old Wu's place? It's the countryside. You city folks probably wouldn't like it," Wukong said. "You're underestimating me. Do you really think I'm some spoiled rich kid who can't handle hardship?" Zhou Xiang slammed his hand on the table. "It's settled then. We're going with Old Wu during the National Day holiday. 1 month later, outside the gates of Beijing University." "Got everything packed?" Zhou Xiang asked the group, suitcase in hand. "Just brought some extra clothes. I'll buy toiletries there." Gu Chenzhou replied, backpack slung over his shoulder. "Alright then, let's go." Zhang Shangming was beyond excited.
The 4 of them hopped into a taxi and headed straight for the high-speed rail station. On the way, Gu Chenzhou stared at his phone messages, lost in thought.
"Annie and Little Bear, school's out, wanna come play a few rounds of games with me?" "Gu Chenzhou, guess where I am right now?" "Annie and Xiao Xiong, you didn't sneak into the girls' dorm, did you?"
Annie and Xiao Xiong, shocking.
The campus heartthrob doing something like this? Is it the extinction of humanity or the collapse of morality? "Gu Chenzhou, I'm at the high-speed rail station." "Annie and Little Bear, planning to head back?" "Unsinkable boat, visiting a classmate's place." "Annie and Xiao Xiong, so jealous." "Unlike me, stuck living here." Photo.
The photo was taken at a hotel, located on the top floor with an ocean view. "Unsinkable ship, you're such a little rich girl just like that, you're booking a luxury suite."
"Annie and Little Bear, hee hee, wanna come keep me company? Could use a servant to wait on me hand and foot." "Unsinkable ship, send the address."
Annie and Little Bear, Flip-Flop Garden, Building 2, Room 1001.
"Come on over." "Unsinkable ship, Tutu, open up. It's Grandpa Cow." "Annie and Little Bear, gotta run. My besties and I are off for a fancy dinner." "Gu Chenzhou, a high-speed train's almost at the station. I gotta head to the platform too." Gu Chenzhou put down his phone and quickly walked over to Zhou Xiang and the others. "Old Gu, who were you chatting with so happily?" Zhou Xiang asked as they walked.
"Hu Tu. And I'm still Zhuang's mom."
"Cut it out, you two.
Watch out, or I'll toss you both onto the tracks." "My son lies, and you wouldn't dare." 8 hours later, outside the high-speed rail station in the mountain city. Gu Chenzhou gazed at the scenery before him, lost in thought.
"Am I in a maze? Why is it so winding and twisting?"
Zhou Xiang rubbed his eyes.
"Did I see things?"
"I swear something just passed right through that apartment building."
Wukong scoffed, "Enough talk. Let's just get moving and find a place to stay. I see a hotel up ahead. It's not far, just a few hundred meters. Why don't we walk there?" Zhang Shangming suggested to the group while checking the navigation. Wukong shook his head. "Let's just take a cab. It'll save us the walk. It's just a short walk. Why waste money?"
Zhang Shangming took a few strides forward, then turned back and called, "Hurry up, keep up." Wukong pressed his hand to his forehead.
"Fine. Since you refuse to believe in superstition, I'll walk with you this once."
The 4 of them walked on, climbing up and down slopes, occasionally turning 5 or 6 corners.
"I can't go on. We've been walking for 40 minutes already. How come we're not there yet?"
Zhang Shangming plopped down on a bench, panting heavily.
Gu Chenzhou pointed to the hotel ahead. "Old Zhang, you mean that one, right?" "Yep, that's the one." Zhang Shangming's eyes lit up. "Finally found it. We've walked a full 5 kilometers, Old Zhang. You call this not far?" Zhou Xiang narrowed his eyes and leaned closer to Zhang Shangming.
Zhang Shangming turned his head away, feeling uneasy.
"I don't know either.
Other places measure distance as it is, but in a mountain city, it can be deceiving." Wukong said earnestly, "Hurry up, or we'll miss our spot."
"What do you mean?"
Zhang Shangming asked, puzzled.
Gu Chenzhou explained, "It's a long holiday. How many tourists do you think are coming here?" "Seems like that makes sense." Zhang Shangming quickly stood up. Upon entering the hotel, Zhou Xiang stepped forward first and said, "Miss, could you please book us 4 rooms?" The clerk checked the computer system and replied to Zhou Xiang. "Standard rooms are all booked. The next upgrade is 800 per room." "No problem, scan me." Zhou Xiang displayed his payment code.
After checking in, they took the elevator and finally reached their respective rooms. Finally free, Gu Chenzhou murmured as he flopped onto his bed. Before he could relax for long, a knock sounded at the door. Old Gu, hurry up and come out. I'm taking you guys out for a feast.
Gu Chenzhou opened the door, speechless. Weren't you guys exhausted just a moment ago? Food changes everything, Zhang Shangming chuckled.
Zhou Xiang waved his hand.
Let's go. I heard the hot pot here is amazing. We have to try it. Can we get a yin yang pot? Zhang Shangming asked sheepishly.
Zhou Xiang sneered, are you even a man? The group left the hotel, hailed a cab, and headed toward the liveliest district.
When they got out, the dazzling nightscape of neon lights and bustling activity made them pause involuntarily to take it all in. You know what? The view here is actually pretty nice. No wonder so many people come here. Come on, look at the camera, let's take a picture. Chapter 155, Total Mess. Click. Gu Chenzhou pressed the shutter button.
In the photo, the four of them struck their most handsome poses with big smiles.
You know what? I look pretty sharp. Zhang Shangming immediately started showing off. Old Gu posted in the group chat. Sure. Gu Chenzhou sent it right away. They chatted casually as they walked, soon arriving at the entrance of a hot pot restaurant. Hey, boss, bring us your spiciest broth base.
As soon as Zhou Xiang sat down, he told the waiter 3 portions of lamb, 6 portions of beef, and 1 fish.
What would you like to drink? The server asked. A case of ice-cold beer, Zhang Shangming volunteered. Right away, please wait a moment. The server turned and walked away.
Wukong glanced at the caller ID on his phone and stood up.
You guys keep talking. I'll take this call. Seeing Wu Kang's serious expression, Zhang Shangming asked in confusion. Is it your girlfriend calling? Probably family. Let's not disturb him. We'll wait a bit.
Before long, Wukong returned.
But he didn't look too happy. Old Wu, what's wrong? Did someone upset you?
Zhang Shangming pulled out a chair and said to Wukong, we're here to help you vent, bro.
Nothing much. Just a little situation at home. I need to head back early tomorrow to handle it. Wukong shook his head and forced a smile. Come on, let's have a drink.
Old Wu, we're all brothers here. If you're having a hard time, just tell us.
Zhou Xiang stood up and clinked glasses with Wukong.
True. I may not be as well off as Zhou Xiang, but I can still contribute my share.
Gu Chenzhou said solemnly.
I've got plenty of muscle. If your family needs labor, I'll work 2 acres of land for you every single day.
Zhang Shangming raised his cup. Cheers. Gu Chenzhou and Zhou Xiang, cheers.
Wukong felt a wave of warmth wash over him.
Gratefully, he said, thank you.
In the dead of night, Gu Chenzhou sat on the toilet, lost in thought. This was his 8th trip to the bathroom. Just hours earlier, they'd been singing songs while eating hot pot, utterly carefree. But after returning home, each of them felt worse than the last.
Guess the other 3 are feeling the same way. Gu Chenzhou muttered as he opened the group chat. Gu Chenzhou, who's free to grab some laxative for me? Zhang Shangming, my butt's glued to the toilet seat. Can't make it. Zhou Xiang, +1. Wukong, fine, I'll go buy it for you guys. Told you not to order something so spicy. Now look, it's all messed up. Zhou Xiang, who said spicy food would make us suffer like this?
Gu Chenzhou, old Zhou, why do you have an accent?
Zhou Xiang, because I'm typing with voice commands while using my other hand to push hard. Wukong, what a bunch of ungrateful kids. Hope this lesson sinks in.
Gu Chenzhou, it's unforgettable, but I'll still dare next time.
Wukong, alright, I'm heading downstairs to get you guys some medicine.
Gu Chenzhou pulled up his pants and stepped outside, only to feel it coming on again.
Damn it, it's starting again.
Another 10 minutes passed before Gu Chenzhou finally emerged, panting heavily as he collapsed motionless on the sofa. Finally settled down, he muttered to himself.
It's this late already, and old Wu still hasn't returned? Wukong, help! Seeing the 2 characters pop up in the group chat, Gu Chenzhou sprang to his feet. Gu Chenzhou, where are you? Wukong, the pharmacy across the street. Zhang Shangming, coming right up. Zhou Xiang, hold on.
The 3 emerged from the room in unison and headed toward the elevator with seamless coordination. Outside the hotel, they crossed the sidewalk and finally reached the pharmacy entrance.
Zhou Xiang scanned the area. Strange. Where's old Wu? Gu Chenzhou hurried inside and asked the staff. Excuse me, did you see a man wearing glasses, about our height, come in to buy medicine? Do you know where he went?
The clerk thought for a moment, then pointed to the side and said.
He seemed to head left. Thanks. Gu Chenzhou said before dashing off in that direction.
Barely a few steps later, a sharp rebuke rang in his ear.
Run, you coward.
You were so tough just a moment ago.
Damn it, chasing all this way just for a few bucks? What era are we in? Why not just take the money from his phone?
A bald man, cigarette dangling from his mouth, kicked Wukong. Hurry up and scan this QR code. You'll get what's coming to you for doing this, Wukong said, pushing his glasses up his nose with obvious irritation. The bald man sneered contemptuously, grabbing Wukong by the collar.
You still think someone will come save you?
No sooner had he spoken than something smashed hard into the back of his head.
You bastard, you hit my brother. You wanna die?
Turning his head, he saw Zhang Xiangming brandishing a brick and yelling at him. His solid muscles and towering 6'3" frame left the three thugs stunned.
Where did this guy come from? Old Wu, you okay? Gu Chenzhou stepped forward and helped Wukong to his feet.
Wukong shook his head.
I'm fine. Thank goodness you guys showed up. I just don't get it. What's in it for you guys to mess with us?
The bald man stubbed out his cigarette, pointing his club at Wukong.
Aren't you afraid of dying? Off.
Zhang Xiangming backhanded him across the face.
Run.
Seeing the situation turn dire, Zhou Xiang shouted immediately.
The four of them took off running, leaving them no chance to react.
By the time the bald man came to his senses, they were already long gone.
What the hell are you all standing around for? Chase them.
The bald man gritted his teeth and yelled, I'll make them pay for this. Over at Gu Chenzhou's side, Zhang Xiangming laughed as he ran.
Fighting and then running away, what a thrill.
Gu Chenzhou replied flatly, if you've got the energy, we should head back to the hotel.
Aren't you worried they'll block the door? Zhang Xiangming asked. Call the police, man. What's wrong with your brain? Gu Chenzhou sneered. Zhang Xiangming's expression suddenly darkened.
His face grim, he declared, guys, I'm not waiting for you. They're about to break through.
Watching Zhang Xiangming pick up his pace, Gu Chenzhou and the others exchanged glances. Does this guy have such a weak stomach?
Only after returning to the hotel did they breathe a sigh of relief. But before they could chat, one by one, they dashed off to the bathroom.
Gu Chenzhou, old Wu, does this medicine actually work?
Wukong, the top-selling remedy in the mountain city.
Zhou Xiang, looks like we're in for a sleepless night tonight. Zhang Xiangming, feeling rough.
Over at Zhang Xiangming's end, he stared at his yellowed underwear and fell deep in thought.
Couldn't hold back after all. Just toss it. Early the next morning, Gu Chenzhou was roused by his alarm.
He stretched lazily with satisfaction. Finally, I feel comfortable. The group packed their luggage, checked out of the hotel, and headed out.
Zhou Xiang asked Old Wu, how long will it take to get to your place by taxi? My suggestion is to take the expressway, then transfer to a bus.
Wukong replied, a taxi would cost several hundred yuan.
Let's save our money. Chapter 156, The Simple Village. Zhou Xiang hooked his arm around Wukong's shoulder and declared boldly. What do you take me for? A nobleman? Someone of my stature accompanying you on the bus?
Zhang Xiangming egged him on from the side. Taxi.
Definitely a taxi.
Old Wu, where do you live?
Zhou Xiang held his phone, already preparing to enter the destination. Pingyang County, Date Village. Wukong answered truthfully. 5 hours later, at the entrance of Date Village.
When Gu Chenzhou and the others got out of the car, their faces were green.
My butt hurts. This road is way too bumpy.
Zhang Xiangming stepped out with his luggage, staring at the muddy path.
Can't they fix this? Wukong sighed. This has been fixed. Just so you know, my place isn't as big as you might think. Don't be disappointed. What are you talking about? Are we that kind of person?
Zhang Xiangming said, speechless. As they walked along the country lane, several small dogs scampered alongside them. Along the way, many people greeted Wukong, their faces glowing with simple, genuine smiles. After walking for a few minutes, they stopped in front of a small courtyard.
Here we are. This is my place.
Wukong deftly pulled out his keys and unlocked the gate. The rusty gate creaked open, sending a chill down their spines.
My mom should be working in town.
Find a place to sit and rest. Wukong said as he led them inside.
Old Wu, your place is pretty nice. This courtyard is almost as big as my entire room. Zhou Xiang exclaimed in astonishment. Enough with the pretentiousness, Gu Chenzhou scoffed.
Your place is practically a mansion. Wukong set down his luggage and pointed to a spot not far away.
See that over there? It's just a storage shed. What's the big deal?
It was just a small mud brick hut and a dilapidated one at that. Wukong explained, that used to be my home. Thanks to me becoming top scholar, the authorities waived my tuition and even built us a new house. Otherwise, you guys would have had to sleep on the floor with me.
Gu Chenzhou and the others fell silent.
The situation was indeed quite distressing. Even though Gu Chenzhou had faced hardships, he at least had a place to shelter from the elements.
Old Wu, you've been through a lot, Gu Chenzhou said earnestly. Zhou Xiang replied solemnly, if you ever face any difficulties, just let me know. Enough already. You think I'm just playing the victim here? Wukong retorted irritably, this is me showing off. I'm the top scholar. Are you? Zhang Xiangming, Zhou Xiang, Gu Chenzhou. I suddenly feel like punching someone. Gu Chenzhou narrowed his eyes as he stared at Wukong.
This thing looks pretty sharp.
It'd hurt like hell if you hit someone with it.
Zhang Xiangming stood up and picked up a thorny stick from the corner.
Old Wu, tell us, how do you want to die?
Zhou Xiang picked up the wood chopping knife from the stone table. Wukong cleared his throat awkwardly.
Alright, take a break for now. I'll run to the supermarket and grab some cold dishes for lunch. Let's go together. It'll be a good chance to get familiar with the village. Gu Chenzhou stood up. But before we go, shouldn't we confirm where we're staying? Wukong nodded. Follow me. Entering the house, they found 3 rooms inside. Wukong walked straight to the one on the right and said, "This is my room. The bed's pretty big, it can fit 2 people. There's also a sofa over there, it'll be just right for us." Zhou Xiang sat down on the bed without hesitation. "Then I won't be polite. I'll sleep with you tonight." Gu Chenzhou folded his arms and addressed Zhou Xiang. "Old Zhou, you sleep on the couch." "Why? I'm spoiled rotten, no way I'm sleeping on that thing. Let me tell you guys, back at the student union welcome event, old Zhou ran into this black-stockinged beauty." Before Gu Chenzhou could finish, Zhou Xiang swiftly covered his mouth. "Please, sir. I've warmed up the bed for you." Gu Chenzhou nodded in satisfaction. "Now we're talking." Zhang Xiangming, "Old Zhou, if you're being threatened, just blink." "No way. I'm doing this willingly. We're brothers, after all," Zhou Xiang said, frantically blinking at Zhang Xiangming. "Now that we've got a place to stay, let's go shopping." Gu Chenzhou set down his backpack and stated bluntly, "My sister's about to get out of school anyway. Let's pick her up on the way." Wukong pushed his glasses up and turned to head outside. Zhang Xiangming hurried over and asked eagerly, "Brother-in-law, I wonder if your sister is pretty?" Wukong pressed his hand to his forehead. "She just started 2nd grade. No problem, I can wait. Get lost." Stepping outside, they walked toward the school. As soon as they reached the nearby supermarket, the owner exclaimed with delight, "Wukong, when did you get back?" Wukong smiled and greeted her, "Just got back, Aunt Wang. How's business been lately?" "Business is booming. Want to grab something?" Aunt Wang beckoned cheerfully, "No need to buy anything, it's on me." "How could we possibly accept that? You're running a business, inviting us would mean you'd lose money." Wukong led Gu Chenzhou and the others over. "Let me introduce you, this is my college classmate." Gu Chenzhou and the others said in unison, "Hello, Auntie Wang." "Hello, everyone. Here, have some ice pops." Aunt Wang pulled 4 ice pops from the freezer and handed them over. Gu Chenzhou waved them off. "No need. We're college students now, we can't just take free stuff." Aunt Wang insisted, "Oh, come on, 1 or 2 won't hurt. Stop bussing my arms, getting tired holding these up." "Well then, thank you, Aunt Wang." Zhou Xiang took one first and glanced at the cold cuts nearby. "Aunt Wang, could you slice me a chicken and some pork head meat?" "Sure thing. Anything else?" Aunt Wang asked. As Zhou Xiang glanced at the drinks nearby, still pondering, Gu Chenzhou spoke up. "Get a large bottle of orange juice and some coconut milk too." "Old Gu, are you chickening out now?" Zhou Xiang asked. "Why are you heading over to the kids' table?" Gu Chenzhou replied, "I'll need to look after old Wu's sister later. If I drink, it'll be in the evening." "True," Zhou Xiang agreed. "At least you two have some conscience." After saying this, Wukong turned to Aunt Wang and asked, "My little sister has been eating here all this time, right? How much is it? I'll transfer it to you." "Why bring that up? It's just an extra pair of chopsticks. If you mention it again, I'll get angry." Aunt Wang stopped what she was doing and glared at Wukong. "But Xiao Xiao comes here to eat, and sometimes she even helps me with the accounts." Aunt Wang cut him off. That meal was payment for her hard work. No sooner had she spoken than a polite voice sounded from the doorway, "Auntie Wang, I'm home from school." "Xiao Xiao's home. Quick, look who's back." Aunt Wang greeted Wu Xiaoxiao while continuing her chores. Wu Xiaoxiao tilted her head, then suddenly ran over excitedly, "Brother." Chapter 157, Wu Kang's sister. Wu Xiaoxiao ran over and threw herself into Wu Kang's arms, giggling foolishly from time to time. "Brother, you're back. I was bored to death waiting for you." Wukong gently rubbed her little head and smiled softly. "MHM. Gu Chenzhou leaned in, his expression gentle. "Xiao Xiao, call me big brother. I'll buy you something delicious." Wu Xiaoxiao froze, then quickly hid behind Wukong, saying fearfully, "Mom said not to take food from strangers." "It's okay, they're brothers' friends," Wukong explained. Wu Xiaoxiao emerged, still half doubtful, and politely addressed them. "Hello, brothers. My name is Wu Xiaoxiao. I'm in 2nd grade this year." Zhang Xiangming leaned over and whispered to Zhou Xiang. "So polite, totally different from old Wu." Zhou Xiang agreed, "Yeah, how could such a well-behaved little sister belong to old Wu?" "Hey, if you're gonna talk trash, find a private spot." "I heard every word," Wukong retorted irritably. Gu Chenzhou paid no mind. He held out his hand to Wu Xiaoxiao and said, "Xiao Xiao, come on. I'll take you to buy snacks." Wu Xiaoxiao hesitated, lifting her eyes to look at Wukong. Wukong released her hand. "Go ahead." "Yay!" Wu Xiaoxiao exclaimed excitedly, running ahead. 10 minutes later, at the supermarket entrance, Gu Chenzhou and the others were all carrying bags full of purchases. "Why did you buy so much?" Wukong asked, utterly speechless. Zhou Xiang grinned. I forgot to get gifts for our parents. Can't I just grab some here? Wukong pressed his hand to his forehead. At least you guys have some filial piety. I'm satisfied. The group walked along chatting and laughing. With little Wu Xiaoxiao tagging along, their conversation grew even livelier. After returning home, Gu Chenzhou volunteered to take charge of cooking dinner. Old Gu, if you really can't manage, let me do it. Wukong stood nearby, his voice tinged with concern. Gu Chenzhou skillfully scooped 2 bowls of rice, rinsing it as he asked. Worried I'll tire myself out? No, I'm worried you'll burn the house down. Cut the crap. You really think I can't cook? The thing is, we don't have a rice cooker at home. Then we'll need someone to lend a hand. And so, the 5 of them gathered in the kitchen to start a fire and cook. Zhang Shangming passed the firewood, Wukong tended the flames, Zhou Xiang added water to the pot, while Gu Chenzhou placed the steamer basket on top. Let's do this. A little kid was holding up a lollipop, cheering them on. Are you guys being a pain? Couldn't one person just handle this? Wukong pushed his glasses up and shoved more firewood into the stove. It's all about the experience. When Auntie and the others come back, I've got to show off a bit, right? Zhou Xiang chuckled. Gu Chenzhou retorted, then you can show off your cash power and renovate old Wu's house for them. Zhou Xiang's eyes lit up. He grabbed Wu Kang's hand and asked. Great idea. What do you think, old Wu? Better not. We may be brothers, but there's no need to go that far. Wukong waved his hands in refusal. Still, I'm touched you'd even consider it. Zhou Xiang silently flipped him off. Get lost, I was talking about fixing up our parents' place. Why are you so happy about it? Wu Xiaoxiao, standing nearby, mimicked the gesture and snapped at Wukong. Get lost. Before she could finish, Gu Chenzhou quickly covered her mouth. Xiaoxiao, those are swear words and rude gestures. Don't copy them. Zhang Shangming smacked Zhou Xiang on the back of the head and yelled at him. What else could you be doing? Teaching kids bad habits. Zhou Xiang realized his mistake and walked over to Wu Xiaoxiao, saying, Xiaoxiao, I'm sorry. I used bad language. Wu Xiaoxiao tilted her head, puzzled, and asked. Why? Zhou Xiang, you have to apologize when you curse. You can't learn to do that from me. Wu Xiaoxiao nodded, seeming to understand yet not quite grasping it fully. Okay. My teacher said admitting your mistakes and correcting them makes you a good kid. Dinner's ready. Zhang Shangming bellowed before scooping up the steamer basket and heading out. Gu Chenzhou set out bowls and chopsticks, deliberately grabbing a small spoon for Wu Xiaoxiao. It's just cold dishes, but it's still quite a spread. Zhou Xiang sat on a stool, picked up a piece of meat, and placed it in Wu Xiaoxiao's bowl. Eat up. Thanks, brother Zhou Xiang, Wu Xiaoxiao flashed him a sweet smile. Zhou Xiang felt his heart melt. He turned to Wukong and said, Old Wu, how could you bear to send such a sensible child off to school alone? Wukong sighed, what choice did I have? Dad's working away from home, and Mom has to work too. I can't exactly say I'll take care of her, can I? Zhou Xiang replied, it's not impossible. I have an empty apartment in Beijing. Why don't we let Xiaoxiao stay there? What kind of rich kid mentality is that? Gu Chenzhou sneered, you need local residency to enroll in elementary school. You can't just tell them to move there, can you? What's so difficult about that? It's not like it can't be handled, Zhou Xiang replied confidently. Wukong replied, I appreciate your kindness, but I don't plan to do that. Why not? Cost of living. Local tuition is fully covered, but things change once we're in the capital. True. And this is just a sudden whim of yours, old Zhou. Even if you help us out, we'll still have to part ways after 4 years. The group fell silent, all eyes fixed on Zhang Shangming. Old Zhang, you've done it again, ruined the mood with one sentence, Gu Chenzhou remarked. Zhou Xiang poured 5 cups of drinks and handed them out. Why worry about all that? Just cherish these 4 years. Exactly. Even if we go our separate ways, we'll always be brothers. Zhang Shangming raised his cup and called out to Zhou Xiang, Old Zhou, don't forget us brothers later on. Zhou Xiang scratched his nose and said solemnly, I'll never forget you guys for the rest of my life. Wukong declared, after I graduate, I'm going to strike out on my own, start a publicly traded company, and bring you all on board. Wu Xiaoxiao didn't quite understand, but she cheerfully chimed in, cheers. Cheers. They clinked glasses and drained their orange juice. After dinner, they all sat in chairs gazing at the sky. They waited, watching to see who would be the first to give in and start washing the dishes. But it was Wu Xiaoxiao who stepped up. Standing on tiptoe, she struggled to reach for the plates. Gu Chenzhou hurried to steady her. Xiaoxiao, take it easy. Let us handle this. Zhang Shangming suddenly slapped himself, damn it. How could I let a kid wash the dishes when I'm here? Don't fight over it. This bowl is mine to wash. Watching the bizarre scene unfold, Wu Xiaoxiao walked over to Wukong. Brother, they're acting so weird. Wukong smiled, yeah, but they're absolutely the most trustworthy people. More reliable than Mom and Dad? Besides them, if you ever face trouble in the future, just talk to them. No way. Mom says I have to handle things myself. Chapter 158, Orchard Picking. That afternoon, a light drizzle fell outside as Gu Chenzhou and the others rested on wooden chairs. The dry earth mixed with rainwater gave off a peculiar scent. Gu Chenzhou gazed into the distance, his voice tinged with worry. Xiao should be fine at school, right? Zhang Xiangming held an umbrella. I think I'll go check on her. Wukong quickly stopped the two troublemakers. Hey, what are you fretting about?
But this weather really sucks. I've barely been at your place a day, and it's already pouring like this.
Zhou Xiang crossed his legs and spoke leisurely. Yeah, otherwise I could have taken you guys to the orchard to pick fruit, Wukong sighed. Gu Chenzhou's eyes lit up. What are we waiting for? Let's go. Dude, are you crazy? Want to get soaked to the bone? Wukong asked incredulously. Gu Chenzhou pointed to the nearby umbrella. Do we have to walk in the rain? Wukong.
Eventually, the group slowly made their way out of the house. Zhang Xiangming glanced at the mud puddles at his feet and sighed with relief. Guess buying those slippers was the smart move after all.
Old Zhou, how's it going? Can you rich kid handle this? Gu Chenzhou turned to ask Zhou Xiang.
Zhou Xiang flipped him off, sneering, I'm not as squeamish as you guys think.
Hey, look, there's a mud puddle over there. Wanna take a bath? Wukong pointed ahead and suggested to Zhou Xiang. Gu Chenzhou pressed his forehead. George, cut it out. I'm more like Peppa Pig. I'm Pig Daddy. Gu Chenzhou, is it possible these three are all pigs? Zhang Xiangming, Zhou Xiang, Wukong. Let's get him. A moment later, inside the orchard greenhouse. Gu Chenzhou stared at the out-of-season fruits, utterly thrilled.
Zhou Xiang crouched on the ground, his voice trembling with excitement.
Holy crap, strawberries this big? I've never seen anything like it back in the capital. Wukong rolled his eyes. You guys are from the city, can't you be a little more open-minded?
Gu Chenzhou spread his hands helplessly. Don't look at me, my living standards are about the same as yours. I've never been to an orchard before, Zhou Xiang stubbornly insisted.
Zhang Xiangming chuckled. Old Zhou, how about you foot the bill this time?
Zhou Xiang waved his hand generously. Alright then, just call me Dad, and I'll cover all your expenses.
Gu Chenzhou, Zhang Xiangming, and Wukong, Dad. Well, you guys really have no shame left.
Zhou Xiang sneered, get lost.
Go pick out whatever you want.
Gu Chenzhou carried 2 fruit baskets, walking while messaging Su Nianqiu.
On sinking ship, Nianqiu, do you want some fruit?
Meanwhile, Su Nianqiu stared at the message on her phone, then glanced at the fruit platter beside her and fell deep in thought.
Firefly, yes. Bu Chenzhou, I'm at the orchard.
I'll pick some and mail them over later.
Firefly, sure, thanks, Chenzhou hashtag smiley face.
Still basking in the joy, Su Nianqiu was suddenly snapped out of it by Li Yunsong beside her.
Nianqiu, who are you chatting with?
Li Yunchuan leaned in, picked up the freshly peeled apple, and held it to her lips, open wide.
Su Nianqiu pouted playfully, stop messing around. Oh, now that you have a boyfriend, you don't even like your bestie anymore.
Li Yunchuan adopted a sharp, sarcastic tone. Our bond has faded.
No love left. How dare you tease me?
Su Nianqiu put her hands on her hips and lunged at Li Yunchuan. Wait till I get you back. Haha, Nianqiu, don't pinch there, it tickles.
I'm sorry, I really am. Over at Gu Chenzhou's side. He looked at the overflowing fruit basket, then glanced at Zhang Xiangming and the others. I thought I'd gone far enough, but it turns out you guys are even more outrageous. He picked just 2 baskets, one for Su Nianqiu and one as a gift for Wukong's parents. But Zhang Xiangming and the others? 3 whole baskets each. Old Gu really saved me some money. Zhou Xiang leaned against Gu Chenzhou and turned to shout at Wukong and the others, you ungrateful brats. Can't you learn a thing or two from old Gu? Gu Chenzhou. He was just too proud. But old Gu, you're being a bit much too. Zhou Xiang changed tack, handing him an empty basket. Don't even think about coming back until you fill this. Gu Chenzhou was stunned. Is this even possible? And so, he dove back in, deliberately picking only the most expensive ones. It wasn't until 4 in the afternoon that they finally emerged from the orchard. Now we have a problem. Gu Chenzhou stared at the downpour before them. How are we getting back? Wukong adjusted his glasses. Easy. Just wait here for me. Before long, he drove up in a tractor. Gu Chenzhou exclaimed in surprise, wow, old Wu, you're amazing. You actually know how to drive this thing? It only seats 3. You guys split it, Wukong said helplessly. Gu Chenzhou waved his hand. You guys go ahead. I'll stay here and chat with Nianqiu for a bit. Thanks for your trouble, old Gu. We'll treat you to a fruit feast later, Zhang Xiangming said as he climbed aboard first. Zhou Xiang nodded. See you at home then. Gu Chenzhou said nothing. He opened the chat window and sent the photos he'd just taken to Su Nianqiu. On sinking boat, how about it? Enough for you to eat? Firefly, 3S. He tapped the voice message and froze completely. Firefly, she's in the shower. Your girlfriend is mine now. Bu Chenzhou, how dare you, Li Yunchuan. You actually stole my girlfriend? Far away in a Beijing resort hotel, Li Yunchuan clutched her stomach, laughing hysterically. Firefly, so what? I've been sharing a bed with Nianqiu these past few days, she's my woman now. Bu Chenzhou, are you a minotaur? Firefly? What's that? Unsinkable ship, a minotaur. You're the third wheel. Gu Chenzhou was speechless. Finally, he sent a message. Unsinkable, I'll treat you to fruit. Leave Nianqiu alone. Firefly, no way. Never mind, the little beauty's out of the bath. Gu Chenzhou sighed. What's with this sudden wave of helplessness? No sooner had he spoken than his phone vibrated. Firefly, Chenzhou, sorry. I'll video call you later. Gotta deal with Yunshuang first. Gu Chenzhou, got it.
After waiting a long time with no word from Su Nianqiu, Wu Kang's tractor finally arrived.
Old Gu, hop in. Coming. Back home, Gu Chenzhou first washed his feet, then glanced at the vegetables placed nearby. What are these?
Zhou Xiang explained, old Wu picked them from the field on his way back earlier. Alright then, you'll get to see my signature dish soon, Gu Chenzhou chuckled.
You can cook? Zhou Xiang's eyes widened. Just don't blow up the kitchen. +1. Gu Chenzhou rolled up his sleeves and picked up a cabbage nearby. You really think I can't do anything?
Just wait, I'll show you all what this master chef can do.
Just eating these won't cut it.
I'll go slice some meat, Zhang Shangming volunteered.
Chapter 159, Things have changed a lot.
Outside, the rain poured harder, while inside the kitchen, everyone bustled about.
While stir-frying, Gu Chenzhou called out, Hey, old Joe, can you crank up the heat a bit? It's already like a fiery mountain in here. How much hotter do you want it? Zhou Xiang retorted. Gu Chenzhou sighed in exasperation. There's no wok aroma at all.
Wu Kang approached silently.
Let me handle the stove.
You go cook the rice.
No need.
Old Zhang's handling it over there, Zhou Xiang said, gesturing toward the distance.
Gu Chenzhou suddenly asked, then who's picking up the kids? Silence fell.
In this downpour, they couldn't very well tell Wu Xiaoxiao to walk home alone.
Zhang Shangming fiddled with the newly bought rice cooker, plugged it in, and volunteered, I'll go. You? Gu Chenzhou eyed him up and down, waving his hand. Better not. I'm afraid someone might mistake you for a kidnapper and beat you up. I agree. I'll go instead.
Wu Kang sighed and turned to Zhou Xiang. Pile more wood on top, the fire'll pick up right away.
Zhou Xiang nodded and did as instructed. Hey, it really works.
Then I'll go pick up Xiaoxiao from school. Wu Kang took off his apron, opened his umbrella, and walked out.
After Wu Kang left, an electric scooter approached from nearby.
The middle-aged woman stared at the wide-open gate, her heart skipping a beat. Could it be burglars? She hurriedly pushed the electric bike toward the house. As soon as she entered the courtyard, she heard arguing coming from the kitchen.
What are you doing? That's mine. What's mine is mine. What a bunch of shameless people.
The woman's heart skipped a beat, and she instinctively grabbed a nearby stick. When she reached the kitchen doorway, she found 3 teenagers.
Cooking? Who are you? The woman eyed them warily. Why are you in my house? Gu Chenzhou paused for a moment before quickly responding, Hello, ma'am. We're Wu Kang's university classmates. Wu Kang is back.
The woman scanned the area, still on guard.
Where is he?
He went to pick up Xiaoxiao from school.
Please sit down, auntie. We brought some fruit for you inside.
Zhou Xiang added more wood to the fire while saying, Dinner will be ready soon.
Please wait a little longer.
Lu Hui, still gripping the stick, hesitated before finally letting go. Half believing, half doubting, she made her way into the main hall.
When she saw the table piled high with fruit, she was utterly dumbfounded. She murmured, What's gotten into these kids? I'm home.
A sweet, high-pitched voice called out from outside. Lu Hui turned to see Wu Kang holding an umbrella, pulling Wu Xiaoxiao's hand as they approached. Spotting the familiar face, Wu Kang softly said, Mom, I'm back.
Why didn't you tell me you were coming back? Lu Hui snapped back to attention and pointed to the group beside them. Who are those people? My roommates.
I brought them here to visit, Wu Kang explained. Yes, those big brothers are all good people. Wu Xiaoxiao pulled a lollipop from her pocket and offered it to Lu Hui.
Mom, I saved this for you. You should eat it. Mommy doesn't like sweets.
Lu Hui crouched down and ruffled her hair. Wu Kang smiled and said, There's fruit over there. Help yourselves. No sooner had he spoken than Gu Chenzhou's roar echoed from nearby. Old Wu, don't slack off now that you're back. Hurry over and help me, I can't find the salt.
Seriously, can't you handle a little thing on your own? Coming. Wu Kang replied, then turned to Lu Hui, Mom, I'll be right back. All right. Lu Hui nodded repeatedly, saying with satisfaction, My child has grown up. Half an hour later, Gu Chenzhou carried 4 dishes to the table. Zhang Shangming, setting out bowls and chopsticks, couldn't help but praise, Honestly, old Gu, your cooking skills are pretty impressive. If you're not doing well, I'll help you open a restaurant. Consider it my investment. Zhou Xiang was already reaching for his chopsticks. Gu Chenzhou ignored the 2 of them and instead handed chopsticks to Lu Hui. Aunt Lu, please try some. No need to be so formal. Just treat this place like your own home. Lu Hui hurriedly protested, I should be the one coming over. You've really gone out of your way for us. Zhang Shangming countered, Not at all. We're guests here, it's only right we pitch in. We can't just eat for free. By the way, auntie, do you drink? Gu Chenzhou suddenly asked. Lu Hui nodded. A little. Gu Chenzhou stood up. Just a moment, please.
Soon, he emerged from the room holding a bottle of liquor.
This must be expensive, right? Lu Hui looked at the elegant packaging and exclaimed in surprise, better not. I'll just have some beer. Gu Chenzhou chuckled, it's already opened. Can't return it now.
Zhou Xiang chimed in, yeah, we can't take it with us anyway.
Might as well finish it together. Lu Hui hesitated, well, alright, I'll go along with you guys. Gu Chenzhou poured Lu Hui a small glass and served the others as well. I want some too.
The little girl suddenly raised her hand, calling out pitifully. Gu Chenzhou picked up a large bottle of Nutri-Line from the side and placed it in front of Wu Xiaoxiao.
It's all yours. Wu Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up with delight. Thank you, brother Gu.
After dinner, Gu Chenzhou and the others sat by the door to rest, while Wu Kong and Lu Hui washed dishes in the kitchen. Rubbing the plate in her hands, Lu Hui said to Wu Kong, your friend treats you really well. You should cherish him.
Wu Kong nodded softly. Yeah. Lu Hui smiled warmly.
You've always been so reserved since childhood. I'm genuinely surprised to see you so cheerful this time around.
Wu Kong scratched his head, saying sheepishly. What can I do? They're all so lively.
And they're always dragging me along to join in their shenanigans. Lu Hui pulled 5 red bills from her pocket.
Here, take these. Take them to the market tomorrow for some fun. No need, I have money, Wu Kong refused. Just take it. Mom, you don't know them. They're not that kind of people.
But you should show them you care.
The next morning, Gu Chenzhou lay in bed, faintly catching a whiff of fragrance.
He groggily climbed out of bed and only realized it was still dark outside when he reached the doorway.
Lu Hui was simmering congee in the kitchen. Little Gu's awake? Just a moment, breakfast will be ready soon.
Little Wu Xiaoxiao was brushing her teeth nearby, waving at Gu Chenzhou.
Gu brother, come brush your teeth with us. Gu Chenzhou nodded. Sure. He grabbed his toothbrush and toothpaste and asked Wu Xiaoxiao, are you going to school today?
School's out for vacation, Wu Xiaoxiao replied.
Then where are you going to play? Gu Chenzhou continued.
Wu Xiaoxiao tilted her head. I've been helping Aunt Wang before, but now that you're back, I'm staying home to watch TV.
Gu Chenzhou suggested, how about joining us for a walk outside later? Really? Wu Xiaoxiao asked excitedly.
Lu Hui emerged from the kitchen and said to them.
Go ahead and have fun.
It's market day today, you kids take Xiaoxiao around.
Chapter 160, The Bustling Market. Yay!
Wu Xiaoxiao danced with joy, excitedly telling Gu Chenzhou, I haven't been to the market in ages.
Lu Hui walked over to her, picked up a towel, and said, hey, wipe your face. You've got toothpaste on your mouth.
Wu Xiaoxiao giggled, her innocent smile making Gu Chenzhou's lips curve upward. Later, Big Brother will take you to buy candy.
You can have whatever you want. Thank you, Brother Gu. At 7 o'clock, Lu Hui rode her electric scooter out the door.
Watching her receding figure, Wu Kong pushed his glasses up and asked,
walk there? Or should I drive you guys?
With all of us, you'd need a sedan.
Zhou Xiang crossed his arms, leaning against the doorway. Too bad we don't have one. Aunt Zhang next door has a tricycle. You can all fit in the back.
Wu Kong pointed to the neighboring house and explained to them.
Gu Chenzhou asked, I've never ridden one before. Should we give it a try?
Zhang Xiangming spread his hands helplessly.
We don't mind, but I wonder if old Zhou, the rich kid, can handle it. Off, can you drop the stereotypes? Zhou Xiang snapped irritably. Gu Chenzhou shot Zhou Xiang a meaningful glance.
Watch your language, there are children present.
Zhou Xiang snapped to attention, slapping his mouth shut. My bad.
Zhang Xiangming, however, grinned broadly as he leaned in close to Zhou Xiang.
Don't you guys from Beijing always take your birds out for walks with soybean paste? Want me to walk your bird for you? Not exactly impossible. Zhou Xiang, Wu Kong, Zhang Xiangming. Enough with the nonsense. I'm going to borrow a car. Wait here for me.
Wu Kong said, then walked off to the side.
Moments later, he emerged driving a cargo tricycle. Hop in.
Xiaoxiao, you sit up front.
The rest of us will take the back.
Gu Chenzhou carried Wu Xiaoxiao and placed her beside Wu Kong.
Zhang Xiangming and Zhou Xiang promptly climbed into the back. Pretty thoughtful of them to include little seats.
Take it easy, don't go speeding off and leave us hanging, Zhou Xiang cautioned.
Wu Kong chuckled. That depends on your attitude.
Bro, you're my real brother. For Xiaoxiao's sake, cut us some slack, Gu Chenzhou quickly pleaded. Wu Kong said nothing, driving straight toward the town. Half an hour later, they jumped out of the car, each rubbing their backsides and groaning.
Can't they fix this road?
It's so bumpy I'm about to throw up my breakfast.
You wanna chip in? No money. Then what's the point of complaining?
Just as Zhou Xiang was about to curse, he caught himself and quickly changed the subject. Come on, let's go buy some candied hawthorn.
Gu Chenzhou took Wu Xiaoxiao's hand and walked ahead. Hurry up, don't get separated.
Pork, freshly slaughtered 8 yuan per pound now.
Watermelon tasty and cheap. Stinky tofu.
Listening to the vendor's shouts, Wu Kong approached a stall. Hey, boss, give me 5 skewers of candied hawthorn berries. Old Wu's hit the jackpot?
You're actually treating us? Zhou Xiang exclaimed in surprise. Gu Chenzhou stared at him sternly and demanded, who exactly are you?
I'm your dad, Wukong snapped impatiently.
So, are you eating or not? Of course we'll take what you bought, Gu Chenzhou snatched them up. But don't go overboard with the spending. Can't shut your mouth, huh?
Wukong flipped Gu Chenzhou the middle finger.
Along the way, they bought whatever caught their eye.
But soon, they all stopped in their tracks.
Zhou Xiang spoke up, old Gu, see that? Should we buy it?
Gu Chenzhou stroked his chin and said solemnly, I'll try my best to haggle the price down.
Zhang Xiangming was speechless, come on, guys. It's just a slingshot. Is it really worth all this fuss?
I've only ever seen this kind of novelty online, Zhou Xiang replied.
Gu Chenzhou nodded. Then we can go hunt bird nests.
Wukong scoffed, grow up, guys. By 10:30, the market was bustling with more and more people. Gu Chenzhou stared at the clothing stall ahead, lost in thought. He turned to Wu Xiaoxiao and asked,
Xiaoxiao, do you want some new clothes?
Wu Xiaoxiao shook her head.
It's not New Year yet. Mom says I can only wear new clothes during the holiday.
Zhang Xiangming noticed the patches on her clothes and crouched down, saying, Our Xiaoxiao deserves to look her best.
Zhou Xiang nodded in agreement. I'll pay. Let's go.
The group stormed up to the street stall, startling the vendor.
What do you want? How much for this dress? Gu Chenzhou picked up the little skirt and asked the vendor. The vendor relaxed and held up 2 fingers. 20. They're all the same price.
Then take one of each, Zhou Xiang declared boldly.
Scan the code.
A few minutes later, Wu Xiaoxiao emerged carrying a large bag, her face beaming with joy.
Thanks, guys. Zhou Xiang, it's the least we could do. It's getting late.
We should hurry back or we'll miss lunch, Wukong suggested, glancing at his watch.
Gu Chenzhou scanned the surroundings. Aren't there any places to eat in town?
No, Wukong replied.
Zhou Xiang nodded in agreement. All right, we'll just reheat yesterday's leftovers to tide us over. Gu Chenzhou stared at Zhou Xiang in shock. A man of your stature eating leftovers? Zhou Xiang's face darkened.
Say another word, and I'll cut off your dick and lock it in a cage.
Gu Chenzhou.
Stepping out of the market before even putting away his things, he spotted several people smoking nearby.
Wu Kang's body trembled involuntarily at the sight. What are they doing here? Who are they? Your friends? Gu Chenzhou inquired. Before Wukong could answer, the slouching figures approached. Hey, Wukong! Long time no see.
Another held out his hand.
After all this time, you owe us a pack of cigarettes, don't you?
Wukong pressed his lips together and said in a low voice, Luo Xiao, I don't want to play along with your nonsense.
Oh ho, college really changes you, huh? Luo Xiao sneered coldly and continued, you actually dare defy me? You want to die, huh?
Before he could finish, a size 11 foot came flying at him.
Where'd this fly come from? It's buzzing in my ear. Zhang Xiangming stepped forward. Get lost, or don't blame me for being rude.
Old Zhang, don't be reckless, Wukong cautioned.
Gu Chenzhou slapped Wukong on the shoulder. This isn't the time to listen to you. Exactly. When have we ever put up with this kind of nonsense?
Zhou Xiang set his things down. Old Wu, take Xiaoxiao somewhere safe.
I'll text you later, come back then.
Wukong hugged Wu Xiaoxiao and urged, be careful out there.
Like we need you to tell us that.
Gu Chenzhou picked up a stick and pointed it at Zhang Xiao.
Come on, let's see what you're made of. Chapter 161, Wu Xiaoxiao's disappearance. Luo Xiao's face darkened as he clenched his fists, staring at Gu Chenzhou. You've got some nerve. Picking a fight with me means you don't want to live, right? 3 against 3, and we've got weapons. Who wins isn't decided yet. Zhou Xiang silently flipped them off. Old Zhang, you go first. Got it.
Zhang Xiangming stepped forward and kicked one of them hard.
Luo Xiaodan was stunned. This guy's got crazy strength, huh? Distracted during a fight? Gu Chenzhou suddenly swung his stick down, knocking Luo Xiao to his knees, trembling. Is that all you've got? Zhou Xiang sneered, I haven't even lifted a finger yet. The gap in strength? They can't even compare. Zhang Xiangming flexed his bulging muscles with a smirk. Want to taste a fist the size of a sandbag? Luo Xiao struggled to his feet, glaring at them viciously. You'll pay for this.
Watching them scramble away, Zhang Xiangming spat on the ground.
Pfft, what kind of people are they, thinking they can throw around threats?
Gu Chenzhou ignored them, pulling out his phone to send a message to Wukong.
Unsubmerged ship, come over. Everything's taken care of.
Wukong, it's bad news, Xiao Xiao's gone.
Bu Chenzhou. Bu Chenzhou, where are you now? We're heading over immediately. Wukong, at the clothing store. Gu Chenzhou immediately turned and ran, shouting as he went. Follow me. Xiao Xiao's gone missing. Ha? You've got to be kidding me. Who'd joke about something like this? Hurry up. Old Gu, over here. Wukong waved to Gu Chenzhou and the others. Gu Chenzhou hurried over and asked Wukong, what's going on?
I brought Xiao Xiao here just now, but the moment I turned around, she vanished.
Wu Kong looked anxiously at the crowd. With so many people, how are we supposed to find her? Zhou Xiang reassured him, don't worry. She's still on this street, she can't have gone far. Let's split up and share any updates in the group chat, Gu Chenzhou suggested. Zhang Shangming pointed to the far end, I'll search over there. Then I'll head to the market. Wu Kong immediately sprang into action. I'll head toward the entrance. Zhou, you patrol the surrounding area. Gu Chenzhou said before heading toward the front. 5 minutes later, everyone was searching for Wu Xiaoxiao's whereabouts. Ma'am, have you seen a child about this tall? Uncle, have you seen a little girl wearing a white dress? About this tall, skinny. Bu Chenzhou, what's the situation? Wu Kong, no. Zhang Shangming, already outside, still haven't seen her. Zhou Xiang, +1. Bu Chenzhou, where the heck did he go? Zhou Xiang, everyone's anxious, but we need to stay calm at least. Wu Kong, if all else fails, let's call the police. Zhang Shangming, this place is too remote. It'll take the police half an hour just to get here. Bu Chenzhou, keep searching. No giving up until we find them. Gu Chenzhou put down his phone and resumed the search. Ha! He turned his head toward the entrance of an elementary school. The child sitting by the snack shop looked so familiar. Xiao Xiao. Gu Chenzhou called out tentatively. Wu Xiaoxiao suddenly stood up, waving excitedly at Gu Chenzhou. Brother Gu, I'm here. Gu Chenzhou felt a wave of relief wash over him as he hurried over and embraced her. You really scared me to death. What were you doing running over here? Wu Xiaoxiao lowered her head, I'm sorry. I got pushed around by the crowd earlier and ended up getting separated. As long as you're okay. Gu Chenzhou exhaled deeply and snapped a photo to share in the group chat. Unsubmerged boat at all members, there's a school in the center of the street. Xiao Xiao is here photo. Wu Kong. Zhang Shangming, heading there now. Zhou Xiang, on my way. Soon, the three of them rushed over. Brother, I'm so sorry for worrying you all. Wu Xiaoxiao trembled in fear, tears streaming down her face. Wu Kong knelt down and wiped her tears. It's okay, sweetie. It's not your fault. I should have watched over you better. Yeah, don't cry anymore. Zhou Xiang pulled out a box of newly bought Barbie dolls and placed it before her. Look, what's this? I can't take it. Mom said I have to be punished for my mistake. Wu Xiaoxiao shook her head in refusal. Take it. My arm's getting tired holding it up. Zhou Xiang ruffled her hair. She was so sensible it broke your heart. Are you sure it's okay? Wu Xiaoxiao looked up and asked. Zhou Xiang nodded. Of course. Come on, let's go home for dinner. 1 hour later, at the front door. Gu Chenzhou stared at the chaotic kitchen, lost in thought. Did we get burglarized? Or are you two so useless you can't even cook a proper meal? Zhou Xiang turned away, his voice tinged with guilt. It must be rats. How else could this happen? Zhang Shangming chimed in, yeah, exactly. Gu Chenzhou quipped, is that so? That must be one hell of a big rat weighing over 100 pounds. Wu Kong swept the floor nearby. Old Zhou, go grab some cold cuts from the supermarket. We'll make do for lunch. Roger that. Zhou Xiang dashed off promptly. Zhang Shangming picked up another broom. I'll help clean up too. If this happened at my place, you guys wasting food like this, I'd whip you with my belt until it broke before I'd feel satisfied. Gu Chenzhou grew angrier as he spoke, immediately unbuckling his belt. Old Wu, take the kid outside. Zhang Shangming ducked his head and hid behind Wu Kong. Old Gu, that's going too far. Gu Chenzhou swung his belt. You should consider yourself lucky I didn't hang you from a tree. I know I'm wrong. Zhang Xiangming wailed. No sooner had he spoken than a voice rang out nearby. What's going on? All this commotion? Wu Kong emerged from the kitchen, looking surprised. Director Li, what brings you here? Li Xiao walked into the room holding a stack of documents, handing them to Wu Kong as he said. The higher-ups plan to implement poverty alleviation measures. Take a look at this. Free contract agreement. For the back mountain? Wu Kong asked suspiciously. Li Xiao nodded. Yes, it's for the entire village. We'll develop it together to plant fruit trees. When profits come in, the village will share them equally. Wu Kong pushed his glasses up, sounding resigned. You know my dad works away from home. My mom not only has to work in the city but also take care of the kids. That's not a problem. There's government subsidy for that. Li Xiao explained, the first year will include monthly wages. Whoa! Wu Kong sucked in a sharp breath. The conditions are that good? Yes. Once Sister Lu returns, you should discuss it with her. Li Xiao stood up. I'll head to the next place. Old Wu, you're doing well, about to become a landlord. Gu Chenzhou praised him, don't forget us poor guys later. You run a company and you're crying poverty to me? Wu Kong sneered contemptuously. Yeah, if anyone's gonna cry, it'll be me. Zhang Shangming sat beside Wu Kong, you've gotta take good care of me from now on. You can get lost too. Chapter 162, Back Mountain Outing. Gu Chenzhou spread his hands helplessly and said to Wu Kong. Old Wu, what's your take on this? Wukong answered honestly, it's not up to me. I have to see what my parents decide. Fair enough. Let's pack up first and discuss it when Auntie gets back, Gu Chenzhou replied. Soon, Zhou Xiang returned carrying several bags. Guys, I'm back. You finally decided to come back?
I thought you were going to die out there, Gu Chenzhou muttered, his stomach growling loudly as he leaned on the table.
Zhou Xiang placed the cold dishes on the table. Couldn't help it, the supermarket was packed. Let's eat, Wukong said. Gu Chenzhou handed out chopsticks and arranged the dishes. Speaking of which, where should we go this afternoon? Zhang Xiangming suggested, how about the back mountain? I'm in. Perfect chance to check out Old Wu's new investment, Gu Chenzhou agreed. Zhou Xiang was completely baffled. What are you guys talking about? Well, it's like this. Zhang Xiangming and Gu Chenzhou explained, and Zhou Xiang suddenly understood. Old Wu, you're about to strike it rich. After hearing the explanation, Zhou Xiang stood up in shock. Once you hit it big, don't forget about your brother here. What are you, some rich kid, getting involved in this? Wukong sneered disdainfully. After lunch, Gu Chenzhou and the others cleared the dishes. Zhou Xiang slung his backpack over his shoulder, took Wu Xiaoxiao's hand, and asked, ready? We're going hiking. Always ready. Wu Xiaoxiao replied with a serious expression. Xiaoxiao, did you pack everything? Wukong asked.
Wu Xiaoxiao rummaged through her small backpack, towel, water bottle, snacks all packed. Let's go, Gu Chenzhou said with a smile. Stepping outside, the group strolled along the path, chatting and laughing. Passing by a stream, Gu Chenzhou stopped and said to them, I want to go fish. +1. Then shall we rest here for a bit? Wukongza reminded them, there aren't any here. Head up the mountain, there are better spots there. Sounds good, let's go. Gu Chenzhou resumed walking. 20 minutes later, Gu Chenzhou and Zhou Xiang lay sprawled on the grass, utterly spent. I can't go on. I'm dying. Let me catch my breath, Gu Chenzhou gasped heavily. Zhang Xiangming sat nearby. We've only walked a short distance. How can you be so tired already? We've been walking for ages. We had to take care of Xiaoxiao, didn't we? Zhou Xiang squinted his eyes, basking in the gentle breeze. Don't use Xiaoxiao as an excuse. I'm just getting into it, Wukong remarked. Gu Chenzhou pulled out his phone and snapped a photo. The sky is so blue. You just don't find spots like this in the city. Zhou Xiang turned to Gu Chenzhou, posted in the group chat later. Let's take a group photo when we reach the summit, Zhang Xiangming suggested. Wukong replied, my phone's camera isn't great. Mine's secondhand too, no good either, Gu Chenzhou replied. Zhou Xiang waved his phone. Look at you two being so pathetic. See this? iPhone 16. Where's the apple? I want to eat it. Wu Xiaoxiao suddenly ran over and nudged Zhou Xiang. Brother Zhou, do you have fruit? Zhou Xiang. Gu Chenzhou took out a pear and handed it to Wu Xiaoxiao. How about a pear? Yes. Wu Xiaoxiao took it, but the skin was too thick. She bit down, leaving only a tiny dent. Here, let me peel it for you. Wukong took it in his hand and silently began peeling the pear. Soon, he handed it back to Wu Xiaoxiao. Here, eat up. Wu Xiaoxiao's eyes curved into crescent moons. Thanks, big bro. She took a big bite, then handed it to Zhou Xiang. You eat too. 1 bite each. Zhou Xiang paused, an unguarded smile spreading across his face. Sure. 1 hour later, at the mountaintop. Gu Chenzhou stood at the cliff's edge and asked Wukong, where exactly is this pond you mentioned? Follow me. There's a mountain spring over there. I hear it's where the older generation used to get their drinking water. Wukong explained as they walked. Even now, our village still draws its water from here. Shouldn't you patent that and sell mineral water? Zhou Xiang chuckled, I've even thought of a name, Farmers for Springs. Zhang Xiangming, Gu Chenzhou, Wukong. Soon, they reached the spring's source. What a huge lake. Makes me want to go for a swim. Zhang Xiangming couldn't help but ask, anyone got any ideas? What are you thinking? If you dare go in, you'll see someone come and arrest you in no time, Wukong warned. Gazing at the fish swimming below the surface, Gu Chenzhou asked, can we fish here? No problem, but do you have a fishing rod? Wukong asked. Gu Chenzhou pointed to the bamboo grove nearby. There's plenty right over there. I have kite string we can use that as fishing line, Zhou Xiang volunteered. Wu Xiaoxiao clutched her kite, looking dejected as she hid behind Wukong. We weren't trying to take your things. We brought plenty of our own. Zhou Xiang opened his backpack and pulled out a box of string. We'll take you kite flying later. Thanks, brother Zhou, Wu Xiaoxiao nodded. Soon, Gu Chenzhou had assembled the makeshift fishing gear. But when he saw the earthworms in the bottle, he fell completely silent. After a long pause, Gu Chenzhou finally asked, is that all? I trust your skills. This is plenty. Zhang Xiangming picked up Wu Xiaoxiao. We'll go play over there for now. Gu Chenzhou said nothing, simply fishing in silence. On the other side, in the open area, Zhou Xiang crouched on the ground, threading the line with practiced ease. Xiaoxiao, when I say go, run as fast as you can while pulling the line. Okay, I got it, Wu Xiaoxiao replied, still a bit confused. I didn't expect you to be so patient, Zhang Xiangming remarked from the side.
Yeah, I thought I'd never have the drive to do anything. Zhou Xiang replied, let's come here often to play. I'm really enjoying this.
That depends on whether old Wu's willing.
This is his turf, after all.
Zhang Xiangming pointed toward the distance, where Wukong was keeping Gu Chenzhou company as his air force.
Who cares? If he's not up for it, I'll just come on my own. Zhou Xiang pinched Wu Xiaoxiao's cheek. Xiaoxiao, would you like us to come play here more often?
Wu Xiaoxiao said, of course I'd welcome you. You're my brother's friends.
Just then, Gu Chenzhou suddenly let out a startled cry. Fish on. Zhang Xiangming and Zhou Xiang, huh? Wu Xiaoxiao rushed over excitedly, it's huge.
You bet. This one must weigh 3 or 4 pounds.
Gu Chenzhou held up a white carp, just one more, and we'll have fish for dinner tonight.
Yay! Wu Xiaoxiao cheered.
Wukong, however, was dumbfounded. He muttered to himself, this shouldn't be happening. According to theory, shouldn't you be skunked? Gu Chenzhou laughed heartily, old Wu, sometimes you shouldn't rely too much on your head. Intuition is what matters most. Chapter 163, Someone's Messing Around. This is truly bizarre.
Wukong stroked his chin, scrutinizing Gu Chenzhou from head to toe.
You didn't pull some trick, did you? Get lost. You've been reading too many novels. Gu Chenzhou flipped Wukong off.
If I knew that, you'd be the first one I'd shove into the human emperor banner.
Fine, forget I said anything. Wukong chose to drop it. Gu Chenzhou ignored him and went back to fishing. 5 p.m., Wukong's residence. Gu Chenzhou tossed the 2 fish into the water tank. See that? Now that's what I call skill.
Wukong asked, who among you knows how to prepare them?
Zhang Xiangming shook his head. Not me, that's for sure. Don't count on me.
If it comes down to it, I'll call our family chef to come over. Zhou Xiang pulled out his phone, but by the time he gets here, we'll probably have to head back to school anyway.
Guess we can't count on you guys after all. Gu Chenzhou pressed his forehead. Go to the supermarket and grab some side dishes. Got it. Zhou Xiang volunteered immediately.
Zhang Xiangming leaned close to Gu Chenzhou and whispered, I'll handle the cooking for you.
I'll cheer you on.
The little girl raised her hand and shouted from the side.
Gu Chenzhou walked into the kitchen and pulled out the cleaver. Wukong exclaimed in shock, old Gu, what are you doing? Don't even think about doing something rash. Gu Chenzhou was speechless for a moment. This knife is dull. Do you have a whetstone? Zhang Xiangming retorted, are you sure you're not planning to kill us? Get lost. Why would I go to all that trouble? Gu Chenzhou retorted with disdain.
Wukong pointed to a stone nearby and said, it's over there.
After sharpening it, Gu Chenzhou approached Zhang Xiangming with a meaningful smile. Old Zhang, let me test this blade. Zhang Xiangming's heart sank. Father. I have a 3-year-old sister and an 80-year-old mother. Look at you, acting like a child.
Wukong, holding Wu Xiaoxiao, said irritably.
Zhang Xiangming.
Gu Chenzhou grabbed a fish and instructed Zhang Xiangming, bring over the cutting board.
Right away. Zhang Xiangming promptly complied. Soon, Gu Chenzhou began cleaning the fish. Watching the skilled knife work, Zhang Xiangming was genuinely surprised. Old Gu, you weren't working as a fishmonger at our T-Mart before, were you? Wukong praised, that's impressive. If everyone were as lazy as you lot, we'd have to wait for Auntie to come back and do it. As Gu Chenzhou placed the fish fillets into a basin, he remarked, where is old Zhou? Why hasn't he returned yet? I'll send him a message and see. Zhang Xiangming said before reaching for his phone. Zhang Xiangming at Zhou Xiang, where the heck are you? Zhang Xiangming, where are you? Reply ASAP. Zhang Xiangming, you didn't get lost, did you? Old Zhou's phone must be dead, right?
Zhang Xiangming stroked his chin, muttering to himself, not replying to messages, not answering calls. Old Wu, you stay home with Xiaoxiao.
Gu Chenzhou untied his apron.
Old Zhang, come with me to the supermarket.
What's going on? Zhang Xiangming followed behind Gu Chenzhou and asked. No idea. Let's go check it out first. Gu Chenzhou replied.
Outside the supermarket.
Gu Chenzhou walked inside and asked Aunt Wang.
Aunt Wang, a friend of mine came here to shop earlier.
Do you know where he went?
Aunt Wang thought for a moment, then pointed to a spot not far away. He seemed to have gone over there with a few friends just now.
Thanks, Aunt Wang. We'll be on our way. With that, Gu Chenzhou dashed out the door. Old Gu, why the rush? Zhang Xiangming asked in confusion. Gu Chenzhou, someone's probably causing trouble for old Zhou. You run ahead and scout the area, I'll catch up soon. Got it. Over at Zhou Xiang's location. Leaning against a large tree, he narrowed his eyes and said, what do you want? I told you you'll pay for this.
Luo Xiao brandished his stick, pointing it at Zhou Xiang.
Any last words? Zhou Xiang grinned. Finished with the nonsense? Oh ho, you're quite the tough guy.
Luo Xiao sneered coldly, I'll see if your mouth is as tough as your bones. No sooner had he finished speaking than a kick landed squarely on his back, sending him crashing face first into the dirt. Zhou Xiang exclaimed in shock, Old Zhang, what are you doing here? To save your ass, of course.
Zhang Xiangming gasped for breath. Damn it, just like old Gu said. Good thing I got here fast.
Zhou Xiang pulled out the chili oil from the plastic bag and poured it into his palm.
Well then, you and I will just have a little fun with them. Zhang Xiangming nodded. Old Gu will be here soon. Let's wrap this up fast, I still need to get back for my fish dinner. Don't worry.
I'll make them suffer worse than death.
With that, Zhou Xiang punched one of them square in the face. You hit from behind? You're 3 against 1. Who do you think you are? Cut the crap. Hurry up. I don't want to waste time. After a long moment, Gu Chenzhou finally ran over. Old Gu, you sure took your sweet time. Zhou Xiang walked over, waving and calling out to him. Gu Chenzhou let out a long sigh of relief. Glad you guys are okay. Come on, give me a hug. Zhou Xiang opened his arms. Gu Chenzhou quickly pushed him away. You little rascal, you want to use my clothes as a towel, huh? Zhou Xiang chuckled. Hey, don't say that. We're brothers, would I do something like that? Gu Chenzhou glanced at Zhang Xiangming. Then what's that red mess on his back? Well, it's getting late. Let's head back first.
Zhou Xiang turned his head away, his voice tinged with guilt. On the way back, Gu Chenzhou was chatting with the strategist.
Annie and Little Bear, where have you been? Why haven't you replied to my messages lately? Unsubmerged, how could I dare? You never reached out. Annie and Little Bear, bull.
I've been trying to get you to play games every day, but you're never online.
Gu Chenzhou, I'm in the countryside. Didn't even bring my computer. Annie and Little Bear, off traveling with the school beauty? Gu Chenzhou, nope, with my roommate. Annie and Little Bear, Little Zhou, no offense, but you have a girlfriend now and you're still hanging out with guys? Unsunken boat, what can I do? If I weren't around, these ungrateful brats would starve to death. Annie and Xiaoxiong, is it really that bad?
Unsunken boat, it is that exaggerated.
Annie and Xiaoxiong, how soon can you help me level up? Unsinkable boat, we'll talk about it when I get back to school. Annie and Little Bear, can't be bothered. I'll just play myself. Gu Chenzhou stared at the chat log and sighed deeply. Are all women like this? Ha! Zhou Xiang suddenly leaned in. Where are the pretty girls? Gu Chenzhou retorted. Are you a dog? Your ears are so sharp? Ah, don't sweat the small stuff. Zhou Xiang hooked his arm around Gu's shoulder. Which department is she in? Won't you hook a brother up? I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to handle it. Better not, Gu Chenzhou replied. Besides, aren't you the one who boasts about being the most handsome? Why would you need my help? Chapter 164, Back to School. Old Gu, are we still brothers? Zhou Xiang put on a serious expression. We're both single. Aren't you going to help us meet someone? Cut it out. Let's get back. Gu Chenzhou said as he walked away, Auntie will be back soon.
Zhou Xiang and Zhang Xiangming exchanged glances. Man, old Gu really has changed. At home, Gu Chenzhou prepared the fish, Zhang Xiangming cooked the rice, and Wu Kong tended the fire. Zhou Xiang and Wu Xiaoxiao sat on small stools watching TV.
Zhang Xiangming gazed at the fish in the pot and couldn't help but say, it smells so good, I'm practically drooling. Gu Chenzhou replied, we'll have to wait until Auntie gets back. Half an hour later, the fish was ready. Lu Hui arrived home on her electric scooter. The little girl's eyes lit up. She immediately stood up and ran toward Lu Hui, calling, Mommy. Hey, did you behave today? Lu Hui ruffled Wu Xiaoxiao's hair as she asked. Wu Xiaoxiao nodded. Yes, I even helped clean up. What a good girl. Lu Hui said with a smile. Wu Kong emerged from the kitchen, adjusted his glasses, and said to Lu Hui. Mom, let's eat first. I need to talk to you about something. Lu Hui parked the car and agreed, alright. No sooner had they sat down than Wu Kong placed a document on the table. Mom, take a look at this. Leasing the back mountain to turn it into an orchard? Lu Hui said with some surprise. Director Li mentioned it before, but I didn't expect it to happen so quickly. Should our family agree? Wu Kong asked. Lu Hui hesitated. I'm not sure. What did Director Li say? Well, here's the situation. Wu Kong recounted everything he had heard, word for word. After listening to the account, Lu Hui pondered for a moment before speaking. Then I suppose our family agrees too. Yeah, whatever you say. Alright, let's eat first. Everyone must be hungry. After the meal, Gu Chenzhou and the others sat in the courtyard enjoying the cool evening air. Seriously, why are there so many mosquitoes? Zhou Xiang glanced at the red bumps on his body, then looked at Gu Chenzhou. Why aren't they biting you? Because I have insect repellent. Gu Chenzhou pointed to the table. Zhou Xiang.
Zhang Xiangming stretched lazily.
Guys, I've got an idea. Shoot, Gu Chenzhou replied. Zhang Xiangming chuckled. I'm planning to go night running. Want to join? Gu Chenzhou and Zhou Xiang, no thanks. Isn't exercising great for your health? I'd rather lie down. +1. Zhang Xiangming stood up and swiftly pulled Gu Chenzhou and Zhou Xiang along. Come on, I'll tell you this actually helps you sleep. Gu Chenzhou immediately broke free, rolling his eyes. You think everyone's as energetic as you?
Zhou Xiang chimed in, get lost.
If you wanna go, go by yourself. Fine, don't bother. The next morning, Gu Chenzhou opened his eyes groggily. What time is it? Wukong walked in from outside the room, 9 o'clock. You're the only one still asleep. Seriously? Everyone's up this early? Gu Chenzhou dressed, asking helplessly. They've all gone to the village committee to watch the commotion. Wukong placed a water cup on the table and asked Gu Chenzhou, wanna go too? Let's go. Gu Chenzhou nodded.
Stepping outside, Wukong walked down the road holding Wu Xiaoxiao's hand.
Why are there so many people? Gu Chenzhou asked in confusion.
They're all heading to the poverty alleviation project.
Wukong replied. Soon, the three arrived at the village committee office. Old Gu, over here.
Not far away, Zhang Xiangming waved and called out to Gu Chenzhou, you finally woke up. I thought you were going to sleep forever.
Gu Chenzhou pressed his forehead. Is it possible you were grinding your teeth until dawn last night? I couldn't sleep a wink.
Zhang Xiangming scratched his head, puzzled.
Is there? Zhou Wukong, Gu Chenzhou, yes. Well, I didn't really notice. It just happens after exercising for a long time. Zhang Xiangming gave an awkward laugh.
I'll be more careful from now on.
Gu Chenzhou found a rock to sit on and address the group. So, what brings you all here?
We've never seen this before, so we're just checking out the novelty, Zhou Xiang said, slapping Gu Chenzhou on the shoulder.
Gu Chenzhou fell silent.
These guys really had nothing better to do.
3 days later, at the village entrance,
Gu Chenzhou and the others waited for the bus, luggage in hand. Wukong said, Mom, you guys should head back now. Lu Hui urged, once you're back at school, make sure to study hard and don't cause trouble for anyone.
I know. Development has started on the back mountain.
You should go now, Wukong said, waving goodbye.
Lu Hui nodded. Well, I'll be off then. Come visit us whenever you have time. Sure, Auntie.
We'll bring gifts to see you next time, Zhou Xiang said with a smile.
Bye, brothers.
Wu Xiaoxiao waved her little hand at them.
Gu Chenzhou smiled, Xiaoxiao, be a good girl. The bus is here. Let's go. Wukong reminded them. After boarding, Gu Chenzhou placed the box beside him.
He rested his chin in his hand, gazing out the window at the passing scenery.
What are you doing, acting all deep and brooding? Zhou Xiang asked. Gu Chenzhou replied, I was just thinking about whether to bring Nianqiu here to play sometime. You just wanna rub it in our faces, huh? Zhou Xiang grabbed Gu Chenzhou by the neck. Ever think about us single folks? Kill him. Poke his eyes out. Kick his ass. 2 days later, in the dorms at Jingda University. Are you back yet? Gu Chenzhou sat before his computer, typing with practiced ease. Bu Chenzhou, I'm back. Want to grab a bite later? Sure, my senior just invited us over. Bu Chenzhou. Firefly, what's wrong? Bu Chenzhou, can't it just be the two of us? Firefly, no choice. My cousin said she needs to talk to you about something important. Bu Chenzhou, fine. Meet me at the school gate later. Firefly, okay, I'll just do my makeup. I'll be there in half an hour. Gu Chenzhou closed his laptop and was about to leave when Zhang Xiangming grabbed him. Hey Gu, wanna grab a drink later? No.
He cut him off decisively, I'm going to meet my girlfriend. The three of them chorused in unison, you're a traitor to friendship. If you don't like it, go find one yourselves, Gu Chenzhou sneered. Zhou Xiang silently pulled a dagger from his drawer. Old Gu, that really stings. I'm done messing around with you guys.
I'm outta here. Gu Chenzhou waved his hand and stepped out of the dormitory. See you tonight.
Just as he reached the playground, he was about to ask when Su Nianqiu would arrive. A familiar voice suddenly called out from behind him.
Hey, Junior. Long time no see.
He turned to see Li Shi jogging toward him.
Gu Chenzhou sighed, I really didn't want to see you. I'm your beloved senior, how can you speak to me like that?
Li Shi placed her hands on her hips, her cheeks puffed out in indignation. You're buying this round.
Can't you just be human? Gu Chenzhou wailed, how many times have you screwed me over? Are you some kind of devil? Chapter 165, I have a girlfriend. Li Shi beamed, slapping Gu Chenzhou's shoulder with a hearty laugh. Hey, you're a guy, act like one. Otherwise, no girl will like you.
Gu Chenzhou retorted, but I have a girlfriend and she's the prettiest one around.
Can't you just stop arguing back?
Li Shi sighed, exasperated.
Then can you just leave me alone? As they walked, Gu Chenzhou asked Li Shi, I need some quiet time.
Li Shi grinned.
What are you talking about? You're the one I've got my eye on. Gu Chenzhou inquired, so what's your real purpose for tagging along this time? Nothing much. Just need to discuss the sports meet with you guys.
Li Shi stretched lazily.
Now it's all up to you two. Gu Chenzhou was puzzled. Isn't Zhou Xiang the vice president? Why not go to him? Why bring this up with him and Su Nianqiu instead of consulting him?
Li Shi explained, the thing is, I don't really know him that well.
I don't think that's a valid reason.
Gu Chenzhou stopped in his tracks and stared at her.
I bet you have something else in mind.
Li Shi turned her head. Her voice tinged with guilt.
No, I just feel more comfortable talking with you guys. Gu Chenzhou pressed his fingers to his temples. Still playing dumb?
Whenever Li Shi wore that expression, it meant she was either lying or hiding something. Li Shi stamped her foot, tugging Gu Chenzhou toward the school gate.
Just come with me. Why worry about all that?
Then explain the situation to me first.
Gu Chenzhou remained unmoved. I need to know why. Fine.
Li Shi released him. You know, this time it was all thanks to Zhou Xiang that we managed to raise the funds.
Get to the point, Gu Chenzhou said, exasperated.
Li Shi scratched his head.
The problem is, he's not as sharp as you. Ha? Gu Chenzhou froze in place. That's it? What else?
Li Shi retorted, hands on his hips.
Gu Chenzhou sighed. I don't even know how to criticize you anymore.
Li Shi kept walking toward the school gate.
Alright, this time I'll introduce you to a new beauty. Guaranteed to make your eyes light up. Gu Chenzhou caught up with Li Shi, waving his hands. Forget it. I don't want to be falsely accused by Nianqiu.
Just as they reached the gate, he spotted a pretty girl crouched by the wall.
Hey, Xianan, what are you doing crouched here?
Li Shi ran over and pulled her up.
Didn't I tell you to wait for me at the milk tea shop across the street? Xianan put down her phone.
It's too expensive over there, and besides, you guys are here now anyway.
Gu Chenzhou glanced at Xianan, then at Li Shi.
You two really are polar opposites. One was constantly milking others dry, while the other was stingy to a fault.
Junior, with two gorgeous girls standing here, don't you have anything to say?
Li Shi glanced at the milk tea shop across the street and wiped away imaginary sweat.
It's so hot today. Fine, I'll buy it, Gu Chenzhou said, half amused, half exasperated.
Li Shi's eyes lit up. You're the man, Junior.
You're exactly the kind of person I admire. Just be a decent person. Gu Chenzhou warned, you'll be in for it when Nianqiu gets here.
Li Shi rolled his eyes.
She couldn't care less about us single folks. Are you drinking or not? If not, we'll just stand here waiting, Gu Chenzhou sneered. Of course I will.
Li Shi quickly called out,
Xianan, let's get moving.
She tugged Xianan across the street, forcing Gu Chenzhou to follow.
One large fresh squeezed orange juice, please.
Li Shi called out to the server as soon as she entered the shop.
You really don't hold back, do you? Gu Chenzhou propped his elbows on the counter. Could I get a glass of iced lemon water, please? And what would you like, Senior Xianan?
Xianan kept her head down, unable to meet their gaze.
I'm fine with anything. Well, their personalities were completely different.
Li Shi hooked her arm through Xianan's and pointed to the signature dish on the menu. How about this one?
Alright, I'll take your word for it. Xianan nodded lightly.
After placing their orders, the three of them sat down on the sofas to wait.
Gu Chenzhou stared at the chat history before finally tapping the screen. Gu Chenzhou, Nianqiu, how long until you arrive? I'll get your drink ready ahead of time. Already out of the dorm. About 8 minutes away. Gu Chenzhou, Li Yunchuan not coming with you? What, have you got your eye on my bestie? Gu Chenzhou, not at all. More people just means more fun. Firefly, cut the banter, I'm on my way. Unsubmersible, got it.
We're at the shop across the street, you'll see it as soon as you walk in.
Firefly, got it. Talk to you soon. Just as they finished chatting, Gu Chenzhou looked up and collided head-on with Li Shi's skull. Gu Chenzhou grimaced in pain. What the hell? That's what I should be asking.
Li Shi crouched on the ground, clutching his head and wailing, why did you suddenly come crashing into me?
I was reading my messages. What were you messing around with again? Gu Chenzhou asked, speechless.
Li Shi took a long time to recover before standing up.
I was watching you chat. Is that a problem? Gu Chenzhou. How could someone be this shameless?
If you ask me, they should use your face as building material for the Great Wall. Gu Chenzhou sighed in exasperation. If that happened, forget the Xiangnu, even firearms wouldn't leave a mark on it.
You, jerk. Li Shi glared at Gu Chenzhou with hurt eyes.
You used to call me little sweetie, but now that you have a girlfriend, I'm just Mrs. Cow to you.
Gu Chenzhou's eyes widened. What nonsense are you spouting? I didn't even know you when I was dating.
Li Shi stuck out her tongue at Gu Chenzhou.
Whatever. I'm not listening. It's like a turtle reciting sutras. Gu Chenzhou's face darkened, utterly unable to refute her.
Proves the saying true, when someone's shameless enough, they're unbeatable, Gu Chenzhou muttered to himself. Li Shi rolled her eyes, completely ignoring him. Just then, a waiter called out from nearby, table 32, your milk tea is ready.
That's mine.
Li Shi dashed over, clutching the cup larger than her face with pure bliss.
Life is all about eating, after all. Can't you think about something else for once? After venting his frustration, Gu Chenzhou turned to the waiter and added, could you make another iced Americano, please?
Sure thing, just a moment, the server replied. Li Shi deftly sat beside Xianan, placing the cup before her. Here, try this.
It's insanely good, guaranteed you won't be able to stop drinking it. Xianan shook her head. No thanks, mine should be here soon.
Li Shi held the straw to Xianan's lips.
Don't be so uptight. I know you want to save room for dinner. This is just getting things moving ahead of time. Gu Chenzhou turned his head. You two just eat. Once you start eating, you won't say a word. Mind your own business.
Li Shi stuck out her tongue, grumbling, like I'm going to gain weight anyway. Just as he was about to say something, a familiar voice reached his ear.
Gu Chenzhou, what are you doing here? Chapter 166, hardly recognizable anymore.
He turned to see a girl in a white school uniform standing at the entrance of the milk tea shop.
Gu Chenzhou tilted his head, thinking for a long moment before finally speaking. Who are you? What? Don't you even recognize an old classmate? Jiang Shanshan stomped her foot in frustration, stepping up to Gu Chenzhou. You weren't like this when you were chasing after me back then. Gu Chenzhou froze, then snapped to attention. You're Jiang Shanshan? The memory of his desperate pursuit back then sent a chill down his spine. Don't pretend you don't know me just to get my attention. Jiang Shanshan snorted lightly. I didn't come here for you. Gu Chenzhou pressed his hand to his forehead. Sis, are we even talking about the possibility that I wasn't waiting for you? Just then, the waiter spoke up. Sir, your iced Americano is ready. Jiang Shanshan lifted her proud chin. Still say it's not? He knew it was her favorite drink and had it prepared in advance. And you're still denying it? Thank you.
Gu Chenzhou took the coffee and added to Jiang Shanshan, don't flatter yourself.
With that, he strode off to the side. Jiang Shanshan gritted her teeth. Gu Chenzhou, what exactly are you trying to do? Shouldn't I be asking you that? Gu Chenzhou was momentarily speechless. Can you please stop clinging to me? You. Hey, Junior, who's this? Li Shi suddenly leaned in, slapping Gu Chenzhou's shoulder as he curiously eyed Jiang Shanshan. Your friend? High school classmate, Gu Chenzhou shrugged. Could you please stop this? It's really getting on my nerves. Li Shi looked hurt. If you dislike me, just say so. No need to beat around the bush. Isn't what I'm saying direct enough? Gu Chenzhou retorted, it's just that you're shameless. Jiang Shanshan instantly flared up. Gu Chenzhou, stop beating around the bush. Why are you suddenly involving yourself in this? Li Shi asked in confusion, your friend is pretty strange. I told you it's not about me. Can't you just be a decent person? I get it. You just don't want Nianqiu to know. You get it now. Right.
Jiang Shanshan pursed her lips.
Don't take this too far. Gu Chenzhou and Li Shi. Why is she crying now? First off, I never provoked you. Gu Chenzhou spoke solemnly. Second, you were the one who started pestering me. Jiang Shanshan retorted, weren't you deliberately waiting here for me?
At that moment, Su Nianqiu approached from behind and said to Jiang Shanshan, he's waiting for me. Su Nianqiu wore a white long dress, revealing her snow-white skin.
You look stunning. Gu Chenzhou couldn't tear his eyes away. Sorry I was delayed on the way.
Su Nianqiu walked over to Gu Chenzhou and affectionately slipped her arm through his.
Did you get impatient waiting? Not at all. I'd wait forever for you. Gu Chenzhou smiled as he handed her an iced Americano. It's hot out. Have a sip. Sure, thanks, Chenzhou.
Su Nianqiu took a small sip, then brought it to Gu Chenzhou's lips.
You should have some too. Gu Chenzhou replied. You too.
Jiang Shanshan pointed at the two of them, but couldn't get a word out. Fuming, she stomped her foot, shot them a furious glare, and stormed off. Li Shi, standing nearby, remarked, that little brat acts like a teddy bear, she bites everyone she sees. You're no different, Gu Chenzhou retorted with disdain.
That's going too far. I'm your senior, you know.
I wonder what karma I must have accumulated in a past life to end up with you. The four of them chatted and laughed as they walked out of the bubble tea shop.
Soon, they found themselves standing at the entrance of a Chinese restaurant. Let's keep it simple tonight, save you some money. Li Shi said to Gu Chenzhou as they walked, I'm being nice to you, aren't I? I'd be grateful if you could just eat less. Gu Chenzhou followed behind.
Li Shi stuck out her tongue at him.
Mind your own business. Upon entering the restaurant, Gu Chenzhou and the others were led to a corner table.
As soon as Li Shi grabbed the menu, he started ordering. One stir-fried pork, another stir-fried greens, a frog hot pot, and, let's get this 4-person portion of spicy rabbit too.
Gu Chenzhou, can you even finish all that? Plenty. And I'm even saving you money with this order.
Li Shi chuckled, then changed the subject. Alright, let's discuss the sports meet.
Xia Nan spoke up, even though we have enough funding, there are still some uncertainties. Like what? Gu Chenzhou asked. Xia Nan replied, student enthusiasm and the scale of the event. Nianqiu, what do you think? Li Shi asked. Su Nianqiu shook her head.
I can't make a decision on the spot. Gu Chenzhou pondered for a moment before saying, I have an idea that could not only capture their attention but also turn a profit for us.
Li Shi's eyes lit up. Spill it. Gu Chenzhou tapped his fingers on the table. Let me ask you this, what attracts college students the most? Money? Honor? Fame? The three offered different answers. Gu Chenzhou shook his finger meaningfully. Nope.
It's handsome guys and beautiful girls. At least 2/3 of college students spend their 4 years as single dogs.
So we need to target these people. What do you mean? Li Shi tilted his head. Gu Chenzhou asked impatiently, can you just let me finish? Oh dear, my dear junior, my bad. Li Shi shook Gu Chenzhou's arm pitifully. Go on. I promise not to interrupt.
So, we allocate some funds to hire a professional cheerleading squad to cheer on the contestants and give them a little encouragement.
Gu Chenzhou explained, this way, we can really spark their competitive spirit.
That's a good idea, but the problem is, we're broke as a church mouse.
Li Shi slumped on the table, sounding defeated. We can't exactly go looking for more investors, can we? Why not? Gu Chenzhou countered, the field is huge.
We could designate a section for these vendors to set up stalls.
That's a solid decision. I'll discuss it with the school administration when I get back.
Li Shi exclaimed excitedly, bringing you guys along was definitely the right call.
Gu Chenzhou asked, so you'll cover the bill later? Don't even think about it.
Li Shi puffed out her cheeks like a hamster. Su Nianqiu covered her mouth and giggled.
Cousin, could you act a little more mature? You are an adult, after all. Nianqiu, you know me.
Li Shi walked over and sat beside Su Nianqiu.
I'm a mature woman, you know. Machem, I believe you, Su Nianqiu replied gently. Gu Chenzhou, why are you treating her like a child? I'm 2 years older than you. Then why are you still so childish? None of your business. Then you're paying later. No way. Chapter 167, The Rebellious Sons of the Dorm. That evening, Gu Chenzhou and the others strolled across the sports field.
Li Shi suddenly stopped and said to them, you guys should head back to bed early.
Wait for my notice tomorrow. Gu Chenzhou asked in confusion, where are you going?
Li Shi waved her hand dismissively. This lady has her own plans.
Mind your own business. Gu Chenzhou was momentarily speechless. He turned to Su Nianqiu and instructed. Nianqiu, I'm heading back to the dorm. Be careful on your way. Su Nianqiu nodded softly. Okay. You too.
Upon returning to the dorm and opening the door, Gu Chenzhou froze in place.
What the hell are you guys doing?
Zhang Xiangming was sprawled on the floor, with Zhou Xiang sitting rather uninvitingly on his back.
This bizarre scene was too much for Gu Chenzhou to bear.
Zhang Xiangming replied awkwardly, well, you know, just getting some exercise so we can sleep better tonight.
Gu Chenzhou eyed the pair up and down, his expression thick with meaning. I get it. Like hell you do. Zhou Xiang pushed Gu Chenzhou into a chair. We're gaming tonight. What time is it? Are we really doing this? This is the price you pay for ditching your brothers. Log in. At 8 in the morning, Gu Chenzhou yawned. Thank goodness we don't have class today, or all 4 of us would have gotten demerits. Gu Chenzhou stretched lazily. Fancy grabbing breakfast?
Zhou Xiang slumped on the desk, calling out weakly, I don't feel like moving.
Old Gu, bring something back for me. Is that how you ask for help? Gu Chenzhou retorted irritably. Zhou Xiang said nothing, pulling out his phone and tapping away. XX bao payment received, 500 yuan. Gu Chenzhou. Damn rich people.
He stormed out of the dorm in frustration, just steamed buns and plain congee.
I don't feel like going too far.
I wasn't expecting you to bring me king crab and lobster, Zhou Xiang replied.
Outside campus, Gu Chenzhou pondered while carrying a large bag of meat buns, is this too much? Annie and Little Bear, urgent. Un Shenzhou? Annie and Little Bear, lend us 50,000 yuan. We'll pay you back in a couple days. Gu Chenzhou, do I look like a rich kid to you? Annie and Little Bear, it's urgent. I'll write you an IOU. Unsinkable boat, I trust you. Send me your card number. Annie and Little Bear, you're just giving it to me like that? Unsinkable, yep. Annie and Little Bear, you're so trusting. Unsinkable boat, what's wrong? Don't want it? Annie and Little Bear, I just lost a dare with my friends. Unsinkable, that's awesome. Annie and Little Bear, oh, by the way, the sports meet is in a couple days. Are you competing? Unsinkable boat, I'm on student council duty, so I won't be competing. Annie and Little Bear, I'll be watching you forever and ever. Unsinkable, you gross. Annie and Little Bear, I'm not talking to you anymore. Come play games with me for a bit at lunchtime. Unstoppable, depends. I've got work to do. Annie and Little Bear, no refusing. Gu Chenzhou, your servant obeys. He put down his phone and headed toward the dorm with his bag. No sooner had he returned than a bunch of starving ghosts swarmed over. Zhou Xiang snatched the bag and took a big bite. You're finally back. Did you think you could starve me to death? Can you guys stop acting like you've never seen the world before? Gu Chenzhou crossed his legs, a few steamed buns are supposed to satisfy you lot? Oh? Wukong suddenly turned his head, could it be you've got something even better stashed away? Of course I do. Gu Chenzhou flung out 4 packets of pickled mustard greens. You're the one. Zhang Xiangming quickly grabbed them and ate them with his plain rice porridge. After breakfast, Gu Chenzhou yawned repeatedly, I can't take it anymore. I'm going back to sleep. Same here. Don't bother me unless it's urgent. Zhou Xiang climbed onto the bed and glared at Zhang Xiangming, if you dare make a sound, I'll cut off your dick. Zhang Xiangming turned his head away and whispered to Wukong, Old Wu, he's going to get you.
Wu Kong silently turned on the air conditioner and shouted at Zhang Shangming, "Get lost.
I want to rest." At noon, Gu Chenzhou woke up groggily. He fumbled for his phone under the pillow and pressed the answer button. "Hello? Who is this?"
On the other end, Li Shi exclaimed excitedly, "Junior, it worked."
Gu Chenzhou jolted awake, his heart racing as he stammered, "What?" Li Shi explained, "The proposal you suggested? They approved it." Gu Chenzhou pressed his hand to his forehead. "Isn't that obvious? Why all the fuss? Come out quick, let's talk details," Li Shi chuckled. "Gu Chenzhou, no time. I want to sleep. Come on, how about I treat you to dinner?" Li Shi suggested. "I don't buy it." He recalled that Li Shi had only treated him once before to a bowl of cold noodles costing just a few yuan. Li Shi urged, "Come on, just this once. I've reserved a private room at the restaurant across the street. Don't try to trick me."
"I'm not falling for that," Gu Chenzhou said dismissively.
"If you don't come, I'll come find you in your dorm myself,"
Li Shi declared indignantly, "and I'll fabricate some embarrassing story about you that no one knows. I'll make you famous across campus."
Gu Chenzhou.
As if she'd actually do something like that.
10 minutes. Meet at the playground.
Li Shi hung up the phone immediately after speaking.
Gu Chenzhou had no choice but to get dressed, muttering under his breath, "What kind of person does that?"
He hurried downstairs, only to spot Li Shi standing not far away as soon as he stepped outside.
"Junior, you finally came out."
Li Shi beckoned to him with a broad smile.
Gu Chenzhou sighed softly. "Why bother? This whole thing makes me feel awkward. A gorgeous girl came to pick you up personally, shouldn't you show some appreciation?"
Li Shi leaned closer to Gu Chenzhou.
Gu Chenzhou instinctively shifted a little further away. "Just the two of us? Nianqiu is coming too. She's on her way,"
Li Shi replied honestly.
Gu Chenzhou pressed further. "You wouldn't be harboring any ulterior motives, would you?"
Li Shi turned his head away, muttering softly, "Is that really how you see me?" "I know exactly what kind of person you are," Gu Chenzhou retorted. Li Shi scratched her head awkwardly. "Oh, I'm only doing this for your own good to keep you from falling into trouble later."
Gu Chenzhou retorted bluntly, "You're the meteor crater I can't climb over." Just then, Su Nianqiu's voice drifted over from afar, "Everyone's here. Let's go. Nianqiu's the best."
Li Shi rushed over to Su Nianqiu, hooked his arm through hers, and flashed a smug look at Gu Chenzhou.
"She's mine now."
Gu Chenzhou ignored him and said to Su Nianqiu, "If you don't want to go, we won't."
Su Nianqiu shot Li Shi a glance. "Look at her. Does she look like she'd ever let go?"
"You guys are too much," Li Shi said, her cheeks puffed out in annoyance.
The three walked on, bickering all the while.
Before long, they stepped outside the campus gates. At the restaurant entrance, Li Shi gave Su Nianqiu a thumbs-up gesture.
"Go for it. I believe in you." Gu Chenzhou frowned. "And you say you don't have ulterior motives?"
"These are necessary sacrifices. Only a beauty can win them over," Li Shi cleared his throat and declared with righteous indignation.
Chapter 168, Investment Negotiations.
Gu Chenzhou silently moved closer to Li Shi, patted her shoulder, and asked earnestly,
"Are you a devil? Watch your language." Li Shi impatiently brushed Gu Chenzhou's hand away. "I'm doing this for our sake." Gu Chenzhou quickly caught on. "So you plan to send Nianqiu to negotiate with the boss?" "You figured it out," Li Shi chuckled.
"Why not go yourself?"
Gu Chenzhou asked.
Li Shi reassured him, "Oh, don't worry.
Everything will be fine."
Su Nianqiu, who had been standing nearby, suddenly spoke up, "Let's go inside and take a look first." The two nodded and stepped inside the restaurant. A waiter hurried over and politely inquired, "May I ask where you'd like to sit, sirs? Would the window seats be acceptable?" Li Shi cleared his throat softly and addressed the server, "Is your manager available? I'd like to discuss something with him." The waiter looked wary and asked, What exactly are you here for?" Gu Chenzhou stepped forward and explained, "We're from the Peking University Student Union. We'd like to discuss a business opportunity with the manager." "Please wait a moment," the waiter said before turning away. In the kitchen, a plump middle-aged man was stir-frying vegetables. The waiter approached him and said, "Boss, someone's here to see you." He tossed the wok while asking, "Who? Is there something wrong with our food?" The waiter replied, "No, it's those college students across the street. They say they want to discuss business with you." "Is that so?" The middle-aged man skillfully lifted a plate of food from the wok. "Table 32. All right, I'll be right there." The waiter took the order and continued, "What about those students?" "I'll go check on them," the middle-aged man said before heading outside. Over at Gu Chenzhou's table, he was staring blankly at his phone. Li Shi sat in her chair, propping her chin up, and asked boredly, "How much longer do we have to wait?" Su Nianqiu ruffled her hair. "It's only been a few minutes. Maybe they're busy? Let's wait a bit longer." Just as Gu Chenzhou finished speaking, a voice called out from nearby. "My apologies, I was busy preparing the meal and kept you waiting." The middle-aged man approached them and said politely, "I'm Sun Inghong, the owner of this restaurant." Li Shi's eyes lit up. "Hello, I'm Li Shi, president of the student council. These are Gu Chenzhou and Su Nianqiu."
Sun Inghong nodded, wiping his hands with a handkerchief before asking. So, what exactly brings you here? Li Shi tried to speak, but the words froze on her lips. After hesitating for a long time, she finally turned to Su Nianqiu for help. Nianqiu, you do it. Su Nianqiu nodded. Mr. Sun, as you know, our sports meet is just a few days away. Of course I know that, but what does it have to do with me running a restaurant? Sun Inghong seemed to catch on, then asked suspiciously, you want me to pay for it? Let me handle this. Gu Chenzhou interjected, Mr. Sun, do you want your restaurant to gain fame? Or perhaps, do you want to make some extra profit from this sports meet? What do you mean? Sun Inghong asked, puzzled. Gu Chenzhou explained, we've secured the school's approval to set aside a large area for stalls. So you're suggesting I go work there? Sun Inghong tapped her fingers on the table thoughtfully. So this would mean I'm essentially working for pay? You can't put it that way. Gu Chenzhou replied earnestly, think about it, how many people will be involved in this sports meet? Students, staff, administrators, and so on. If you seize this opportunity, even selling boxed meals could bring in more revenue than you're making now. His voice was quiet, yet it sent Sun Inghong into deep thought. What you're saying is tempting, but why should I trust you? Sun Inghong stared at Gu Chenzhou. You'd at least have to show me some proof. True. Gu Chenzhou turned to Li Shi. Senior, it's your turn to shine. Ha? Li Shi froze on the spot. What? Why am I involved now? Gu Chenzhou rolled his eyes. Seriously? You called us out here and you haven't prepared anything yourself? Well, I figured having you two would be enough. Li Shi scratched her head awkwardly. I'm just here for show. Gu Chenzhou pressed his hand to his forehead. Sometimes I really want to strangle you. Where are the documents they gave us? The documents. Li Shi snapped to attention and stood up. Hold on, I'll go get them. Without another word, she headed back toward the school. I'm speechless. How can someone be so completely oblivious? Gu Chenzhou lamented. Sun Inghong sat on the stool, eyeing Gu Chenzhou curiously. You're quite something, kid. Gu Chenzhou replied politely, just a bit sharp-witted, that's all. So how much should I bet? Sun Inghong asked, narrowing her eyes. Gu Chenzhou spread his hands helplessly. I've no idea about that. Sun Inghong chuckled in disbelief. You came to negotiate without even figuring this out? You know what? I was actually still lying in bed in the dorm just now. Gu Chenzhou scratched his head. I was still half asleep when that senior called me over just now. You really are pitiful, Sun Inghong said, patting his shoulder. Gu Chenzhou. 10 minutes later, Li Shi dragged Xianan along as they rushed over. Sorry to keep you waiting. Li Shi gasped for breath, his forehead beaded with sweat. Xianan handed over the documents beside him and said, this is the approval letter issued by headquarters. Sun Inghong didn't reach out to take it. No need. Li Shi panicked instantly and quickly called out, Miss Sun, we're being very sincere. Please reconsider. No need. Sun Inghong burst into laughter. I'm in. Really? Li Shi's eyes lit up. Thank you so much. Don't mention it. Have a seat for a moment. I'll whip up a couple of dishes for you. Sun Inghong waves dismissively as she headed toward the kitchen. Let's eat and chat. Li Shi was thrilled beyond words. Grabbing Xianan's arm, he exclaimed, this is fantastic. We've got a real chance this time. Xianan nodded softly. Yeah. Junior, you're amazing. Li Shi's eyes sparkled with admiration. I really hit the jackpot this time. I just want to go back to sleep. Gu Chenzhou yawned and asked Su Nianqiu, Nianqiu, what's wrong? Su Nianqiu had kept her head down without speaking since earlier, making him a bit worried. Nothing. I'm just wondering if I'm being too useless. Su Nianqiu kept her eyes downcast. I promised my cousin last night that I'd come. It's okay. Gu Chenzhou reassured her. I'm still here, aren't I? Li Shi rolled her eyes, grumbling, enough already, you two. You're always throwing your love around at the drop of a hat. Chapter 169, the school sports meet begins. 1 week later, Jingde University campus. Passionate music blared across the athletic field. Gu Chenzhou sat at a booth, deep in thought. Old Gu, gotta say, this outfit really suits you. Gu Chenzhou. He was sweating profusely in his plush costume. A few days earlier, Song Linshan had put Gu Chenzhou in charge of the sports meet arrangements. Despite the presence of beautiful women, many people had participated. But as luck would have it, Gu Chenzhou was chosen to be the mascot. Don't take it too hard, we're all counting on you. Snapping back to reality, Gu Chenzhou caught Zhang Xiangming desperately covering his mouth to stifle a laugh. Grabbing the class notice board, Gu Chenzhou snapped, keep this up and I swear I'll kill myself leaving you all orphaned. Zhou Xiang flipped him off. Go ahead if you dare. Worst case, I'll just adopt another son. Why does it always have to be me? Gu Chenzhou wailed incessantly, turning to Wu Kong and pleading, Old Wu, wanna switch places? No way. Wu Kong pushed his glasses up and chuckled. How about you switch with me? Zhang Xiangming edged closer to Gu Chenzhou, grinning widely. You run the 4-kilometer race. Forget it. I'd rather die of heat than exhaustion. Oh, everyone's here.
Just then, a graceful figure approached.
Where's Junior Gu Chenzhou?
Turning to look, Li scanned left and right, as if searching for something. She was wearing a new sports outfit today, a white t-shirt paired with a miniskirt that revealed her fair skin. Gu Chenzhou sighed deeply and raised his hand silently.
Senior, I'm here. Junior, what on earth are you wearing?
Li scrutinized Gu Chenzhou from head to toe, puzzled.
Why are you bundled up like this on such a hot day? Gu Chenzhou quickly changed the subject. Never mind that. What did you need me for? Nothing much.
I was planning to ask for your help, but you don't seem like you can assist me like this.
After explaining, Li turned to Zhou Xiang. Zhou Xiang, you must have time, right? Zhou Xiang perked up immediately, patting his chest emphatically. Of course I do.
Follow me, Li said with a meaningful smile.
Gu Chenzhou felt a bad premonition. He whispered to Zhou Xiang, be careful. A beautiful woman's invitation? How could that possibly harm me?
Zhou Xiang said smugly, I think you're just jealous of me. Watching the two of them leave, Gu Chenzhou muttered to himself, you'll soon find out how terrifying it is.
10 minutes later, on the platform,
Li appeared alongside a bizarrely shaped object.
Below the stage, Zhang Xiangming stared in disbelief. Old Wu, am I seeing things? Is that thing Old Zhou?
Wu Kong pondered, barring any surprises, it should be. Gu Chenzhou sighed, that's exactly why I told him to be careful.
What was Zhou Xiang thinking at that moment?
He wished he could go back in time and slap himself hard for making that decision.
Why am I such a fool? Why did I have to get involved?
Not far away, Gu Chenzhou snapped a photo with his phone and sent it to the group chat.
Gu Chenzhou, guys, save this one, it's his black history. Wu Kong, only you would do something this mean. Zhang Xiangming, I'm setting this as my wallpaper. Wu Kong, +1. Bu Chenzhou, wonder what old Zhou will think when he sees this.
No sooner had he sent the message than a window popped up.
Yang Song, image. Yang Song, is this you? The photo showed him in the exact outfit he'd worn during the formation march. Unsinkable boat, you've got the wrong person. That's definitely not me. Yang Song, then turn around and look. Gu Chenzhou turned around and found Su Nianqiu standing behind him with a smile. When did you get here? Gu Chenzhou asked in surprise.
Yang Song sat beside him and said, just got here.
Never thought you'd end up like this, kid. Gu Chenzhou rolled his eyes. Why come bother me instead of watching the spectacle? To catch up with you, of course. Yang Song hooked his arm around Gu Chenzhou's shoulder.
We haven't seen each other in ages.
Gu Chenzhou nodded. It's been a while. How have you been lately? Not bad.
But honestly, I never thought someone with your grades would actually get into Jingda.
Yang Song declared proudly, you're truly a worthy disciple of mine. No way, bro. This is all down to my own hard work, Gu Chenzhou retorted with a sneer.
Bull. If I hadn't crammed you full of knowledge back in high school, you'd be shoveling dirt somewhere right now.
No way. I'm a 1 in a million prodigy. You've been reading too many novels, haven't you? After venting his frustration, Yang Song glanced around. Speaking of which, where's Su Nianqiu? She's handling logistics for the student council. Gu Chenzhou explained. Man, I'm so jealous of you two. You're still together?
Yang Song scratched his head in frustration.
Aren't they supposed to say that dating is easy in college? Why can't I find anyone? Could it be that no one finds you attractive? Gu Chenzhou suggested. Yang Song clenched his fists. Cut it out. Keep this up and we won't be friends anymore. Gu Chenzhou.
After a long silence, Yang Song suddenly spoke up. Come on, I'll take you somewhere.
Where? Why do you need to know? You'll see when we get there. Yang Song dragged Gu Chenzhou toward their class's designated area. Yang Song, what on earth did you bring back? A burly man approached and asked Yang Song. Yang Song introduced, this is the friend I told you about, the one who's really good at gaming.
Are you sure? The man asked. As a top 100 player in the valley, he naturally had his pride.
Gu Chenzhou looked puzzled. So what exactly are you trying to do? Nothing much. They're entering an esports tournament soon and need one more player.
Yang Song continued, Old Gu, with you on the team, victory is guaranteed.
Hey, I'm Luo Yi.
From what old Yang's been bragging about, you must be pretty good.
Luo Yi extended his hand to Gu Chenzhou. Average.
Just the top player in the valley, Gu Chenzhou replied modestly.
Luo Yi and Yang Song.
Are you sure you're not just bragging?
Luo Yi asked seriously. Gu Chenzhou spread his hands helplessly. What good would lying do me? Luo Yi grinned. All right then.
We've got a practice match this afternoon.
Let's connect on WeChat and I'll tag you in. Sure. Gu Chenzhou held up his QR code.
Luo Yi scanned it, then froze.
What's this? Do I have to pay to add you as a friend? Only then did Gu Chenzhou realize his mistake and quickly apologized.
Sorry, I'm just used to charging. This is the friend code.
After adding him as a friend, Gu Chenzhou wanted to chat longer, but a shout came from afar. Lao Gu, come here. Coming. Gu Chenzhou responded, waving to them as he left. Gotta get back to work. See you this afternoon. Chapter 170, Gaming Pro. Afternoon. The first day of the sports meet concluded, and everyone chatted and laughed their way back to the dorms. Old Gu, what do you think? Was I looking sharp today? Zhang Xiangming hooked his arm around Gu Chenzhou's shoulder. That speed even a motorcycle couldn't catch up. Go take a shower. You're covered in sweat, doesn't that bother you? Gu Chenzhou brushed his hand away. Zhang Xiangming strode along, chatting as he walked. Fair point. Who's first? Me, of course, Gu Chenzhou replied. I've got something to do later. What for? Heading to a training match. Zhang Xiangming, Zhou Xiang, Wu Kan, huh? Zhou Xiang stepped forward first. Old Gu, you're not ditching your startup plans to go pro, are you?
Come to think of it, with Old Gu's skills, he could easily become a star player earning millions a year, Zhang Xiangming mused.
Gu Chenzhou silently flipped them off. It's just an esports tournament. I'm only going to fill out the roster.
Wukong breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, I thought you were ditching your brothers to enjoy the good life alone.
Close call almost let you live the good life. Zhou Xiang patted his chest and said earnestly to Gu Chenzhou, you can't just abandon us poor guys.
Gu Chenzhou sneered, you're the last one who should be saying that, you rotten rich kid.
That's my family's money. What does it have to do with me?
Zhou Xiang retorted. The four of them chatted and laughed all the way back to the dorm.
Half an hour later, outside the esports club. Wow, this place is really something. Zhou Xiang stepped inside, admiring the space. All the latest computers here. Gu Chenzhou rolled his eyes. So why did you guys tag along?
To watch you play, of course, Zhang Xiangming chuckled.
As a gold tier pro, I've gotta give you some pointers, right?
You're here. Luo Yi rose from his chair.
And who might these gentlemen be? My roommates, Gu Chenzhou introduced. Don't mind us, we're just here to tag along. Zhou Xiang found a corner to sit down.
After the practice match, we still need to grab dinner.
Luo Yi ignored them, walking over to Gu Chenzhou and saying,
even though Old Yang has been pushing for you, we still need to set some standards.
Gu Chenzhou smiled. So you're saying you want to test my abilities? Exactly.
Luo Yechong called out to the side, Zhao Long, come here for a sec.
A man with dyed yellow hair approached. What's up? Have a spar with him, Luo Yechong ordered.
Zhao Long eyed Gu Chenzhou up and down, saying with a hint of disdain.
That's not fair. It's a bit too much like bullying.
As a member of a professional team's youth squad, beating Gu Chenzhou would be like beating a child.
It's fine. Just go easy on him.
After giving his instructions, Luo Yi turned to Gu Chenzhou, don't put too much pressure on yourself. As long as your reflexes and skills are up to par, you can join us.
Gu Chenzhou readily agreed, sure, where should I sit? My account's still logged in. Come over to mine.
Luo Yi gestured toward a nearby station.
All right. Gu Chenzhou nodded.
Wukong, standing nearby, lowered his head and typed a line on his screen, sending it to the group chat.
Wukong, who do you think will win?
Zhou Xiang, Old Gu, for sure. Zhang Xiangming, I'll bet 3 bottles of beer on Old Gu.
Zhou Xiang, a whole case.
Wukong, we're all picking the same guy.
How's this gonna work? Zhou Xiang, how about we bet on the first kill?
A case of beer, within 3 minutes.
Wukong, that's underestimating Old Gu, isn't it? I'll wager a shot of Baijiu. Zhang Xiangming, I pass. Meanwhile, Gu Chenzhou had already customized his keybinds. I'm ready. Let's start anytime.
I'll pull you into the room, Zhao Long said.
Gu Chenzhou couldn't be bothered with the band pick screen and skipped it entirely. Zhao Long fell into deep thought, is this kid pretending to be a pro? The most lethal blade is the one you cannot see. Both instantly picked Z. Wait, how did that Q hit me? Again? Where's my health?
Why's my turret health halved?
You're using hacks, aren't you?
Zhao Long shouted while frantically tapping his keyboard, making it creak under his fingers.
Luo Yi watched anxiously and urged him, Old Zhao, don't hold back. Give it your all. Is it possible I'm already giving it my all?
Zhao Long stared at the gray screen and let out a long sigh.
Defeat. No way. Luo Yi exclaimed in shock, are you sure you weren't holding back?
You saw his gameplay just now, his skills were like they were aimed directly at me.
Zhao Long covered his head.
If he hadn't been sitting right there, I'd have sworn he was cheating.
Is that enough now? Gu Chenzhou logged out of the game and asked Luo Yi and the others. Luo Yi snapped back to reality, incredulous. What the hell are you even about? Our old Gu here is the top player in the valley.
Zhou Xiang declared proudly, I've watched him solo queue before he slaughtered those big streamers and pro players like chickens.
Who knew Peking University had such a pro? No time to waste, let's start the practice match.
Watching their moves earlier got me fired up. 15 minutes later, all 4 teammates were stunned.
Wait, why did the other team surrender?
A young man wearing glasses shouted.
Luo Yi stared at the ceiling, finally managing to choke out, their ING too strong. Their lineup was 5,000 point players, and they still forced them to surrender? Zhao Long's eyes widened. And they did it without a single second's delay, like they'd planned it all along. Zhou Xiang declared proudly, that's the power of our old man Gu. What do you think? Convinced yet? It's not like you did anything impressive. Why are you bragging? Zhang Xiangming teased. Gu Chenzhou stretched lazily. Alright, guys, see you next time. We're outta here. Ah, got it. Zhao Long found himself adopting a respectful tone. As they stepped out of the esports club, Wukong leaned in suddenly, Old Gu, did you hold back? How'd you know? Gu Chenzhou was curious. I didn't think I gave it away. Zhou Xiang explained from the side, you played way harder against us before than you did just now. Bull. They've got the skills to go toe-to-toe with the other team. Gu Chenzhou countered, but you three troublemakers? Each one weirder than the last. You can diss those two, but what does that have to do with me? Wukong retorted, I'm the most normal one here. You've got some nerve saying that, pulling all those weird stunts every day. Exactly. Your starvation-style jungling the other day was truly unforgettable. You didn't last a single game without dying 30 deaths straight. Even the system couldn't stomach it and sent you to bot testing. Wukong. Sometimes I really want to strangle all three of them. Gu Chenzhou stopped and asked, speaking of which, what are we planning to eat? Chapter 171, Explosive News. After a moment of silence, Zhou Xiang suggested, how about we go for hot pot? No way, I'm sick of it. Zhang Xiangming shot down the idea immediately. Gu Chenzhou thought for a moment before saying, let's go for Chinese food. I'm craving rice. You're speaking my language. I'm craving it too. Zhang Xiangming's eyes lit up. Wukong pushed his glasses up and said to them, let's go then. I know a really great place. Outside the passion fruit pavilion, Wukong pushed open the door with ease. Wow, it's packed, Zhang Xiangming remarked in surprise. Gu Chenzhou glanced around and asked a server, excuse me, do you have any available seats? Yes, please wait a moment. We're still cleaning up, the server replied, gesturing toward a nearby area. Soon, the four of them were seated. Zhang Xiangming grabbed the menu without hesitation, 1 stir-fried yellow beef, a large mushroom soup, and 2 cases of beer. Add a serving of crayfish, Gu Chenzhou suggested. The waiter replied, certainly, please wait a moment. As the server walked away, Wukong suddenly spoke up, did you guys hear about that thing? The other three chimed in unison, which one? Wukong smiled meaningfully. The mixer. Whoa. Zhou Xiang sucked in a sharp breath. There's such a thing? As Wukong pulled out his phone, he asked, I heard it's full of hot girls and handsome guys, and they're even posting recruitment threads. Should we go check it out? On the freshman forum, a pinned headline stood out prominently. Freshman social gathering, creating romance opportunities for all our single comrades. Gu Chenzhou stroked his chin thoughtfully. Looks like I won't need to go. Old Gu, that's not very fair. Zhou Xiang paused. If we go together. Gu Chenzhou spread his hands helplessly, I have a girlfriend. Zhou Xiang, Zhang Xiangming, Wukong. Sometimes I really want to strangle him. Why does old Gu get to be surrounded by beauties every single day? Zhou, Wu, hold him down for me. Got it. Under the trio's assault, Gu Chenzhou lay sprawled across the desk in an awkward position. Old Gu, what do you think would happen if I shoved this thing up your ass? Zhang Xiangming pulled out some tiger balm from his pocket and grinned at Gu Chenzhou. Gu Chenzhou shuddered. That's going too far. We're brothers. Relax, I'll be gentle, Zhang Xiangming chuckled. Just then, a waiter approached, gentlemen, your drinks are ready. Thanks. Zhou Xiang released Gu Chenzhou and placed several bottles of beer in front of him. 3 bottles for your punishment. Gu Chenzhou. Speaking of which, I've got some even more explosive news, Zhang Xiangming suddenly changed the subject. Zhou Xiang perked up, oh? Spill it. Zhang Xiangming whispered, I heard a senior from our junior year posted online saying she'll date whoever can beat her at gaming. Seriously? How is that explosive? Gu Chenzhou scoffed. Zhang Xiangming said, let me show you what she looks like. Long black hair, straight, loves wearing white stockings. That face, that waist, she's totally my type. Zhou Xian's eyes lit up. He shouted at Zhang Xiangming, looks like I'm about to get my second girlfriend this semester. Forget it, Wukong scoffed. She's a top-tier player. We're not even close to her level combined. Zhou Xiang hooked his arm around Gu Chenzhou's shoulder and said, but we've got old Gu, right? What does this have to do with me? Gu Chenzhou was completely baffled. How about you play for me? I'll give you $500, Zhou Xiang proposed. Gu Chenzhou flatly refused, don't even think about it. Absolutely not. Damn it, couldn't you at least hesitate? Zhou Xiang snapped. I was even thinking of upping the offer. Gu Chenzhou flipped him off. Cut the crap. You'll get caught sooner or later. Our relationship's gone cold. You used to call me dad. Get lost. Come on, let's have a drink. Let's get old Gu drunk first. Late at night, on the street. Gu Chenzhou stood silently beneath a streetlight. Before him, Zhou Xiang hugged the railing while doing waist exercises, muttering proudly, see that? Pretty powerful, huh? Big Brother's dragon charge. Zhang Xiangming lay sprawled on the ground, pretending to be a caterpillar as he wriggled incessantly.
But the most outrageous sight was Wukong sitting on the roadside, clutching a big yellow dog and lecturing it on calculus.
Dog, I'm a dog already, and I still have to study? Gu Chenzhou pressed his forehead. This is truly a scene of utter chaos. Hey, what are you doing here? Behind him, a girl on a motorcycle stopped and asked Gu Chenzhou, didn't you drive today? Gu Chenzhou looked at her in confusion. Who are you?
She removed her helmet, revealing a head of red hair.
Don't you remember me?
Oh, it's you, Senior Jiang.
Still out this late? Gu Chenzhou inquired. Jiang Yusen nodded. Can't sleep. Just out for a spin. Want to join me? Gu Chenzhou declined, no thanks. I still need to take them back.
Jiang Yusen glanced at the three figures by the roadside, tilting her head.
What's wrong with them?
They're drunk and acting up, Gu Chenzhou sighed.
Oh, really? Do you need help? No need. You go ahead. It's not far from school. Alright, see you tomorrow.
After she left, Gu Chenzhou sat back in his chair and continued chatting.
Gu Chenzhou, screen recording file? Firefly, is this some kind of secret ritual? Gu Chenzhou, these people are acting like lunatics. We need to keep some evidence. You guys are really close. Gu Chenzhou, cut it out. They're just a bunch of ungrateful brats. Firefly, speaking of which, wanna grab dinner together tomorrow? Unsubmerged boat, sure.
After a moment's thought, he tentatively asked again.
Gu Chenzhou, Senior probably won't be coming, right?
Firefly, she's got student council stuff to do.
Busy all day. Gu Chenzhou, great. Finally rid of that demon. Firefly, is she really that scary? Gu Chenzhou, can't help it, she's practically giving me PTSD. Firefly, alright, gotta go. I'm heading to the shower and bed. Gu Chenzhou, see you tomorrow.
The next morning, in the dorm room, Gu Chenzhou sat at the computer and pressed play without a second thought.
I'm a little caterpillar.
Just follow me, big brother, and I'll make sure you live in luxury. You know, the relationship between line integrals and surface integrals is.
Old Gu, what are you watching?
Zhou Xiang suddenly leaned over, his smile freezing instantly.
Let me see, don't tell me it's old Zhou's embarrassing moments. After Zhang Xiangming finished reading, his mind exploded. What's gotten into you two?
Upon seeing the content of the screen, Wukong wished he could find a hole to crawl into. Gu Chenzhou tore open a bag of potato chips and coughed. I'm kinda thirsty. Zhou Xiang was the first to react, pushing a bottle of happy water across the table.
Brother Gu, have some Coke. Chapter 172, The Tuesdate. 9 o'clock, on the playground. Gu Chenzhou sat on a chair, deep in thought. What's going on here? Why are there so many women swarming around old Wu?
I kinda suspect old Wu's mutated or something, Zhang Xiangming chimed in.
Zhou Xiang muttered to himself, I'm clearly way more handsome than him. Why don't they like me? Why don't we go ask him? Gu Chenzhou suggested.
Zhou Xiang shook his head.
That'd be so awkward. Let's just wait a bit longer. Before long, Wukong approached. He sat down beside Zhang Xiangming and asked, what's up? Old Wu, tell us straight up what's the deal with those people? Gu Chenzhou pressed.
New recruits for our club, Wukong scratched his head.
Is there a problem? Zhang Xiangming's eyes lit up. Brother Wu, drink up. Wukong looked puzzled. What are you doing?
That's gross.
Zhang Xiangming chuckled. Well, could you introduce us? Aren't you going to the mixer? Wukong pressed. How is that the same?
Zhang Xiangming shouted at the top of his lungs, for love, I've got to give it my all, right?
Gu Chenzhou, Wukong, Zhou Xiang, impressive. Don't you guys want to? Wukong sneered. Don't drag me into this. I have a girlfriend, Gu Chenzhou protested. Take him down.
I'll hold his head down. Take off old Zhang's socks and stuff them in old Gu's mouth.
Wrong. Don't do anything rash. Noon, outside the campus. Gu Chenzhou crouched in a corner, staring at his phone. Gu Chenzhou, Nianqiu, where are you? I'm on my way, wait for me a bit. Gu Chenzhou, want me to grab you a bubble tea? No need, I'll be there soon. Gu Chenzhou, alright, I'll wait here for you. Image. Firefly? Why are you crouching here? Unsubmersible, don't even ask. I was terrified of running into that senior.
No sooner had he typed that line than someone tapped his shoulder.
Hey, isn't this my junior? Long time no see.
Turning his head, he saw Li Shi wearing a white school uniform blouse and skirt, her long legs encased in black tights peeking out from beneath the pleated skirt.
Gu Chenzhou asked warily, what are you doing here? Just ran some errands.
Li Shi smiled softly, moving closer to Gu Chenzhou and flashing a charming grin.
What's the matter? Have you fallen for your senior? You're like a mad dog, relentlessly chasing me from behind.
If I slow down even a little, you'll bite me, Gu Chenzhou retorted. Li Shi widened her eyes, grabbing Gu Chenzhou's collar.
What? I'm so adorable, and you're actually insulting me? Let go. You're killing me.
Gu Chenzhou slapped her wrist and shouted urgently. Li Shi clamped her hands around his neck, snarling, then repeat after me.
Say it. I am the most beautiful girl in the world. Don't say such heartless things. How cruel. After a long moment, Gu Chenzhou sat on the ground, gasping for breath. He lifted his gaze to Li Shi, recalling the earlier incident, and shuddered uncontrollably. Li Shi folded her arms, exposing her fair neck. I'll let you off this time. If you dare speak out of turn again, I'll tear your mouth to shreds. Watching Li Shi walk toward the school, Gu Chenzhou exhaled deeply. Finally rid of him. He unlocked his phone and checked his WeChat messages. Su Nianqiu had sent him 2 messages just minutes ago. I'm looking for something. You rest for now. Firefly, don't worry, I'll be over soon. Gu Chenzhou stretched lazily and typed a reply. Gu Chenzhou, I'm not in a hurry. Take your time. He stepped outside and sat down at the milk tea shop across the street. The server handed him the menu. Good evening, sir. What would you like to order? I'll have a glass of fresh lemonade, please. Gu Chenzhou mused. Sure. The server turned and walked away. He stroked his chin, lost in thought as he scrolled through the dorm group chat. Zhou Xiang at Gu Chenzhou, jealous? Zhang Shangming, he's definitely not here. Just us bros having fun. Gu Chenzhou. He'd barely typed a few punctuation marks when messages flooded in. Wukong, old Gu, where'd you go? Why no reply for so long? Unsinkable boat, drinking bubble tea photo. Zhou Xiang, why are you the only one here? Where's Su Nianqiu? Unsinkable boat, she hasn't come out yet. Zhang Shangming, wanna join us for the mixer? Gu Chenzhou, screw that, no way. Zhou Xiang, old Gu, I transferred you some money. Do me a favor. Gu Chenzhou opened the private chat, clutching his forehead in exasperation. This is just too much to ask. Zhou Xiang, please accept payment. Zhou Xiang, old Gu, help me solo tonight. Let them see what I'm made of. Unsinkable, no time. Zhou Xiang, just accept the payment first, then we'll talk. After much hesitation, Gu Chenzhou finally tapped the button. How much? 10? 100? 1,000? 10,000? 10,000? Gu Chenzhou, are you out of your mind? Zhou Xiang, I'm perfectly lucid. One question, yes or no? Gu Chenzhou, this is a one-time thing. Zhou Xiang, love you. Unsinkable, gross #disgust. Gu, what a coincidence. Lifting his gaze, Zhang Yusin's signature red hair came into view. She sat down with a gentle smile and said, how about I buy you a drink? No, let me treat you, Gu Chenzhou replied politely. Zhang Yusin nodded lightly. Alright, thank you. Gu Chenzhou pressed his hand to his forehead. You really are no stranger to politeness. Didn't you offer? Refusing would make me seem insincere, wouldn't it? Zhang Yusin tilted her head, asking innocently. What would you like to drink? Go ahead and order, Gu Chenzhou offered. Orange juice will be fine, Zhang Yusin replied. Alright. Gu Chenzhou signaled the waiter to take their order, then turned to Zhang Yusin. So, what brings you here? Just taking a break. Ran into you by chance. Zhang Yusin answered honestly. Gu Chenzhou nodded. I see. Zhang Yusin then asked, speaking of which, about that thing you promised me earlier, when can we go? Huh? Gu Chenzhou paused. What promise? A while back, you said you'd take me for a drive. Forgot? Oh, that. Sorry, it wasn't my car. Gu Chenzhou replied, it belongs to my girlfriend, so there's nothing I can do about it. Oh, I see, Zhang Yusin lowered her gaze. For some reason, a pang of guilt welled up in Gu Chenzhou's heart. How about I try talking to her? Gu Chenzhou suggested. Zhang Yusin asked excitedly, really? I never lie, Gu Chenzhou said. Great. I'll be waiting for your good news, Zhang Yusin smiled knowingly. After seeing Zhang Yusin off, Gu Chenzhou sipped his milk tea alone. Why isn't Nianqiu here yet? What, missing me already? Su Nianqiu bent down, drawing close to him, her captivating smile lighting up her face. Gu Chenzhou met her gaze. Finally, you're here. Su Nianqiu chuckled softly. Is it really that dramatic? Chapter 173, Jealousy Takes Hold. Of course. For you, I could wait here until I'm buried. Gu Chenzhou murmured softly. Seeing the sincerity in his eyes, a faint blush spread across the young woman's cheeks. You're such a smooth talker. Let's go. Su Nianqiu linked her arm through his as they stepped out of the milk tea shop. Finally, some time alone together. Gu Chenzhou mused. Ever since starting college, he'd either been hounded by the troublemakers in his dorm or had Li Shi constantly butting in. Though they all got along well, he still craved private moments with Su Nianqiu. That was his deepest longing. Nianqiu, I'm sorry I haven't been there for you lately. Gu Chenzhou stopped in his tracks, his voice heavy with sincerity. Su Nianqiu cupped his face with her delicate hands and said. It's okay. Cheer up, this is our date, after all. You're right. Let's have a blast today. Shan, what are you looking at? Not far away, a girl with pink-dyed hair tugged at Jiang Shanshan curiously. That guy was so handsome just now. Too bad he has a boyfriend. Why does it have to be like this? Jiang Shanshan still couldn't believe it. The guy who'd been chasing her for years now had a gorgeous girlfriend. Who was the fool here? She could snap her fingers and have guys lining up to chase her. But what was this inexplicable pang of sadness? Was it jealousy? Shan? Startled awake by the girl's voice, she replied, nothing. Let's go. Young Master Liang must be waiting impatiently. Xianyang Restaurant. The hottest spot in the capital city, second only to Drunken Immortal Pavilion.
Rumor had it that many famous celebrities dined here, with walls plastered full of their photos alongside the owner.
As Gu Chenzhou stepped inside, he couldn't help but remark, this place is truly luxurious.
Dressed in cheap casual clothes, his $9.99 slippers clattered on the polished floor, making him look completely out of place.
Hey, Shan, look. That handsome guy is here too.
At the entrance, the pink-haired girl excitedly tugged at Jiang Shanshan's hand.
Should we go ask him for his contact info? No way. Jiang Shanshan snapped.
The pink-haired girl froze.
Why not? He's not even yours. Him?
Just some loser I ditched. Her pride stung, yet she stubbornly held her ground. She lifted her neck haughtily, like a swan.
I was just saying. Don't take it so seriously. The pink-haired girl reassured her. Anyway, my target is only young Master Liang. Sorry to keep you waiting.
A young man in a suit approached from behind. No, we just got here ourselves. Jiang Shanshan replied casually.
Liang Quan waved his hand dismissively. Let's go.
I had to book this spot ages ago. He gazed at Jiang Shanshan's nearly perfect figure, fantasizing about wrapping his arms around her waist, grabbing her twin ponytails, and engaging in a vigorous workout. Then his gaze shifted to the other side.
Chenzhou, what would you like to eat? Go ahead and order whatever you want.
Su Nianqiu propped her chin up, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons as she flashed a sweet smile.
Damn, she's gorgeous. That was Liang Quan's inner thought.
He considered himself no stranger to women, innocent types, seductive beauties, he'd experienced them all.
But someone like Su Nianqiu?
He'd never seen her like this before.
This woman is mine. A wicked thought flashed through Liang Quan's mind. Young Master Liang, where are you going?
The pink-haired girl hurriedly asked.
Liang Quan ignored her, walking straight over to Su Nianqiu. Beautiful lady, I'm Liang Quan from the Dingsheng group. Care to grab a drink together? Gu Chenzhou. Not buddies? Flirting with my girlfriend right in front of me? Not interested.
Su Nianqiu's tone was cool, her eyes fixed solely on Gu Chenzhou. Liang Quan sat down without waiting for an invitation, casually flashing his BMW keys.
Come on, you're probably a student. I can drive you back to campus later. Could you move aside? Su Nianqiu's eyes held an icy glint. I don't want to know you. Liang Quan froze, too flustered to speak. This shouldn't be happening.
I drive a luxury car and wear a designer watch. Women usually go crazy over this stuff and throw themselves at me.
Why was she so strange? Not the slightest bit interested? Was she just playing hard to get? Right, that must be it.
He cleared his throat twice and said, I heard Louis Vuitton released their latest handbag collection.
Want to go check it out later?
If you don't leave now, I'm calling the police. Su Nianqiu pulled out her phone and dialed 110.
Don't mistake your filthy money for status. Gu Chenzhou interjected, the funds you hold aren't even pocket change compared to hers. The most favored daughter of the esteemed Su Group chairman driving a Ferrari in high school, would she even glance at Liang Quan? If he could make Su Nianqiu break up with him, Gu Chenzhou might as well believe pigs could fly. Liang Quan sized up Gu Chenzhou. And who are you?
He was dressed head to toe in cheap knockoffs, probably not even worth as much as Gu Chenzhou's haircut today.
How did scum like this end up with a woman like her? I know exactly what you're thinking, so I'll just give you the answer. Gu Chenzhou grinned. Because I'm better looking than you. Ha! Su Nianqiu burst out laughing, then pouted at Gu Chenzhou. What are you so smug about? Isn't it true? Gu Chenzhou asked. You're right, you are a total hottie, Su Nianqiu said gently. Liang Quan's face darkened as he glared at Gu Chenzhou with malice. This isn't over. Watching the wealthy young man walk away, Gu Chenzhou fell deep in thought. Who is that guy?
Su Nianqiu spread her hands helplessly.
Who knows? Shan, it hurts.
The pink-haired girl struggled free, her hands already marked with red welts.
Let's go. Jiang Shanshan walked out of the restaurant without looking back. Wait for me. Nighttime, Jingde University's sports field. Couple after couple strolled along the track. Gu Chenzhou and Su Nianqiu were among them. He held Su Nianqiu's hand and asked, Nianqiu, did you have fun today?
Very much. Su Nianqiu stopped and gazed into his eyes.
And you? Me too, Gu Chenzhou replied.
Suddenly, he felt a soft warmth on his lips. By the time he realized what had happened, Su Nianqiu had already turned her flushed face away.
I should head back to the dorm now. With that, she hurried away.
Gu Chenzhou stood frozen, touching his lips as he muttered to himself.
Did I just get kissed by a girl? Next time, I'll take the initiative. Back at the dorm, Gu Chenzhou had barely pushed open the door when someone pinned him against it. Gu Chenzhou, what's up?
Zhou Xiang pulled him to the computer and sat him down. Urgent matter.
Sit. China server's top mid laner, is this the best your dorm has to offer? Seeing the taunt on the screen, Gu Chenzhou rapidly typed out a line. Come again. This time I'll beat you so badly your mom won't recognize you. China's top mid laner changed players again? Doesn't matter who steps up, I could beat you guys with my feet. You've chosen your own path to death. Chapter 174, Total Annihilation. China's top mid laner, how do you want to play? Gu Chenzhou's fingers danced across the keyboard as he sent the message instantly. Whatever you want. I'll pass on bans. China's top mid laner, you're really cocky. Wanna give it a shot? Soon, in the draft screen, Gu Chenzhou immediately locked in Lulu. As long as I'm alive, no one will suffer. Zhou Xiang, Zhang Shangming, Wukong. Aren't we buddies? Why'd you pick this? It has no attack power. Are you trying to heal minions? Besides, she can't even do that. Gu Chenzhou stretched lazily, then mind your own business. I've got plans. Zhou Xiang leaned in close and said, if you lose, I'll shove old Zhang's stinky socks up your ass while you're asleep. You're disgusting. Gu Chenzhou kicked him away. Stop distracting your dad while he's gaming. The loading screen appeared. The enemy picked Male Blade, a pure burst damage hero. Spotting the opponent's king border, Gu Chenzhou knew they were skilled. Just 2 levels and he could take down this squishy target in one combo. The chat window popped up the moment the game started. China's top mid laner? Beijing's hottest guy, what? Think you're the only one who can do that? China's top mid laner, what's that supposed to mean? Giving up already? Beijing's hottest guy, this is all I need to beat you. China's top mid laner, got a big mouth? Beijing's hottest guy, I've got even tougher stuff. Wanna see? China's top mid laner? Beijing's hottest player, I'm talking about gameplay. After trading trash talk, Gu Chenzhou had already reached the tower. Inside the third-year girls' dorm room. How dare you hit me so hard? How did you land that with such a slow skill? You're cheating. Why can't I hit him? Ha? Staring at the failure notification, Li Ke slammed his fist onto the keyboard in frustration. Xiaoku, what are you doing? The girl beside him suddenly screamed, picking up the keyboard with a pained expression. I spent a fortune on this. Can't you be more careful? Li Ke muttered gloomily, I actually lost. The other side must be cheating. The girl's mouth formed an O, no way. Didn't you say that even pro players in the capital couldn't beat you? Exactly why it's so frustrating. Li Ke pinched the girl's cheek playfully. Give me the keyboard. I'll take him on again. Ding dong. Jingna's hottest guy, that's it? I didn't even use my full strength and they went down? So cocky. In the boys' dorm, Gu Chenzhou enjoyed Zhou Xiang's shoulder massage. Old Gu, is this pressure just right? Zhou Xiang chuckled. Gu Chenzhou squinted his eyes. Just right. Watching the replay, Wukong asked Gu Chenzhou, how did you pull that off just now? Isn't it just about having hands? Gu Chenzhou replied. Zhang Shangming suggested, since you're back, let's do a 5-man squad. How can we start with just 4 people? Can't I just bring a friend? The next day, the sports meet proceeded as scheduled. Gu Chenzhou, clutching a stuffed animal costume, stared at Wukong and said, Old Wu, you promised me yesterday if I got you to platinum, you'd cover for me one day. Wukong instinctively took 2 steps back. Can I back out? You tell me. Gu Chenzhou shot a look at Zhang Shangming. Zhang Shangming swiftly grabbed his shoulder. Stop running. Just give in to old Gu. That sounds so dirty, Wukong complained. Gu Chenzhou, could it be that your mind is the one that's dirty? Impossible. Just shove it in already. Zhou Xiang grabbed the hood and pulled it over Wukong's head. Hey, Junior, finally found you. Just then, Li Shi came jogging over, panting heavily. Hurry up and come with me. It's urgent. ? Soon, the two arrived at the supermarket. Li Shi leaned toward the counter and said, Boss, ring it up. Gu Chenzhou asked, speechless, so this is what you meant, you wanted me to come pay for your stuff? Oh, please help me out. You're the only one I can turn to, Li Shi pleaded pitifully. Gu Chenzhou turned to the owner and asked, how much is it? 697 yuan and 22 cents. Let's round it down to 690. The shopkeeper glanced at the calculator and said to Gu Chenzhou. Gu Chenzhou shot Li Shi a reproachful look. What did you buy? Li Shi turned away, her voice tinged with guilt. Trust me. Buying this will make you happy too. Gu Chenzhou pointed at her eyes and demanded, look at me and say that again. Li Shi grabbed Gu Chenzhou's hand and pleaded, please, Junior. I really need this. You really get me, Gu Chenzhou sighed helplessly. Scan the code, pay all in one fluid motion. The shopkeeper promptly handed over 2 boxes of discs. XX Stranded 2 XX Fantasy 16. Gu Chenzhou exclaimed, so that's what you were talking about, it's just games. Li Shi quickly grabbed the discs. She said as she ran off, I'm heading back now. Come play sometime when you're free. Gu Chenzhou. He felt the misfortune of being scammed. That afternoon, Gu Chenzhou stood on the track, lost in thought. So she just sold me out? During lunch, a classmate competing in the 800-meter race had to go to the hospital with stomach pain. Before leaving, he specifically asked Gu Chenzhou to take his place. Why not ask Zhang Shangming? He still has the 2,000-meter race to run. Gu Chenzhou sighed deeply. This is ridiculous. Bang! The starting pistol fired, and the runners around him surged forward in unison. Gu Chenzhou paced himself, conserving his energy. Old Gu, go for it. Husband, I love you. Win this, and I'll give you a monkey. He watched the rebellious kids cheering him on and silently flipped them the bird. He felt an urge to charge over and punch them. Chenzhou. Go for it. Not far away, Su Nianqiu stood in a white skirt, holding a bouquet. Gu Chenzhou took a deep breath and accelerated forward. 700 meters later. Gu Chenzhou's legs went numb. His legs felt like they were tied to lead weights, heavy as lead. I can't catch my breath, man. Seeing Su Nianqiu standing at the finish line, Gu Chenzhou gritted his teeth. Go for it. As if unleashing a burst of energy, he surged past everyone ahead. Phew, I'm exhausted. Gu Chenzhou lay on the ground, gasping for breath. Zhang Xiangming crouched beside him. Old Gu, you're amazing. You actually snatched first place. If you have any conscience left, help me up, Gu Chenzhou gasped. Nah, I'll pass. I don't want to be the third wheel. Zhang Xiangming turned and headed for the exit. The moment he left, Su Nianqiu approached from the side. Congratulations, Chenzhou. Her voice was soft, yet it warmed his heart. Give me a hand. Sure. I'll take you to rest. Gu Chenzhou was helped to his feet, leaning against Su Nianqiu's shoulder. That faint fragrance soothed his spirit. He'd heard people say girls always smelled sweet. He never believed it. Now he believed it. No sooner had he returned to the rest area than he spotted the last person he wanted to see. What are you doing here? Chapter 175, Forcibly Abducted. I came specifically to watch your school sports meet. Is that not allowed? Su Yang stepped in front of Gu Chenzhou. Come here tonight. I'll be waiting for you. With that, he turned and walked away. Gu Chenzhou glanced down at the note. Number 42, Old Hudong, 3rd Street, Capital City. Gu Chenzhou was speechless. Was this guy really trying to lure him out like this? Chenzhou, I think something's off. Maybe we shouldn't go. Su Nianqiu said worriedly. Gu Chenzhou nodded. I think so too. Su Yang had done so many wrong things to him before, and now he was pulling this stunt. Only someone who'd lost their mind would choose to go. But how did he dare come here? Gu Chenzhou pondered, did old Zhang and the others just deal with Su Yang? They just went to prepare for the 2,000-meter race. Su Nianqiu pointed toward the nearby area. Turning to look, several people were gathered on the track over there. Zhang Xiangming was doing his pre-race warm-up, with Wu Kong assisting beside him. Watch closely in a moment. Zhang Xiangming called out to them. Yeah, right. I think you're gonna crash and burn. Wu Kong teased. Birdseed, I agree with old Wu's take. Zhou Xiang patted Zhang Xiangming on the shoulder. Pfft, just wait and see how your old man grabs attention. Soon, the race began. Zhang Xiangming took off like a rocket, running faster than a rabbit. Barely a minute had passed, and he'd already left everyone else in the dust. No wonder he's a blackie athlete. That explosive power is insane. Gu Chenzhou stroked his chin in astonishment. Wu Kong pushed his glasses up. I think he'll run out of steam soon. Zhou Xiang, huh? I'm talking about endurance, Wu Kong clarified. I think you're in for a disappointment. His stamina seems pretty formidable. Gu Chenzhou observed the track and remarked to Wu Kong. Zhou Xiang remarked, we're already at the 1,000-meter mark and he still won't slow down? If he gets hit, he'll probably be mistaken for a speed bump. We're all just trying to survive? I'm pushing this hard, and you're still alive? At the 2,000-meter mark, as expected, Zhang Xiangming was in first place. He gasped for breath. Damn, that was exhausting. You haven't even broken a sweat, you're just putting on a show. Wu Kong sneered. Hey, where's old Gu? Zhang Xiangming looked around. Wasn't he with you guys just now? He went to hang out with his girlfriend. Just us single dogs left to rely on each other. Damn, why don't I have one? Then go to tonight's mixer. Should we bring old Gu along? Sure, why not? Afternoon, 7:30 p.m. Gu Chenzhou sat in the dorm room, deep in thought. After a long while, he finally asked, why are you all dressed up like this? For the mixer. Zhou Xiang tossed him a suit. You're coming too. What would I be doing there? To make us look even more handsome, of course. Besides, you're bored sitting alone in the dorm anyway. Might as well come have some fun. Gu Chenzhou waved him off. Forget it. I've got plans tonight. Gaming session. What's the game? Come on, let's go. Zhang Xiangming grabbed Gu Chenzhou like he was a little chicken, hoisting him onto his shoulder and carrying him out. Gu Chenzhou desperately wanted to resist, but he simply didn't have the strength to break free. Bu Chenzhou, I'm afraid I can't keep you company tonight. Annie and Little Bear? Bu Chenzhou, I'm being dragged to some freshman social event. Annie and Little Bear, what? Goman, didn't you just start dating? Bu Chenzhou, yeah, but I can't resist their enthusiasm. Unsinkable boat, picture, do you think I can resist? Annie and Little Bear, dark-skinned guy rules. YYDS. Unsinkable boat, want me to set you up? Annie and Little Bear, nah, forget it. Just hang out with me tomorrow. Unsinkable boat, just one class tomorrow, sure I can. Annie and Little Bear, alright, I'll go battle it out on my own. Just remember to have fun. Gu Chenzhou breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness this woman didn't make a scene that would have been trouble. Half an hour later, inside a high-end bar. The moment he stepped inside, the ear-splitting blast of heavy metal music hit him. Why this kind of place? Gu Chenzhou asked, clearly puzzled. Zhou Xiang explained casually, you just don't get it. This is where the real atmosphere is. Aren't you worried they're all bar girls? Gu Chenzhou countered. Zhou Xiang hooked his arm around Gu's shoulder and said, don't worry about it. Like I'd fall for their tricks? True enough. You are the capital's top rich kid after all, Gu Chenzhou nodded in agreement. They soon settled into a booth. Zhou Xiang spoke first, ladies, interested in getting acquainted? Are you guys from Beijing University too? A dark-haired girl asked. Yeah, what else would we be? Zhou Xiang asked, puzzled. The dark-haired girl turned to look at Zhang Xiangming. Honestly, he doesn't exactly look the part. Gu Chenzhou stifled a laugh, patting Zhang Xiangming on the shoulder. Don't mind him. He chuckled. He finally couldn't hold it in, clutching his stomach as he burst out laughing. Zhang Xiangming glared fiercely at Gu Chenzhou. Wait till we get back. I'll beat you to a pulp. But there are 4 of you, and we're only 3 sisters. That might make things tricky to divide up, huh? The dark-haired girl continued. Gu Chenzhou raised his hand. Don't worry about me. I'm just here for the fun of it. Oh, I see. The dark-haired girl pondered thoughtfully. Let me introduce us. I'm Lin Qin. Those 2 sisters over there are Luo Wei and Zhang Shui. Hey, handsome, wanna grab a drink with me? Zhang Shui took the initiative, walking over to Zhou Xiang and asking with a smile. Zhou Xiang narrowed his eyes and accepted the drink with ease. Sure thing. Looks like they've paired off already. Lin Qin asked Zhang Xiangming, you must be an athletic major, right? Nope, finance major, Zhang Xiangming replied truthfully. Don't let his appearance fool you, he got into Beijing University purely on his brains, Gu Chenzhou chimed in, stepping into wingman mode. Lin Qin expressed surprise, that impressive? Just then, Gu Chenzhou spotted a familiar figure approaching. He stood up immediately. You two continue chatting. I need to take care of something. He quickened his pace and soon reached the bar entrance. Strange. I saw old Yang just a moment ago. How come he's vanished now? Gu Chenzhou stroked his chin, muttering to himself. You're looking for Yang Song, right? He turned to see Su Yang standing behind him with a few others. So you did come after all. Su Yang slapped Gu Chenzhou on the shoulder. Come with me, or else you'll regret it. You think you're worthy? Gu Chenzhou frowned. Refusing is useless. Guys, take him. The burly men behind him dragged Gu Chenzhou toward the exit. Gu Chenzhou desperately tried to struggle, but their strength was overwhelming. Chapter 176, What a Coincidence. In a dimly lit alleyway, Gu Chenzhou was thrown to the ground, facing several burly, muscular men. Su Yang planted his foot on Gu Chenzhou's body and sneered, you were pretty cocky earlier, weren't you? Put. You're nothing but a puppet. Man enough to fight one-on-one? Gu Chenzhou shouted back. Who do you think you are? You're not worthy of a one-on-one fight with me. Su Yang snorted coldly and kicked him in the stomach. The sharp pain made Gu Chenzhou's body tremble involuntarily. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Su Yang suddenly grabbed Gu Chenzhou by the hair. I'll just make sure you have a pleasant stay in the hospital. I'll ask you one thing, where is Yang Song? He had indeed spotted the guy earlier, but in the blink of an eye, he was gone. Su Yang must have been up to something, getting his men to take Yang Song away. Su Yang pointed behind him. You mean him? He's right behind you. Gu Chenzhou turned to look and found Yang Song sprawled on the ground, covered in injuries. His face was covered in bruises, and even his glasses had been smashed to pieces. Gu Chenzhou gritted his teeth. Don't push it too far. We haven't even used much force, and he's already like this. Su Yang looked down on him from above and continued, Gu Chenzhou, if you don't want it to end like this, I can give you a chance. With that, he spread his legs wide, gesturing toward the space between them. If you're willing to crawl on your knees through here, I might let you leave peacefully. Gu Chenzhou's face darkened. These people clearly intended to mock him. Let him leave? They must be dreaming. Su Yang's character was utterly vile, he'd never do such a thing. Gu Chenzhou's voice was heavy. Are you serious? You're actually going to try to wriggle out of this? Su Yang's eyes lit up. Of course, provided you show genuine sincerity. Rest assured, I'll make sure you feel my sincerity. Gu Chenzhou spoke as he walked. When he stood before Su Yang, a deeply meaningful smile spread across his otherwise somber face. Thud. A sharp pain shot through him. Su Yang clutched his groin, his face turning ashen. He lay on the ground, wailing incessantly, this hurts like hell. Gu Chenzhou laughed heartily, is that all you've got? You're no good either. I'll kill you. Get him. 3 burly men stepped before Gu Chenzhou, their voices cold. Mess with our boss? You're asking for it. Before they could finish, someone tapped their shoulders. Who's there? Can't you see we're busy? Get lost, or I'll deal with all of you. They turned to see a man smiling and waving at them. Just as they were about to retort, a brick smashed squarely into each of their foreheads. You guys dare mess with my brother? Zhou Xiang toyed with the brick, which still had a chipped corner. Wukong rushed over and helped Gu Chenzhou up. Are you okay? Gu Chenzhou shook his head. I'm fine. Check on the guy behind us. Get him to the hospital first. Zhou. Young Master Zhou? Someone seemed to recognize Zhou Xiang's identity. So you know who I am. Zhou Xiang slapped one of them on the shoulder. In that case, you should know exactly what happens to those who cross me. Spare us. They knelt on the ground, repeatedly kowtowing. Zhou Xiang chuckled coldly. I could spare you. See this brick? Go beat the crap out of that guy. Got it, we'll handle it right away. They were mercenaries who took orders for money. Now that a more formidable presence had arrived, obedience was the only option. Su Yang's eyes widened in shock. What the hell are you doing? I'm your employer. Smack. The brick struck his forehead with precision, drawing blood from his brow. Zhou Xiang smirked with satisfaction. See? My shooting skills are pretty damn good after all. Old Zhou, stop bragging and come help. Wukong shouted, carrying the blood-soaked young Song on his back. Old Zhang, steady him up. I'll go get the car. Zhou Xiang said before dashing outside. Soon, they emerged from the alley, but wails of agony still echoed from within. Old Gu, are you sure you don't need us to come with you? Zhou Xiang leaned out the car window and asked Gu Chenzhou. Gu Chenzhou started the engine as he replied, you guys still have that mixer to attend. No need to tag along to the hospital. All right. Call me if anything comes up. I'll be there in a flash. Midnight, 12 o'clock. Sitting in the hospital room, Gu Chenzhou let out a long sigh of relief. You're one lucky bastard, nothing but scrapes and bruises. On the bed, Yang Song lay wrapped head to toe in bandages, looking like a mummy. He sighed helplessly. Who knew Su Yang would be there too? Yeah, that guy actually showed up at that place to ambush us, Gu Chenzhou said. Ugh, this is really going to be a pain. Yang Song looked at his only free hand and sighed. Guess I'll just have to read novels on my phone now. You're in this state and still thinking about that nonsense? Gu Chenzhou said, speechless. What can I do? I need some entertainment, right? Yang Song replied. Can't you have some ambition? If nothing else, find yourself a girlfriend. Gu Chenzhou grew increasingly exasperated. At least then I wouldn't have to look after you. I'm trying, but who could have predicted this would happen? Gu Chenzhou. Yang Song glanced outside the door and said to Gu Chenzhou, speaking of which, Su Yang really got the short end of the stick. 2 hours earlier, Su Yang had been brought to this hospital. He'd been wheeled out on a stretcher. According to the doctors at the time, he had multiple fractures throughout his body and nearly suffered irreparable damage to his reproductive organs. Gu Chenzhou said mysteriously, Old Yang, do you think Su Yang might have a chance of recovery? You underestimate the wonders of modern medicine. Yang Song sneered. Gu Chenzhou chuckled, you think we should leave him a little something to remember us by? How am I supposed to go like this? Seems like it. 6 in the morning. I've got to head out, got class soon. 8 o'clock classes are the worst, especially Professor Wang's specialized course. He takes attendance religiously, miss one session and you lose credit. Drive safely, Yang Song waved as he said. Soon, he drove back to campus. He jogged all the way and finally made it to the classroom. Old Gu, you made it. Zhou Xiang asked Gu Chenzhou with a frown, how's your buddy doing? He's okay, just some scrapes and bruises. Gu Chenzhou handed back the car keys. But what's with you guys? You look like you've been run over by a train. Don't even get me started. Out of the 3 of us, only old Zhang is about to get out of the single life. Zhou Xiang pointed to Zhang Xiangming beside him. Zhang Xiangming was deep in conversation with someone, occasionally breaking into a silly grin. Gu Chenzhou leaned in, smiling broadly. Old Zhang, who's that? Lin Qin from the computer science department next door. You've met her, Zhang Xiangming boasted. I'm finally about to get out of the single life. Chapter 177, 5-man squad collision. Wait, dude? You're actually getting out of the single life? Gu Chenzhou deliberately lowered his voice, afraid of disturbing others. Jealous? Envious? Zhang Xiangming shot them a smug look. Like a flower stuck in cow dung. Wukong pushed his glasses up and flipped Zhang Xiangming off. A perfectly good cabbage, ruined by a wild boar. Zhou Xiang sneered contemptuously. Hey, watch your language. Zhang Xiangming rolled up his sleeves, flexing his bulging biceps. Still a wild boar with muscles everywhere. Gu Chenzhou delivered the final blow. Zhang Xiangming. After class, the group walked out of the classroom carrying their books. Wanna play some games later? Zhou Xiang slung his backpack over his shoulder and asked the group. You guys go ahead. I need to swing by the library. Zhang Xiangming dashed off at lightning speed, disappearing the moment he finished speaking. Is this guy made of mud? How'd he run so fast? Gu Chenzhou rubbed his eyes, though he wasn't nearsighted. You two are two peas in a pod. You were just like that when you went after Su Nianqiu. Zhou Xiang slung his arm around Gu Chenzhou's shoulder and pointed behind them. Aren't you going on a date with campus beauty Su today? I'd love to, but she's busy with something else today. Gu Chenzhou spread his hands helplessly and walked out of the classroom building.
Wukong walked alongside him, saying, "Come on, now that old Zhang's gone, it's just the three of us." "The way you put it, someone might think old Zhang kicked the bucket," Zhou Xiang teased. Back in the dorm, the three of them instinctively fired up their computers. Gu Chenzhou typed in his username and password. The moment he logged into WeChat, a window began to flicker. "Annie and Little Bear, Little Joe, log in. Unsinking boat, your servant obeys your command. Annie and Xiao Xiong, you're my kind of guy, Little Josie. Gu Chenzhou, you bet. Annie and Little Bear, but I'm bringing a newbie along. Hope you don't mind? Unsinkable boat, bringing one is fine, bringing four is fine, makes a perfect five-man squad. Old Gu, what's taking you so long? We're just waiting for you." Zhou Xiang darted up behind him, startling Gu Chenzhou so badly he nearly fell off his chair. "What's the rush? I've got two friends here. Hold on a sec." Gu Chenzhou pulled out a chair. "Guys or girls?" Wukong appeared out of nowhere, asking curiously. "Are you guys here to climb the ranks or to date?" Gu Chenzhou scanned the QR code and logged in with Zhou Xiang's secondary account. "It really is a tough choice," Wukong asked with a frown. "Can't we have both? Women only slow down my skill execution." Zhou Xiang turned back to his seat, pulling Wukong and Gu Chenzhou into the party. Wild Baboon joins game. Annie and Little Bear joined the game. Gu Chenzhou, that ID, impressive. Zhou Xiang, I'll see just how wild it is. He tapped out a line on his keyboard and clicked send. Capital's hottest guy, want a baboon pic? Wild Mama Baboon? Unsubmerged boat, absolutely insane. Dominating the server, go KKKKKK. Annie and Little Bear, you guys better step up, don't let us carry you. Dominating the server, well, I guess I'll have to show off then. Capital's hottest guy, don't worry, I promise to carry you all to victory. Unsinkable ship, I'm not saying a word, just watching you show off. Upon entering the game, everyone immediately selected their heroes. Gu Chenzhou stared at the screen, lost in thought. A Star Mother, a Sona, a Garen, and a Yasuo. The capital's most handsome man, Swiftblade, E-forward, B key held down, no retreat until victory. Better be. If you rack up a super ghost score this game, this is what happens. Gu Chenzhou picked up a stuffed animal and squeezed its neck hard. Whoa, old Gu, cut it out. You're scaring me. Zhou Xiang cried out. Unsinkable. China's top mid laner. Didn't I start a ranked game? Wukong asked in confusion. Gu Chenzhou sighed, you know what? There might be a level 3 alt account here. Is that even possible? Zhou Xiang sat up straight. I just checked the enemy team's match history, their stats are almost identical to ours. +1. That guy's the one you crushed earlier. Keep it up, old Gu. Don't let us down. Wukong cheered Gu Chenzhou on. I'll do my best. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory. We have to take him down today. Li Ku gritted her teeth. Alright, we'll help you get revenge. Her friends chimed in from the sidelines. 30 minutes later. Battle results interface. The capital's most handsome man, is that all? Gu Chenzhou silently rose to his feet, walked behind Zhou Xiang, and already had both hands gripping her neck. Old Gu, let go. I'm sorry. Father. Zhou Xiang struggled frantically, presenting Gu Chenzhou with a bottle of 1982 Sprite held in both hands. Not enough. How about this? I was just planning to replace my chair anyway. Zhou Xiang pulled up the shopping interface. The latest model gaming chair. You really went all out. Gu Chenzhou remarked in surprise. I bought one for each of you, but yours will definitely be better. Zhou Xiang chuckled. Impressive. Gu Chenzhou slapped him on the shoulder. That's my boy, young Master Zhou. Old Gu, that guy added me as a friend. Zhou Xiang looked at the friend request and asked, should I accept it? It's not my account. Why are you asking me? Gu Chenzhou let go of him and went back to prepare for the next game. She said, let's join a room and have an internal battle. Tell her to send the room name. I'll crush you guys single-handedly. Password 1145. Whoa, that's bold. Noon, 12 o'clock. Annie and Little Bear were logging off first, feeling a bit hungry. Unsinkable, farewell. Logging out of the game, Gu Chenzhou let out a long sigh. Gu really is the man. How many did you take down this morning? A few hundred. Zhou Xiang carried a stool over to Gu Chenzhou. Share some tips, will ya? Just have hands. Gu Chenzhou slowly extended his right hand and slapped Zhou Xiang across the face. Then what's this? Zhou Xiang looked at his hands and asked. A pig's trotter, Wukong quipped. Gu Chenzhou agreed, that makes sense. Come on, let's go eat roasted pig's feet. Old Zhou's treating. I've been swallowing my anger all morning, and now you want to blow my gold coins too? Zhou Xiang's eyes widened in disbelief.
Well, you're the rich kid. We're both broke. Gu Chenzhou stood up and placed the sprite in his hand. You haven't finished it yet. Consider it my contribution. But I gave this to you. Zhou Xiang pressed his forehead. You're seriously cheap. Let's go. Gu Chenzhou waved his hand and picked up his phone. Ha! Zhang Shangming at all members, help. Bu Chenzhou got dragged off to sell kidneys? Zhang Shangming, lend me 300, urgent. Bu Chenzhou, initiating payment request. Zhang Shangming, almost fell for your trick. Zhou Xiang, check PM.
Zhang Shangming, only old Zhou could save me.
Thanks. Isn't old Zhang on a date? Gu Chenzhou pondered, doesn't he have any funds on hand? Chapter 178, starting to question life. Guys, could it be? Old Zhang really got dragged off to sell his kidney? Wukong pushed his glasses up and asked them. Should we ask?
Zhou Xiang tagged Zhang Shangming in the group chat again.
The final result? Read but no reply. Damn it, took the money and ran? Zhou Xiang muttered in frustration. Gu Chenzhou spread his hands helplessly. Come on, let's go grab something to eat first. Let's go. We'll deal with him when he gets back. Zhou Xiang grabbed his car keys and headed out first. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, Lika stared at the battle records, lost in thought. Who is this level 34 unsubmerged boat?
She tugged at her hair, then tapped away at the keyboard.
She typed in the ID and searched for the nickname.
The interface displayed a sea of bronze and silver ranks. Only the King of the Canyon title stood out like 1,000 stars.
Could it really be this one? Outside campus, inside a restaurant. Owner, bring us 3 pork knuckles first. As soon as Gu Chenzhou entered, he called out to the owner. Right away. The owner responded cheerfully, skillfully plating the cold dishes. What'll you have to drink? Coke? Or orange juice? Zhou Xiang stood by the refrigerator, asking Gu Chenzhou and Wukong. Are you a kid? Still drinking that stuff?
Wukong slowly rose to his feet and walked over to Zhou Xiang.
We're all adults here. Of course we want it all. Zhou Xiang. Get me a bottle of wheatgrass juice. Gu Chenzhou called out. Starting to drink at noon? Don't you have class this afternoon?
Zhou Xiang grabbed a large bottle of Nutri-Fast for himself.
Better stick with this. It hits the spot. Like I have a choice? Gu Chenzhou asked. I'm paying. You can either accept it or be forced to.
Zhou Xiang sat down, glanced at the menu, and called out to the owner, bring a few more stir-fries.
You decide what to make. Got it, the owner replied. Old Gu, I've got a question for you. Wukong leaned in mysteriously. When's your esports competition? Tomorrow. Gu Chenzhou answered truthfully. Alright, we'll come cheer you on then. Zhou Xiang pulled up the Same City Express delivery app, we'll get a banner made for you. I still want to keep some dignity. Don't do that. Gu Chenzhou sighed in exasperation. No way. This is infuriating. How does he manage to be so accurate?
All it would take is one mistake from him, and I could turn this around. But he plays like he's on script.
Could he really be cheating?
At the doorway, a girl in a loose t-shirt and shorts walked in.
Holding her best friend's hand, she continued, You tell me, is he cheating? I don't even play games. How would I know?
The short-haired girl said affectionately, Alright, don't be mad.
I'll treat you to a big meal. Old Gu, I think I'm falling in love. Zhou Xiang pinched his arm and chuckled, Am I dreaming? This doesn't hurt at all. Of course it doesn't hurt because this is ing my hand. Gu Chenzhou kicked him and snapped irritably. Ha! I hit it so hard, why didn't I feel anything?
Zhou Xiang wiped his drool and replied awkwardly.
Lika happened to pass by and caught Zhou Xiang's sly, leering gaze. Hello.
Zhou Xiang greeted him.
Oof.
Lika snorted lightly and quickened her pace. You're definitely the kind of woman I'd go for wild enough.
Zhou Xiang said, narrowing his eyes. But what if she's a female baboon? Wukong interjected. Zhou Xiang and Gu Chenzhou. Old Wu, I have a friend who desperately needs someone like you. Want to give it a shot?
Zhou Xiang stared at Wukong as he asked.
What kind of job? Demolition crew.
They need someone who specializes in tearing things down.
Bull. After the meal, Gu Chenzhou patted his belly as he walked out of the restaurant. That hit the spot. Zhou Xiang hooked his arm around his shoulder and said, Then let's go back and do it again? Can't I get a break?
Gu Chenzhou sneered, Even the donkeys on the production team don't work this hard.
I'll cover all your breakfasts from now on. Zhou Xiang declared confidently. Haven't you always done that? Gu Chenzhou retorted. Zhou Xiang steeled himself, I'll pick up your deliveries too. Deal. Gu Chenzhou's eyes lit up. What are we waiting for? Let's get back. Zhou Xiang, you really won't take the slightest loss, will you? Wukong remarked as they walked, at least he didn't demand your virginity.
Zhou Xiang shot Wukong a strange look.
Old Wu, why don't you try being the demon king of filth? Get lost.
Back in the dorm, Gu Chenzhou and Zhang Shangming exchanged glances.
What do we do? It's just the two of us left.
Zhou Xiang propped his chin on his hand, deep in thought. I never thought that bastard old Wu would betray the group. Gu Chenzhou wailed, did he forget your vow to stay single forever? Damn it, how can you curse your own brother like that? Zhou Xiang snapped irritably. Then let's do OQ? Gu Chenzhou suggested. Zhou Xiang opened his computer, I'll add that guy. Let's see if we can get a trio. After a moment, Gu Chenzhou asked, what's the status? Not online. I'll find someone else. He should be playing right now. Gu Chenzhou said, pulling out his phone. Gu Chenzhou? Online. Fatty? What's up? Gu Chenzhou? Logging in? Fatty. Pull me in. Gu Chenzhou, 1 server 1. Fatty, 1 online. Fatty, picture. Not buddies? What's with all the secret codes? Faced with a jumble of text symbols, Zhou Xiang felt his head spin. He's been by my side since high school. This is pretty much how we've always kept in touch. Gu Chenzhou scanned the QR code to log in, then typed the ID from the image. Hello? Hello? Can you hear me? Fei Zi's voice crackled through the headphones. I can hear you. Go ahead. Gu Chenzhou replied. By the way, who's this person? The boss? Or his sister? Or could it be Su Nianqiu? Surely not a gold farmer? Fatty chattered on. A roommate, you've met him. Gu Chenzhou continued his reply. Alright then, I'll start it up. Let's go on a killing spree together. Fatty clicked the start button. Seriously, you're Yasuo? My grandma could play better than you. Flying 5 people isn't big enough? Waiting for the big recruitment drive? It's teamfight time and you're still landing? Saving up for a coffin? Turn on your mic, let's talk. After the game ended, Fatty berated Zhou Xiang for 15 minutes straight. This wasn't Fizi's limit, it was the enemy team's surrender limit. Old Gu, I thought I could handle the pressure, but turns out I'm still too green. Zhou Xiang slumped in his chair, his voice hollow. Don't take it to heart. Gu Chenzhou offered reassurance. It won't happen again. Exactly. Once my awareness and execution improve, I'll be the one doing the trash talking. Zhou Xiang perked up immediately. No, what I mean is, you'll become numb to it after getting flamed enough. Then you'll be immune to that fatty's trash talk. Gu Chenzhou flashed a meaningful smile. Zhou Xiang, you're actually right about that. Chapter 179, Dishwasher Zhang Xiangming. Continue? Gu Chenzhou slapped his shoulder as he asked. I refuse to believe it. I've got to prove my worth. Zhou Xiang stubbed out his cigarette, let's keep going. That afternoon, Zhou Xiang sat on the balcony smoking, the ground littered with burnt cigarette butts. Am I human? You will be. How the hell can you talk to your brother like that? Then what should I say? Shouldn't you be saying, I've tried my best, it's time to let go? I can't bring myself to say it. I'll wring your neck. Zhou Xiang gritted his teeth and shouted, and I raised you all these years. Alright, stop yelling. Gu Chenzhou glanced around the dorm. Where the hell is old Zhang? Hope he didn't kick the bucket out there. Zhou Xiang snapped irritably. Gu Chenzhou, old Zhang, where are you? Zhang Xiangming, washing dishes. Do not disturb. Zhou Xiang? Wu Kong. Unsinkable, aren't you on a date? Zhang Xiangming, 8 for 2 grand. Card couldn't cover it, so gotta wash dishes now. Zhou Xiang, impressive. Unsinkable, we'll come pick you up. Give us your location. Zhang Xiangming, Tianhai Restaurant. Zhou Xiang, holy crap, a 5-star restaurant. Wu Kong, I checked the prices on Meituan, any dish costs 200 or 300. You really went for it? Zhang Xiangming, I didn't expect it to be like this either. Zhou Xiang, stand by. Old Gu, let's go. Zhou Xiang walked over to the table and grabbed his car keys. Half an hour later, outside Tianhai Restaurant. Welcome. The waiter greeted them respectfully at the entrance. Hey, I've got a question. Did a student from Beijing University come here to eat today and end up stuck washing dishes? Zhou Xiang inquired. There was such a person, the server replied suspiciously. Are you friends? Yeah, I'm here to bail him out. Go get your manager. Zhou Xiang replied. Please wait a moment. The waiter turned and walked away. Old Zhou. You finally decided to rescue me. Zhang Xiangming shouted as he ran toward them from a short distance away. Look at you, such a loser. Hey, don't wipe your snot on my clothes. Zhou Xiang kicked him in the butt. Guys, this gentleman's bill is 3,920. Please round it down to 3,900. The manager politely interjected. Wasn't it just over 2,000? Zhang Xiangming asked in shock. From noon until now, you've shattered a total of 27 plates, 1 bottle of red wine, and a replica antique vase. On top of that, you stole a box of ice cream cake. The manager explained. Zhou Xiang, Gu Chenzhou, Wu Kong. Only old Zhang could pull this off. That's enough to cover my monthly living expenses. Damn it, I owe you big time. Zhou Xiang pulled out his bank card and said to the manager, let's settle the bill. Right away. The manager quickly left. Waiter. Zhou Xiang sat in his chair and turned his head to call out, "Bring me the menu."
"Here you go," the waiter replied. "4 Wagyu beef steaks and a bottle of brandy." Zhou Xiang closed the menu. "That's all. This. Could it be another case of dining and dashing? I'll go tell the kitchen right away."
The manager suddenly rushed over, smiling as he said, "Xiao Wang, go get the desserts from the fridge and bring them out for them."
"Yes, sir." The waiter hurried to comply.
"Young Master Zhou, here's your card," the manager said respectfully.
"This meal is on me." Zhou Xiang crossed his legs casually. "There's no need for that."
"We didn't know this gentleman was your friend. Of course we should apologize,"
the manager added. "He brought it on himself."
Zhou Xiang shot Zhang Shangming a glare. "I'd have punched him myself."
"True. +1. That's going too far, you guys. I'm still your. What are we to you? Your son." Faced with Zhou Xiang's pressure, Zhang Shangming had no choice but to concede. "That's more like it." Zhou Xiang nodded in satisfaction and told the manager, "You can go now. All right, call me if you need anything."
The manager hurried away.
Gu Chenzhou gave Zhou Xiang a thumbs up.
"Only our young Master Zhou could pull that off. He really knows how to save face."
"That's right. You're just riding my coattails.
You should count yourselves lucky,"
Zhou Xiang declared haughtily.
"Too bad you're so thin-skinned. A few harsh words and you start questioning your whole life."
Gu Chenzhou replied with a meaningful smile. "The past is best forgotten." Zhou Xiang pulled out a cigarette and lit it. "No smoking inside. Consider my feelings." Gu Chenzhou snatched it away and crushed it underfoot. "You really don't give an inch, do you?"
Zhou Xiang said with a pained expression.
"Here's your steak, everyone." Chapter 180, An Unexpected Invitation. This is nothing yet.
Jiang Yusin seemed like a different person, a smile playing at the corners of her mouth as she kept the accelerator pressed to the floor. The BMW pushed its speed to the limit, racing relentlessly down the highway. Gu Chenzhou and the others had been drowsy in the car, but now they were wide awake from sheer fright. When they got out, Gu Chenzhou leaned against the railing, retching repeatedly. "I'm never riding in your car again," Gu Chenzhou gasped between breaths.
"Ugh."
Zhou Xiang and the others weren't much better off, each slumped on the ground. "That was close. Almost went to meet my great-grandmother," Wukong patted his chest, speaking with obvious discomfort. Jiang Yusin handed the car keys back to Gu Chenzhou with a satisfied smile.
"Thanks. I had a blast this time."
"You may have had fun, but the rest of us were absolutely tortured."
Gu Chenzhou took them, sighing helplessly. "We really can't let you drive anymore." "Well, I'll be off then. See you tomorrow."
Jiang Yusin seemed not to hear Gu Chenzhou's remark as she turned and walked toward the school exit. The four exchanged glances.
Though sober now, their legs felt like jelly.
Zhang Shangming rubbed his trembling legs and called out to Gu Chenzhou, "Old Gu, give me a hand."
"I can't stand up." "Stop whining, I'm in the same boat."
Gu Chenzhou's legs shook like sieves, making walking impossible.
"Let's support each other."
"At least we can make it back," Wukong suggested.
Zhou Xiang nodded in agreement. "All right, then one of you come over and help me up first."
And so, supporting each other, they limped back to the dormitory. Opening the dorm door, they all sat down on chairs to rest.
Finally back, Zhou Xiang exhaled deeply. Wukong asked, "Want to play a game?" Gu Chenzhou said, "No way. It's so late.
I think we should just go to sleep." Zhang Shangming stared at the 2-meter-high staircase, lost in thought.
"Then the question is, how are we supposed to get up there?" They'd already exhausted every ounce of strength just getting back.
Their legs were like jelly. How were they supposed to climb stairs?
Zhou Xiang, Gu Chenzhou, Wukong. Well, this is screwed. Early the next morning, Gu Chenzhou slowly opened his eyes.
He picked up his phone from the bedside table, shock spreading across his face.
"We're done for. It's 9 o'clock. Zhang Yuan shouted loudly, scrambling out of bed to get dressed. "What's the rush? We don't have class today, right?"
Zhou Xiang rubbed his sleepy eyes and asked Gu Chenzhou. Gu Chenzhou, still dressing, paused abruptly.
"Oh, right."
He sat down in his chair and expertly booted up his computer.
"Well, since there's no class, let's just chill and do whatever."
But just as he was thinking this, he noticed several new messages had popped up on WeChat. He assumed they were from his strategist, but when he saw the sender's name, he froze in place.
"Jiang Yusin, are you free this morning? I'd like to take you for a drive." "Jiang Yusin, where are you? Still sleeping? Jiang Yusin, wake up and message me." Staring at these 3 unread messages, Gu Chenzhou felt completely numb. This was bad. He pressed his forehead, took a deep breath, and composed himself. "Old Zhou, I've got a hottie to introduce you to. Interested?" Zhang Yuan asked Zhou Xiang as he got out of bed. Zhou Xiang's eyes lit up instantly. He leaned closer to Gu Chenzhou and asked, "Dad, what do you need?" "Just say the word. No orders at all. She's a senior you've met before." Gu Chenzhou patted his shoulder and said earnestly.
At this, Zhou Xiang froze.
"You don't mean the one from last night, do you?" "Exactly.
She's so beautiful, you'll definitely like her," Gu Chenzhou replied.
Zhou Xiang's eyes widened as he stumbled back a few steps. I treat you like a brother, but you treat me like a scapegoat? Recalling last night's high-speed chase, Zhou Xiang felt his body go limp. Gu Chenzhou stood up, flashing a knowing smile. Old Zhou, this is a golden opportunity. Isn't that senior gorgeous? Well, I'd need to be alive to flirt with her, Zhou Xiang wailed. I'm not going. Don't even think about setting me up. Gu Chenzhou. What's all the shouting about? Wukong rubbed his sleepy eyes and asked them. Zhang Xiangming stirred awake. Give it a rest, you're disturbing people's sleep this early in the morning. Gu Chenzhou, Senior Jiang contacted me. Zhang Xiangming and Wukong. Wait, bro, you're not going to sell us out, are you? Zhang Xiangming asked incredulously. Wukong's body began to tremble uncontrollably. If she comes looking for me, just tell her I'm not here. Gu Chenzhou retorted, can't you guys show a little backbone? Zhou Xiang cut straight to the point, she's after you anyway. Don't drag us down with you. Am I that kind of person? Gu Chenzhou flipped them off. You always have been, the three replied in unison. Fine, you win. Gu Chenzhou glanced at Zhou Xiang, now that you're awake, go buy breakfast. Old Wu, go get breakfast for the three of us. Zhou Xiang transferred 100 yuan to Wukong via WeChat, the rest is your tip. Thanks, boss. Wukong was thrilled and dashed out of the dorm. Gu Chenzhou stared at the WeChat message, at a loss for words. Finally, he typed out a message. Bu Chenzhou, Senior Jiang, sorry I slept in late last night and just woke up now. Jiang Yusen, no problem. About what I mentioned earlier, would you like to consider it? Bu Chenzhou, I'm a bit scared. Jiang Yusen, don't worry, with me here, nothing bad will happen. Bu Chenzhou, alright, what time should we meet? Jiang Yusen, midday. I have a class later. Bu Chenzhou, got it. See you at the school gate at noon. Closing the window, Gu Chenzhou pressed his forehead and muttered to himself, do I really have a masochistic streak? Zhou Xiang leaned in close to Gu Chenzhou, I think you definitely do. Why don't you go in my place? Gu Chenzhou asked. I'm still young. I don't want to die yet. Zhou Xiang retreated a few steps hastily. Gu Chenzhou turned to look at Zhang Xiangming. Before he could speak, Zhang Xiangming spoke first. Don't look at me like that. I don't want to die either. Fine. Looks like I'll have to go alone, Gu Chenzhou sighed. At noon, Gu Chenzhou arrived at the school gate as agreed. He leaned against the wall, checking the messages on his phone. Didn't you say you'd be here by now? Why haven't I seen you? Gu Chenzhou lifted his head, scanning the stream of people leaving campus, but Jiang Yusen was nowhere to be seen. As he pondered this, he noticed a motorcycle suddenly pull up to the curb. That signature red hair was undeniably eye-catching, drawing the attention of quite a few people. Over here. Jiang Yusen waved at Gu Chenzhou. Gu Chenzhou walked over and took the helmet she handed him. Senior Jiang, take it easy. Chapter 181, Racing Club. Don't worry, I know my limits. Jiang Yusen put on the helmet. Besides, this is a speed-restricted zone. I'm not going to do anything to you. Gu Chenzhou fastened his own helmet. Let's hope so. Throughout the ride, Jiang Yusen maintained the smoothest, most steady speed, leaving Gu Chenzhou completely baffled. Was this really the same woman who had been speeding recklessly last night? Soon, they arrived at the entrance of a magnificent building. Surveying the place, Gu Chenzhou looked utterly perplexed. Where is this? The racing club. It has a dedicated track designed for high speeds. Jiang Yusen explained to Gu Chenzhou after getting out of the car. At this, Gu Chenzhou's face instantly turned pale. This doesn't seem quite right, Gu Chenzhou said. Just follow me. Don't worry, the safety measures here are top-notch. Jiang Yusen maintained her innocent demeanor as she pulled Gu Chenzhou deeper into the facility. The moment they stepped inside, the extravagant luxury left Gu Chenzhou speechless. Luxury cars filled the space, and even the most modest model would likely require several lifetimes of earnings to afford. You're not planning to race that motorcycle, are you? Gu Chenzhou asked, a hint of concern in his voice. No way. Follow me, my car's parked over there. Jiang Yusen took his hand and led him toward a nearby garage. Soon, they stopped in front of a sleek black sports car. This car looks familiar, yet somehow unfamiliar. Gu Chenzhou studied the sleek lines of the body, then glanced at the emblem. It was definitely a Ferrari, but he was sure this model wasn't available online. It's been modified. After all, we need to unleash its ultimate performance. Jiang Yusen patted the hood, her eyes sparkling. Hop in. I'll show you what this thing can do. Gu Chenzhou felt uneasy inside. Why am I suddenly having second thoughts? It's fine, just get in. Jiang Yusen sat in the driver's seat and told Gu Chenzhou. Gu Chenzhou didn't think much of it, pulling open the passenger door and sliding in. The entire car sat low to the ground and had only 2 seats. The moment he sat down, he immediately buckled his seatbelt. Hold on tight. We're heading to the track. Jiang Yusen said before immediately starting the engine. The engine roared like a beast unleashed. As the car turned around, Gu Chenzhou looked down the road ahead, a sense of foreboding settling in his chest. Hold on tight. There's a grab handle on the side, Jiang Yusen reminded him. Gu Chenzhou looked up, spotted the overhead grab bar, and grabbed it tightly. In an instant, the speed surged. The intense force of the acceleration left Gu Chenzhou numb. Before he could even see how they'd exited the garage, they were already speeding down a straight road. How about that? Pretty exhilarating, huh? Jiang Yusen floored the accelerator and asked Gu Chenzhou.
Gu Chenzhou dared not speak, gripping the armrest tightly, terrified that a rollover might fling him out.
After a long while, he finally managed to ask, "How long is this road?" "This is just the warm-up. The real road lies ahead," Jiang Yusen replied. Gu Chenzhou felt utterly defeated. It was probably too late for regrets now. Acceleration, drifting, high-speed cornering, he endured every extreme driving maneuver imaginable. An hour later, Gu Chenzhou stepped out of the car. He sat in the chair, his body trembling uncontrollably. Going out with Jiang Yusen had been a mistake after all. So, how was it? Feeling refreshed?
Jiang Yusen sat beside him, handing him a bottle of water.
Gu Chenzhou gave a bitter smile. Honestly, it was pure terror while we were in the car. But now that I'm out, I feel this indescribable sense of exhilaration. First times are always like that. Everything takes a few tries. Jiang Yusen patted his shoulder. Want to go again later? No thanks. Let me rest for a bit and grab some lunch. Gu Chenzhou suddenly felt relieved he hadn't eaten before coming, otherwise he'd have thrown up by now. Sounds good. I remember there's a decent restaurant nearby, Jiang Yusen said. Let's go. Give me a minute to catch my breath. I'm completely drained right now, Gu Chenzhou said, sounding miserable. All right. After resting for about half an hour, Gu Chenzhou finally mustered the strength to stand up. He followed Jiang Yusen out of the club and soon reached the nearby restaurant. Miss Jiang, same spot as before? As they entered, a waiter approached them. Yes, I'll have my usual. Ask him what he'd like. Jiang Yusen nodded in agreement. The waiter looked at Gu Chenzhou with some surprise but quickly recovered. Please follow me. Soon, they were seated in a corner by the window. Sir, here is our menu. Gu Chenzhou took it and glanced at the contents, letting out a sharp gasp. This was even pricier than yesterday's place. He silently studied the menu for a long time before finally placing his order. One steak, and bring me a glass of orange juice. Certainly, please wait a moment. The waiter said before turning and leaving. Jiang Yusen looked puzzled. Is that all you're eating? Will that be enough? Can't help it. I don't have much money on me, Gu Chenzhou said helplessly, spreading his hands. I'll treat you, Jiang Yusen offered. After all, I'm the one who dragged you out. That's out of the question, Gu Chenzhou waved his hands hurriedly. Jiang Yusen shook her head. It's not like it's that expensive. Gu Chenzhou. Well, turns out she's a rich kid too. Speaking of which, Senior Jiang, how did you get interested in street racing? Gu Chenzhou asked curiously. Logically speaking, girls shouldn't be into this sort of thing, right? Don't you think it's fun? Jiang Yusen countered. Fun? Gu Chenzhou was utterly baffled. Jiang Yusen exclaimed excitedly, exactly. After all, that kind of speed is something humans can't achieve on foot. Gu Chenzhou looked utterly helpless. It seemed Jiang Yusen was crazier than he'd imagined. I already said I don't need it. Just then, a familiar voice drifted in from the doorway. Gu Chenzhou turned to see a girl walking in, accompanied by a boy. The boy wore casual clothes that looked like they were bought from a street vendor. But on his wrist was a watch Gu Chenzhou had seen online. Rumor had it that the watch alone was worth over $1 million. As for the girl, it was Li Shi. At that moment, Li Shi looked serious and somewhat unapproachable. Jiang Yusen suddenly raised her hand and called out, Hey, Cici, what are you doing here? Li Shi's eyes lit up. She hurried over and immediately sat down beside Gu Chenzhou. She affectionately hooked her arm through Gu Chenzhou's and said to Jiang Yusen, What a coincidence. You guys came out to eat and didn't even call me. Chapter 182, back to the office for a meeting. Feeling that soft, warm touch, Gu Chenzhou was completely dazed. Who am I? Where am I? What was I about to do just now? What's going on here? Jiang Yusen tilted her head, clearly puzzled. Shoo, don't ask. Just let it be, Li Shi whispered. When Gu Chenzhou snapped back to reality, he noticed the boy from earlier had already approached. Li Shi, are these two your friends? The boy looked at the situation and asked, a hint of surprise in his voice. Li Shi nodded. Yeah, can't you tell? After speaking, she deliberately leaned her head against Gu Chenzhou's shoulder. Gu Chenzhou desperately tried to pull away, but Li Shi was incredibly strong, and he couldn't break free. Wanna grab dinner together? Jiang Yusen turned to the boy, her expression puzzled. No, thanks. I've got something to do. I'll head out first. He looked awkward, hesitating for a long moment before finally turning to leave. Watching the boy walk away, Gu Chenzhou quickly called out, Senior, let go. It hurts. Only then did Li Shi notice the large red mark where she'd been gripping Gu Chenzhou's arm. Sorry about that. To get rid of him, I guess I had to inconvenience you. After apologizing, Li Shi waved to the waiter. 3 portions of Wagyu beef. Right away, the server replied. I'll pay for it myself, Gu Chenzhou declared. Li Shi pouted, then turned and sat beside Jiang Yusen. No way. With Yusin, the rich kid, here, why should I pay? You really have no shame at all, Gu Chenzhou sighed, pressing his hand to his forehead. Haha, what good is face anyway? You can't eat it, Li Shi chuckled. That was just how she was so shamelessly brazen, yet somehow impossible to hate. Hey, how did you two end up together? Li Shi suddenly asked. Gu Chenzhou replied, we came out here to suffer. Li Shi silently gave him a thumbs up. You're brave, daring to race with Yusin. Want to give it a shot? Gu Chenzhou suggested. I'll pass. I've no desire to meet an untimely end. Li Shi shook her head hastily. With my looks, why would I waste my prime years on something like that? Jiang Yusin smiled and said to Li Shi, Shaoxi, I'll give you a ride back later. Li Shi froze for a moment before standing up. I actually have something to do. I think I'll head out first. But before she could take a step, Jiang Yusin grabbed her arm. If you leave now, I won't treat you to dinner later. Li Shi looked at Jiang Yusin with a pout. How could you do that? Gu Chenzhou looked at Jiang Yusin with surprise. He hadn't expected anyone could actually keep Li Shi in check. After the meal, Gu Chenzhou and the others had already left the restaurant. I have something urgent to attend to. I need to step out for a bit. Gu Chenzhou said to Li Shi and Jiang Yusin, see you next time. Junior, if you're in a hurry, why not have Yusin drive you? Li Shi suggested. Gu Chenzhou shook his head. No need. I'm just heading over to the company for a meeting. With that, he slipped into a taxi and drove away. On the way, Gu Chenzhou kept checking the messages on his phone. Bu Chenzhou, what's the current progress? Zhao Xiao, it's already a semi-finished product. Bu Chenzhou, that fast? Zhao Xiao, yeah, with your friend's investment, we've outsourced quite a bit. Wang Chang, but I handled all the script planning myself, saving you some cash, boss. Zhao Hai, I contributed too. Li Fangfang, shut up. Your modeling completely ruined my meticulously designed concept art. Unsinkable, hold on, I'll be there in 20 minutes tops. Zhao Xiao, got it. We're taking a break now. We'll start the meeting once you arrive. Gu Chenzhou put down his phone, pinched the bridge of his nose, and muttered to himself, I didn't expect they'd already gotten halfway done. Young man, are you guys doing design work? The driver asked, striking up a conversation. No, just a few friends making a game together, Gu Chenzhou replied with a smile. The driver's face darkened upon hearing this. Honestly, I think this industry is treacherous. You young folks might not be able to handle it. Well, we have to give it a shot. We've come this far, it wouldn't be right to just give up now, Gu Chenzhou replied with a smile. To be honest, I work for a game company myself. The driver continued, look at me now, I basically have to drive a taxi just to cover my employees' expenses. Gu Chenzhou, wait, is it really that bad? It's rough. Competition's cutthroat these days. I'm actually thinking of selling the company this month, the driver said with a sigh. Gu Chenzhou thought for a moment. Driver, how about we exchange contact info? What? You're interested in my company? The driver asked. Gu Chenzhou nodded. Yeah, we're just a small operation right now. Hiring a bunch of people isn't realistic, and we need someone with industry experience. You'd be perfect for that. Alright then. I'll get in touch with you when the time comes. With that, the driver handed Gu Chenzhou a business card. Gu Chenzhou said nothing, simply took it and dialed a number. Is this really your phone number? If you're serious about staying in this line of work, you should get yourself some proper business cards. The driver advised Gu Chenzhou. Alright. Gu Chenzhou agreed. They chatted sporadically like this until they soon arrived at the office building. We're here. $30, please. The driver held out his QR code. Gu Chenzhou scanned the code and paid in one fluid motion. Well, I'll be off then. He made his way upstairs. Just as he pushed open the company doors, he spotted several people playing cards inside. Seriously, how did you finish again? Zhao Hai stared at the screen, scratching his head and wailing, this means I'll have to clean up next year's mess too. No way, one more round. The boss is here. Game over. Wang Cheng exited the card game, stood up, and said to Gu Chenzhou, sorry, we've been wasting your time here. Gu Chenzhou waved his hand dismissively. Uncle Wang, what are you talking about? This is break time. I should be the one apologizing for pulling you guys into a meeting at this hour. The materials are all ready. Let's head to the conference room, Zhao Xiao said, pulling out all the documents. All right. Gu Chenzhou led everyone inside. As soon as Zhao Xiao entered, he turned on the projector and began explaining each point in detail. At present, we've resolved the vast majority of issues, but this one remains particularly difficult to handle. Zhao Xiao pointed to a section and said, that's the market's understanding of our game. True, Zhao Hai nodded in agreement. We've been buried in development without any marketing at all. Wang Chang asked with confusion, so how can we spark the interest of those young people? Gu Chenzhou spoke up, I have an idea. Chapter 183, A Golden Opportunity for Promotion. Oh? Tell us more. Wang Chang perked up and asked Gu Chenzhou. Gu Chenzhou began, have you heard of comic conventions? Those places where young people do cosplay? Wang Chang asked, puzzled. Gu Chenzhou nodded. Exactly. I've been keeping an eye on news from the capital.
Apparently, a gaming expo is about to take place. We could leverage this opportunity to promote our company's products.
Gu Chenzhou elaborated, and based on Sword Hero Chronicles sales, we've definitely built up a fan base. Zhao Xiao chimed in, that's definitely an option. If you agree, I can submit an application.
I'm in, Zhao Hai nodded.
Li Fangfang responded calmly, me too.
Wang Cheng stroked his chin.
It's a solid idea. Let's proceed as you suggested. Gu Chenzhou nodded.
In that case, Sister Zhao, please proceed with the preparations as soon as possible.
Meeting adjourned. With that, Gu Chenzhou stood up and walked out of the office.
The others continued discussing the game expo with great enthusiasm. Wonder what kind of experience this time will bring.
Wang Cheng remarked as he walked, young people stuff this old man probably won't fit in.
You've got to at least give it a shot, Zhao Hai said, patting Wang Cheng on the shoulder.
Brother Wang, you should try checking out these new things.
You're right, Zhao Xiao. I'll leave this to you. Wang Cheng turned to Zhao Xiao. Zhao Xiao pushed his glasses up. Don't worry. With my connections, getting tickets is no problem.
In that case, I'll head back first. Gu Chenzhou glanced at the time. It was about time to head back and rest. All right. Once I secure the qualification, I'll notify you immediately, Zhao Xiao nodded.
Gu Chenzhou stepped out of the company building and stood by the roadside waiting for his ride-hailing car to arrive. His mind kept replaying the image of that driver earlier. I wonder if he'll choose to sell the company to me, Gu Chenzhou murmured to himself. He still had some money on hand. After setting aside profits and splitting the rest between Dajun and Qinjun, he could afford to buy a small workshop.
Soon, the ride-hailing car arrived. Without further thought, Gu Chenzhou opened the door and said, license plate ending in 4456. Got it. The driver entered the number into his phone and headed toward Jingda University. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of Jingda University. Gu Chenzhou stepped out of the car and headed toward the dormitory building without hesitation. Just as he reached the dorm entrance, he spotted Zhou Xiang and the others sitting in an utterly bizarre posture. Seriously, what the hell are you guys doing? Gu Chenzhou stared at the scene, wishing he could wash his eyes out immediately. Inside the dorm room, Zhang Shangming was doing push-ups, while Zhou Xiang lay sprawled on top of him. At the very top sat Wu Kong. This was a scene Gu Chenzhou had truly never witnessed before. Of course I'm working out. What's the problem? Zhang Shangming asked Gu Chenzhou while continuing his push-ups. Gu Chenzhou pulled up a chair and sat down. Honestly, this whole scene makes me feel like it's like 3. Hey, watch what you say. You'll get arrested for that, Zhou Xiang quickly warned. Gu Chenzhou was speechless for a moment. I'm curious, how did he convince you guys to do this? Solo lost. Wu Kong said helplessly. Gu Chenzhou. Absolutely ridiculous. After Zhou Xiang and Wu Kong came down, they each returned to their seats to rest. Speaking of which, there's a gaming expo coming up soon. Want to join us? Zhou Xiang suddenly suggested. Wu Kong and Zhang Shangming exchanged glances. What's a game expo? It's where major game developers gather together to bring their upcoming new products for testing, thereby promoting themselves. Gu Chenzhou explained to them. Sounds pretty cool. Hey, old Gu, wanna join? Zhang Shangming asked. Wu Kong also asked curiously, yeah, you guys have a new game, right? This would be a perfect chance to promote it. Gu Chenzhou scoffed, do I need you to remind me? I've already decided to participate. Zhou Xiang chuckled, that's great news. We'll definitely come support you then. Given the current situation, we'll probably need to wait a bit longer. I still have to coordinate with those people, Gu Chenzhou said helplessly, spreading his hands. We believe in you, bro, Zhang Shangming chuckled. Gu Chenzhou nodded. We'll see how things go then. Alright, since old Gu's back, we might as well get this party started. Let's go. Zhou Xiang deftly launched the game and urged Gu Chenzhou, old Gu, hurry up. Don't waste time. Gu Chenzhou pressed his forehead. You guys really won't let me rest at all. Log in. Wu Kong offered no further explanation. Soon, everyone had logged into their accounts and smoothly launched the ranked mode. Come on, what the hell are you guys doing? What the hell? How can the support steal the dragon like that? Old Wu, if you mess up again, I swear I'll shove old Zhang's head up your ass. For the entire afternoon, Gu Chenzhou's cursing never ceased. Of course, those 3 ungrateful brats had long since grown immune to his tirades. It wasn't until 6 in the evening that Gu Chenzhou finally shut down the game. Staring at his Wii game stats page, he felt utterly speechless. This is absurd. I killed 40 people single-handedly, with a total score of 44 to 31. How the hell did you guys manage to die more times than I killed? Gu Chenzhou blared at them, demanding an explanation. Ah, don't sweat the small stuff. We won, didn't we? Zhang Shangming approached with a broad smile. Gu Chenzhou retorted irritably, I'm completely burned out. I was practically reduced to a relic. Don't talk like that. Just then, Zhou Xiang glanced at his vibrating phone and said in surprise, already here? Who is it? Gu Chenzhou asked. The delivery guy, old Zhang.
You're in good shape, go grab our package. Zhou Xiang pointed at Zhang Xiangming.
Zhang Xiangming grumbled, why should I? Because this package has your share in it. I paid for it for all of you, why should I be the one to carry it? Zhou Xiang retorted. What about old Gu?
Zhang Xiangming turned to look at Gu Chenzhou.
I've helped you guys win so many rounds today, and now you want me to carry stuff too? Gu Chenzhou retorted irritably. Old Wu. Forget it. His physique just isn't up to it anyway. I'm heading downstairs. With that, Zhang Xiangming headed down the stairs toward the dormitory building. Wukong, I don't know why, but I feel like I've been insulted. You'll get used to it. It's happened more than once or twice, Zhou Xiang stated bluntly. Ding dong. Gu Chenzhou heard the notification sound from his headphones and instinctively opened WeChat. His expression darkened as he read the message above. Chapter 184, Application Rejected. Zhao Xiao, boss, sorry about this. I didn't communicate properly, and our booth application for the Game Expo got rejected. Bu Chenzhou, what was their reason for rejection? Zhao Xiao, they said the booths are full, but I saw their recruitment is still open. Probably think small companies like ours aren't up to par. Bu Chenzhou, so that's how it is. Zhao Xiao, sorry, I thought it would be a breeze. Never expected they wouldn't even give me a chance to explain. Bu Chenzhou, no worries, it's not your fault. I'll handle it myself. Zhao Xiao, I'll try harder to see if I can make it work. If not, I'll find other ways to promote it. Bu Chenzhou, alright. After closing the page, Gu Chenzhou took a deep breath. This is a big mess. What's wrong? Zhou Xiang asked, puzzled. Gu Chenzhou replied, remember that Game Expo we talked about at lunch? Of course I remember. I was already planning to have old Zhang dress up in women's clothing. Zhou Xiang flashed a knowing smile but quickly realized something was off. You wouldn't be unable to attend, would you? Yeah, we didn't get a booth. Looks like we're out of luck. Gu Chenzhou spread his hands helplessly. Damn it, no way. I'm your shareholder, for crying out loud. If your game promotion goes south, I'm losing out on profits. Zhou Xiang stood up and said to Gu Chenzhou, come with me tonight. I'll take you to meet someone. The request caught Gu Chenzhou off guard. What's this about? Don't worry about the details. Since they won't give it to us, I'll just go get it from them. Zhou Xiang was blunt. Gu Chenzhou was momentarily speechless. Zhou Xiang was being downright domineering. After a long pause, Gu Chenzhou finally said, alright. Wukong interjected, if it really doesn't work out, I can help you think of other ways. Old Wu, don't worry about it. With my connections, no one dares refuse my demands. Zhou Xiang's demeanor was pure spoiled rich kid. Gu Chenzhou chuckled, truly the capital's #1 playboy impressive. Flattery, flattery, Zhou Xiang replied, clasping his fists in a bow. Hey, you guys, could you lend a hand? Zhang Xiangming's voice suddenly echoed from outside the door. They turned to see Zhang Xiangming shouting breathlessly. Beside him were 4 enormous trunks, their weight having completely drained Zhang Xiangming of strength. Gu Chenzhou was speechless for a moment. How can you be so weak? Maybe you should take some kidney essence tablets? Get lost. Try lifting 4 heavy boxes by yourself, Zhang Xiangming snapped irritably. Without a second thought, the 3 rushed over to help. Soon, the delivery boxes were placed on the dorm floor. These standard ones are for the 3 of us. This deluxe one is for old Gu. Zhou Xiang distributed them. Take them back and assemble them yourselves. What the heck is this thing? A deluxe version? Could it be a life-size figurine? Zhang Xiangming suddenly had an idea. Could you stop being so dirty-minded? It's just a regular gaming chair. Zhou Xiang sighed in exasperation. Gu Chenzhou picked one up. Who cares? Let's open it. The others didn't say anything else either, each busy unboxing their own packages. Inside were densely packed parts. Gu Chenzhou didn't bother overthinking it, he just followed the manual step by step, screwing everything together. After a while, Gu Chenzhou sat down in the chair, feeling incredibly comfortable and relaxed. Honestly, this deluxe model even has a massage function. Gu Chenzhou squinted his eyes, savoring the moment. That should have been mine, Zhou Xiang said with a hint of resentment. You gave it to me yourself, I didn't ask for it, Gu Chenzhou said, crossing his legs. Ah, other people's stuff is just better, isn't it? Give it back. Zhou Xiang gritted his teeth. Gu Chenzhou grinned. No way. Soon, everyone had assembled their chairs. The difference between the deluxe and standard models? Just an added massage function. Old Gu, let's go. Zhou Xiang glanced at his phone and said to Gu Chenzhou. Where are we going? Zhang Xiangming asked in confusion. Zhou Xiang replied, I'm taking old Gu to handle something. You guys keep playing in the dorm. I'll bring you guys dinner when I get back. Sure. Old Wu, want a duo queue? Zhang Xiangming asked, still puzzled. Wukong shook his head. Nah, gotta swing by the club. They said there's something we need to do. Fine, I guess I'll just go jog a few laps around the field then, Zhang Xiangming said, sounding defeated. Gu Chenzhou, already dressed, stood beside Zhou Xiang. Let's go. Zhou Xiang tossed him the car keys. You drive.
Gu Chenzhou stared at the keys, his mind drifting back to the events of the day, sending a shiver down his spine.
What's wrong? Zhou Xiang asked. Gu Chenzhou snapped back to reality. I just remembered seeing Senior Jiang driving. It kind of freaked me out.
Zhou Xiang froze in surprise. You didn't mention it before, but now you've got me scared too.
What should we do? Gu Chenzhou asked.
Zhou Xiang thought for a moment.
Let's take a taxi.
I agree, Zhou Xiang said. So the two of them walked out of the dorm together and hailed a taxi at the school gate.
Driver, take us to Drunken Immortal Pavilion, Zhou Xiang instructed.
The driver didn't ask any questions, immediately stepping on the gas and heading toward their destination.
In just over 10 minutes, they stood beneath the entrance of Drunken Immortal Pavilion.
Every time I come here, I can't help but feel the gap between our social statuses, Gu Chenzhou remarked.
Zhou Xiang patted his shoulder and said, why dwell on it? Let's go.
Soon, the two entered the establishment, where a man in his 30s stood waiting. His stern expression softened into a smile when he spotted Zhou Xiang. Young Master Zhou, I didn't expect you to arrive so quickly.
Right. Let me introduce you.
This is my brother, Gu Chenzhou.
Zhou Xiang began the introductions. Old Gu, this is Li Hong, the organizer of the Beijing Gaming Expo.
Hello, Mr. Li, Gu Chenzhou said politely, extending his hand to Li Hong.
Li Hong quickly grasped Zhou Xiang's intentions, shaking Gu Chenzhou's hand and saying, nice to meet you, nice to meet you. Let's go upstairs first, Zhou Xiang said, heading toward the elevator.
Without a word, the group followed Zhou Xiang into the private room.
No sooner had they sat down than Zhou Xiang got straight to the point. Brotherly, you know why I invited you here, right? It's about the booth at the Game Expo, right? Li Hong replied. Zhou Xiang nodded. Exactly.
So, brotherly, I was wondering if you could give my brother a chance? I'd love to, but we're truly unable to, Li Hong sighed. The remaining booths have all been secured by investors.
Chapter 185, The Remote Booth.
This statement left Zhou Xiang utterly stunned.
Who could possibly be richer than this young master?
It's a newly established gaming company from the capital.
The boss seems to be named Chenin.
Li Hong replied truthfully, he invested 2 million directly into us.
This made Gu Chenzhou frown. Why is he everywhere? What? You know him? Zhou Xiang turned to ask Gu Chenzhou. Gu Chenzhou spread his hands helplessly. I'd rather not know him, but I do. Well, that makes things easier. You could go talk to him.
Maybe he'll give you a spot, Li Hong suggested.
Gu Chenzhou shook his head. That probably won't work.
The only reason I know him is because he's my romantic rival and he's been sabotaging me at every turn.
Li Hong felt awkward.
After a long pause, he finally said, sorry, I didn't mean to.
Gu Chenzhou shook his head. I don't mind it, and neither should you. How about this? Zhou Xiang suggested. Why don't you guys open a new stall? Actually, we do have another stall, but it's too remote, so I've scrapped it. Li Hong pondered, honestly, that location really isn't ideal. But if you want it, I can give it to you.
Young Master Zhou, you know I can't risk my reputation just for personal favors.
That's not a problem for me.
It's up to you, old Gu, Zhou Xiang replied. After pondering for a moment, Gu Chenzhou said to Li Hong, then thank you, Mr. Li.
We'll take that stall.
I'll pay you directly when the time comes.
No need.
That spot is really too remote, and since you're young Master Zhou's friend, I won't charge you anything, Li Hong said.
Thank you, Gu Chenzhou said solemnly. You're welcome, Li Hong replied.
I'll send you the entry pass and stall permit later.
Just give me an address. Manhwa Road, 4th floor of Qinghe Road. Just hand it over to someone named Zhao Xiao. Gu Chenzhou instructed Li Hong. Got it. Li Hong nodded. Alright, since everything's settled, let's grab a bite to eat. Zhou Xiang picked up the menu. We're tired of lobster and crab. Let's get an octopus. After the meal, Gu Chenzhou and his group exited Drunken Immortal Pavilion.
Gu Chenzhou steadied the dizzy Zhou Xiang and said, I told you to drink less, but you stubbornly wouldn't listen.
I'm not drunk. If you don't believe me, let's hit the second round. Zhou Xiang waved his hand, shouting. Gu Chenzhou sneered, keep dreaming. Let's just head back. Well then, Mr. Gu, I'll be heading off.
Take care on the road, Li Hong said as he climbed into his car.
Alright, you too, Gu Chenzhou waved.
Soon, he hailed a taxi and finally departed.
Seated in the back seat, Gu Chenzhou tended to Zhou Xiang while texting Zhao Xiao. Gu Chenzhou, Zhao Jia, are you asleep yet? Zhao Xiao, not yet. What's up? Bu Chenzhou, someone should be bringing you the paperwork for the Game Expo tomorrow. Make sure to handle it. Zhao Xiao. That fast? Bu Chenzhou, yeah, thanks to a friend, we got a booth for free. Unsinkable boat, but it's in a remote spot. We'll probably need to figure out how to attract visitors.
Zhao Xiao, boss, don't worry about that, leave it to us.
Unsinkable, alright. Gu Chenzhou put down his phone and gazed out the window.
In a daze, he thought he saw a familiar figure walking down the street.
Nianqiu? Gu Chenzhou murmured to himself.
Young man, we've arrived at your destination, the driver suddenly reminded him.
Gu Chenzhou snapped back to reality. Alright, how much is it? I'll scan you.
He spoke while making the payment, then pulled Zhou Xiang out of the car.
Chenzhou, where have you been? Not far away, Su Nianqiu waved at Gu Chenzhou. Why do you reek of alcohol?
I didn't drink much, it's all on him.
Gu Chenzhou supported Zhou Xiang as they walked over.
By the way, Nianqiu, there's a gaming expo coming up in a few days.
Want to come along?
Of course I'll go, it is your invitation, after all, Su Nianqiu replied with a smile.
Speaking of which, why are you still out so late? Gu Chenzhou asked curiously.
Su Nianqiu pointed toward the distance.
See that over there? Yeah, huh?
Why is our senior there?
Gu Chenzhou asked in surprise. I'm waiting for her to return something. You guys go ahead, Su Nianqiu said with a smile.
Be careful then, Gu Chenzhou urged.
Su Nianqiu waved at him. This is Jingda University. There aren't that many dangers around here.
True, Gu Chenzhou chuckled.
I'll be off then. With that, he dragged Zhou Xiang away, heading toward the dormitory building.
Back in the dorm room, Gu Chenzhou called out, guys, come help me toss old Zhou onto the bed.
Zhang Shengming stood up. It's not that complicated. I can handle it myself. He smoothly caught Zhou Xiang and tossed him up. Gu Chenzhou let out a long sigh. This is exhausting. Here, I brought you guys some food. Whoa, this looks amazing. Zhang Shengming exclaimed in surprise as he took it.
Wukong deftly pulled chopsticks from a drawer.
Come on, I've got everything ready. Gu Chenzhou stripped off his t-shirt. I'm going to take a shower.
Let's go together, Zhang Shengming chuckled. Gu Chenzhou suddenly clutched his rear, instinctively pressing his back against the wall.
What the hell do you think you're doing?
Zhang Shengming froze for a moment before quickly recovering. My brain short-circuited.
That just slipped out.
What I meant was, I was thinking of grabbing some food from the cafeteria.
Gu Chenzhou, you better be thinking that. You gotta trust your buddy here.
I'm not that kind of guy, Zhang Shengming said earnestly.
Gu Chenzhou waved his hands hastily. Like I don't know what kind of person you are? Looks like I'll need to buy a lock soon. That's going too far. Zhang Shengming protested.
Gu Chenzhou ignored him and turned to enter the bathroom to shower.
Half an hour later, Gu Chenzhou emerged from the bathroom with his hair dried. Old Gu, wanna try this?
This stuff is seriously delicious. Zhang Shengming held a king crab and bit through the shell with his teeth.
Seriously? Are your teeth made of iron? Gu Chenzhou was stunned. Isn't that how you're supposed to eat it?
Zhang Shengming asked, puzzled.
Gu Chenzhou pointed to the small scissors in the bag. Is there any chance those scissors over there could help you cut open the shell?
Ha!
I thought you guys used those to trim your little dicks. Zhang Shengming exclaimed in shock. Wukong was speechless. We're eating here. Could you not say such disgusting things?
Even though this is my first time eating it, I know exactly how tough this stuff is. Gu Chenzhou stared at Zhang Shengming. You're something else.
Chapter 186, Competition Date. Gu Chenzhou silently gave Zhang Shengming a thumbs up. It was the first time he'd ever seen anyone do that.
Zhang Shengming said nothing, simply reaching into the bag for the scissors and cutting open the shell.
Who knew such a convenient tool existed? I thought everyone just gnawed on the whole thing with their teeth. Wukong exclaimed. Hey, dude, where did you even hear about this eating method? Gu Chenzhou finally couldn't resist asking them. Wukong answered honestly, from TV.
You know, those rich folks always order whole ones, but I never actually saw how they ate it.
Don't tell anyone you know me when you go out. This is embarrassing. Gu Chenzhou sighed helplessly. Couldn't you just look it up online?
After speaking, he glanced up at Zhou Xiang, who was fast asleep. The kid had drunk too much and was now snoring away in his sleep. If he saw this scene, he'd probably laugh himself silly.
Why do you care so much?
As long as we can eat, that's all that matters, Zhang Shengming grumbled.
Gu Chenzhou ignored them and returned to his bed. Alright, clean up after you finish eating. I need to sleep.
After saying that, he lay on the bed and stared at his phone. Before he knew it, his eyelids felt incredibly heavy.
Early the next morning, Gu Chenzhou jolted awake. He glanced at his phone and hurriedly pulled on his clothes. Guys, time to get up.
We have a specialized class at 8 this morning. He shouted while changing. Zhang Shengming scrambled to sit up.
What time is it already? Hurry up, don't waste any time. Zhou Xiang checked the time. Wait, I definitely set an alarm before sleeping. Why didn't it go off?
But when he unlocked his phone, he went completely numb.
Gu Chenzhou leaned over to take a look. Wow, this is the first time I've seen someone use a calculator as an alarm clock. Damn it, how much did I drink last night?
Zhou Xiang groaned, clutching his throbbing head.
Don't worry about that now. Hurry up and get to class.
Wukong sighed and glared at Zhang Shengming. I shouldn't have believed you could handle a whole case.
What's it got to do with me?
You were the one who said you could handle a whole case.
Zhang Shengming pointed at the opened beer crate over there. And what happened?
You couldn't handle more than 3 cans.
Cut it out. Hurry up. I'm going to wash up first.
Gu Chenzhou said before heading to the sink to wash his face and brush his teeth.
Everyone finished their routine hastily and rushed to the classroom building.
They barely made it to the classroom at the last possible moment. The four of them panted heavily, collapsing onto the back row seats to catch their breath.
We made it just in time. This is Professor Liang's class. If we'd been late, we could kiss our credits for this semester goodbye.
Zhou Xiang gasped for air, looking like a dog that had run itself ragged. He might as well have stuck his tongue out.
Gu Chenzhou asked, "Did you guys bring your books?"
Great, we're screwed.
Zhou Xiang was speechless. "I only brought my phone. +1. Gu Chenzhou sighed. "Guess we'll just have to wing it then."
Zhang Xiangming waved his hand dismissively.
"No big deal.
We'll just play on our phones to kill time." With that, he pulled an air conditioner remote from his pocket.
The three of them stared at the object in his hand, lost in thought. "Old Zhang, what's this all about?" Wukong asked. Gu Chenzhou looked up and asked, "You don't think the classroom is too hot and want to turn on the AC, do you?" "No, I remember bringing my phone. How did it turn into this thing?" Zhang Xiangming was completely dumbfounded.
He remembered placing his phone on the desk and grabbing it to run off.
"Well, looks like you won't even have a chance to kill time now," Zhou Xiang chuckled.
But what he pulled out of his pocket was a power bank.
"Why this?" Gu Chenzhou was utterly speechless. "You guys are one weirdo after another." He turned to Wukong and asked, "What about you? You didn't bring a brick, did you?" "I didn't bring my phone at all. I brought a book." Wukong placed a book on the table. "Truly the model student," Gu Chenzhou praised. "Let's all read together. Guess that's our only option. Move closer together."
Wukong placed the book in the middle. The group said nothing, simply squeezing together to listen to the lecture.
The class dragged on interminably. Only when the professor finally announced the end did Gu Chenzhou and the others feel liberated. "I can't take it anymore. I need to get back as soon as possible," Zhou Xiang declared before darting out of the classroom. Zhang Xiangming followed suit. "I'll head back to the dorm. I don't have any more classes today anyway."
Gu Chenzhou and Wukong exchanged a glance, neither speaking.
"Are you heading back too?" Gu Chenzhou asked. "No, I have one more class later."
"You guys go ahead," Wukong waved to them.
Gu Chenzhou nodded. "Alright, I'll head back too." With that, he followed Zhang Xiangming and the others. Just as they reached the playground, Gu Chenzhou's phone vibrated. "Luo Yi, Gu, are you free?" "Gu Chenzhou, no classes this morning." "What's up?" "Luo Yi, the competition starts this Saturday. Are you going?" "Unsubmerged vessel? Why so soon?" "Luo Yi, yeah, it's right during the gaming expo. Our venue is there too." "Gu Chenzhou, got it. I'll be there." "Luo Yi, alright, see you then. Keep up the good work." "Gu Chenzhou, don't worry, no big deal." Gu Chenzhou stared at Luo Yi's silent reply, looking rather helpless.
The competition schedule conflicted with the gaming expo. Though they were at the same venue, he still didn't know if he could manage everything. He'd just have to prepare in advance. After a moment's thought, he sent another message to Zhao Xiao.
"Unsinkable, Sister Zhao, did you get the press pass?" "Zhao Xiao, they've been delivered. We're heading over to check out the venue now. Want to come along?" "Unsinkable, I don't have class right now. I'll head over."
"Zhao Xiao, alright, it's at the central gymnasium. I'll wait for you at the entrance."
"Gu Chenzhou, okay."
With these thoughts, Gu Chenzhou didn't head back to the dorms but walked toward the school gate instead. He hailed a taxi by the roadside and stated plainly, "Driver, take me to the gymnasium."
"Got it." The driver nodded and immediately headed for the destination. 20 minutes later, Gu Chenzhou stood at the entrance of the gymnasium. "Young boss, over here."
Not far away, Zhao Xiao waved at Gu Chenzhou.
"Sis Xiao, you got here so fast?" Gu Chenzhou exclaimed in surprise. "I arrived half an hour ago."
Zhao Xiao sighed. "Brace yourself, that booth is way more out of the way than you'd expect."
"So what if it's out of the way? This gaming expo is bound to be huge. People will find us eventually." Gu Chenzhou waved dismissively. "Let's go inside and take a look first." Zhao Xiao handed Gu Chenzhou the access pass for the internal. Gu Chenzhou took it and followed her inside. Chapter 187, The Most Remote Booth. Inside the sports arena, representatives from numerous game companies were busy making preparations.
Banners, posters, and even high-end computers were all set up there. Gu Chenzhou navigated through the booths, walking for a full 10 minutes before reaching their assigned spot.
Seeing the space, Gu Chenzhou was utterly dumbfounded. After a long moment, he finally snapped back to reality. "Wait, are you sure this is the right spot?" It was tucked away in the very back corner. Probably hardly anyone would even walk this way.
That's exactly why this spot is so difficult to manage. Zhao Xiao sighed. Zhao Hai and the others nearby were measuring the space. When Wang Cheng spotted Gu Chenzhou approaching, he exclaimed in surprise, "Young boss, what brings you over here?"
"Just checking out the site."
"Never expected it to be in such a state," Gu Chenzhou sighed.
"Yeah, how much did you pay for this stall?" Wang Cheng inquired. Gu Chenzhou replied, "Not a single penny. They gave it to me for free." All in all, we're not losing out. We just need to figure out how to draw people in. Zhao Hai sighed, glancing around. It seemed unlikely anyone would come to their spot. We'll just have to go back and figure something out, Gu Chenzhou said, rubbing his chin. Wang Chang and the others exchanged glances. Then we'll handle setting up the scene here. As for attracting people, that's on you, boss. Alright, you guys start setting things up. We only have 2 days left after all, Gu Chenzhou said. The others nodded and began discussing among themselves. By noon, when they emerged from the gymnasium, Gu Chenzhou still hadn't come up with a good plan. This restaurant looks good. Let's eat here. Zhao Hai pointed to a fast food restaurant next to the gymnasium. Gu Chenzhou nodded. Alright. Once inside, everyone ordered what they wanted. After placing his order, Zhao Hai deftly pulled out his phone and began scrolling through short videos featuring beautiful women. Gu Chenzhou stared at Zhao Hai's screen, lost in thought. Hey, boss, you've got a girlfriend. This isn't exactly appropriate, is it? Zhao Hai looked up, surprised to find Gu Chenzhou staring at his phone. Gu Chenzhou snapped back to attention. I've got an idea. What? Zhao Hai asked, puzzled. Gu Chenzhou explained, I know how to attract people now. Wang Chang and the others perked up. Tell us more. What do you think is the most attractive thing right now? Gu Chenzhou teased. Zhao Hai pondered for a moment before speaking up. If I had to say, it's definitely beautiful women. Wang Chang nodded in agreement. Even though I'm getting on in years, some young, pretty girls are certainly easy on the eyes. Gu Chenzhou chuckled, exactly. We can leverage that by having them hold directional signs to guide people to our booth. It's certainly an idea, Li Fangfang inquired, but where do we find girls who can captivate people at a glance? Wang Chang and the others all turned to Gu Chenzhou. Actually, there are some. Gu Chenzhou froze. You wouldn't be suggesting Nianqiu participate, would you? Young boss, the only one who could achieve that effect is probably your girlfriend, Zhao Xiao stated. True. But if you're not comfortable, we won't push it, Wang Chang added. Gu Chenzhou pondered for a moment. I'll go back to school and try. If they don't agree, there's nothing I can do. Them, the others asked in unison. Gu Chenzhou replied, yeah, I need to discuss and ask a few others too. Whether it was Li Shi, Xianan, or Jiang Yusen, they were all exceptionally attractive. If we could get them on board, it would definitely draw a huge crowd. I see. Well, it's up to you then, Wang Chang said, patting Gu Chenzhou on the shoulder. Gu Chenzhou suggested, in the meantime, get someone to custom make a batch of outfits. High quality, fast turnaround money's no object. Alright, I'll give it a shot, but we'll need the model's measurements first, Zhao Xiao replied. Gu Chenzhou fell silent. This was going to be tricky. I'll have them for you by tomorrow morning, Gu Chenzhou replied. Alright. Zhao Xiao nodded in agreement. After the meal, Zhao Xiao and the others headed back to the gymnasium to continue preparations. Gu Chenzhou took a car back to campus. He first attended a water class before returning to the dormitory in a daze. Pushing open the dorm door, he found Zhou Xiang and the others resting in their respective spots. Old Gu, where'd you go? Zhou Xiang asked, looking up. Gu Chenzhou answered honestly, I went to check out the booths. I have to say, that place is really out of the way. How remote? Zhou Xiang asked, puzzled. If you compare that place to our dorm building, it's like going from the first floor all the way up to the rooftop terrace and it's the farthest corner spot, Gu Chenzhou explained. Zhang Xiangming's eyes widened. That remote? What are we gonna do? I've already figured out a solution, but I still need the owner's consent. So next, I'll have to go find them myself, Gu Chenzhou said, slumping in his chair with a weary expression. Want us to help out? Zhou Xiang walked over and asked. Zhang Xiangming chimed in, me and Old Wu can help too. Gu Chenzhou considered it, then asked suspiciously, are you sure? Of course. We're all brothers here, Zhou Xiang chuckled. Just name your terms. Gu Chenzhou nodded and pulled up 3 images from the group chat. These are the concept art pieces for the game my company is currently developing. Wow, this ethereal look is pretty cool, huh? Zhou Xiang said, pointing to one of the images. These are 3 crucial characters in the game, we need people to cosplay them. Gu Chenzhou stared at the trio. Which is why your physiques are just right. Zhang Xiangming looked at the muscular guy with the flower-like, bizarre makeup and felt a bad vibe. Old Gu, you're not seriously asking me to play this character, are you? Zhang Xiangming asked, pointing at the muscular man's image. Gu Chenzhou nodded. Exactly. You're a perfect fit. Consider this a favor I'm asking of you. Zhang Xiangming fell silent, lost in thought, unable to utter another word. Seeing his silence, Gu Chenzhou steeled himself, Dad. Zhang Xiangming froze, then sighed helplessly. Fine. Since you've called me that, what else can I do? Guess I'll just have to indulge you. Wu Kong examined another image. This refined, scholarly look must be some early game expert, right? A pervert, Gu Chenzhou replied. A guy who's into the second character. Not just buddies? Wu Kong was utterly dumbfounded. Can't you just come up with a normal character? Here's one. Old Zhou's upcoming character, the most righteous senior disciple of the sect. And he's so righteous it's borderline twisted. Gu Chenzhou pointed to the third image.
Zhou Xiang chuckled, as expected, only I am worthy of this role.
Chapter 188, Preparations before the exhibition. Anyway, this time we're counting on you guys. Gu Chenzhou reminded them.
As the saying goes, beautiful appearances are a dime a dozen, but interesting souls are one in a million. The three of them were still quite compatible.
Alright, this is the only way forward now. Zhang Xiangming slumped into his chair, defeated. Just remember to cover my lunch and dinner. Deal. All you can eat boxed meals. Gu Chenzhou replied with a smile. Zhang Xiangming, can't you give me something substantial? Of course, Gu Chenzhou replied.
Send me your heights, weights, and measurements first.
I'll have someone custom make the uniforms ASAP. Alright.
Zhou Xiang and the others returned to their seats and sent their respective details to Gu Chenzhou.
Gu Chenzhou copied each entry, pasted them into the workgroup chat and sent them to Zhao Xiao. Zhao Xiao, got it. Male characters sorted. Now for the female ones. Gu Chenzhou, I'll reach out to them. Zhao Xiao, got it.
I've already checked if we rush these custom outfits, they can be ready in 2 days at the latest.
Gu Chenzhou, great, thanks for your hard work, Sister Zhao. Zhao Xiao, no trouble at all. It's what I should do.
Gu Chenzhou closed the window and glanced once more at Li Shi and Su Nianqiu's contact information. After a moment's hesitation, Gu Chenzhou gritted her teeth and reached out to them.
Gu Chenzhou, Senior, are you there? Li Shi, what's up? Want to treat me to dinner? Gu Chenzhou, I need a favor.
Li Shi, a meal costing no less than $500.
Gu Chenzhou. Li Shi, what's up? Don't want to?
Gu Chenzhou, I was even thinking of making you our official cosplayer.
Guess that's out the window now. Li Shi.
Li Shi, holy crap, why didn't you say so earlier?
Unsinkable ship image, can we make this? Li Shi, absolutely. Is this your new game? Unsinkable ship, yep, we need it for the game expo. You can come play it then. Li Shi, alright, I'm in. Gu Chenzhou, then send me your measurements. Li Shi? Don't you know asking a girl for her measurements and age is the biggest no-no? Unsinkable, so are you sending them or not?
Li Shi, seriously, you're something else. Soon, she sent over her measurements.
Gu Chenzhou didn't think much of it and simply forwarded it to Zhao Xiao.
Afterward, he contacted Su Nianqiu and the others.
Without exception, they all agreed.
After pondering it, Gu Chenzhou also sent his own measurements to Zhao Xiao. After all, with a face as handsome as his, he had to save face. After completing all this, Gu Chenzhou glanced at the time on his computer.
Is it that late already? Guess I should hit the hay early. Yawning, Gu Chenzhou realized it was already 7 in the evening. Sleep my ass. Get up and party.
Zhou Xiang suddenly shouted, his face flushed with anger.
Come on, I'll take you guys out for a feast. What's up? Why so mad? Gu Chenzhou asked, puzzled. We've been losing all day. Zhou Xiang pointed at the page covered in red losses. Can't even carry this bunch of pigs. Gu Chenzhou was speechless for a moment. Now you know how it feels to be led by me, huh? Zhou Xiang, Zhang Xiangming, Wukong. Ahem, whatever. I'm just pissed today.
If I don't get drunk, no one's going home.
Zhou Xiang cleared his throat twice and dragged Gu Chenzhou and the others toward the exit. Soon, they arrived at Joji Barbecue.
As soon as Zhou Xiang stepped inside, he called out to the owner. For cases of beer and 100 skewers of whatever you've got.
Got it. The owner chuckled. Sitting on a small stool, Gu Chenzhou looked utterly stunned. Old Zhou, have you lost your mind?
How are we supposed to finish all that beer? We'll take the leftovers home and finish them tomorrow.
Zhou Xiang seemed to be harboring resentment. In a daze, Gu Chenzhou could almost see that resentment solidify. Alright, let's not talk about that anymore. Zhou Xiang waved his hand dismissively and continued, Old Gu, how are things on your end? Everything's taken care of.
Now we just wait and see how it plays out, Gu Chenzhou replied.
Zhou Xiang patted his chest. With my looks, I'll definitely make you look good. You've reviewed the character profiles I provided, right? Gu Chenzhou asked. Zhou Xiang turned his head away, feeling guilty. I can look at them tomorrow.
Zhang Xiangming and Wukong, however, felt distinctly uneasy.
We did read them, but aren't these roles a bit too over the top? Zhang Xiangming groaned, asked me to jump off a building and I'll do it, but that pose? I just can't pull it off.
He curled his fingers into a delicate gesture, striking an affectedly effeminate pose. Before he could finish, goosebumps broke out in disgust.
Gu Chenzhou slapped Zhang Xiangming on the shoulder.
Old Zhang, it's tough, but if you pull it off naturally, it'll be the others who look awkward. And trust me, it'll go viral.
Exactly.
Just enjoy the ride, old Zhang, Zhou Xiang laughed heartily. Wukong said nothing, silently taking the beer crate and pouring himself a drink.
Old Wu, what do you think? Gu Chenzhou turned to ask.
Wukong took a big gulp of beer before answering, no problem. After all, you guys have helped me so much.
I'll definitely give it my all for you. Thanks. Gu Chenzhou picked up a bottle. Let me show you something.
With that, he popped the cap and downed the entire bottle in one gulp. Old Zhang, watch closely and learn that's what a show is, Zhou Xiang told Zhang Xiangming. What you did before was just a fountain.
Bull. I'll show you guys something too. Zhang Xiangming refused to be outdone.
He grabbed a bottle and downed it in one gulp.
Put.
Liquor splashed everywhere, causing Gu Chenzhou and the others to recoil in disgust.
Can't you show some manners? Gu Chenzhou snapped irritably, how can you just spray everywhere like that? I refuse to believe it. Let's go again. Put.
It had only been 5 minutes, and Zhang Xiangming had already emptied 6 bottles.
Zhou Xiang watched Zhang Xiangming reach for more liquor and quickly grabbed his arm. I may be loaded, but I can't keep up with your reckless spending.
Wastefulness isn't a good habit, Wu Kong remarked.
Zhang Xiangming finally gave up. He turned to Gu Chenzhou and asked, Hey, old Gu, how did you pull that off?
Leave some air at the bottle opening.
Don't seal it completely, Gu Chenzhou advised. Alright, I'll try again.
Zhang Xiangming picked up another bottle.
Zhou Xiang threatened, keep this up, and you're buying dinner.
Zhang Xiangming silently set it down, not daring to continue. Only you, old Zhou, can handle old Zhang, Wu Kong praised.
Gu Fangzhou stretched lazily, contentedly, we've got a lot on our plate the day after tomorrow.
Bull. You're the one with the most free time, Zhou Xiang retorted. Gu Chenzhou replied, not only do I have to manage the booth, but I also have to play a role like you guys.
Plus, I have to compete in the gymnasium. My schedule is completely packed. Chapter 189, The Drunken Trio. Cut the crap. I think you're just showing off. Zhang Xiangming retorted irritably. Gu Chenzhou turned to look at him and said, then why don't we switch? Fine. It's just a game. Like I'm scared of that? Zhang Xiangming rolled up his sleeves, slapped the table, and shouted. Don't break the table. The owner yelled at Zhang Xiangming from a short distance away. Zhang Xiangming immediately ducked his head and said no more. It's not just about the competition. You'll also need to manage company employees and figure out how to attract more people to our booth. And during all that, you have to be the face of the company. Do you think you can handle it? Gu Chenzhou stared at Zhang Xiangming as he asked. Huh? Is there really that much to do? Zhang Xiangming's cocky demeanor vanished instantly. Then I'll just stick to being an employee. That's perfectly fine. Do you think I'd deliberately harm you? Gu Chenzhou suddenly flashed a meaningful smile. Zhang Xiangming scrambled to his feet and took a few quick steps back. Every time you flash that smile, it gives me the creeps. I agree. You're not cooking up another devious plan, are you? Zhou Xiang poured Gu Chenzhou a glass of wine. Old Gu, drink this glass and spare us. Gu Chenzhou, is that really how you see me? Wu Kong, Zhou Xiang, Zhang Xiangming, yes. Gu Chenzhou. Forget it. Let's just drink. Fine. Today, let's see who gets drunk first. It's obviously going to be you. Midnight, on the street. Gu Chenzhou dragged his 3 unruly friends back to the dorm again. Along the way, Zhang Xiangming was either sprawled on the ground barking like a dog or Zhou Xiang was striking up conversations with thin air. As for Wu Kong, though he was the quietest, his actions annoyed Gu Chenzhou the most. He had vomited all over Gu Chenzhou. Half an hour later, he finally managed to get them back to the dorm. He couldn't be bothered with them anymore. He tossed them onto the floor and dashed to the bathroom to shower. He scrubbed the filth off his body vigorously, emerging from the bathroom only after a long while. The moment he stepped out, he was met with a scene of utter chaos. Zhou Xiang was clinging to Zhang Xiangming's leg, gnawing on it, while Zhang Xiangming had his hands clamped around Wu Kang's neck. Damn it, they just won't let me have a moment's peace. Gu Chenzhou pressed his forehead, tossed his clothes into the washing machine, and turned back to lie down on the bed. Though the noise was deafening, he'd had his share of drinks today. Buoyed by the alcohol, he soon drifted off to sleep. Early the next morning, Gu Chenzhou opened his eyes groggily. As soon as he got out of bed, he stepped on something. Who the hell is that? Zhou Xiang snapped awake and shouted at his surroundings. But when he took in his surroundings, he froze in shock. Wait, how the hell did I end up sleeping on the floor? Zhou Xiang smacked his lips, as if something was stuck inside. Soon, he fished out several curly, stiff strands of hair from his mouth. Zhou Xiang. Gu Chenzhou. You're something else managing to get that stuff in your mouth. Gu Chenzhou silently gave him a thumbs up. Zhou Xiang, however, stood frozen in place, slow to recover. Alright, savor that moment on your own. I'm off to grab breakfast. Gu Chenzhou patted his shoulder and headed toward the dorm exit. Stop right there. Zhou Xiang grabbed his arm immediately. You absolutely can't tell anyone about this. That depends on your sincerity, Gu Chenzhou replied, narrowing his eyes. After a long silence, Zhou Xiang finally spoke slowly. Father. My dear son, rest assured. I'll keep this secret for you. Now go wash up. Gu Chenzhou burst into laughter. Zhou Xiang was utterly speechless but eventually headed off to wash up nearby. Half an hour later, Zhang Xiangming and Wu Kong had awakened. This is weird. Why am I sleeping on the floor? Zhang Xiangming rubbed his sleepy eyes. Shouldn't my body hurt from sleeping on the floor? Why do my feet hurt instead? Gu Chenzhou said nothing, merely stifling his laughter. Zhou Xiang said nothing and rinsed his mouth again. Everyone awake? Have something to eat. Gu Chenzhou handed over 2 bags of steamed buns. Zhang Xiangming grabbed them without hesitation. Thanks. Wukong then spoke up, speaking of which, we don't have class today. Want to go explore around? That's a great idea. I actually have somewhere I need to go, and I could use your help, Gu Chenzhou said, his eyes lighting up. Zhou Xiang spoke quietly, I won't be going. You have to come, Gu Chenzhou said earnestly. Zhou Xiang sighed, guess I can't really refuse. Good to know. Let's eat first, we'll need the energy for some physical work later, Gu Chenzhou told them. Zhang Xiangming wolfed down his steamed buns in a few bites. Let's go. It's getting late. Gu Chenzhou nodded and led the 3 of them out of the dormitory. Leaving the dormitory, they made their way toward the parking lot. Old Gu, here's the car keys. Zhou Xiang handed the keys to Gu Chenzhou. Gu Chenzhou took them and said, since you have such faith in my driving skills, let's get going. After getting into the car, all 3 were reminiscing about what had happened yesterday. But because they'd all blacked out from drinking, none of them could remember a thing. On the way, Wukong in the passenger seat suddenly asked, how did we get back last night? How else? I dragged all of you back, of course. Gu Chenzhou grumbled, you 3 are absolute beasts. Especially you, old Wu, you literally puked all over me. Wukong pushed his glasses up. Come on, it wasn't that bad. Honestly, if I hadn't recorded video footage last night, you'd all be on your knees apologizing to me right now. Gu Chenzhou gripped the steering wheel tightly, his voice dripping with irritation. I consider that pretty lucky, Zhang Xiangming shuddered, recalling the video Gu Chenzhou had recorded back then. Zhou Xiang nodded in relief. True. Gu Chenzhou said nothing, only accelerating. Slow down. Are you crazy? We're going to crash. Dad. Before long, they arrived at the sports arena in the city center. Gu Chenzhou pulled open the car door, feeling utterly relieved. Now I finally understand why Senior Jan loves speeding so much. Gu Chenzhou leaned against the car, his voice brimming with satisfaction. Zhou Xiang and the others emerged, still shaken and feeling utterly miserable. Old Gu, we really can't let you drive next time. Let old Zhou drive us back, Wukong suggested. Zhang Xiangming agreed, seconded. Gu Chenzhou waved his hand dismissively. Alright, stop whining. Let's get inside. What are we doing here? Zhang Xiangming asked. Gu Chenzhou replied as they walked, to set up the scene, of course. You lot are ready-made labor. Zhou Xiang was speechless, me, the big shot from the capital, running over here to do your dirty work? Chapter 190, helping set up. Just tell me if you're in or not. Gu Chenzhou stared at Zhou Xiang. Zhou Xiang, fine, I'll do it. That's more like it. Hurry up, don't waste time. Gu Chenzhou pulled out his pass from his pocket and led Zhou Xiang and the others into the gymnasium. The moment they stepped inside, Zhang Xiangming and Wukong were stunned. Holy cow, it's huge. And all the big-name companies are here. Zhang Xiangming gazed toward the distance, that huge stage over there. Why are there only a few computers set up? That's the esports zone. That's where I'll be competing later. Gu Chenzhou walked over to Zhang Xiangming and asked, still confident about taking my place? Better not. I don't want to embarrass myself. Zhang Xiangming shook his head like a rattle. A smile flashed across Zhou Xiang's face as he offered, no worries. If you really want to join, I can pull some strings for you. No, I never said that. Zhang Xiangming waved his hands frantically. Wukong asked, speaking of which, where exactly is your spot, old Gu? Gu Chenzhou pointed ahead. It's another 10 minutes or so walking forward. That far, the 3 exclaimed in unison. Gu Chenzhou replied, yeah, that's why I said it's incredibly remote. Then let's hurry over. Don't waste time, hurry up. The group hurried onward toward the destination as they spoke. By the time they arrived, preparations were already well underway. Young boss, you're here. Zhao Hai was directing workers as they erected a canopy. I've found you a few laborers to do odd jobs. Gu Chenzhou said with a smile. Zhao Hai waved his hand dismissively. No need. We're not short-handed, we've got plenty of workers already. A dozen or so workers were assembling the stage with remarkable speed and efficiency. Frankly speaking, having Zhou Xiang and his crew come over to help would only complicate things for these workers. Gu Chenzhou scanned the area and asked curiously, speaking of which, where's Sister Zhao? She's in the back. Said she wants to keep a close eye on everything. Zhao Hai pointed to a spot not far away. Alright, just give them something to do. I'll go find Sister Zhao. With that, Gu Chenzhou headed toward the rear. Zhou Xiang froze. So you're just selling us out like that? Wukong sighed helplessly, looks like it. Zhang Xiangming walked over to the workers nearby and asked, need help moving materials? One worker, noticing Zhang Xiangming's dark complexion, instinctively assumed he was new. He simply ordered, young man, bring over those few pieces of wood for me. Sure thing. Zhang Xiangming turned and headed toward the back. Meanwhile, Gu Chenzhou had already reached the rear. Zhao Xiao was keeping a close watch on the surroundings. Sis Xiao, you're so focused, Gu Chenzhou asked as he approached her. Zhao Xiao jumped in surprise and took a few quick steps back. You scared the life out of me. When did you get here? Zhao Xiao patted her chest, still shaken. Gu Chenzhou replied, just now. How's the setup going? We're almost done. We'll definitely make it in time.
Zhao Xiao replied, but the event starts at 9 tomorrow, so you'll need to arrive 3 hours early.
That won't be a problem.
We'll just go to bed early tonight.
Gu Chenzhou asked, are the costumes ready?
They'll be delivered tonight, but there probably won't be time for fittings. Zhao Xiao added, but I trust that person's craftsmanship, there won't be any issues.
With you vouching for it, Sister Zhao, how could I not trust it?
Gu Chenzhou said with a smile.
I'm still a bit nervous, though. What if something really goes wrong? That would be a real headache.
After all, Zhao Xiao was a recent college graduate. Though she handled things decisively, she still had her vulnerable moments.
Gu Chenzhou reassured her, what's there to fear? Even if it fails, so what? We got a booth for free anyway, and the investment wasn't much.
You sure take it in stride, Zhao Xiao said with a bitter smile.
Gu Chenzhou nodded. Exactly. If I didn't have that kind of perspective, why would I even run a company? Alright then. Just for saying that, I'll make sure we pull this off. Zhao Xiao suddenly felt a surge of confidence. Then I won't bother you anymore. Gu Chenzhou said, turning to head outside. If you need anything, just call me.
I'll be here all day today.
Got it. Zhao Xiao nodded.
Walking ahead, Gu Chenzhou watched Zhang Xiangming, who was carrying over a dozen wooden planks, and fell deep in thought.
What's he doing?
Gu Chenzhou approached Zhou Xiang and asked.
Zhou Xiang shook his head. No idea.
But he looks so into it, I can't bring myself to interrupt him.
Old Zhang, you actually went to work? Gu Chenzhou called out to Zhang Xiangming. Zhang Xiangming replied as he walked, well, I'm just standing around anyway. Might as well help them move some stuff. I'm not paying you, Gu Chenzhou persisted. Zhang Xiangming waved it off. Just cover lunch. This kid's got some integrity, Gu Chenzhou nodded approvingly. Now look at you lot, just sitting here uselessly. So what? Can't I cover lunch? Zhou Xiang declared boldly. Fine. Which restaurant do you plan to take us to? Gu Chenzhou asked.
Zhou Xiang thought for a moment and said, the one across the street. You're something else, young Master Zhou. That place looks fancy as hell, yet you don't even blink an eye before inviting us all over for a meal.
Gu Chenzhou praised.
Cut the crap, Zhou Xiang retorted, kicking Gu Chenzhou in the rear.
Alright, you two sit here and rest. I'll keep checking on the construction progress. Gu Chenzhou walked over and began observing the workers' activities.
It must be said, they were indeed quite efficient. Though there were some issues with the details, as soon as Gu Chenzhou pointed them out, the workers quickly made corrections.
It wasn't until late afternoon that Gu Chenzhou and his team finally left the gymnasium. I never imagined they'd actually finish in just one day. Zhang Xiangming wiped the sweat from his brow, looking thoroughly satisfied.
Gu Chenzhou hooked his arm around Zhou Xiang's shoulder and teased, young Master Zhou, you promised to take us out for lunch this morning.
How come we ended up eating boxed meals instead?
Zhou Xiang retorted irritably, hell if I knew that place was closed. Besides, getting takeout from Drunken Immortal Pavilion was already pretty generous of me.
True.
Our young master really went out of his way for us, Wukong chimed in, joining the banter.
Gu Chenzhou said, let's head back. We need to be on time tomorrow morning. How about grabbing a drink? Zhang Xiangming suggested. Gu Chenzhou shook his head. Better not. We need to get up early tomorrow.
We have to be at the gym by 6, so we'll have to rise at 5.
That early? Zhou Xiang exclaimed in shock. I don't even know if I'll be able to wake up. Chapter 191, Departing Early. Gu Chenzhou patted his shoulder reassuringly. Don't worry.
If you can't wake up, I'll have old Zhang shove his big black dragon down your throat.
Zhou Xiang.
He recalled the curly fur that had been in his mouth when he woke up this morning.
Forget it. I'll just set a damn alarm. I'll be up at 4. Let's go.
Hurry up, don't waste time. Zhou Xiang said, dragging them toward the car. Back at the dorm, Gu Chenzhou sent messages to quite a few people. Afterward, determined to get an early night, he skipped gaming altogether and went straight to bed to rest.
3 a.m. the next morning. Gu Chenzhou woke up groggily.
He rubbed his sleepy eyes and fumbled for his vibrating phone beside the pillow.
Hello? Gu Chenzhou asked in confusion. Who is this? Chenzhou, are you awake? We're about to head out.
Su Nianqiu's gentle voice came through the phone.
Gu Chenzhou's eyes snapped open. This early? He glanced at the time on his phone and asked again, wasn't there still an hour left?
We thought we'd head over early, so we're gathering ahead of schedule, Su Nianqiu said with a laugh.
Gu Chenzhou was speechless for a moment.
That's your idea, isn't it? Exactly, Su Nianqiu replied with a soft chuckle.
Gu Chenzhou sighed. Wait for me a moment. I need to wake them up. No need, I'm already awake, Zhou Xian declared, rising from the bed with boundless energy. Zhang Xiangming and Wukong also got up one after another, +1.
Then hurry up and get washed up. We're heading out for breakfast soon, Gu Chenzhou said.
Zhou Xiang glanced outside. It's not as bright as you think. That damn late-night snack isn't even over yet. Seems like it, Gu Chenzhou mused, rubbing his chin. Then let's head to the gym first.
So the group marched over to the sink area, 4 of them crammed together brushing teeth and washing faces.
Only after finishing these tasks did they change clothes and head out of the dorm building.
The moment they stepped outside, they spotted 5 stunning beauties waiting there.
Who'd have thought we'd actually see beauties just by coming downstairs one day?
Zhou Xiang rubbed his eyes.
Am I still dreaming?
Zhang Xiangming rolled his eyes.
Look at you like you've never seen a woman before. Gu Chenzhou ignored them, walking straight to Su Nianqiu's side. He took her arm and asked, "Did you wait long?" "No, but there are 9 of us. How are we supposed to get over there?" Su Nianqiu asked doubtfully.
Her car only had 2 seats, making it impossible to transport everyone at once.
Gu Chenzhou thought for a moment and said, "We'll all take taxis. I have a car."
"I can take a few people." Jiang Yusin raised her hand. Gu Chenzhou and the others exchanged glances, utterly unable to decide who should volunteer for the ordeal.
"Old Gu, why don't you go?" Zhou Xiang called out to Gu Chenzhou. Gu Chenzhou froze, then glanced at Su Nianqiu.
"Then Senior Jiang, how about this? The girls will ride with you. You guys can just take your own car over."
Su Nianqiu suggested. "Nianqiu, are you sure that's okay?" Gu Chenzhou asked with concern. Jiang Yusin was an excellent driver, but she tended to drive too fast.
He genuinely feared she might shake someone off.
"It's fine. Senior Jiang isn't a bad person. Does she think she can kidnap me and sell me somewhere?"
Su Nianqiu wrapped her arm around his, smiling as she spoke.
Gu Chenzhou didn't continue, but instead cautioned, "Be careful." "Alright, we'll be off then. See you at the gym later." Su Nianqiu waved as she spoke. Watching them walk away, Gu Chenzhou's anxiety surged.
"Old Gu, take it easy." Wukong approached Gu Chenzhou, his tone heavy.
Gu Chenzhou kicked him in the butt. "Get lost." "Alright, I'll drive this time. None of you are taking my seat." Zhou Xiang picked up the car keys and addressed the group.
"I second that," Wukong chimed in. After all, yesterday had thoroughly scared them. Soon, the 4 of them arrived at the parking lot and sped off into the night. The distance from Beijing University to the stadium was considerable, and with Zhou Xiang deliberately taking a detour, it took them a full hour to finally arrive at the stadium. Even at this hour, the place was still bustling with people, and the main gate was already open.
"Chenzhou, over here." Su Nianqiu waved at Gu Chenzhou. Gu Chenzhou hurried over and asked them, "Why aren't you going in?" "They're blocking us from getting through," Su Nianqiu said, pointing to a spot not far away.
Li Shi joined them, looking aggrieved as she added, "They were even mean to me."
"You were the one being rude," Gu Chenzhou retorted irritably, then turned to Su Nianqiu. "Nianqiu, did you bring the pass I gave you yesterday?"
"I did, but they said the museum isn't open yet, so we have to come back at 5. Su Nianqiu spread her hands helplessly as she explained to them.
Gu Chenzhou sighed. "Looks like we came a bit too early. What should we do then?"
Li Shi asked, puzzled.
Zhou Shi thought for a moment. "I remember there's an internet cafe up ahead. Why don't we go hang out there for a bit?" "Sounds good. We can get a private room.
Then you guys can catch up on sleep or play games whenever you want."
Gu Chenzhou nodded in agreement.
Su Nianqiu and Li Shi didn't seem to mind, but Xia Nan and Jiang Yusin tilted their heads in confusion.
"Aren't those places only for punks?" Xia Nan asked doubtfully. Gu Chenzhou pressed his hand to his forehead. "Senior Xia Nan, what era are you stuck in?
Places like that aren't called internet cafes anymore, they're called esports arenas."
"Exactly.
And with public safety being so good these days, people who go to those places aren't likely to cause trouble." Zhou Xiang chimed in from the side.
Zhang Shangming patted his chest. "Besides, I'll be there.
If anyone dares mess with you, I'll take them down one by one."
Perhaps reassured by Zhang Shangming's confidence, Xia Nan's fear eased. She nodded gently.
"Alright, I'll trust you guys."
Soon, the group dashed into the internet cafe.
Each swiped their ID card and topped up their accounts with 100 yuan.
"Well, thanks a lot, Mr. Zhou. That's $900 gone in one fell swoop."
Zhang Shangming strolled into the private room, settling comfortably into his seat as he spoke.
"You won't even call me Dad," Zhou Xiang said, speechless. Zhang Shangming, "Dad. I want a bowl of instant noodles." Zhou Xiang. "Damn it, can't you have some ambition? Can ambition put food on the table? Honestly, you're hopeless. Waiter, could we each have a bowl of instant noodles, please? Add 1 sausage and 2 eggs to each."
The waiter stood nearby and politely said, "Certainly."
"What would you like to drink?" "I'll have a black coffee." Zhou Xiang thought for a moment, then turned to them and asked, "What about you guys?" "Anything's fine," they replied. Zhou Xiang pondered for a moment, "Then everyone can have the same as me." Chapter 192, Making Do for an Hour.
The waiter said nothing, scanned the payment code, and turned to leave.
Gu Chenzhou silently opened the TV show app and continued checking updates on his phone. "Bu Chenzhou, is everyone awake? Zhao Xiao, image on my way. Zhao Hai, +1, I'm heading out with Sister Zhao. Wang Chang, did you two forget something? At Zhao Xiao, at Zhao Hai. Zhao Xiao. Wang Gu, where did you and Fong Fong go? Li Fongfong, look behind you guys.
At that moment, on a street, Zhao Xiao turned to look behind her under the cover of night.
Wang Chang and Li Fongfong were hurrying over. You two ran way too fast. Wang Cheng gasped for breath. You vanished the moment we got off the elevator.
Zhao Hai scratched his head.
We just forgot. You guys ran pretty fast, you didn't even grab your luggage. Wang Chung pointed to several suitcases nearby.
Zhao Hai hurriedly grabbed one and explained, "Oh, we saw the ride-hailing car was almost here, so we ran ahead."
So these suitcases are filled with those cosplay outfits you young folks are into, right? Wang Cheng asked.
Zhao Xiao replied, "Yep, all custom made. This time we even brought the tailor along, just to make sure nothing goes wrong."
The boss sent a message in the group chat.
Zhao Hai explained. "Unsubmerged, we're at the internet cafe across from the stadium.
Message me when you arrive."
Zhao Hai, got it.
Zhao Xiao, the car's here. We've got a lot of luggage.
Boss, we'll talk later.
Gu Chenzhou, got it.
After putting down his phone, Gu Chenzhou noticed everyone had already gone back to their own activities. Zhang Xiangming was gaming nearby, while Wu Kong studied this year's college entrance exam papers. As for Zhou Xiang, he seemed to be playing some kind of novel game.
Hey, old Wu, we came out to have fun, not to study. Zhang Xiangming glanced at the practice problems and said with exasperation, "Why are you looking at this stuff?"
"Just browsing," Wu Kong replied.
"Who knew you were such a studious guy?"
Li Shi turned around and said to Wu Kong, "How about I recommend a really fun game to you?"
"What game?"
Zhou Xiang and the other two asked in unison. Li Shi pointed at the emulator running on the computer, displaying a 2.5D game screen.
"This one.
It's called Sword Hero Chronicles.
Super fun." Gu Chenzhou and Su Nianqiu exchanged a glance, momentarily at a loss for words.
This was precisely the game their company had developed.
"Looks decent enough, but probably not very playable, right?"
Wu Kong said, pushing his glasses up.
Zhang Xiangming sighed helplessly. "Games like this are definitely pay to win. Let's just skip it."
"Pay to win doesn't bother me, but this game feels strangely familiar," Zhou Xiang remarked, staring at the screen with confusion. Li Shi smiled meaningfully.
"Of course it looks familiar, it was developed by Gu Chenzhou's company." Zhang Xiangming, Zhou Xiang, Wu Kong, what? Gu Chenzhou, when did you quietly develop this game? Zhou Xiang asked, bewildered. Gu Chenzhou sighed, I started developing it back in high school. 2 investors backed me, so it went smoothly.
Li Yunchuan giggled quietly from the side. "I still remember the look on Dad's face when he refused to give you guys the game license back then.
It was hilarious." Gu Chenzhou sighed, who could have predicted Uncle Li would pull that stunt on me back then? Oh? More surprises?
Li Shi stopped playing the game and immediately grabbed Li Yunchuan's shoulders.
Spill the beans.
"We want to hear it too," the others chimed in with chuckles.
Gu Chenzhou and Su Nianqiu exchanged glances, unsure whether to speak.
"Forget it, better not," Li Yunchuan waved her hand.
"It's all about Nianqiu and Gu Chenzhou anyway. Ugh, teasing us like that."
Li Shi rolled her eyes in exasperation. After that, everyone ate a little something and played some games for a while. By the time they left, it was already 5 o'clock. By the time they reached the gymnasium entrance, the place was already packed with people. "Hey, boss, over here." Not far away, Zhao Hai waved at Gu Chenzhou and the others.
Gu Chenzhou approached and looked at the 2 large suitcases. "What's inside these?" "Your cosplay costumes. Find a spot inside to try them on later," Zhao Xiao explained. Gu Chenzhou nodded. "Aren't we going in now? Do you think we can even get in? Maybe we should wait a bit longer."
Wang Cheng sat nearby, his head sporting a distinct bald spot.
"Uncle Wang, how did you end up with a receding hairline?" Gu Chenzhou asked, stifling a laugh. Wang Cheng sighed, "What can I do?
I tried to go in earlier, but someone I don't know who ripped off my wig."
3 seconds of silence for your wig, Gu Chenzhou managed to say, stifling a laugh. Wang Cheng.
Zhao Xiao glanced at her phone and said to Gu Chenzhou, "Speaking of which, the makeup artist I booked should be here soon.
This time, following your method, we'll definitely get it out there." Gu Chenzhou nodded. "Alright, let's just follow the crowd inside.
We can take our time walking.
There are way fewer people now. We can actually push our way through." Zhao Hai stood up, dragging his suitcase toward the entrance. Jostling their way forward, they finally entered the stadium after over 10 minutes. Finally in.
"I felt like I was going to be crushed flat," Zhou Xiang gasped for air.
"The last time I felt like this was at Old Wu's market." Zhang Xiangming pulled an egg from his back pocket. "Damn it, I just bought this. Wouldn't it be nice to have an egg pancake to eat?"
Wu Kong said with a smile.
"It is an egg, and it's shaped like a pancake. It's definitely an egg pancake." Gu Chenzhou chuckled.
Zhang Xiangming had no idea how to respond to that.
"Let's get going. We still have a long way to go," Zhao Xiao said.
The group nodded and walked for over 10 minutes before finally reaching their stall.
"Isn't this spot a bit too remote?"
Su Nianqiu asked in surprise upon seeing the surroundings.
Gu Chenzhou replied, "It is pretty remote. So, about that thing I mentioned earlier, you should know what to do now, right?
You know, standing here in cosplay outfits, letting people take photos to spread the word everywhere.
Li, she said earnestly, I'm good at this.
After all, a beauty like me is sure to attract plenty of attention.
Though Gu Chenzhou wanted to shoot her down, she seemed to have a point. Li Shi's exquisite features and fair skin would undoubtedly draw crowds of otaku. The thing is, your audience shouldn't be limited to these geeks, right? Jiang Yusen suddenly spoke up, how do we attract girls? Chapter 193, Starting Makeup. For that, I'm afraid we'll have to rely on us guys. Gu Chenzhou folded his arms.
At the very least, with my looks, even if I can't attract a huge crowd, I can still pinpoint certain girls. Su Nianqiu curved her lips into a faint smile.
Is that so?
Nianqiu, I'm doing this for the sake of our company. Gu Chenzhou sensed something was off and quickly explained, think about it, if this game flops, our company will have a hard time recovering. And if Uncle Su finds out I failed, he'll never approve of us being together.
That's true. Su Nianqiu nodded thoughtfully. Oh? Zhou Xiang leaned in curiously. So you two have already met each other's parents? We met ages ago, Gu Chenzhou replied, sounding annoyed.
How enviable, Zhang Xiangming said through gritted teeth. Just then, a girl with a backpack came running over.
Sorry, am I a bit late? Not at all. We just got here ourselves.
Zhao Xiao waved her hand.
Let me introduce you. This is the makeup artist I hired, Li Yan.
Miss Li, I'll leave the makeup for these ladies to you.
I've already sent you their photos. Li Yan nodded quickly. Alright, I'll get started right away. Who would like to go first?
I'll go first, Gu Chenzhou offered without hesitation, figuring he should set an example.
Li Yan set down her bag and pulled out an enormous makeup case.
It must be said, she was quite well prepared.
Gu Chenzhou didn't dwell on it either, simply sitting there waiting for his makeup to be done. Time passed slowly, and Gu Chenzhou's makeup was finally complete.
By then, Zhao Xiao had already placed the clothes on the rack. She pointed to a white outfit resembling Hanfu and said, young boss, go change in the restroom.
All right. Without hesitation, Gu Chenzhou picked up the clothes and wig and headed inside. Stepping into the restroom, Gu Chenzhou shed his jacket and pants, slipping into the cosplay outfit.
He stepped closer to the mirror and scrutinized his reflection. With his sharp eyebrows, starry eyes, flowing hair, and this custom-made white outfit, he exuded an otherworldly aura, like a celestial being cast down from the heavens.
Not bad, Gu Chenzhou nodded with satisfaction.
He stepped out of the bathroom and walked back to take a seat beside the others. The others fell silent.
They were all sizing up Gu Chenzhou. Wait, who the hell are you? Zhou Xiang finally couldn't hold back and blurted out first. Gu Chenzhou rolled his eyes. I just changed my clothes, and you don't recognize your own dad? Zhou Xiang, Zhang Shangming, Wukong. Damn it, I thought someone else was sitting here.
Only when you spoke did I realize it was you.
Zhou Xiang walked over to examine Gu Chenzhou. You know, you're actually pretty handsome. But you're still a notch below me.
Off, you're nowhere near as good as me.
Gu Chenzhou flipped him off.
I think you'd be better off keeping quiet. At least that way you can maintain some mysterious charm, Wukong suggested.
Gu Chenzhou shot Wukong a dark look. This doesn't feel like the protagonist. More like a villain about to turn dark.
Wang Cheng stroked his chin thoughtfully.
Honestly, I think you'd be perfect as the senior disciple. What can you do? Someone's gotta be the protagonist, right? Gu Chenzhou replied, utterly speechless.
The protagonist Wang Cheng had designed was an orphan who, through sheer determination, had finally gained admission to the immortal sect. Having endured hardship himself, he couldn't bear to see others suffer and meddled in everything. He also possessed an exceptionally kind nature. Even when bullied, he never showed anger. In short, he was far too kind-hearted. I'm considering whether to introduce a dark turn for the protagonist later in the plot.
Wang Cheng pondered aloud.
Gu Chenzhou sighed, we'll have to see how our game sells first, and it has to make logical sense.
True. If we just throw in illogical plot twists willy-nilly, we'd probably piss off everyone and get cancelled.
Li Shi chimed in from the side, I've seen examples like that happen time and time again.
You're right. It seems we really need to be more rigorous about this. Wang Cheng pondered, glancing around. Where did I put my notebook?
Seriously, inspiration strikes and the laptop vanishes.
Brother Wang, take it easy. We're here to attract an audience, not to make you work overtime.
Zhao Hai quickly pulled him back, afraid he might come up with some crazy idea that would drag him into overtime too. Gu Chenzhou picked up a prop sword nearby, flashing an innocent, childlike smile.
That innocent smile left many people stunned.
Especially Su Nianqiu. She pulled out her phone and snapped dozens of photos in rapid succession.
After a long while, Gu Chenzhou finally asked, so, how'd I do? Did I pull it off? You do.
You look just like him, Wang Cheng replied, finally snapping out of his daze. Like they were cut from the same mold. Zhao Xiao couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Su Nianqiu, meanwhile, looked through the photos on her phone, carefully selected one, and set it as her wallpaper.
It's so beautiful. Old Gu, if it doesn't work out, I'll set up a dedicated channel for you. You can just livestream your cosplay every day. Zhou Xiang pondered for a moment before adding, that would definitely make more money than making games. Then you'll be the one supporting them, Gu Chenzhou retorted, sounding annoyed. Fine, I'll just put the company under my name, Zhou Xiang replied without hesitation. Get lost. This is my life's work, Gu Chenzhou sneered. Besides, it's not like I haven't streamed before. Though only a few hundred viewers, they were all genuine fans. Alright, the second one's done. Who's next? Li Yan patted Wukong on the shoulder and addressed the group. Wukong took his clothes and headed toward the restroom. Li Shi volunteered, I'll do it. It's not fair that it's always the guys. Let you all see how gorgeous this girl looks after makeup. Gu Chenzhou, has she always been this confident? Su Nianqiu, but you can't really argue with that, can you? That's so true, Gu Chenzhou replied. By the time Li Shi was getting her makeup done, Wukong had already emerged from the restroom. His silent demeanor left many staring in surprise. You gotta admit, you really brought this character to life, Gu Chenzhou praised. That brooding, effeminate demeanor, it's like he's a different person, Zhao Xiao chimed in eagerly. Are you guys complimenting me or dissing me? Wukong asked, sounding annoyed. Gu Chenzhou replied as they walked, oh, old Wu, we're complimenting you. You'd better give it your all in the scene later, don't embarrass us guys. I think you're the one making me look bad, Wukong retorted. Chapter 194, Attracting Customers. Gu Chenzhou walked up beside him and reassured him, oh, old Wu, don't sweat the small stuff. How could I possibly be that kind of person? How am I not that kind of person? Wukong sneered. Gu Chenzhou. Alright, so reason wasn't getting through. This makeup session took over 3 hours. And that was with Zhao Xiao hiring an extra makeup artist. If Li Yan had been the only one handling it, this time frame would have been nowhere near enough. Sorry to keep you waiting. This outfit should be fine, right? A voice suddenly reached everyone's ears. They all turned to look. Su Nianqiu, dressed in a white Taoist robe and possessing exquisite features, was impossible to overlook. How beautiful. Li Shi hurried over, dressed in a crimson Taoist robe, and immediately pulled out her phone to take a selfie with Su Nianqiu. Cousin, what are you doing? Su Nianqiu quickly pushed her away. It's so hot out. Even with the AC, we'll still get sweaty if we're all crammed together. Nianqiu actually thinks I'm annoying, Li Shi pouted, squatting on the ground and tracing circles in the dirt with her finger. Drawing circles to curse you. Gu Chenzhou stepped forward and gently took Su Nianqiu's hand. Want to take a photo with me? Of course. Su Nianqiu's lips curved upward as she proactively pressed close to Gu Chenzhou's side. That intimate gesture made Li Shi grind her teeth in frustration. She was just complaining about the heat and not wanting to cuddle, but now she's all lovey-dovey with that freshman. If she had a handkerchief, it would probably be stained with envy by now. Li Yunchuang walked over, smiling as she remarked, she didn't mean she didn't want to cuddle, she just didn't want to cuddle with us. How dare she steal our Nianqiu away? Li Shi stamped her foot, causing the 2 mounds on her chest to bounce alarmingly. Looks like everyone's ready. Get prepared. Zhao Xiao clapped her hands. Their computers were all set up and ready now, they just had to wait for the library to open. Opening time is 9 in the morning. It's already 8:40 now. Gu Chenzhou glanced at the time on his phone and addressed the group, this is our moment of truth. Don't worry, we've got this covered. Zhou Xiang leaned against the wall, speaking with effortless charm. Honestly, after putting on makeup and changing clothes, this kid actually has a certain ethereal aura about him. Zhao Hai couldn't help but praise the sight. Zhou Xiang beamed with pride upon hearing this, of course. Don't you know who I am? I'm the Daniel Wu of Beijing University. Azu, cut it out. There's a furniture store out there, Wukong silently urged. Zhou Xiang. Let's hurry up and get ready. If anyone messes up, they won't even get lunch today. Gu Chenzhou reminded them. Then I'll be watching you all closely. I'll see who makes a mistake today. Zhang Xiangming's eyes widened, and paired with his burly build, he truly exuded an intimidating presence. Soon, the clock struck 9. The venue entrance was already filling with people. The vast majority were students, along with some professional cosplayers and content creators. After all, this gaming expo featured participation from numerous well-known brands. And these attendees all had very clear objectives, heading straight for their respective destinations as soon as they entered. Gu Chenzhou and his team stood in a corner. Although their studio's name was displayed on the directional signs ahead, it would likely take a long time for people to find their way over. Old Zhou, this is where you come in, Gu Chenzhou said, patting Zhou Xiang on the shoulder as he handed him a promotional sign. Don't worry, I promise to cover every inch of this place for you guys. Zhou Xiang patted his chest confidently. Gu Chenzhou added, just follow the route. We'll do the same. There were 3 of them on this outing. Zhou Xiang, Gu Chenzhou, and Li Shi. Apart from Gu Chenzhou, both Zhou Xiang and Li Shi were social butterflies. While Gu Chenzhou wasn't exactly outgoing, he was at least much more comfortable striking up conversations compared to them. Take Xia Nan, for instance. She was undeniably beautiful but utterly inept at expressing herself. What if someone took advantage of that kind of personality?
As for Li Yunchuang and Su Nianqiu, they served as mascots at the booth, specifically tasked with drawing in customers. As for Jiang Yusen, with her innocent demeanor and touch of natural airheadness, she probably couldn't attract customers either. As for Wu Kong and Zhang Xiangming, it wouldn't be me suffering the consequences, it'd be the tourists.
After much deliberation, he could only make this choice. Gu Chenzhou hoisted the road sign. Alright, let's get going.
Be careful on the road, Su Nianqiu waved, like a beautiful woman waiting for her husband to return home. Gu Chenzhou smiled and waved back without a word, parting ways with Zhou Xiang and the others. Along the way, Gu Chenzhou kept a watchful eye on the surroundings. While many were purposefully searching for stalls, some were drawn by the attractive cosplayers. And the promotional screens for new games displayed in certain areas were particularly eye-catching.
Hey, handsome, got a minute?
Gu Chenzhou suddenly stopped and turned at the sound of a familiar voice. Not far away, Li Shi stood before a young man, wearing a gentle smile. Judging by his age, he seemed to be a freshman like Gu himself.
I'm free right now,
the boy said, his face flushing as he avoided meeting Li Shi's eyes. Li Shi smiled sweetly.
Perfect timing.
Our company just developed a new game.
Would you be willing to help us test it?
Such an innocent young man couldn't possibly resist the charm of a beautiful girl, especially with her flawless makeup.
He was practically spellbound.
Sure, he agreed without fully processing the request.
Great.
Come with me, I'll show you around.
Li Shi turned and walked ahead, and the boy instinctively followed. Wow, she's got it all. Zhou Xiang suddenly leaned close to Gu Chenzhou, his eyes fixed on Li Shi's movements.
Honestly, Senior Li Shi has completely hooked that guy.
What are you doing over here? Isn't your route over there?
Gu Chenzhou asked, pointing toward the distance.
Zhou Shi chuckled.
Well, I saw the senior getting started, so I came over to see what was up. Sigh, you, Gu Chenzhou sighed heavily, pressing his hand to his forehead.
Excuse me, may I take a photo of you too?
A soft voice drifted over. Zhou Xiang turned to see a petite girl standing across from them. She wore a baseball cap pulled low over her face, obscuring her features.
Zhou Xiang frowned. What are you doing here? Chapter 195, Zhou Xiang's sister. Hearing this, Gu Chenzhou froze in surprise. What's going on? Is she your friend? But judging by Zhou Xiang's displeased expression, it didn't quite seem like it. Old Gu, you stay out of this. Let me deal with her first. Zhou Xiang yanked Gu Chenzhou behind him and pointed at the girl. Zhou Shiyu, haven't I told you before? Running off alone like this is dangerous. The girl froze, lifting her gaze to meet Zhou Xiang's face. Though confused, his voice sounded familiar. Brother? Who else could it be? What were you doing out here? Where's Manager Zhang? Zhou Xiang pressed his hand to his forehead, asking impatiently. Zhou Shiyu scratched her head. Butler Zhang couldn't get tickets, so he's waiting for me at the entrance. Zhou Xiang was truly on the verge of losing his mind. You really have the nerve. You texted me yesterday saying you had a cold, and today you sneak off here to play by yourself? Because you're here, aren't you? Zhou Shiyu stuck out her tongue playfully. Gu Chenzhou stood frozen in place. Honestly, you two really do have similar personalities. You're siblings, after all. That's right, my own little sister. Zhou Xiang tugged Zhou Shiyu's ear and told Gu Chenzhou, Old Gu, go ahead and look around. I'll take her over to be watched. Ouch. Stop pulling my ear, bro. It hurts. You're going to rip it off. No matter how loudly Zhou Shiyu protested, Zhou Xiang showed no sign of stopping. Instead, he dragged her toward the stalls. Gu Chenzhou smiled bitterly. He hadn't expected old Zhou to have this side to him. He chose not to dwell on it, instead holding up his sign and continuing forward. Hey, handsome. Can I take a picture with you? Barely 2 steps later, he was stopped by a girl dressed in elaborate ancient attire. Gu Chenzhou offered a gentle smile. Of course. But I'm working right now. If you take a photo with me, would you like to join our studio's game testing session? Sure thing, whatever you say, handsome. The girl smiled brightly as she stepped close to Gu Chenzhou for the photo. Thanks a bunch. Gu Chenzhou chuckled softly, you're welcome. The testing area is at the very back, it's named after the sign I'm holding. Could you show me the way, handsome? The girl asked, her lovely smile still in place. Gu Chenzhou smiled and said, great, it would be my pleasure. But as they walked along, Gu Chenzhou began to sense something was off. After only a few steps, numerous girls had already approached him asking for photos. By the time they reached the stall, over a dozen girls were trailing behind Gu Chenzhou. Holy cow, old Gu's like a walking hormone machine. Zhang Xiangming couldn't help but give him a thumbs up at the sight. Su Nianqiu walked up beside Gu Chenzhou. Pretty impressive. You've only been out a short while, and you've already brought back this many people. Sensing trouble, Gu Chenzhou quickly explained, the girls were just being overly enthusiastic. I couldn't handle it. Ha! You don't think I'm jealous, do you? Su Nianqiu's silvery laughter drew several curious glances. Gu Chenzhou's flustered expression perfectly complemented Su Nianqiu's demeanor. Click. Many people pulled out their phones to snap a photo, quietly saving it to their albums. This game's models have such a distinct Xianxia style. Just then, a girl suddenly turned her gaze toward the computer screen. There were 10 computers in the factory, and the sight of someone playing alone had already drawn quite a few curious glances. Even though it's single player, with all these people coming and going, I almost thought it was an online game. Wonder how the microtransactions work though. It's a single player game, how could there be microtransactions? A group of people chattered away, while Gu Chenzhou stood nearby observing the situation. Hey, did you guys notice? This game feels kinda familiar. Yeah, I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. Sword Hero Chronicles? Yes, that's it. Hearing the girl speak up, Gu Chenzhou stepped closer and explained. Our game is a 3D RPG based on the Sword Hero Chronicles universe. While we've borrowed quite a few characters, the storyline is completely different. Plus, you can see for yourselves both the art style and combat mechanics are exceptionally refined. At that moment, a girl raised her hand and said, but doesn't that make it plagiarism? That's where you're mistaken. Gu Chenzhou chuckled softly and shook his head. How could a game from our own company be plagiarism? Ha! The girls were stunned. So you're the company behind Sword Hero Chronicles? I have to tell my best friend about this, she needs to come check it out right away. My boyfriend is a die-hard fan of this game, he absolutely has to see this. Watching everyone enthusiastically promote it, Gu Chenzhou finally breathed a sigh of relief. This time, he probably wouldn't have to push too hard. Ha! Just then, Gu Chenzhou's phone suddenly vibrated. Opening WeChat, he saw Luo Yi messaging him. Luo Yi, have you arrived yet? Gu Chenzhou, I'm already inside the stadium. Luo Yi, our match starts in an hour. We need to prepare early. Hurry over. Gu Chenzhou? So soon? Luo Yi, yeah, didn't I tell you before? Gu Chenzhou, you really didn't. Luo Yi, where are you? I'll come find you. Unsubmersible, no need. Just send me your location share and I'll come find you. Luo Yi, alright, location shared. Gu Chenzhou didn't think twice. Turning to Su Nianqiu, he said, Nianqiu, I've got something to take care of. I'll leave things here to you guys. Where are you headed? Zhou Xiang asked curiously. Gu Chenzhou pointed to the nearby League of Legends tournament stage. To the university tournament. I almost forgot about that. Remember to promote it. Zhou Xiang reminded him. Will do, Gu Chenzhou replied before turning and walking ahead. Following the navigation, he walked all the way to the edge of the stage. This is strange. The map shows he arrived, but I don't see him anywhere. Luo Yi stared at his phone, then scanned the area, but couldn't spot Gu Chenzhou anywhere. Meanwhile, Gu Chenzhou, standing beside him, was deep in thought. Do you think there's a possibility? I'm already here? Wait, who are you, handsome? Luo Yi asked, utterly bewildered. Gu Chenzhou replied, of course it's me, Gu Chenzhou. Brother Gu? Luo Yi scrutinized Gu Chenzhou from head to toe. What kind of game are you playing? When you go out to play, you gotta cosplay a bit, Gu Chenzhou said with a smile. Looking at Gu Chenzhou's face, you could have easily won the title of campus heartthrob with that handsome face, but you had to go with something abstract? Chapter 196, Entering the Competition. Can we not bring that up? Gu Chenzhou was speechless. So that embarrassing past was inescapable, huh? Here's your ID badge. I prepared it for you in advance. Luo Yi handed the competition pass to Gu Chenzhou. Gu Chenzhou nodded. When does the competition start? About 40 minutes. We can discuss our strategy. Luo Yi glanced at his phone, then remembered Gu Chenzhou's formidable reputation. Forget it. With you here, we probably don't need tactics. You just take command later, we'll follow your lead the whole time. How did I end up as the commander? Gu Chenzhou asked. Luo Yi spread his hands helplessly. In terms of skill, who can beat you? If not you, then who? Anyway, the guys all trust you. The other three nodded in agreement. Back during the training match, when Gu Chenzhou single-handedly slaughtered the opposing team and forced them into 15 consecutive misses, everyone had been utterly impressed. Gu Chenzhou sighed. Alright, just follow my commands when the time comes. Got it. They replied in unison. Gu Chenzhou didn't dwell on it further, simply standing there silently to rest. During this time, quite a few people approached Gu Chenzhou for photos. If this hadn't been the contestants' rest area, Luo Yi and the others probably wouldn't have had anywhere to stand. As the competition was about to begin, a man in a suit stepped onto the stage. At this gaming expo, we're not only bringing you the latest updates for our beloved League of Legends, but we've also prepared an exciting offline tournament for everyone. Let's welcome the team from Jingda University. The host finished speaking, and applause erupted from the audience below. When Gu Chenzhou and his teammates walked onto the stage, many were stunned. That guy is so handsome. Quick, take a picture. Keep an eye on him later and ask for his WeChat when he comes out. I'm in. The crowd's shouts made Gu Chenzhou wish he could sink into the ground. If Su Nianqiu saw this, he'd be finished. Looks like everyone's enthusiasm is running high. Next, let's welcome the team from Tsinghua University. After that, 5 more people stepped forward. Though they were all somewhat handsome. But compared to Gu Chenzhou, they seemed a bit lacking. Impressive. He's already outshining them in presence alone. Luo Yi silently gave Gu Chenzhou a thumbs up. Gu Chenzhou remained silent. Remember to follow commands and wrap this up quickly. Forget it. Best of 3 sets looks like we're in for a long haul this time. Luo Yi remarked. Gu Chenzhou replied, 2 wins? Counting bans, picks, loading times, and breaks, an hour should be plenty. Luo Yi and the others were completely dumbfounded. This meant they'd be forced to surrender within 15 minutes. Soon, they took their respective positions. The organizers thoughtfully provided accounts and peripherals for them. Whoa, this keyboard's pretty solid, it clicks nicely when you press it, Gu Chenzhou remarked, surprised as he tested the keys. Luo Yi asked curiously, you've never used a dedicated gaming keyboard before? Gu Chenzhou shook his head. Nope. Then what kind of keyboard did you use before? Someone couldn't help asking. Gu Chenzhou replied, a membrane keyboard I got on Pinduoduo for 9.99 yuan. I just toss it when it breaks. What about your computer specs? Luo Yi pressed further. Gu Chenzhou said, military grade 1085 motherboard, i9 level CPU, and I think the graphics card was a 1650. Back then, it worked perfectly for streaming and even ran League of Legends smoothly, so he kept using it. It wasn't until high school graduation that he finally bit the bullet and bought a more expensive laptop. That computer, which had seen him through several years of battles, was still sitting at home. The way you put it makes it sound like we underachievers are lacking in stationery. Luo Yi felt a pang of bitterness. Even with such garbage specs, he managed to climb to the top of the Summoner's Rift leaderboards. But what about them? They used all these fancy peripherals and considered themselves highly talented, yet they still hovered between King and Grandmaster tiers. And even that one youth player with exceptional talent was being treated like a dog by Gu Chenzhou. The match is about to begin. Please get ready, the referee reminded them from the sidelines. Gu Chenzhou and his teammates said little, silently entering the room to strategize. Soon, they were already in the champion's selection screen. Brother Gu, what should we ban? Luo Yi asked. Though they'd studied the opponent's strengths, they didn't know which heroes Gu Chenzhou feared. Their strategy was to prioritize banning the champions that posed the greatest threat to Gu Chenzhou. Gu Chenzhou replied, whatever. Then let's stick to our strategy, Luo Yi and the others agreed. They swiftly banned the enemies Lina, Jace, and Nidalee. These 3 were not only frequently used by the enemy team but also their signature picks. In response, the enemy team ruthlessly banned Rise, Nidalee, and Gangplank. Alright, we're pretty much locked down now, Luo Yi sighed, rubbing his forehead. Gu, what are you playing? I'll pick for you first. Gu Chenzhou stroked his chin. You guys pick. I'll go last and see how things play out. The enemy team was clearly strong, we couldn't just run rushshot over them like chicks. So some strategy was definitely needed. Soon, all 9 players had made their picks. Gu Chenzhou stared at the enemy lineup, deep in thought. Top lane Ribbon, jungle Prince, mid lane Zoe, ADC and support Jinx and Tam, this lineup is actually pretty solid. Now there's one jungler spot left. Give me Lee Sin. After a moment's thought, Gu Chenzhou spoke up. Alright. Soon, the match began. Gu Chenzhou chose to invade the red buff at level 1. His strategy remained clear-headed. While the opposing team showed some skill, it certainly wasn't overwhelming. That's why he dared to be so bold. What? He dared to solo invade my jungle? How dare he steal the buff without using smite? Don't panic, I'm about to solo kill him. He's vanished. Get out of here fast, he's probably going after you. I'm stunned, can't escape. We're done for. The enemy's voice chat was filled with chaotic chatter. The rhythm they'd carefully planned was completely disrupted by Gu Chenzhou. Even the newly planted wards were swiftly dismantled by the support. Brother Gu, you didn't just activate your third eye, did you? Luo Yi asked Gu Chenzhou while dismantling the high ground. In areas with no vision, Gu Chenzhou casually mentioned wards were present and even enemies lurking there. If Gu Chenzhou hadn't been sitting right beside them, using their dedicated computer, they would have sworn he had. Gu Chenzhou replied, just standard positions. Easy to deduce. But why aren't they surrendering yet? Luo Yi sighed, this is a match. Surrender isn't an option. Chapter 197, Quick Conclusion. Gu Chenzhou was stunned. So surrender wasn't an option after all. Then let's just push through. They don't seem to have any intention of fighting back anymore. As he spoke, Gu Chenzhou casually took out the enemy ADC in an instant. As the first game concluded, Gu Chenzhou stretched lazily. Shall we jump straight into the second match? The person behind him twitched a corner of their mouth and replied, we need to rest for half an hour before starting the second game. Gu Chenzhou nodded. Alright, let's take a short break then. Meanwhile, in the opposing team's booth, 5 players sat slumped in defeat. They were questioning their very existence. Am I even human? One of them muttered under his breath, head bowed. He was a youth academy player, after all, yet he'd been ganked so badly his own mother wouldn't recognize him. Every time he got a chance, he planned to solo kill the enemy, but that jungler always emerged from the vision blind spot and ganked him. He's not human. I kinda wanna surrender. The team had lost all fighting spirit, beaten into complete despair.
Meanwhile, the spectators watching from the sidelines were left speechless for a long time.
Who the hell is this god-tier player coming to troll us? They were all veteran players, they could spot a fake performance in an instant.
Those 5 were fighting with everything they had, yet the enemy jungler kept stealing the rhythm every single time.
Who's that jungler?
He plays blind monk like he's playing LeBlanc.
And his awareness and mechanics are top tier. I doubt even a pro player could beat him. Could the enemy team be pros too? What are you thinking?
Those guys sitting there are all college students.
How could pros possibly join this kind of tournament? The crowd buzzed with discussion, and in an instant, Gu Chenzhou's reputation skyrocketed.
Meanwhile, Zhou Xiang and the others watched the match through the livestream.
Old Gu really is something else, he single-handedly slaughtered the entire opposing team. Zhou Xiang couldn't help but praise. If I had old Gu's skills, I'd probably quit school and go pro right away.
Zhang Xiangming sat beside him, visibly thrilled. Wukong sighed helplessly, I never expected old Gu to show them no mercy at all. I think he actually showed them mercy, Su Nianqiu remarked after watching the match. If he been a bit more ruthless, Gu Chenzhou could push them back so far they wouldn't even be able to leave their high ground.
Why don't we go hang out with old Gu for a bit? Zhou Xiang suggested.
We haven't finished our work here yet, Li Yunchuan replied helplessly.
Zhou Xiang nodded. True. Better get back to polishing my flashy moves. Ew, gross. Zhou Xiyu got goosebumps all over. What are you grossed out about?
If Dad finds out you snuck off here, he'll make you kneel in the ancestral hall as punishment.
Zhou Xiang turned to Zhou Xiyu and said. Wukong pushed his glasses up his nose. Come to think of it, we've never been to your place. I don't have class the day after tomorrow.
If you want to come, I can show you around for a bit, Zhou Xiang said.
Zhang Xiangming chuckled. That'd be awesome, thanks a bunch, Zhou. Get lost.
Hurry up and start serving people, everyone's already waiting impatiently, Zhou Xiang said, gesturing toward the line forming over there.
Thanks to Li Shi and the others' invitations, despite the remote location, quite a few people had still come.
Some were drawn by the fame of the Sword Hero Chronicles production team, while others came for the attractive men and women gathered there. Half an hour later, the second match began. Gu Chenzhou felt he needed to wrap this up quickly after all, he was still eager to get back to the booth. This time, he played with even greater intensity, immediately selecting a hero who could dictate the pace and end the game swiftly. Nidalee. Within the first 3 minutes, he invaded the enemy jungle, not only clearing their top jungle camp but also securing a triple kill before departing with flair. By the 10-minute mark, Gu Chenzhou had already secured his third item. He slaughtered every enemy he encountered, effectively trapping them within their own high ground. By the 15-minute mark, though the enemy couldn't surrender, their nexus had been utterly obliterated. Staring at the victory screen, Luo Yi and the others were left speechless for a long moment.
We won already? Luo Yi stared blankly at the computer screen. Gu Chenzhou stood up, stretching lazily. Not bad. Faster than I expected.
Gu brother, you're truly formidable.
Your skill is unmatched, Luo Yi snapped back to reality, giving Gu Chenzhou a thumbs up. Gu Chenzhou waved it off. Alright, don't overthink it. Let's go. There's an interview coming up. Why don't you stay? Luo Yi pressed. Gu Chenzhou shook his head. I think it's better not to expose myself in public.
Why? The 4 of them asked in unison.
I'm so handsome, what if I attract unwanted attention? Gu Chenzhou said with a laugh.
The group fell silent.
Though they desperately wanted to shoot him down, they couldn't find a single reason to do so. The reason was simple, Gu Chenzhou was genuinely damn handsome.
After leaving the competition venue, Gu Chenzhou had already hurriedly slipped away before those people could approach him for an interview. Soon, he reached the stalls. But by the time he arrived, a crowd had already gathered behind him.
Damn it, old Gu, why did you bring so many people with you?
Zhou Xiang had intended to greet him, but seeing the dozens of people trailing behind Gu Chenzhou left him utterly numb.
Gu Chenzhou sighed, I thought I ran fast enough. Didn't expect to still bring so many people along. You guys handle them.
But before he could finish, several people had already rushed over to Gu Chenzhou.
Bro, that move you pulled off earlier was seriously awesome. How'd you do it? Teach me. Handsome, can I take a picture with you? Why aren't you doing interviews? I'm a streamer, can we chat for a bit? The cacophony of voices made Gu Chenzhou's head ache.
But he remained very polite as he chatted with everyone. Soon, the first day of the gaming expo came to an end.
Gu Chenzhou sat down and let out a long sigh. Watching the crowd disperse, he couldn't help but mutter, finally over. I honestly thought hardly anyone would show up, but this time, it seems to have exceeded my expectations. Zhao Xiao glanced at their official account.
We only had a few 100,000 followers before, but now we've already surpassed 400,000 fans.
Gu really is something else, his influence is just too strong, Zhou Xiang chuckled.
Gu Chenzhou sat quietly beside him, equally surprised by the immense attention this event had garnered. I thought we'd only gain a few thousand followers this time, but I never imagined it would be this much. Zhao Xiao chimed in, it's simple because we went live.
Chapter 198, Feasting on a Grand Banquet. We went live? Gu Chenzhou was taken aback. When did that happen?
It started when we arrived here.
Zhao Xiao pointed to the professional equipment nearby. I spent a pretty penny renting that. No worries, I'll reimburse you later. You did a great job this time. Gu Chenzhou gave him a thumbs up.
Zhao Xiao spoke up. We got such results on the first day, who knows what tomorrow will bring.
We probably won't be able to come tomorrow.
Li Shi spread his hands helplessly and told Zhao Xiao, we have 3 specialized classes tomorrow.
Sorry, we can only help you for one day, Xianan said to Gu Chenzhou, head bowed. Gu Chenzhou waved it off with a smile. No worries. You shouldn't feel bad about it. Just coming to help was already a huge help. To celebrate today's success, I'll treat you all to dinner, Zhou Xiang offered generously. Where should we go? Zhou Shiyu poked her head out and asked Zhou Xiang. Zhou Xiang was speechless for a moment. You should just have Butler Zhang take you back. No way. I already sent Zhang back. You can just drop me off tonight anyway. Zhou Shiyu shook her head. You're impossible. Let's go. Zhou Xiang pulled out his car keys and led them away.
We should change clothes first.
You can't possibly go out wearing that, Gu Chenzhou pointed at his cosplay outfit. Zhou Xiang paused, taken aback. Well, I suppose it's not impossible.
In this sweltering heat, if you step outside like that, mark my words, you'll break out in heat rash within a minute, Gu Chenzhou sneered. He's got a point, Zhang Shangming nodded in agreement. Gu Chenzhou and the others said nothing more, heading straight to the restroom to change into regular clothes.
After changing into regular clothes, Gu Chenzhou stretched lazily. Finally comfortable. Time to get moving, Gu Chenzhou remarked as he started walking forward. Before long, they had left the area. Stepping outside the gymnasium, the wave of heat that hit them left Zhou Xiang momentarily dazed. This hot wind is unbearable. Gu Chenzhou patted his shoulder. So, do you still dare to wear something this thick outside? No way, Zhou Xiang waved his hands hastily. Li Shi took Su Nianqiu's hand and walked over to Gu Chenzhou. Where should we grab a bite now?
Old Zhou, you pick a place, Gu Chenzhou said.
Zhou Xiang thought for a moment, how about Drunken Immortal Pavilion?
I don't have much cash on me anyway, so a local spot will do.
Wait, Drunken Immortal Pavilion?
Zhao Xiao froze in surprise.
You mean that 5-star hotel where a plate of sliced cucumbers costs 88 yuan? No way. That's way too extravagant, Wang Chang waved his hands urgently. If it really doesn't work out, we'll just find a small restaurant to get by. Gu Chenzhou interjected, you guys don't need to save money for him. That hotel is his family business, got it?
Wow, never would have guessed you were so well connected, kid, Zhao Hai said, his face full of surprise.
Zhou Xiang waved it off. It's just family stuff. I'm just a student, what could I possibly accomplish? Let's go then. Li Shi was already eager to leave. Half an hour later, at the entrance of Drunken Immortal Inn, Gu Chenzhou parked the car nearby and followed Zhou Xiang inside. Young Master Zhou, your private room is ready. A waiter approached Zhou Xiang with a courteous smile. Zhou Xiang nodded. Thank you for your trouble. No trouble at all. Let me show you the way. The attendant then led Zhou Xiang and his group toward the private room.
Seeing the luxurious interior, Zhao Hai and the others fumbled around as if they'd never seen anything like it before. When I first came to the capital, I heard that Drunken Immortal was the top hotel. I never imagined I'd actually get to come here one day. Zhao Hai murmured to himself. Gu Chenzhou and Zhou Xiang had already taken their seats. Zhou Xiang handed them the menu, order whatever you want. Don't worry about the cost. Wu Kong patted Zhou Xiang on the shoulder. Only someone like me, young Master Zhou, can pull that off. Money talks. Go eat your food, Zhou Xiang snapped irritably. After a moment's thought, Zhou Xiang suddenly turned to Gu Chenzhou, old Gu, you'll have to come back with me later. What's going on? Gu Chenzhou asked, puzzled. Zhou Xiang explained, remember all that money I invested in you earlier? My dad found out about it and wants to have a chat with you. Since I'm taking you back this time, you two can meet up. Gu Chenzhou stroked his chin thoughtfully. But then how are we supposed to get back afterward? Can't you just stay at my place? We'll have to go to the stadium tomorrow anyway, Zhou Xiang said. Seems like that makes sense. Alright, I'm in, Gu Chenzhou agreed. Zhou Xiang turned to Wu Kong and Zhang Shangming, want to come along? We're not going. Old Wu and I made plans to get back and play online tonight, Zhang Shangming waved him off. Besides, you guys have serious business to discuss. What would we be doing there? Playing third wheel? True. And with you guys out of the dorm, we can finish off all your snacks and drinks. Wu Kong grinned meaningfully. Not satisfied with me bringing you to Drunken Immortal Pavilion? Honestly, you two are something else. Though Zhou Xiang's words were blunt, he felt deeply gratified inside. Having brothers like this, that's what life's all about. After all, they were genuine friends, not just so-called buddies. Su Nianqiu sat beside Gu Chenzhou and said, Chenzhou, if anything happens, call me anytime. Gu Chenzhou was speechless. Nianqiu, are you worried he'll sell me out? MHM. Su Nianqiu clasped Gu Chenzhou's wrist, her gaze fixed warily on Zhou Xiang. Zhou Xiang. Honestly, if old Gu doesn't sell me out, that'd be a blessing.
He's got way more shady schemes up his sleeve than I do. I'm done ordering. Bring us a king crab.
At that moment, Zhao Hai, who had been studying the menu, finally finished ordering.
Zhou Xiang stood up and walked over to Zhao Hai. Brother Zhao, not feeling hungry? Just this little bit?
Zhao Hai scratched his head awkwardly.
Honestly, I'm not really hungry. Of course, that was a lie.
When they first saw the prices here, they were utterly shocked.
Every single dish was priced in the hundreds or thousands. How could they possibly order anything? Zhou Xiang understood their hesitation, so he tossed the menu to Gu Chenzhou. Old Gu, you order. Aye.
Gu Chenzhou took it and told the waiter, 3 king crabs, 1 Australian lobster per person, and 2 portions of Wagyu beef.
As for drinks, since everyone's driving home, let's stick to beverages. Bring 2 bottles of Nutri Shake.
Chapter 199, A Strained Father-Son Relationship.
Certainly. Is there anything else you require? After noting down the order, the waiter turned to Gu Chenzhou. Gu Chenzhou closed the menu. That's all for me. Does anyone else want to add anything? Zhou Xiyu raised her hand. Could I get an order of braised Wagyu beef, please? Certainly. After confirming no one else wanted to order, the waiter left.
Only old Gu could casually order 5-digit dishes like that.
Zhang Shengmin gave Gu Chenzhou a thumbs up. Gu Chenzhou sighed. You guys didn't order anything, so I had to step up. Everyone, since we have things to do tomorrow, I won't be serving alcohol. We'll substitute drinks for wine and have a toast later. The others exchanged glances and laughed. We don't mind at all. Come on, I'll start with a glass of water.
Zhao Hai stood up and downed a glass of plain water in one gulp.
The others followed suit, each drinking a glass of water. Then, the dishes arrived in unison, each portion astonishingly large.
They'd all assumed they'd just have a light meal and grab some late-night snacks later. But unexpectedly, this time they all ended up stuffed. Even Li Shi, the big eater, was so stuffed he could barely walk. Looking at the untouched food on the table, Zhao Xiao fought back the discomfort and tried to finish it all. It would be such a waste to throw this away, Zhao Xiao said as he reached for his chopsticks.
Gu Chenzhou reminded him, we can just ask the waitstaff to pack it up for us to take home.
Zhou Xiang waved his hand.
I don't have the habit of eating leftovers. You guys take it home.
Despite his words, the dishes remained largely untouched. Zhao Xiao and Zhao Hai, however, didn't hesitate. They promptly asked the waiter to pack them up. These were dishes they rarely got to eat. After the meal, Gu Chenzhou and the others parted ways. Zhou Xiang handed his car keys to Gu Chenzhou. Old Gu, drive carefully.
Gu Chenzhou, you think I know where you live, don't you? No worries, I'll guide you there when the time comes.
Zhou Xiang chuckled. Gu Chenzhou was speechless but took the keys and sat in the car to rest.
Throughout the journey, Gu Chenzhou followed Zhou Xiang's directions.
But as they drove, something felt off.
Wait, are you sure this is the right road? Gu Chenzhou asked, puzzled. Zhou Xiang nodded. Relax, I'm absolutely sure this is the right way. Gu Chenzhou didn't press further.
After all, they were brothers, he wouldn't harm his own.
Before long, Gu Chenzhou pulled up in front of a detached villa.
Stepping out of the car, Gu Chenzhou wasn't particularly surprised. With Su Nianqiu leading the way, he'd grown numb to the sight of such opulent mansions. Once we're inside, go straight upstairs.
Got it?
Zhou Xiang seemed like a different person, his tone stern. Zhou Xiyu felt a pang of worry.
Are you sure this is okay? I'll handle it myself.
Don't worry about it, Zhou Xiang replied.
Zhou Xiyu didn't press further.
Entering the living room, Zhou Xiyu kept her head down and headed straight for the stairs. Meanwhile, Gu Chenzhou observed the middle-aged man seated in the living room. He wore a black suit, a glass of whiskey on ice sitting on the coffee table. I thought you wouldn't be coming back, the middle-aged man said sternly, turning to look at Zhou Xiang. Zhou Xiang pulled Gu Chenzhou to sit on the sofa and replied indifferently, just bringing Xiyu back and showing you my business partner while I'm at it.
The man scrutinized Gu Chenzhou, sizing him up from head to toe.
A flicker of displeasure crossed his eyes.
Another one of your shady friends? Gu Chenzhou. Why did the conversation suddenly shift to me? Could you show some basic courtesy? Zhou Xiang frowned.
The man spoke slowly. At the end of the day, you just blew that $1 million on some random place, then dragged some shady friend back to make excuses for you. It's precisely because of your habit of casually suspecting people that I dislike coming back, Zhou Xiang said coldly.
The man continued, am I wrong? You've changed a lot, but don't forget what you did back then.
Then was then, now is now. I'm not the same person I was back then, Zhou Xiang protested. Feeling the suffocating tension in the air, Gu Chenzhou felt extremely uncomfortable. Look, I really don't want to meddle in your family affairs, but I feel I must say something. Gu Chenzhou finally gathered his courage and addressed the man before him. I don't know what Zhou Xiang was like before, but he truly is someone worth getting to know deeply. How much did you take from him? The man asked.
$1 million yuan investment, Gu Chenzhou answered truthfully.
He understood the implication perfectly well, but Gu Chenzhou had indeed accepted Zhou Xiang's money.
He gave you all that money? The man stared at Gu Chenzhou, his eyes flashing dangerously. Gu Chenzhou met his gaze.
That's correct. He's now a shareholder in my company and helped us through a difficult period. Oh? The man continued to stare at Gu Chenzhou.
What exactly did you use to charm him?
Dad. Zhou Xiang slammed his fist on the table, his eyes red as he glared at the man.
Don't push it too far. He's my friend, my brother.
What? Is a fair-weather friend really worth this? The man frowned and asked.
He's a good buddy worth deep friendship.
Zhou Xiang shouted. At the end of the day, he's only after your money and the reputation of our Zhou family.
The man fixed his gaze on Gu Chenzhou and said to Zhou Xiang, if you didn't have this status, do you think he'd still hang out with you?
Why wouldn't he? At the end of the day, I've never cared about anyone's status. True, I've gained some benefits because of Zhou Xiang's status, but even if he were just an ordinary person, I'd still consider him a friend. Gu Chenzhou's voice was quiet, yet it struck both men like a heavy blow. The man visibly faltered, meeting Gu Chenzhou's unwavering gaze. It seems you do possess some courage after all.
The man took a sip of wine.
Zhou Xiang, go upstairs first.
I need to speak with him alone.
No way. Zhou Xiang refused outright. I told you to go upstairs. The man's gaze turned dangerous. Just as Zhou Xiang was about to refuse again, Gu Chenzhou grabbed his hand. Old Zhou, leave everything to me.
Zhou Xiang hesitated, but finally nodded firmly.
All right. Watching Zhou Xiang ascend the stairs, the man finally spoke.
Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhou Antai, chairman of the Zhou Group. I'm Gu Chenzhou.
Uncle Zhou, you can just call me Xiao Gu, Gu Chenzhou said.
Chapter 200, A Twisted Personality.
How did you and Zhou Xiang meet? Zhou Antai stared intently at Gu Chenzhou, as if trying to see right through him.
Gu Chenzhou didn't hide anything, replying frankly, we were college roommates.
You started running a company while still a college student?
And you took $1 million from him?
Zhou Antai pressed further.
Gu Chenzhou nodded.
Yes. I founded a gaming company during my senior year of high school. After getting into Beijing University, I relocated the company to the capital.
I see.
Zhou Antai's eyes darted around as if deep in thought. Gu Chenzhou knew Zhou Antai still didn't fully trust him, so he pulled out his phone and opened their company's website homepage. This is our company. We hired someone specifically to build the website. Though it's a small operation, our first game turned out to be a smash hit. Zhou Tai remained silent, silently scanning the content. After a moment, he glanced at the contact number listed under the job openings. There was no doubt that Gu Chenzhou was the owner. He took out his own phone and dialed the number. Soon, the ringtone came through. He then looked into the games produced by Gu Chenzhou's company.
After multiple confirmations, Zhou Tai's expression finally eased considerably.
Sorry, I may have been a bit harsh earlier. Zhou Antai fixed his gaze on Gu Chenzhou. After all, you know full well that many people approach Zhou Xiang solely to swindle money out of him.
I don't mind.
After all, being vigilant is a good thing.
Gu Chenzhou replied politely.
Phew, he finally trusts me. Care for a drink? Zhou Antai gestured toward the bottle of brandy on the table.
Gu Chenzhou nodded.
I'd be grateful. Zhou Antai picked up another glass, silently poured a drink, and placed it before Gu Chenzhou. Care to hear the story of that kid, Zhou Xiang? This caught Gu Chenzhou off guard. I think it's better if Zhou Xiang tells his own story. After all, it was Zhou Xiang's experience. If he heard it from someone else and didn't like it, what then? You certainly know how to look out for him. Seems I really did misjudge him this time. Zhou Antai lifted his gaze to Zhou Xiang standing at the top of the stairs on the second floor. Come down. No sooner had he spoken than the sound of footsteps descending the stairs reached them from nearby. I told you before, old Gu was absolutely a brother worth having in my circle. Zhou Xiang sat beside Gu Chenzhou, grabbed the glass, and downed it in one gulp. You tell him what happened earlier.
Zhou Antai said, narrowing his eyes. If you don't want to, that's fine too. After all, it's your choice.
Gu Chenzhou said to Zhou Xiang. It's nothing much, really. Just that I was a complete mess back in high school. During his high school years, Zhou Xiang was a complete and utter playboy. Every day, he either skipped class to drink or dragged people out for karaoke. Because of that, he made quite a few friends during his high school years. But just as Zhou Antai had said, they were all bad influences. Not one of them was interested in Zhou Xiang himself, they were all after his money. Staying out all night nearly drove Zhou Antai to the brink of madness. Once, he cut off Zhou Xiang's entire allowance, and the boy suffered terribly almost every day. Those who had previously borrowed money from him began to drift away one by one. It was from that moment onward that Zhou Xiang came to see their true colors. From then on, he devoted himself entirely to his studies. Yet his relationship with Zhou Antai only grew more strained. Even now, in college, Zhou Antai still couldn't discern the true nature of people. At the end of the day, I was just trying to make friends with sincerity. Zhou Xiang spread his hands helplessly as he addressed Gu Chenzhou. That's not sincerity, it's sheer naivety. Gu Chenzhou retorted, you flaunt all that money in front of them, and they'll only see you as an ATM. That's why I've changed my ways long ago. Zhou Xiang retorted. Gu Chenzhou scoffed, you've changed, Jack. You're still spending like water.
Then tell me, do you even like the stuff I bought for you guys? Zhou Xiang continued to argue. Gu Chenzhou sighed in exasperation. We do like them. Then what's the problem? At least I have money and can bring you benefits, isn't that enough? Zhou Xiang patted Gu Chenzhou on the shoulder. Gu Chenzhou sighed. Old Zhou, is there any chance your mindset might be a bit twisted? Is there? Zhou Xiang asked, puzzled. Of course. Gu Chenzhou spoke up. Tell me, what kind of person is Nianqiu? Quiet, refined. Probably comes from a similar background as me. Zhou Xiang pondered for a moment before answering. Gu Chenzhou nodded. Good. So, do you think Nianqiu is the type to spend money so recklessly?
She hardly ever makes unnecessary expenditures, yet she still has so many people willing to be her friends.
Let me give another example. You know Senior Li Shi, right? Gu Chenzhou fixed his gaze on Zhou Xiang. Zhou Xiang rubbed his chin thoughtfully. I recall she was pretty broke, wasn't she? Poor my ass. She's Nianqiu's cousin. If I'm not mistaken, her family is probably loaded too. Gu Chenzhou said earnestly, so tell me, what else could your personality be but twisted? Could it be? I really am messed up?
Zhou Xiang lowered his head, contemplating with his wine glass in hand.
Zhou Antai witnessed this scene, his heart already churning with turmoil. This was his son, the one who used to explode at the slightest provocation? In the past, the slightest criticism would set Zhou Xiang off like a firecracker.
Yet now, despite Gu Chenzhou's repeated criticisms, not only did he not argue back, but he was actually reflecting on himself.
Zhou Antai said nothing, merely rising silently and walking over to the butler. Prepare a few cases of cold beer for them. And put the snacks from the fridge over there too. The butler nodded slightly and promptly went to carry out the instructions. Zhou Antai glanced at the two of them before heading upstairs to rest.
As he walked, he muttered to himself, looks like Zhou Xiang has made a good friend this time.
Old Gu, do you really think my personality is why I have no friends?
Zhou Xiang downed his brandy in one gulp and began coughing uncontrollably.
Bull. What about me, old Zhang, and old Wu? Aren't we your friends? Gu Chenzhou asked irritably. But what if I have no money? Zhou Xiang suddenly blurted out.
Gu Chenzhou sneered, if you're broke, just tell us.
I'll bail you out. If you really can't handle your money, hand it over to me. I'll manage it for you. Off. I bet you just want to run off with my money.
Zhou Xiang grabbed 2 beers from the butler and popped them open.
If you can outdrink me tonight, you can take this card and use it however you want. Gu Chenzhou didn't glance at the bank card, merely accepting the beer bottle. Like I need your measly money? Chapter 201, an expensive gift. True enough. Forget it. Drink. Zhou Xiang raised his bottle and clinked it against Gu Chenzhou's. At 6 in the morning, Gu Chenzhou woke up groggily. Opening his eyes, he found himself lying in a room. Staring at the white ceiling, he instinctively reached out his hand. Seeing dozens of missed calls on his phone, Gu Chenzhou fell deep in thought. He'd thought it was just his alarm. Young boss, where are you? As soon as he answered, Zhao Zhao's voice came through. Gu Chenzhou replied, we're heading out right now. We should be there around 7. All right. Zhao Zhao nodded, visibly relieved. I thought you guys had vanished. Not at all. I'm going to take a shower first. You guys can start doing their makeup. Gu Chenzhou hung up after finishing his sentence. Only after getting out of bed did Gu Chenzhou realize he had nothing else to wear. Oh well, he'd make do for now. Gu Chenzhou thought to himself as he opened the door and stepped out. But when he saw the bag resting on the doorknob, he frowned in confusion. What's this? Gu Chenzhou picked it up and glanced inside, finding it filled with newly purchased clothes and pants. Inside was a note. Little Gu, we're entrusting Zhou Xiang to your care. Consider this outfit my welcome gift to you. Reading the note, Gu Chenzhou finally understood. So it was from Zhou Antai. Without giving it much thought, Gu Chenzhou carried the bag around the neighborhood. 5 minutes later, Gu Chenzhou stood on the first floor, utterly bewildered. Young man, you're up so early? Butler Zhang, busy cooking in the kitchen, looked surprised upon seeing Gu Chenzhou. Gu Chenzhou nodded. Yes. Excuse me, where is the bathroom? For the first floor, it's over there. The second floor bathroom is at the very end, turn left. Zhang replied. Honestly, this villa is so huge it makes your head spin. Gu Chenzhou remarked helplessly. Don't worry, Zhang replied with a smile. You'll get familiar with it after a few turns. All right. Could you please wake Zhou Xiang up and tell him he's running late? Gu Chenzhou requested. Well, perhaps you should go yourself. Zhang the butler said with obvious hesitation, young master has a rather temperamental disposition. If we disturb him, we might just get yelled at. Fine, I'll go wake him myself. Gu Chenzhou didn't think twice and headed upstairs immediately. As he walked, Zhang's reminder followed from behind, the young master's room is right next to yours. Got it. Gu Chenzhou waved dismissively. Soon, she found herself at the door of Zhou Xiang's room. Knock knock knock. Who is it? Can you stop bothering me? Zhou Xiang's irritable shout echoed from inside. You're such a grouch in the morning. Hurry up and get up, we're going to be late. Gu Chenzhou called out.
Before the words had fully faded, the door swung open.
Zhou Xiang emerged clutching his clothes, wearing only his underwear, and headed straight for the bathroom. Why didn't you tell me sooner? I just woke up too. Gu Chenzhou was speechless.
After exchanging these words, he headed downstairs to the bathroom. 10 minutes later, Gu Chenzhou and Zhou Xiang had both showered, changed into fresh clothes, and were sitting in the living room eating breakfast.
Mr. Zhang, could you drive us to the stadium later? Having drunk too much yesterday, they would definitely fail a breathalyzer test if they drove now.
Butler Zhang stood nearby, looking troubled.
I'm afraid that won't be possible. I need to stay with the young lady. No problem.
The girl will come with us, Zhou Xiang said.
Butler Zhang froze. That doesn't seem quite right. Even if I try to stop her, do you think she'll behave any differently than yesterday? She'll just drag you along with her again. Zhou Xiang countered.
Zhang sighed, conceding there was some truth to it. By around 6:40, Gu Chenzhou and the others were ready. Zhang was already seated in the driver's seat, and Zhou Xiyu came running over carrying a large suitcase.
Why are you lugging around such a huge suitcase? Zhou Xiang asked in confusion.
Zhou Xiyu chuckled, it's full of my treasures.
Gu Chenzhou said nothing, merely examining the outfit he wore.
The fabric felt exceptionally comfortable, a world apart from the cheap, 9 yuan and 99-cent shipping included clothes he'd worn before.
Old Gu, don't move. Zhou Xiang looked over at Gu Chenzhou. Xiyu, got any scissors?
Here, take these.
Zhou Xiyu opened the toolbox lying on the floor. Zhou Xiang cut off the duplicate tag on Gu Chenzhou's back. Can't you be more careful? Damn it, do I have to look after you? Gu Chenzhou pressed his forehead. How was I supposed to know that stupid tag was still on?
But my dad seems to like you a lot, he actually bought you this whole outfit.
Zhou Xiang whistled in amazement. Is it expensive? Gu Chenzhou asked. Zhou Xiang tossed the tag aside. Not crazy expensive, but the whole outfit probably cost close to 10,000 yuan. Seriously? Gu Chenzhou's eyes widened. That expensive?
Not bad, considering my dad really likes you, Zhou Xiang replied.
Buying such expensive clothes for a stranger? Do I even deserve it? Gu Chenzhou retorted. What are you thinking?
You're my buddy, of course you're worthy.
Zhou Xiang hooked his arm around Gu Chenzhou's shoulder. Buy me a drink later? How about a 3 yuan lemonade? Gu Chenzhou was still lost in thoughts about the expensive clothes. Zhou Xiang chuckled. Of course I'll drink it, you're buying.
If I'd known you'd agree so readily, I should have brought a bottle to fill with tap water for you, Gu Chenzhou teased.
You. I'm a proper rich kid from the capital. You think I'd be upset over a couple sips of your water?
Zhou Xiang grinned widely. And so, chatting and laughing, the two finally arrived near the stadium. Gu Chenzhou glanced at his watch and immediately led Zhou Xiang toward a milk tea shop.
2 lemonades, 1 grass jelly drink.
Whoa, are you trying to stuff us all to death?
Zhou Xiang was completely baffled by the names. Don't forget, besides us, there are still people in the gym. And Butler Zhang will need a cup too. After paying, Gu Chenzhou found a spot to sit down. Actually, you don't need to worry about me. Zhang the butler said politely. Not at all. You went out of your way to bring us here, Zhang, and you'll be looking after Zhou Xiyu later. You should have something to drink to keep your strength up. Gu Chenzhou replied with a smile.
Thank you, Mr. Gu, Zhang replied with a smile. As for Zhou Xiyu, she remained silent, her gaze fixed on Gu Chenzhou as if deep in thought. Soon, a large batch of bubble tea was ready. Gu Chenzhou and Zhou Xiang each carried a bag as they walked toward the gymnasium.
Bro, do you think he has a girlfriend?
Zhou Xiyu suddenly leaned close to Zhou Xiang and whispered the question. Zhou Xiang shot her a glare.
What are you thinking?
Of course he has a girlfriend.
Chapter 202, Launching the Livestream. Ha?
Zhou Xiyu looked exasperated and muttered under her breath, I thought he didn't.
Zhou Xiang pressed his hand to his forehead and said to her, what are you thinking?
Sure, he's not as handsome as me, but someone's gotta like that look.
But you haven't had a girlfriend either, have you? Zhou Xiyu tilted her head. This left Zhou Xiang momentarily speechless.
Patting her shoulder, he said earnestly, that's because I don't want one.
Do you understand? Seeing the dangerous look on Zhou Xiang's face, Zhou Xiyu quickly nodded. I get it. I totally get it. Good. Now let's go. Don't stand out here baking in the sun.
Even though it was morning, the stifling heat made everyone feel like they were about to sweat through their clothes.
Alright then, you two go inside first.
I'll wait right here at the door.
If you need anything, just give me a call anytime.
At the entrance, Butler Zhang had already taken the initiative to find a place to sit down.
Gu Chenzhou spoke up, come in with us. We have internal passes that allow us to bring one person inside. As he spoke, Gu Chenzhou produced the pass. Hearing Gu Chenzhou's words, Zhang the butler was quite surprised. But he didn't dwell on it, simply following Gu Chenzhou into the gymnasium.
The venue wasn't open yet, so it wasn't particularly bustling inside, but everyone was busy with last-minute preparations.
Young boss, you're finally here. We were just waiting for you too. Hurry over for makeup. Zhao Zhao's heart finally settled when she spotted Gu Chenzhou and Zhou Xiang. What's the deal with you two? Why did you show up so late? Zhang Xiangming approached, asking in confusion. Gu Chenzhou sighed, old Zhou set me up last night. He made me down a whole case of liquor. Well, we were celebrating, so we figured we'd have a few drinks. Zhou Xiang chuckled. Gu Chenzhou pressed his forehead. Alright, I'll go first. With that, he was already seated in the chair, patiently waiting for makeup. After half an hour of styling, Gu Chenzhou expertly grabbed his clothes and headed to the restroom to change. When he emerged, Gu Chenzhou's outfit still drew attention. You know what? Old Gu looks pretty sharp with that face and outfit. Wukong pushed his glasses up and murmured his admiration from the side. That's true, but he still can't hold a candle to me. Zhou Xiang remained convinced he was the ultimate heartthrob. Gu Chenzhou ignored him and walked over to Su Nianqiu, waiting impatiently. Huh? Not at all. But who is that gentleman? Su Nianqiu directed her gaze toward the butler. Zhou Xian's family butler. He came specifically to look after his sister this time. Gu Chenzhou explained. Did everything go okay last night? Su Nianqiu asked with concern. Gu Chenzhou shook his head. We're fine. Just had a discussion with old Zhou's father about some matters. I see. Glad to hear it. Su Nianqiu breathed a sigh of relief. Gu Chenzhou slipped his arm through hers. I've got an idea that should draw quite a crowd. What idea? Su Nianqiu asked curiously. Gu Chenzhou pulled out his phone and logged into his livestream account with ease. I plan to host a livestream, taking everyone on a tour of the final day of the gaming expo. Gu Chenzhou grinned. That way, we can draw more people to our company's booth. Of course, he had his own motives. His goal was to attract as many people as possible, ensuring more members in the VIP group. This was pure, cold hard cash absolutely worth grabbing. Although he'd made a decent sum from Sword Record recently, after splitting the profits, there wasn't much left. Now, he needed to find other avenues. So Gu Chenzhou promptly posted in the group. Unsubmerged at all members, live stream starts promptly at 9 p.m. today. The group instantly erupted. E-forward, streaming in the morning? Bro, you're so hot, shouldn't it be tonight? Who in their right mind would stream this early? While the group debated fiercely, Gu Chenzhou didn't respond much, just sitting there resting. With an hour left until 9, all that remained was patient waiting. Just then, Gu Chenzhou felt his phone vibrate. Fatty, you didn't go to the gaming expo, did you? Not Shenzhou, how'd you know? Fatty, image, is this you? The picture showed Gu Chenzhou cosplaying as a character. Bu Chenzhou, yep. Fatty, video is that you dominating opponents in the tournament? Unsinkable, that was me too. I remember you weren't at the gaming expo. How did you find out about this? Fatty, these photos are all over our school. Everyone's asking who it is. Bu Chenzhou, don't go snitching on your buddy. Fatty, who's got time for that? I've been grinding solo matches. Fatty, but they keep asking me if we went head to head, who'd come out on top. Unsinkable, obviously me. I've always won our solo matches. Fatty, you better keep a low profile for a while. If anyone finds out, you'll become a celebrity. Unsinkable, what's wrong with that? Fatty, I'm scared you'll suffer, but I'm also scared you'll drive a Range Rover. Unsubmersible, no worries, I'll just drive Nianqiu's Ferrari. Fatty. Seeing Fizi fall silent, he knew he'd given up. So Gu Chenzhou just sat there resting, quietly observing his surroundings. Soon, 9 o'clock arrived. Gu Chenzhou started the livestream right on time and sent a notification in the group chat. His fan base wasn't large, so only a handful of people entered the livestream room. Seeing the handful of viewers, Gu Chenzhou felt no disappointment. This was simply his usual level of engagement. Canyon's hottest guy, who the hell are you? Swifty has a way home, I'm such a big main tank, how come they switched me out? Bro, you smell so good. I remember seeing his photos on various university forums in the capital. The main bag has gone viral. No way, I gotta get my friends and family to check this out. Before Gu Chenzhou could even speak, the live stream's viewership began steadily climbing. Seeing the growing crowd, Gu Chenzhou felt his excitement building. As he walked, he said, "Long time no see, everyone. No gaming today, I'm taking you on a tour of the Game Expo." The moment they heard that voice, everyone froze. It really is the host himself. Gu Chenzhou watched as the scrolling comments suddenly stopped, thinking everyone had gone quiet. But the next moment, his screen was flooded with question marks. Gu Chenzhou was completely bewildered. How did so many people show up all at once? Faced with the dazzling array of gifts, Gu Chenzhou had no idea how to proceed. This kind of spectacle was truly unprecedented for him. Chapter 203, This is what power looks like. The live stream room, which had only been hosting a few dozen viewers, suddenly surged to several thousand, and was still climbing toward 10,000. This left Gu Chenzhou at a loss for words. He was used to just shooting the breeze with the regulars in the chat, but now with thousands watching, he genuinely feared that if he spoke up, he might scare everyone away. Jingda's most passionate, why isn't the streamer talking? Heart-stealing arsonist, so handsome, bro. Can I add you on WeChat? Forward, gotta admit, the host really has gotten way more handsome than before. Gu Chenzhou watched the comments scroll by, lost in thought for a long moment before finally speaking up. Just like I said yesterday, today I'll take you guys on a tour of the game expo. As he spoke, Gu Chenzhou strolled forward while chatting casually with the group. Though the event had just opened, crowds were already pouring in, many heading straight for their destinations. Gu Chenzhou carried a directional sign, walking while introducing the facilities and booths within the expo. But after only a few steps, a figure appeared before him. "Are you Gu Chenzhou?" Chenin scrutinized Gu Chenzhou from head to toe. He'd heard the guy was coming but hadn't been able to find him until now. Now, seeing this guy's outfit, he finally recognized him. Gu Chenzhou met Chen An's gaze and offered an extremely humble smile. "Young Master Chen, it's been quite a while." "Cut the crap. What's the deal? Did you come all the way here just to embarrass yourself?" Chen An scoffed. "With your attention-seeking ways, I have no idea how Nianqiu ever fell for you." The live chat flooded with messages. "Beijing's hottest guy, no way, dude. Someone's even more cocky than me? Just wait, I'm on my way. Heartthrob arsonist, dude upstairs, you're not planning to take the streamer's revenge, are you? Annie and Little Bear, beat the crap out of him. I'll shower you with rockets." No sooner had the words left his mouth than the special effects of rocket gifts flooded the screen. Gu Chenzhou pressed his forehead. These people truly relish a good spectacle. "Young Master Chen, I'm not in the mood for small talk. Since you've set up your booth, can't we just not interfere with each other?" Gu Chenzhou had anticipated this. If Chenin was attending the gaming expo, he knew he'd show up. They hadn't crossed paths on the first day, but avoidance was ultimately futile. Chenin shot Gu Chenzhou a glance and sneered coldly, "Non-interference? That's a laughable notion. A broke guy like you? What makes you think Nianqiu would ever notice you? You should just leave her alone." The second sentence was spoken so softly only Gu Chenzhou could hear it. Yet upon hearing it, Gu Chenzhou couldn't help but frown. Sure enough, his repeated concessions only made Chenin think he could bully him at will. Just as he was about to speak, someone tapped his shoulder and approached from behind. "Hey, you piece of trash, what gives you the right to act so cocky?" Zhou Xiang glared at Chenin, his tone sharp. "And who are you?" Chenin scrutinized Zhou Xiang's costume. With the cosplay, he couldn't quite place the guy. "I'm your dad." Zhou Xiang snapped irritably. Gu Chenzhou silently gave him a thumbs up. "Cut the profanity." "What? You wanna bail him out now?" Zhou Xiang turned to ask. Gu Chenzhou shook his head, pointing at his phone. "I'm live streaming. If you suddenly start cursing like that, what if my stream gets banned?" Zhou Xiang. That made sense. Chen An's face was now ashen, his eyes fixed intently on Gu Chenzhou and Zhou Xiang. "Are you two trying to get yourselves killed? Do you even know who I am?" Chen An gritted his teeth, grabbing Zhou Xiang by the collar as if he wanted to devour him whole. "I don't care who you are. Bullying my brother is unacceptable." Zhou Xiang shoved him away, irritably straightening his clothes. "This outfit isn't cheap. Don't you dare ruin it." Gu Chenzhou cautioned. Zhou Xiang waved it off. "Relax, even if I do ruin it, I'll just pay you back." Chen An's eyes flashed with fury clearly, he hadn't expected Zhou Xiang to actually lay a hand on him. "Looks like you want to get kicked out, huh?" Zhou Xiang glanced at Gu Chenzhou beside him. "So, what's this guy's deal?" "The Chen and I mentioned earlier," Gu Chenzhou replied. "Oh, so you're the rich guy." Zhou Xiang's eyes widened in realization. "Too bad you're no match for me. You think you're worthy of comparing wealth with me?" Chen An sneered dismissively. "I own 2 companies outright. No matter how much money you have, you're still just a nouveau riche." He had acquired 2 major game studios in the capital city. To him, money was nothing more than pocket change. Gu Chenzhou slung his arm around Zhou Xiang's shoulder. "Old Zhou, he's looking down on you. What can I do? My family really doesn't have much money. At most, we run a few rundown restaurants." Zhou Xiang spread his hands helplessly. Suddenly, a surge of confidence swelled within Chenin. "At the end of the day, you're nothing but a lowly insect. Get out of here, don't waste my time while I'm doing business." Chenin barked at them. Seeing Gu Chenzhou humiliated gave him immense satisfaction. Gu Chenzhou ignored him, instead shooting Zhou Xiang a contemptuous look. "So you think you can break into Drunken Immortal Pavilion, huh? Drunken Immortal Pavilion?" At those words, Chen An's expression abruptly changed. You're from the Zhou group?" He stared at Zhou Xiang in utter disbelief, his eyes filled with shock. "Seems you've got some sense after all." Zhou Xiang chuckled. "Cut the crap. Do you really think climbing the ladder will make me believe a word you say?" Chen An gritted his teeth. "You're nothing but a bunch of con artists. Whether we're con artists or not is none of your business." Zhou Xiang leaned closer to Chen An. "If you're not convinced, we can talk this out privately." Faced with Zhou Xiang's confident demeanor, Chen An momentarily found himself at a loss for words. "Seems you're not so tough after all. Don't get cocky like that. In a big city like Beijing, you'd better keep your tail between your legs and behave yourself." Zhou Xiang slapped his shoulder with a mocking smile. Chen An remained silent. Finding it dull, Zhou Xiang turned to Gu Chenzhou. Let's go. Gu Chenzhou said nothing, simply following behind Zhou Xiang. The two chatted sporadically while responding to comments in the live stream, kicking off their Gaming Expo live stream journey. At 5 in the afternoon, Gu Chenzhou ended the stream and sat at the booth, breathing heavily. Finally over. He let out a long sigh and muttered to himself, I should have known better than to go live. Zhou Xiang chuckled, it was pretty good, wasn't it? Chapter 204, Birthday Invitation. What's so good about it? You saw how things went earlier. Gu Chenzhou removed his wig and glared at Zhou Xiang. I'm seriously speechless. His throat felt parched and even a little sore. Have some water. Su Nianqiu walked over from nearby and handed Gu Chenzhou a bottle of water she'd taken a sip from. I've already drunk from it. You don't mind, do you? Of course not. Gu Chenzhou took it and gulped it down. Go change your clothes first. It's way too hot. Zhou Xiang fanned himself. Even though the air conditioning was cranked up full blast, he still felt unbearably hot. Gu Chenzhou nodded in agreement. You're right. Let's go. Zhang Xiangming and the others headed to the restroom, all changing out of their clothes in unison. Before long, they had all left the premises, while Zhao Xiao and the others packed up their things to head home. Gu Chenzhou and the others got into their cars and headed toward the school. Are we really not going to check on them? Gu Chenzhou asked doubtfully after seeing the situation over there. That girl she used smarter than you think, and with Manager Zhang there, why should we worry? Zhou Xiang waved his hand dismissively, not bothering to dwell on it. You're right. Let's hurry back to the dorm. I want to chill in the AC. Gu Chenzhou stretched lazily as he spoke. My car doesn't have AC, right? Well, it's not turned on yet. Honestly, I'm amazed by you guys. The group chatted and laughed as they made their way back to the Jingda campus. Gu Chenzhou stepped out of the car and quickly spotted Su Nianqiu standing not far away. Guys, you go ahead. I've got something to take care of. With that, Gu Chenzhou headed toward Su Nianqiu. The others understood without needing further explanation and headed straight for the dorms. Gu Chenzhou took Su Nianqiu's hand and they strolled through the campus. Neither spoke, yet neither felt bored or awkward. After wandering around for a while, Gu Chenzhou suddenly spoke up. Nianqiu, I'm sorry. Why do you say that? Su Nianqiu lifted her head, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion. Gu Chenzhou continued walking as he spoke. I haven't been there for you these past few days. Ha! Su Nianqiu burst out laughing. So you actually care about these things? I don't mind at all. You're my girlfriend, after all. It's not right that I've neglected you all this time. Gu Chenzhou stopped in his tracks and declared solemnly. Su Nianqiu adopted a serious expression as well. Chenzhou, I know what you're worried about, but it's okay. And no matter what you do, I'll be right here cheering you on. Gu Chenzhou's lips curved upward as he gazed at the beautiful girl before him, taking her hand and continuing onward. You're right. If you ever face difficulties, you can always tell me. I promise to be by your side immediately. Gu Chenzhou silently resolved that no matter what happened, Su Nianqiu would be his top priority. After that, the two of them walked around the playground, circling it several times before finally parting ways. By the time Gu Chenzhou returned home, Zhou Xiang and the others had already played several rounds of games. Hey, the bulldozer's back. Zhou Xiang turned to look at Gu Chenzhou with a knowing smile. When I went to buy water earlier, I saw you two pacing back and forth on the road for ages. Zhang Xiangming chuckled. You two are something else. Without phones, you actually managed to walk around the playground for so long. That's the perk of having a girlfriend, something you three single dogs will never understand. Gu Chenzhou pulled out a chair and sat down leisurely. Suddenly, I feel like killing someone. Zhou Xiang silently pulled a small fruit knife from his desk drawer. Zhang Xiangming pulled out his heavy jump rope, exchanged a glance with Zhou Xiang, and they both walked over to Gu Chenzhou at the same time. Seeing this, Gu Chenzhou's breathing instantly grew ragged. Guys, come on, let's not. We're brothers, aren't we? He knew all too well that once these bastards got their hands on him, unspeakable things would happen. He didn't want his entire life of innocence destroyed in an instant. Then how do you plan to make it up to us? Zhou Xiang stared at Gu Chenzhou as he demanded. You guys haven't eaten yet, right? I'll order some takeout. We can just eat in the dorm. Gu Chenzhou suggested to them. You're the one who said it. If it's less than $100, don't blame us for being rude. Zhang Xiangming put away his jump rope and warned Gu Chenzhou. Wukong and Zhou Xiang exchanged glances. Was this guy really that unambitious? Was that all he wanted? I'm not as cheap as you think. At the very least, we should order 150 yuan worth of barbecue. Gu Chenzhou said as he picked up his phone. Ha! He looked at the friend request that popped up, looking quite puzzled. How could someone else have found his WeChat to add him as a friend? He quickly accepted the request and asked. Bu Chenzhou, who is this? Zhou Antai, I'm Zhou Xiang's father. Unsubmerged vessel. Bu Chenzhou, Uncle Zhou, what can I do for you? His hands trembled as he typed, his body leaning forward involuntarily. Zhou Antai, tomorrow is Shiyu's birthday. You and Zhou Xiang should come back for it. Bu Chenzhou, okay, Uncle Zhou. Zhou Antai, alright, go back to your work now. Bu Chenzhou, understood. Gu Chenzhou set down his phone and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Hey, old Gu, I asked you to order takeout. Why did you put your phone down after chatting? Zhang Xiangming asked. Gu Chenzhou pressed his forehead. I'll order later, old Zhou. I need to tell you something important. What is it? Zhou Xiang asked, puzzled. Could it be about the student council? No, it's your sister's birthday tomorrow. Gu Chenzhou paused before continuing. Uncle Zhou wants us to come over tomorrow. Zhou Xiang protested. Wait, why didn't he tell me about something this important? Why tell you instead? How the hell should I know? And seriously, you don't even know your own sister's birthday? Gu Chenzhou retorted. Zhou Xiang scratched his head awkwardly. I really didn't know. Honestly, I never even thought about it. Not just Zhou Shiyu's, he couldn't even remember his own. Well then, Zhou Xiang mused, the four of us should go buy some gifts tomorrow. Wukong spoke up, but we weren't invited. Is it really okay for us to go? You'll meet my family sooner or later anyway, so why not just go tomorrow? Zhou Xiang said, I'll take you to a gift shop then. Just browse around and pick something up. Sounds good. It's settled then. Zhang Xiangming nodded in agreement. Dumbbells should be fine, right? Chapter 205, Picking Gifts. Zhou Xiang, Wukong, Gu Chenzhou, ? Dude, you think Zhou Shiyu is like us? Gu Chenzhou sighed in exasperation. Even if you don't get something expensive, you should at least get something normal. This time I'm with old Gu. Girls like dolls and stuff. Wukong agreed. And what do you go and do? Give her exercise equipment? Zhang Xiangming scratched his head. I didn't know any better. Gu Chenzhou couldn't be bothered to respond. He silently picked up his phone and ordered takeout. After placing the order, everyone went back to playing their games. Gu Chenzhou didn't play, he just stared blankly at his phone. Unchained Ship, hey, what kind of gift should I get for a girl? Annie and Little Bear? What's up? You wanna give me a gift? Bu Chenzhou, could be. But it's actually my roommate's sister's birthday, and I have no idea what to get her. Annie and Little Bear, are you playing the field? Bu Chenzhou, what are you thinking? Her father personally invited me over. I can't show up empty-handed, right? Annie and Little Bear, I'll send you some addresses. Go check out those places tomorrow. Bu Chenzhou, got it. The night passed without incident. When Gu Chenzhou woke up the next morning, he found Zhou Xiang and the others already prepared. This is my first time going to old Zhou's place. Wonder what it'll be like. Zhang Xiangming, dressed in a clean outfit, said eagerly. Wukong rolled his eyes. Don't go acting as reckless as you are now once we get there. I'm not some little cutie. Why would I act like that? Zhang Xiangming retorted irritably. Gu Chenzhou ignored them, changed his clothes, and got out of bed. Speaking of which, have you two decided what to buy? Zhou Xiang asked. Gu Chenzhou replied, I know a few places that might be able to help us out. Alright then. Since that's the case, you drive. Let's grab a bite to eat first. Zhou Xiang tossed the car keys to Gu Chenzhou. You're treating me like nothing but a chauffeur. Gu Chenzhou said helplessly. Isn't that great? Most people can't even get behind the wheel. Zhou Xiang shot a glance at Zhang Xiangming. I'm talking about you, you coward. If you're not afraid I'll wreck the car, I'll show you my skills right now. Zhang Xiangming yelled at the top of his lungs. Gu Chenzhou and Zhou Xiang exchanged glances. Seeing Zhou Xiang nod, he tossed the keys straight over. Since you put it that way, we should definitely see what you've got. Zhang Xiangming stared at the keys in his hand, a flicker of fear creeping into his eyes. You really want me to drive? You bet you do. I'm not stingy with money. If it gets wrecked, I'll just take taxis for a few days. Zhou Xiang walked out while saying, let's go. The group quickly exited the dormitory, locking the main door behind them before heading to the parking lot. At the parking lot, Zhang Xiangming slid into the driver's seat, turned the ignition, and smoothly pressed the clutch. But when he pressed the accelerator, everyone was completely dumbfounded. Your driving skills are really steady, huh? Gu Chenzhou teased, even pedestrians could outpace us. I'm just afraid of hitting someone. Zhang Xiangming persisted in his stubbornness. From the parking lot to the school gate, at normal speed, it should only take 5 or 6 minutes. But at Zhang Xiangming's pace, it would take at least half an hour. Forget it. You're better off cooling your heels somewhere else. Gu Chenzhou finally couldn't take it anymore. At this pace, we'll still be stuck on campus after dark. Zhang Xiangming swiftly pulled over and swapped seats with Gu Chenzhou. I'm just getting used to it. If you hadn't insisted on driving, once I'm fully adjusted, I'll make this feel like a race car. Is this the feeling you're talking about? Gu Chenzhou pressed the accelerator, sending the engine roaring. Old Gu, take it easy. Our lives are in your hands here. Wukong inwardly cursed his luck and quickly shot Zhang Xiangming a warning glance. Dad! Zhang Xiangming's deafening cry forced Gu Chenzhou to ease off. Seriously, he's got no shame left. Gu Chenzhou accelerated smoothly, leaving the campus behind. Shortly after, outside a jewelry store. Wow, this place looks pretty pricey, huh? Wukong pushed his glasses up. I only have 500 this time. Hope it's not too much to ask. Forget about paying. I'll pick out a couple things and you can just drop them off. Zhou Xiang patted Wukong on the shoulder as he spoke. No way. It's your sister's birthday after all. How could I let you foot the bill? Wukong refused firmly. Zhou Xiang said nothing, merely moving closer to Gu Chenzhou. I know what you're thinking. Let him be. We'll just help him out later. Gu Chenzhou whispered to Zhou Xiang. Zhou Xiang nodded. Guess that's the only way. What are you two whispering about? Zhang Shangming asked. Gu Chenzhou shook his head. Nothing. Come on, let's go inside and take a look. Welcome. May I help you today? The server greeted the four entering with a broad smile. Gu Chenzhou inquired, do you have any bracelets? Preferably something more delicate? Certainly. Please follow me. The attendant led Gu Chenzhou forward. Soon, they stood before a stunning bracelet display. This necklace is crafted from pure silver. It's perfect for a young lady, and the price is quite reasonable, just 388. Gu Chenzhou examined the bracelet, then turned to Wukong and suggested, Old Wu, why don't you get this one? Sounds good to me. Even as a guy who wasn't particularly into jewelry, he thought it was nice. Can we pay with cash? Certainly, the salesperson replied with a smile. Gu Chenzhou, however, shifted his gaze to another display. His eyes flickered with surprise as he saw a necklace there. What a beautiful necklace. Seeing his reaction, the salesperson explained, this is our crown jewel. The necklace is crafted from 24K pure gold, adorned with diamonds, and features extremely precious gemstones used for the intricate carvings. Gu Chenzhou nodded, glancing at the price tag, 388,000 yuan. That price tag was enough to completely dash his hopes. What? You want to buy my sister such an expensive gift? Zhou Xiang leaned in to ask. Gu Chenzhou shook his head. To be honest, I was thinking of buying it for Nianqiu, but at this price, let's just forget it for now. Maybe when I have more money. Although he did have some savings now and could technically afford it. But he was acutely aware of his financial situation. There were plenty of other places where money was needed, how could he spend it here? Zhou Xiang smiled. How about I buy it for you? Chapter 206, Visiting Zhou Xiang's home. No need. It's too expensive. Even if you had the money, you shouldn't be spending it like this. Gu Chenzhou waved his hand, afraid the kid might impulsively buy it. You're something else. You won't even take my money? Zhou Xiang slapped him on the shoulder, speaking with a hint of exasperation. Why does it feel like you're upset I won't let you spend money? Gu Chenzhou sneered, besides, this isn't 200, it's 200,000. What better use could there be for that kind of money? I agree with old Gu. With that much money, you could treat us to meals for 4 whole years. Wukong chimed in from the side. Zhang Shangming nodded in agreement. Exactly. You really have money to burn, huh? Zhou Xiang remained silent, but the corners of his mouth curled upward involuntarily. If these were his old hangers-on, they'd probably start thanking him the moment he opened his mouth. And he'd likely end up spending it all in a blur, surrounded by their clamor. Indeed, these were the men who were his brothers. Afterward, Gu Chenzhou and the others each picked out some gifts. When it came time to settle the bill, everyone except Zhou Xiang felt a pang of regret. Over 1,000 yuan gone in one go, that's 2 months worth of my living expenses. Gu Chenzhou sighed as he looked at the cosmetics in his hands. I offered to pay, but you guys weren't happy. Now you're spending your own money and still complaining. What exactly do you want? Zhou Xiang complained. Gu Chenzhou replied, it's painful yet pleasurable. Zhang Shangming nodded in agreement. True. It's your sister's birthday after all. How could we let you foot the bill? Speaking of which, why don't we order a birthday cake? Wukong suddenly suggested. Zhou Xiang flashed Wukong the middle finger. Like I needed you to remind me. I already called the bakery yesterday when old Gu mentioned it. Should we go pick it up now? Gu Chenzhou asked. Zhou Xiang nodded. Alright, let's go. Gu Chenzhou got into the car, grabbed the keys, and drove off immediately. Soon, the group picked up the cake from the bakery and headed toward Zhou Xiang's villa. By the time they arrived, it was already 10:30 in the morning. Wow, so this is your place, old Zhou? It's huge. Staring at the luxurious villa, Zhang Shangming's jaw dropped so wide he could probably fit an egg in it. Zhou Xiang forced his jaw shut. Look at your narrow-mindedness. You'll probably wet yourself once we go inside. If I'd known we were coming here, I would have packed some diapers for old Zhang beforehand. Wukong pushed his glasses up, trying to hide his inner shock. No wonder Zhou Xiang said the yard alone was as big as his room. Clearly, he wasn't joking. Come on, Shiyu and the others are probably waiting impatiently. Zhou Xiang waved his hand at the group. As soon as they stepped inside, Gu Chenzhou spotted several people sitting and chatting. Most were young people like Zhou Shiyu, and when they saw Zhou Xiang and the others enter, they all fell silent in unspoken agreement. Brother, you're back. Zhou Shiyu spoke up first, flashing her adorable little fangs. Zhou Xiang nodded and smiled. I brought some friends back for your birthday party. Here's your gift. As he spoke, Zhou Xiang handed the box in his hands to Zhou Xiyu. Zhang Xiangming and Wu Kong exchanged a glance before following suit and presenting their gifts. They're not very expensive, but please don't look down on them. Wu Kong said politely. It's fine. I'm just thrilled you could all come. Zhou Xiyu smiled as she accepted it. Gu Chenzhou also handed over the makeup case in his hand. Happy birthday. Thank you, Zhou Xiyu replied politely. Zhou Xiang didn't interrupt the sisters' conversation. You two chat. I'll go sit in the courtyard with them for a bit. Sure, Zhou Xiyu nodded. Zhou Xiang picked up some snacks and drinks nearby and said to Gu Chenzhou and the others. Come on, let's head to the backyard. The others said nothing, simply following Zhou Xiang forward. Once they reached the backyard, Zhang Xiangming and Wu Kong visibly relaxed when they saw no one else around. Phew, that was terrifying. I was genuinely afraid I'd break something just now. Zhang Xiangming sat down in a chair and let out a long sigh. Wu Kong nodded in agreement. Me too. That uneasy feeling really got to me. Look at you two, such weaklings. When old Gu came here, he dared to go head-to-head with my dad. Zhou Xiang chuckled, setting drinks and cups on the table. Here, guys, have a drink first. Old Gu, what exactly did you come here to do back then? Wu Kong turned to look at Gu Chenzhou and asked. Gu Chenzhou spread his hands helplessly. Nothing much. Just chatted with Uncle Zhou for a while. Bull. My dad's pressure isn't something just anyone can handle. Zhou Xiang complained. I thought you'd be pushed to the point of running away, but I never expected you to hold out. Back then, Zhou Xiang had been ready to follow him out, but Gu Chenzhou had actually withstood that kind of pressure. Gu Chenzhou replied, You really underestimate me. After all, I've been through situations like this many times before. Back when he'd talked with Su Nianqiu's father, the pressure had been intense. So facing Zhou Antai now felt considerably easier. Impressive, several people gave Gu Chenzhou a thumbs up. Gu Chenzhou took a sip of his drink. Speaking of which, why did you choose to host the birthday banquet at home? Logically, wealthy people like them would typically pick a hotel for a lavish celebration, wouldn't they? That's because we have to take care of Xiyu. Zhou Xiang paused before continuing, the poor girl's frail. She gets sick every other day. There's really nothing we can do about it. She should just take more vitamin C, Gu Chenzhou suggested. Zhou Xiang chuckled. True enough. Come on, guys, let's drink up. Wu Kong looked at the glass in his hand, didn't think much of it, and immediately clinked glasses with them. No sooner had they finished drinking than someone came running over from a short distance away. Young master, the master requests your presence in the study. Zhang, the butler, said politely to Zhou Xiang. Zhou Xiang frowned. Just me? Yes, sir, Zhang replied. Guys, I'll be gone for a bit. You stay here and rest. Zhou Xiang nodded and followed Zhang to a nearby location. Gu Chenzhou and the others exchanged puzzled glances. Why call someone over out of the blue like this? Meanwhile, Zhou Xiang followed Zhang all the way to the door of the study on the second floor. Pushing open the door, Zhou Xiang saw Zhou Antai sitting there resting. I'm here. Zhou Antai lowered his glasses and rubbed his temples. What do you need me for? Zhou Xiang stared at him as he asked. Chapter 207, The Heavy Pressure. Besides Xiaogu, are those other two people also your friends? Zhou Antai's tone was heavy. My life doesn't seem to require your extensive meddling, does it? Recalling Zhou Antai's previous attitude toward Gu Chenzhou, Zhou Xiang's tone darkened involuntarily. As your father, and given your past actions, I believe it's absolutely necessary. Zhou Antai stood up and walked over to Zhou Xiang's side. Isn't that only right? You can rest assured they're all friends I trust implicitly. Zhou Xiang said solemnly. That remains to be seen. Zhou Antai interjected. Zhou Xiang grabbed his hand. I don't want to cause trouble at Shiyu's birthday party, so I hope you won't either. Zhou Antai frowned, surprised that the young man was actually threatening him. But he ultimately didn't lose his temper, merely turning to return to his seat. I hope you didn't seek out these friends on a whim. I don't need you to remind me of that. Zhou Xiang snorted coldly and turned to leave. Watching Zhou Xiang exit, Zhou Antai pressed his fingers to his temples. The older they get, the harder they are to manage. Zhou Xiang didn't hear the remark. He headed straight for the backyard. When they arrived, they found Gu Chenzhou and the others already engrossed in a game of landlords. You can beat me with 17 cards? Wait, I have 17 cards. You're just going to take me out like that? Zhang Xiangming glared at Gu Chenzhou, who had just played the spring suit, flung his cards down, and grabbed Gu Chenzhou by the throat. You cheated. Gu Chenzhou quickly protested. Damn it, didn't you shuffle the deck? I didn't touch them at all. You must have moved the cards with your mind. How else could this happen? Zhang Xiangming declared. Gu Chenzhou. Old Zhou, save me. Can't save you. Zhou Xiang sat nearby, instinctively reaching for the drink beside him. But when he felt the weight was off, he grew suspicious. How could such a big bottle of coke be gone in just a moment? Old Zhang drank it all. Wu Kong pointed at Zhang Xiangming. Zhou Xiang was speechless. Old Zhang, even if you're greedy, you shouldn't go this far. There'll be hundreds or even thousands of dishes for you to eat later, and you're flaunting this 7 yuan bottle of Coke like crazy? Zhang Xiangming snapped back, like I wanted to. We only played 2 rounds, and now I owe 10 drinks. He downed that first bottle in the first round, and now he owes 10 more. Gu Chenzhou looked at the cup. If you convert it, that should count as 1 bottle too. Zhou Xiang, 6. Zhang Xiangming declared in frustration, I'm done playing. If this keeps up, I'll never get to eat a damn meal. I'll take over. Zhou Xiang picked up the cards on the table and began shuffling them. Wukong glanced at Zhang Xiangming. We'll just owe it this time. We'll drink it later. Fine. Zhang Xiangming nodded in agreement. Soon, Zhou Xiang began dealing the cards. Seeing 3 aces and 3 twos in his hand, a satisfied smile spread across his face. Call for landlord. Gu Chenzhou was the first to call out. I'll steal it. Zhou Xiang shouted immediately. Wukong glanced at his own hand, then at Gu Chenzhou and Zhou Xiang's confident expressions. After a moment's thought, he finally spoke, I won't challenge. Then I'll keep going. Gu Chenzhou declared as he flipped his cards open. 2 threes plus a 5. What a great hand. Zhou Xiang burst into laughter. Old Wu, feed me some good cards. I'll take you for a ride later. Want to double down? Gu Chenzhou asked. I'll pass on doubling down. Wukong played it safe right away. Zhou Xiang, however, declared with confidence, I'll double down. Then I'll match it too. Gu Chenzhou replied quietly. Zhou Xiang fixed his gaze on Gu Chenzhou and declared, Landlord, play your card. Gu Chenzhou glanced at his hand without overthinking it and declared, 4 cards with 4. Watching Gu Chenzhou discard all 16 cards from his hand left them all stunned. Hey, bro, is that how you play? Zhou Xiang yelled at the top of his lungs. Gu Chenzhou replied flatly, Don't accuse me of cheating, I didn't shuffle the deck at all. I can't match that. Pass. 4 kings. Game over. Gu Chenzhou laid down all his cards, leaving them all stunned. Well, that's it. You're all screwed now. Zhang Xiangming pressed his forehead. Where did this kid get such incredible luck? No way, I refuse to accept this. Let's keep going. Zhou Xiang shuffled the deck again. By the end of the morning, Gu Chenzhou was grinning from ear to ear as he scrolled through the WeChat group chat. One owes 3 bottles, the other owes 4. Zhang Xiangming sighed in relief. Good thing I didn't keep playing. Otherwise, I'd be screwed too. That's not fair. Zhou Xiang exclaimed in astonishment, How come you always get the good cards? That's skill, Gu Chenzhou declared confidently. Wukong retorted irritably, just dog luck. Luck is part of skill, Gu Chenzhou chuckled. Just then, Butler Zhang approached. Gentlemen, dinner is served. Enough playing. Let's go eat. Zhou Xiang tossed his cards aside and led Gu Chenzhou and the others toward the living room. 2 tables were set in the living room, one for the men, including Gu Chenzhou, and one for the girls. Seeing Zhou Antai seated at the head of the table, Zhou Xiang and the others said nothing, silently taking their places. Under Zhou Antai's watchful gaze, Zhang Xiangming and Wukong felt immense pressure, squirming uncomfortably. Zhou Xiang desperately wanted to speak, but couldn't find the words. Uncle Zhou, we'd like to offer you a toast. Gu Chenzhou picked up the liquor from the table, poured a glass for each of them, then stood up to offer a toast to Zhou Antai. Zhang Xiangming and Wukong followed suit, rising to their feet. Zhou Antai nodded, rising to his feet to clink glasses with them. After taking a sip, Zhou Antai finally spoke. Young Gu, do you know these gentlemen? Yes, the 4 of us are roommates. Gu Chenzhou replied truthfully, you could say that. Like me, they're all genuinely sincere people. Hearing that puts my mind at ease. I was worried Zhou Xian was running around making shady friends. Zhou Antai's stern expression instantly softened. Zhou Xiang froze, glancing between Zhou Antai and Gu Chenzhou. Wait, none of his previous explanations had worked. But now, with just one sentence from Gu Chenzhou, Zhou Antai was completely convinced. From now on, Zhou Xiang is in your care. Zhou Antai addressed them, everyone, dig in. Uncle Zhou, rest assured. While I can't assist Zhou Xiang in other ways, if he needs protection from physical harm, I can absolutely ensure his safety. Zhang Xiangming declared with great enthusiasm. Wukong nodded in agreement, I'll do my best. With the earlier heavy tension lifted and Gu Chenzhou steering the conversation, the atmosphere became less awkward. Chapter 208, that's what you call luck. Xiao Gu, how's your company doing? Zhou Antai abruptly changed the subject, directing this question at Gu Chenzhou. Gu Chenzhou answered honestly, not great, but definitely not bad either. At least it's still profitable for now. Would you like me to provide some financial support? Zhou Antai inquired. Gu Chenzhou shook his head. Thank you for your kindness, Uncle Zhou, but I really don't need it. Oh? Why not? Zhou Antai was genuinely curious, a small workshop actually turning down outside funding? Gu Chenzhou explained, as I mentioned earlier, our company is currently profitable. More importantly, I believe we need to rely on our own efforts. We can't just depend entirely on others. You've got some nerve. Aren't you afraid of being squeezed out? Zhou Antai knew full well how cutthroat this industry was, and he genuinely worried about Gu Chenzhou suddenly failing.
Uncle Zhou, there's no need to worry.
While it hasn't happened yet, I know I'll inevitably face challenges down the road. That's why I'm preparing countermeasures in advance. If things get too tough to handle, I'd still hope Uncle Zhou could lend me a hand.
Gu Chenzhou said with a smile.
All right. If you run into trouble later, you must come to me. Zhou Antai smiled back. I'm not just paying lip service here, I mean every word. Absolutely, Uncle Zhou. Let me raise another toast to you.
Gu Chenzhou raised his glass, speaking with great courtesy. With Su Nianqiu backing him, although the Su family wouldn't help so readily, if Su Nianqiu spoke up, her father would certainly assist him out of respect for her. But now, with Zhou Antai on his side, it was a tremendous advantage for Gu Chenzhou. You're quite the smooth operator, kid.
No wonder Zhou Xiang thinks so highly of you. Zhou Antai clinked glasses with Gu Chenzhou, and the two chatted with remarkable ease. Gu Chenzhou smiled without comment, simply eating with them.
After the meal, Gu Chenzhou and the others sat resting in Zhou Xiang's room.
I can't take it anymore.
After all these drinks, my head is spinning. Gu Chenzhou lay on the bed, his head feeling heavy and fuzzy.
You're quite something.
I've rarely seen anyone dare speak like that in front of my father.
Zhou Xiang remarked to Gu Chenzhou.
He seemed pretty easygoing to me, Gu Chenzhou replied with a smile.
But this liquor is really strong.
Over 60 proof liquor and you down 3 glasses straight off.
No wonder you're dizzy. Zhang Xiangming chimed in. The three of them only drank half a glass during the entire meal. I couldn't help it. You guys didn't see Uncle Zhou's condition. He kept pulling me in for sips, and then I had to toast him back.
Gu Chenzhou pressed his forehead. But old Zhou, this bed of yours is seriously soft, way more comfortable than the mattress in the dorm. A mattress that costs nearly 10,000 yuan, of course it's comfortable.
Zhou Xiang grinned. Should I replace the dorm mattress with one of these two? Better not. We don't have that kind of money. Gu Chenzhou waved his hand dismissively.
I'll cover it, Zhou Xiang volunteered.
Gu Chenzhou still refused, still not worth it. We're not worthy of this. Wu Kong nodded. Money's just something to burn.
Zhang Xiangming chimed in, if you really care about us, just drink those few bottles of soda you owe us.
Get lost. Zhou Xiang instantly flared up. That really pisses me off.
Old Gu, get up already.
Let's keep going. Gu Chenzhou lay on the bed, can't I just rest for a bit?
Besides, after all this booze, I'm afraid you guys are going to beat me silly.
Good to know. The four of us are playing mahjong. Let's go.
Zhou Xiang pulled Gu Chenzhou up and dragged him toward the next room.
Seeing the mahjong room inside, Gu Chenzhou and the others were speechless.
Your place sure has a lot of entertainment equipment. As soon as Gu Chenzhou sat down in the chair, he felt like he was sinking into it. This mahjong machine hasn't been used in ages, but now it comes in handy.
After plugging it in, Zhou Xiang asked, how do we play? You want to play with us without even knowing the rules? Zhang Xiangming asked in surprise. Zhou Xiang shook his head. I meant what style of play? Sichuan mahjong, of course.
We're all familiar with those rules.
Gu Chenzhou suggested. Wu Kong looked stunned. Wouldn't that be too much of an advantage for me? As a native of Sichuan City, he'd been playing this style of mahjong since childhood. Gu Chenzhou chuckled, just play. We're not betting money anyway, just drinks. 1 cup minimum, okay? Zhang Xiangming added. Gu Chenzhou nodded. Old Zhou, go brew us a pot of tea. You really think you're the big shot now, huh? Zhou Xiang retorted irritably, if you want tea, make it yourself. Gu Chenzhou replied, this is your place. Would we dare go there? True. Zhou Xiang walked to the doorway and called out to the nearby butler, Zhang, bring us a pot of de hong pao. Certainly, Zhang nodded. Soon after, the group began shuffling tiles for mahjong. Who? 7 pairs of dragons. Win. Flower on the Kong. Natural win.
Over the course of 2 hours, Gu Chenzhou won hand after hand. Although Zhang Xiangming and the other two had won a few small hands, none compared to Gu Chenzhou's tally. This has completely shattered my confidence. Wu Kong pushed his tiles aside, utterly defeated. Gu Chenzhou took a sip of tea. Weren't you guys thrilled when you started winning? I refuse to believe it. Let's play again. Zhang Xiangming refused to accept defeat. Just then, the door swung open and Zhang, the butler, hurried in. Young master, there's been an incident. Zhou Xiang frowned and asked, what is it? The young lady seems to have disappeared. Zhang the butler said anxiously. Gu Chenzhou and the others abruptly stood up. What happened? Weren't they just out shopping? Zhou Xiang asked anxiously. I was cleaning earlier when I received a call from Miss Liu. She said they'd lost track of the young lady. Where exactly did they get separated? Gu Chenzhou pressed Zhang, his gaze fixed on him. Since they came looking for them, the phone must be unreachable. Now, all hope rested on these clues. The shopping mall. Zhang replied. Gu Chenzhou stroked his chin. Shopping malls like that are full of surveillance cameras. Let's head over first. See if you can contact the staff and have them retrieve the surveillance footage.
Understood. Butler Zhang promptly turned and led Zhou Xiang and the others outside. Old Gu, how come you're so familiar with this? Zhou Xiang asked Gu Chenzhou as they walked. Gu Chenzhou replied, Nianqiu went missing before too. That turned out to be a farce. Let's hope this time is the same. I'll take your word for it. Zhou Xiang's tone was quite serious. Chapter 209, Investigating Surveillance Footage. Gu Chenzhou and the others said no more.
One by one, they got into the car and sped toward the central square.
During the drive, Gu Chenzhou maintained top speed while Zhou Xiang dialed Zhou Shiyu's number. Sorry, the number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. Damn it, pick up the phone. Zhou Xiang gritted his teeth, his expression darkening. Gu Chenzhou frowned and said, Old Zhou, I'm going to exceed the speed limit. Alright.
Zhou Xiang had no choice but to agree, putting everything else aside.
With Zhou Xiang's approval, Gu Chenzhou slammed his foot down on the accelerator. A powerful surge of acceleration pushed them back into their seats.
This time, no one shouted for Gu Chenzhou to slow down. In fact, they all felt it wasn't fast enough. What should have been a half-hour drive was compressed into a mere 15 minutes. Upon reaching the central plaza, Gu Chenzhou swiftly parked in a nearby spot.
Let's go check it out first, Gu Chenzhou said. Zhou Xiang nodded. I've already notified the management here.
They're waiting for us to review the surveillance footage. After all, only seeing it with his own eyes would put Zhou Xiang at ease. Otherwise, he wouldn't have rushed over so urgently. Upon entering the mall, they spotted a man in a suit waiting anxiously. Young Master Zhou, you're here, the man greeted him eagerly. Manager Wang, cut the small talk.
Take us there immediately.
Zhou Xiang had no patience for small talk now his sole focus was finding Zhou Shiyu as quickly as possible. Manager Wang didn't seem inclined to argue.
He immediately led them away. Soon, they took the elevator to the employee area. After a few steps, the surveillance room came into view.
Pushing open the door, they entered to find only one employee swiping through short videos.
Manager Wang, what brings you here?
The employee quickly put down his phone and stood up, his breathing becoming unconsciously rapid.
He'd been goofing off here. Was he going to get docked pay? I won't pursue the matter of you goofing off. Now retrieve all surveillance footage from 1 p.m. to 3 p.m. Manager Wang said sternly to the employee.
The employee nodded frantically, fingers flying across the keyboard. He clicked on a segment of footage with his mouse, and soon the surveillance footage from that time began appearing on several screens.
Though Zhou Xiang was extremely anxious, none of them pressed him.
After all, this was the only way to uncover more details.
Let's fast forward at 4 times speed, Gu Chenzhou suggested. There are 6 of us here and 5 screens total. Each person can monitor 1 screen. Makes sense, Zhou Xiang agreed. Let's do it his way. Got it.
The staff members swiftly set the playback to 4 times speed. The images flashed rapidly across the screens.
Gu Chenzhou focused intently on the screen at the far end. After a long while, Gu Chenzhou suddenly spotted a figure. Stop. The employee immediately hit pause. Is this the lady? Yes. Now track every direction she went. Observing the situation, Zhou Xiang echoed the same request. He clenched his fists tightly. This absolutely couldn't go wrong.
The footage flashed by rapidly as Gu Chenzhou and the others stared intently at Zhou Shiyu's movements.
Gu Chenzhou frowned as he studied the footage.
After bidding farewell to her sisters, Zhou Shiyu headed to the restroom. But then, several burly men knocked her unconscious and quietly carried her out the back door.
Damn it! These bastards have some nerve, kidnapping my sister.
Zhou Xiang slammed his fist on the table in fury, his voice booming. I recognize those guys.
The employee cleared his throat awkwardly.
They're local thugs, and they live not too far from here.
Where? Zhou Xiang could barely contain his rage.
The employee replied, it's at number 24, 3rd Avenue, Wutong Road.
There's a small inn there. Let's go. Zhou Xiang turned and hurried away.
This place was Wutong Road, meaning they were likely nearby.
Gu Chenzhou took a deep breath and said to Zhou Xiang, don't worry, we'll stick with you.
Zhang Xiangming, standing nearby, turned pale.
Glancing around, he spotted a baseball bat lying on the ground. I'll borrow this. He grabbed the bat and left without a second thought. The group stormed off, leaving the employees anxious. Manager Wang, should we call the police? The employee asked anxiously.
But Manager Wang shook his head.
No need. This isn't something we can handle. They're just kids. If they go up against Scar and his crew, they'll be finished. The employee pressed. Scar was notorious as a local thug. Getting into trouble with him would spell real trouble. And one of them was a rich kid. If something happened, both of them would be finished. I told you not to get involved. They won't get hurt.
Manager Wang seemed to know some inside information but kept it to himself.
He watched the departing figures without much concern.
Over at Gu Chenzhou's side, Wukong had already set up the navigation as they stepped outside.
Let's go.
Take that alley across the street, Wukong said, pointing ahead.
Zhou Xiang took a deep breath and addressed Gu Chenzhou and the others. This is my family business. Don't follow. Why you trying to be a hero all by yourself? Zhang Xiangming slapped his shoulder. I'm not about to listen to you. Let's go. Instead of standing here bickering, we should hurry and save someone. Wukong walked forward, eyes glued to his phone. A wave of warmth washed over Zhou Xiang. Guys, thanks. Save the thanks for after we're done. Gu Chenzhou finished speaking and followed Zhang Xiangming and the others. Crossing the sidewalk, the group entered an alleyway. The area seemed eerily quiet, with not a soul in sight. Scanning their surroundings, they soon spotted a hotel not far away. Looks like that's the place. Gu Chenzhou spoke up, this is going to be a tough fight. Everyone, stay alert. Old Wu, take this. Zhang Xiangming handed him the club he was holding. Your build isn't suited for a head-on fight. Fine, I'll just take out the weaklings from behind then. Wukong accepted it without hesitation. Gu Chenzhou and the others exchanged glances before striding forward in unison. Upon entering the hotel, they found 4 people seated inside playing mahjong. Damn it, lost again. I just brought 2,000, and now I'm down to 1,000? A man with a scar across his face frowned, turning to look at Gu Chenzhou's group. Fun times, huh? Chapter 210, no one wants to run. Oh ho, someone actually dares to show up here. A burly man stood up, sizing them up from head to toe. Get lost. Don't bother me while I'm winning. Gu Chenzhou said nothing, instead turning his gaze toward Zhang Xiangming. Zhang Xiangming nodded, walked over silently, and flipped the table over with one hand. Where's that girl you snatched from the mall earlier? Hey, I haven't paid yet. You want to die or something? The burly man grabbed Zhang Xiangming by the collar and shouted angrily. Zhang Xiangming, who was quite robust, kicked him hard in the stomach. The brute couldn't withstand the force and crashed to the floor. Zhang Xiangming stepped on his stomach. Are you deaf? I asked you a question. Where's the girl you snatched at noon? Scarface gave a cold chuckle, staring at Zhang Xiangming. So you're looking for that girl? Get lost. This ain't your business. Hearing Scarface's words, Zhou Xiang and the others exchanged glances, clearly unconcerned. Don't you know who that person is? Gu Chenzhou blared at Scarface. She's the Zhou family's little princess. If you piss off the Zhou family, you're going to be in big trouble. What bull Zhou family? Never heard of them. Scar pulled a cleaver from the drawer, pointing it at them. Around here, I'm the king. Don't mess with me. Get lost. He thought that would scare them off, but to Scar's surprise, Gu Chenzhou and his crew showed no intention of leaving. What? You lot don't want to live anymore? A skinny guy glared at Gu Chenzhou. Gu Chenzhou took a deep breath, his expression suddenly turning stern. Old Wu, move. What? Scar was momentarily stunned before a brutal blow struck the back of his head. It was a solid iron rod. Though Wukong wasn't strong, he swung it with considerable force. Seeing this, Gu Chenzhou's face betrayed his teacher's shock. Seemed like it was best not to provoke him next time. Otherwise, this kid would definitely give him a whack with that club. Scar, the target of the blow, now lay unconscious on the ground. Watching this, Wukong took a deep breath and asked, he's not dead, is he? They were kidnappers anyway. They deserved it if they got beaten to death. Zhou Xiang chimed in, we'll just coordinate our stories and claim it was self-defense. But Wu Kang's hands were trembling. After all, he was an intellectual. Finding himself in this situation left him utterly at a loss. The others were startled by the scene. Wait, aren't these guys supposed to be scared? Damn it, these bastards are ruthless. Get all the brothers out here. The burly man, now enraged, shouted to those around him. The skinny guy from earlier didn't think twice either. He immediately pulled out his phone and sent a message in the group chat. Guys, everyone calm down. No sooner had he spoken than a tremendous commotion erupted from upstairs. Within moments, over a dozen people had descended from above. Seeing so many people, Wu Kang's legs nearly buckled. He'd never seen anything like this before. Even Gu Chenzhou and the others were starting to feel afraid. And with weapons in their hands, their fierce demeanor suggested they weren't people ordinary folks could handle. Gu Chenzhou said bitterly, guys, looks like we're going down here. Old Zhou, you guys run ahead. I'll hold them off. Zhang Xiangming took a deep breath, forcing himself to steady his nerves. Go back and find reinforcements. Aren't you scared? Zhou Xiang asked. I'm scared as hell, but someone's gotta stand their ground, right? Zhang Xiangming's hands trembled, but he kept his fists clenched tight, trying to look less cowardly. It's probably too late to run now. Just then, several figures emerged from the doorway, completely blocking their retreat. Gu Chenzhou took a deep breath, as if something had occurred to him. Scanning the area, he spoke up, who's in charge here? The one knocked out by the guy with glasses, a burly man replied. Gu Chenzhou. Wukong gritted his teeth. So what if I knocked him out? Come at me if you think you can handle it. Don't get excited. None of you will get away, the burly man declared. Gu Chenzhou replied coldly, then who's your second in command? Me. The burly man stepped forward, fixing Gu Chenzhou with a stare. What's that? You want to take me on one-on-one? I'm not up for that, but we could make a deal. Gu Chenzhou fixed his gaze on the burly man. I still have a fair amount of money on me.
All told, it comes to nearly 100,000. If you're willing to let us go and hand over that girl to us, this money is yours. 100,000 was no small sum for many people, and it was all Gu Chenzhou could afford at the moment. Ha, honestly, you spoiled rich kids are the last thing I need to deal with. The burly man sneered coldly. And that girl's so pretty, I was counting on having a good time with her tonight.
200,000.
Zhou Xiang said firmly.
Don't push your luck. I don't give a damn about your measly cash.
The burly man stripped off his shirt and pointed at Zhang Shangming.
If you can beat me, I'll agree to all your terms. Without hesitation, Zhang Shangming strode forward. Look at you, all cocky. When it comes to fighting, I've never been afraid of anyone. Don't say I'm picking on you.
I'll let you use weapons, the burly man offered. Zhang Shangming ripped off his own shirt, revealing solid muscles.
Ha, think you're some big shot, huh? I'm gonna beat the out of you today.
Clear the area, the burly man barked. Without a second thought, the others immediately cleared away all the tables, chairs, and benches. Gu Chenzhou walked over to Zhang Shangming and whispered, "Don't try to fight him fair and square.
Focus on his lower body."
"Alright, I'll listen to you," Zhang Shangming nodded.
No sooner had he spoken than footsteps echoed from upstairs. A girl slowly descended the stairs, staring at the group with confusion. What the hell are you guys doing? When Zhou Xiang spotted Zhou Shiyu standing over there, he froze completely. Even the thugs were dumbfounded. "Whoa, my little princess, why'd you come down?
I told you to stay upstairs." The burly man scratched his head, utterly speechless.
Zhou Shiyu tilted her head.
"But I heard a lot of noise downstairs."
"What the hell is going on?" Zhou Xian watched the scene unfold, unsure whether to be angry or not.
Gu Chenzhou said nothing, simply walking forward.
Only when he reached Zhou Shiyu's side did he finally ask, "Are you okay?" Chapter 211, All Actors. Ha! Zhou Shiyu looked utterly confused. What could possibly be wrong? They've been treating me quite well. Then why did you follow them here? Aren't you afraid? Gu Chenzhou pressed. "Young master, please go upstairs first. We'll handle the explanation."
The burly man from earlier turned and walked over, then said to Gu Chenzhou, "Don't worry, she'll be absolutely fine." Zhou Xiang, having overheard their conversation, finally spoke up, "Shiyu, go upstairs and rest." He seemed to have figured something out. Though confused, Zhou Shiyu complied, "It's stuffy up there, and my phone's about to die.
Can you guys get me a charging cable?"
The burly man turned to look at his henchmen behind him. They rummaged through their pockets and finally produced a charger.
Only after getting what she wanted did Zhou Shiyu head upstairs, satisfied. Downstairs, however, the atmosphere between Gu Chenzhou and the others was palpably tense. Not a single word was spoken. After a long pause, Gu Chenzhou finally spoke first. "What exactly is going on here? The way you're acting, it seems like you're plotting something. Everyone, stand down. This doesn't concern you anymore." After addressing his henchmen, the burly man turned to Gu Chenzhou and said, "Let's have a chat, just us." After the henchmen departed, Gu Chenzhou and the others sat at the table, the atmosphere once again falling silent. "Truthfully, this wasn't our intention."
The burly man sighed.
"We're all just extras." Gu Chenzhou and the others spoke in unison. "Extras? Yeah, I'm a bodybuilder. Check out these bronze muscles, talk about looking sharp, huh?"
The burly man flexed his biceps demonstratively.
Zhou Xiang frowned. "My dad must have told you to do this."
"That's right, young Master Zhou.
Don't take it personally. We're all just following Chairman Zhou's orders."
The burly man spread his hands helplessly.
"After all, the company we work for has investments from Mr. Zhou. But that just makes me even more confused," Gu Chenzhou pressed. "What exactly is the purpose of all this?"
"Mr. Zhou said his son can't tell the difference between good people and bad people, so he asked us to put on a show." The burly man explained, "All of us here are just a bit more muscular, we haven't done anything wrong." Zhang Shangming stared at his torn clothes, then glanced at the burly man.
"But what if they get upset when you say that?"
"That won't be a problem," the burly man explained. "Mr. Zhou said once he confirms you're all in the clear, we can tell the truth." The burly man explained. Wukong stared at the unconscious scarred man lying on the ground, lost in thought.
"Does that mean I beat the wrong guy? He's a stuntman.
With your strength, one blow with that stick would only knock him out.
He'll be fine."
Even so, it must have hurt like hell, so he was genuinely worried about Scarface. Zhou Xiang pressed his forehead, a flash of anger in his eyes.
"That was a bit excessive."
"I know, but it wasn't intentional," Wukong said helplessly.
Zhou Xiang shook his head. "I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about my dad. Is this something you joke about? Old Zhou, I know you're upset about what Uncle Zhou did, but he was ultimately doing it for you, right?" Zhang Shangming patted his shoulder, chuckling. "Yeah, parents' hearts are truly the saddest in the world. You've got to think about him too, right?" Wukong agreed.
"No, you guys are out of your minds.
If this were real, you'd all be dead." Zhou Xiang couldn't hold back any longer and snapped at them.
Gu Chenzhou chimed in, don't think too highly of us. Old Wu was definitely plotting his escape just now. True. They weren't paying attention to me earlier. I almost jumped out the window to escape, Wukong said, pointing to a spot not far away.
As for me?
I'd just kick old Zhang into the crowd, and then we could all make a run for it.
Gu Chenzhou continued. Zhang Xiangming retorted, you guys really think I'm just your sacrificial lamb? What kind of talk is that? We're brothers. You'd stick your neck out for us, right? Walk through fire and water? Wukong grinned meaningfully.
You guys are heartless bastards, Zhang Xiangming wailed.
Zhou Xiang burst into laughter, unable to utter a word.
He knew full well that all these brothers had been talking nonsense just now. If real danger ever came, not one of them would run.
Alright, feeling better now? Gu Chenzhou asked.
Wiping the tears from the corners of his eyes, Zhou Xiang replied, much better.
Thanks. What's there to thank?
We're all brothers, damn it. No sooner had he finished speaking than the burly man's phone began ringing.
Mr. Zhou, yes. The burly man glanced at the group before continuing, well, how should I put this? I've already told them everything.
After a moment of silence, the burly man handed the phone to Zhou Xiang.
Take the call. Zhou Xiang took the phone and pressed the speaker button. You're quite the piece of work, aren't you? Staging a whole charade with dozens of people just to confirm their identities? Zhou Xiang clenched his teeth, forcing down the rage boiling inside him. Sorry. Zhou Antai's sudden words silenced Zhou Xiang and the others completely. That word is truly unfamiliar to me. I've never heard it from your mouth before. Zhou Xiang clenched his fists. But do you really think I'd just let this slide? You know how they feel about you, but I don't.
Even though this is just my own decision, I had no choice but to act this way to confirm their relationship with you.
Zhou Antai sighed. So, what compensation do you want? That question isn't for me, it's for them.
Zhou Xiang addressed the people beside him. Xiao Zhang, Xiao Wu, Xiao Gu, when you return later, I'll have Manager Zhang present you with some gifts.
Those items are guaranteed to satisfy you. Zhou Antai said.
Zhang Xiangming scratched his head.
Uncle Zhou, you're too kind.
We became friends with Zhou Xiang not for these things.
You needn't worry about that.
After all, I was the one who kept things hidden first.
Of course I should make amends. After Zhou Antai finished speaking, more voices could be heard in the background.
After a moment, Zhou Antai spoke again, I have some matters to attend to here. You two should head back first, make sure to bring Shiyu with you. With that, the call ended abruptly.
Gu Chenzhou and the others exchanged glances. We'll head out then. If anything comes up, we can lend a hand.
The burly man placed a business card on the table before leaving.
Gym coach number 1, Luo Yang. Gu Chenzhou read the name on the card.
Old Zhang, this suits you perfectly.
Chapter 212, not worthy of such fine clothes. Get lost. I'm studying finance. Who'd want to be a gym instructor?
Zhang Xiangming stared at the torn clothes in his hands.
Guys, do any of you have a change of clothes? The shopping mall's right next door. Why don't we just go buy a few new ones? Zhou Xiang suddenly stood up. Let's go. I'll take you shopping. Let's go.
Wukong didn't say much either, following Zhou Xiang out the door immediately.
But Gu Chenzhou didn't leave. He just spoke quietly, hey, guys, aren't you forgetting something? What else could we have forgotten?
Zhang Xiangming asked, puzzled.
Gu Chenzhou pointed upstairs. The reason we came here. Shiyu. The group exclaimed in unison. Zhou Xiang immediately dashed upstairs. Moments later, he brought Zhou Shiyu back downstairs. Bro, what the hell just happened? Zhou Shiyu asked Zhou Xiang as she descended the stairs. Zhou Xiang waved his hand dismissively. Don't pry into the affairs of the underworld. Whatever, if you won't tell me, fine. Zhou Shiyu pouted and didn't press further.
Seeing Zhou Shiyu was fine, the group walked out together.
Only Zhang Xiangming's face flushed bright red as he exited, the color spreading all the way to his neck.
Everyone around him shot him strange looks. Old Zhang, you really outdid yourself.
Gu Chenzhou chuckled. Those solid muscles of yours must attract quite a few girls, huh? Get lost.
Hurry up and find a clothing store to buy any old t-shirt.
Zhang Xiangming snapped irritably. Zhou Xiang pointed to a nearby clothing store. This one then. Let's go. With that, he led the group inside. Welcome. How may I help you? The clerk stood there with a smile.
This clothing store not only sells apparel but also carries jewelry and cosmetics.
Zhou Xiang paid little attention to these items, instead pointing to Zhang Xiangming beside him and saying, get this guy a t-shirt. Sure thing. The salesperson searched through the racks for a moment before quickly pulling out a black t-shirt. How about this one? It's a bestseller in our store. This one then. How much? Zhou Xiang pulled out his wallet.
The original price is 1,380, but it's currently on sale for 888. The salesperson said politely. Zhang Xiangming's eyes widened in disbelief.
Is this shirt made of gold or something?
That price was enough to buy him hundreds of his previous outfits.
Sir, this is a high-end boutique. These are standard prices.
The salesperson maintained a smile.
Without a second thought, Zhang Xiangming grabbed Zhou Xiang and headed for the exit. Let's go somewhere else. We can't afford this place. Gu Chenzhou nodded. True. Old Zhang isn't worthy of wearing such fine clothes. It stings a bit, but you're dead right. Zhang Xiangming sighed helplessly, like I'm the type who can afford clothes like this? No, I'm paying. Why the hell do you care? Zhou Xiang, being dragged out forcefully, quickly shouted, let go of me. Gu Chenzhou walked while saying, Old Zhou, you still don't understand us common folk. What's the matter? Don't you want to live the good life? Zhou Xiang asked irritably. Gu Chenzhou replied, this is different. Old Gu, got any good spots? Wu Kong chimed in. Gu Chenzhou pondered for a moment. Actually, there is one. I'll drive you there. Alright, that'll give us a chance to see what clothes you guys picked out. Zhou Xiang nodded in agreement. Zhou Shiyu, yawning, said, I'm not going. I want to go home and rest. You're alone. How could I possibly feel at ease? Zhou Xiang fixed his gaze on Zhou Shiyu as he spoke. Zhou Shiyu pulled out her phone. I've already asked Manager Zhang to pick me up.
He's waiting across the street right now.
Zhou Xiang and the others exchanged glances. After a moment's thought, they agreed. Alright, just be careful.
Don't get into any trouble, Zhou Xiang cautioned.
Zhou Shiyu puffed out her cheeks. I won't.
Gu Chenzhou and the others said nothing, simply walking silently beside Zhou Shiyu.
Only when they reached the other side of the street and saw Zhou Shiyu get into Zhang's car did they finally relax.
Watching Zhang and the others drive away, Gu Chenzhou finally spoke up, let's go.
We should find another place too.
The four made their way to the parking lot and quickly headed toward their destination. Before long, they arrived at a bustling street that looked incredibly lively.
Holy cow, Old Gu, you're something else. How did you even find this place?
Zhang Xiangming stepped out of the car, his eyes wide with astonishment at the street before him. This was the kind of street ordinary people like them would stroll down.
I brought Nianqiu here once before. Gu Chenzhou replied. Looks pretty lively around here, but I wonder how the goods are. Zhou Xiang mused, rubbing his chin. Gu Chenzhou patted Zhou Xiang on the shoulder. Guess what our kind of people are looking for? What? Zhou Xiang asked, puzzled. As long as it works. Zhang Xiangming and Wu Kong answered in unison. Gu Chenzhou nodded. Exactly. That's our motto. I really don't get you guys, Zhou Xiang muttered, utterly speechless. After that, the group walked deeper into the street. Before long, they found themselves standing before a clothing stall. The clothes were all piled haphazardly on the stall, looking quite messy. Gu Chenzhou picked up a loose-fitting t-shirt and asked the vendor, how much? 400. The vendor quoted the highest price without hesitation. Gu Chenzhou countered, 20. Deal. The shopkeeper said bluntly, the QR code is over there. Gu Chenzhou sighed. Still too high, huh? As for Zhou Xiang, he was completely dumbfounded. Wait, a 400 yuan shirt, and he just gave it to you for 20? Zhou Xiang snapped back to reality and stared at Gu Chenzhou. Gu Chenzhou nodded. What else? We're all shopping here. You don't think these are some kind of precious items, do you?
Zhang Xiangming took the t-shirt and slipped it on without hesitation.
You know what? The fabric feels pretty comfortable. Scanned. Gu Chenzhou told the shop owner, then turned to Zhang Xiangming and the others. Want to grab a few sets of clothes to change into? Sure. It's autumn now anyway, time to get some jackets.
Wu Kong nodded in agreement.
After a moment's thought, Zhou Xiang spoke up, I'll cover it. Anyone who tries to pay me back will have me to deal with. Wait, what? Someone's actually fighting to pay? Wu Kong asked, utterly bewildered. Gu Chenzhou chuckled, well then, thank you, Mr. Zhou. Zhou Xiang felt utterly satisfied. Let's go. Chapter 213, a major attitude shift. The group walked along, chatting and laughing, occasionally ducking into a clothing store.
Gu Chenzhou handled the bargaining, while Zhou Xiang took care of the payments.
As for Wu Kong and Zhang Xiangming, the two of them trailed behind Gu Chenzhou, laden with bags of all sizes. Until night fell. Gu Chenzhou and the others sat in the car. I never imagined we could get all this stuff for just over 400. Zhou Xiang glanced at the bags beside him, nearly filling the back seat. Old Gu's the man. His bargaining skills are sharper than the village aunties. Wu Kong recalled Gu Chenzhou's bargaining skills earlier and couldn't help but praise him. Gu Chenzhou waved his hand dismissively. No big deal. He fumbled for his keys, started the engine, and glanced at the time. It was time to head back. The whole ride back, they chatted sporadically. Half an hour later, the group finally arrived back at Zhou Xiang's residence. Young master, the master requests your presence in the study. As soon as they stepped out of the car, Zhang, the butler, approached them with a polite tone. Zhou Xiang snorted coldly. Even if he hadn't said anything, I was planning to go see him. With that, Zhou Xiang turned solemn and led Gu Chenzhou and the others upstairs. Pushing open the study door, Zhou Antai sat there wearing glasses, closely monitoring the latest developments. Only when he saw Zhou Xiang enter did he remove his glasses. You're back so soon? I thought you wouldn't return until dinner time. It's almost ready. Dinner's already being prepared downstairs.
Zhou Xiang found a place to sit.
You guys sit down too.
Gu Chenzhou and the others remained still, their eyes fixed on Zhou Antai.
Only after Zhou Antai nodded his approval did they dare to sit down.
After all, they knew exactly who was the head of the household.
I understand your motives now.
So you should also know that my visit this time is purely to vent.
Zhou Xiang stared at Zhou Antai and said in a low voice. Zhou Antai retrieved several bags from beneath his desk. The bags looked quite elegant, though they bore no labels whatsoever. Consider these my way of making amends.
He stood up and walked over to Zhou Xiang and the others.
Then, Zhou Antai bowed deeply. I'm truly sorry. Seeing Zhou Antai's sincere apology, even the resentment lingering in Zhou Xiang's heart vanished in that moment.
As for Gu Chenzhou and the others, they were utterly shocked.
Gu Chenzhou hurriedly helped him up. Uncle Zhou, what are you doing? There's no need for you to apologize.
After all, our relationship with Zhou Xiang doesn't warrant such a gesture from you.
Zhang Xiangming chimed in urgently.
Wu Kong nodded in agreement.
Exactly. Besides, we understand how you feel.
Seeing their reactions, Zhou Antai felt deeply comforted. It seemed Zhou Xiang had indeed found some good friends this time.
Take these things. Stay here tonight. Tomorrow, I'll have Manager Zhang escort you back to school. Zhou Antai flashed a gentle smile, one so unexpected that even Zhou Xiang was taken aback.
He had never seen his father display such an expression before.
Silent, stern, even harsh. That was the Zhou Antai he knew.
But now, this refined, easygoing, and even approachable Zhou Antai felt strangely unfamiliar to him.
Yet Zhou Xiang didn't dislike it, on the contrary, he found it rather pleasant. Knock knock knock.
At that moment, a knock sounded at the door.
Master, dinner is ready. Butler Zhang reminded him. I know, I'll be right down.
Zhou Antai seemed to remember something and added to Zhang, oh, and go to the wine cellar and bring out 3 bottles of my special collection.
Certainly.
After that, Zhang fell silent. As for Zhou Antai, he smiled at Gu Chenzhou and the others.
Let's have a good drink tonight. We'd be delighted to oblige, Gu Chenzhou replied politely. Let's go. Zhou Antai led the way out.
Before long, everyone was seated at tables on the first floor. This time, they felt no heavy pressure. Instead, the atmosphere was remarkably warm and friendly.
Zhou Antai now resembled a warm-hearted uncle, frequently pulling them into casual chats about family matters. Xiaogu, I recall your family is from Jiangcheng, right? Zhou Antai suddenly asked. Gu Chenzhou nodded. Yes. What does your family do? Zhou Antai continued. Gu Chenzhou smiled wryly.
It's embarrassing to admit, but when I was in high school, my mom became paralyzed and had to recuperate at home. My dad had sustained many injuries from his work, so I was the only one left to support the family.
I'm sorry.
Zhou Antai realized he'd said the wrong thing and apologized instinctively. Even Zhang Xiangming and the others were stunned.
Gu Chenzhou's family had been so destitute?
Uncle Zhou, there's no need to dwell on it.
Things have improved greatly now.
Gu Chenzhou spoke eloquently. I've started my own company, and my mother's health has recovered thanks to the help of a benefactor.
They're probably enjoying a life of leisure now. I see. Why not bring them to live in the capital? Zhou Antai pondered for a moment before suggesting. Gu Chenzhou waved his hand. That probably won't work.
They'd likely dislike moving to an unfamiliar place, though visiting for a trip wouldn't be a problem at all.
Haha, then it's settled. If your family ever comes to Beijing, you must let me know.
Zhou Antai chuckled, raised his wine glass, and said, come, let's drink.
Gu Chenzhou and the others exchanged glances before rising respectfully to clink glasses with Zhou Antai.
After the meal, Zhou Antai returned to his study to work, while Gu Chenzhou and the others sat in the backyard stargazing.
Old Gu, I never knew about your family situation before. I never imagined you'd have it so rough.
Wu Kong said sympathetically, looking at Gu Chenzhou.
Gu Chenzhou was speechless for a moment. Hey buddy, when did we start competing over who has it worse? Besides, aren't you living even worse than me?
At least he wasn't short on cash now, while Wu Kong still relied on student aid to get by.
Next break, why don't we go hang out in Jiangcheng? Zhou Xiang suggested. Zhang Xiangming nodded. Great idea.
We can crash at old Gu's place.
Well, you'll probably be sleeping on the floor. Gu Chenzhou spread his hands helplessly. Let me show you my room.
With that, he pulled out his phone, displaying photos of his room. A tiny room barely a few square meters in size, containing only a computer and a very small bed.
Even the hallway was incredibly narrow. Your place is smaller than mine?
Wu Kong exclaimed in disbelief.
Gu Chenzhou chuckled, what can you do?
If you guys come to Jiangcheng, we'll have to figure out who shares my bed and who sleeps on the floor.
At least the next break would be in winter. By then, huddling together would at least keep them warm and save on air conditioning costs. Chapter 214, Drunken Chat. Haven't you ever thought about getting a bigger place? Zhou Xiang asked. Gu Chenzhou's room wasn't even as big as the bathroom in his own home. Gu Chenzhou sneered, do you really think money grows on trees? Why don't you buy me one then?
Sure thing. I've got some cash saved up enough for a down payment, no problem.
Zhou Xiang blurted out the words without hesitation. Gu Chenzhou waved his hands hastily. Forget it. I'm not that broke.
Perhaps it was the alcohol talking, but their minds were foggy, and they spoke whatever came to mind. Zhou Xiang pulled a few bottles from the beer crate on the floor and placed them before them. Here, there's still plenty left.
Don't go feeding the fish with it. Gu Chenzhou pointed to the empty bottle beside him. I've already downed 3. What about you guys? Haven't even finished your second bottles yet?
I'm just letting it steep, man. Zhang Xiangming eyed the bottle on the table, picked it up, and downed the rest in one go. Come to think of it, among us here, it seems only old Zhang hasn't mentioned his family situation. Zhou Xiang suddenly shifted the topic to Zhang Xiangming.
Zhang Xiangming froze, then scratched his head. What's there to say? You wouldn't be keeping secrets from us, would you? Zhou Xiang chuckled. I even prepared the liquor and snacks for you. Come on, tell us your story. I'm an orphan.
Perhaps emboldened by the alcohol, Zhang Xiangming blurted it out without warning. I grew up in an orphanage.
Gu Chenzhou and the others fell silent, not a word from any of them. Even if their families were struggling, they still had parents by their side. But Zhang Xiangming's situation seemed even worse.
You know, the uncles and aunts at the welfare home were incredibly kind. Back then, to help cover their expenses, I often worked on construction sites.
These muscles of mine?
I built them brick by brick. Zhang Xiangming flexed his muscles, chuckling, don't think I'm miserable, I'm way happier than you lot.
Old Zhang, how's the orphanage these days?
Zhou Xiang seemed deep in thought.
It's great. I got into Beijing University, and the city even funded renovations there.
They even give monthly subsidies now. Zhang Xiangming chuckled awkwardly, but I do kinda miss those little brothers and sisters of mine. Once I make a fortune, the first thing I'll do is make sure they all live in luxury.
Wu Kong stroked his chin. If that's your situation, shouldn't you be eligible for student aid too?
My life's way better than yours, man.
I get paid every month. You don't think I'm living in poverty, do you?
Zhang Xiangming grabbed the liquor bottle and walked over to Wu Kong.
Don't you dare feed my fish, kid. There's still half a bottle left. Wu Kong didn't argue.
He grabbed the bottle and started gulping it down.
Ugh. The excess in his stomach made Wu Kong suddenly vomit.
Luckily, Zhang Xiangming dodged quickly.
You just go and throw up like that, kid? Good thing you didn't mess up my new clothes.
Zhang Xiangming said with disgust.
Wait, aren't you supposed to be able to hold your liquor? How come you threw up so fast? I ate a bit too much, but I feel better now. Let's keep going. Wu Kong grinned widely.
Just wait and see how much I can handle.
I'm the real heavy drinker in this dorm. I won't say a word. I'll just watch you quietly. Gu Chenzhou folded his arms, his gaze fixed on Wu Kong.
Zhou Xiang slammed his hand on the table.
I can concede on everything else, but not this. Drink!
The 4 of them drank and chatted under the moonlight. After an unknown amount of time, they all collapsed face down on the table.
Only Gu Chenzhou remained conscious, though slumped over.
Gu Chenzhou struggled to push himself up, only to be hit by a wave of dizziness. Just as he was about to fall, he felt someone suddenly steady him.
Uncle Zhou, what brings you here? Gu Chenzhou tried to pull away, but he'd drunk too much and couldn't break free. Zhou Antai smiled and said, I came to check on you all. Didn't expect everyone to be drunk. Mr. Zhang, would you kindly help escort them back to their rooms?
Steward Zhang, standing nearby, politely replied, yes, sir. Soon, Gu Chenzhou and the others were escorted back to their rooms.
As Gu Chenzhou lay on the bed, the moment his head touched the pillow, his consciousness began to blur. He felt completely immobilized. The next morning, Gu Chenzhou had no intention of getting up.
But a sharp, agonizing pain in his lower abdomen forced him to jump up and rush to the bathroom.
A few minutes later, Gu Chenzhou emerged from the bathroom.
He exhaled deeply with a look of relief. Finally, that's better. However, his head still throbbed from drinking too much the night before. Moreover, the strong smell of alcohol on his body forced him to take a shower.
Half an hour later, Gu Chenzhou sat downstairs resting in a fresh set of clothes. He glanced at his phone.
Thankfully, he didn't have any early classes today, otherwise, he'd probably be docked points right about now.
Old Gu, you're up so early?
Zhou Xiang rubbed his sleepy eyes and stumbled downstairs.
Gu Chenzhou said in surprise, you're up pretty early today, kid. Woke up needing to pee, then saw the time and didn't dare go back to sleep.
Zhou Xiang sighed helplessly, after all, we still have classes this afternoon.
We didn't return to the dorm last night. The dorm supervisor must be going crazy. Gu Chenzhou chuckled. Don't worry, I already talked to her. Wu Kong approached from nearby. Gu Chenzhou breathed a sigh of relief. Alright then, you guys go wash up quickly and head back to school. Got it. Zhou Xiang and the others nodded.
An hour later, Gu Chenzhou and the others had gathered all their belongings.
Led by housekeeper Zhang, the group finally returned to their dormitory.
But upon their return, Wu Kong couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion. After staying at old Joe's place, I suddenly realized this dorm room seems a bit small now. Wukong stowed his belongings in the wardrobe and began organizing his essentials. Zhou Xiang beamed with pride, of course.
Don't you know who this young master is? My home is nothing like this dormitory.
Gu Chenzhou opened his laptop and glanced at a message from Song Linshan. There's a class meeting this afternoon, right after the major course.
Can't I get a break? Zhang Xiangming slumped over the desk, still hungover from yesterday's drinking.
Zhou Xiang chuckled, look at you, such a wimp.
How much did you even drink to get so wasted? You're no better. Zhang Xiangming retorted. Gu Chenzhou spread his hands helplessly. You're all losers.
I was the only one who stayed sober last night.
Bull. Zhou Xiang shouted. I wasn't drunk at all. Gu Chenzhou asked, then do you know how you got home yesterday? Zhou Xiang. Do I need to show you the footage? Even without it, Gu Chenzhou remained utterly confident. Chapter 215, Class Assignment. Forget it. Old Gu, I think we shouldn't talk about this anymore. Zhou Xiang shuddered at the memory of what Gu Chenzhou had done back then.
Wukong and Zhang Xiangming exchanged glances, neither daring to say another word.
Gu Chenzhou stretched lazily. Alright, you guys should get some rest. We've got classes this afternoon. You're right, Zhou Xiang nodded. As Gu Chenzhou rose to leave, Zhang Xiangming quickly asked, Old Gu, where are you headed? To see the old class advisor. Need to pick up some materials. Gu Chenzhou offered no further explanation, simply stepping out of the dorm room.
The others exchanged glances before opening their laptops in unison, ready to start their 3-hour study session.
20 minutes later, in Song Linshan's office.
As soon as Gu Chenzhou entered, he saw Song Linshan staring at his computer screen.
Old Song, you wanted me? Gu Chenzhou greeted him with a smile. Song Linshan beckoned him over and said, here's the current industry landscape. You'll need to take screenshots of this and share them in the class group chat. Seeing this, Gu Chenzhou felt puzzled. Does this have anything to do with the class meeting we're holding today? Yes. I'm afraid you'll have to lead this meeting. I have to go on a business trip. Song Linshan stated. Gu Chenzhou froze in surprise. No way. Can I really handle that?
You'll just have to give it a shot, Song Linshan said with a smile.
I've already covered the specifics with you. Everything you need is right here. He then produced a USB drive and handed it to Gu Chenzhou. Take a good look at it first. The afternoon meeting is yours to handle. Gu Chenzhou took both items, feeling utterly helpless.
He hadn't expected to have to start exercising his duties as class monitor so soon.
Got it, Gu Chenzhou sighed, turning to leave the room.
Outside the office, he stared at the documents and flash drive in his hands, lost in thought. He had no idea what Song Linshan had in mind for this class meeting. Back in the dorm, he glanced at the 3 rebellious roommates locked in a fierce gaming battle but chose not to intervene. Silently, he sat down at his computer. After inserting the USB drive, he began reviewing the files. After finishing, Gu Chenzhou's expression grew somber. It was an assignment. And the deadline for this assignment was only 1 month. The objective was singular, make money. Start your own business and see how much money you can make within a month.
Gu Chenzhou stroked his chin.
The conditions were plentiful, but collaboration wasn't restricted.
It could be completed solo or as a team. That's actually a pretty good option. Gu Chenzhou stroked his chin. Looks like relying on my company for profits won't work. I'll have to shift my focus elsewhere. Old Gu, you haven't said much since you got back. Is Old Song giving you a hard time?
Zhang Xiangming turned to look at Gu Chenzhou and asked.
Gu Chenzhou answered honestly, nothing like that. It's just about the class meeting. This time, we guys might have to put in some extra effort. What's up? Zhou Xiang turned to ask as well. Gu Chenzhou explained, Old Song gave us an assignment, we need to make money. What's the big deal?
I can make a ton of money anytime, anywhere, Zhou Xiang declared confidently.
Gu Chenzhou shook his head. It's not as simple as you think. The requirements are far more complicated than you imagine. What kind of requirements? Wukong asked. Gu Chenzhou explained, we have to start from scratch.
No working for others, we can only earn money through our own efforts.
It can be done individually or in groups. Starting from scratch? That's no easy task.
Zhou Xiang stroked his chin thoughtfully.
Good thing I've got some cash. At least I can use my own money to open a shop. No, you're overthinking it. Gu Chenzhou waved his hand. This time, the school is covering the costs. Huh, the others exclaimed in unison. Alright, no need to dwell on this. Just focus on getting ready.
After all, Gu Chenzhou was the class monitor, and he had to look out for these good kids this time.
After hearing Gu Chenzhou's explanation, Zhang Xiangming and the others lost all interest in gaming.
They sat staring at the ceiling, lost in thought. That afternoon, after finishing their specialized courses, Gu Chenzhou and the others returned to the classroom to prepare for the class meeting.
After confirming everyone was present, Gu Chenzhou walked alone to the front of the classroom.
He fixed his gaze on the assembled students.
Everyone, you've all seen the materials in the class group chat, right? A female student raised her hand and asked, "Class monitor, are we really going to start a business?" You could say that. Gu Chenzhou connected his computer to the screen at the back and began explaining the PowerPoint presentation. The school is providing each of us with 5,000 yuan. You can complete the project individually or in groups. Of course, there are restrictions on group size, no more than 4 members. That means the maximum funding available is 20,000 yuan. Later, the old class advisor will award extra credits based on the quality of your work. If you have any questions, ask now. If not, you can start looking for partners. Remember to submit your group lists to me before the meeting ends so I can tally them up. After finishing his explanation, Gu Chenzhou finally turned his attention to the class. Yet none of them had any questions. One by one, they began searching for their partners. Before returning to his seat, Gu Chenzhou first approached Su Nianqiu. "Nianqiu, how about we team up?" Gu Chenzhou extended the invitation. After a moment's thought, Su Nianqiu replied, "I'm afraid not. I need to work with Yunshuang, and we already have a business idea in mind that boys can't participate in." Li Yunshuang, arm in arm with Su Nianqiu, flashed a smug look at Gu Chenzhou. "Nianqiu is mine. Don't try to steal her away from me." Gu Chenzhou shot Li Yunshuang a disdainful look before turning back to Su Nianqiu. "Fine. But if you run into trouble, remember to tell me. I might be able to offer some advice." "Alright," Su Nianqiu replied with a faint smile. Soon, Gu Chenzhou returned to his seat. By then, Zhou Xiang and the others had already launched into a heated discussion. "Old Gu, what do you say we open a gym?" Zhang Shangming asked Gu Chenzhou. Wukong scoffed, "We only have 20 grand. That won't even cover the gym equipment. Besides, you're not planning to rake in membership fees and then take off, are you? Am I that kind of person?" Zhang Shangming retorted, speechless. Gu Chenzhou sat down and spoke up, "We really should do some market research first." "Is that really necessary? I'll just hire a few chefs from Drunken Immortal Pavilion and we can open a restaurant," Zhou Xiang said bluntly. Chapter 216, Ways to Make Money. "Old Zhou, do you think there's a chance we might have to rely on our own strength this time?" Gu Chenzhou stared at Zhou Xiang as he spoke. "True. If we really did that, even if we won first place, I'd still feel a bit uneasy." Zhang Shangming added, "I want to earn money through my own efforts." Zhou Xiang seemed to grasp the issue. "I guess I've been leaning too heavily on my family's connections." "You're just figuring that out now," the other two chimed in unison. Gu Chenzhou paused before speaking. "We only have a month for this assignment, so time is tight. We need to get our market research done quickly." They still needed to investigate what was profitable and what wasn't as soon as possible. Throughout the class meeting, Gu Chenzhou discussed the plan with them while compiling the group rosters. Without exception, every single person was working in a group. After all, everyone understood that one person's strength was ultimately limited, but with cooperation, anything was possible. "Speaking of which, I do have an idea." On the way, Gu Chenzhou stopped and suddenly spoke up. "What idea?" Zhou Xiang asked, puzzled. "Take out." Gu Chenzhou grinned. "What? You're not seriously thinking of starting a food delivery platform, are you?" Zhou Xiang shot Gu Chenzhou a look of disdain. "Forget about it. We don't have that kind of money. The cost of launching a food delivery platform would be astronomical." Gu Chenzhou sighed in exasperation. "It's not that. Let's head back first. I'll lay out a plan for you guys." The others didn't dwell on it, immediately following Gu Chenzhou out of the place. Back in the dorm, Gu Chenzhou began scribbling on a piece of paper. No one dared disturb him, they just sat there watching. After a long while, Gu Chenzhou finally spoke up. "You should know that the campus delivery station is quite far from here, right?" "That's right. And there's only one delivery station. If you want to go pick up a package, it takes at least 40 minutes round trip." Wukong nodded in agreement. Zhang Shangming, however, asked in confusion, "But that doesn't make sense. Didn't old Zhou's package get delivered right to the building before?" "Of course not. That was because I had someone deliver it downstairs specifically for me. I commissioned someone else, not the actual couriers." Zhou Xiang retorted irritably. This made Gu Chenzhou's face light up with a broad smile. "What if we could set up a dedicated parcel delivery service? Like delivering them right to their doorstep?" "That's a good idea, but we'd need quite a few people for that, plus we'd have to set up a delivery station." Wukong felt this venture might be far larger than they'd imagined. Gu Chenzhou smiled. "That's precisely why I suggested using the food delivery model. People take orders, and we pay them commissions." Zhou Xiang stroked his chin thoughtfully. "It's definitely a solid idea, but I still feel like it's not quite polished. It's just a preliminary plan. We'll need to give it some serious thought," Gu Chenzhou said, then sat back down to rest. No one spoke, as they all found Gu Chenzhou's approach feasible. Each was now mentally refining the plan. At 6 in the evening, Gu Chenzhou and the others walked out of campus, remaining silent along the way. At the barbecue restaurant, after ordering their meals, they each stared at their phones. "Hey, guys, what's up? You're not having a falling out, are you?" The barbecue shop owner approached, setting beers down beside them.
Gu Chenzhou and his friends were regulars here, always arriving in a boisterous crowd. But this time, after the four arrived, they spoke only when ordering and then fell silent as if they'd lost their voices. It was hard for the owner not to suspect their relationship had soured. Gu Chenzhou smiled and said, "Nothing's wrong. We're just thinking about our school assignments." "Yeah, and now that you mention it, boss, I realize we've been thinking about this for hours." Zhang Xiangming scratched his head. "This is the first time I've ever thought about a problem this seriously." Wu Kong nodded. "True. This is so damn annoying. Can't my dad just handle everything himself?" Zhou Xiang grabbed his hair and picked up the bottle from the floor. "Drink up. Don't think about it tonight. We'll figure it out tomorrow." "You're right. Why overthink it? Might as well clear our heads and just drink tonight." Gu Chenzhou made up his mind too, grabbed the bottle, and started drinking. Late at night, Gu Chenzhou and the others returned to their dorm. The four of them lay on their beds, resting. Early the next morning, Gu Chenzhou woke up before anyone else. But when he saw the others sitting upright in their chairs, he was utterly astonished. "Aren't we off from classes today? Why are you all up so early? Could it be that the three of us never even slept?" Zhou Xiang, dark circles under his eyes, had documents spread across his computer screen. Wu Kang's fingers danced relentlessly across the keyboard, his expression solemn. As for Zhang Xiangming, he was staring blankly at the computer screen with a steamed bun in his mouth. Gu Chenzhou sighed, speechless. "It's just one night. You guys don't need to take this so seriously, do you?" "True, but we still have to finish this plan. After all, we only have a month left." Zhang Xiangming sighed. A month might seem like a long time to many, but for them, it was incredibly short. Not only did they need to renovate and negotiate deals, but they also had to prepare for the official opening. Adding it all up, they'd likely burn through half the month already. Earning that much money in a month? Old Song must be out of his mind. Wu Kong clutched his head, genuinely overwhelmed. Gu Chenzhou remained silent, just sitting there staring at his phone. "Bu Chenzhou, Senior, are you there? Invincible cute girl? What's up? Trying to treat me to breakfast this early? Unsubmerged ship, no, I just have something I need to ask you. Invincibly cute cutie, what is it? Unsunken boat, do you know any ways to make money? Invincibly cute cutie, sure. With your looks, you could make a killing as a gigolo. Unsubmerged boat. Invincibly cute girl, alright, no more joking around. I heard some inside scoop, wanna hear it? Unsubmersible, what kind of inside scoop? Invincible cutie, I heard the campus parcel station is up for sale. If you're serious about making money, maybe you should check it out. Unsinkable boat. Thanks, Senior. This was an absolutely golden opportunity. If he could take over that delivery station, it would be a surefire way to make money. Chapter 217, the deal fell through. Invincible cutie, so how will you thank me? Unsubmersible, how about I hire you as my employee? Invincibly cute girl, no way. You just want me to work for free #disdain. Unsubmersible, then how about I treat you to dinner sometime? Gotta go now, I'm heading over to the delivery station to check things out. After saying that, he put down his phone and asked the others, Old Joe, got any cigarettes? Zhou Xiang opened his drawer, revealing nothing but Lotus and Huazi cigarettes. I thought you didn't smoke. What's up? Feeling so stressed you need a cigarette? Gu Chenzhou walked over, scanned the array of cigarettes, and casually grabbed 2 packs. What are you thinking? I've got a business meeting later. I need to bring some decent cigarettes, don't I? Though he didn't smoke himself, cigarettes were still necessary for business negotiations. Business negotiations? These probably won't cut it. Zhou Xiang returned the 2 packs and pulled several others from another drawer, handing them over. Take these, He Tianxia. They're pricier. Thanks, Gu Chenzhou said as he took them. So where are you planning to go for the meeting? Zhou Xiang asked. In their eyes, the business Gu Chenzhou mentioned must be related to his gaming company. Gu Chenzhou replied, my senior mentioned the campus parcel station is up for transfer. I need to secure that opportunity early. Whoa! Zhou Xiang and the others sucked in a sharp breath. We're coming too. In your current state? What could you possibly do? I'll handle it alone. Gu Chenzhou waved them off. You guys should really go get some sleep. If you keep this up, I'm genuinely worried you'll drop dead. With that, he headed out the door. Stepping out of the dormitory, Gu Chenzhou headed first to grab a bite to eat. After all, at this hour, the delivery station wasn't even open yet. Hey, boss, 3 steamed buns and a bowl of kanji. Gu Chenzhou called out to the owner while sitting at the entrance of the bun shop. The owner nodded and began packing the buns. Gu Chenzhou stared at the message on his phone, clearly deep in thought. Annie and Little Bear, is this you? Image. The photo showed Gu Chenzhou's cosplay outfit at the gaming expo. He pressed his hand to his forehead, surprised that the strategist had managed to find these. Bu Chenzhou, it's me. I was still pretty skinny back then. Annie and Little Bear, 6, never knew you had such a handsome side. Bu Chenzhou, what do you need from me? Annie and Little Bear, nothing much, just feeling a bit jealous seeing how handsome you are.
Unsinkable ship, I thought you were in the live stream room before. How could you not know me? Annie and Little Bear. Unsinkable, alright, what do you need? Annie and Little Bear, we wanted to ask, do you know any prime retail spaces for rent in the capital? Gu Chenzhou, you don't have homework too, do you? Annie and Xiao Xiong, sort of. Unsinkable boat, forget about prime retail spaces in the capital. They're typically leased by the year, with rents starting at hundreds of thousands. Can you even afford that? Annie and Little Bear, that expensive? Unstoppable, what else? Forget about it. If you really can't, just figure something out at school. Annie and Little Bear, seems like you're right. Unsinkable, honestly, it really sucks. Our old teacher is no human being. How could a month possibly be enough time for us to make money? Annie and Little Bear, 1 month? Unstoppable, yeah, he expects us to start from scratch and make money within a month. Annie and Little Bear, but you have Su Nianqiu as your girlfriend. Shouldn't making money be a breeze for you? Unsubmersible, what are you thinking? Nianqiu isn't working with me. Annie and Xiao Xiong, oh, I see. Well, that sounds like a real mess. Annie and Little Bear, gotta go, got stuff to handle. The strategist came swiftly and departed just as quickly. Gu Chenzhou glanced at the chat history but didn't dwell on it, quietly finishing his breakfast. After eating, he got up and headed toward the parcel station. Since it was early morning, not many people had come yet. Still, the mountains of packages piled up here were truly enviable. Each package stored here represented cold, hard cash. Young man, picking up a package? Last digits of your phone number? A man in his 50s stepped out and asked Gu Chenzhou. Gu Chenzhou looked at him, pulled out the pack of Tianxia from his pocket and handed him a cigarette. Uncle, I heard this parcel station is up for sale? The owner narrowed his eyes and accepted the cigarette without hesitation. Yeah, I'm getting old. My kid says he wants to take me to live with him. He lit the cigarette, puffing smoke as he spoke. Gu Chenzhou smiled and asked, I wonder how much you're asking for it. Based on these profit terms, and considering I'm not taking any equipment with me, that's the figure. The boss held up 4 fingers to Gu Chenzhou. 40,000. Gu Chenzhou hesitated. Their total capital was only 20,000. Doubling that amount meant he couldn't possibly afford the rent. Uncle, I'm just a student after all. How about giving me a discount? Gu Chenzhou said with a smile. The boss looked at the Tianxia cigarette in his hand. Having accepted the offer, he could only nod and say, name your price. 10,000, Gu Chenzhou said with a grin. Get lost. Are you trying to mess with me? The boss waved him off impatiently. Come on, I'm serious. Gu Chenzhou quickly grabbed his arm. Let's do this instead. I know you can't bear to leave this place either. True. This place is so profitable. If it weren't for the kids, I'd never leave. The boss nodded in agreement. Consider my 10,000 as a franchise fee. After that, I'll manage this place for you. How about I take 80% of the profits and you get 20? Gu Chenzhou looked at the owner, his expression sincere. The owner replied, you're a smart one, kid. But why should I agree to that? Why would he insist on such a small investment when he could get so much money at once? Gu Chenzhou smiled and replied, think about it. This place brings in a decent profit every month. It's better than taking a one-time payment, right? I'm only giving you this price because you're a student. Don't forget, this is the only parcel station on campus. The owner sat back in his chair, gesturing toward the shelves behind him. This is just 1 day's worth of packages. If I put out a transfer notice, I'll have plenty of people lining up. Guess there's no room for negotiation then. Gu Chenzhou sighed. Doubling the price was simply beyond his means. No deal. You might as well head back. The owner waved him off, showing no intention of continuing the conversation. Gu Chenzhou turned and walked out. It wasn't as straightforward as he'd imagined. It seemed he'd have to find another solution. Chapter 218, Dining at the Cafeteria. 40,000 yuan was actually within their means. But the crux was that they had to start from scratch now and couldn't use the money they already had. What a hassle. Guess I'll have to shift my approach. Gu Chenzhou muttered to himself before heading toward the dormitory building. Back in the dorm, Zhang Shangming and the others were already lying in bed asleep. After all, the 3 of them had pulled an all-nighter yesterday, so Gu Chenzhou couldn't discuss this with them. So he silently opened his laptop and began revising his plan. By noon, Gu Chenzhou stretched lazily, ready to head out for lunch. What time is it? From behind him, Zhou Xiang sat up in bed and asked Gu Chenzhou. 12:30. Want to grab lunch? Gu Chenzhou glanced at his phone and asked Zhou Xiang. Zhou Xiang rubbed his hollow stomach. Sure, I'm starving. Count me in, Zhang Shangming suddenly sat up and said. Wukong followed suit, rising as well. Let's grab something good at the cafeteria. Come to think of it, the 4 of us have never actually eaten at the cafeteria, have we? Zhang Shangming scratched his head. Perfect chance to see what tasty treats the cafeteria has. Since the start of the semester, the 4 of them had either ordered takeout or eaten out. As for the cafeteria, none of them even knew where it was. Sounds good. Then hurry up and get ready, we'll head out straight away. Gu Chenzhou said to them. Without a word, they all climbed out of bed and headed to the balcony to wash up. After freshening up, they all walked out of the dormitory building. But they all wore expressions of bewilderment. Come to think of it, where exactly is the cafeteria? Zhou Xiang asked, puzzled. Gu Chenzhou stared at the map on his phone for a long time before saying, follow me. I think it's across the street. Alright, we'll follow you, Zhang Xiangming said, standing beside Gu Chenzhou. The four of them strolled down the road in silence. After a while, Zhou Xiang finally broke the silence. Old Gu, how did your business meeting go? It failed, Gu Chenzhou replied. Zhou Xiang abruptly stopped in his tracks, his face flushing with astonishment. What? I gave you such good cigarettes, and it still failed? The school's parcel station is up for sale, but they want 40,000. Where are we supposed to get that kind of money? And even if it only cost 20,000, did that mean they wouldn't make any profit afterward? This left Zhou Xiang and the others at a loss for words. One by one, they fell silent, for none of them knew how to handle the situation. Seems like it really is a tough spot. Wu Kong sighed. Didn't you try to negotiate the price? I did. But they weren't willing to budge. There's nothing we can do about it, Gu Chenzhou said helplessly, spreading his hands. Well, in that case, it seems we'll have to try a different approach. Zhou Xiang sighed. If it really doesn't work out, we'll just drop this whole thing. Take the money we have, buy some second-hand clothes, and sell them on campus. Zhang Xiangming said as they walked. We bros don't have much else to do anyway. Worst case, we just take a loss. Gu Chenzhou shook his head. We've already set our course. I still want to give it another shot. Try again, huh? Wu Kong pushed his glasses up. Fine, but we still need to have a backup plan ready. Their pay hadn't been distributed yet, meaning their assignments hadn't officially begun. They needed to make a decision quickly during this window. Gu Chenzhou didn't seem to be thinking much about it either, just staring at the girls' dormitory ahead of him, lost in thought. How did we end up here? Zhang Xiangming glanced up at the dormitory building and instinctively took a few steps back. Gu Chenzhou spread his hands helplessly. Guess we just wandered off course. Recalling the scene during freshman orientation when several burly guys from the sports club pinned Gu Chenzhou to the ground that had been nothing short of miserable. Hey, miss, can I ask you something? Zhou Xiang suddenly approached one of the girls and asked, do you know where the cafeteria is? The cafeteria? The girl looked taken aback. Was this some new pickup line? Yeah, could you point us in the right direction? We seem to be a bit lost. Jingda University covered a vast area. Relying solely on a map would inevitably lead to getting lost. So it made more sense to ask someone like this. Without overthinking it, the girl pointed to a building in the distance. That's the place. Thank you. Zhou Xiang thanked them politely before turning to leave. This surprised the girl, so these people really had come to ask for directions after all. Before long, they arrived at the cafeteria entrance. Oh my, Junior, what a coincidence. You're here for lunch too? Not far away, Li Shi waved at Gu Chenzhou with sparkling eyes. Gu Chenzhou abruptly halted his steps and walked away from the cafeteria without looking back. Zhang Xiangming and the others hadn't even processed what was happening when they saw Li Shi suddenly dash forward to block Gu Chenzhou's path. Why'd you run away when you saw me? Am I that scary? Li Shi asked, his cheeks puffed out in annoyance. Gu Chenzhou spread his hands helplessly. If I'd known you were here, I swear I'd never have come. Alright, since you're here anyway, how about I take you upstairs to eat? Li Shi said with a smile. Gu Chenzhou was speechless for a moment. You just want me to treat you to a meal, don't you? You said this morning you'd treat me anyway, so this works out perfectly. Li Shi took Gu Chenzhou's hand and led him upstairs. Zhang Xiangming and the others exchanged glances before following them upstairs. Once upstairs, the prices were on par with the restaurant downstairs. But Gu Chenzhou didn't mind, at least it was still cheaper here. Good thing it's not too expensive. I can afford it. Speaking of which, did you go to the courier station? Li Shi asked Gu Chenzhou while flipping through the menu. Gu Chenzhou nodded. I did. He then recounted everything that had happened. I see. Well, it looks like you won't be able to finish your assignment with that. After hearing Gu Chenzhou's account, Li Shi echoed this sentiment. Joshi then asked, Senior, do you have any ideas? We can't just let us adorable juniors get our credits docked, can we? Li Shi pondered for a moment before speaking up. Actually, there is another way. What is it? They asked in unison. Apply to the school for a space to start a business. Li Shi suggested. Gu Chenzhou pressed his hand to his forehead. That would probably involve a lot of red tape, wouldn't it? True, but it's still better than spending all that money to take over someone else's business, right? Li Shi replied. Wu Kong asked with confusion, speaking of which, I've had a question since the beginning. Could you help me clarify it, Senior? Chapter 219, The Deal with Li Shi. What is it? Li Shi turned her gaze toward Wu Kong. Wu Kong replied honestly, that delivery station was approved by the school, right? Why was it so easy to transfer ownership? Actually, it wasn't that easy. Li Shi explained, before any transfer, the university's approval is still required. If just anyone could come along and do it, wouldn't that cause a lot of trouble? I see, Wu Kong nodded. Gu Chenzhou pressed his fingers to his temples. Does this mean we really have to abandon the idea? You're actually considering giving up?
Li Shi looked at Gu Chenzhou curiously.
Shouldn't you be pushing forward at this point?
Mainly because I see no way forward, Gu Chenzhou sighed. Li Shi smiled. I could help you, but you'll have to do me a favor afterward.
You really can help me? Gu Chenzhou looked at Li Shi with utter bewilderment. Her appearance seemed anything but trustworthy.
Li Shi puffed out her chest, her tone brimming with confidence.
I am the student council president, after all. Do you really think I can't help you? Gu Chenzhou stroked his chin. You can get me accepted? We'll have to see. But if it works out, you'll have to do me a favor in return.
Li Shi's expression turned serious like never before, making Gu Chenzhou feel like she was looking at a different person.
Fine. Anything within my power, I'll definitely do for you. Gu Chenzhou agreed immediately. Alright, it's settled then. No backing out. Li Shi's smile returned as she addressed Gu Chenzhou.
Zhou Xiang seemed to grasp something suddenly and turned to Li Shi, asking, Senior, it's not about that thing, is it?
As vice president, he was privy to some inside information. If it was what he suspected, Gu Chenzhou would be in serious trouble. Gu Chenzhou and Zhang Xiangming, however, were completely baffled. So what exactly are you talking about? Gu Chenzhou asked, puzzled.
I'll tell you all about it after I help you deal with this immediate problem, Li Shi replied with a sweet smile.
Gu Chenzhou didn't press further, deciding to ask Zhou Xiang about it once they returned.
Before long, Li Shi and the others brought several plates of food to the table. After the meal, the group left the cafeteria. Rubbing his stomach, Zhou Xiang remarked, I never expected the cafeteria food to be almost as good as what you get outside. I thought it'd be like high school, just edible enough to get by. Zhang Xiangming had been somewhat resistant to the cafeteria, but now it seemed the university cafeteria was truly different.
Wu Kong said nothing, just glanced at the cafeteria. Looks like I can't be going to the second floor too often. Otherwise, my living expenses won't last. Come on, with us guys around, how could we let you go hungry? Zhou Xiang slung his arm around Wu Kang's shoulder, chuckling. Exactly. You don't take us seriously at all. After saying that, Gu Chenzhou turned to Zhou Xian, old Zhou, about what you mentioned earlier, what exactly was it? The problem that Senior asked you to help solve, right? Zhou Xian paused, then sighed helplessly. This one's gonna give you a headache.
Cut the suspense and just tell me, Gu Chenzhou urged.
Zhou Xiang replied, the student union is facing a funding crunch lately. We need to cut activity budgets across all departments. So basically, they need a scapegoat to go tell everyone, right? Gu Chenzhou asked. Zhou Xian nodded. Exactly. It's a real pain, and it's easy to rub people the wrong way. Nobody wants to do it. This is a real headache.
I never expected such a difficult problem to land on my desk all of a sudden, Gu Chenzhou muttered, pressing his fingers to his temples. Zhang Xiangming patted his shoulder reassuringly.
No worries, bro. I'll go with you. Alright, with you by my side, no one can touch me. Gu Chenzhou chuckled awkwardly, then turned to Zhou Xiang. Logically speaking, if the student union runs out of funds, shouldn't we be able to seek investments? You make it sound so simple.
There aren't many investment opportunities available lately, and we can't just rely on me entirely.
Zhou Xiang spread his hands helplessly at Gu Chenzhou. Gu Chenzhou pressed his forehead.
This is definitely a hassle, but I think if you asked Uncle Zhou, he'd be more than happy to cover all the funding. That's true, but I'm not in the mood for him to meddle in our affairs. Recalling what Zhou Antai had done to Gu Chenzhou and the others back then, Zhou Xiang felt anger welling up inside him.
Gu Chenzhou sighed. Forget it.
I'll wait until Senior's sister handles her side first.
Honestly, I might as well go back and play some games to clear my head. Zhou Xiang waved his hand dismissively and strolled away leisurely. Before long, the group returned to their dormitory.
Just as Gu Chenzhou sat down, thinking he might squeeze in a couple of games, his phone rang.
Old Gu, what's up? We're just waiting for you. Get in the game already. Zhou Xian was already waiting for Gu Chenzhou to carry him through the game. Gu Chenzhou waved his hand. I'll take this call. You guys go ahead and play. After saying that, Gu Chenzhou turned and left the room. He walked over to the balcony before answering the call. Nianqiu, what's up? Gu Chenzhou asked with a light chuckle. Su Nianqiu replied cheerfully, are you free? Of course I'm free. Where are you? I'll come find you right now, Gu Chenzhou replied. I'm at the school gate.
I need your help with something, Su Nianqiu said.
Gu Chenzhou's eyes lit up. Alright, wait for me. I'll be right there. With that, he hung up and hurried outside. Guys, I'm stepping out for a bit.
Zhang Xiangming and the others, who were still waiting for Gu Chenzhou to help them climb the ranks, exchanged glances.
So rushed? Could he have been cuckolded? Wu Kong asked suspiciously. Doubtful. If he really got dumped, he wouldn't be this excited, Zhou Xiang replied.
Zhang Xiangming then spoke up, then the three of us will start without him.
10 minutes later, at the entrance of Beijing University,
Gu Chenzhou panted heavily as he reached Su Nianqiu's side. Wiping sweat from his forehead, he smiled and said, Nianqiu, sorry to keep you waiting. No, I only waited a little while, Su Nianqiu replied with a smile. Li Yunchuang stepped out from the side, smiling as she said, You have no idea Nianqiu and I have been waiting here for you for half an hour. You're such a smart aleck. Su Nianqiu shot Li Yunchuang a glare before turning to Gu Chenzhou.
Let's go. I'll tell you what's up on the way. Gu Chenzhou followed them. It's about starting a business, right? Chapter 220, Helping Rent a Storefront. Yes, we've found a location, but the price is a bit steep. Su Nianqiu linked her arm through Gu Chenzhou's. I saw how good you are at haggling earlier. Maybe you could talk the owner down on the price. Gu Chenzhou smiled. Sure thing. Soon, the three hailed a taxi by the roadside and headed toward their destination. 20 minutes later, Gu Chenzhou and the others stood outside a bustling street. Not far away, a storefront advertised prime retail space for rent. The space wasn't large, and despite its proximity to the bustling street, few people passed by it. As soon as they approached, Gu Chenzhou spotted a middle-aged man waiting by the entrance. Hello, we're here to view the shop, Su Nianqiu said politely. The man's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected such a pretty young lady to be the one viewing the space. Alright, I'll open it up for you. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. The man pulled up the rolling door. The interior matched Gu Chenzhou's expectations, not large, and crammed with miscellaneous goods that made it feel even smaller. This is a prime location, you know. Otherwise, I wouldn't be considering selling it. The middle-aged man sighed and said to Su Nianqiu, If you're genuinely interested, I'll knock off a bit more. 2,000 will do. Su Nianqiu and Li Yunchuang remained silent, both turning their gaze toward Gu Chenzhou. Gu Chenzhou surveyed the surroundings, then scrutinized the space carefully. Sir, do you take us for clueless students? While the location is close to the bustling downtown area, hardly anyone passes by here. Even in Beijing, where every inch of land is precious, I've checked the prices here before. This place is worth no more than 6,000 yuan. If you're unwilling, we'll look elsewhere. Before coming to the capital, Gu Chenzhou had researched rental rates across various districts. Back then, he'd barely had any money, yet he'd still managed to secure office space in the best commercial buildings. The middle-aged man was taken aback, not expecting Gu Chenzhou to be so well informed about the local market. He'd assumed they were clueless college kids and planned to rip them off, but now it seemed he'd hit a brick wall. Young man, even if you say so, these things are worth something, right? Add a little more. The middle-aged man gestured toward the clutter. We don't need any of this stuff. We'll have to pay to have it cleaned up later. Plus, this place isn't even fully renovated. This is the final price. Gu Chenzhou stared at the middle-aged man as he spoke. The middle-aged man wiped the sweat from his forehead, then adopted a displeased expression. Fine then. Go look elsewhere. This is prime downtown real estate. Who'd rent at such a low price? Fine. We'll look elsewhere then. Gu Chenzhou took Su Nianqiu's hand. Let's go. Su Nianqiu nodded silently, saying nothing as she followed Gu Chenzhou forward. Li Yunchuang opened her mouth to speak, but Su Nianqiu silenced her with a look. The three walked out in silence. Before they took 2 steps, the middle-aged man hurriedly called after them. Alright, come back. 6,000 it is. Consider it a loss leader rent for you. Hearing this, Gu Chenzhou's lips curved upward. He turned and walked up to the man. Thank you, boss. Honestly, I'm amazed by you too. This is a loss-making deal for me. Reluctantly, the owner pulled the contract from his pocket and placed it before Gu Chenzhou and the others. Fill in the amount here. If everything else is fine, you can sign. Gu Chenzhou took it, scanned the terms, and after confirming everything was in order, handed it to Su Nianqiu. Sign it. Su Nianqiu nodded, signed her name, and then handed the payment to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man didn't press further. He simply handed Su Nianqiu the keys and a set of items before leaving. Watching him go, Li Yunchuang exclaimed in surprise. I never thought it would actually work. What else could we expect? This place is so remote, few others besides us would rent it. Gu Chenzhou replied. Su Nianqiu asked in confusion. How did you know? Gu Chenzhou replied. When our company relocated, I scouted every office building in the capital. This place was no exception. I remember this place had been vacant the entire time, still unrented until now. With us suckers finally coming along, why would he let it slip away? Li Yunchuang looked stunned. So you're saying this isn't a prime retail spot? Exactly. And with the limited funds we have, it would be strange if we could rent a prime location anyway, Gu Chenzhou said with a smile. Su Nianqiu nodded. True. Besides, the kind of shop we're opening doesn't need a prime location anyway. As long as it makes money, that's all that matters. That's true. But you'll still need marketing. You only have 4,000 left. Renovation costs money. Props cost money. After that, it's up to you how you manage. Gu Chenzhou didn't know what kind of business Su Nianqiu and the others planned to start, so he could only help them this far. If all else fails, why not try stock trading? It could be another way to make money.
Li Yunchuang suddenly suggested. It might help boost our capital.
Gu Chenzhou rejected the idea outright. Let's not. That's no different from gambling, more losses than wins. Besides, we don't have the capital to venture into the stock market. Exactly. All three of us are complete novices. If we jumped in, we'd just be throwing money away. Su Nianqiu agreed with Gu Chenzhou's reasoning. Gu Chenzhou pulled out his phone and said to Su Nianqiu and the others, "But we can still make some money." "How so?" Li Yunchuang inquired. Gu Chenzhou gestured toward the clutter. "The boss gave you all this stuff. Get a scrap dealer to haul it away. That should bring in some cash." "That makes sense. You really think of everything," Li Yunchuang said, delighted. Gu Chenzhou tapped his screen and sent a message to the dorm group chat. "Gu Chenzhou at everyone. I'm sending you a location. Come quickly." "Zhou Xiang, what's going on?" "Zhang Shangming, did someone get beaten up?" "I'll be right there." "Wu Kong, should we bring tools?" "Bu Qinzhou, just come as muscle. Dinner's on me tonight, location info." "Zhou Xiang, yeah right. You never think of us for the good stuff, but when it's this kind of thing, you want us here?" "Bu Qinzhou, just say whether you're coming or not." "Zhou Xiang, we'll be there in 20 minutes. Gu Chenzhou put down his phone and found a place to sit. "How about we grab some bubble tea while we wait for the laborers to come clean up?" "Sounds good. I'm kinda thirsty anyway." Su Nianqiu nodded in agreement. Chapter 221, Packing Up the Shop. Half an hour later, Gu Chenzhou smiled at the message on his phone. "Zhou Xiang at Bu Qinzhou. Old Gu, we're here. Where are you?" "Bu Qinzhou, see that milk tea shop over there? We're right here." On Zhou Xiang's side, he turned to look at the milk tea shop across the street and spotted Gu Chenzhou waving at him. "Old Gu, that guy," Zhou Xiang grumbled as he walked over. "Never thinks to include us when there's something good. But the moment trouble hits, he's calling us right over." Zhang Shangming, however, stated plainly, "But we can't just ignore it, can we?" Wu Kong agreed. "After all, he's still my son. How could I not help?" Zhou Xiang grinned, not dwelling on it further, and led them across the street. Crossing the sidewalk, the group entered the shop. "Old Gu, you really are something. Calling us over in such a rush just to be your laborers?" Zhou Xiang casually sat down beside Gu Chenzhou, snatching the milk tea from his hand and taking a sip. Gu Chenzhou explained, "What can I do? Hiring people costs money, and I'm broke. You guys are my only option." "You've got to be kidding me. What do you need us for?" Zhang Shangming asked. Gu Chenzhou pointed toward a shopfront in the distance. "See that store over there? I need you guys to clean up the trash in that area." "Alright, let's get moving then," Zhang Shangming urged. Gu Chenzhou looked stunned. "So much of a hurry? What else? We're brothers, no need for all that talk." Zhou Xiang chimed in. Gu Chenzhou nodded. "Alright then, let's go." Su Nianqiu and Li Yunchuang followed suit, and soon they were inside the shop. But when Zhou Xiang and the others saw the mountains of cardboard boxes and trash piled up here, they were stunned. "This much?" Zhou Xiang stared at Gu Chenzhou in disbelief. "Are you treating us like we're from Japan or something? Enough chatter. Get to work. Stack those cardboard boxes neatly, we can sell them for cash later." Gu Chenzhou rolled up his sleeves and started cleaning up as he spoke. "Me, a proper rich kid from the capital, reduced to cleaning up trash with you lot." Zhou Xiang grumbled, but he worked with remarkable diligence. Su Nianqiu and Li Yunchuang exchanged a glance before joining in the cleanup. "Hey, this induction cooker still works. Are we really throwing this away?" Zhang Xiangming discovered an undamaged induction cooker among the junk still sealed in its packaging. Zhou Xiang stroked his chin and suggested, "Why don't we take this back? We could have hot pot in the dorm tonight?" "I'm in. We'll make old Gu shell out big bucks to buy a bunch of beef and lamb for the pot." Wu Kong chuckled. Gu Chenzhou looked thoughtful. "It's possible, but if the dorm supervisor catches us, we'll probably get publicly reprimanded across the whole school. High wattage appliances were banned in the dorms. If caught, they'd be in big trouble." "But look at you being such a scaredy cat. If the sky falls, I'll hold it up for you," Zhou Xiang retorted impatiently. "It's settled then, hot pot tonight." Gu Chenzhou pressed his forehead. "Fine, whatever you guys say." After that, they got back to cleaning up. By 6 in the evening, they finally finished cleaning everything up. Over 10 pounds of cardboard boxes, plus some unused appliances. All this stuff actually added up to quite a bit. "You've worked so hard. How about I treat you guys to dinner?" Su Nianqiu felt a pang of guilt seeing them panting and exhausted. Zhou Xiang waved it off. "No need. We already planned hot pot tonight. Maybe next time." "Yeah, we'll take old Gu with us now. Beautiful Su. Beautiful Li. See you next time." Zhang Xiangming tugged Gu Chenzhou's arm toward the exit, leaving Li Yunsong and Su Nianqiu looking helplessly on. "Nianqiu, did you see that? If things keep going like this, you might lose your favor." Li Yunchuang took Su Nianqiu's hand and said with a smile. Su Nianqiu pouted playfully, "Oh, You, what kind of things are you thinking about? Let's not worry about him. Let's head back to the dorm to shower, then grab something delicious to eat, Li Yunchuang suggested with a smile. Alright, I'll listen to you, Su Nianqiu replied. Over at Gu Chenzhou's end, he drove the rebellious kids to the market. After finding a parking spot, Gu Chenzhou asked, "So, are you guys coming in with me? Or waiting here for me?" "Of course we're coming in with you, bro. This body's built to carry groceries for you." Zhang Xiangming flexed his bulky muscles. Zhou Xiang agreed. "I've never been to a place like this before. Might as well check it out. Let's go. No time to waste. We're heading in first." Wu Kong had already started walking inside. Gu Chenzhou quickly followed suit. The moment they stepped inside, a cacophony of hawking voices filled the air. Fresh fish. Want one? Freshly slaughtered pork. Guaranteed fresh, no charge if it's not fresh. The cacophony of vendors' cries echoed from every direction. Zhou Xiang, however, wrinkled his brow at the smell permeating the air. It was all the smell of meat, mixed with a peculiar odor. This congealed mixture proved too much for Zhou Xiang, a privileged young man, to bear. "Old Zhou, if you can't handle it, why not wait in the car?" Gu Chenzhou patted his shoulder. Zhou Xiang shook his head. "No need. It's just a bit unfamiliar. I'm not as fragile as you think." Gu Chenzhou nodded, then approached a butcher shop. "Hey, boss, how much for this beef?" 50 yuan per pound. "I'm about to close up, so I'll let you have it for 45. The owner glanced at the beef and addressed Gu Chenzhou. Just as Zhou Xiang was about to agree, Gu Chenzhou stopped him and said, "Make it 40. I'll take it all." "Fine. I'm closing anyway. Consider it making a friend." The shopkeeper picked up the remaining pieces and began weighing them. Zhou Xiang looked genuinely surprised. He hadn't expected Gu Chenzhou to haggle. Old Gu's the man, got all this for just 120. Looking at the overflowing 3 pounds of beef, Zhang Xiangming beamed with delight. Gu Chenzhou pressed his forehead. "Honestly, this is a bit much." Though his unruly sons had huge appetites and would certainly finish it all, but they couldn't just eat this alone, they'd need something else to go with it. "We can always save it for next time," Zhou Xiang suggested. Gu Chenzhou scoffed. "Without a refrigerator, how exactly do you plan to save it for later?" High-power appliances were strictly off-limits, so bulky items like refrigerators were completely out of the question. "Just get a small fridge," Zhou Xiang said, already pulling out his phone to browse same-day delivery services. "That's old Zhou for you, never skimping on spending." Wu Kong gave him a thumbs up. Zhang Xiangming slung his arm around Zhou Xiang's shoulder. "Looks like old Zhou's the one with the cash after all." Chapter 222, The Slush Fund. Zhou Xiang spoke up. "Anyway, we'll need to chill drinks and stuff later. Might as well buy one now, as long as we don't get caught." "Alright, let's go buy something else." Gu Chenzhou led them around the market again. Before long, they'd bought so much stuff the trunk was nearly overflowing. Gu Chenzhou pressed his forehead. "You guys are a bunch of gluttons. This is enough to feed us for a week." Gu Chenzhou had originally budgeted 200 or 300 yuan, but this group had pushed the total to over 800. Most of it was purchased by Zhou Xiang, who had already paid before Gu Chenzhou could even pull out his phone. "Why worry about it? We've got a fridge. We can just stash it all in there later," Zhou Xiang said bluntly. The dorm never had power outages, which was already more than good enough for them. Gu Chenzhou drove on, musing aloud. "So this is what they called making dumplings just for a bottle of vinegar? That's exactly the vibe we're going for. You get it, right?" Zhang Xiangming chuckled. Gu Chenzhou said nothing, just silently started the engine and drove off. When they returned to the dorm, they crept back like thieves, avoiding the dorm supervisor. "How's the ventilation?" "All the windows are wide open. The doors are locked too. I just checked with the dorm supervisor, no room inspections today." "Let's get to it." Gu Chenzhou pushed several tables together in the center, fetched an extension cord, and skillfully placed the newly purchased pot on the induction cooker. "This is pretty extravagant, pouring 2 yuan mineral water straight in like that." Zhang Xiangming chuckled, pulling out all the sliced beef and lamb while rubbing his hands together eagerly. "Once the hot pot base melts, we're gonna feast like kings. You guys." Wu Kong couldn't wait to start adding all the ingredients. "What about the rice?" Zhou Xiang asked. Gu Chenzhou pulled several steaming boxes of rice from a bag. "Of course it's ready. Hot pot alone just won't cut it, it absolutely needs rice to go with it." Zhou Xiang grinned. In an instant, the dorm room filled with the aroma of hot pot. Even though Gu Chenzhou and the others had ventilated the room, the scent still reached the neighboring dorms. "Zhang, point the fan toward the balcony. If this smell keeps wafting out like this, we'll probably attract the dorm supervisor." Wu Kong called out to Zhang Xiangming. Zhang Xiangming hurriedly fetched an electric fan and pointed it toward the balcony. The group ate hot pot while sipping ice-cold beer, washing it down with rice, pure, unadulterated bliss. The meal dragged on for 2 or 3 hours. and by then everyone was sitting there drunk as skunks. Old Zhou, did you pull the plug? Gu Chenzhou belched and asked Zhou Xiang. Zhou Xiang leaned back in his chair, flashing an OK sign. Already done. Gu Chenzhou nodded, swaying as he stood up. We'll clean up tomorrow.
Everyone was too drunk now, cleaning up would surely lead to trouble. The others nodded and silently returned to their respective beds to rest.
Early the next morning, Gu Chenzhou woke up groggily.
The lingering scent of hot pot made him frown. While it had been quite satisfying to eat yesterday, the smell now made him feel a bit queasy.
The weather was already hot, and the leftovers had gone rancid. Thus, Gu Chenzhou had no choice but to take on the task of cleaning up. After getting out of bed, he efficiently carried everything out to the balcony and began washing each item one by one. Once finished, he stowed all the appliances in the wardrobe before finally turning his attention to washing up. The entire process took a full half hour before everything was finally taken care of. He slumped into a chair, staring at the message on his phone with surprise. Li Shi had called him at 10 o'clock last night, but he had already fallen asleep by then. Now he wondered if it must have been something important. So Gu Chenzhou opened WeChat and began messaging Li Shi. Gu Chenzhou, Senior, why did you call me last night?
The reply came instantly.
That thing I mentioned earlier? It's been approved. Just come find me at noon to sign the papers. Gu Chenzhou was overjoyed, his fingers flying across the keyboard. Gu Chenzhou, that fast? Of course. Don't forget who I am. But don't forget what you promised me earlier. Gu Chenzhou, rest assured. Senior, I'll definitely fulfill my promise. Alright.
Meet me at the school cafeteria at noon.
Gu Chenzhou didn't reply,
but his heart raced with excitement. He hadn't expected preparations to begin so soon. All that remained was to finish what she'd started earlier. Though it was a class assignment,
it meant far more to him.
This was a golden opportunity to earn some extra cash.
With no classes in the morning, Gu Chenzhou and his friends spent their time gaming in the dorm. It wasn't until noon that Gu Chenzhou bid them farewell and headed to the cafeteria. Heading up to the second floor, he quickly spotted Li Shi waving at him from a short distance away. Hey, little bro, you finally showed up. I was starving to death waiting for you.
I think you just wanted a free meal off me.
Gu Chenzhou sat down and retorted irritably. What kind of talk is that? I brought you a gift. Li Shi pulled out an application form. Just sign here, and I'll handle everything else for you. That easy? Gu Chenzhou was genuinely surprised. Shouldn't the paperwork be incredibly complicated? What are you thinking? Well, you only need to sign your name. I have a lot of work to do, various reviews, guarantees, all that falls on me.
Li Shi stared at Gu Chenzhou,
utterly speechless. Gu Chenzhou expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Senior. This isn't free. Li Shi chuckled. Turning to Gu Chenzhou nodded and took the application form. So, can you tell me what you need me to do now? Zhou Xiang should have already told you about it. I think you should be able to handle that matter. Zhou Xiang and Gu Chenzhou were practically inseparable. She couldn't believe Zhou hadn't mentioned it to him. It's about the funding cuts, right? Gu Chenzhou asked. Li Shi nodded. Yes.
I haven't been able to secure any investments lately,
which has left us strapped for cash. Now we have no choice but to cut funding for all activity departments.
I think if you sold all your game discs and equipment,
that could tide you over, Gu Chenzhou suggested.
Li Shi's eyes widened.
Those are my treasures. I can't sell them. Besides, they're my personal belongings. How could I use them for public purposes? That was her little nest egg. No one could lay claim to it. Alright, I understand. I'll help you out, Gu Chenzhou said. Chapter 223, Li Shi's little scheme. What do you plan to do? Li Shi asked. Gu Chenzhou spread his hands helplessly. I can't raise the funds for you, so I'll just have to talk to those department heads on your behalf. He couldn't very well ask them to invest. That was definitely out of the question. Junior, why not keep trying? What if someone does agree? Li Shi grasped Gu Chenzhou's hands earnestly. Gu Chenzhou quickly pulled his hands away. That's what you're really after, isn't it?
She didn't need Gu Chenzhou to do the talking at all, she just needed him to help secure the investment.
Li Shi chuckled. You really can't hide anything from your junior, can you? You know I'm just an ordinary college student. How could I possibly help you secure any investment? Gu Chenzhou said helplessly. Don't say that. You're the person I trust most. Besides, you already agreed to help me, so you have to follow through. Li Shi chuckled. Gu Chenzhou sighed. You really get me. So, do you have a target in mind? I do have one, but I can't handle this person on my own. That's why I need you. With that, Li Shi sent some materials to Gu Chenzhou's WeChat. Gu Chenzhou glanced at the contents and looked genuinely surprised. Tianhe Group? Gu Chenzhou stroked his chin, a look of confusion in his eyes. It's a major corporation that frequently invests in student unions across numerous universities. Their goal is to secure advantages during campus recruitment.
That's precisely why those companies invest in students.
Gu Chenzhou pondered silently. If that's the case, why didn't you go yourself? Well, I'm just afraid what happened before might happen again. Li Shi turned away guiltily, unable to meet Gu Chenzhou's gaze. Cut the crap. Just tell me the truth, I won't blame you, Gu Chenzhou said, exasperated.
Li Shi scratched her head awkwardly.
Honestly, I'm kinda a coward. I'm socially anxious. You, socially anxious? Who'd believe that? Gu Chenzhou scoffed. Spill it already. If you don't, I'm not going. Ugh. It's just, I offended that chairman before. We had a huge argument, and he couldn't win against me. So I don't have the face to go see him now.
Li Shi's face flushed crimson as he finally uttered the words in shame.
Gu Chenzhou was utterly dumbfounded. After a long moment, he silently gave Li Shi a thumbs up. You're this, Junior. You're the only one who can help me now.
Li Shi pleaded pitifully.
Please, I understand. Since I have no classes today, I'll go take a look this afternoon. Gu Chenzhou sighed.
Li Shi's face lit up with delight.
That's wonderful. I knew you wouldn't abandon me, Junior. Gu Chenzhou said nothing, merely sitting silently as he studied the menu. After the meal, Gu Chenzhou returned to the dorm first to borrow Zhou Xian's car keys. After leaving the dorm, he drove straight toward Tianhe Group.
As soon as he reached the office building entrance, he spotted the receptionist sitting there,
lost in thought. Excuse me, miss, is Chairman Zhang available? Gu Chenzhou approached her with a gentle smile. His slightly handsome face caught the receptionist's attention. Handsome, our boss is in his office. Did you have an appointment? The receptionist asked with a smile. Gu Chenzhou shook his head. No, I see. Well, could you tell me your name and the reason for seeing our chairman? I'll go ask him.
The receptionist inquired.
Gu Chenzhou stated plainly. My name is Gu Chenzhou. I'm from Beijing University. I'd like to discuss investing in the student union with Chairman Zhang.
The receptionist froze at his words,
then looked at Gu Chenzhou with a peculiar expression. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Gu Chenzhou asked, puzzled by her expression. Handsome, I'm afraid you won't be able to see our boss,
the receptionist said helplessly. He specifically instructed that if anyone from the Jingda Student Union comes,
they should be turned away immediately. He won't meet with them. Gu Chenzhou froze. Oh, sis, what did you say to him? Now he won't even see me. I'm sorry, the receptionist said apologetically. Gu Chenzhou smiled and waved it off. No problem. With that, Gu Chenzhou turned and walked away. But just as he stepped outside, he spotted several people walking toward him. Hey, little Gu, what are you doing here? Zhou Antai looked genuinely surprised to see Gu Chenzhou. Zhang Xianyun, standing nearby, asked curiously, Chairman Zhou, do you know this person? My son's friend. Zhou Antai nodded, then turned back to Gu Chenzhou. Little Gu, did you come here for a reason? Gu Chenzhou smiled.
I had some business with the owner of this company,
but unfortunately, he wasn't willing to see me. This caught Zhou Antai off guard,
and he turned to look at Zhang Xianyun.
Zhang Xianyun looked even more stunned. Surely that can't be the case? I'm from the Peking University Student Union, Gu Chenzhou stated. Zhang Xianyun, sorry to bother you. I'll be going now.
After uttering these brief words, Gu Chenzhou turned to head outside. Before he could take more than a few steps,
Zhou Antai spoke up first. You're here to solicit investments for the student union, right? Gu Chenzhou nodded. Yes, Mr. Zhang, why don't you two discuss it? Zhou Antai asked Zhang Xianyun. Zhang Xianyun quickly nodded. Of course.
He was genuinely surprised.
Zhou Antai, usually so stern, was actually taking such an interest in a student. His son's friend? He knew Zhou Xiang's temperament well. To earn Zhou Antai's approval, Gu Chenzhou must be no ordinary person. Thank you, Uncle Zhou. Thank you, Chairman Zhang, Gu Chenzhou said politely. Don't mention it. Come with me first. With that, Zhang Xianyun led Zhou Antai and Gu Chenzhou to the office. Once inside the office, Gu Chenzhou sat on the sofa, looking somewhat stiff. These two were, after all, major figures. The pressure was undeniable. By the way, you must have heard about the incident between me and your student council president? Zhang Xianyun asked Gu Chenzhou. Gu Chenzhou nodded. I've heard bits and pieces. She mentioned you two had an argument, and you didn't back down. Zhang Xianyun's mouth twitched. That girl's temper is too volatile. I just wanted to rein her in a bit, but I never expected her to throw a tantrum like that. Gu Chenzhou rolled his eyes inwardly. That was exactly the kind of thing Li Shi would do. To be honest, I never intended to abandon the investment in Jingda University. After all, it would allow our company to recruit a lot of talent. Zhang Xianyun pulled out a contract as he spoke. Take this back with you. If your chairman agrees, just sign it and bring it back to me. Gu Chenzhou accepted it and replied solemnly. Thank you, Chapter 224, Fulfilling the Promise. No need to thank me. It's what I should do. Zhang Xianyun waved his hand dismissively. This move would also earn him Zhou Antai's favor. Getting a lot done for little cost, why not? Chairman Zhang, I'd like to apologize on behalf of our president. We truly regret causing you such unpleasant memories. Gu Chenzhou bowed deeply, his expression sincere. Zhang Xianyun smiled and said, "You're too polite. To be honest, I didn't really mind those things." That was clearly a lie. If he truly didn't care, he wouldn't have explicitly banned the Beijing University Student Union from attending. In that case, I won't disturb you two any longer. I'll take my leave. Gu Chenzhou uttered these brief words and prepared to depart, but Zhou Antai called out to him. "Wait a moment. Uncle Zhou, is there something you need?" Gu Chenzhou halted and turned to ask Zhou Antai. Zhou Antai considered for a moment before turning to Zhang Xianyun. "Chairman Zhang, do you still have that investment contract you mentioned earlier?" "Yes, I do. After all, he had printed numerous copies for campus recruitment." "Give me one," Zhou Antai said. Zhang Xianyun was taken aback, but silently retrieved one from his drawer. The amount and company name needed to be handwritten, which actually saved him a lot of effort. So Zhou Antai wrote his name and the company name on it. He then handed it to Gu Chenzhou. "Take this. Fill in the amount yourself. Once you're done, come to my company to get it stamped." Staring at the contract, Gu Chenzhou was utterly bewildered. "Uncle Zhou, is this really okay?" He had come here simply to fulfill a promise to Li Shi, never expecting such an unexpected windfall. "Take it when I tell you to take it." Zhou Antai's tone carried an unmistakable command that brooked no refusal. Gu Chenzhou had no choice but to accept. "Thank you, Uncle Zhou. Alright, you can go now." Only after seeing Gu Chenzhou accept did Zhou Antai finally smile. Gu Chenzhou nodded, saying nothing more, and turned to leave the office. Watching him go, Zhang Xianyun finally spoke up. "Chairman Zhou, you seem to hold this student in high regard. Indeed, he's my son's friend. Should he ever face difficulties in the future, remember to lend him your support." Zhou Antai replied. Zhang Xianyun's heart lifted. With Chairman Zhou giving the order, how could I possibly refuse? "In that case, let's sign the contract," Zhou Antai declared. Zhang Xianyun was internally thrilled. He had made extensive preparations for this meeting with Zhou Antai, but unexpectedly, none of it was needed. That kid must be a lucky charm. He'd have to find an opportunity to get closer to him later. Soon, they had the contract signed and sealed. "Mr. Zhou, I know a great restaurant. How about I treat you to a meal?" Zhang Xianyun watched as the contract was finalized, a weight lifting from his shoulders. Zhou Antai waved him off. "No need. I've got some things to take care of. I'll be heading out now." Seeing Zhou Antai leave so naturally, Zhang Xianyun didn't seem displeased. Instead, he stroked his chin thoughtfully for a moment before murmuring, "That girl seems to be studying at Beijing University, right?" By 2 in the afternoon, Gu Chenzhou had already returned to Beijing University. At this hour, everyone should be resting in the student union office. Gu Chenzhou thought to himself as he headed in that direction. However, when he opened the door, he found only a handful of people handling tasks inside. Surprised by the scene, Gu Chenzhou wondered where Li Shi was. "Junior, what brings you here?" A senior member finally spoke up upon seeing Gu Chenzhou's Student Council Idaho badge. Gu Chenzhou scratched his head awkwardly. Is Senior Li Shi not here?" "You mean the president? She should be in her activity room at this hour," the senior said with a smile. Gu Chenzhou nodded. "Thanks, senior." With that, he turned and headed straight for the gaming club. The student council headquarters wasn't far from the gaming club, just downstairs, so when Gu Chenzhou reached the ground floor, he naturally unlocked the door with his key. Upon entering, he found Li Shi sprawled on the sofa, engrossed in a game. "Hey, freshman, back already?" Li Shi tossed aside the controller, utterly unconcerned about his character's death on screen. "What's going on?" Gu Chenzhou found a place to sit down and let out a heavy sigh. "Ah, so it failed after all," Li Shi said, sounding dejected. "Guess we'll have to find another investor. It's a shame. We actually succeeded." Gu Chenzhou remained in that dejected state. Li Shi walked over to Gu Chenzhou, patting his shoulder. "Don't be down, even though it worked. We still..." Her words trailed off. She stared at Gu Chenzhou in stunned silence, her eyes widening. "Wait, it succeeded?" "Yes. Here's the contract." Gu Chenzhou placed the document before Li Shi. Li Shi excitedly threw her arms around Gu Chenzhou. "You really are my junior, great job." Gu Chenzhou shuddered and swiftly pushed Li Shi away. "Behave yourself. I have a girlfriend. You know." If Su Nianqiu saw this, it would be impossible to explain. Li Shi stuck out her tongue playfully. "Look at you. But why are there 2 copies? The other one is for Zhang Group," Gu Chenzhou explained. "Whoa, You really are my junior. If there weren't only one vice president position, I'd have given you another one.
Li Shi rummaged around until she finally found a ballpoint pen in a corner and signed her name.
Gu Chenzhou spoke up. Then why don't you give me your president seat to sit in for a bit? Sure thing. Let's call a meeting right now and make you president of the student council.
Li Shi's eyes lit up as he grabbed Gu Chenzhou's arm,
pulling him toward the exit. Wait, I was just joking. Why are you taking it so seriously? If Li Shi really went through with it, it would probably be exactly what she wanted. Alright, I'm not joking with you anymore.
Li Shi laughed awkwardly.
I'm in a good mood today. How about I treat you to dinner? You, treat me to dinner? He recognized each word individually, but strung together like that? This penny-pinching miser, could he really be the one treating someone to dinner? What do you take me for? Am I really that despicable?
Though Li Shi had no idea what Gu Chenzhou was thinking, he was certain it involved how lowly he must seem.
Gu Chenzhou cleared his throat awkwardly. No, I was just surprised. Could this woman read minds? So, are you eating or not? Li Shi asked. Just as Gu Chenzhou was about to answer, his phone suddenly vibrated. Let me check a message first. Chapter 225, Su Nianqiu's invitation. He pulled out his phone and glanced at it. There was one unread message. It wasn't from those ungrateful brats, but from Su Nianqiu. Firefly, busy? Gu Chenzhou's fingers flew across the keyboard. Not sinking ship, not really. What's up? Want to go out for a walk this afternoon? Gu Chenzhou, sure. This was an invitation from Su Nianqiu herself, how could he possibly decline? Alright, I'll wait for you at the dorm building at 5 p.m. Gu Chenzhou's heart raced with excitement as he replied immediately. Gu Chenzhou, alright. After finishing his reply, Gu Chenzhou looked up at Li Shi and said, I won't be going. After all,
Li Shi would probably just treat him to a bowl of 3 yuan cold noodles, even if she really bit the bullet and invited him to a proper restaurant.
It couldn't compare to Su Nianqiu's invitation. You really are strange. I'm making an unprecedented effort to treat you to a meal, and you actually turn me down.
Li Shi stroked his chin,
pondering for a moment before seeming to realize something. Could it be that Nianqiu invited you? Congratulations, you got it right. Tonight,
I plan to spend some quality time alone with Nianqiu.
You single dog can go eat some dog food.
The moment Gu Chenzhou uttered those words,
he instantly regretted them. With Li Shi's thick skin, wouldn't he try to tag along after hearing this news? Judging by her pensive expression, it seemed entirely possible. Damn it, I shouldn't have said any of that. Fine.
Since you helped me secure 2 investment deals,
I won't be the third wheel this time. Li Shi chuckled, patting Gu Chenzhou on the shoulder. You just go enjoy yourself. Gu Chenzhou breathed a sigh of relief,
though a lingering sense of dread still clung to him.
Damn it, she can't actually read minds, can she? Well, if there's nothing else, I'll be heading out. Gu Chenzhou quickly stood up and headed toward the exit of the gaming club. Li Shi didn't seem to think much of it either, simply closing the door and returning to her game.
Since there were no classes today, when Gu Chenzhou returned to the dorm, those troublemakers were still engrossed in their games. Gu Chenzhou sat down in his chair and stretched lazily. Old Gu, help! Zhou Xiang spotted Gu Chenzhou and immediately shouted. Those guys on the other side are taunting us.
At that moment,
Zhou Xiang and the others were playing the game while simultaneously typing furiously on their keyboards,
trading insults with their opponents. And they were losing, which really pissed him off. Gu Chenzhou drew out his voice, as if waiting for something. Zhou Xiang understood Gu Chenzhou's meaning perfectly. Steeling himself, he gritted his teeth and pleaded, Dad, I'm begging you. Now that's more like it. Move over. Gu Chenzhou walked over to Zhou Xiang's seat and called out. Zhou Xiang's heart leapt with joy, and he quickly moved aside. He dashed over to the mini fridge, grabbed a bottle of ice-cold Coke, and placed it before Gu Chenzhou. Drink up. Later, Gu Chenzhou manipulated the mouse and keyboard, simultaneously controlling the game and cursing everyone on the opposing team. This spectacle was something Zhou Xiang and the others had never witnessed before. Not only was he taking down opponents, but he was also unleashing a torrent of abuse. His finger speed was incredibly fast. How come whenever old Gu steps in, the rest of us suddenly feel useless? Zhang Xiangming looked utterly stunned at the spectacle. Wu Kong pushed his glasses up. Didn't you notice? Old Gu isn't just 1 versus 5, he's 1 spam versus 5.
The enemy's been completely crushed. Only after the enemy's nexus exploded did Gu Chenzhou pick up the Coke beside him and take a sip.
You know what? Winning and popping a Coke feels pretty damn good. Zhou Xiang chuckled. It sure is. If we'd lost this game, we'd have been utterly humiliated. Speaking of which, how did you guys end up arguing with them? Gu Chenzhou stood up and asked the three. Zhang Xiangming pressed his forehead. Those jerks were talking utter nonsense. Every time they killed us, they'd yell about taking us as apprentices. How could my temper hold back? Gu Chenzhou was speechless for a moment. but at least it was the other side's fault. Now that old Gu's back. Why not join us? Wukong asked. Gu Chenzhou waved him off. No thanks. I've got to head out soon. Can't hang with you guys. A date? The trio asked in unison. Gu Chenzhou nodded. What else? You think I'm like you single dogs? Zhou Xiang immediately took offense. He pulled a model axe from his drawer and pressed it against Gu Chenzhou's throat. Say one more word, kid, and see if I don't make your head roll. Go ahead. Chop right here. Kill me, and you'll all become orphans. Gu Chenzhou shouted, pointing at his neck. Zhou Xiang tossed the axe aside with contempt. Forget it. I'm not about to watch my son die. Gu Chenzhou stood up and returned to his seat. Guys, enough joking around. I've already taken care of the courier station. That fast? Zhang Xiangming exclaimed in surprise. Gu Chenzhou nodded. Yep. For now. Everyone get ready. According to old song, the money will hit my account next Monday. That would be the day he distributed the money, the official start date. Guys, looks like we're about to corner the market on this one. Wukong chuckled. Zhang Xiangming spread his hands helplessly. Guys, just the four of us running a delivery station, isn't that a bit too few people? Don't worry, it won't be too few. It'll be enough. Gu Chenzhou assured them. Zhou Xiang nodded. Even if we're short-handed now, we can always hire more later. Right? Right. Everyone, get ready. Wukong nodded. After that, none of them felt like playing games anymore. They were all deep in thought about how to handle things next. By 5 in the afternoon, Gu Chenzhou had changed into a fresh outfit and was ready to head out. Old Gu, you're wearing that to your date? Zhou Xiang eyed Gu Chenzhou's outfit from head to toe, unable to resist teasing him. Gu Chenzhou looked down at his outfit. What's wrong? Is there a problem? I remember you bought this outfit for $20, right? Zhou Xiang pressed his hand to his forehead. Couldn't you just wear that suit my dad gave you? That one's still hanging on the balcony. Not even dry yet. Gu Chenzhou said, pointing to the nearby railing. Zhou Xiang stood up, walked to the wardrobe, rummaged around for a moment, and pulled out a set of clothes still bearing the price tag. Wear this. You're getting a steal. I haven't even worn it yet, and now you get it first. This isn't cheap, is it? Gu Chenzhou stared at the situation, utterly bewildered. Who cares how much it cost? You going out in that would embarrass our dorm room. Zhou Xiang sneered. Wukong nodded in agreement. Exactly. We can't let our dorm lose face. You guys are something else. Fine. I'll change. Gu Chenzhou finally relented. Chapter 226, Zhou Xiang's assist. After changing into the new outfit, Gu Chenzhou examined himself in the mirror. Honestly, after changing into this outfit, old Gu's looks are almost catching up to mine. Zhang Xiangming watched Gu Chenzhou's reflection in the mirror, a broad grin spreading across his face. Gu Chenzhou spread his hands helplessly. I can't be bothered arguing with you guys. I'm outta here. With that, he pushed open the dorm room door and dashed toward the girls' dormitory. Before long, he arrived at the entrance of the girls' dormitory building. Chenzhou, over here. Su Nianqiu waved and called out to him. Su Nianqiu wore a white dress today, and paired with her fair skin, it left Gu Chenzhou momentarily stunned. Nianqiu, sorry to keep you waiting. Gu Chenzhou snapped back to reality and walked over to Su Nianqiu to apologize. It's fine. I just got downstairs myself. Su Nianqiu smiled as she took Gu Chenzhou's hand. Let's go. There's somewhere I want to take you. Watching Su Nianqiu take his hand, Gu Chenzhou felt a surge of excitement. The two strolled through the campus, heading toward the school gates. It must be said that Su Nianqiu's beauty, combined with Gu Chenzhou's handsome features, drew the attention of many passers-by. Faced with the attention, Gu Chenzhou showed no sign of fluster, instead radiating pride. When they reached the school gate, Su Nianqiu hailed a taxi on the street. Let's get in. Why not just drive there? Gu Chenzhou asked, puzzled. It's a bit far, and I forgot to fill up my car. Su Nianqiu replied with a smile. Gu Chenzhou nodded. I see. Well, let's go then. Half an hour later, at the entrance of a Western restaurant, when they arrived, a waiter approached them courteously. May I ask if you have a reservation? Yes. Reservation number 0045. Su Nianqiu replied. The server nodded and led them to the front desk to verify their identity. After confirming everything was in order, the attendant finally spoke up. Miss Su, it's you. Please follow me. Su Nianqiu pulled Gu Chenzhou toward the table tucked away in the farthest corner. So this is the place you wanted to come to? Gu Chenzhou looked around and noticed the Western restaurant's decor was quite impressive. It was upscale, elegant, and classy. But when he saw the prices on the menu, he was stunned. A single steak costing over 1,000 yuan? Could someone like him really afford this? But he still had some savings tucked away, so it shouldn't be a problem. While he was still pondering this, Gu Chenzhou's phone vibrated. He pulled it out to find a message from Zhou Xiang. Zhou Xiang, take it and spend it. Don't embarrass us guys. Transfer details, 10,000. Seeing the 10,000 yuan transfer, Gu Chenzhou's mouth twitched. Bu Chenzhou, got money to burn? Zhou Xiang, just take it. Bring us some food when you come back. I don't feel like ordering takeout. After much hesitation, Gu Chenzhou finally accepted the transfer. After all, Zhou Xiang was the kind of guy who could afford to be reckless with his money. With this 10,000 yuan in hand, Gu Chenzhou felt considerably more confident. The two of them each ordered a Wagyu beef steak, plus a bottle of red wine and some appetizers. Gu Chenzhou mused inwardly, this was truly a big city. Half his money was gone in one go. Sorry, Chenzhou, for dragging you all the way out here, Su Nianqiu said apologetically. Gu Chenzhou waved it off with a smile. Not at all. Even if you said you wanted to go back to Jiangcheng right now, I'd go with you. That's not necessary, Su Nianqiu murmured, covering her mouth with a soft laugh. Speaking of which, have you figured out how to tackle your assignments back home? Already taken care of. Now I just need my senior to handle those things for me. Gu Chenzhou replied with a smile. Li Shi might seem carefree, but she was actually quite dependable. So Gu Chenzhou trusted she could handle it. I see. Well, that shouldn't be a problem then. Su Nianqiu knew how dependable Li Shi was, so she wasn't worried about her failing. Gu Chenzhou then asked, how's it going on your end? It's almost all taken care of. I had everything prepared today, and it fits perfectly within the budget. Su Nianqiu stretched lazily with satisfaction. Those shop owners were really nice, they all sold us the items at the lowest prices. Gu Chenzhou nodded with a smile. After all, both Su Nianqiu and Li Yunchuan were stunning beauties, those shop owners would naturally offer them discounts. Soon, the waitstaff placed the meal on their table. Gu Chenzhou deftly picked up his knife and fork and began eating. Perhaps from accompanying Su Nianqiu so often, he didn't seem the least bit unfamiliar with the process. After the meal, Gu Chenzhou stood up and walked to the front desk to settle the bill. Chenzhou, I'll transfer the money to you. Su Nianqiu was well aware of Gu Chenzhou's family circumstances. Since she had brought him along, she insisted on covering the bill herself. But Gu Chenzhou shook his head. No need. I can afford this much. Besides, it wasn't his money to begin with, so he didn't feel the slightest bit of regret. But he did need to use the remaining money to buy some food for Zhou Xiang and those other brats. Just grab something from a street stall for them. With this thought in mind, Gu Chenzhou's gaze drifted toward the snack stalls in the distance. What's wrong? Su Nianqiu noticed Gu Chenzhou lost in thought and asked. Gu Chenzhou snapped back to reality. Nothing. There are a few hungry mouths waiting back at the dorm. I was just thinking about grabbing something for them to eat. Su Nianqiu nodded. In that case, let's take a taxi back to campus first. The snack street has more variety than here. Gu Chenzhou agreed. Alright. After hailing a cab on the way, they soon arrived back at the entrance of Jingda University. Instead of heading back to campus, they turned toward the adjacent snack street. The place was bustling with vendors constantly hawking their wares. Gu Chenzhou and Su Nianqiu browsed through the offerings, selecting a variety of items in no time. They bought everything in sight, snacks, fruits, drinks. Let's go. It's time for us to head back, Gu Chenzhou said, taking Su Nianqiu's hand. Su Nianqiu nodded, seemingly lost in thought. Chenzhou, are you free tomorrow? I have classes both morning and afternoon, so only in the evening. Gu Chenzhou replied with a smile. They were in the same class, so their required courses were naturally identical, but their electives were likely different. No problem. Tomorrow afternoon at 5. I'll wait for you to pick me up and take me out, Su Nianqiu said with a smile. Gu Chenzhou nodded. Alright, then we'll see each other tomorrow. Alright, see you tomorrow. Su Nianqiu linked arms with Gu Chenzhou and walked forward. Chapter 227, The Surprise in Store. Watching Su Nianqiu walk away, Gu Chenzhou carried his bags toward the dormitory building. When he returned to the dorm, he found everyone sitting there in a daze. You finally decided to come back? If you hadn't, we'd have starved to death. Zhou Xiang, seeing Gu Chenzhou return with so much food, immediately rushed over to snatch it. The three of them, looking like starving ghosts, tore open the bags and started eating. Gu Chenzhou was speechless. Seriously? Are you that hungry? Besides, there's still stuff in that mini fridge. Couldn't you just make do with that? We ate it all ages ago. And seriously, I gave you that much cash, why'd you come back with this junk? Zhou Xiang grumbled while eating. Gu Chenzhou pulled 4 bottles of soda from the fridge and handed them over. This is all they had on the road. What? Did you expect me to buy some delicacies? The money I gave you was more than enough to buy something decent, Zhou Xiang retorted. Gu Chenzhou pressed his forehead. Then believe me when I say I won't be back until midnight. After all, preparing those dishes would take at least several hours. By the time he returned, this bunch of ungrateful kids would probably already be asleep. Zhang Xiangming, however, wasn't bothered by this. Instead, he fixed his gaze on Gu Chenzhou and asked, "So, how was your outing today?" "Thanks to old Joe. Otherwise, I'd probably be eating plain rice again today," Gu Chenzhou said helplessly, spreading his hands. His personal funds were actually quite limited, while his card held a decent balance. It was essentially company assets he couldn't touch. As for his personal earnings, after dividends and salary deductions, the rest had already been transferred to his family. Climbing the stairs, he flopped onto his bed and announced to the others, "I'm feeling a bit sleepy. You guys finish eating and get some rest." With that, he picked up his phone and started scrolling through videos. Before long, Gu Chenzhou's eyelids grew heavy, and he drifted off into a deep sleep on the bed. Early the next morning, Gu Chenzhou was roused by his alarm. When he opened his eyes, he found everyone else in the dormitory had already left. This left Gu Chenzhou feeling quite surprised. "Old Joe? Old Zhang? Old Wu? Where are you three?" Gu Chenzhou rubbed his sleepy eyes. Shouldn't they all be asleep at this hour? He grabbed his toothbrush and headed to the sink. After brushing his teeth, he walked toward the dorm exit. As he walked, he glanced at the messages on his phone. When he saw the message, he couldn't help but feel utterly helpless. "Zhou Xiang, old Gu. The three of us went out to have fun and won't be back. Remember to lock the door." This message had been sent last night, meaning the three of them had probably been out all night. But Gu Chenzhou didn't dwell on it. He simply locked the door and headed toward the classroom. Early classes started at 8, and they were major courses. Gu Chenzhou didn't want to be late. When he arrived at the academic building, he found quite a few people already waiting. Gu Chenzhou found a seat toward the back and scrolled through his phone. Before long, he heard hurried footsteps outside the door. Turning his head, he saw Zhou Xiang and the others panting as they raced toward the classroom. "Phew, we made it just in the nick of time." Zhou Xiang sat down beside Gu Chenzhou, gasping for breath. Zhang Xiangming sat nearby and remarked, "Your stamina must be terrible, you're already exhausted this early." Seeing Zhang Xiangming's calm demeanor, the others looked helplessly at him. Not only was this guy not tired, he hadn't even broken a sweat. "Where did you guys go last night? Why are you just getting back now?" Gu Chenzhou asked. Wu Kong replied, "Last night, old Joe said playing games in the dorm wasn't exciting enough, and he was worried about disturbing your sleep. So he dragged all three of us to the internet cafe." Zhang Xiangming spread his hands helplessly. "So yeah, if it weren't for old Joe, none of us would be rushing over here in such a panic." Zhou Xiang immediately protested. "Hold on, when I suggested the internet cafe last night, you guys were all for it, and I even treated you to all this food." Gu Chenzhou chuckled. "So what about your major courses? What are you planning to do about them?" Zhou Xiang answered honestly, "I plan to sleep." Wu Kong held up his notebook. "Let's finish this class first. Make sure to share your notes with us later. Old Joe and I are crashing now." Zhang Xiangming finished speaking and promptly laid his head on the desk, snoring loudly. Gu Chenzhou and Wu Kong exchanged glances, both seeing the helplessness on each other's faces. This class turned out to be less boring than expected. Even Gu Chenzhou found himself taking notes on the specialized knowledge. Only when the bell rang did Gu Chenzhou tap Zhou Xiang and Zhang Xiangming. "Old Zhou, old Zhang, wake up, class is over." Gu Chenzhou called out to them, yet the two seemed oblivious, still snoring loudly with their heads on the desk. Gu Chenzhou sighed, walked over to Zhou Xiang, and whispered, "Old Zhou, Uncle Zhou is here to see you." Boom! Zhou Xiang shot upright, eyes darting warily around the room. "Where's my dad?" "Alright, Uncle Zhou isn't here. Hurry up and wake old Zhang," Gu Chenzhou told him. Zhou Xiang was speechless for a moment, but he didn't complain. He just kicked Zhang Xiangming's leg. "Old Zhang, get up already." Zhang Xiangming opened his eyes groggily. "What? What time is it? I haven't had enough sleep yet." "Class is over. If you want to sleep, you'll have to go home," Gu Chenzhou replied. Zhang Xiangming nodded thoughtfully, not dwelling on it further, and simply followed them out. The moment they stepped out of the classroom, Gu Chenzhou's phone vibrated. "Invincibly cute girl, meet me at the library." Seeing the message from Li Shi, Gu Chenzhou felt particularly puzzled. "Unsubmerged boat, what's up? Invincible cute girl, just come. I have a surprise for you." "Unsubmerged, don't tell me it's a scare." He knew Li Shi's personality all too well. Her so-called surprise was likely to be more frightening than delightful. "Invincible cute girl, just tell me if you're coming or not." "Unsinkable boat, I'll be there in 10 minutes. The library wasn't far from here, just a short walk away. Perfect timing to drop by. Guys, you go ahead. I need to swing by the library," Gu Chenzhou told them. Zhou Xiang stopped in his tracks, eyeing Gu Chenzhou suspiciously. "You little bastard aren't sneaking off to meet your girlfriend behind our backs, are you? Would I need to hide something like that from you guys?" Gu Chenzhou replied as he walked away. Zhang Xiangming sighed helplessly. "Old Gu's the only one in our dorm who's not single anymore." "Don't worry, I'll be off the market soon too, Zhou Xiang declared with confidence. Chapter 228, Free Storage Room. Wu Kong and Zhang Xiangming shot Zhou Xiang a look of utter contempt. Yeah right, you rich kid thinking you'll get a girlfriend? Zhang Xiangming flipped him off. Wu Kong walked over, patted his shoulder, and said, Old Zhou, they're definitely after your money, not interested in dating you. Zhou Xiang snapped back. Can't you guys just wish me some good luck? Neither of us has found a girlfriend yet, and you think you will? Dream on. Zhang Xiangming chuckled. Walking away, the three of them bantered and joked their way back to the dorm. Meanwhile, Gu Chenzhou had reached the library entrance. I gotta say, this is what you'd expect from a top-tier university, even the library is this luxurious. The automatic doors at the entrance required facial recognition to open. Once inside, the vast space resembled a hotel, filled with bookshelves and computers. As Gu Chenzhou looked around, about to pull out his phone to find Li Shi, someone tapped his shoulder. Junior, you finally made it. I've been waiting forever. Li Shi stared at him with a smile. Gu Chenzhou jumped in surprise, stumbling backward several steps, his face frozen in terror. Seriously, am I that scary? Li Shi asked, sounding annoyed. Gu Chenzhou patted his chest, forcing down his inner panic. You walk without making a sound, then suddenly slap me on the shoulder. How could I not be startled? Alright, never mind that. Come with me. I'll show you the place you applied for. Li Shi chuckled, pulling Gu Chenzhou toward the library exit. Gu Chenzhou's heart leapt with joy. It was approved that quickly? Of course, you know who I am, Li Shi said proudly. And so, the two of them walked out of the library, heading off in a distant direction. Jingda University covered a vast area, and just reaching the designated spot took them half an hour. Gu Chenzhou's legs felt like jelly. Senior, couldn't we have taken a shared bike for such a long distance? You're already tired after just a few steps? Li Shi eyed Gu Chenzhou up and down. Looks like you need to work out more. Gu Chenzhou couldn't understand how Li Shi, with her petite frame, possessed such remarkable stamina. Fortunately, they had reached their destination, so there was no need to argue about it further. This is where you'll be applying, Li Shi said, pointing to the building before them. It was a large warehouse, easily 80 or 90 square meters in size. Square in shape, it contained no stored goods, but years of disuse had left it thick with dust. Honestly, I have to say, Senior, you really pulled through getting me a place like this. Gu Chenzhou was pleasantly surprised. How much did this cost? It's free, Li Shi replied. After all, you're a student here, and you've secured so much investment for the student union. Naturally, I discussed this with the administration. Gu Chenzhou sucked in a sharp breath. This was an opportunity not to be missed. This meant they were essentially getting a warehouse for free, freeing up that 20,000 yuan in startup funds for other essential expenses. So, what do you think? Pretty impressive. Ha! Li Shi folded her arms, radiating pride and satisfaction. Gu Chenzhou replied with genuine satisfaction. I have to admit, you really are something else. Senior, you've surpassed my expectations. That's more like it. Alright, here are the keys to this place. The documents are in here too. Li Shi pulled out a pile of items from her backpack and shoved them all into Gu Chenzhou's arms. So many documents? Gu Chenzhou was stunned. It seemed Li Shi had been quite busy. Thanks, Senior. Well, I won't keep you any longer. I'll be heading out now. Li Shi waved her hand and hurriedly left the place. Watching Li Shi walk away without a second glance, Gu Chenzhou froze in surprise. This seemed a bit odd. In the past, she wouldn't have left without at least a meal. But this glutton didn't even mention it? Instead, she's rushing off in a hurry? Never mind. No point dwelling on it. Better figure out how to clean this place up first. Gu Chenzhou rubbed his chin. Cleaning this place up would likely take a considerable amount of time. Still, he scanned a shared bike, rode off campus to buy several brooms and watering cans, then returned to the warehouse. He planned to give the place a proper cleaning tomorrow. After all, he had classes in the afternoon and plans to accompany Su Nianqiu out in the evening, so tomorrow was the only option. With that thought, Gu Chenzhou set down all the supplies before heading back to the dorm. When he returned, he found the three troublemakers sound asleep on their beds. Judging by their state, they clearly had no intention of eating. Gu Chenzhou took a deep breath, turned on his computer, and silently began typing out the order forms. By 3 in the afternoon, Gu Chenzhou stretched lazily with satisfaction. Guys, wake up, we still have class this afternoon. Gu Chenzhou called out to them. Zhou Xiang rubbed his bleary eyes. That's an elective. I didn't sign up for it. You guys go ahead. With that, he rolled over and went back to sleep. As for Wu Kong and Zhang Xiangming, they both waved their hands, indicating they hadn't signed up either. Gu Chenzhou was speechless. It seemed he was the only one who had managed to get into this class. He said nothing more, simply getting up and heading outside. even though it was an elective. Skipping it would definitely result in lost credits. Gu Chenzhou certainly didn't want to repeat a year over something like this. After leaving the room, he quickly arrived at the classroom. Frankly, this class was a complete waste of time. Gu Chenzhou spent nearly the entire afternoon playing on his phone. After class ended, Gu Chenzhou glanced at the time and saw it was already past 4:40 p.m. Time to find Nianqiu. Gu Chenzhou muttered to himself before sprinting toward the girls' dormitory. But just as he dashed out of the classroom, he suddenly collided with a girl. Ow, ow, ow. The girl sat on the ground, her documents scattered everywhere. Gu Chenzhou immediately apologized. Sorry, I didn't mean to. He quickly gathered the papers, stacked them neatly, and handed them back to her. Only then did the girl come to her senses. She waved her hand dismissively. It's fine. I was in a hurry and didn't see where I was going. Are you sure? Should I take you to the infirmary to get checked? Gu Chenzhou asked. The girl waved her hand again. No need. I have things to take care of. I'll be going now. She grabbed the papers and hurried off ahead. Gu Chenzhou didn't dwell on it, simply heading toward the girls' dormitory. But the girl from earlier suddenly stopped and turned to look at Gu Chenzhou. She glanced at her phone, a pensive expression crossing her face. So that's Gu Chenzhou. Chapter 229, Li Shi's father. On Gu Chenzhou's end, he hurried to the foot of the girls' dormitory building. Chenzhou, over here. Su Nianqiu waved at Gu Chenzhou from a short distance away. Gu Chenzhou hurried over, smiling as he took Su Nianqiu's hand. Did you get impatient waiting? Not at all. Just came down from upstairs. Su Nianqiu flashed a sweet smile. Come on, let's go explore. Gu Chenzhou led Su Nianqiu outside, drawing envious glances from those around them. One was the campus beauty of Jingde University, the other the campus heartthrob. They were a truly perfect match. Although Gu Chenzhou's status as campus heartthrob was somewhat abstract, his handsome looks naturally drew envy from many. The pair strolled along the campus paths, taking in the scenery around them as they walked. Where should we go next? Gu Chenzhou asked as they walked. Su Nianqiu smiled. I have a place in mind. Let's drive there later. Sure. Gu Chenzhou nodded in agreement. Soon, they arrived at the parking spot. Gu Chenzhou took Su Nianqiu's car keys and sped along the route she had navigated for him. Half an hour later, they arrived at the entrance of a park that looked quite nice. Is this the place? After parking, Gu Chenzhou stared at the park before him, lost in thought. Why come to the park in the middle of the afternoon? Yeah, let's go. Yunchuan told me it's really beautiful here. Su Nianqiu tugged Gu Chenzhou's arm as they walked forward. It was a free park, so they entered without hesitation. As they walked, the two chatted intermittently, though the conversation occasionally stalled. Neither felt awkward. Instead, they were savoring every moment. They wandered around for about an hour, yet had only covered a small portion of the park. Strangely enough, despite walking for so long, Gu Chenzhou felt not the slightest bit tired. Despite barely managing half an hour with Li Shi earlier that afternoon, he now felt surprisingly energetic. It seems now that it's all because Su Nianqiu is by my side. Nianqiu, it's getting late. Shall we grab something to eat? Gu Chenzhou pointed to a restaurant in the distance and said to Su Nianqiu. It was nearly 7 o'clock, and Su Nianqiu must be hungry by now. Su Nianqiu smiled and replied, sure, whatever you say. Gu Chenzhou didn't think much of it and immediately led Su Nianqiu forward. Upon entering the restaurant, however, Gu Chenzhou was utterly dumbfounded. What was this? Not far ahead, Li Shi was dining with a middle-aged man, and judging by the way Li Shi kept her head down, she seemed quite reluctant. What's going on? Gu Chenzhou muttered under his breath. Why is Uncle Li here? Su Nianqiu looked visibly surprised upon spotting the middle-aged man. Gu Chenzhou was puzzled. Who is that? My cousin's father. Su Nianqiu replied truthfully. Gu Chenzhou pondered thoughtfully. No wonder Li Shi was being pushed so hard. Turns out it was her dad. Should we go say hello? Gu Chenzhou asked Su Nianqiu. Su Nianqiu nodded. Yes, we should. Since we've run into him, it's only polite to say hello. With that, Su Nianqiu led Gu Chenzhou over. Li Shi, what kind of nonsense is this? How many times has this happened? Can't you learn your lesson? The middle-aged man scolded Li Shi while eating his steak. Uncle Li, it's been ages. Su Nianqiu had already approached. Still scolding my cousin? Nianqiu, what are you doing here? Li Hong exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Su Nianqiu, but his gaze quickly shifted to Gu Chenzhou. This young man must be your boyfriend, right? Yes, his name is Gu Chenzhou. Su Nianqiu introduced them. Chenzhou, this is Uncle Li Hong. Gu Chenzhou greeted him politely. Hello, Uncle Li. Hello, please sit down. Since we've run into each other, I'll treat you both to something. After speaking, Li Hong raised his hand and beckoned to a nearby waiter. The waiter approached promptly. What would you like to order? Give them the menu, Li Hong instructed. The server nodded and handed the menus to Gu Chenzhou and Su Nianqiu. After the two casually ordered a few dishes, the waiter departed. As for Li Shi, she remained silent with her head bowed. It was quite surprising to Gu Chenzhou to see the usually optimistic Li Shi looking so downcast. "Uncle Li, what's wrong with her?" Gu Chenzhou asked in confusion. Li Hong frowned. "Don't mind her. This isn't the first or second time. If she hadn't gone too far this time, I wouldn't have come all the way to Beijing to find her." Gu Chenzhou looked even more puzzled, completely unaware of what had transpired. Just then, Gu Chenzhou's phone vibrated. It was a message from Su Nianqiu across the table. "Firefly, didn't my cousin love buying gaming gear?" Uncle Li didn't mind at first, but as she bought more and more and kept asking him for money, he couldn't take it anymore. He's always lecturing her about it now. Gu Chenzhou suddenly understood. He never imagined Li Shi would get scolded over this. No wonder she'd refused to sell those gaming gadgets back then. Turns out she'd bought them after enduring all that scolding. This is truly the last time. Just tell me, how much do you need? Though he scolded her, she was still his daughter. He couldn't very well refuse to appease her. Li Shi suddenly lifted her head, her dull eyes instantly brightening. "Not much. Just give me 30,000 for now. Do you think I'm an ATM?" Though he scolded her, Li Hong still transferred the money to her phone. "Use it sparingly. After this, you won't get a single penny for the rest of the semester." "Got it. Thanks, Dad." Li Shi's smile was wide and radiant, the speed of her mood swing leaving Gu Chenzhou momentarily stunned. Just moments ago, he'd been so dejected. "Sigh. You little girl." Li Hong sighed, rubbing his forehead. Gu Chenzhou and Su Nianqiu exchanged a knowing glance, sharing a silent smile. "Speaking of which, Uncle Li, you must have come to Beijing for more than just this, right?" Su Nianqiu asked curiously. Li Hong nodded. "Actually, the main reason is to find someone for investment." "Why not ask my dad?" Su Nianqiu inquired, puzzled. After all, they were relatives. Su Yunsan should have agreed. Old Su's funds are tied up, so I had no choice but to come to the capital to seek out that person. Li Hong explained. "The Zhou family?" Li Shi inquired. Li Hong nodded. "That's right." Li Shi's eyes lit up, a broad smile spreading across his face as he fixed his gaze on Gu Chenzhou. Gu Chenzhou's heart tightened. Not good. Whenever Li Shi wore that look, it always gave him a bad feeling. "Junior, you and Zhou Xiang are roommates. Could you give us a hand with this?" Li Shi chuckled. Chapter 230, An Early Gift. Gu Chenzhou was completely dumbfounded. Why would they come to him for something like this? "I'm afraid I don't know how to approach this. Zhou Xiang and his father have a very strained relationship, and even if I did talk to him, there's no guarantee his father would agree." Gu Chenzhou understood his limitations. While he and Zhou Xiang got along well, their bond wasn't strong enough for such a favor. He couldn't just assume his word alone would sway Zhou Antai into agreeing to cooperate with him. "Xiao Gu, honestly, I don't need you to put in too many good words for me. All I need is a chance to meet with Mr. Zhou himself." Li Hong cleared his throat awkwardly, never imagining he'd one day find himself seeking help from someone so much younger than himself. Gu Chenzhou stroked his chin thoughtfully before replying. "All right, Uncle Li, give me your number, and I'll put in a good word for you." "Thank you so much. Here's my number, let's connect on WeChat too." Li Hong smiled broadly at Gu Chenzhou. Gu Chenzhou nodded and added Li Hong on WeChat. But the moment he added him as a friend, he saw Li Hong had sent him a transfer of 5,000 yuan. Staring at the transaction, Gu Chenzhou was stunned. "Uncle Li, what's this for?" "Just consider it a small token of appreciation for meeting you," Li Hong said with a wave of his hand. Gu Chenzhou stared at the sum, fully aware it was compensation for his assistance. But what if he couldn't deliver? Wouldn't that mean he'd be taking money for nothing? Honestly, he wasn't sure if he should accept it. Seeing Gu Chenzhou's hesitation, Li Hong smiled and said, "Take it. If you and Nianqiu get married later, I won't bother with a wedding gift. Consider this in advance." Hearing this, Su Nianqiu's face flushed crimson beside him. She lowered her head, utterly at a loss for words. Gu Chenzhou's heart pounded wildly at the remark, his breathing growing ragged. "That's still a long way off." Gu Chenzhou stammered incoherently. "We're both still so young. It'll happen sooner or later anyway." Li Hong chuckled. Under Li Hong's persistent pressure, Gu Chenzhou had no choice but to accept the money. It wasn't until after 8 in the evening that Gu Chenzhou drove Li Hong back to the hotel. "Junior, I won't bother you too. This time, I'm giving you a chance. Just take a taxi back yourselves." Li Shi waved cheerfully at Gu Chenzhou and the others before purposefully heading off in one direction. Seeing this, Gu Chenzhou finally understood. "Looks like our senior isn't letting us off this time. She's got something more important on her mind," Gu Chenzhou remarked. Observing the situation, Su Nianqiu covered her mouth with a giggle. Now that she's got money, she's probably off to buy gaming gear. After all,
They knew Li Shi's personality well enough to guess what she'd do with her newfound wealth.
Gu Chenzhou sat in the driver's seat and asked Su Nianqiu, "How about we go for a drive?"
"Sure," Su Nianqiu replied with a smile.
Gu Chenzhou floored the accelerator, racing down the streets. He kept his speed within the legal limit,
but the sheer presence of the sports car kept other vehicles at a safe distance.
After all, if they collided,
the damages would likely be beyond their means to cover.
An hour later, on a coastal highway outside the capital city, Gu Chenzhou pulled over and leaned against the guardrail, basking in the sea breeze. His gaze fell upon the young woman beside him, dressed in a white dress, and he couldn't help but stare in awe. Honestly, even now he still couldn't believe he had such a beautiful girlfriend. "What's wrong? Is there something on my face?" Su Nianqiu noticed Gu Chenzhou staring at her and asked nervously. Gu Chenzhou shook his head with a smile. "Nothing at all. I just think it's wonderful to have you here."
A faint blush spread across Su Nianqiu's cheeks as she playfully scolded him.
"You're such a smart aleck." Gu Chenzhou chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head. Though he had so much he wanted to say, the words caught in his throat, and he couldn't bring himself to speak. Though neither spoke further, they both silently gazed out at the distant sea, each lost in their own thoughts. Gazing at the azure expanse, Gu Chenzhou's mind began mapping out the future. He knew full well that while his current wealth could ensure his family's stability, it still fell short of matching Su Nianqiu's background. He must strive harder, grow his company larger and stronger, and take it public. Time slipped by in a flash. When Gu Chenzhou glanced at the time on his phone, he froze in shock. It was already 10:30 p.m. How did it get so late? Gu Chenzhou murmured in disbelief. Although the university had no curfew, the dormitory doors closed promptly at 11 p.m. The journey from here to Jingda University would take at least an hour. It seemed impossible to make it back to campus now. "Let's go. We'll find a hotel nearby to stay the night," Su Nianqiu offered with a sweet smile. Gu Chenzhou nodded, not thinking much of it, and led Su Nianqiu away. By the time they reached the city center, it was already 11 p.m. The streets remained bustling, with numerous food stalls still open. "Let's check into the hotel first, then come out for something to eat later." Noticing Su Nianqiu's lingering gaze toward the food stalls, Gu Chenzhou suggested. "All right," Su Nianqiu agreed with a nod. Upon entering the hotel, Gu Chenzhou addressed the clerk. "2 rooms with king beds, please." The clerk eyed Gu Chenzhou and Su Nianqiu with obvious confusion. They looked like a couple, so why would they need 2 rooms? "Are you sure about 2 rooms? The attendant inquired. Su Nianqiu nodded softly. "Yes, 2 rooms will be fine." She couldn't explain why, but the mere thought of sharing a room made her heart race wildly. Gu Chenzhou felt the same way. He could practically taste the heat in his own breath. Soon, Gu Chenzhou and Su Nianqiu completed the check-in process. They got 2 adjoining rooms, which worked out just fine. Since neither of them had brought luggage, they headed outside after completing the formalities. Hand in hand, they strolled around the snack street area. Within just over 10 minutes, Gu Chenzhou's hands were already filled with numerous items. All were things Su Nianqiu wanted to try, but her appetite was small. After a few bites, she'd hand everything over to Gu Chenzhou. "Hey, those skewers over there look pretty good. Let's go grab some," Su Nianqiu said with a smile, tugging Gu Chenzhou forward. Gu Chenzhou didn't refuse, and soon they arrived at the barbecue stall ahead. Chapter 231, Conflict on the Snack Street. "Hey, boss, 3 orders of skewers, please," Su Nianqiu called out to the vendor. The vendor said nothing, just picked up the skewers and started grilling them. Gu Chenzhou didn't seem to be thinking much either, just silently watching Su Nianqiu. Before long, the skewers were ready. Su Nianqiu picked up a lamb skewer and held it to Gu Chenzhou's lips. "Try this for me." Gu Chenzhou flushed slightly but shyly took a bite. The cumin-spiced lamb chewed in his mouth, but his eyes never left Su Nianqiu. "It's delicious." "That's good." Su Nianqiu nodded with a smile, then pulled Gu Chenzhou forward to continue walking. After wandering around for a full hour, Gu Chenzhou felt his stomach was about to burst. Plus, he was holding several bags filled with all kinds of food. "It's about time. Let's head back," Su Nianqiu said, stretching lazily and yawning. Gu Chenzhou nodded. All right, he was genuinely exhausted now, so he prepared to take Su Nianqiu back. "Oh, by the way, when we get back," before Su Nianqiu could finish her sentence, she bumped into someone without warning. "Sorry, I didn't see you coming." "No problem, beautiful lady. You're all alone, right? Why not join us guys for a bite to eat?" A burly, bald man stood there, grinning broadly as he stared at Su Nianqiu. His gleaming bald head bore tattoos, and a menacing knife scar ran across his face, clearly not someone to mess with. Even Gu Chenzhou, witnessing this scene, was visibly shaken. After all, the man's appearance was genuinely intimidating. Nevertheless, Gu Chenzhou stepped forward, pulling Su Nianqiu behind him. Sorry, we're busy. Here's 200 yuan. Consider it our treat for drinks. How about that? With that, Gu Chenzhou pulled 2 red bills from his pocket and placed them before the bald man. The bald man took them without hesitation, nodding with satisfaction. Seeing that look on his face, Gu Chenzhou finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed like there wouldn't be any trouble after all. Nianqiu, let's go. Gu Chenzhou took Su Nianqiu's hand, preparing to leave. But before they could take a few steps, several men blocked their path. When did I say you could leave? The bald man stuffed the bills into his pocket and demanded of Gu Chenzhou. Gu Chenzhou's expression darkened as he stared at the bald man. What exactly do you want? Nothing much. You can go back. But this little beauty here has to come with us for a few drinks, the bald man said, walking toward Su Nianqiu. It had been ages since he'd seen such a stunning girl. He narrowed his eyes, already fantasizing about tonight's delights. However, Gu Chenzhou stepped directly in front of the bald man, his expression stern. If you don't leave now, don't blame me for calling the law enforcement officers. With all these people around, do you really think you'd dare cause trouble? Su Nianqiu plucked up her courage to ask the bald man. The bald man folded his arms and chuckled. Look around, do you see anyone paying attention to us? Not a single passerby dared to stare at them. Even the street vendors deliberately averted their eyes, as if terrified of locking eyes with them. Seeing this, Gu Chenzhou understood their mindset. Better safe than sorry, after all. This wasn't their problem. Gu Chenzhou took a deep breath and said to Su Nianqiu, Nianqiu, you run back to the hotel first. I'll handle this here. But, no buts about it. If anything happens to you, how could I face Uncle Su? When she first came to Beijing for school, Su Yunshan had specifically called him, instructing him to take good care of Su Nianqiu while she was in the capital. If anything happened to Su Nianqiu here, not only would Su Yunshan never forgive him, but he wouldn't forgive himself either. Be careful. Su Nianqiu gritted her teeth, ultimately choosing to leave first. But these men had overheard their entire conversation and now surrounded them completely. Plotting loudly in front of me, do you think I'm invisible? The bald man stepped before Gu Chenzhou, chuckling coldly. A cold glint flashed in Gu Chenzhou's eyes as he clenched his fists. Go ahead and try something. If you've got the guts. See if I can't take all of you down. Oh ho, pretty cocky. I'd love to see just what you're capable of. Kid. The bald man grabbed Gu Chenzhou's head and chuckled. He slapped Gu Chenzhou's cheek. Go ahead. Hit me here. The bald man pointed at his head, his grin stretching wider. What could these young punks possibly do? At the end of the day, they were just all talk. Gu Chenzhou clenched his fists, rage surging within him. Before he could fully process what was happening, he suddenly saw someone sprinting toward them. Thud. Suddenly, a brick smashed into the bald man's skull, sending him clutching his head as he crouched down. Wait, what are you guys doing here? Gu Chenzhou stared blankly at Wukong and the others standing there, bricks in hand. Shouldn't they be sleeping in the dorm at this hour? Old Joe invited us out for a fancy meal, but we never expected to run into you two here. Zhang Xiangming leaned closer to Gu Chenzhou. How about it? You two okay? No big deal. Thanks to you guys. Gu Chenzhou felt a warm glow inside. He hadn't expected this group of brothers to be so dependable. Zhou Xiang glanced at the bald man still crouched on the ground and couldn't help but look surprised. Old Wu, that brick hit pretty hard. He's bleeding. He asked for it. I just did what he wanted. This guy just couldn't take it. Wukong said bluntly. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Where the hell did you guys come from? Trying to die? The bald man clutched his head as he struggled to his feet, finally regaining his composure. Zhou Xiang folded his arms. Go ahead and try us if you've got the guts. We've got 4 here. You've only got 3. Let's see who comes out on top. Fine. That's great. I'll see what you can do. The bald man clenched his fists, his eyes blazing with rage. Seeing this, Gu Chenzhou turned to Su Nianqiu. Nianqiu, call the police first. Su Nianqiu nodded and dialed the law enforcement agency on her phone. The 3 men, led by the bald man, charged forward. Without hesitation, Gu Chenzhou and his companions rushed toward them, locking into a fierce scuffle. Though they had the numbers advantage, taking on such burly men proved difficult. Except for Zhang Xiangming, the others all sustained injuries to varying degrees. Just 5 or 6 minutes later, the sound of police sirens echoed from the distance. Hearing the sound, the bald men cursed inwardly, immediately preparing to flee. But there was no way Gu Chenzhou and his group would let them get away. They grabbed them immediately.